Chapter 1. A Million Years of Thunder Calamity, the first beast god of Douluo. Here lies the largest gathering place of soul beasts on the Douluo continent, the Star Do Forest. At the heart of this forest lies a sanctuary that resembles a pristine paradise. Emerald branches and mirror-like lakes create an illusion of serene beauty. Yet beneath this facade lurks a deadly peril, concealing immense terror. This place is a forbidden zone for humanity. Only those soul beasts with a cultivation of 100,000 years may tread upon this sacred ground. Yet at this moment, a youth clad in green stands upon the surface of the lake, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards at the sky. In the distance, a 10-meter-long azure bull python remains silent and coiled, its enormous eyes filled with awe. The towering Titan giant ape, resembling a mountain, kneels like a docile monkey, as if in worship of an emperor. They are acutely aware of the terrifying presence before them. For 1,000,000 years in Douluo, there has been no dispute. He is the unrivaled first beast god among mortals. The youth in green gazes at the heavens, his eyes as tranquil as a deep well, slowly shaking his head. At last, the heavens are about to change. Luo Yu, is your 1,000,000-year calamity approaching? A silver portal appears beside Luo Yu, and a pair of pristine, jade-like feet steps forth, followed by long, delicate legs that reveal a graceful figure. It is a girl with silver hair and purple eyes. Her breathtaking beauty is enough to take one's breath away. Silvery hair cascades down to her ankles. Long curled lashes frame a pallid face that exudes an enchanting allure, evoking a sense of tenderness. Luo Yu turns, smiling gently. Gu Yue Na, what brings you here? The girl's clear, beautiful purple eyes flash with displeasure as she pouts. Luo Yu, how many times must I emphasize this? Call me Na, do not simply utter my name. Luo Yu chuckles in surprise. Isn't that inappropriate? You are the sovereign of soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. How could I dare to overstep? Gu Yue Na huffs. What is there that you would not dare? Stop feigning innocence. Last time I was bathing, who was it that? Luo Yu's lips twitch. That was an accident. Who knew you happened to be bathing there? Gu Yue Na shoots him a piercing glance. I distinctly recall setting up prohibitions before bathing, did I not? Dear lady, let's not dwell on that. Look at those two over there, trembling in fear. Luo Yu points towards a lakeside. The azure bull python and Titan giant ape, both formidable soul beasts of 100,000 years, are quaking in terror. With wide, fearful eyes, they stare at the unfolding scene, too scared to flee, too afraid to listen, lest they learn too much and be silenced, their hearts wailing in despair. Gu Yue Na, facing the two, loses her temper, her gaze icy, her words frigid. You too. The two apex soul beasts, terrified to the core, plead with mournful expressions. My lord, we heard nothing at all. Begone. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. The two soul beasts, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly scurry away, heedless of their dignity, trampling down several bushes in their haste. TSK, are you not being a tad too fierce? Luo Yu laughs, crossing his arms. The frost on Gu Yue Na's face begins to thaw, her lips curling in a playful huff. Not everyone deserves my gentleness. You are the only scoundrel in this world. Observing the girl's proud demeanor, Luo Yu feels a mischievous impulse to seize her delicate lips and kiss her fiercely. You harbor ulterior motives, wicked thoughts. Gu Yue Na's purple eyes suddenly sharpen. Not at all. Indeed, you do. Gu Yue Na smirks coldly. With my mental prowess, your every move is laid bare before me. If you're so perceptive, then why was it that I lingered for so long while you were bathing without realizing it? Did you deliberately allow me to enter? Luo Yu questions, his expression skeptical. Ridiculous. Gu Yue Na's fair face flushes, her gaze evasive. How can my status allow for such indecency? Precisely. What ill intentions could little Na possibly have? Luo Yu teases with a smile. How dare you? You even jest with the Silver Dragon King. Gu Yue Na furrows her brows, playfully punching his shoulder in a flurry of small jabs. All right, enough of this nonsense. Luo Yu gestures to the sky. What was meant to come has finally arrived. Gu Yue Na's expression stiffens, as if she realizes something, her movements halting as she gazes upward. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberates through the heavens. The previously bright sky above the forest is suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. All sunlight is obscured, and the vast expanse is shrouded in endless, ominous darkness, with flashes of crimson lightning surging within the clouds, exuding a destructive glow. Gu Yue Na, witnessing the terrifying lightning within the clouds, stammers, "Luo Yu, you'll be fine, won't you?" Luo Yu is momentarily taken aback. It is the first time he has seen Gu Yue Na stutter. "I'm asking you." Gu Yue Na's voice trembles, her beautiful eyes filled with deep concern. Gazing at the girl who is so cold and distant to others yet so affectionate towards him, Luo Yu feels a daze wash over him, recalling the events that have transpired. He is not of Douluo, he hails from Earth, and the duration of his time here has long since faded from memory. Regrettably, he did not cross over as an adult. Fortuitously, he became the strongest fortune soul beast, the imperial beast, the three-eyed golden lion. His talents are remarkably extraordinary, and the soul beasts accompanying him experience an unseen enhancement in their cultivation, rendering him virtually devoid of rivals for many years. He has navigated life with ease. Moreover, with the experience of a human, interacting with the naive Gu Yue Na has been as effortless as a fish in water. They soon established a harmonious relationship, finding him quite amusing. However, to prepare for the bizarre tribulation of the heavens, Luo Yu has spent nearly all his time in frenzied cultivation, daring not to slacken his efforts, hardly ever venturing out of the Stardow forest. But since he had arrived in the Douluo realm well ahead of schedule, Luo Yu must have thwarted several tragedies. For instance, he had ventured out a few years prior. He rescued the Empress Bibi Dong from her confinement, earning her favor, and directly obliterated the wicked Qinshuanji and his monstrous dog. Furthermore, he had also saved the gentle and graceful mother of Xiao Wu from the clutches of the Spirit Hall a few years back. To this day, he remembers the gratitude in the eyes of that mature woman. To be honest, a mature woman is akin to a ripe peach, undeniably alluring. Yet he is a man of principle. Cultivation is paramount. Boom! A crack of thunder jolts Luo Yu back to reality. Gu Yue Na is biting her delicate lips, anxiously gazing at him. "Luo Yu, do you have confidence?" "What difference does it make whether I have confidence or not? Face the challenges as they come, and let the waters cover the land." Observing the man's nonchalance, Gu Yue Na bites her glistening lips, her fists silently clenching. Luo Yu takes her small hand, easing her grip, and smiles gently. "Do not be anxious, it is but a minor heavenly tribulation. I am confident I can overcome it." Gu Yue Na shakes her head repeatedly, seemingly recalling something, her eyes flashing with fury. The divine realm lacks virtue, it does not wish for soul beasts to ascend. This million-year beast god calamity will not be easily traversed. Luo Yu smiles indifferently, raising his gaze to the heavens. His stature stands tall, akin to a legendary divine spear, as brilliant light glimmers in his eyes, his black hair billowing in the fierce winds of the calamity. What does the divine realm matter? We are not strangers to its nature. Do they seek to challenge me? Let them come, I fear them not. In that moment, the unparalleled beauty and the man stand facing each other, their hair swirling in the wind, their gazes locking, as Gu Yue Na's violet eyes shimmer with an unusual light upon witnessing the man's heroic stance. Boom! A multitude of blood-red, lightning dragons writhe in the sky. As if heralding doom, the ground is suffused with a heavy atmosphere, and within the forest, a million soul beasts cower, trembling beneath the weight of fear. Luo Yu turns, ascending into the air, bellowing, "This calamity comes from me, all beasts remain safe, do not panic." His resonant voice echoes for miles, and in that moment, the anxious million soul beasts find an inexplicable calm. They all gaze towards the man, who, though dwarfed by the calamity, stands tall and immeasurable in their hearts. As they watch Luo Yu boldly confront the heavenly tribulation, Gu Yue Na calls out, her voice piercing through the tension. "Luo Yu, how confident are you in overcoming this tribulation?" The man gazes at the devastating blood-red, lightning dragons above, glancing back with a playful smirk. "Truth be told, my assurance is not much." Gu Yue Na's countenance stiffens. "However, it is a certainty. Are you out of your mind?" There is still time to jest. Gu Yue Na stomps her feet in frustration. Luo Yu suppresses his playful demeanor, his expression turning solemn. Just watch what I aim to do today is not merely to survive the tribulation, but to overthrow this firmament. Gu Yue Na is momentarily taken aback, her eyes flashing with doubt. Yet upon hearing his declaration, her spirit is shaken. In that instant, she begins to understand why her icy demeanor has thawed before this man, for he harbors no fear of the divine realm. And she, too, harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the divine realm for denying soul beasts a path to ascend, insisting on imposing tribulations. Yet, gazing up at the roiling storm clouds, capable of annihilating even deities, Gu Yue Na's heart fills with trepidation. Though she acknowledges the man's earlier bravado, the audacity he displays in the face of such calamity may indeed be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. This rogue man wouldn't be so cowardly as to share a final jest with himself before facing death, would he? Gu Yue Na's lips begin to pale. Traversing this tribulation is already a perilous endeavor, and the obliterating storm clouds render it nearly impossible to, no matter what, I must save him. Even if it means being discovered by the divine realm, I will rescue him. Gu Yue Na bit her lip, resolutely determined, her entire being enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, gathering her strength with fervor. Stupid man, if you're feeling uncertain, don't force yourself. You still have me. It wasn't just Gu Yue Na who felt a lack of confidence in the face of such a cataclysmic thunder tribulation. Despair flickered in the eyes of all the soul beasts. For them, perhaps successfully transcending the tribulation was an unattainable dream, as the divine realm offered no opportunities. The Titan giant ape nudged the Tianqing bull python. Brother, can the beast god overturn this thundercloud? Are you foolish? Can't you see how fierce this thundercloud is? It offers no chance for the beast to survive. The Tianqing bull python slapped its tail against the Titan's head, dejectedly stating, "The strength of a single beast is barely enough to survive. How can we dare to challenge the heavens? The beast god is likely to fail, but we should strive to embody this spirit." Roar! A colossal golden radiance radiated through the heavens and earth, as a 1,000-foot phantom of a divine beast emerged, its scales and claws soaring amidst flames, exuding an earth-shattering might. Rather than waiting for the thunder tribulation to descend, it charged fiercely towards the storm clouds. What the hell, the beast god is so bold. The Tianqing bull python was taken aback, bewildered. Normally, one would cautiously observe the thunder tribulation, waiting for it to descend, then countering it blow by blow. Yet, the beast god charged headlong into it. At that same moment, Gu Yue Na's voice rang out, hoarse and urgent. "Luo Yu, are you insane? What are you trying to do? Self-igniting your soul core? Are you willing to forsake your million years of cultivation?" Boom! The 1,000-foot golden phantom of the beast had already plunged into the vast thundercloud, its aura far more frenzied than the crimson lightning. In the next instant, dawn broke. The thunder tribulation fell silent, the sky cleared, and the expanse was devoid of clouds, as brilliance returned to the celestial bodies. We did it. We truly did it. The beast god has succeeded. The Titan giant ape was filled with fervor. "Fool, shut your mouth." The Tianqing bull python struck down the Titan, indignantly exclaiming, "Can't you see the beast god is burning his soul core, risking his life to attack the thundercloud?" Huh? The Titan was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen in disbelief. Could it be that the beast god is truly gone? Gu Yue Na floated in the air, searching frantically, her eyes glistening with tears, her violet irises lost in a haze, staring blankly at it all. Gradually, she clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Gazing upward at the sky, her thin lips, which she bit down upon, oozed crimson blood as a chilling voice emerged. "The divine realm slaughters my kin, and now destroys my dearest friend. I shall not rest until vengeance is served." With that, her expression turned sorrowful, filled with deep resentment. "You foolish man, if you're in trouble, at least call for help. I will surely aid you. To put on a fad and lose yourself in the process, you scoundrel." "Who is the scoundrel?" "Luo Yu. MM? Who is speaking? Gu Yue Na instinctively responded, suddenly whipping her head around to discover a 24-petal golden lotus floating in the void beside her. The golden lotus shimmered like ruby and jade, emanating an otherworldly divine aura. Wait! Gu Yue Na's pupils constricted. Upon closer inspection, she felt the lotus mystery and sanctity, filled with boundless vitality. Accompanied by the strong beating of a heart within, she had never witnessed such an extraordinary sight. What kind of treasure is this? Gu Yue Na's eyes flashed with confusion. Voices of dissatisfaction emanated from within the 24-petal golden lotus. Xiao Nana, explain to me what it means to put on a facade and lose yourself. Luo Yu, you're inside? What is this thing? What on earth is happening? Gu Yue Na raised her hand, unconsciously wiping the corners of her eyes, gazing at the lotus in delight, her fingers poking at neither gold nor iron. It was as solid as a fortress, a material she had never encountered before. Take me back to my cave, where I can nurture you well. Once we arrive, I will slowly explain. Luo Yu, currently disinterested in conversation, was bombarded with a series of sounds in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finally transforming into a human. The binding of the goddess system has officially commenced. Ding! System binding successful. Ding! The host can gain divine rewards by increasing the goddess favor through strength. Task objective is now locked in. Chapter 2. Forging the strongest divine body. The soft-boned rabbit in embrace. Task objective locked in. Spirit Hall. Pope Bibi Dong. Successfully conquering Empress Bibi Dong will grant. True the strongest beast martial soul. Current task progress. 0. Luo Yu heard the system's notification in his mind and felt no surprise. He had awaited this day for a long time. In fact, he had known about his system for quite some time, but the system was rather unkind, requiring a human body for binding. At that time, his cultivation had already reached 300,000 years. Even though he coveted the system, he had no opportunity to transform, waiting for this million-year threshold. While other ferocious beasts aspire to transcend and become deities, he looked down upon ascending. Becoming a god in the divine realm would only place one at the bottom of the hierarchy. Moreover, the divine realm discriminated against soul beasts, making it a difficult place to navigate. Therefore, he had long since planned to seize this fortuitous opportunity to transform into a human. This 24-petal sacred golden lotus was a treasure given to him by the system to aid in his transformation, officially named the Tribulation Gold Lotus. Upon reaching 1,000,000 years of cultivation, activating the lotus at the moment of the strongest thunder tribulation would preserve his true spirit, turning the power of the tribulation and his 1,000,000 years of cultivation into nourishment for the lotus. To bring forth the most exquisite physique in this world. While others may be mere mortal beings, he shall forge a true, unparalleled divine form. Such an opportunity has never before graced the realm of Douluo continent. It is difficult to fathom the cultivation talents that would accompany the emergence of such a divine body. To be candid, Luo Yu himself is filled with anticipation. Although the innate gifts of the three-eyed golden lion are remarkable, even after ascending to the divine realm, it is likely to remain a target for oppression. Have we not observed the formidable Gu Yue Na, who, despite her strength, now lies dormant among mortals? The divine body and system are indeed the robust foundations for a traverser's rise to power. Furthermore, it is high time to seize this opportunity to relish the delights of the human world. To converse about love and engage in playful banter with Tang San is not a delightful prospect? After so long in this journey, tirelessly cultivating for the sake of transcending tribulations has become quite exhausting. A glance at the task panel within his consciousness reveals a rather lofty objective: to capture the Supreme High Priestess. TSK, such a feat may seem insurmountable for others. However, for him, the challenge is not as formidable, considering their prior encounters. Speaking of which, what on earth is this true, unrivaled beast martial spirit? Could it possibly be more impressive than the blue lightning tyrant dragon? It must be a divine-level martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be rather unimpressive, muses Luo Yu. In the Stardo Great Forest, beneath the lakes in the central region lies a hidden realm. This is Gu Yue Na's sanctuary. The decor is rather simple, featuring a grand jade bed, accompanied by a round table carved from emerald and agate. At the heart of the room is a square pool, its waters shrouded in ethereal mist, suffused with the essence of heaven and earth. The 24th grade golden lotus crafted by Luo Yu was placed within, absorbing the nurturing essence of the spiritual liquid. You truly benefit from this, as these precious elixirs are treasures of mine. Now, perhaps you could elucidate the situation for me. Gu Yue Na sat beside, resting her elbows on the table, cradling her chin in her hands, her violet eyes glimmering with curiosity. Luo Yu succinctly explained, having no intention of divulging matters concerning the system. Uninterested in ascension, she opted for transformation and rebirth. And this golden lotus is the precious artifact that can aid in her metamorphosis. Gu Yue Na approached, "Are you foolish? You could clearly succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Why provoke the calamity clouds in such a reckless manner?" Luo Yu remained silent. "Do you not understand? If you succeed in transcending the tribulation, you will emerge victorious and ascend to divinity." Gu Yue Na lamented with a heart full of sorrow, wearing an expression of exasperation as if she were a teacher disappointed in her student. "What is so great about becoming a deity?" Luo Yu replied in a deep voice. "Ascending to divinity grants you the ability to soar to the divine realm. You will possess an everlasting lifespan." Gu Yue Na held up her delicate fingers, enumerating the benefits with fervor, her teeth gritted in a manner that was utterly adorable, reminiscent of a finely crafted porcelain doll. "Yes, the divine realm has everything. Yet it lacks you." A gentle voice echoed in the boudoir. Gu Yue Na stood there, momentarily stunned, her violet eyes shimmering with countless emotions. What did you just say?" The girl's voice trembled slightly. "It's nothing." Gu Yue Na's expression grew complex, a flicker of tenderness crossing her face, but it was quickly concealed. "Then why? In your right mind, would you seek to provoke the tribulation clouds to court death?" Luo Yu retorted, "Tell me, when I obliterate it, will you feel joy?" The emotions that Gu Yue Na had just managed to suppress began to surge uncontrollably, her heart fluttering, her delicate frame quivering, her enchanting eyes shimmering with waves of emotion. Unable to maintain her usual composure and aloofness. "A million years of cultivation destroyed in an instant. I ask you, was it worth it? Why do you not inquire if I have regrets? Do you regret it?" Gu Yue Na instinctively questioned, her demeanor no longer that of the Dragon King's tranquility. No regrets. In that fleeting moment, the tranquility within Gu Yue Na was utterly shattered, just as she was about to speak. "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted from within Jean Lien. Luo Yu's voice ringing out joyfully. "What are you laughing at?" The ambience disrupted, Gu Yue Na furrowed her beautiful brows, tucking her disheveled silver hair behind her ears. "Silly girl, I was merely teasing you. My transformation has a purpose." "Oh, so you were playing with me." Gu Yue Na's eyes seemed ready to ignite with flames. Luo Yu jestingly remarked, "Tell me, did you just momentarily feel as if you had fallen in love with me?" "Ha, Gu Yue Na, am ignorant of the intricacies of human affection. To love another is utterly implausible in this lifetime." "Well, that is a relief. I genuinely fear that should you fall for me, if I were to develop an affection for another maiden, you might very well cleave me in two with an axe." Luo Yu expressed with a sense of gratitude. "Do not delude yourself. How could this queen ever harbor feelings for you? Indeed, I am unworthy of your esteem." Gu Yue Na retorted, her lips forming the word scoundrel in a silent accusation. Ultimately, her disdain culminated in a cold huff, seemingly dismissive. Yet a different glimmer of emotion flickered deep within her eyes. Luo Yu let out a quiet sigh, realizing that his destiny was to pursue the girls of Douluo. While he held an affection for them, the domineering nature of Gu Yue Na posed a challenge, should they embark on a relationship. Any hint of his flirtations with other women could lead to dire consequences. "Forgive me, dear Na, yet I pledge to you, the day I ascend to divinity, I shall champion your spirit beast clan, storming the divine realm to seek justice." Luo Yu vowed silently. Unbeknownst to him, the dragon clan harbored no concept of monogamy. 3 days later, the spiritual liquid in the pool had entirely vanished, and the 24-petal golden lotus spun rapidly, radiating beams of golden light, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding 100 miles. With a thunderous explosion, the golden light burst forth, and the room was filled with a rich and fragrant aroma. Gu Yue Na gazed intently, nearly entranced. From within the blossoming golden lotus emerged an ethereal youth, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age, strikingly handsome. With elegantly arched brows, delicate lips, and a pair of captivating, deep black eyes that exuded a wild allure. Most striking was his flawless physique, a perfect golden ratio, with every gesture radiating a unique charm that could make any maiden's heart flutter. Compared to his stunning visage, Luo Yu quickly sensed the perfection of this body. All 9 orifices were open, the 8 extraordinary meridians unobstructed, and strands of golden light shimmered throughout his veins. It was noteworthy that Tang San, after over a decade of cultivating the Shintian skill, and with the aid of celestial herbs, had only just managed to unlock the extraordinary meridians. Luo Yu's body was nothing short of a prodigy. Hey, wake up. Luo Yu waved his hand in front of Gu Yue Na. Huh? Gu Yue Na snapped back to reality, instinctively throwing a punch. You pervert. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Ouch. Ancestor, be gentle. I haven't finished my cultivation. Luo Yu was instantly sent sprawling, his saliva splattering across Gu Yue Na's fair face, and he crashed into the wall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Yue Na noticed that his strength had vastly surpassed the past. Her casual strike, while formidable to an ordinary person, was now alarming. Luo Yu, don't die on me, she exclaimed in a panic. Cough, I'm still alive. If you hit me again, I might be done for. Luo Yu coughed, clutching his chest. Huh? Gu Yue Na stared, her gaze drawn to his sculpted chest, reaching out to touch it. What are you doing, Gu Yue Na? Playing in a secret chamber? Do you have ulterior motives? Luo Yu panicked. Your body has issues. You have issues. Your physique is almost too perfect, she remarked, unable to resist touching it. Of course, otherwise, I would have been obliterated by your punch just now. Luo Yu swatted her hand away. You had better behave, provoke me, and I might commit a crime. Gu Yue Na cast a sidelong glance, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away, covering her face with her hands. Luo Yu was rendered speechless. Was this foolish girl simply slow to react, or was she seeking excuses to take advantage of herself? However, at this moment, he found himself without a garment to wear. Suddenly, the 24 golden lotus petals from the water pool ascended, adhering to Luo Yu's form. What was happening? Following the dazzling golden light, the lotus petals vanished without a trace. Luo Yu's ebony hair was elegantly secured by a gilded crown, while he donned a striking indigo ensemble that accentuated his physique. Delicate jade ribbons adorned his waist, and he stepped confidently in cloud-like, purple gold boots, enhancing his already captivating presence. Gu Yue Na had discreetly turned away. Her fingers slightly parted to reveal her violet eyes, captivated by the sight. Luo Yu, what do you see? He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You are somewhat handsome, she replied, playfully pinching her pinky. Perhaps just a tad, she mused sincerely. With such a physique, you must be the unparalleled divine body of Douluo continent, unmatched by any. Your appearance, to be candid, possesses an inexplicable, extraordinary charm. It's like a poison to women. If you were to venture out into the world, I cannot fathom how many women would be ensnared by your allure. Luo Yu shook his head in disbelief, imploring, please, wake up. It was merely a brief comment. There's no need for such exaggeration. Gu Yue Na maintained a stern expression, asserting, I am not jesting. Your physique is indeed rather peculiar. Luo Yu retorted. You speak with conviction, as if you have personal experience. Step aside, or I shall be forced to retaliate. Gu Yue Na flashed her pearly whites, brandishing her fist in a show of defiance. Be serious. Gu Yue Na expressed her own frustration, acknowledging that she often adopted a regal, aloof demeanor with others, yet found herself unconsciously softening in Luo Yu's presence. Nana, I am preparing to venture forth. You intend to leave? Gu Yue Na's expression remained composed, yet a flicker of concern danced in her eyes. Indeed. Where do you plan to go? My first destination is the spirit hall. And what follows? Gu Yue Na inquired. Luo Yu shook his head, uncertain of his thoughts. It was highly probable that the target lay within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. He sensed that the system's primary objective was Bibi Dong, while the secondary target remained ambiguous. Future goals might very well converge upon Shrek Academy, as he calculated that the present moment coincided with the nascent stage of Tang San's development in Douluo. Then you may depart, he said. Are you not going to keep me here? Luo Yu arched an eyebrow, taken aback. If you wish to leave, can I truly detain you? Gu Yue Na replied with a light scoff. Hurry along, so I may focus on my recovery. The strike from the Shura god was excessively formidable. I cannot mend myself in a short span. Luo Yu nodded and proceeded towards the door. Gu Yue Na maintained her composure, yet her tightly clenched hands betrayed her. Just as he approached the entrance, Luo Yu halted his steps. Without turning back, he spoke softly, Na, worry not. Whoever dares to bully you shall face my wrath. The one who struck you down, I shall take his very life. Gu Yue Na pouted and retorted, you boastful man, do you even know who has harmed me? That individual is a paragon of the divine realm, a being of unparalleled caliber. Not only you, but even at my peak, I would be unable to contend with him. Perhaps only the dragon god could rival him. You need not seek vengeance for me. I only wish for your well-being, she concluded, her voice softening. and her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Luo Yu pushed open the door and stepped outside. The laughter of a man resonated from beyond the threshold, imbued with a hint of arrogance, alongside an air of irreverence and rudeness. Xiao Nana, stop speaking in riddles and be honest. Isn't it just the Shura King of the Divine Realm Committee? Whoever bullies me, regardless of their divine status, I shall vanquish them as effortlessly as I would shatter a thunderstorm. Gu Yue Na's delicate form trembled, a warm wave surged within her heart, stirring a blend of profound emotion and countless uncertainties. He, too, was not a being of the divine realm. So how could he possess knowledge of the Divine Realm Committee? How could he dare to mention the Shura God and speak of slaying him? After all, that was a title held by a divine king. A chill of bloodlust gripped Gu Yue Na as she recalled the sharpness of her sword, sensing the lingering injuries within her body. Her complexion paled, and waves of helplessness and trepidation surged within her. It was only when she remembered Luo Yu's parting words that an inexplicable sense of trust blossomed in her heart, warming her spirit. He had already departed. She murmured softly into the air, eventually revealing a faint smile, foolishly declaring, "You insufferable man, I shall await your return." As Luo Yu stepped out of the core zone, he was intercepted by an enchanting young woman. Adorned in a pink ensemble, she possessed delicate brows and captivating eyes. Her skin as translucent as jade, radiating an ethereal beauty that seemed to outshine the snowy surroundings of the forest, exuding a mesmerizing allure. Upon noticing Luo Yu, her eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude. She bowed slightly, her alluring figure causing a stir in his heart, almost leading him to falter in his resolve. "Greetings to my benefactor. What brings you here?" Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. The young woman replied respectfully, "My lord has conveyed a message, mentioning your revival, and has entrusted me to escort you to the human realm." "There's no need for such trouble." Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to care for my benefactor. Had you not lent me your assistance back then, I fear I would have perished in the hunting grounds of the martial soul hall. For so many years, I have yearned for an opportunity to repay your kindness, and I hope you will grant me this chance." With her long eyelashes fluttering, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her feminine charm was undeniable. "I truly do not require a bodyguard." Luo Yu reiterated his refusal. With a sigh, she continued, "Benefactor, my daughter, Xiao Wu, has been in the human realm for quite some time now, and as a mother, I cannot help but worry. It would be just right for me to accompany you and see for myself. Having such a stunning beauty as you by my side might only attract unnecessary trouble." The young woman shook her head repeatedly, her form shimmering with a soft pink glow, transforming into a miniature, adorable pink rabbit adorned with lovely patterns on its ears, which then leaped into Luo Yu's embrace. "Benefactor, I usually exist in the guise of your pet. Surely this will not burden you. I can also provide protection. It's a win-win situation." As Luo Yu basked in the warmth enveloping him, the soft voice resonated in his ears, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. What a peculiar situation, twofold indeed. Here was a woman, a married one at that, seemingly oblivious to the propriety of her actions. This woman had nestled herself in a man's embrace, exuding a sense of satisfaction, as if the spirit beasts were utterly unfazed by such antics. Her behavior left him in a quandary. Could it be that she intended to share his bed as well? "Oh, benefactor, why not regard me merely as an ordinary, delicate-boned charm rabbit? Was this truly a matter to be taken lightly?" The image of her long, graceful legs and alluring figure flashed through his mind, leaving Luo Yu at a loss, feeling rather strange and ill at ease. Ultimately, unable to resist her earnestness, he found himself reluctantly accepting this clingy, affectionate creature, this enchanting rabbit of soft bones. Luo Yu set forth on his journey. Along the way, a question flickered through his mind. The enchanting soft-boned rabbit, was it truly enchanting? And were its bones genuinely supple? Driven by a spirit of scientific inquiry, Luo Yu instinctively reached out to touch the delicate pink fur of the rabbit. Ah, how delightful it was. The sensation was unparalleled. He was utterly enamored. What malice could possibly reside in Luo Yu's heart? He genuinely regards the rabbit as merely a rabbit, akin to the way one might pet a cat. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that the delicate, enchanting rabbit remains silent, its rosy eyes nearly brimming with tears. After a while, they finally arrived at the spirit hall. Luo Yu gazed upon the resplendent and majestic palace nestled within the towering city walls, a gentle chuckle escaping his lips, pondering whether that woman still remembered him. Chapter 3. A stunning appearance causes a stir. Hu Liena initiates conversation. Wuhun City, the most prosperous metropolis in the Douluo continent, serves as the stronghold of the continent's foremost power. the Wuhun Temple. As residents traversed the streets, their eyes brimmed with reverence and devotion upon beholding the grand edifices at the city's heart. Yet, amidst the throngs of people, one youthful figure stood in stark contrast. His ethereal demeanor was simply otherworldly. With a face as exquisite as a celestial being and eyes deep as the stars, he captivated all who beheld him. Regardless of gender or age, the crowd found their attention irresistibly drawn to the young man's charm. My, what an extraordinary presence! Surely he must be the scion of some illustrious family, one remarked. Indeed, with such beauty and grace, he likely surpasses even the heirs of the 7 great sects. Another added, keep your voice down, you wouldn't want to attract his attention. The sons of noble families are not subjects for our idle chatter, a man cautioned, casting a glance at Luo Yu, who was the object of both admiration and envy. Among the onlookers, a youthful maiden tugged at her friend's sleeve, her voice a hushed urgency. You must turn and look over there. There's a remarkably handsome young man. Her friend, unfazed, teased, you silly girl. You can't help but fawn over any man you see on the street. Have some decorum. This place is filled with rough men. Where would a handsome fellow come from? Yet, the pure-hearted maiden remained entranced by Luo Yu, her lips parting in awe. But he truly is stunning. My heart races. Goodness, your expression is quite exaggerated. Her friend chided playfully. You've become infatuated, haven't you? As the banter continued, her friend followed the girl's gaze, her casual demeanor suddenly tightening, her lips parting in astonishment. Upon sensing the sudden silence beside her, the girl turned to her companion, her expression one of disdain. Huh? You called me infatuated? Please. Put away that love-struck expression of yours. I did not. I didn't. Her friend protested vehemently, though her gaze remained fixated on the young man. The girl smirked. Oh. How the tables have turned. In public, gazing at him. And you're nearly drooling? How embarrassing. Her friend scoffed playfully. You little rascal, don't speak so recklessly. It seems your composure has slipped, and you've fallen into your own fantasies about him. Their whispered quarrel left the nearby young women blushing, internally chastising the duo for their lack of restraint. As they observed Luo Yu, their cheeks flushed, sensing that his allure was not merely in his handsomeness, but also in an inexplicable charm that sparked the desire to delve deeper into his persona. Hey, handsome young man, is this your first visit to Wuhun City? As Luo Yu was making his way towards the papal hall, he was suddenly obstructed by a young maiden. The girl before him, clad in an opulent golden gown, possessed a devilishly enchanting figure, with alluring curves that captivated the eye. Her long, slender legs were both delicate and rounded, while her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being, exuding an aura that was simultaneously pure and beguiling. Her pink eyes appeared to ensnare the very soul. Countless men in the vicinity were furtively observing her, secretly salivating yet filled with trepidation, reluctant to approach her. Luo Yu's large hand caressed the soft fur at the nape of the alluring rabbit's neck, his gaze sweeping over the girl blocking his path. With her golden, neatly cropped hair and fair, long legs, she undeniably exuded both beauty and confidence, a true goddess in the eyes of many, as evidenced by the hungry stares of the surrounding onlookers. Yet, what concern was it of his? He lifted his gaze and inquired, Do you require something? Hu Liena's smile faltered. As the saintess of the spirit hall with unparalleled talent, she had never initiated conversation with a man. Today, while out for leisure, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Luo Yu. Logically, she should have dismissed such an attraction. After all, the spirit hall was replete with handsome men, and she had countless admirers. However, in comparison to this stranger, they seemed utterly lacking, prompting her to unconsciously take a step forward to engage him. Initially, Hu Liena was confident in her ability to strike up a conversation. Setting aside her prowess, her beauty alone could easily overshadow those frivolous admirers. Surely, she was not exaggerating in claiming the title of the most beautiful woman in the spirit hall, second only to her teacher. When a fair maiden takes the initiative, one would expect a warm reception from any man. To her astonishment, however, Hu Liena was met with a cold demeanor. Why was this man so aloof? She instinctively touched her smooth face, ensuring there was no blemish marring her appearance. Observing the woman before him remaining silent, Luo Yu shifted his feet to bypass her. Hey, stop right there. Hu Liena called out, her slender legs propelling her to pursue him. Is there something you need? Luo Yu frowned, perplexed by her persistence. Hu Liena gasped softly, her beautiful eyes momentarily dazed. It was her first experience hearing a man speak to her in such an impatient tone. In the spirit hall, which talented individual did not shower her with concern and attentiveness. Yet, she had never taken the initiative before, Now that she had mustered the courage to approach, she was met with indifference. This man surely lacked an appreciation for charm. She pouted her luscious lips. Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. This young lady. I believe we are not acquainted, are we? He remarked. Hey, you, are you really quite dull? Hu Liena pouted in retort. The men who were secretly observing, upon witnessing the goddess's playful scolding, were left entranced, their hearts fluttering with a delightful ache. Hu Liena felt a pang of disappointment as a striking beauty. She approached him with the intent to engage in conversation. Surely, with just a few exchanged words, a story could unfold between them. Yet, with such a sharp rebuke directed at her, what more could she possibly say? As Luo Yu's gaze subtly shifted, he confronted the young woman who had inexplicably obstructed his path. While he found her interruption tolerable, her choice of words compelled him to engage in a serious discussion. Observing Luo Yu's keen eyes, Hu Liena pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling utterly wronged. This was her first attempt to break the ice, and it had turned out so lamentably. She glared at Luo Yu, her heart aching with indignation. All she desired was a simple introduction. Yet his lack of sensitivity felt particularly oppressive. You insufferable man, I detest you. Hu Liena exclaimed, stamping her foot as her soul aura flared to life. Adorable. Plush hair sprouted atop her head, and a delicate, pink foxtail appeared behind her. She glared at Luo Yu, brandishing her fists in a display of defiance. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Surely, this woman possesses the prowess of the soul sect, they murmured. This man is doomed. After all, she is the saintess of the spirit hall, far beyond his reach. I have never witnessed the saintess of the spirit hall stumble like this. This fellow is remarkable. But what good is that? If he incites the saintess's wrath, he may find himself in dire straits. Why must he feign aloofness? If such a stunning goddess approached me, I would be inclined to prostrate myself in admiration. This fellow's pretentiousness has surely invited his own downfall. A man, not lacking in attractiveness himself, glared at Luo Yu with palpable envy, his heart ablaze with jealousy. Why is it that no woman pays me any heed? This lad, with merely a touch of handsomeness and a hint of charm, seems to garner far more admiration than I. As the tension heightened, Luo Yu remained unfazed, his expression tranquil amidst the astonished onlookers. His deep-set eyes reflected a calmness akin to an undisturbed well as he cradled the soft-boned rabbit, unwaveringly gazing back at Hu Liena. Her eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you afraid of me? Luo Yu cast a curious glance at her and asked, Why are you afraid? Hu Liena's expression shifted dramatically. She had never been so severely underestimated in her life. Feeling both wronged and increasingly indignant, she exclaimed, You, sir, are truly outrageous. Suddenly, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, ascended from Hu Liena's form. Even the onlookers, merely experiencing the residual energy, found it difficult to breathe, their eyes bulging in discomfort. Chapter 4. The Empress is my fiancée, as long as my benefactor is pleased. The atmosphere was terrifying, overwhelmingly so. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested. Such power at such a young age was nothing short of chilling. The young man opposite her was clearly doomed. What use is good looks when strength is what truly matters? The earlier envious man once again voiced his thoughts. Whispering with malicious glee, handsome faces are only meant for pretty boys. When it comes to strength, he has nothing. At that moment, everyone believed that the force of those 4 soul rings would surely subdue Luo Yu. After all, he appeared quite youthful, lacking any semblance of strength. And even Hu Liena shared this belief. Her beautiful eyes flickered with doubt, questioning whether she had been too harsh. For none of the younger generation from the Spirit Hall could rival her cultivation, and this fellow was even less likely to do so. Hu Liena contemplated retracting some of her power. Her intention was merely to intimidate him, not to inflict harm. Yet, the next moment left her astounded. The man before her remained entirely unscathed, a faint smile lingering on his face. 4-ringed soul master, with a demon fox spirit, you must be Hu Liena? As Luo Yu stood there, unaffected, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This was far from the narrative they had envisioned. How could this man remain unscathed under the pressure of a 4-ringed soul master? What level of cultivation did he possess? With such striking looks and an aura of composure, could his strength truly be as formidable? Some in the crowd murmured in disbelief. This fellow cannot be bluffing. A 4-ringed soul master is the pinnacle achievable by his generation. I refuse to believe anyone of his age could withstand such power. At that moment, all spectators were left dumbfounded, their faces painted with incredulity. their minds swirling with questions. Why was this young man able to maintain his composure in the face of Hu Liena's overwhelming talent and unleashed spirit power? It was utterly unfathomable. Yet, the evidence lay plain before them, leaving no room for doubt. The man's mystery and strength resonated within each observer's heart. Hu Liena, too, found herself momentarily bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded the man. How could he withstand her pressure? Few possessed such strength and audacity. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Liena inquired, "Who are you, and how do you know my background?" Luo Yu smiled softly, dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand. "It's nothing. I merely heard of you in the past, and besides, people around are discussing you." "Then how come I have never heard of you?" Hu Liena pondered deeply, struggling to recall any impression of this extraordinary man. Surely, if she had encountered someone so remarkable, she would not have forgotten him. Luo Yu shook his head and remarked, "You should retract your martial spirit. It exudes no aura of menace whatsoever, not even enough to startle the rabbit in my arms." Humph. Hu Liena, caught off guard, felt a flush rise to her cheeks and retorted, "Do not underestimate me. As a four-ringed soul master, I assure you, I am more than capable of intimidating a mere rabbit." How absurd. Luo Yu's gaze turned peculiar, and he hesitated before responding. "To speak the truth may indeed terrify you. The rabbit I hold is likely capable of besting you tenfold." Giggling, Hu Liena could not contain her amusement and playfully scoffed, "Your boasting lacks even a hint of credibility. Just ask those around us who would believe such nonsense." Luo Yu gently caressed the rabbit's fur. "The disbelief of others does not negate the truth of the matter." Hu Liena shook her head repeatedly. "That being said, you possess a keen insight and your strength is shrouded in mystery. Truly remarkable. I wonder what kind of martial soul you possess." Luo Yu pondered for a moment and replied honestly, "My martial soul has yet to awaken, and my soul power is non-existent." Hu Liena pouted, "That's outrageous. You scoundrel, are you trying to deceive me here? How could someone with no cultivation possibly withstand my aura?" "Absolutely impossible. You are far too disingenuous." Luo Yu was rendered speechless. "What I speak is the truth. Why do you refuse to believe me?" Hu Liena surveyed him from head to toe, ultimately raising her chin with a haughty demeanor. "In my opinion, your ability to remain unfazed under my imposing presence suggests that you possess at least a cultivation level of 30, perhaps even comparable to my own. My judgment is infallible. As for your claim of not having awakened your martial soul, I would rather die than believe that." Luo Yu rolled his eyes, expressing his disappointment. "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I have yet to awaken." Hu Liena, infuriated, stamped her feet. "Isn't it customary in Douluo continent to awaken one's martial soul by the age of 6? You must be at least 12 now. What if my latent potential is simply yet to manifest?" Luo Yu shrugged, dismissing her disbelief. "How about a wager? What if I speak nothing but the truth?" Hu Liena, brimming with confidence, retorted, "If you truly have not awakened your martial soul, I shall address you as father whenever we meet from now on." Luo Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head and earnestly stating, "However, I have no desire to accept you as my daughter." Hu Liena erupted in fury, the little fairy consumed by rage, her first soul skill igniting with a blinding radiance. It was over, truly over. This young man was courting his own demise, and no one could save him. A self-destructive fool, believing that his handsome visage granted him the liberty to speak so freely to the saintess. He was doomed. The man, whose jealousy had been simmering, now exuded a sinister grin, initially feeling a twinge of disappointment when he thought the confrontation would not occur. His disdain for Luo Yu only deepened, envious of the attention he garnered. In a flash, the soul light surged forth, and Hu Liena made her move. The onlookers seemed to foresee the imminent moment when Luo Yu would be left battered and bruised. Some were anxious, while others were exhilarated. Boom. Luo Yu stood there, unperturbed, his eyes unwavering. Meanwhile, the man who had been whispering mockeries in the shadows was sent flying by a kick from a pair of exquisite legs. He scraped along the ground, his garments tattered, propelled far away, his face a portrait of disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth. "Why are you hitting me?" he exclaimed. Confusion etched across his features, the wicked grin from moments before still frozen on his face. The onlookers were equally perplexed, and Luo Yu cast a curious glance in their direction. As Hu Liena descended gracefully to the ground, she slowly retracted her long, elegant legs, deftly arranging her lustrous golden hair with her delicate hands. Her swan-like neck gleamed white, and her pink eyes flashed with an air of aloofness, disdainfully regarding the man who had been struck down. I have heard your incessant muttering from the sidelines. Do you truly believe no one can hear you? Let me advise you to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. She boldly pointed at Luo Yu. This fellow may be a touch abrasive in his speech, but he possesses a commendable demeanor and speaks candidly without being vulgar, qualities I admire. As for you, you envious, spiteful wretch, what right do you have to prattle on? It is utterly nauseating and contemptible. Her lofty, authoritative tone echoed, as if in the presence of others. Hu Liena resumed her lofty, saintly demeanor, impervious to any affront, decisive and merciless. The man on the ground was rendered speechless, too terrified to meet Hu Liena's gaze, and he scuttled away in disgrace, not daring to utter another word. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. This woman certainly possessed a distinct character. As for the man who had distanced himself, he had long been aware of the discussions surrounding him. However, he deemed them beneath his notice, for trash is ultimately trash, and there was no need to pay it any heed. Yet, he had not anticipated that this woman would take action, which intrigued him somewhat. Everyone disperse. Hu Liena cast a cold glance around, causing the crowd to tremble and scatter like startled birds. Within a few breaths, they had fled, leaving only Luo Yu and the two of them behind. Hu Liena retracted her martial spirit and approached Luo Yu, saying, "You, my friend, have been conversing for quite some time without uttering a single word of truth." Luo Yu curled her lips in disdain. "I truly possess no martial spirit. Do you not believe me? If you have the capability, allow me to test it. If you genuinely lack a martial spirit, I shall directly call you father, and I shall guarantee this as the saintess of the martial spirit hall. But never mind. I am still young and have no desire to assume such a role. You are nothing but a great deceiver. You may claim it to be true, but today, I refuse to take on this paternal title. Oh dear." Hu Liena thought of clawing the man before her to pieces. "How about we become friends? I find you rather intriguing, somewhat mysterious." A glimmer sparkled in Hu Liena's eyes. Luo Yu smiled amicably, saying, "There is no need for that. Fate will surely bring us together again." Hu Liena scoffed. "You, my friend, speak sweetly, yet it is evident you are subtly rejecting me. What talk of fate? I have long secluded myself within the spirit hall, rarely emerging. You may never have the chance to encounter me again." "We shall certainly meet again," Luo Yu asserted confidently. Hu Liena shook her head. "Impossible. Meeting me is not as simple as you might think." "Is that so?" Luo Yu replied, intrigued. "What could you possibly understand? The holy maiden of the spirit hall can only be seen when she desires." Hu Liena pouted in frustration, her heart stirred by a hint of melancholy. This man simply did not comprehend that she was a prodigy, meticulously nurtured by the spirit hall, and it was no easy feat for her to venture outside. Even if this man were a genius from another faction, he would have no standing to seek her out within the hall. Moreover, the spirit hall would never permit its holy maiden to interact with a man, making a reunion exceedingly unlikely. Luo Yu languidly remarked, "Your Majesty, I can meet you at any time. Why is it that the saintess cannot?" Upon hearing this, Hu Liena was taken aback, cautiously glancing around with trepidation, and exclaimed, "You fool, have you lost your mind? Are you courting death? How dare you show such disrespect to the Empress in Spirit City?" Luo Yu smiled and shook her head. Hu Liena, infuriated, tossed her hands and departed, only to find that no pleas for her to stay followed her. She stamped her foot and could not help but turn back to inquire, "Hey, what brings you to Spirit City?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to ask a woman who once claimed she would marry me whether her words still hold any weight." As Luo Yu spoke, a captivating figure from the past emerged in his mind. The once lost and helpless young girl had surely transformed into an empress ruling with grace and power today. What? Hu Liena's eyes widened in astonishment, an inexplicable jealousy stirring within her. Who was that woman? There was no need to mention it. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Hu Liena pouted defiantly and declared, "You dare to speak of it. I will certainly believe you." A playful smile danced at the corners of Luo Yu's lips. "Do you truly believe I am the foremost among the spirit hall? The foremost among the spirit hall?" Hu Liena murmured, her delicate form quivering in astonishment. Could it possibly be His Holiness the Pope, Master Bibi Dong? She raised her gaze to meet Luo Yu's, her eyes reflecting a mixture of incredulity and disdain. "Are you courting death with such words? How dare you utter that? If anyone else were to overhear this, you would likely find yourself imprisoned, subjected to the most grievous of punishments." Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation. "You see, I had already mentioned it before. Even if I tell you, you would not believe me. Pish-posh. Enough of your nonsensical chatter. How dare you show such disrespect to His Holiness the Pope? Are you truly courting disaster? You must refrain from making such reckless statements. Luo Yu shook his head in exasperation, wondering if anyone would believe the truth in these times. Hu Liena spoke with gravity. To be honest, although this is our first meeting, I hold a rather favorable impression of you. Therefore, I advise you to exercise caution. Her Majesty the Empress is a cold and merciless iron-blooded ruler who has never shown any inclination towards men. Even a declaration of affection from a titled Douluo would lead to certain doom. If you continue to speak so freely, you may easily invite peril upon yourself. Luo Yu expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Nonsense. I doubt you are speaking of Bibi Dong. She has always been quite gentle in my presence." How audacious. You truly do not know the peril you are courting. Hu Liena reprimanded him sharply, advising, "From my understanding of our teacher, she would never feign civility towards a man. Do not indulge in such baseless chatter here." Luo Yu replied, "Perhaps you do not understand her well enough. I do not comprehend. Who truly understands?" Hu Liena exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I may possess a deeper understanding of her than you," Luo Yu stated with an air of calmness. "Come now. You dare to speak so boldly without knowing the nature of my relationship with the Empress," Hu Liena remarked, observing the seriousness and confidence in the man's eyes. It struck her as absurd. This man, seemingly youthful, could not possibly know her manner. Furthermore, how could he claim to understand her better than her own disciple? Forget it. I shall no longer attempt to persuade you. Take care of yourself, and I hope you refrain from speaking recklessly. Although your words are often unreliable, nevertheless. Hu Liena chose not to continue, turning away, her heart whispering shyly, "I wish to encounter you again." As she caught sight of Hu Liena's alluring figure, her long, fair legs vanished at the end of the path. A faint smile graced Luo Yu's lips as he gazed up at the nearby papal palace. "We shall meet again soon." His voice drifted with the wind, uncertain whether it was directed at Hu Liena or the exalted and frigid Empress, Bibi Dong. In his embrace, the soft-boned enchanting rabbit, with its watery pink eyes, seemed to soften further under Luo Yu's gentle touch, as if reveling in the sensation of being held. Ao felt a twinge of shyness and anxiety within her. Should she remind her benefactor that the rabbit's ears were a sensitive area and should not be squeezed? Yet, she decided it was best to let her benefactor enjoy the moment. Chapter 5. Treading upon the Soul King. My wife is the Empress, am I not proud? Luo Yu stood before the Soul Palace, gazing at the towering and magnificent architectural complex that shimmered with golden splendor. Bathed in the sunlight, it emanated an aura of sacred grandeur. Outside the palace, a formation of silver-armored knights, wielding sharp lances, stood solemnly, patrolling with an air of dignity and reverence. Luo Yu stepped forward, only to be halted by a knight clad in silver armor. "Halt. This is the sacred ground of the Wuhun Palace. Do you possess a pass?" "I wish to enter the palace." "Is there no way to gain entry without a pass?" Luo Yu inquired. "Indeed, without a pass, entry is prohibited," the knight replied, his impatience evident as he regarded Luo Yu. "What nonsense is this? Do you think anyone can simply wander in here? Be gone." Luo Yu furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. "What, are you angry?" The silver-armored knight scoffed, a glint of arrogance dancing in his eyes. "No matter who you are. If you lack a pass, be gone swiftly, do not linger here." The countenance of Luo Yu grew increasingly somber. "Oh, do you still wish to cause a ruckus? A mere commoner dares to create a disturbance here. One should first assess their own worth." The silver-armored knight spoke with brazen arrogance, emboldened by his position. "Can one enter without a pass?" "Certainly. One merely needs to exhibit a cultivation level above that of a soul king. Beyond that, even if you are a prodigious heir of a grand sect, it would be of no consequence." He, esteemed as a soul king, merely took a glance and discerned that the young man before him possessed no cultivation whatsoever, promptly branding Luo Yu with the label of a pretty boy in his mind. Devoid of any respect, Luo Yu's voice was deep and resonant. "Do you know whom I seek?" The silver-armored knight's arrogant demeanor faltered as he cautiously inquired. "Whom?" "Bibi Dong." "Preposterous. Is the name of Her Majesty the Empress something you can utter?" The silver-armored knight coldly snorted, 5 rings of soul energy swirling around him, exuding a formidable aura that stunned the assembly. The other silver-armored soldiers, noticing the commotion, swiftly encircled them. He sneered, "If you, this pretty boy, were looking for someone else, it might be forgivable. But to seek an audience with the Empress, even a sect leader cannot presume to do so at will. What merit do you possess? Do you think you are worthy?" Faced with the silver-armored knight's scorn and the overwhelming pressure of his soul king cultivation, along with the encroaching soldiers, Luo Yu lowered his gaze towards the gentle-boned charm rabbit, his body slightly trembling. This only incited the silver-armored knight to laugh even more recklessly, addressing his comrades. Brothers, did you see that? I haven't even unleashed my power, and this pretty boy is already quaking in fear. He wishes to meet the Empress. He should take a moment to reflect on himself in the mirror. Is he worthy? Captain, look at this fellow, all slick and shiny, clutching a pink rabbit. He reeks of effeminacy. We should send him packing. Spilling blood here would tarnish the entrance of the spirit hall and mar our image. Their raucous laughter reverberated around them, until a cold voice emerged from the now bowed head of Luo Yu. I must ask, are all the gatekeepers of the spirit hall so devoid of intellect? The silver-armored knight's eyes bulged in disbelief. They had not anticipated that this trembling figure would dare to mock them. How bold of you, shaking in fear, yet still provoking us. You must have mistaken your location. Boom. The crowd surged with excitement, soul rings rising in succession, encircling Luo Yu completely. The leading silver-armored knight, with his 5 rings, stood out as the most ostentatious and arrogant among them. Their eyes glinted with contempt, as though they eagerly anticipated the spectacle of the unremarkable Luo Yu being utterly crushed. Yet, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. As dozens of soul masters unleashed their soul rings in a crushing wave, Luo Yu stood resolute, the trembling in his body vanishing. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Surveying the circle around him, he slowly spoke. It has been far too long since anyone has ridiculed me, and I lost control of my emotions for a moment, trembling in anger. My apologies. It seems this led to a misunderstanding. With that devilish smile and the bizarre turn of events, the raucous laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased, as if someone had suddenly gripped their throats. They stared at Luo Yu in disbelief. Isn't he supposed to be devoid of cultivation? He is so young. Surely he cannot possess a higher cultivation than us. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is merely an attractive commoner. Those present were not fools. They had assumed Luo Yu lacked any cultivation. Moreover, the Empress had always despised men and would never entertain a male visitor. It was upon these 2 assumptions that they had dared to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Luo Yu still radiated no aura of cultivation. Yet the smile upon his face instilled a simultaneous chill of fear among the encircling silver-armored knights. Luo Yu's profound black eyes swept across the surroundings, settling upon the Soul King of the 5 Rings. His voice, though unremarkable, resonated with an authority reminiscent of a judge from the underworld, instilling an involuntary shiver in those present. May I pose you a question? The 5 Rings Soul King, visibly anxious, instinctively took a step back, acutely aware of the impending threat. You are exceedingly arrogant. Does your mother know? The words reverberated ominously, causing the Soul King's eyes to redden with fury. His fists clenched tightly. Your arrogance is insufferable. Perhaps I misjudged you earlier, but regardless of your identity, you possess no right to flaunt your power before the spirit hall. He turned abruptly, calling out urgently, Brothers, regardless of his background, we have already provoked him. I am certain this fellow lacks any cultivation. Let us unite and eliminate him once and for all, sparing ourselves future retribution from his potential allies. Should any issues arise from above, we shall present a unified account, asserting that he initiated the provocation and we merely acted in self-defense. After all, there are no witnesses here. We dictate the narrative, and his backing will hardly wish to offend the spirit hall. Initially, the crowd trembled under Luo Yu's gaze, but spurred by his incitement, determination and a murderous intent began to flicker in their eyes as they advanced menacingly. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, You truly are a remarkable individual. You have even managed to amuse me. He beckoned with his finger. You guessed correctly. I possess no cultivation. Come swiftly and end my life. Ha! A mere blusterer. Even in the face of impending doom, he dares to boast. Brothers, we cannot delay. Let us act swiftly. The 5 Ring Soul King launched the first offensive, summoning the shadow of a fierce tiger, accompanied by an array of soul lights that surged forth in an attack. A tempest of energy converged upon Luo Yu, threatening to tear him asunder. A band of fools. As the lethal intent approached, Luo Yu remained unperturbed, playfully pinching the adorable ears of the soft-boned enchanting rabbit. Swish. A radiant pink light enveloped the heavens and the earth, rendering the combined assault of the silver-armored knights null and void. All energy storms were effortlessly dispelled, leaving behind only the astonished and terrified faces of the knights, frozen in place. What transpired? What just happened? Why can I not move? What sorcery has this fellow invoked? Panicked exclamations erupted, replacing their prior arrogance. Each silver-armored knight found themselves immobilized, their eyes betraying a plea for mercy. Facing the terrified silver-armored knights, Luo Yu slowly shook his head. You individuals are either haughty in triumph or submissive in defeat. Since you refuse to conduct yourselves as decent beings, then kneel and serve as dogs. Thud. The overwhelming pink light descended like a mountain, and a series of sounds echoed as the silver-armored knights collapsed to their knees, their armor shattering against the ground. This group of silver-armored knights was utterly paralyzed by fear, begging for mercy. Only the five-ring Soul King, in a voice laced with terror yet tinged with menace, proclaimed, even when beating a dog, one must regard its master. Regardless of our wrongs, should you slay us, it would tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall. And the Spirit Hall shall not let this matter rest lightly. Moreover, my uncle is the 8-ring Soul Douluo, the Platinum Bishop. Should you harm me, my uncle will not let you go unpunished. Luo Yu approached the Soul King of the 5 rings, baring his teeth in a benevolent smile. Your uncle is the Contra, isn't he? Indeed. If you know what is good for you, release me at once. Slap. Luo Yu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending several teeth soaring into the sky, while the Soul King's face quickly became flushed and swollen. How dare you? The Soul King exclaimed, his mouth now gaping open, as if he were unaware of the formidable prowess of the Soul Douluo. My uncle happens to be the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. With another swift motion, Luo Yu struck him again, silencing his words with yet another slap. Luo Yu gazed at the swollen side of his face, nodding in satisfaction. Symmetry is indeed aesthetically pleasing. My uncle, the Soul King, remained in turmoil, his face a mask of indignation. The leaders of the 4 lesser sects among the 7 great sects were merely at the level of Soul Douluo. With such backing, he had little to fear. Yet, what was the origin of this individual? Silence. Bang. Luo Yu raised his leg and swept it across, forcefully pinning him beneath his foot. He leaned down, staring coldly into the Soul King's eyes, and said, Are you the Soul Douluo, a figure of great renown? My esteemed wife is none other than the Empress herself. Do you see any pride in my demeanor? The Soul King, his face smeared with blood, glared with a venomous gaze and retorted, You dare to insult the Empress? Regardless of your origins, you are doomed. I sensed that my uncle was approaching. Luo Yu raised his gaze towards the direction of the papal palace, where several streaks of light raced towards him, and he let out a soft chuckle. Let us wait and see if your uncle can protect you. Will it be your demise or his? Chapter 6. To insult the Empress, this young man is doomed. Several beams of light swiftly descended from the Spirit Hall. 4 figures materialized, all manifesting avian spirit forms. At the forefront stood an elderly figure, adorned in luxurious garments, with a pair of dragon wings as his spirit manifestation. His countenance bore an air of haughty disdain, and his narrow eyes glimmered with a cunning emerald light. This was none other than the Platinum Bishop Palace, an 85th-ranked Spirit Douluo, as mentioned by the silver-armored Soul King. His expression darkened as he surveyed the surroundings, taking in the sight of the kneeling silver-armored knights and his nephew sprawled on the ground, having been struck down by Luo Yu. Fueled by rage, he was poised to unleash his wrath, yet upon noticing Luo Yu's extraordinary demeanor and appearance, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. He swiftly reined in his fury, presenting an outward calmness that betrayed none of his inner turmoil. Pa, will you not release me? Beneath Luo Yu's feet, the silver-armored Soul King spat out blood from his mouth, urgently proclaiming, Uncle, this brat is utterly arrogant, disrespecting the majesty of our Spirit Hall. Quickly eliminate him. How vexatious. A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Yu's brow as she casually dug at her ear. With a graceful lift of her toes, she delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the silver-armored Soul King, propelling his body into the air like a tattered sack. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, landing squarely at the feet of the Platinum Archbishop Palace. A glimmer of ire flashed in Palace's eyes, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Instead, he cast a brief glance at the pitiful state of his nephew before diverting his gaze back to Luo Yu, offering a courteous bow with a smile. I am curious as to which sect you hail from, dear friend. My nephew has been quite offensive, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Luo Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. This old fellow seemed to possess a certain depth. Just moments ago, his provocative action would have irked anyone. Yet this venerable man managed to suppress his fury, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor while greeting Luo Yu. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With a calm demeanor, Luo Yu replied, I am without a master, a solitary wanderer. As for the events that transpired here, do not inquire of me, but rather of the one beneath your feet. Upon hearing the young man's indifferent and disdainful tone, A shadow of malice flickered in Palace's eyes, yet he refrained from reacting. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. My young friend, you jest. I am well aware of my nephew's capabilities, if you can easily subdue them. You must surely hail from remarkable lineage. Should there be any transgression on my part, I offer my sincerest apologies. Luo Yu chuckled lightly, seemingly realizing that the spirit hall was not entirely comprised of inferior individuals. There were indeed those with discernment. The corner of Paulus's eye twitched unnaturally, his teeth grinding in frustration at the audacity of this young man. Who was he? The platinum pontiff of the spirit hall, wielding authority second only to the elders. Even the leaders of the so-called lower four sects would show him deference. When had he ever been so belittled, especially by a mere youth? Yet, years of caution held him back from recklessly acting out until he fully understood the situation. Get up and clarify the matter, Paulus commanded, channeling his soul power into a massive hand that seized the silver-armored Soul King by the throat. Uncle, why are you hitting me? Hit him instead. This brat lacks a pass and dares to speak disrespectfully to our spirit hall, even slandering Her Majesty the Empress. His crimes warrant death. With a resounding slap, Paulus struck the silver-armored Soul King across the face, coldly stating, enough of this chatter. Apologize to our esteemed guest. The silver-armored Soul King was left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Luo Yu clasped his shoulders, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth, eager to unveil the schemes of this cunning old fox. He had just witnessed the malevolent glint in the other's eyes and doubted they would simply let the matter rest. Apologize, Paulus threatened coldly. The silver-armored knight, filled with confusion yet unwilling to defy, pitifully braced himself, his voice trembling as he bowed deeply to Luo Yu. I beg your pardon, my lord. It was my folly to offend you, and I hope you will overlook my transgressions and grant me leniency. A faint chuckle escaped Luo Yu as he cast a penetrating glance at Paulus. He raised his hand, signaling acquiescence. Very well, let this matter rest. Mind your conduct. Should you provoke my ire again, it shall not be so easily resolved. The silver-armored Soul King clenched his fists in frustration, only to be restrained by Paulus. Paulus stepped forward, a disingenuous smile gracing his lips. I am grateful for your magnanimity, young friend. Since you have come with purpose, please enter the hall for a discussion. I shall have someone guide you. Luo Yu's palm brushed against the soft fur of the gentle bone charm rabbit as he slightly nodded. Paulus's gaze was cold and calculating. What an arrogant young man. For now, I shall allow you to prance about, but once I ascertain your true nature, I will ensure your demise is utterly without reprieve. Two guards led the way, with Luo Yu following closely behind. Paulus, accompanied by the silver-armored Soul King, brought up the rear. Uncle, you are a platinum cardinal. Even if this fellow possesses some background, there is nothing to fear, is there? The silver-armored Soul King whispered, his eyes fixed on Luo Yu's retreating figure. Filled with resentment and hatred, Paulus reprimanded softly, Are you a fool? One must tread cautiously. It would be far more satisfying to toy with him once we fully understand his background. What if he turns out to be a formidable opponent? Ah, I see now. This young man is indeed peculiar. He subdued me without any apparent action, employing some mysterious means. Paulus rubbed his temples. My restraint is precisely due to this uncertainty. The silver-armored Soul King's expression shifted. Does this mean our vengeance cannot be exacted? He gritted his teeth. Uncle, this young man just slandered the Empress, brazenly claiming she is his wife. Paulus's eyelids twitched, his hair standing on end. Is that true? Or are you merely speaking nonsense? The silver-armored Soul King asserted. It is as he said. Everyone present heard him. Paulus's eyes glinted, and he let out a sinister chuckle. Your vendetta can indeed be avenged. This young man dares to insult the Empress. Even if he possesses an extraordinary background, he is doomed today. What if he is a scion of the upper three sects? Could he not escape? The silver-armored Soul King queried anxiously. Foolish nephew, you do not understand. In recent years, the Empress has exhibited an extreme aversion to males. Even our elders, when summoned, must maintain a distance of at least 100 meters and cannot dare to look up. Failure to comply may result in death or injury. It is a taboo. Regardless of his background, this young man has brazenly sullied the Empress's honor before all, even if the heavenly king himself were to intervene. He could not save him. At that moment, I shall only add fuel to the fire, Paulus cackled. Uncle, your strategy is indeed superior. The silver-armored Soul King admired. Young man, take heed and learn. You are still woefully inadequate. Paulus lifted his chin, his visage marked by malice. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the delight and ruthlessness in the other's eyes. revealing a sinister smile. Before the Pope's hall, Pallas clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, speaking warmly. "Young friend, please wait a moment. I shall first enter and inform Her Majesty the Empress." "That is unnecessary." Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. Pallas scrutinized Luo Yu deeply. "If my guess is correct, young friend, you are here on behalf of the Grand Sects to visit the Hall of Martial Souls. Otherwise, you would not exude such confidence. However, you are unaware that Her Majesty the Empress harbors an extreme aversion to men. Even we, the high-ranking officials within the hall, must bow our heads and proceed with caution when meeting her. Allow me to enter first and convey a few kind words on your behalf." Luo Yu fixed his gaze upon Pallas, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "I am grateful for your kind words. May I inquire what message you wish for me to convey?" "You need only to say, 'Luo Yu is here for a visit,'" Pallas replied, hastening towards the Pope's palace, a malicious grin forming within his heart. Once inside, he would speak freely, or so he believed. "By the time you enter the hall, young man, you may find that the chance for words has evaporated, and you will be reduced to mere pulp by the wrath of Her Majesty the Empress." The silver-armored Soul King chuckled silently to himself, amused by the folly of this naive fool, who remained blissfully unaware of the betrayal lurking around him. "Just wait until my uncle arrives to offer you some flattering words," he thought, stifling a laugh. Luo Yu raised her gaze towards the resplendent palace that stood before her, secretly pondering that the captivating beauty of the past had likely blossomed into an even more enchanting visage in the present. Casting a glance at the system panel, she noted that capturing the Empress Bibi Dong would yield the reward of the true beast martial soul of the world. Current task progress, 0. TSK, she mused. What exquisite martial soul might await as a reward? The 9 great dragon kings? The golden sacred dragon? Those would be passable. Yet the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex could be disregarded. She hoped the reward would not be too lackluster, as it ought to be something impressive indeed. Luo Yu's lips curled into a confident and charming smile, as he began to speculate about the rewards and the objectives of the next mission. As for the intentions of the Platinum Bishop and the Silver Knight, the two of them could never possibly fathom that his divine physique was unparalleled. His keen senses had already perceived everything, though he chose to remain indifferent. Instead, he harbored a cold amusement within. Regarding these two jesters, let the performance commence. Chapter 7. The heart's tremors of Bibi Dong and her intense yearning within the resplendent halls of the papal palace. A woman of exquisite beauty reclined against the throne, her alluring snow-white legs elegantly crossed. She was enveloped in a gown of radiant gold, which accentuated her devilishly enchanting figure. Yet, beyond her sensuous form, her visage was breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were a cherished creation of the heavens, embodying grace and charm. An air of noble aloofness emanated from her, exuding the regal essence of a queen, making her seem untouchable. Regrettably, the grand hall was devoid of any audience, leaving no one to appreciate the queen's unparalleled beauty. It was only in solitude that the cold and commanding sovereign revealed her sorrowful vulnerability. Her phoenix-like eyes glimmered with profound longing, as memories of a broad back that had once protected her during her weakest moments flooded her mind. As she reminisced, Bibi Dong's gaze became increasingly dreamy. She had believed that with the passage of time, she would forget the man who had saved her, yet she found herself sinking deeper into her affection, unable to let go. Had it not been for that man, she might have succumbed to a fate of violation. He had rescued her life, offering her hope. The humor and charm he possessed had etched themselves into her memory. "You go. I wonder how you are faring. Donger has waited for you with great longing." Over the years, she had remained obedient to his wishes, allowing no man the opportunity to approach her. None at all. The queen's lips parted gently, her murmurs imbued with an overwhelming sense of yearning and affection, her gaze flowing like water. If others were to discover that the Ice Queen had been pining for a particular man all these years, it would surely incite a great uproar. How many men would be consumed by jealousy? Queen Bibi Dong was, without contention, the foremost goddess of her era. Her unparalleled gifts overshadowed her contemporaries, and her beauty was so captivating that countless titled Douluos revered her as their dream goddess. Yet, despite this, no one dared to pursue her over the years. One reason was their lack of strength, feeling inadequate in her presence. The other was well known. For many years, the queen had consistently rejected men, forbidding any from drawing near. Regardless of one's identity, should anyone dare to approach, the only response would be a curt dismissal. However, even this seemingly unapproachable queen now found herself enveloped in tenderness. She yearned and awaited, devotedly anticipating the return of that man from her past within the papal palace. Even after so many years, she had never relinquished her hope. For he had promised her that once his affairs were concluded, he would surely return. Bibi Dong extended her delicate fingers, caressing her smooth, fair face, and softly murmured, "You go. Do you know? Dong has reached the pinnacle of her beauty. When will you return? I truly miss you terribly." As she concluded, she pouted her red lips and let out a playful huff reminiscent of a young girl. "Oh, you go, if you don't return soon. Dong might not be as beautiful any longer. You mustn't scorn me then." At the last, a hint of shyness colored the queen's alabaster cheeks with a delicate blush. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a faint knock at the door. Bibi Dong's warmth receded, her gaze sharpening, filled with authority and an ominous presence. "Who goes there?" Outside the hall, the Platinum Bishop Palace trembled at the coldness of the queen's voice, fear gripping him to his core as he cautiously announced, "Your Majesty, Platinum Bishop Palace pays his respects." Silence enveloped the grand hall. Just as Palace was about to speak, a commanding voice resonated from within. "Do you seek death? Begone." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Palace inwardly lamented the queen's evident disdain for men. That fool dared to approach the queen. He must be a foolish scion of some great power. Since he was so brazen, the old man would ensure his demise today. Palace lowered his body and reported with trepidation, "Your Majesty, an outsider has come to pay you a visit, claiming to be well acquainted with you." With a thunderous crash, the heavy doors of the hall swung open, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. The queen emerged, adorned with a crown of 9 twists of purple gold, her hand gripping an opulent scepter encrusted with jewels. Radiating an otherworldly beauty, she stood upon the steps, gazing down upon the entrance with an icy demeanor. "Palace, what does this person look like?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed. Fixated on Palace, her voice trembling slightly. Palace's expression grew tense. Could it be that this young man truly knew the queen? He cautiously described. "He is a very young and handsome fellow, possessing an undeniable charm, likely around 12 or 13 years of age." Bibi Dong's countenance darkened instantaneously, her anticipation transforming into fury. "Palace, are you aware of your transgression?" Palace bent at a 90-degree angle, hastily explaining, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The individual spoke arrogantly, "Insulting your honor. I intended to intervene. But he insisted he had a close relationship with you, and I dared not act." "Huh, do you truly believe that I would have a friend so young?" Bibi Dong's voice was frigid, and Palace felt as though he were standing in an ice cavern, trembling uncontrollably. "I too believe it unlikely. I shall go down and personally reduce that audacious young man to ashes, as a warning to others." Palace appeared to be anxious, but inwardly he scoffed. Now that he had received confirmation from the queen, he would no longer be concerned about that boy's background. Palace moved towards the door, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Halt." Palace turned back to find the queen dismissively looking away from him. Even so, he did not dare to raise his gaze, cautiously inquiring, "Does Your Majesty have any further instructions for me? When you encountered that individual, did he utter any words?" Palace's eyes glimmered with cunning. "Young man, my time to speak favorably on your behalf has come. Do not forget to express your gratitude." "Your Majesty, the words of that individual are not something I dare to describe." Palace feigned hesitation. "Speak." That individual had said. Palace wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes flashing with cunning. His performance was convincing. "However, I can share." The young man was exceedingly audacious, uttering words that were utterly unseemly. In front of a crowd, he brazenly declared you to be his woman, claiming you have harbored feelings for him for many years. Palace's voice escalated. "How could this be possible? What stature does the queen possess to fall for someone as insignificant as him? I refuse to believe it." He had initially intended to bring the matter to a swift conclusion, sparing the queen any distress. Yet, the young man had threatened them, asserting that should they act against him, the queen would personally annihilate them. The boy's words were shockingly arrogant, leaving Palace uncertain, hence why he sought the queen's counsel. "Are you speaking the truth?" The once stern and indifferent voice of Bibi Dong now trembled, her tall form quaking. "Every word I utter is indeed factual, and the silver-armored knights outside can attest to it." Palace cast a sidelong glance, elated within. It seemed the Empress was so enraged she could hardly contain herself. "It appeared that the task of eliminating you would not even require my direct involvement, for the Empress herself would reduce you to mere pulp, regardless of your background. You would still suffer this silent misfortune. Has he revealed his name?" The Empress's shoulders shook even more violently, as if suppressing something profound. "He calls himself Luo Yu, claiming that upon hearing his name, you would rush out to meet him. I, in my ignorance, foolishly believed such nonsense, reporting this was redundant. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. Boom. A tempest surged within the grand hall, and an explosive wave of soul power emanated from Bibi Dong, causing the very structure to tremble. She could no longer maintain her composure, her voice urgent with suppressed emotion. Where is he? Palace, though frightened, felt an exhilarating thrill. The Empress was finally enraged. You are undoubtedly doomed today, boy. Ha ha ha. I need not lift a finger to end your life. I shall capture you and present you to her. With a sycophantic tone, Palace planted his foot firmly, summoning 8 rings of soul power that spiraled around him as he dashed toward the exit. The Empress turned. Her once authoritative visage now transformed with excitement, her beautiful eyes shimmering with infatuation, almost deliriously murmuring, "Is he coming? Has he arrived? Yes, it must be him. No, I cannot allow brother Yu to meet me. Donga should see him first." In a whirlwind of elegance, the divine goddess could no longer contain her impatience. Rushing out in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was left entirely deserted. Chapter 8. A majestic defense of love. Capturing the Empress. Rewarded with the world's most powerful beast martial spirit. Outside the papal hall, the silver-armored Soul King dared not make a move, standing respectfully in wait. Luo Yu, however, began to meander leisurely, taking in the sights and occasionally nodding in appreciation. His hands were not idle either, as they caressed the velvety ears of the enchanting rabbit. Little did he know that the rabbit's delicate pink eyes had already succumbed to a haze of confusion, glistening with a misty sheen, while its pearly teeth grazed its soft lips. Does my benefactor truly regard Dewu as a pet, or is this a deliberate tease? Dewu now felt an unusual shyness wash over her, a wave of tingling sensation surging within her heart. Though she grappled with her conflicting emotions, she dared not voice her concerns, only allowing her inner self to pout playfully in silence. Dear benefactor, please refrain from incessantly stroking my ears. They are far too sensitive. Perhaps you might choose another spot? Dewu attempted to shift, repositioning herself, only for Luo Yu's fingers to firmly grasp her ears once more, refusing to relent. The enchanting rabbit's pink eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing with tears, ultimately surrendering to the situation. Well, it is just ears after all, she thought. If my benefactor wishes to touch them, so be it. Dewu can endure. It feels rather strange and embarrassingly delightful. Yet there is an odd sense of comfort in it as well. Luo Yu is leisurely savoring the moment here. Meanwhile, the silver-armored Soul King is feeling utterly uncomfortable. Observing Luo Yu meandering about so casually, he instinctively touches his swollen face, akin to that of a pig's, a glint of resentment flickering in his eyes. Unable to restrain himself, he sarcastically remarks, "This is the hall of the Pope. Do you even comprehend the rules? What are you wandering about for? Do you truly believe this is your own private garden?" Luo Yu paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" she queried with a hint of disbelief. The disdainful gaze of Luo Yu, coupled with his haughty demeanor and scornful tone, nearly drove the silver-armored Soul King to madness. He trembled with rage, his features contorted into a grotesque expression. To disregard the spirit hall so brazenly, you are truly insufferable. Luo Yu stifled a yawn, dismissing any overthinking, asserting that while the spirit hall was commendable, it was merely his disdain for you as an individual that warranted his scorn. You let it slip. The silver-armored Soul King felt his composure fracturing, his heart ablaze with furious indignation as rationality began to wane. It's audacity, not a slip. Luo Yu corrected him slowly. When your teeth are loose, it's wise to speak less. If you keep your mouth shut, no one will know you are toothless. Ah, you are the one lacking shame. The silver-armored Soul King's eyes reddened, his lips trembling with rage, as 5 circles of soul rings surged upwards, enveloping him in the might of his fierce tiger spirit. Sighing, Luo Yu shook his head. Do you realize what is inscribed upon your face at this very moment? After touching his face, the silver-armored Soul King sneered repeatedly. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? There is clearly nothing there. No. There are indeed 5 prominent characters written above. Luo Yu nodded affirmatively, enunciating each word with conviction. I seek torment. I yearn for enlightenment. You are courting death. The silver-armored Soul King exclaimed, his eyes filled with fury. Luo Yu beckoned with a finger, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. To be honest, if you were to charge at me right now, I might consider you a man. However, merely boasting without action signifies nothing of worth. The silver-armored Soul King bellowed with malice. You insolent brat, do not overestimate yourself. Once my uncle emerges, it will be your demise. I can almost hear your wails and screams in the face of death. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yu sighed. A poor child. Perhaps what you hear is your own lament. The silver-armored Soul King revealed a cruel and confident smile. Young man, understand whose territory this is. Let us now observe who shall live and who shall perish. With a swift motion, Paulus, adorned with 8 rings of spirit, surged forth in a whirlwind, arriving almost instantly before them. The silver-armored Soul King inquired hastily, "What news, uncle?" Paulus replied with a wicked grin, "With me personally intervening, what could possibly go awry? The Empress is furious. This young man is destined for death." The silver-armored Soul King rubbed his hands together, cackling, "Your time has come, boy." "Oh?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Paulus, his vast spirit power surging, glared fiercely. "To put on airs at death's door. The Empress must not be insulted. Come swiftly and meet your demise." "Were you not to speak a few kind words on my behalf?" Luo Yu asked in astonishment. "You foolish boy, did you truly believe that? To dare offend me and strike my nephew, regardless of your background, how could I allow you to continue existing in this world? Now, I shall personally take you to the Empress to face your end." With a crash, Paulus's hand, covered in azure scales, unleashed a bloody wind aimed directly at Luo Yu's throat. "Die, you arrogant wretch." The silver-armored Soul King watched with a gleeful anticipation. As Paulus reached Luo Yu, victory seemingly within grasp, a vast pink domain suddenly enveloped the arena, shattering his spirit power and firmly immobilizing him. The smile of the silver-armored Soul King froze, leaving him in a state of shock. "What? How is this possible?" Paulus's face contorted in fear, struggling desperately yet to no avail. What had just transpired? He was a formidable soul master. Why had he so swiftly become prey, laid bare upon the chopping block? The playful glimmer in Luo Yu's eyes vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor. With a sharp clap of his palm, he struck the grotesque, bewildered visage repeatedly, the sound resonating crisply. "Did you truly believe yourself to be clever? Did you think that others should be at your mercy, dancing to your whims? And how do you feel now? Is it amusing?" The silver-armored Soul King found himself kneeling on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, utterly incredulous, unable to fathom the impossibility of it all. Luo Yu could not conceal the disdain reflected in his eyes. This was himself. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have been toyed with by those 2 rascals. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, heralding the arrival of the elegant and regal Empress. Clad in a dazzling golden-fitted gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, her long, slender legs adorned with jewel-encrusted high-heeled boots, her flawless visage radiated an air of unyielding authority. With each graceful stride, the Empress, Bibi Dong, approached, her smooth, shapely legs gliding effortlessly. "Young man, the Empress has arrived. Let us see how audacious you remain," she seemed to convey. "Your Majesty, come to my rescue," Paulus exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency as though he had spotted a savior. Yet, Bibi Dong paid him no heed, her piercing gaze fixated solely on Luo Yu. The silver-armored Soul King crawled over, wailing, "Your Majesty, this individual is brazen beyond measure. He not only disdains the spirit hall but also sullies your name with vile words. He deserves nothing less than death. Begone!" Bibi Dong snapped, her delicate brows furrowing as a surge of purple light emanated from her palm. With a resounding bang, a scream echoed as the silver-armored Soul King was sent flying, charred and defeated. Bibi Dong's attention remained steadfastly on Luo Yu, oblivious to all else. She drew near, her body quaking slightly. "Your Majesty, it was a mistake, a grievous mistake. This young man has been the one hurling insults at you," Paulus blurted out. Yet Bibi Dong seemed unfazed, her eyes solely reflecting her focus on Luo Yu, as she softly inquired, "What transpired?" Luo Yu pondered seriously for a moment, then shrugged and said, "It's nothing much. I merely stated that you are my wife, but he did not believe me and threatened my life. Impudent! How dare you insult Her Majesty?" "The Empress," Paulus roared. "Boom. You are the one who is audacious," Bibi Dong retorted coldly, turning her head, as the spectral form of the Spider Queen emerged, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of power, a palpable aura of murderous intent directed squarely at Paulus. Paulus trembled, nearly rendered senseless by fear. What on earth is happening? Where have things gone awry? He was on the verge of tears. "Your Majesty, to whom do you truly align yourself?" Luo Yu chuckled softly. "Paulus, do you not relish in reporting grievances? Please, continue your performance." Paulus, his gums bleeding from biting down hard, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this scoundrel has insulted you." "Did you not hear him?" The Empress cast a frigid glance his way. "I take pleasure in it. Is it any of your concern? This is a madman." Paulus's voice trembled as he mustered the courage to speak. The Empress's expression turned severe, her authority palpable. "He is my man. Who are you to speak of him? What? Palace's eyes bulged in disbelief, nearly succumbing to shock. No, it cannot be. How could the exalted empress possibly be connected to this wretch? She has never shown interest in men. How could she possibly favor this fellow? It makes no sense. With a resounding thud, Palace was sent flying by an energy blast. His body engulfed in a mist of blood, a scene of utter devastation. The one who struck was none other than the empress he had long relied upon. Alas, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Luo Yu shook his head, pondering the futility of it all. Only two figures remained in the arena, the man, strikingly handsome, as if descended from the heavens, and the woman, breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an icy elegance. Like a pair of celestial beings, their gazes locked. Bibi Dong's amber-like eyes misted over, gazing longingly at Luo Yu. She reached out her delicate hand, yearning to caress the man's face, but hesitated, withdrawing shyly. Reminiscent of a maiden in the throes of youthful infatuation. You wretched man, you finally deigned to return. Luo Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Hadn't I previously mentioned my intention to undergo tribulation? You have changed. Bibi Dong shed her regal, aloof demeanor, transforming into a figure of gentleness and allure. In what way have I changed? Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, appearing even more charming and captivating. Oh, the praises of Her Majesty, the Empress, are too grand for a mere commoner like myself to bear. Upon hearing Luo Yu's teasing, Bibi Dong playfully retorted, Who is the Empress? Do not jest with me. In your presence, I shall forever be the Donger in need of your protection. If these words were to spread, I fear I would be besieged by a multitude of envious adversaries. Bibi Dong pouted, Your strength is unmatched. Who could possibly rival you? Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders, expressing his current lack of strength. What could have transpired? Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly approached, anxiously grasping the man's wrist. The cool, smooth sensation of his hand sent a shiver through Luo Yu. Bibi Dong, too, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. For many years, Luo Yu had been the only man to ever touch her. What has happened to your cultivation? Luo Yu shook her head, remarking that the story is lengthy. Overall, the matter is not grave. Rebuilding after a collapse is, in fact, a positive development. From now on, I shall be the one to protect you. Should anyone dare to bully my man, I shall take their life, she declared, her tone chilling and laced with malice. Who is your man? Do not make unfounded claims. Luo Yu arched an eyebrow. Bibi Dong momentarily faltered, pouting her crimson lips. You promised back then to make me your fiancé, and you just reiterated it. That was merely a fabrication spun by someone from your palace, Luo Yu vehemently denied. You are being unreasonable. I distinctly heard it, Bibi Dong retorted, her pouting lips forming a captivating expression that was utterly enchanting, though regrettably, it was a beauty that only Luo Yu could truly appreciate. Luo Yu smiled silently. Bibi Dong, summoning her courage, boldly grasped the man's hand and declared obstinately, I don't care. Since you've returned, I am your fiancé. At that moment, as Bibi Dong confessed her feelings, a series of notification chimes echoed in Luo Yu's mind. Ding. Empress Bibi Dong's affection for the host has reached 100. Ding. The host has successfully captured the Empress's heart. Current task progress, 100. Task reward, true first beast martial soul, ancestor of 10,000 dragons, dragon god. However, the system notifications were far from over. Chapter 9, Ancestor of 10,000 dragons, dragon god martial soul. Hidden reward, 9 heavens extermination sword. Hearing the cascade of notifications, Luo Yu felt an overwhelming joy. He had envisioned numerous martial souls, yet he never anticipated that the system's reward would be the dragon god martial soul. While the blue lightning tyrant dragon is hailed as the #1 beast martial soul in the world, it is merely a mundane entity. The golden sacred dragon and any of the 9 great dragon kings would easily surpass it, although these martial souls appear unparalleled in the world. When compared to the dragon god martial soul, they are but a stark contrast, a chasm separating heaven from earth. It is essential to recognize that the dragon god reigns as the sovereign of all beasts, unmatched in strength and divine might. With the golden and silver dragon kings as its avatars, governing the 9 great dragon kings. When the dragon god is enraged, 100,000 perish, and all beasts submit. If one were to draw a comparison, the 9 great dragon kings might equate to the level of divine martial souls. While the dragon god martial soul is undoubtedly a pinnacle of super divine martial souls. Thus, it can be stated without reservation that the dragon god martial soul overwhelmingly surpasses all beast martial souls in existence. Luo Yu harbored no doubt that henceforth, Any soul master possessing a beast martial soul who encountered him would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage, while those endowed with dragon-type martial souls might as well submit in deference. This reward was, without a doubt, exceedingly remarkable. Luo Yu hesitated momentarily, pondering whether the reward bestowed by the system was somewhat exaggerated. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather justified. After all, had it not been for his fortunate circumstances in attaining the beast god status ahead of time and entering Bibi Dong's heart during her most vulnerable moment, could anyone else have achieved such a feat? It is unlikely that anyone would succeed in courting the Empress with empty hands. It would be akin to dreaming of plucking peaches from the sky. The difficulty level was indeed hellish. Even if the system were to exhaust itself, unlocking such a challenge would be futile. One might not even survive the approach. The greater the difficulty, the more substantial the reward. And Luo Yu had inadvertently taken a shortcut, reaping significant benefits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for flawlessly completing the task in the shortest time, activating a hidden special reward. Hearing the prompt, Luo Yu felt a slight thrill. There were hidden rewards? This was indeed exhilarating. The concealed task reward. The true unparalleled weapon soul, the Emperor of Swords, the Nine Heavens exterminating sword. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of martial soul was this? It seemed unfamiliar. The Emperor of Swords, perhaps? By what merit do you boast such audacity? Do you consider the 7 killing sword beneath your notice? Ding. System explanation. The Nine Heavens exterminating sword will only manifest when the host flawlessly completes a task for the first time. If missed, there will be no further opportunity to acquire it, thus rendering the reward exceedingly precious. Nine Heavens exterminating sword, ascending to slay the gods, descending to defy the mortal realm. The divine sword undergoes 9 transformations, each shift heralding a new world, with each soul ring possessing unique divine power and form. What does the phrase divine sword's 9 transformations signify? Ding. Martial soul effects. Please explore independently, host. Hiss. You leave without explanation? Very well, I shall delve into this later. However, based on the system's description, why does it seem this sword surpasses even the dragon god martial soul in terms of transcendence? No matter. With the dual-born super divine level martial soul, complemented by the immaculate divine body forged from the 24th grade tribulation golden lotus, this talent should, at the very least, place me among the top in Douluo, should it not? Luo Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Tang San, are you prepared to undergo the baptism? When I go to see Xiao Wu, I shall pay you a visit as well. Brother Yu? A delicate, white hand swayed before his eyes. Luo Yu regained his composure and beheld the exquisite beauty before him. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently as she gazed intently at him, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. What are you thinking about? She inquired with a mischievous smile, her voice as soft as a whisper. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. At such a close distance, he could truly perceive that Bibi Dong was even more radiant than in her youth. There seemed to be an added allure about her, and her graceful figure exuded an intoxicating fragrance that could drive men to madness. Yet, the regal sternness and the icy, empress-like demeanor of the woman deterred others from approaching her, instilling a sense of reverence. While others may have hesitated, Luo Yu did not. The enchanting scent of the woman was right before him, constantly tantalizing his senses. If not now, then when? Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her alluring mouth. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. She never anticipated that Luo Yu would possess such audacity to kiss her at this moment, right outside the papal palace. How could he dare to do this? What if someone were to witness it? After years of keeping men at arm's length, her face flushed crimson at the sudden intimacy. However, she made no effort to withdraw. The man's boldness startled her, yet it also brought an undeniable thrill. She had waited for this man for so many years. How could she possibly wish to push him away? With a bashful flutter, she closed her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Caught between Luo Yu and Bibi Dong, the delicate and enchanting rabbit-like figure displayed a look of sorrow and jealousy, akin to a pet that had fallen from grace. Meanwhile, the charred silver-armored Soul King lay sprawled on the ground, and despite the searing pain coursing through his body, he was too shocked by the scene before him to utter a sound, desperately covering his mouth. The Platinum Bishop Palace lay on the ground, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. How could this be? Was the Empress kissing a mere boy? This was impossible. My goddess, how could she possibly harbor feelings for a man? Palace was so astonished that he momentarily forgot his injuries, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He recalled that just within the palace, an elder titled Douluo had been severely punished for merely speaking ill of the empress. What kind of divine being could kiss the empress? This could not be real. It must be an illusion. Palace would rather believe in hallucinations than accept that the empress could one day express affection for a man. Ugh, this is so annoying, I can hardly breathe. Bibi Dong pouted playfully striking the man's chest. Luo Yu curled her lips in a somewhat reluctant manner, questioning, what level of cultivation do you possess? That you cannot even regulate your breathing? Under the intense gaze, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered with evasion as she stammered, this is my first kiss. How can I not be nervous? As Luo Yu was about to take action, Bibi Dong blinked her enchanting eyes and said, Brother Yu, let us return to my chamber to discuss this. It is not quite suitable here. What's the matter? Afraid of losing face? Luo Yu teased gently. Bibi Dong pouted playfully, you are incorrigible. It's not that I fear embarrassment. I simply do not care about others' opinions. I'm just shy. The sight of the Supreme Empress behaving in such a girlish manner made Luo Yu's heart melt, leaving him utterly helpless. Do you often act this way? He inquired. Bibi Dong huffed lightly. Certainly not. They do not deserve it. You know I have my reservations. I am currently quite averse to men. Only in your presence do I wish to be my true self. She shyly fluttered her eyelashes, turned away, and with a soft yet resolute voice declared, Brother Yu. Do you know? All of Dong-er's tenderness is intended solely for you. Luo Yu swiftly moved, wrapping one arm around Bibi Dong's slender waist. A hint of wicked charm gracing the corners of his lips. My dear, you must think carefully. I am not a virtuous man. Bibi Dong's eyes shimmered with allure as her hand caressed the man's face. You hold a significant place in my heart. No matter what, in this lifetime, Dong belongs solely to you. Now, let us depart. As Luo Yu suddenly released her hand, Bibi Dong felt an emptiness in her heart. Brother Yu, you are truly infuriating. She exclaimed, what are you dawdling for? If you do not lead the way, how am I to know where your chamber is? Oh, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted, her face lighting up like a blooming flower. The Empress delicately grasped Luo Yu's hand as they proceeded towards the chamber. The two individuals struggling on the ground were completely disregarded, as a giant dragon would care not for the fate of mere ants. However, once Bibi Dong and Luo Yu vanished from sight, a silver silhouette slowly materialized in the space they had just vacated, having remained concealed all along. Chapter 10. The Jealous Gu Yue Na. The Empress Bibi Dong's chamber. Palace and the silver-armored Soul King were startled by the sudden appearance of the silver figure. Their attention wholly captivated. Before them stood an exquisitely beautiful maiden, beyond the bounds of description. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back to her ankles, and her long, elegant legs were elegantly revealed beneath a flowing skirt. Her immaculate feet were untouched by the dust of the earth, and her curled lashes resembled those of a delicate porcelain doll. Yet, in her uniquely violet eyes, a fierce flame seemed to ignite as she fixed her gaze upon the departing figures of Bibi Dong and Luo Yu. She pressed her lips together, clenching her small fists. That dog of a man! No wonder he was so eager to rush out. It seems he had a little dog outside. Has he secretly taken a little wife? Yu Na seethed, feeling as though she might explode from indignation. How could she possibly trust Luo Yu to venture out alone? The strength of Dao Wu did little to ease her worries, prompting her to stealthily follow him, remaining in the shadows to protect her beloved. Yet, she had just witnessed the two of them reunite in a kiss, and in that moment, she felt as if her entire being, no, her entire dragon lineage had crumbled. Am I, Gu Yue Na, not beautiful enough? Does he need to seek companionship elsewhere? He should come to me instead. This man was utterly intolerable. No, I cannot allow this anger to go unvented. I fear I may not survive the day if I do. He is yet to kiss me. How could he kiss another? Gu Yue Na felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. With a flash of cold light in her violet eyes, she gathered her soul power, swiftly forming a broad and sharp machete. In the next moment, her figure transformed, and she stood before the faltering silver-armored Soul King, wielding the machete. Who are you? What do you intend to do to me? The silver-armored Soul King stammered in fear. Gu Yue Na's voice was icy as she replied. You just spoke disrespectfully to him, didn't you? I have tolerated you long enough. The silver-armored Soul King's eyes widened in terror, desperately attempting to plead his case. However, Gu Yue Na would not entertain any arguments. With a swift motion, she brought down her machete, shattering the silver armor and spilling blood in a violent spray. Compared to the Empress's methods, Gu Yue Na was far more ruthless, ending his life without hesitation. Do not come any closer. Palace, the Platinum Pope, exclaimed in a panic, desperately gathering his soul power to escape. You were the one who plotted against him, weren't you? Do you think you are worthy? Without allowing for any rebuttal, akin to a judgment from the king of hell, Gu Yu Na flung her bloodied machete, producing a sound like shattering air. Palace was struck, his head split open, and he fell lifeless to the ground. The hall fell silent, and Gu Yu Na once again formed a machete in her hand. No, this is still not large enough. With a swift motion, a gigantic mountain-cutting blade appeared. No, this is still too small. With a clang, a 10-meter-long sword requiring both hands to wield manifested, smashing through the tiles and sending shards flying, embedding itself into the ground. This one will do. Gu Yu Na nodded in satisfaction as she dragged the blade towards the Empress's chamber. How infuriating. After all this time together, you never mentioned wanting to kiss me. Yet you developed so quickly with someone else. Today, I shall ask you, is it because I, Gu Yu Na, lack femininity? Or is it that I can no longer wield a blade? With a scraping sound, deep gashes appeared on the ground, accompanied by the harsh noise of friction. After taking several steps, Gu Yu Na's expression wavered, her lips pouting in frustration. With a clang, the great blade was cast aside, and she sighed. Forget it. Killing you, dog of a man, would be doing you a favor. I hope you are wise enough not to forget your old love for a new one. With a flash of silver light, her figure vanished, leaving behind a lingering voice of discontent. Inside the Empress's chamber, opulence abounded, exuding an air of grandeur. A faint scent of feminine fragrance permeated every corner, and the lavishly draped bed was rich with aroma. Luo Yu cradled the delicate, enchanting rabbit and seated himself directly upon the bed. You go, that is someone's bed, Bibi Dong remarked, her demeanor betraying her usual regal composure. I am well aware. Luo Yu replied with a roll of his eyes. Bibi Dong hesitated, words caught in her throat. To be frank, this imperial chamber had never seen the presence of a single male creature. Luo Yu remains the first fortunate man to have entered this place over the years. Moreover, he has audaciously seated himself upon the Empress's bed. Should this news spread, it would surely create a sensation throughout the papal palace. Who does not know the Empress's temperament? To dare occupy her bed is nothing short of madness. It is precisely for this reason that Bibi Dong feels such bashfulness. Yet ultimately, she remains silent. Brother Yu, are you thirsty? Come here, beckoned Luo Yu. Bibi Dong moved her lovely legs and approached him. Luo Yu directly embraced Bibi Dong, seating her upon his lap. She murmured, Brother Yu, what are you doing? Luo Yu leaned closer to the Emperor's flushed ear, gently exhaling a breath. Can you guess what I intend to do? If you guess incorrectly, I shall let you be. The Emperor's eyes seemed on the verge of shedding tears, her cheeks flushed with color as she retorted, You go. You are truly mischievous. Do you really believe that the position of an empress is freely bestowed? How am I to guess? Whatever I say. You could just claim that I am correct, and then what would follow? Luo Yu gently grasped Bibi Dong's crimson lips, while his other hand instinctively rested upon her delicate thighs. Bibi Dong's long eyelashes fluttered, her shyness prompting a desire to escape. Alas, the other party afforded her no opportunity. On the golden bedspread at the corner, the discarded soft-boned charm rabbit lay, its pink eyes filled with sorrow, sensing that love would not blossom again. Moments ago, it had been praised for its comforting fur, yet now, faced with something superior, it was cast aside without a second thought. Dowu cast a sidelong glance at the queen's enchanting figure, secretly feeling a twinge of discontent. If only she could take human form. She believed she would not pale in comparison. At that moment, the noble and graceful queen was utterly entranced, completely lost in Luo Yu's rhythm. Just as Luo Yu began to grow impatient and reached to unfasten the queen's robe, Bibi Dong's eyes regained a flicker of clarity. A glimmer of light shone, and she deftly escaped from the man's clutches. Brother Yu, you were too hasty. Now is not the time. Luo Yu, momentarily taken aback, cast a sidelong glance at the enchanting soft-boned rabbit nestled in the corner, inwardly lamenting his own folly. One must not underestimate the presence of a rabbit, particularly when there are discerning eyes observing the scene. Could this predicament be attributed to oneself? Indeed, it is entirely the fault of the alluring Bibi Dong, whose captivating demeanor was almost irresistible, leading him perilously close to yielding to temptation. Perceiving Luo Yu's deep concentration, Bibi Dong approached gracefully, her steps reminiscent of a lotus in bloom. She settled beside him, gently grasping his hand and placing it upon her alabaster thigh. Dear Yuji, she implored softly, do not be upset. Once you consent to marry me, Donga shall willingly grant you anything your heart desires. Luo Yu raised his hand to caress the soft, flowing hair of Bibi Dong, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. He realized his earlier reaction had been somewhat impulsive. Bibi Dong shook her head gently, lowering her gaze as she spoke softly. Do not blame Brother Yu. I too found great pleasure in the moment. A strange chill suddenly enveloped the air, causing Luo Yu to feel perplexed. Bibi Dong let out a light gasp. I seem to feel it as well. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yue Na lurked in the shadows, gripping a machete tightly, her teeth clenched in frustration as she contemplated rushing out. By the way, Brother Yu, I have a ceremony to preside over today. I shall return to accompany you later this evening, Bibi Dong said, tidying her disheveled hair and partially unbuttoned attire. Very well, Luo Yu nodded, admiring the enchanting scene before him. Brother Yu, I have a disciple. I shall send her over shortly to keep you company in the hall, Bibi Dong continued. A disciple? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Bibi Dong leaned closer, whispering in his ear, she is coming because she fears you might feel lonely. However, let it be known that my disciple is quite beautiful, and you must not harbor any ill intentions. Luo Yu shrugged, seemingly recalling something, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, let her come over. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Bibi Dong clearly did not believe him and retorted, you mustn't bring misfortune upon me, not even sparing one of your own disciples. After all, why should the fruits of my labor benefit others? Do you wish to separate from her? Get lost. You have no sense of propriety. Bibi Dong playfully scolded him, offering a few more words of caution before hastily departing, mentioning that Hu Liena would arrive shortly. Luo Yu sat on the bed, instinctively clutching the rabbit and curling up. Unbeknownst to him, the sorrowful gaze in the rabbit's eyes had vanished, replaced by a comfortable expression. Reflecting on his conversation with Hu Liena on the street, a peculiar smile graced Luo Yu's lips. He distinctly remembered her words. He pondered what expression that girl would wear upon unexpectedly encountering him here. It was quite intriguing. Chapter 11. The Astonished Saintess. What are you doing on the teacher's bed? In the corridors of the spirit hall, numerous beautiful women stood together in conversation. Each possessed unique charms, yet their legs were uniformly long and slender. Bibi Dong embodied the allure of an ice queen, exuding the captivating charm of a mature woman, while Hu Liena was elegant and enchanting, like a flower poised to bloom. Her waist and hips reminiscent of a ripe peach. Nana, what were you lost in thought about just now? And nothing. Hu Liena hastily waved her hands, attempting to dismiss the shadow in her mind. The teacher has assigned you a task. Please, instruct me. The teacher is currently attending this year's Spirit Awakening ceremony with the elders. I need you to entertain a guest. A guest? Hu Liena exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he is in my palace. Show him around the spirit hall. He can go wherever he pleases without restrictions. Hu Liena was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen her teacher exhibit such a formal demeanor. All right, I will ensure this esteemed guest is well attended to. Hu Liena swiftly arrived at the entrance of the queen's palace, her curiosity piqued. Who could this honored guest be, worthy of waiting in the queen's chambers? A family member of one of the top sects? Or perhaps a hidden female master? As for the possibility of a man, Hu Liena shook her head repeatedly. It was inconceivable. Based on her years of understanding her teacher, even if the heavens were to collapse, no male would ever be permitted into the teacher's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Hu Liena gently tapped on the door, fearful of neglecting the distinguished guest. Focusing her gaze, she was eager to discern the identity of someone so highly regarded by her teacher. Silence ensued. Senior, my master has sent me to serve you. Yet still, no response. Hu Liena felt perplexed. Was there no one inside? Hesitating for a moment, she pushed the door open. The instant she entered, her pupils constricted, and her delicate frame trembled as if struck by lightning. There lay a figure on the bed, facing away from the entrance, revealing only his back, obscuring his face. However, the broad shoulders and attire unmistakably indicated that he was a man. Seeing this scene, Hu Liena's voice quivered, her eyes wide with disbelief. A man had entered the queen's palace? The reality struck her with astonishing swiftness. Not only had a man entered, but this audacious individual was also sprawled lazily on her teacher's bed. Was he courting death? Could this so-called guest be him? Surely not. It was far too outrageous. Given her teacher's character, how could she possibly allow a man into her chamber, let alone permit him to sleep on her bed? It was inconceivable. Could it be that this fellow had taken it upon himself to intrude? Hu Liena tiptoed toward the bed, her curiosity piqued. Oddly enough, the silhouette began to feel increasingly familiar. She circled to the other side, and upon glimpsing the otherworldly face and the plump rabbit nestled in his embrace, a flash of realization struck her, and her mouth fell agape. Is it him? The noise from outside roused Luo Yu from his slumber. Blinking sleepily, He opened his eyes to find a pair of beautifully sculpted legs before him. As his gaze traveled upward, it landed upon the astonished blonde girl. You're here? What are you doing on the teacher's bed? Hu Liena's eyes widened, her cherry lips parted in disbelief, unable to close. Luo Yu slowly rose, stretching her limbs in a leisurely manner. Feeling drowsy, she contemplated taking a brief nap on her bed. Was there any harm in that? However, the situation escalated. Hu Liena grew anxious, exclaiming, Do you dare to lie on the Empress's bed? Have you lost your mind? Luo Yu shook his head, asserting that he would dare to remove the words the bed. Hu Liena was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a fierce glare. I see that another name for you might as well be ignorant of danger. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her voice. Is this truly how you intend to entertain me? Entertain? Hu Liena snapped back to reality, her words becoming somewhat disjointed. You can't possibly be the guest my teacher asked me to receive, can you? Oh, come now. Are you really that foolish? Is there anyone else in this room besides me? A dim silvery glimmer flickered in a secluded corner of the chamber. While Hu Liena struggled to grasp the reality before her, she could not deny the truth, for it lay starkly evident. Forcing herself to suppress the shock within, she stammered. Who are you truly, and what is your connection to my teacher? Why are you here? Haven't I already conveyed everything to you? Did you not dismiss my words? Luo Yu replied, lowering her gaze as she idly stroked the soft fur of her rabbit ears, relishing the exquisite texture. Nonsense. How could the Empress possibly be linked to someone like you? Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at her. The specifics were inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that I had mentioned we would soon meet again. Hu Liena swallowed hard. This fellow possesses an extraordinary prowess, does he not? The image of Luo Yu became shrouded in mystery within Hu Liena's heart, igniting a profound curiosity to explore it further. You can't possibly be some ancient monster rejuvenated. Can you? Hu Liena timidly inquired. Bah, what ancient monster? I've already mentioned that I have yet to awaken my martial soul. Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at the translucent system panel. Dragon God, awaiting awakening. 9 Heavens exterminating sword, awaiting awakening. Enough already, I refuse to believe it. Hu Liena shook her head repeatedly, convinced that Luo Yu must be an ancient being with unparalleled soul power. Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly? The absolute truth. Still in disbelief? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. I simply do not believe it. Stop with the deceit. Hu Liena huffed, declaring, If you have not awakened your martial soul, I shall address you as father from this day forth. Luo Yu, in exasperation, questioned, Do you truly wish for me to become a father at such a tender age? Dare you extend your hand for me to probe? If you awaken your martial soul, you need only address me as little and upon our next encounter. Hu Liena, brimming with confidence, replied, Please, this holy maiden's intellect is not to be underestimated. An ordinary individual, gaining the favor of my teacher? Had it not been for our previous meeting, I would certainly feel quite constrained in your presence, for you are undeniably enigmatic. Luo Yu shook his head, asserting that there was no need for investigation. Witnessing the awakening of his martial soul in person would suffice as proof. Hu Liena scoffed, remarking that he seemed to have calculated that there were no awakening stones present here. Luo Yu fell silent. Given the vastness of the spirit hall, there must surely be an awakening stone. Continue your act, Hu Liena said, entwining her arms around her shoulders, a look of determination gracing her features. Come, lead me to the awakening stone. Today, I shall make you regret the words you have spoken. With a glare, Hu Liena affirmed, Let's go. Coincidentally, our spirit hall is holding the awakening ceremony today, and I can take you to secure a spot. The awakening ceremony? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Hu Liena elaborated. Did not the teacher inform you? Each year on this day, the progeny of all soul saints and above from the spirit hall are eligible to awaken their martial spirits at the central plaza. Those with exceptional talent are permitted to remain and receive the divine blessings of the grand offering. Should a top-tier talent emerge, they may even be chosen in advance as a disciple of our spirit hall. Luo Yu appeared deep in thought, finding the situation rather intriguing. However, it seemed more prudent for her to refrain from participation. TSK, it appears you can no longer continue the charade. Do reveal your martial spirit, for I am genuinely curious. Hu Liena blinked her beautiful eyes, displaying a unique touch of youthful pride. I have yet to awaken it, so what would I show you? Then why do you hesitate? I fear that the awakening will create too much commotion and draw too much attention. Such bravado. To speak candidly, my primary concern is that once my martial spirit awakens, all those elders and worshippers will plead to take me as their disciple, leaving me no choice but to remain. Do you believe I would fall for that? Hu Liena playfully blinked her eyes. All right, I can see that today you are a young girl yearning for affection, resolutely determined to acknowledge me as your father. Luo Yu rose swiftly, decisively grasping Hu Liena's delicate hand. Let us go. Fulfill my request and lead me to the central square. Chapter 12. Preparing to reap the benefits from the Spirit Hall on the eve of tremors. The central square of the Spirit Hall was abuzz with excitement, a vibrant scene of activity. Numerous hexagonal arrays, constructed from awakening stones, were simultaneously distributed across the expansive square. Powerful individuals, those above the rank of Soul Sage, eagerly gathered with their prot-gs beside the formations, ready for action. Bibi Dong, adorned with a golden crown, sat regally upon the grand throne at the highest point, her beautiful legs crossed. Her phoenix-like eyes surveyed the assembly with a sovereign's authority, looking down upon the bustling crowd below. The air around her was thick with an aura of unapproachable nobility, rendering all present too intimidated to meet her gaze. Elders and bishops, clad in resplendent attire and exuding an aura of strength, stood in 2 rows at the base of the throne. The atmosphere was undeniably lively. Luo Yu gently caressed the delicate rabbit nestled in her arms, standing at the edge of the square and surveying her surroundings, her heart filled with profound emotions. Previously, she had yet to take form, constrained by the relentless tribulations imposed by the heavens, relegated to hiding within the vast starry forest for her cultivation. It had been quite some time since she had experienced such liveliness. Now, having returned to the mortal realm, she was determined to savor every moment of this bustling world. Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile as he calculated the time. It was indeed a splendid moment. Xiao Wu remained unmarried. Zhu Zhuqing had yet to find a match. Rong Rong was still that little enchantress, and Bai Qinxiang was on the verge of blooming. With a bit of contemplation, it was clear that the scenery was boundless and the future full of promise. You, my friend, clearly have no noble intentions, Hu Liena remarked disdainfully from the side. Nonsense, came the retort. Humph, I saw that wicked grin on your face just now. Luo Yu shot her a glance, teasingly remarking, all right, clever one, when does the test commence? I am eagerly awaiting the moment you retract your words. Hey, you cannot possibly be serious about participating in the awakening, can you? Hu Liena exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning, didn't you summon me here? Hu Liena scrutinized Luo Yu, shaking her head repeatedly. I still cannot believe that you have yet to awaken. It defies all logic. How could you maintain your composure in the face of my pressure without possessing any soul power? Is that so strange? With a playful smile, Hu Liena covered her lips, adding, if that were the case, I would relinquish my position as the foremost among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. If you were capable, then by all means, step forward. Nevertheless, I lack the leisure for such games. I would rather indulge in a leisurely slumber. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, showing little interest. Why do you stare at me so intently? Hu Liena's alluring eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Luo Yu, feeling that this man possessed a unique essence, entirely different from the so-called geniuses within the hall. I am pondering whether you are merely a master of disguise or if you truly possess such confidence. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Liena confidently declared, I am 100% certain that your soul power must now be at least level 35 or above. Luo Yu raised his sword, blocking the delicate lips of Hu Liena. Shoo, do not rush. At this moment, the entire ceremony was poised for commencement. The Empress rose, her commanding presence radiating throughout the hall. In stark contrast to her demeanor when with Luo Yu, she now resembled a celestial queen, resplendent and unparalleled in beauty, yet exuding an aura of formidable authority. Her powerful essence rendered all present breathless, except for Luo Yu, who maintained a serene smile. Contemplating the exceptional qualities of his future bride, he mused whether he might consider relinquishing his efforts and indulge in a life of ease. As the Empress spoke, an enveloping silence fell over the assembly, as if even the whispers of the wind had ceased. Among those present were the most distinguished direct soul masters of the Spirit Hall, and it was believed that the offspring they brought forth today possessed the finest bloodlines. With awakened martial souls of exceptional caliber, you are the future of our Spirit Hall. Thus, I, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, solemnly pledge that those who awaken a top-tier martial soul, achieving innate soul power of level 7 or above, shall be rewarded with 1,000 soul coins. For those reaching level 8, the reward shall be 10,000 soul coins. For level 9, a precious 1,000-year spirit herb shall be bestowed. Should anyone attain innate soul power of level 10, Bibi Dong paused, surveying the crowd below, a soul bone shall be awarded. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Soul saints, soul Douluos, and even title Douluos were stirred with anticipation, while the spirited youths could hardly contain their exhilaration, eager to awaken and prove their worth. The expectations of their fathers shone in their eyes as they encouraged their children. Son, that is a soul bone. The spirit hall has offered such a treasure as a reward for this awakening ceremony. You must strive to excel. Father does not demand a soul bone from you. But if you could return with 1,000-year spirit herb, I would die a contented man. Child, such an opportunity is rare and fleeting. Know that your father, a soul saint, has served the spirit hall for many years, yet has never even glimpsed a soul bone. Achieving innate soul power of level 8 is sufficient. I have nurtured you since your mother's womb. You must make me proud. Luo Yu turned his head to glance at Hu Liena, remarking, Your spirit hall is indeed quite affluent, to be so generous with soul bones. Hu Liena, with an air of disdain, retorted, What does their clamoring amount to? It has been years since a naturally full soul power has graced us. Such a prodigy is exceedingly rare. The soul bone rewards are at best mere decorations. But what if there truly is one? Luo Yu pondered thoughtfully. If there were indeed such a talent, the spirit hall would be elated, having stumbled upon a genuine treasure. They would likely part with 2 soul bones with utmost joy. Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. What if one were to achieve innate level 20? What reward would be bestowed? What? Innate level 20? Are you dreaming of peaches? Hu Liena glared, shaking her head repeatedly. Setting aside the improbability of such an individual existing, if they did, the spirit hall would surely venerate them as a revered ancestor, imploring them to remain and offering anything they desired. Ahem, that was an exaggeration, Luo Yu coughed, contemplating whether he might reveal a skill or two to exploit the spirit hall's resources. Soul bones. Those are treasures, even if he had no use for them. He could bestow them upon a lady, couldn't he? Hu Liena interjected, Enough of these fanciful dreams. None of this concerns us. Let us merely observe the spectacle. As the queen announced the commencement of the ceremony, the square became alive with awakening arrays, each pulsating with brilliant light. The radiance varied in magnitude, from a mere orb to a glow that illuminated several yards. The awakening of martial souls elicited excitement in some and sighs in others. Most individuals awaken with innate soul power around level 6. In the outside world, such a level would undoubtedly mark one as a precious talent. However, the gathered crowd consisted predominantly of descendants of soul saints, and for many, an innate level 6 might even pale in comparison to their forebears' gifts, leading to a sense of despondency. The queen and the elders on the platform observed the phenomena below, sharing a collective sigh. This cohort seemed rather lackluster. Indeed, the innate soul power appears to be generally low. Those hidden in the shadows, observing the proceedings, likely feared they would struggle to find suitable disciples. One wondered whether they might become incensed. Suddenly, a golden light erupted in the square, stretching an impressive 20 yards. Within this golden glow emerged a fearsome phantom of a crocodile. Wang Tung, martial soul, thorned crocodile dragon. Innate level 8. The elders above sighed repeatedly. Finally, a commendable candidate had appeared. Indeed, Wang Tung possesses the potential of a soul Douluo. This martial soul seems to carry traces of dragon lineage. He might very well have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. He is truly a remarkable prospect. Wang Tang's eyes gleamed with pride as his father laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. The crocodile dragon embodies dragon lineage, with boundless potential. My son, Wang Tung, is destined for greatness. Luo Yu stared in astonishment at this scene, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is this the level that can evoke such excitement? Hu Liena pouted and said, Come on, an innate soul power of level 8 is quite impressive, you know, although it doesn't surpass mine in the outside world. That is the caliber of a pillar in an ordinary academy. Luo Yu pondered for a moment and found no fault in his reasoning. Tang San and Dai Mubai's group possessed only a scant amount of soul power. Regrettably, the subsequent tests were rather mundane. Each participant wailed in despair, only to stand disheartened to the side after the evaluations. The only one achieving a golden light of 20 zhang was Wang Tung. It appeared that this generation was only capable of such mediocrity. Alas, the elders shook their heads in dismay, and the hidden worshippers watched with disappointment, ready to depart after a fruitless journey. Only one of the 95-level worshippers unexpectedly revealed himself, expressing his willingness to accept Wang Ting as a named disciple. Drawing envious glances from his peers, and leaving Wang Tung and his father in a state of ecstatic disbelief. Just as the ceremony seemed destined to conclude on a dismal note and transition to the next phase, a remarkable burst of golden light erupted in the square, capturing the attention of all present. Everyone's gaze converged upon the scene. There stood a strikingly beautiful girl with golden hair, activating the awakening formation. While Luo Yu stood at the center of the hexagram, his eyes closed, exuding an air of solemnity. An extraordinary radiance surged forth from within Luo Yu, intensifying until it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were stirred by its fervor. Chapter 13. A world-altering awakening. The Queen's excitement. Truly, he is my man. The square was aglow with an increasingly brilliant golden light. An unusual aura resonated throughout the realm, captivating everyone's attention, from the esteemed elders to the soul saint attendants. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward the striking duo. Was that the saintess? For whom was she presiding over the awakening ceremony? Who was that young man? And why had the elder never laid eyes upon him before? Though the awakening ceremony had only just commenced, the elders sensed an unusual presence. Unlike their previous indifference towards others, upon witnessing Luo Yu, Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, swiftly straightened her posture, her curious phoenix eyes sparkling with intrigue. No one noticed that the typically cold and aloof Ice Queen, whose heart was as still as the waters, now had her crimson lips curving into an enticing arc, her gaze brimming with anticipation. What kind of martial soul would the man she favored awaken? Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Hu Liena felt a tempest of emotions, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar. When the formation activated and she beheld the golden light surging from the man, she was left utterly astounded. This revelation meant that the man had not been lying. He truly had yet to awaken a martial soul. Hu Liena felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, deeply shaken. How could this be? Logically speaking, who would only think of awakening their martial soul at the age of 12 or 13? Most incredulous to Hu Liena was the implication that this individual, lacking a martial soul, had managed to withstand the pressure of her soul sect solely with his physical prowess. The realization sent a shock through her, her eyes widening in disbelief, unable to suppress a gasp. Surely, this could not be true. Who was this enigmatic figure? However, she could not help but wonder if it was too late to awaken a martial soul. Would such exceptional talent be wasted? Moreover, another matter weighed heavily on Hu Liena's mind, making it difficult for her to confront. It was the bet she had made with him, now leaving her in a predicament. Was she truly expected to call him father? How could she utter such a thing? It was too embarrassing. Hu Liena's heart raced, her expression tense and bashful, her delicate teeth lightly biting her soft, pink lips. Boom. From the center of the hexagram, where Luo Yu stood, his eyes solemnly closed. A powerful gust of energy suddenly erupted, sending the dazed Hu Liena reeling backward. Stumbling back 3 steps, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. What was happening? She had never heard of anyone's martial soul awakening possessing such destructive force. Not only was she astonished, but the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall were equally perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing could not contain his astonishment, glancing around in confusion. What was going on? Had anyone ever witnessed such a phenomenon during a martial soul awakening? It was unheard of. The ghost Douluo shook his head repeatedly. Look! Someone exclaimed. Within the formation, a tempest erupted, Luo Yu's long black hair billowing wildly. His ethereal demeanor illuminated by the golden light, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. The golden light of the formation, symbolizing talent, expanded rapidly, unlike others who experienced a gradual growth during their awakenings. In this moment, Luo Yu was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, swiftly transcending Wang Tong's 20 zhang, an awe-inspiring transformation that elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. How could this be? Whose child is this? Such extraordinary talent. 20 zhang of golden radiance signifies at least the level of innate 8th rank. No. Given this explosive speed, there is certainly a chance of reaching innate 9th rank. The elders, who had initially been disheartened by the awakening ceremony, were now invigorated. The dim eyes lurking in the shadows of the square also gleamed with a sharp intensity, beginning to stir restlessly. Boom. Luo Yu was enveloped in a radiant golden light that extended for 30 yards. The crowd, their mouths agape, had yet to utter a gasp when another explosion resonated. The golden glow now spanned a radius of 40 yards. Wang Tong, who had just moments ago been arrogant and self-satisfied, was left dumbfounded. So swiftly, he had surpassed my own power by double. He struggled to swallow, his throat dry. Hu Liena, opening her mouth in astonishment, pondered what kind of martial soul this individual was about to awaken. As the leader of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Her own awakening had never been this extravagant, had it? Meanwhile, in a corner of the square, the golden light, symbolizing innate martial soul talent, continued to surge forth, resembling a resplendent sun growing ever larger. The voice of the chrysanthemum Douluo trembled, recalling that even the empress had awakened her martial soul in a manner less grand than this. The elders were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Those who had been secretly observing Luo Yu's progress now burned with fervent anticipation. The golden light reached 50 yards. What martial soul was this young man about to awaken? The ghostly Douluo and others clenched their fists, eager to witness the emergence of a true prodigy. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 6 awakening stones that composed the formation began to fracture, resembling a spider's web of cracks. The awakening stones were on the verge of shattering. Could it be? How was this possible? What martial soul was he about to awaken? Everyone gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene, rubbing their eyes in doubt, questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. Even the most extraordinary martial souls, with innate full soul power, could not cause the awakening stones to explode, could they? With a deafening crash, they shattered, really shattered? The elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. All 6 awakening stones burst apart simultaneously, scattering countless fragments in every direction. Not good, someone exclaimed, realizing that as the awakening stones fractured, the golden light of the formation was rapidly diminishing, while the youth's martial soul had yet to be summoned. Hu Liena's expression shifted. Her soul power surged as she rushed to retrieve awakening stones for Luo Yu. She was swift, yet another figure, more urgent and faster, darted past her. The throne exploded, and the empress shot forth, her 9 soul rings blooming in unison. A tremendous surge of soul power gathered all the awakening stones within the square, instantly forming a hexagram formation that enveloped the entire area. At that very moment, it seemed as if the gathering energy was fully amplified. The awakening stones erupted into a brilliant light, the dazzling golden radiance resembling an inverted golden bowl, casting a luminous glow over the square. The golden light now extended far beyond 100 yards. An elder, his eyes wide with disbelief, strained to articulate the staggering truth. The golden light stretches 1,000 yards. No sooner had the words left his lips than an answer resonated in the air. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated across the expanse. A boundless aura suddenly surged from Luo Yu as a magnificent 9-colored beam of light soared into the heavens, overturning the golden radiance and reaching for the skies, forming a grand pillar that connected heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire assembly rose to their feet, the elders gazing upwards in awe. Hu Liena covered her mouth, unable to conceal her astonishment. Wang Ting trembled violently, collapsing to the ground uncontrollably, kneeling before the overwhelming presence. The enormous crocodile dragon spirit behind him emerged autonomously, letting out a resounding roar, pledging its allegiance. It was not just him. All those present who possessed dragon-type spirits knelt with reverence, while those of higher cultivation experienced a disturbance in their soul power. Only the most formidable among them managed to maintain their composure, though their hearts were still filled with unspoken dread. A soul saint-level officiant from the spirit hall revealed a trembling phantom of a thorny dragon behind him. What lies within that 9-colored beam? Why is my spirit beyond my control? Another even more resounding dragon's roar echoed, causing hundreds of awakening stones in the vicinity to shatter simultaneously. It was at that moment that the 9-colored beam dissipated, unveiling the true form of the spirit within. A colossal dragon, measuring thousands of feet, emerged, exuding an incomparably divine and majestic aura. Each irregular diamond-shaped scale shimmered with 9-colored brilliance as elemental forces converged, and its overwhelming vitality astonished everyone present. Luo Yu gradually opened his eyes, revealing iridescent orbs that sparkled like 9-colored diamonds. In that moment, he seemed to embody the essence of a celestial being, his gaze radiating a divine light that even the title Douluo could not bear to meet. Bibi Dong's enchanting eyes shimmered with infatuation, glancing around the venue with an air of superiority, as if unable to contain her proclamation. Do you see? This is the innate gift of my man. Hu Liena's captivating eyes sparkled with myriad hues, her heart tumultuous, even the urge to correct her earlier words quelled by the shock of the moment. In contrast, a graceful figure lurking in the shadows observed intently, her delicate frame trembling incessantly, her violet eyes clouded with tears, a single crystalline droplet cascading onto her pristine jade foot. Gu Yue Na, the Silver Dragon King, had never shed tears before, yet today she wept, for the dragon god had returned. Crucially, the one possessing the dragon god martial soul was none other than Luo Yu. As long as it was he, That was sufficient. Though Gu Yu Na did not fully comprehend the circumstances, she realized that the future of soul beasts was secured. Their future together was also assured. Given this man enough time, all would be well. What fear did the divine realm hold? Deprived of the energy support from thousands of awakened stones, the phantasm of the nine-colored dragon god swiftly diminished, condensing to a size of 9 zhang, resting behind the man. The elders fixed their gaze intently on the martial soul behind Luo Yu. The children who had awakened their martial souls, along with their parents, looked on with envy. Suddenly, a flurry of hidden offerings, unable to contain themselves, surged forward to Luo Yu without a hint of modesty. These pinnacle existences of the spirit hall regarded Luo Yu as though he were a peerless treasure, their wrinkled skin beaming with joy while simultaneously displaying expressions of deference. Chapter 14. Task: Captivate Hu Liena. Reward: Exclusive soul ring of 100,000 years. Luo Yu commanded the newly awakened dragon god martial soul. Sensing that the surrounding elements seemed to rejoice and eagerly surged towards his being, allowing him to enhance his cultivation effortlessly. As he lowered his gaze and clenched his fist, an uncanny sensation enveloped him. His skin radiated a golden sheen, and his vital energy surged forth. He could distinctly feel the tumultuous and explosive power within him. As if merely through sheer force, he could shatter the fabric of space. Young friend, I am unaware of your family's whereabouts. Might I invite them to meet and converse? Luo Yu found himself encircled by the offerings of the spirit hall. Amidst them stood an elderly man clad in a gray robe. His hair as white as snow, yet his visage youthful. Old fool, step aside. I emerged first, exclaimed a silver-clad elder, pulling him aside and leaning toward Luo Yu. Young brother, would you be interested in finding a master? Suddenly, another elder sprang forth, exclaiming with righteous indignation, have you no shame? Young friend, do not heed their words. I am a level 96, a third offering of the spirit hall, with the spirit of the white-armored sacred dragon, which shares your dragon lineage and can guide you well. Bah, are you blind, or are we? It is abundantly clear that your white-armored sacred dragon pales in comparison to our young friend's spirit, which is nothing short of a white-armored behemoth. What merit do you have to boast? The elders and stewards in the distance bore expressions of utter astonishment. For heaven's sake, can you all please mind your dignity? What has become of your aloof demeanor? They had once been a group of stern, inscrutable offerings, yet now they squabbled like common folk, stripping away all pretense and engaging in open conflict. However, upon witnessing the scattered shards of awakening stones and the radiant glow emanating from Luo Yu, the peculiarities of the scene began to seem entirely natural. Compared to everything else, was this individual not a touch too formidable? After all these years, throughout the annals of the spirit hall's history, never had an awakening of a spirit caused such a commotion. Typically, a golden light extending 30 zhang would suffice to qualify one as a saintly heir. Yet here was this youth, erupting with 1,000 zhang of golden radiance. What exceptional quality must his spirit possess, and to what heights might he ascend in the future? Luo Yu immersed himself in the profound changes of his body, secretly feeling fortunate that his physique was an immaculate divine body birthed from the golden lotus of tribulation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure the awakening of his martial soul. The dragon god martial soul is inherently beyond the reach of mere mortals. Had it been anyone else, the initial awakening would likely have resulted in their body exploding into oblivion. However, if the awakening stones were insufficient, even this dragon god martial soul could not be invoked. Thankfully, the martial soul hall possesses vast resources, providing ample awakening stones. It seems he has come to the right place today. Make way. An imposing elder emerged, his gray robe exuding an aura of authority that silenced the previously raucous crowd, filling them with reverence. He approached Luo Yu, nodding in satisfaction. You are quite remarkable. I am Qian Daolu, a possessor of a divine-level martial soul, with a peak cultivation of level 99. Do you wish to become my disciple? Luo Yu scratched his head, a look of perplexity crossing his face. If you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Although Qian Daolu appeared aloof, a fervent glimmer flickered in his eyes, and his palms perspired with excitement. May the heavens bless the spirit hall. As Luo Yu retracted the dragon god martial soul, the surrounding owners of dragon martial souls, including Wang Ting, breathed a sigh of relief, rising to their feet, albeit with trembling legs, gazing at him in trepidation. Do you have any awakening stones left? Luo Yu asked shyly. What do you mean? Qian Daolu was taken aback. Haven't we all awakened already? What do we need the awakening stones for? The others wore puzzled expressions, scratching their heads in confusion. I feel as if I have yet to complete my awakening. Luo Yu blinked. Eh, Qian Daolu exclaimed softly, and then, as if realizing something, his body trembled. Not fully awakened? The crowd present murmured in unison, their expression shifting dramatically as they stared at Luo Yu with wide eyes. Could it be that this fellow possesses a twin martial soul? Impossible. This martial soul is already so extraordinary. Could there be another hidden within? Is it true? Hu Liena tightened her grip on the hem of her skirt. In the hidden space, Gu Yue Na was equally astonished. As for Bibi Dong, her heart and mind were filled with thoughts of her beloved. Hearing the discussions around him and observing Luo Yu's lack of denial, Qian Daolu's breath quickened. He turned to the crowd and called out urgently, "Quick! Bring me all the awakening stones from the palace's stock. Hurry!" On the fragments of the square, a massive hexagram formation was once again established, composed of over 1,000 awakening stones. Everyone was dispersed by Qian Daolu to the edges of the square, leaving only Luo Yu in the center to complete his awakening. Anticipation, astonishment, and admiration converged upon Luo Yu. The formation was activated by Bibi Dong, and everyone awaited a more spectacular display. However, after 10 breaths, then 30 breaths, there was still no movement from Luo Yu. Some let out a sigh of relief, their bodies relaxing. Phew, that was nearly terrifying. I always felt this guy couldn't possibly have a twin martial soul. That would be unbearable. Someone nearby rolled their eyes, saying, "Come on. Even if he has a single martial soul, you wouldn't stand a chance." However, a twin martial soul does seem rather unlikely. That would require extraordinary talent. A hint of disappointment flickered in Qian Daolu's eyes, but he said nothing more. Luo Yu's talent was already unparalleled in his experience, leaving little room for regret. He swiftly approached Luo Yu within the formation, smiling as he offered, "Young friend, with your talent, if you were to take me as your master, even a single martial soul could render you invincible in this world." Ignoring everything around him, Luo Yu kept his eyes firmly closed. The indifference he displayed ignited a flicker of anger on Qian Daolu's face. Suddenly, a resonant sound echoed through the square, devoid of any golden light or movement. Yet a sharp clang of a sword rang out of nowhere, penetrating the ears of all present. In an instant, the thousands of awakening stones scattered across the ground mysteriously disintegrated into dust. A gentle breeze swept through, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd back to the center. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yu had opened his eyes, revealing a long sword materializing before him. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches in length. Crafted from an enigmatic substance that resembled neither metal nor stone, its body transparent like amber. It exuded an ancient aura, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, no one was foolish enough to underestimate it. Often, the extraordinary concealed immense power, as evidenced by the sudden vanishing of those awakening stones. Could this truly be the Jiuxiao Zhutian sword, the genuine weapon spirit of the world? While others may not perceive it, Luo Yu could certainly sense its essence. Within this sword, it appeared to hold no discernible energy, yet its material was undeniably exceptional. Luo Yu could not help but recall the astonishing introduction of the system. If this was the extent of its capabilities, it hardly seemed impressive. Ding! The system detected the host awakening their martial soul. Task issued. Capture the Saintess Hu Liena. Task reward. Exclusive 9 Heavens Extermination Sword and a century-old first soul ring. Exclusive soul ring? What could that possibly mean? Luo Yu was momentarily perplexed. The electronic voice resonated once more. System explanation. The 9 Heavens Extermination Sword. 1 turn, 1 world. The host cannot independently acquire soul rings. Only by completing the task can the exclusive soul ring be obtained. Only with the exclusive soul ring can the true might of the sword's soul be unleashed. Huh. So it means that even if my soul power is sufficient, I cannot venture out to slay soul beasts. I must complete the task instead? However, this exclusive soul ring seems to be specifically paired with the extermination sword. Could it possess some extraordinary function? After all, the introduction surely cannot be deceitful. Yet, to acquire a first soul ring that lasts 100,000 years? That seems rather appealing. Holding the extermination sword, Luo Yu felt a profound connection. Yet it felt somewhat empty, as if something were missing. While he remained calm, others were in a frenzy. Twin martial souls. It truly was a case of twin martial souls, and the quality of these 2 souls appeared astonishing. In contrast to the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Hu Liena trembled slightly, her complexion flushed, her small hands covering her face, unable to gaze in Luo Yu's direction. It was over. This time it was all over. She attempted to form words. but her voice caught in her throat. What a calamity! How could one possibly express their feelings in such a situation? She hoped he would forget this whole affair. Chapter 15. The birth of record-breaking innate soul power level. The crystal orb shattered. In the square, Luo Yu had become the undeniable focal point of attention. Every gesture and movement captivated the thoughts of all present. The attendees were all high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Who among them was not astute? How could they fail to recognize the terrifying potential Luo Yu possessed? Each one contemplated approaching him, seeking familiarity and favorable relations. However, they could hardly find an opening, as Luo Yu was already encircled by the worshippers, creating an impenetrable barrier. Having witnessed the twin martial souls, Douluo earnestly lowered his demeanor and made a fervent promise. Young friend, should you wish to take me as your master, I would not hesitate to grant you the position of future pope of the Spirit Hall. Luo Yu, with a gaze unwavering and seemingly oblivious, brandished the heavenly execution sword in a flourish. How audacious! The grand offering is addressing you. Why do you not respond at once? The seventh offering reprimanded sharply. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and cast a fleeting glance at the speaker. Merely a glance was sufficient to send a tremor through the heart of the seventh offering, as if he had been targeted by a malevolent deity. This incensed him greatly. After all, he possessed a cultivation level of 96. How could he be intimidated by a mere junior? He barked sharply. You, young one, exhibit remarkable talent, yet you are exceedingly oblivious to the distinctions of rank and respect. Luo Yu, too indolent to even raise his eyelids, gently traced the blade of the Zhutian's sword with his finger, nonchalantly retorting, "What business is it of yours? Impudent." The seventh elder fumed, his anger manifesting as he glared and puffed in indignation, the full force of his 96th level cultivation surging forth in an instant. Hiss! How audacious this lad is, daring to provoke the seventh elder. The seventh elder, known for his obstinacy and strict adherence to hierarchy, had a notoriously volatile temper. Whispers of fragmented discussions echoed through the crowd as they observed the seventh elder on the verge of unleashing his fury. Yet, Douluo, with a serene smile, placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Old seven, he's merely a junior. It's only natural for someone with such talent to have a bit of a temper. Let us practice a little more forbearance. But that does not excuse his disregard for respect and hierarchy. This boy is far too arrogant. The seventh elder expressed his discontent. Silence. Douluo's smile vanished, replaced by a stern reprimand. Instantly, the seventh elder fell silent. Douluo then resumed his warm demeanor, addressing Luo Yu, "My young friend, would you care to be my disciple?" As the dazzling light of the soul flickered, Luo Yu retracted his martial spirit. "I am grateful for the esteemed patron's kindness. However, I must decline the offer of apprenticeship." Upon these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? He dared to refuse the esteemed patron? The thought that such a young man would turn down an opportunity to study under a figure of such stature was utterly unfathomable. Did he not comprehend the magnitude of his rejection? Power, status, and wealth were all within reach. The esteemed patron had never taken on a disciple before. He was the pinnacle of Douluo continent. Possessing talent does not grant one the liberty to be so reckless. This could only be described as self-destructive. Douluo himself was taken aback by the decisiveness of the refusal, his expression stiffening as anger flickered in his eyes. Yet, he quickly masked it with a semblance of warmth, asking, "Young friend, would you care to reconsider?" "Very well, I shall give it further thought," Luo Yu readily replied. Douluo? Wait, when I suggested you consider, I did not mean it literally. Furthermore, your agreement seems rather casual. How are your reflections progressing? Douluo's smile was strained. Had it not been for Luo Yu's exceptional talent, he would have long since erupted in fury and unleashed a powerful strike. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, questioning whether this was truly a matter for consideration given the swift response. What if, in a moment of impulsiveness, I agree and later decide to betray the Spirit Hall? Are you not apprehensive? Douluo was momentarily at a loss for words, his smile nearly faltering. You are correct. Then, I shall await your decision, young friend. Inform me when you have made up your mind, and I shall provide you with anything that the Spirit Hall possesses. Luo Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Douluo felt a surge of blood rushing to his temples. Was I, in fact, taking on a disciple? Or was I the one seeking mentorship? Nevertheless, he restrained his agitation. Young friend, I presume you have yet to undergo the innate soul power test? I happen to have a testing crystal ball here. It would be prudent to conduct the assessment. With that, Douluo produced a transparent orb, instructing. Simply place your hand upon it. The surrounding individuals immediately perked up, focusing their attention intently on the unfolding scene. Luo Yu also wished to ascertain his current level, so he placed his hand upon it. This crystal ball could discern the degree of innate soul power by the intensity of its radiant glow. Luo Yu inquired with curiosity, "Does achieving the utmost brilliance of this crystal ball signify one possesses innate full soul power?" Douluo laughed heartily. "My young friend, you jest. While it may be feasible to illuminate other spheres entirely, this particular crystal ball is beyond your capabilities. Merely managing to illuminate a third of it would serve as proof of your innate full soul power." Luo Yu sensed his physical condition and hesitated, saying, "I feel that my innate soul power might be more profound than merely being at full capacity." Douluo interjected confidently, "Rest assured, this crystal ball is exceptionally sturdy. For someone at your stage of awakening, it is virtually indestructible. It is absolutely impossible for it to break. You merely need to exert your strength." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Luo Yu refrained from further comments. A smile graced Douluo's face as he channeled his soul power to activate the testing crystal ball. Luo Yu felt an instantaneous surge of soul power rushing within him. In an instant, the crystal ball radiated with a blinding brilliance, so dazzling that it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open before it began to shake violently. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered explosively, fragments scattering in all directions. Douluo's smile froze, taken aback by the swiftness of this turn of events, his gaze fixated on the remnants in his hand. Not only he, but those around him were equally stunned, some unable to restrain themselves from uttering exclamations of disbelief. "What on earth did I just witness?" It exploded. Luo Yu sighed helplessly, slowly retracting his hand. He had warned them, such a situation should not lead to his loss. Was there a sturdier one available? Douluo's heart raced, his hand trembling as he looked at Luo Yu with a gaze akin to that of witnessing a monster. "Young friend, do you comprehend the significance of this crystal ball? It is meant for testing soul masters at the soul respect level." Douluo appeared increasingly agitated. "Do you realize what it means for it to illuminate fully? It signifies that the totality of a soul master's soul power has reached level 30. His throat quivered, his face a portrait of astonishment. "And you, Douluo, have managed to completely overcharge it." Upon hearing Douluo's explanation, those nearby immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, expressions of incredulity washing over their faces, as if they had exhausted their lifetime supply of astonishment in a single day. Others would dream of having innate full soul power. Yet this individual nonchalantly possessed an innate level of 30? No, the crystal ball's explosion could not merely signify a level 30. It was unfathomable. What level could this individual possibly be? Was he even human, or was he a transformed soul beast? Bibi Dong stood silently, observing with a radiant countenance, her lips unknowingly curling into a proud pout. She was not fond of flattery, yet hearing praises for Luo Yu brought her joy and a peculiar sense of delight. Hu Liena suddenly understood. She comprehended everything now. No wonder this man did not flinch before her oppressive aura. His innate soul power level was not inferior to her. Who was hailed as a genius? How did he achieve this? He was truly formidable. Admiration gleamed in Hu Liena's eyes. Then, following another test, Luo Yu's innate soul power left everyone utterly astonished. Level 40, an unprecedented feat in history. Douluo had been astounded when he witnessed his granddaughter attain an innate level of 20. Now, seeing Luo Yu's innate level of 40 rendered him speechless. Vowing to retain such a talent within the spirit hall at all costs. No one must learn of this. Douluo narrowed his eyes, realizing that with so many individuals aware of the news, it was possible that it could leak. Those powerful factions outside would likely go to great lengths to recruit this young man. Mere resources and status might not suffice to retain him. For the first time in many years, Douluo felt a sense of worry. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes lit up. An alliance. His granddaughter, with her extraordinary beauty and unparalleled talent, possessed a divine martial soul. Should they unite, even their offspring would likely be unmatched. A splendid notion. Chapter 16. How about I betroth Xianren to you? A couple joining forces to seize opportunities. Douluo promptly made a decision. He pulled Luo Yu aside, dismissing those around them, and whispered, "Young friend, I shall be direct and concise. I have a granddaughter of marriageable age. If you agree to remain in the spirit hall, I shall not only take you as my disciple, but also promise to bestow my granddaughter upon you." Granddaughter? Where did this old fellow acquire a granddaughter? Luo Yu was taken aback. He had long ago dealt a crushing blow to Sun, and Bibi Dong was naturally well protected. How could this old fellow possibly have a granddaughter? Was she born from a crack in a stone? He was unaware of the name of the old man's granddaughter. Qian Rinxue. Observing Luo Yu's peculiar expression, Qian Dalu mistakenly thought he was expressing disdain and immediately began to extol her virtues. My granddaughter possesses a beauty that eclipses the moon and blushes the flowers, a rarity in this world, and her talents are unparalleled, unmatched by anyone but yourself. Luo Yu was at a loss for words, feeling that the old fellow's exuberance resembled that of a sleazy matchmaker. Perhaps Qian Rinxue remained blissfully unaware of her grandfather's scheming. However, a profound doubt stirred within him. If Bibi Dong was unscathed, then from whence did Qian Rinxue emerge? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Is your granddaughter truly genuine?" Qian Dalu forcefully clapped Luo Yu on the shoulder, causing him to stagger, and exclaimed with wide eyes, "She is my beloved granddaughter." How could that possibly be false? Luo Yu murmured in response, "How peculiar indeed." What? Nothing. Luo Yu pondered in silence about the unfolding situation. It appeared that the child was indeed the offspring of Qian Xuanji, yet the identity of the mother remained a mystery. Without a doubt, Bibi Dong had been rescued by him. Years prior, he had severed one of Qian Xuanji's arms, leaving him gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Even when Qian Xuanji lay prostrate on the ground, pleading for mercy, Luo Yu had no intention of showing him leniency. Ultimately, it was Bibi Dong's compassion that prevailed. Recalling her own tragic upbringing, having lost her parents at a tender age and being nurtured by the spirit hall, she intervened, allowing Luo Yu to spare Qian Xuanji's life. In the end, that scoundrel didn't dare to reveal his father, Qian Daolu, for Luo Yu's terrifying prowess had instilled a profound sense of despair and fear within him, rendering him utterly unwilling to provoke Bibi Dong again. Perhaps Qian Xuanji had later consorted with another woman within the hall? It seemed quite plausible. Luo Yu was not well acquainted with the details of that sequence of events, as he had returned to the Star Doe forest to prepare for his tribulation. It appeared necessary to inquire further with Dong or about the specifics. "My young friend, have you given it some thought?" Qian Dalu inquired with a smile. Luo Yu's lips twitched. "You can't possibly be suggesting that I become a son-in-law, can you?" "No way. How could that be?" Qian Dalu smiled slyly, resembling an old fox. "All you need to do is to marry my daughter Shue'er properly." Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders, declaring, "I am utterly impoverished. I possess no dowry. As long as you are present, what need is there for a bridal gift?" The old man offered his financial support and efforts to arrange the wedding. Qian Dalu repeatedly shook his head, resembling a shrewd merchant as he rubbed his hands together. Luo Yu found himself at a loss for words. He was eager to inquire whether one could truly lack remorse while leading their granddaughter astray. "What are your thoughts on the matter?" Qian Daoliu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Well, please do not rush. The matter of marriage is far too significant to treat lightly. We have yet to meet, and proceeding without that would be rather hasty. It would be wiser for us to meet first, and if we find mutual attraction, we can discuss further." "I see no necessity for that." Qian Daolu thought only of hastening the process, intent on fully integrating Luo Yu into the spirit hall. "I find it quite necessary." Luo Yu resisted the notion of being arranged into such a situation, even if it seemed alluring. "Young man, are you refusing to accept a toast and opting for a punishment drink instead?" Qian Daoliu's expression darkened slightly. Luo Yu stood resolute and unyielding, gazing directly into Qian Daoliu's eyes without a trace of fear. "I believe that love is not a commodity to be bartered, nor is marriage a mere bargaining chip." Their eyes locked in a steadfast stare, each holding firm to their convictions, igniting sparks of contention. Luo Yu resolutely rejected the notion of marriage. Although he appeared calm from a distance, in reality, Bibi Dong was eavesdropping intently, and she could not help but pat her proud bosom, exhaling a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Brother Yu is truly a remarkable person, even if he occasionally exhibits a flirtatious demeanor, not only Bibi Dong, but in another realm. Gu Yue Na, who had been tense, also relaxed her posture, casting a fierce glare at Luo Yu as she raised her small fist. "If you dare to rashly agree to a marriage proposal, I shall emerge with a hatchet," she exclaimed, ready to confront the elder. Ultimately, Qian Dao Lu cast a profound glance at Luo Yu, smiling rather than fuming, and praised, "Excellent. Truly remarkable, my young friend. Your temperament has earned my respect. Thus, I shall grant you the opportunity to meet Shue'er." The corners of Luo Yu's mouth twitched. This old fellow was not merely questioning whether he desired a wife. He was clearly trying to foist one upon him. Bibi Dong approached swiftly, interrupting the dialogue, her clear voice resonating like a phoenix's call. "Great offering. Others have been waiting for quite some time. We must commence the award ceremony, lest we deviate from protocol. Qian Daolu, growing impatient, retorted, I have yet to conclude my matters. Let them wait a little longer. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed. No, I cannot wait any longer. She inwardly cursed, thinking, if I wait any longer, this old man will have tricked my man into becoming his son-in-law. How can I endure that? As they stood in opposition, it was ultimately Bibi Dong's imposing presence that prevailed. Qian Daolu instructed Luo Yu to wait, promising to summon Qian Rinxue soon for an arranged meeting. The award ceremony commenced in earnest. Prizes were distributed according to the ranks of innate soul power awakenings. Originally, Wang Ting anticipated the rewards he would receive with delight, eager to flaunt them. However, upon remembering Luo Yu, his enthusiasm waned, and everything felt less appealing. Not only did it lose its charm, but it also stung his heart, rendering him unable to rejoice. The crowd could not help but speculate on the reward Luo Yu, with such extraordinary talent, would receive. After all, the previous reward cap allowed for an innate full level to earn a soul bone. What then for someone possessing the astonishing innate level of 40? The mere thought left them envious and apprehensive. Some sighed deeply, feeling the vast disparity too great to covet. At last, it was Luo Yu's turn to ascend and claim his reward. Suddenly, an incongruous voice rang out. The seventh offering interjected with a scoff. Wait a moment. The crowd was bewildered, and the seventh offering sneered. This lad, according to my recent investigation, is not one of the spirit hall. He is an outsider brought in by the saintess without authorization. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Before discussions could ignite, a resounding crash echoed as the seventh offering, who had arrogantly denounced Luo Yu from above, was unceremoniously kicked away. Qian Daolu, enveloped in golden six-winged angelic presence, took his place, 9 soul rings erupting forth as he surveyed the assembly with a menacing glare, coldly proclaiming, what outsider? Where is this so-called outsider? I see none. Am I blind? He turned to the other offerings. Tell me, do we have outsiders here today? No. The other offerings shook their heads vigorously. Not as naive as the seventh offering, fully grasping Qian Daolu's intent. How could one possibly cast aside such remarkable talent? With such innate abilities, even those who were not of their own would wish to claim him. As for how he arrived here, was that truly of consequence? Evidently, it was not. First, they would offer him sweet words and flattery. Bibi Dong observed the unfolding drama with cold detachment, stating indifferently, is everything settled? If so, I shall continue with the awards. Luo Yu ascended the stage, standing opposite Bibi Dong. Having reached the pinnacle of innate soul power, he was awarded a soul bone. Bibi Dong presented him with a magnificent left leg soul bone, adorned with twinkling starlight and exuding a crystalline clarity. The onlookers, including Tidal Douluo, felt their hearts aflame at the sight. Soul bones are among the most treasured resources in the Douluo continent, even among super Douluo. Those fully equipped with soul bones are scarce. In essence, acquiring a soul bone is akin to reaching for the heavens. The spirit hall, despite its substantial resources, possesses a limited stock. Typically, an ordinary Tidal Douluo, after years of diligent service, would not be able to obtain even a single piece. Today, however, the circumstances were exceptional. With a mere glance, Luo Yu discerned the origins of the soul bone, an ancient leg bone from the 80,000-year Gale White Tiger, ideally suited for agile attack-type soul masters. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. Everyone assumed the award ceremony had concluded, and Luo Yu shared this sentiment. However, to their astonishment, the Empress Bibi Dong cleared her throat once more and proclaimed with great fervor, the reward for possessing innate full soul power is indeed a soul bone. Yet this young friend is far more than just one with full soul power. The crowd below was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the Empress's intent. Thus, after much contemplation, I have decided that since this young friend possesses innate level 40, he is entitled to a fourfold reward, for soul bones, to be exact. At this declaration, the entire assembly erupted into chaos. Goodness, the Empress is exceedingly generous. When has the spirit hall ever been so magnanimous? The young man hadn't even asked for it. And yet she is offering 4 pieces? Soul bones are not mere cabbages. Around 100 onlookers were filled with envy, some even shedding tears, while the elders' faces turned a shade of green in unison. Qian Daolu, within, contorted in agony, his skin twitching with heartache, barely restraining himself from speaking out, cursing inwardly instead. What has gotten into Bibi Dong? Such extravagance. This is the very foundation of the spirit hall. The 7th elder, rising from the rubble, grasped his chest and exclaimed, this is unacceptable. Absolutely not. It is inappropriate. Soul bones are of immense value. How can they be so casually bestowed? Bibi Dong shot him a cold, sideways glance, her voice steady and solemn. Indeed, soul bones are precious. Yet the spirit hall has always upheld its promises and acted with integrity. How can we go back on our word now? Her righteous words left the crowd speechless, unable to counter, and instead filled with admiration for the Empress's noble character. However, the seventh elder's expression darkened, his discomfort palpable. There could be no dissent. The Empress's authority was unmistakable, her phoenix eyes icy. My decision is made. It shall be so. Luo Yu grasped the soul bone he had previously acquired, while 3 additional pieces of commendable quality were discreetly tucked away in his embrace, a smile barely restrained from blossoming on his visage. Truly, my dear Dong, your pains have not been in vain. At this moment, another figure stood nearby, her expression peculiar, Hu Liena. She was acutely aware that Luo Yu was favored by Bibi Dong. Chapter 17. The unabashed favoritism of the Empress, causing the elders to weep in jealousy. In the square, Luo Yu had stowed away all 4 soul bones bestowed upon him by the Empress. He exhibited no signs of fatigue or agitation, maintaining an air of composure. Witnessing this scene, heavy breaths emanated from various corners. Countless pairs of envious eyes, glistening with a green sheen, fixated on the soul bones emitting an enchanting glow from Luo Yu's grasp. The high-ranking officials of the spirit hall were nearly overcome with envy. Their jealousy was palpable, particularly as they beheld Luo Yu's calm demeanor, which only served to deepen their dismay, prompting silent laments. Countless hearts cried out for soul bones. That is indeed 4 soul bones. How can he remain so unfazed? If it were me receiving such an award, my smile would stretch wide as a pot, grinning from ear to ear. Pray tell, how does one convey a demeanor of reluctant acceptance when presented with such treasures? This is simply too ostentatious, too demoralizing. In truth, Luo Yu was not putting on an act. Soul bones aged between 80 and 90,000 years held little allure for him. Yet, others did not share his perspective. Possessing a single soul bone could significantly augment one's capabilities. Having 4 would mean soaring to unprecedented heights. Among the titled Douluos present, despite their years of toil, few could claim even a single soul bone. Yet this fellow, with casual ease, received 4, and with just 2 more, he could complete a full set. Who wouldn't he feel a twinge of envy? The crowd was a mix of admiration and scorn. A collective, wild thought burgeoned within them, to rush forth and strip him of his treasures. However, a lingering sense of reason cautioned them, unless one sought death, who would dare to steal? Hu Liena, too, was gripped by envy. After all, these were soul bones, who wouldn't he desire them? Although she held the title of saintess, she had yet to acquire a soul bone herself, and perhaps would need another 2 years of diligent effort to earn even one. Despite her envy, she felt no animosity. Even with an understanding of the underlying dynamics, she never considered exposing the relationship between Bibi Dong and Luo Yu, for reasons unknown. Witnessing the man bask in such attention and receiving accolades brought her joy. Especially at the prospect of him potentially remaining in the spirit hall for cultivation, her excitement surged. An opportunity had arisen. Yet, she suddenly recalled their previous wager, her long, graceful legs instinctively tightening, her face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. On the platform, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he softly called out, "Your Majesty." Bibi Dong inwardly cursed, that insufferable man, so pretentious. He could outdo her in theatrics. Just moments ago, he had been in the palace, playfully touching her and sweetly calling her Donger, and now, in public, he was all formalities and decorum, addressing her as Your Majesty. Having received his accolades, might I now take my leave to rest? As soon as Luo Yu's words fell, a voice of discontent rang out. The 7th elder, exasperated, exclaimed, "The awakening ceremony has never permitted early departures. The ancestral rites and the oath-taking ceremony have yet to commence. Do you, young man, intend to disregard the rules? Ancestral rites? To pay homage to the ancient spirits of the spirit hall? And the oath? Merely a declaration of loyalty to the spirit hall." Luo Yu, already feeling bored, found himself even less inclined to remain at this point. Luo Yu could hardly be bothered to acknowledge the incessantly provocative 7th elder, clearly a fool unworthy of his attention. He turned his head and subtly winked at Bibi Dong. The Empress feigned ignorance, yet her phoenix eyes glinted with authority as she proclaimed, "7th elder, who holds the utmost power within the spirit hall." The 7th elder clasped his hands in reverence, responding, "That would naturally be Your Holiness, the Pope." Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction, pleased with his understanding. "Nana, please escort your friend away for now. Since he is unwilling to participate in the remaining proceedings, His presence is no longer required. The seventh elder, flustered, interjected, "Your Holiness. We cannot disturb the hierarchy. The rules must be upheld." Silence. A wave of formidable energy surged forth as the Empress's eyes blazed with a murderous intent. A cold smile gracing her lips. "Rules? I am the embodiment of the rules." The onlookers gasped, silenced by her commanding presence. Though a collective sense of unease lingered in the air, as they sensed something peculiar about the Empress today, though they could not discern the specifics. "Thank you, Your Holiness," they murmured. Luo Yu inclined his hand in greeting towards Bibi Dong, casting a playful glance at the seventh elder, who was so infuriated that he seemed on the verge of fainting. He then strode away, taking Hu Liena's hand without a hint of restraint. The seventh elder, trembling with rage, pointed an unsteady finger at Luo Yu's retreating figure, incredulous at his audacity. The Empress let out a cold huff, choosing to disregard him entirely, and announced with clarity that the ceremony would proceed to the next segment. However, these subsequent tedious proceedings held no relevance for Luo Yu, who had already whisked Hu Liena away. In a flash, the two moved with remarkable speed, not even channeling their soul power. "Slow down. Please, slow down," Hu Liena gasped, realizing that her delicate, slender legs struggled to keep pace with the man's rapid strides. His tempo was astonishingly swift, and her current physical prowess was barely able to withstand it. Luo Yu came to a halt, discovering a spacious little garden, where the scenery was splendid and the ground was neatly paved with azure stone slabs. Turning to glance at Hu Liena, who was perspiring profusely and exhaling a fragrant breath, Luo Yu smirked and remarked, "Hey, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? You've only walked a few steps, and you're already like this?" Hu Liena, observing Luo Yu's composed demeanor, was taken aback. Do you not realize how swift you are?" Luo Yu spread his hands. "Isn't that just a normal speed?" Hu Liena's crimson lips quivered slightly. "Did you just refer to that as normal speed? I felt as if I were about to be swept away by you." Noticing the girl's resentful gaze, Luo Yu cleared his throat awkwardly. "Perhaps it's due to my recent awakening of the martial soul, which has slightly enhanced my physical attributes." Hu Liena regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if she were observing a creature of another world. "Just a slight enhancement? I would say it's more akin to a monumental leap." After saying this, she curiously scrutinized Luo Yu, examining him up and down, peering to the left and prodding to the right. "What are you doing?" Luo Yu exclaimed, instinctively protecting his shoulders as he took 3 steps back. "I'm just trying to discern what kind of soul beast you transformed from. How could your martial soul awaken in such an extraordinary manner? Not to mention possessing dual martial souls? It's utterly astonishing." Enough, Luo Yu said, his face contorted in distaste as he pushed Hu Liena away, halting her curious hands. Realizing her behavior was inappropriate, Hu Liena blushed. With her head lowered, she stood on tiptoe, tracing circles on the blue bricks, the sunlight illuminating her cascading golden hair, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. The girl stammered, that." Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Hu Liena lifted her delicate hand to tuck her golden locks behind her jade-colored ear and neck, her enchanting eyes fixed upon the man. "Could you perhaps summon your martial soul for me to see?" "Why?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Hu Liena stamped her foot, playfully pouting. "I'm just a little curious. That's all." Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Hey, Xiao Nana, have you forgotten something important?" "What is it?" Hu Liena blinked her large, innocent eyes, appearing utterly harmless. "Enough with the pretense. If you can't recall, why are you blushing?" With her secret exposed, Hu Liena quickly turned away, covering her face with her hands. "Oh no. It has finally come to this," she thought. "Ahem, I remember now. A certain little girl made a solemn bet with me. What was it about again?" Luo Yu approached Hu Liena with a teasing expression, leisurely remarking, "I had long advised you against gambling, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. How vexing." The girl, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, felt as if she could melt away into the ground, her flowing hair swaying gently. Luo Yu sighed deeply, surrendering to the moment. Well, I never took it seriously. It was merely a jest." Hu Liena turned, her fingers parting slightly as she covered her face, revealing a glimpse of her expression. Upon witnessing the man's countenance, marked by disappointment and resignation, she huffed indignantly. "What jest? I, Hu Liena, the saintess of the spirit hall, have always been a woman of my word. I speak with conviction. Surely, you would not truly call me, would you?" Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. Hu Liena, releasing her grip, revealed her stubborn visage. "If it comes to calling, then so be it. One must honor their wagers. What is the big deal?" "Then let it be so," she declared, her alabaster neck arching gracefully, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. If I were to call your name, would you dare to respond? Luo Yu teased. One cannot refuse such heartfelt entreaties. It would be impolite for me to decline, wouldn't it? You are quite mischievous. Do not turn the tables on me. I have never taken the initiative to say anything. Hu Liena stammered. Who could have known you were such an eccentric? Come on. Let us not dawdle. I have pressing matters to attend to. Luo Yu, with a beaming smile, pressed. Will you call out? If not, I might just take my leave. Hu Liena, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, I will. Is that not sufficient? Her teasing voice echoed far and wide, coincidentally reaching the ears of two men strolling nearby, who shared a close relationship with Hu Liena. Chapter 18. Hu Liena acts cute, calling out for daddy. The frustrated suitor. Hu Liena's fair skin blushed crimson, her small hands anxiously clutching the hem of her skirt, struggling to find her voice. At last, she summoned her courage, bracing herself to call out. Yet, when she met Luo Yu's playful gaze, she faltered, akin to a wilted eggplant, her words lodged in her throat, refusing to escape, biting her cherry lips. She gazed weakly at Luo Yu, tugging gently at his sleeve. Can I just refrain from calling you that, dear brother? What shall you call me then? Luo Yu inquired. Hu Liena pursed her lips, emanating the enchanting allure of her fox spirit. Please, dear brother, have mercy on me. Luo Yu subtly retracted his arm, disdainfully pinching Hu Liena's delicate hand with 2 fingers before tossing it aside. Do refrain from such behavior. If the members of your spirit hall were to witness their saintess in this state, they might think I have bullied her. And wouldn't they seek to stew me for it? You scoundrel, are you not indeed bullying me? Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. Hu Liena, her confidence waning, pouted in a manner both innocent and forlorn. No, it's merely that I am young and naive, lacking experience. I shouldn't have made such reckless bets. I warn you. Do not attempt to play the emotional card. I am not susceptible to such tactics. Moreover, you claim to be young? Pray tell. How is it that I fail to perceive this youthfulness? Luo Yu cast a glance at the striking figure of Hu Liena, his eyelids twitching in response. Ah. Such a physique, if only it were in youth, it would be unparalleled in maturity. Her waist, with its captivating curves, exuded an irresistible charm, akin to a fully ripened peach, while her rounded posterior was undeniably ample and delectable. You lecher. Where are your eyes wandering? Hu Liena playfully scolded, hastily embracing her delicate bosom. It was only because of Luo Yu's audacity that he dared to gaze upon the saintess of the spirit hall without restraint. Luo Yu innocently remarked, Look, you are not young. You seem to know everything. Hu Liena, suppressing her alluring demeanor, revealed a hint of difficulty on her face. It was not that she was unwilling to call out. Rather, she genuinely found it hard to utter the words. Luo Yu chuckled softly, remarking that he had initially stated it was merely a jest and had no intention of engaging in earnest debate. Hu Liena shook her head, insisting that it was different. As a saintess, how could she possibly renege on a wager? That would be utterly disgraceful. Look, you are tormenting yourself, and there is nothing I can do about it, she added. Luo Yu shrugged, yet inwardly he found Hu Liena not only pleasing to the eye but also possessing a rather intriguing temperament, which he deemed quite endearing. In this day and age, individuals who uphold their promises are indeed rare to find. Just wait a moment. Allow me to gather my thoughts. There is no rush. Luo Yu replied with a smile. Not far from their location, 2 men strolled together. One of them, adorned with striking crimson hair and opulent attire, exuded an extraordinary presence, faintly radiating an aura of explosive flames. He gazed with a flirtatious expression at the tall man beside him, whose hair was a striking silver gray. Brother Xiaoyu, do you think I should confess my feelings for Nana? He inquired. The silver-haired man turned his head, responding, Yun, I advise you against it. You are well aware of my sister's temperament. When has she ever treated a man with kindness? Yun, brimming with confidence, retorted, I am well aware of that. However, consider our spirit hall. In terms of appearance and talent, aside from you, Brother Xiaoyu, who among our peers can rival me? Nana has no reason to choose anyone but me. As for those men outside our hall, they are mere country bumpkins, utterly incomparable. He displayed a look of disdain, his features radiating nobility and pride. Xiaoyu nodded, lowering his voice. You do have a point, yet our empress is quite indifferent to men, which seems to have influenced my sister as well. She exhibits no interest whatsoever. Brother Xiaoyu, just because Nana is indifferent to others does not mean she feels the same about me. I have yet to even initiate my pursuit. How can I be content without trying? I believe I have a chance, Yun declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Is your confidence truly so unshakable? Xiaoyu questioned. Shaking his head, Yun wiggled his fingers, stating, "Look, our spirit hall saintess would never seek a man outside. The men out there are utterly ineffectual. Here, I boldly declare. Aside from you, Brother Yu, who else stands a chance? If you would just lend me your support, I am confident I could win Nana's heart." Yu observed Yun's desperate plea and, with a sigh of resignation, conceded, "I can assist you in trying, but the odds are slim. I fear Nana has little interest in men at all." "Are you certain?" Yun asked, skeptical. Yu nodded affirmatively, continuing as they walked, "To be honest, I have never seen that girl take the initiative to converse with a man. When she encounters men, her demeanor is as cold and unyielding as ice, resembling her mentor to a fault." Just as Yun was about to respond, his gaze shifted slightly, catching sight of a scene in the distant garden. "Brother, is that not Nana?" Yu halted, puzzled. "What is Nana doing here?" Yun questioned. "Who is the man opposite her?" Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not be alarmed. I have seen this scenario many times. It could very well be a suitor of my sister's. Just wait and watch. That fellow will either be rejected and flee or end up on the ground after a beating." Yin frowned, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Yu laughed. "You are overthinking it. My sister typically has but one word for unfamiliar men. Leave, and I shall rest easy," Yun replied, casting a glance at Yu. His brows slightly relaxing as he pulled him closer to eavesdrop on the garden scene, observing Hu Liena as she lifted her head. Luo Yu chuckled, "Are you ready?" Meanwhile, Yin, who was lurking nearby, looked at Yu with a puzzled expression, his demeanor shifting as he wondered what was meant by ready. Yu shook his head in confusion, gesturing for patience as they continued to observe. Hu Liena was biting her lip, glaring fiercely at Luo Yu, exclaiming, "I truly detest you." Yu raised an eyebrow at Yin, indicating that he was right. Nana simply harbored a disdain for men. Yin, beaming with delight, pointed emphatically at himself, implying that while others might falter, he would be the one to succeed. Sighing, Luo Yu shook his head in exasperation, finding the situation overly drawn out, and turned to leave. The smile on Yin's face grew more pronounced, his gaze haughty, exuding an air of superiority. How audacious to pursue a saintess. Look at this. He has been humbled and must depart in desolation, that forget it echoing with a sense of loneliness that evokes sympathy. Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that everything unfolded as anticipated. However, in the next moment, Hu Liena called out to Luo Yu. Observing her subtle expression, Yin's grin widened even further. Reveling in the thought that Nana must feel it too cold-hearted to reject him outright and sought to offer him a consolation card before departing. "Poor man. What do you want?" Luo Yu did not turn around. Luo Yu turned his head. "What did you say?" Hu Liena's red lips quivered as she stammered, her voice emerging from her throat, laden with boundless shyness. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to shout at Luo Yu, "Father." In that fleeting moment, Luo Yu remained composed, while both Yu and Yin stood frozen in disbelief. Yu's eyes were wide with incredulity as he vigorously pinched his ears. Yin, on the other hand, felt as if struck by a thunderclap, his once confident smile now twitching uncontrollably. He had heard what? Father? The goddess he had long adored, the esteemed saintess of the Wuhun temple, was calling someone else father, and that someone was merely a youth? Recalling his earlier self-assured declarations, the slap of reality was swift and merciless. Yin felt as though the very earth beneath him was crumbling. His mind was on the verge of explosion. How could this be? How was it possible? What was his goddess doing? Hadn't she always been indifferent to men? The world of the infatuated crumbled in an instant. That genuine utterance of father left Yin with no opportunity to deceive himself any longer. Hu Liena's subsequent actions further humiliated Yu and sent Yin into a spiral of despair, questioning the very essence of life itself. Chapter 19. The goddess, embarrassed yet majestic, dominates the infatuated Yin. In the shadowy recesses of the garden, Yin's crimson eyes quivered incessantly, fixated on the unfolding scene before him. He gazed in disbelief, his heart roaring. How can my goddess behave this way? At that moment, had it not been for Yu's firm grip, he would have dashed out. He watched helplessly as the goddess, who typically paid him no heed, gracefully approached Luo Yu, her delicate fingers poking his chest. With a playful pout reminiscent of a spoiled child, she chided, "You insufferable man. Are you satisfied now? May I see your martial soul?" Luo Yu playfully dug into her ear and remarked, "In truth, my hearing isn't particularly sharp. I didn't quite catch that. You are so mischievous." Hu Liena shot her a glare, rose onto her tiptoes, seized Luo Yu's ear, and brought her lips close, exclaiming loudly, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Did you hear that clearly? Luo Yu forcefully pushed aside Hu Liena, rubbing his ears and glaring with wide eyes. You venomous woman. Do you intend to deafen me with your malice? Upon witnessing the man's discomfort, Hu Liena seemed to have gained the upper hand, chuckling softly. Did you learn your lesson for bullying me? Now, you can hear me clearly, can't you? How stingy. I merely wish to glimpse your martial soul. My curiosity is genuine. Hu Liena murmured in complaint. As Luo Yu was about to take action, a frenzied, rage-filled roar erupted. Who dares to approach my goddess Nana? Stay away. Boom. A towering inferno, imbued with a sense of sorrow and fury, suddenly ignited from a nearby corner, the golden-red flames consuming the surrounding trees in their wake. A searing wave of heat rushing toward him. Yan's countenance twisted in a grotesque manner, his entire being enveloped in flames, veins bulging on his forehead. And his blood-red eyes fixated on Luo Yu, resembling a ferocious beast, with a bloodthirsty madness curling at the corners of his mouth. Luo Yu was taken aback, swiftly turning his gaze and spitting out a curse. What on earth just sprang forth? It startled me. Yan gritted his teeth and said, You brat, whom are you mocking? Luo Yu chose to disregard the situation and turned to Hu Liena, pointing ahead in bewilderment and exclaiming, Who is that? Is he out of his mind? Suddenly appearing and causing such a disturbance in broad daylight? It's rather frightening. Hu Liena, equally astonished, inquired with a furrowed brow, Yan, how did you unexpectedly show up here? Yan's flames flickered ominously, his heavy breaths reminiscent of a bull, as he trembled while pointing at Luo Yu. Nana, tell me. Who is this man? What sorcery has he wielded to ensnare you in such a manner? Hu Liena, frowning with irritation, replied, What are you talking about? I can't comprehend a word. What sorcery? What enchantment? And how many times must I emphasize it? Do not call me Nana. Upon hearing her words, Yan appeared utterly devastated, stepping back repeatedly while clutching his chest in anguish. I heard it. I clearly heard it. If you weren't under some enchantment, how could you possibly refer to someone else as daddy? Luo Yu, noticing Yan's frantic struggle to articulate his thoughts, kindly interjected. You actually called such a young lad daddy. Luo Yu nodded. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted. You seek death, brat. Yan, consumed by rage, unleashed his soul rings. Soaring into the air like an exploding fire demon, his body coursing with molten lava and crimson flames. In an instant, he charged towards Luo Yu. With a swift motion, a graceful figure appeared before Luo Yu, releasing her soul rings to repel Yan. Trembling, Yan struggled to confront the scene before him. Hu Liena stood protectively in front of Luo Yu, her enchanting fox tail emerging, her beautiful eyes radiating displeasure. Yan, what nonsense are you up to? Nana, what kind of enchantment has this wild man cast upon you that you defend him so fervently? Enough. Do not call me Nana. Hu Liena's golden hair billowed as her anger became palpable. Why must we be so hostile among ourselves? Let us all calm down and avoid discord, Xie Yu interjected, stepping forward to mediate the escalating tension. Xie Yu, your sister calls another father and has unwittingly acknowledged him as such. How can you remain so composed? While you may endure. I cannot. At this, Xie Yu's expression darkened. He turned to his sister and demanded, Nana, explain this situation. Where did this man come from? Hu Liena's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and indignation. How could you eavesdrop on my conversation? Had we not listened in? We would have remained oblivious to such a significant matter. Yan shouted in frustration, his heart shattered. The ice goddess he secretly adored not only flirted with another, but also referred to him as father. This was a slight he could not bear. Seeing Hu Liena misunderstood, Luo Yu interjected, You may have misinterpreted the situation. This was merely a jest between Nana and myself, nothing serious. We were only playing. Yan's anger flared further at the sight of Luo Yu, convinced he was usurping his affection. The astonishingly handsome visage of Luo Yu only intensified his sense of crisis, leading him to erupt in furious expletives. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, the smile vanishing, as the surrounding air instantaneously thickened with an icy chill. Hu Liena, with a fierce expression, admonished, Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Luo Yu at once. Yan's eyes reddened further, and with a menacing grin, he pointed at Luo Yu, mockingly stating, Hiding behind a woman is no display of prowess. Be wise and leave promptly, or perhaps you might just preserve your pitiful existence. My martial soul hall saintess is not someone a mere man of no status or background can seduce with a few flattering words and a wretched facade. In Luo Yu's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered, restless and eager. Hu Liena seized Luo Yu's hand, her voice rising with indignation. Brother, are you not going to take care of this fool Yan? Xie Yu raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, sighing, Nana, Yin speaks the truth. This fellow seems unfamiliar to me. He likely does not belong to the spirit hall. Since he is merely an outsider, why must you draw so close? Brother. What do you mean? Hu Liena's gaze turned icy. Xie Yu smiled wryly. You are the holy maiden of the spirit hall. It is unwise to forge close ties with those mere mortals outside. Your teacher would certainly disapprove. If your affections lay with someone from the spirit hall, I would have no objections. Yin conjured a fireball in his hand, disdain evident in his tone. Brother, there is no need for idle chatter. Allow me to eliminate this pretty boy who hides behind Nana, seducing women with his charms. Let Nana see his true colors. Hu Liena's expression was one of agitation. Poised to defend herself, Luo Yu pulled her directly behind him. As Hu Liena was about to speak, Luo Yu pressed 2 fingers gently against her lips. Shaking his head in judgment, a brother complex, devoid of reason. A sycophant, destined for misfortune. Now both have lost their senses. What more is there to discuss with them? I can hardly be bothered to get angry. It diminishes my worth. I shall employ my own methods to bring them back to their senses, to awaken. Luo Yu stepped out, stretching his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Hu Liena gazed at the graceful silhouette departing, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. The 2 adversaries he was about to confront were both top-tier geniuses of the spirit hall, and he had only just awakened his martial soul. How could he possibly prevail? Yet, Luo Yu cast a glance at the 2 individuals. Addressing the woman behind him with a calm demeanor, what is it? Are they merely 2 fourth-ring soul sect members? Can they truly defy the heavens? Did you not claim you wished to see my martial spirit? It just so happens that I can entertain myself with these 2. Have you finally mustered the courage to step out from behind that woman? I wonder how much longer you can maintain this facade. I hope you do not find yourself pleading for Nana's assistance later. Yan's cruel smile betrayed his growing impatience. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige today. Xie Yu's expression wavered between gloom and brightness. Luo Yu's earlier mockery and disdain had clearly unsettled him. Who is this audacious young man, daring to be so arrogant? Does he think the spirit hall is without formidable members? I may choose not to end your life, but a lesson must be imparted. Luo Yu smiled amiably, gesturing towards Xie Yu. You must be Nana's brother. Fear not, I shall not take your life. He then turned his attention to Yin, pondering for a moment before sighing. Well, it matters not what you are. It would be inappropriate to address you without knowledge. You might want to exercise caution, for I am prone to accidentally taking your life. In response to Luo Yu's friendly demeanor, the furious Xie Yu and Yin felt an inexplicable chill, as though being scrutinized by a deity of death. Though he bore a smile, it sent shivers down their spines. Unable to contain himself, Yin unleashed a torrent of flames, surging forth with a scorching wave as he hurled a fiery fist towards Luo Yu, the air thick with the scent of charred earth. Be careful, Hu Liena exclaimed, her voice laced with concern, poised to intervene. Do not panic. Luo Yu turned his head and offered a gentle smile to Hu Liena. The woman was understandably furious. The situation was dire, yet this fellow seemed utterly unfazed. Die! Yin had already charged forth, poised to strike. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Xie Yu's eyelids twitched, and Hu Liena covered her mouth in shock. Yan's explosive fiery fist was firmly grasped by a delicate white hand, unable to advance even a fraction. The golden-red flames scorched the earth, yet they could not harm a single hair on Luo Yu's body. Chapter 20. Embracing Beauty, Xie Yu, my esteemed elder brother. I bow to you. Yin was instantly taken aback, his might unleashed yet dissipating like a cow sinking into the sea, no matter how desperately he exerted himself. He could not break free. Meanwhile, Luo Yu wore a serene smile, appearing entirely unconcerned. Before revealing his soul power, he had effortlessly subdued the elite genius of the spirit hall. What struck fear into Yin was the fact that this individual had not even deigned to glance at him, his attention still directed towards Hu Liena. How could this be? Xie Yu's voice trembled, an expression of disbelief etched on his face. Yin understood his own prowess better than anyone. This was no mere novice. One of the top geniuses of the spirit hall had been so effortlessly neutralized. Yin felt a tremor of unease, as reason clouded by jealousy began to resurface. Luo Yu turned his head slightly and shook it. Your flames seem rather tepid. Not even sufficient to warm one's hands during winter. I kindly ask you, genius, to exert yourself a little more. Do not collapse before my martial spirit has even awakened. Ah! Yin roared as flames erupted violently, surging with an overwhelming force of soul energy, yet he remained unable to break free. The smile of Luo Yu began to seep into his heart like a terrifying devil. Genius, are you suffering from constipation? Why is your face so flushed? Let me go? Yin, in a frenzy, felt the rhythm of his soul ring. Oh, very well, as you wish. With a grin, Luo Yu grasped Yan's hand and abruptly yanked it backward. Yan's form immediately became uncontrollable, at the mercy of Luo Yu's strength, as he was hurled around and forcefully slammed to the ground. Luo Yu then lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Yan's face. Yan's bloodied body flew across the ground like a piece of discarded metal, scraping against the surface as it careened away. Countless tiles shattered under the impact, debris scattering in the air, while the blood-streaked body slid a considerable distance, collapsing on the ground like a lifeless dog. A cloud of dust filled the air, mingling with the acrid scent of burning. Witnessing the convulsing figure on the ground, Hu Liena stood in stunned silence. She had anticipated Luo Yu's strength, yet she was utterly unprepared for such overwhelming power. He hadn't even unleashed his martial spirit, yet he had effortlessly obliterated Yan. A true monster. There are indeed monsters within the spirit hall. Xie Yu gaped in shock, panic consuming him. Just moments ago, he had contemplated intervening, but now he was paralyzed with fear, silently retracting his soul power, desperate to avoid attracting Luo Yu's attention to his furtive actions. Despite the surreal nature of the situation, Yin lay there, undeniably defeated. With such a cautionary tale before him, did he dare to act? That would be sheer folly. Alas, this was becoming quite dull. Luo Yu, feeling unsatisfied, stepped forward slowly towards Yin. Grasping him by the neck, she lifted him effortlessly. Xie Yu, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "What are you planning to do? The spirit hall cannot take a life." Luo Yu shook his head, feeling no urgency, observing the man's arrogance. He surmised that he was unwilling to succumb, so he intended to assist him back to his feet and continue their play. Suddenly, Xie Yu's eyes widened, his hair standing on end, for he realized that this man was channeling soul energy to heal Yin. After a confrontation, he was now aiding another? The overwhelming soul energy surged forth, and Yin quickly regained consciousness, his aura visibly revitalizing. As Yin opened his eyes, a surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly retreat and maintain his distance. "What are you doing? I warn you, I was merely careless earlier. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences." "Yes, indeed. I know you were careless, failing to evade," Luo Yu taunted, beckoning him with a finger. "Come, I shall grant you another chance." Deeply wounded in spirit yet gripped by fear, Yan's gaze was drawn to Hu Liena, who seemed entirely captivated by Luo Yu. In a moment of fury, he seized the opportunity while Luo Yu was unguarded, gritting his teeth and unleashing 4 soul rings. He was willing to injure himself to unleash his ultimate attack. Hell's Lava Surge, Granite Demon Eruption, Molten Flow, Sandstorm Inferno. The 4 powerful soul techniques were unleashed simultaneously, incinerating the surrounding flora in an instant. While the ground beneath turned to molten rock, a terrifying wave of lava surged towards Luo Yu. Blood spewed from his mouth, a manic grin spreading across his face as he declared, "You insolent brat, did you think I was merely a novice? I possess hidden skills that will reduce even the mightiest to ashes." "Despicable!" Hu Liena cried out, rushing to his aid. "Luo Yu, evade." A thunderous dragon roar resonated throughout the surroundings, its might radiating in all directions. Luo Yu's dragon god martial spirit enveloped him, a kaleidoscope of colors surrounding him. As a fierce surge of vitality erupted forth, transforming him into a veritable god of war. "Such petty tricks are hardly worth my attention." Before his words could fade, his raven hair danced in the wind as he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch towards the searing fireball of lava. The 9-colored fist light unleashed a tempest, shattering the molten lava with a single strike, sparks flying as it ultimately dissipated into nothingness under the force of his blow. At that moment, Hu Liena arrived by the man's side, but the crisis had long been averted. Her assistance was no longer needed. Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile as he extended his arm, effortlessly pulling the flustered figure into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Hu Liena exclaimed in surprise. With the soft beauty nestled in his arms, Luo Yu gazed down at her and grinned. "Oh, nothing much, just wanted to hold you." Hu Liena, momentarily lost in thought, found the man's gentle, yet inexplicably domineering tone difficult to resist. Furthermore, the robust aura of his vitality wafting towards her rendered her limbs weak. Yin stood in stunned silence, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unable to comprehend how unleashing all 4 of his soul skills, a lethal combination, had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent. Luo Yu cradled the goddess of another in his embrace, with a surge of power beneath his feet. The stone shattered as he propelled himself upward. In the blink of an eye, he reached close to Yin. There was no choice. I offered you a chance. Yet you proved ineffectual. Thus, it is time to bid farewell. Yan, in a state of panic, sought an escape. Luo Yu extended his palm, producing a sound akin to the slicing of the wind. Above Yan's head, a colossal spectral claw of a 9-colored dragon materialized, with scales vividly discernible. It suddenly descended with force, driving him deep into the ground. The brilliance of his soul faded, his breath extinguished, leaving his life in uncertainty. Hu Liena's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never before witnessed such an overpowering and domineering man. Throughout her life, she had always stood above her peers. Why then? Did she harbor no affection for Yan? That fellow was not only lacking in intellect but also in character. And his strength paled in comparison to hers. How could he possibly conquer her? Having vanquished a prodigy of the spirit hall, Luo Yu felt no particular emotion. He gazed down at the radiant beauty beside him and softly remarked, "Nana, have I perhaps forgotten someone?" As Luo Yu's gaze fell upon Xie Yu, the latter abruptly knelt, his legs trembling. "Great uncle above, I bow to you, Xie Yu." Hu Liena was left bewildered. Luo Yu also wore a perplexed expression, pondering what this fellow was up to. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This was rather too compliant, at the very least. One should muster a few defiant words before surrendering. Xie Yu felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It wasn't that he was concerned about his dignity, but rather, he was genuinely frightened. This individual was evidently a ruthless character who could kill with a smile. Having witnessed the torment endured by Yan, he was not blind, and thus had no desire for death. Kneeling on the ground and weeping was certainly preferable to being embedded in the earth, gasping for breath. "Bro, what are you doing?" Hu Liena exclaimed as she wriggled free from Luo Yu's embrace. Xie Yu awkwardly chuckled. "Well, I suddenly feel a bit fatigued. This position seems more comfortable and allows me to feel at ease." Hu Liena fell silent, gazing sorrowfully at Luo Yu. Luo Yu, at a loss for words, raised his hands in surrender. "I haven't done anything wrong," he remarked. "Now, please rise and speak. A man of stature should not kneel." Xie Yu's smile was more sorrowful than joyful, feeling aggrieved. "Do you think I wish to kneel? I was merely frightened." "Oh, great brother-in-law, I bow to you." He continued mockingly. "Get lost. Who do you think you are calling my brother-in-law? Have you lost your mind? You are Hu Liena's brother. And if I were to address you, it would be as little brother-in-law." Luo Yu wore an expression of utter disbelief as he unleashed a surge of energy, sending Xie Yu soaring into the air. Xie Yu, with an awkward smile, hastily approached and ingratiatingly suggested, "From now on, let's each stick to our own business. You can call me your little brother, and I shall refer to you as brother." "Brother, please be quiet and stop spouting nonsense," Hu Liena exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she stamped her foot in frustration. "Xie Yu, allow me to clarify. That was all a misunderstanding. Hu Liena and I are not involved in any way," Luo Yu declared, retracting his martial soul with a serene demeanor. The once bashful Hu Liena, upon hearing Luo Yu's clarification, should have felt relieved, yet an inexplicable pang of sorrow enveloped her heart, leaving her with an unshakable sense of melancholy. "What? No relationship?" Xie Yu stood frozen for a moment, but soon resumed his ingratiating tone. "Not now, but surely in the future. Brother, we are all on the same side now. We must communicate openly, as long as we refrain from resorting to violence." Chapter 21. "Nana, you must seize the opportunity to capture a good man." Luo Yu gazed speechlessly at the alluring beauty beside him. "Nana, has your brother studied the art of facial transformation? Just a moment ago, he appeared quite aloof. And now he has completely changed." Luo Yu had not finished speaking, but Hu Liena clearly understood. The man was obviously trying to save face by not continuing. Seeing her brother in such a cowardly state, she felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. It was utterly embarrassing, especially since she had no real connection to Luo Yu. How could her brother indiscriminately pair them together and sell her out like that? What must Luo Yu think of her? Would he see her as cheap? Filled with both anger and shame, Hu Liena glared with her beautiful eyes, wishing she could give Xie Yu a good beating. However, she could somewhat comprehend why Xie Yu was acting so timidly. Luo Yu had just casually defeated Yin, and that scene was indeed quite chilling to anyone. Yin was not a mere bystander. He was a top genius of the spirit hall, his strength on par with her and her brother. Witnessing Yin being obliterated must have left Xie Yu feeling despondent and terrified, fearing that Luo Yu might unleash such violence upon him as well. Xie Yu cast a pleading look towards his sister, saying, "Nana, please help me plead with my brother-in-law. I spoke without thinking earlier." "Xie Yu, let's not embarrass ourselves." Hu Liena stomped her feet in frustration. Who is your brother-in-law? Yu Gu is my friend. So stop making wild claims. All right. Luo Yu stepped in to halt their exchange, smiling as he said, "It's all trivial. It's in the past." Seeing that smile made Xiaoyu shudder. Trivial? He stiffly turned his head toward the battered yin. If something trivial could leave someone in that state, what would a major incident do to the spirit hall? Nevertheless, noticing that Luo Yu seemed unwilling to pursue the matter brought Xiaoyu an immense sense of relief. Phew. Finally saved. Hu Liena wore a sorrowful expression. If Xiaoyu didn't care about his dignity, she certainly did. It was embarrassing to have such a cowardly brother, especially in front of Luo Yu. She pulled Xiaoyu aside and said urgently, "Brother, can you please stop being so spineless? Luo Yu actually has a good temper. You need to pull yourself together." Xiaoyu, with a mournful face, replied, "Sister, I want to pull myself together too, but I can't help but feel scared." Hu Liena rolled her eyes repeatedly, thinking he was hopelessly frightened. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as he slyly glanced at Luo Yu and suggested, "Sister, if you and him become close, wouldn't I have less to fear? Brother, can you be serious?" Hu Liena puffed her cheeks angrily, declaring, "If you keep this up, I won't care about you anymore." Xiaoyu earnestly reasoned, "I'm only looking out for your best interests." Although I know nothing of his background, the skill he just displayed is unmatched among our peers. You can't genuinely think I'm cowardly. It's all about the person. Except for this ancestor, I could easily defeat anyone else. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Hu Liena laughed coldly, "Ha. I've never seen someone rationalize their cowardice so boldly until today. Is it wrong for me to call you out, dear brother? As long as he is not this ancestor, I can take on anyone." Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Xiaoyu continued earnestly. "You must seize such an extraordinary talent quickly. If you keep being so reserved, it won't work out. Your dream man might be snatched away by someone else. I don't want to hear you talk." Hu Liena's face flushed crimson. "Is what I said wrong? Besides, haven't you always wished for a man who can truly tame you?" Hu Liena retorted, "Brother, you were just telling Yin to keep his distance from me." Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head. "That was because I didn't realize he was so fierce. Should I call you superficial or accuse you of double standards? I refuse to be like you." Hu Liena shot him a disdainful glance, leaving him behind as she returned to Luo Yu. "What were you two talking about just now?" Luo Yu asked with a smile. "Nothing much." Hu Liena became shy, staring down at her ample bosom. "Look at you blushing. I want to pry. You go. What's wrong?" Luo Yu looked at the girl in confusion. "You're so nice, hee. Hu Liena beamed sweetly. Xiaoyu, observing from a distance, scoffed. His sister was clearly being insincere. He would bet anything that if his sister had no feelings for that man, she would never refer to another man as father. No one would believe that. Xiaoyu secretly hoped, "Sister, you must hold on to that sturdy leg." Before today, Xiaoyu had always believed himself to be the true pillar of support. After today, having narrowly escaped disaster, he suddenly realized, the true fool was he. "I, Xiaoyu, am merely a younger brother. I shall never act pretentiously again." Suddenly, a powerful red light streaked from afar, swiftly approaching. It was an elder. The seventh elder from the awakening ceremony, who stood trembling beside Yan. Xiaoyu and Hu Liena's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, the seventh elder is Yan's master." Seeing his disciple in such a state, the elder would surely crush Luo Yu in his fury. No matter how strong Luo Yu was, he couldn't possibly stand against a super Douluo. "You go, we must leave." Hu Liena anxiously grasped Luo Yu's hand, eager to escape. Yet, he remained still, quietly observing. The seventh elder, filled with sorrow and rage, trembled as he placed his hands on Yan's body, channeling soul power for healing. "My disciple, who has done this to you? I have come too late. It's him, it's him." Yan, struggling to open his eyes, coughed up blood, unable to speak, weakly pointing at Luo Yu. "Still alive? Quite resilient, aren't you?" Luo Yu remarked in surprise. Hu Liena felt an urgency, thinking, "What time is it for jokes?" The seventh elder, heartbroken, declared, "Wait here. My disciple, I shall avenge you." With a roar, the seventh elder rose, 9 soul rings swirling around him as he glared angrily at Luo Yu. "You little brat. I sensed something was off about you in the square earlier. You dare to injure my disciple so recklessly? I will make you pay in blood." Luo Yu stood resolutely against the imposing aura of the 7 offerings, his spine unyielding, showing no fear. "Old fool. Do you not even inquire as to why your disciple is being punished? Without seeking the truth, you hasten to cast blame upon others?" The 7 offerings sneered. His brow furrowed in disdain, pointing at Yan. "Facts speak louder than words." "Facts? What facts? Your disciple has brought this upon himself, having attempted to impose his will." He has instead faced a harsh retribution. Can he truly lay the blame on others? Luo Yu and Hu Liena were momentarily taken aback, as the voice that resonated was from behind them, despite their silence. Yu wore a mocking expression, fiercely defending Luo Yu. The seventh offering instantly shifted his gaze, channeling his soul power towards Yu, questioning why he meddled in the affairs of an outsider and daring to speak on their behalf. Yu, lacking Luo Yu's resilience, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his appearance pitiful, yet he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How amusing, he thought. What does it mean to speak for an outsider? First, I, Yu, always speak the truth. Second, that is my brother-in-law. With that, he cast a triumphant glance at Hu Liena, as if to say, see, your brother is no coward. I dare to confront even a super Douluo as long as it does not involve our ancestor. The seventh offering's anger was palpable, his expression twisted in fury. Had the younger generation of the spirit hall become so unruly? Initially intending to deal with Yu, he thought, since you seek death, I shall oblige. A cruel smile crept across the seventh offering's aged face, while Hu Liena's delicate features were etched with anxiety and concern. Whoosh! The seventh offering waved his sleeve, launching a penetrating bone nail, infused with purple soul energy, hurtling through the air towards Yu's chest. Brother! Hu Liena gasped in shock, her eyes reddening. Even if a super Douluo acted carelessly, she would not have time to intervene. What could she do? Whether through scolding or fighting, he was still her brother. Yu's complexion turned ashen, tears welling in his eyes, wishing to slap himself for his earlier impulsiveness. Why had he spoken up? Now he had provoked this old man, and all he could think about was saving his own life. The bone nail whistled through the air, a sound akin to a sonic boom. Yu's legs went numb. Unable to evade, terror gripping him as he thought, my life is forfeit. However, Luo Yu's eyes glinted with determination. Clang! A resonant sound of a sword echoed into the sky. The figure of the celestial being appeared, sword in hand, landing before Yu and raising his blade to block. Clang! The bone nail struck the sword, creating a deafening clash of metal. Hu Liena's mouth fell open, her reddened pupils narrowing in disbelief. Yu stood frozen, utterly astonished that he would come to his rescue. Chapter 22. The Empress Bibi Dong. Old man, dare to touch my man, and you shall see. Luo Yu stood resolutely in front of Yu, his garments billowing and his dark hair swirling like a tempest. He wielded the heavenly execution, resembling a celestial swordsman. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed as the bone-penetrating spike spun rapidly, grinding against the ancient, translucent blade. Its formidable power was undeniable, yet it left no trace upon the sword. The blade remained unscathed, but the wielder was not so fortunate. After all, the attack stemmed from a master of the super Douluo realm, even if it was executed casually. Luo Yu, having just awakened his martial soul, could not withstand it, regardless of how extraordinary his divine body and martial soul were. With a thunderous explosion, the bone-penetrating spike exhausted its energy and detonated instantly. Although he had managed to deflect the attack, Luo Yu was left reeling. A muffled groan escaped his lips as a metallic taste surged in his throat, and he was forcibly thrust back several dozen steps, only to be swiftly supported by Yu, whose reflexes were remarkably sharp. Though Luo Yu appeared disheveled, the menacing visage of the seventh guardian momentarily faltered, overwhelmed by astonishment. His earlier dismissal had been a mere contemptuous strike. Effortlessly dispatching a soul sect member should have been as simple as crushing an ant. Yet, this fledgling who had just awakened his martial spirit had managed to deflect his blade? Brother Yu. A voice of anxious surprise rang out. Witnessing the man shield her brother with his own body, groaning in pain, Hu Liena's heart ached unbearably. Without a second thought, she dashed toward Luo Yu. Yu, equally bewildered and shaken, stammered, "Why did you save me?" Ignoring him for the moment, Luo Yu raised his hand and cast a glance at his Jiuxiao Zhutian sword, which was unscathed. TSK, not to mention anything else, the material was truly remarkable. Furthermore, it felt as though wielding this sword granted him a peculiar enhancement in speed. As a fragrant breeze wafted by, Hu Liena's beautiful eyes widened in anxious concern as she fixated on Luo Yu. "Brother Yu, how are you?" Luo Yu waved his hand, revealing his signature gentle smile. "It's nothing serious, but that old fellow truly struck with malice, causing my blood to surge." Hu Liena, with a tone of concern and reproach, exclaimed, "Why did you shield him? Are you not aware of the dangers that may befall you?" Crack, crack. This was the sound of Yu's heart shattering. Indeed, it is said that once a man enters the picture, a brother is easily forgotten. As Luo Yu gazed into the sparkling eyes of Hu Liena, A faint smile graced his lips. Had he not intervened, that old man's attack would have left her without a brother. Brother Yu, Hu Liena called softly, a wave of unfamiliar emotion swelling within her, causing her nose to tingle. It was over. She was utterly captivated, lamented the nearby Xie Yu. Enough of the jesting, Luo Yu said earnestly. I have principles. Since your brother spoke on my behalf, it is only right that I come to his aid. He continued, tell me, were you on the verge of tears just now? Humph. Hu's crying. Don't underestimate me. Hu Liena retorted, her petite nose held high as she stifled the moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes. Ha! You truly dare to disregard me, old man, the seventh elder growled, his countenance darkening with malice. Kid, you possess some skill. Even I cannot help but admire you a little. However, no matter how great your talent, a lack of respect is akin to decay. With that, he unleashed a formidable strike. 100-foot-long purple spear materialized in the air, exuding an aura of bloodshed and aimed directly at Luo Yu. Xie Yu felt a chill run down his spine, while Hu Liena's beautiful eyes trembled in fear. Luo Yu remained unfazed, gracefully executing a silver sword flourish that resonated with a clear, melodious chime. Enough, you two, be gone. Allow me to entertain the old man in solitude. Hu Liena stood silently, biting her lip, defiantly gazing at the heavens. As Xie Yu took a tentative step forward, her legs trembling, she caught sight of a man and a woman standing side by side. Overcome with shame, she gritted her teeth and withdrew her foot, cursing towards the sky. Seventh Elder. My sister is a saintess. Do you dare to lay hands on her, fearing not the consequences? Ha! Is your saintess a treasure while my disciple is not? The seventh elder's face twisted in anger. Suddenly, a 100-foot-long spear, carrying a foul wind, plunged down from above. Suddenly, Luo Yu smiled, for he beheld the emergence of a resplendent purple-gold light upon the horizon. The commanding voice of a formidable woman echoed, akin to the majestic cry of a phoenix from the heavens. Old fool, if you dare to harm my man, I shall take your life. The Empress's authoritative voice resonated powerfully, creating ripples in the air, reverberating with intensity. The seven offerings trembled, their assault abruptly halted as they cast wary glances into the distance. There, a breathtaking figure soared towards them, adorned with a crown, her graceful form an epitome of beauty, her phoenix-like eyes seemingly ablaze with fire. Without further ado, she raised her hand, delivering a decisive strike. The purple-gold spider shadows manifested in the air, shattering the 100-foot-long spear in an instant, neutralizing the impending threat. The seven offerings glared furiously at the newcomer. Bibi Dong. My disciple has been incapacitated, and you expect me to remain silent? Bibi Dong feigned ignorance, redirecting her gaze with concern towards Luo Yu. Are you unharmed? I am well, he replied, prompting a visible sigh of relief from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I am speaking to you. The seven offerings, feeling disregarded, erupted in rage. The Empress turned her gaze, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she coldly regarded the seven offerings, the temperature around them plummeting as if plunged into an icy abyss. You should consider yourself fortunate that he is unscathed. Otherwise, your life would be forfeit today. The seven offerings felt a tautness in their body, for they perceived the lethal intent in Bibi Dong's eyes, devoid of jest. They pointed at Yin in indignation. Look at my disciple, reduced to this state. Do you expect me to remain passive? With a dismissive glance, the Empress sneered, Yin? What is he worth to be compared with Luo Yu? The seven offerings' expression darkened. I demand justice. Justice? Bibi Dong's aura exploded, overwhelming and crushing the seven offerings beneath its weight. Old fool, let me make this clear. If trouble arises, it is your disciple's doing. Every error lies with him. If he is harmed, you shall pay with your life. You are pushing me too far. Infuriated and under the Empress's oppressive presence, the seven offerings spat out a mouthful of blood. Bibi Dong's cultivation was far superior, and they dared not retaliate. The phantom of the spider Empress materialized, her purple-gold soul power enveloping the sky, her authority unmistakable. Old fool, spare me your words. Take that wretched one and leave. I shall seek the grand offering for justice. The seven offerings lamented like a wounded beast, summoning Yan's body with their soul power, fleeing into the ether. Humph. The Empress scoffed, her anger still simmering, clearly dissatisfied with allowing him to escape so easily. Had it not been for her title as the Pontiff, she would have annihilated the old fool for daring to lay a hand on her man. Bibi Dong's fury intensified, while the exquisite silver figure concealed in the shadows revealed a deadly intent, already wielding a spatial blade, poised for attack. Douluo, I have matters to attend to. Return to his side and ensure he remains unharmed. Gu Yu Na's violet eyes followed the direction the seven offerings had departed, her lips curling in indifference before her form vanished from sight. The alluring beauty, still retaining her charm, gazed with helplessness at Gu Yu Na's retreating figure, lamenting. I merely wished to assist my benefactor, but you insisted on withholding my aid, punishing him for your own grievances. She shook her head, transforming back into an adorable pink rabbit, bounding towards Luo Yu. The outside world is harsh. It is far warmer in my benefactor's embrace. In the charred garden, Xie Yu gazed skyward, the Empress's domineering stance etched deeply in his mind. Wow, does this brother have such formidable backing? How terrifying. He turned to observe the still composed Luo Yu, astonishment swelling within him. With such talent and influence, why not ingratiate myself? Am I a fool? No. Upon returning, I must ensure my sister is well taken care of. Such a man with such conditions is rare to find. As the Empress Bibi Dong descended to the ground, she said nothing, seizing Luo Yu's arm without regard for the astonished gazes of Hu Liena and Xie Yu, pulling him away. Xie Yu, witnessing their departure, seemed to grasp something extraordinary, his lips trembling as he murmured, "What is the relationship between the Empress and him? Isn't she typically distant from men? Don't ask me. How would I know?" Hu Liena replied absent-mindedly, pouting as she gazed at the spot where Luo Yu had vanished, a pang of reluctance stirring within her. Recalling the moment the teacher had grasped Luo Yu's hand, jealousy flickered through her heart, darkening her mood. An absurd thought crossed her mind. Could the teacher possibly have feelings for Yu Gu? No, surely not. How could that be? Meanwhile, Luo Yu was being escorted back to the palace by Bibi Dong. Bang! Luo Yu is unceremoniously thrown onto the bed by the stunningly beautiful Empress. Chapter 23. The Origins of Qianrenxue, the Alluring Donger. Within the Empress's chamber, suffused with a dark, fragrant aroma. Bang! Luo Yu was abruptly pushed onto the bed by the Empress. Why are you so eager to bring me back? He inquired. Bibi Dong remained silent, her exquisite visage still adorned with an icy demeanor, as she stood by the bedside, gazing intently at the man. Luo Yu felt a sense of unease under the woman's gaze, momentarily perplexed by her intentions. Logically, when a woman brings you back to her sleeping quarters and pushes you onto her bed, the implications of such boldness are unmistakable, and one would anticipate a certain progression. Yet, it was evident that Bibi Dong's expression was anything but aligned with this expectation. What could possibly be amiss? Luo Yu pondered, wondering who had upset their dear Donger. Bibi Dong's crimson lips pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her delicate form trembling slightly. Do you not realize how fragile you are at this moment? Why not draw closer to me? Only then can I truly protect you, she implored. What if something were to happen to you today? What would I do? What if I were to arrive too late? As Luo Yu listened to the voice that bordered on reprimand, he felt no impatience. Rather, he discerned a profound concern, intertwined with a palpable fear. Indeed, it was fear. Ever since Luo Yu rescued the despairing Bibi Dong from the clutches of Qiang Sunji in that hidden chamber, her heart had become irrevocably tethered to him. Their subsequent time together, filled with Luo Yu's humor and charm, had soothed the wounds within her soul, imparting invaluable lessons. From that moment forth, Bibi Dong harbored a deep affection for this man, yearning for his companionship. The years of separation only intensified her thoughts of him. Yet, the shadows of her past forged a barrier, rendering her unwilling to place her trust in any other man, cultivating a visceral aversion to men in general. Save for Luo Yu, to whom she could truly open her heart. It was as if all her emotions converged upon this singular individual. Consequently, whenever Luo Yu encountered troubles, her heart would seize with anxiety, almost frantically, stripping away her facade as the proud and regal Ice Queen. To others, Bibi Dong might forever embody the untouchable monarch, a ruthless and unfeeling rose with thorns. However, to Luo Yu, she revealed an entirely different and exquisite landscape. At this moment, the queen trembled, her shoulders shaking, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Luo Yu rose from the bed, gently embracing Bibi Dong's shoulders, drawing close to her unparalleled beauty, and could even catch a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance as he offered soft reassurances. There is nothing to worry about. See, I'm perfectly fine. What do you mean fine? If I had arrived any later, what would have become of you? Bibi Dong's eyes glistened with tears, her former imposing demeanor vanished, revealing a vulnerable girl in need of care. Luo Yu chuckled and shook her head, saying, It's not as exaggerated as you think. We do have bodyguards, though I'm not quite sure where they have frolicked off to. They should be nearby. If I am in danger, she will undoubtedly make her appearance. What bodyguard? That delicate, bone-charming rabbit? She has already attained the status of a ferocious beast. Ensuring my safety is certainly within her capabilities. Is that the same one you held earlier? Is it a soul beast? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Luo Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. How could others not perceive it when she herself could not? Isn't that just an ordinary gray rabbit? Bibi Dong hesitantly remarked. What? Luo Yu was instantly astonished. Was she not aware of what she was holding? Moreover, she was not colorblind. How could Bibi Dong claim it was gray? That was utterly absurd. Are you certain that I was holding a gray rabbit before? Luo Yu questioned in confusion. Bibi Dong nodded emphatically. Indeed. I am 100% certain. Then this is truly baffling. Luo Yu fell into deep contemplation, and soon his eyes began to shimmer with enlightenment. Ah, I understand now, he exclaimed. What is it? Bibi Dong inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Luo Yu slowly elucidated. It seems that someone has deliberately cast an illusion upon the soft-boned enchanting rabbit. To my eyes, it appears as usual, yet to others, it merely resembles an ordinary rabbit. Bibi Dong shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. With my current level of cultivation, who could possibly conjure an illusion in my presence? Luo Yu smiled mysteriously and remarked, Donger, in comparison to that person's mental prowess, you indeed need to devote several more years to diligent cultivation. Who? Male or female? Bibi Dong asked in astonishment. Ahem, that cannot be divulged, cannot be divulged. He replied, Come on, brother Yu, just tell me, Bibi Dong insisted, tugging at the man's arm and shaking it playfully. The experience of a queen acting coy was one Luo Yu was reluctant to address at the moment, as he felt rather weak. However, after much shaking, Luo Yu remained silent. It was no jest. Such matters were not easily disclosed, for to do so would be akin to inviting calamity. If you want to speak, then so be it. All right, Donger, no more fooling around. I have something important to ask you. Bibi Dong had initially intended to indulge in a woman's petulance, for after many years of solitude, she maintained an outwardly dignified demeanor while yearning for the comfort and companionship of a man within her heart. Yet, upon observing Luo Yu's serious expression, she retracted her playful demeanor. Brother Yu, please proceed with your question. Luo Yu initially hesitated to speak, as it would inevitably evoke memories for Bibi Dong. However, he felt compelled to seek clarity in person. After I rescued you back then, didn't you stay for a while before returning to Stardo? What transpired in the spirit hall afterwards that allowed Qian Xuanji to have children? Brother Yu, do you doubt me? Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes narrowed in alarm, her anxiety palpable. Luo Yu offered a wry smile, explaining, No, I simply wish to understand what transpired afterward. Bibi Dong approached gracefully, taking a seat beside Luo Yu. Her alluring legs intertwined, and her delicate hand encircled the man's firm waist, her enchanting visage resting quietly against his broad shoulder. Brother Yu, she began gently, allow me to recount the tale at a leisurely pace. In the past, you nearly crippled Qian Xuanji, just as Qian Daolu was in seclusion. This wretched individual was so terrified by you that he did not dare approach his father to clarify matters, fearing your return to trouble him further. While he nursed his wounds in solitude, a suitor appeared, diligently tending to him. Realization dawned on Luo Yu, prompting him to interject. So, Qian Xuanji developed feelings for this woman over time, and they subsequently had a child named Qian Renxue? Bibi Dong chuckled coldly. Indeed, while Qian Xuanji is a disgrace, his lineage and power attracted numerous admirers, unaware of his true nature. What happened next? Luo Yu pressed. Bibi Dong's expression shifted into a smile. Karma has a way of returning. Qian Xuanji did not enjoy his fortune for long. He pursued Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, coveting his wife, and ultimately met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao. Such a dismal fate, to be so easily vanquished? Luo Yu expressed his astonishment. That seems unlikely. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes. In truth, his death bears some of your influence, brother Yu. By severing his arm years ago, you significantly diminished his strength, and his injuries never fully healed. While Tang Hao may not have been particularly formidable, he possessed the secret techniques of the Haotian sect. Upon witnessing his wife being sacrificed, he erupted with fury and dispatched Qian Xuanji. Poor little Ji, it seems he was destined to seek death wherever he went. Luo Yu harbored no sympathy for this. Scoundrels deserve their fate. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, are you not inclined to seek vengeance? Luo Yu jeered. You fool, are you truly jesting? I would be most pleased to see that wretch meet a grim end, ideally crushed beyond recognition, sparing me the annoyance of his incessant presence. Luo Yu chuckled softly. Suddenly, the atmosphere became serene, their gazes locking in close proximity, and a sense of intimacy enveloped them. Brother Yu, be honest, did you harbor any doubts about me before? Bibi Dong whispered playfully, her crimson lips pouting with a touch of melancholy. How could I? Luo Yu immediately refuted her claim. Bibi Dong's delicate, cool hand glided slowly up Luo Yu's back, inch by inch. A soft breath escaped her luscious lips, brushing against his ear. How could you ever doubt me? You heartless one, this empress has remained chaste for you all these years, eagerly awaiting your return. Donger, you are playing with fire, Luo Yu warned, his blood racing. Bibi Dong's slender fingers caressed his face, her breath fragrant and dreamy as she murmured, It's all right to have doubts, some truths cannot be concealed. And one must experience them to know. Buzz. Luo Yu's eyes turned crimson, feeling that if he did not take action soon, he would undoubtedly become a complete eunuch. Chapter 24. A Special Punishment. Confronted by the teasing of Bibi Dong's smooth and delicate fingers, akin to soft jade, Luo Yu felt a surge of fiery passion within his chest, as if it were about to erupt. Just as he was about to pounce like a fierce tiger, the woman flashed a seductive smile. She gently pecked his lips with her cherry blossom-like mouth and swiftly withdrew her graceful form, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. Observing Luo Yu's dissatisfaction, ready to unleash his anger, Bibi Dong let out a playful laugh, cleared her throat, and teased, You foolish man, for doubting me earlier. Today you shall be tantalized as a form of punishment. I pondered for quite a while on how to discipline you. To strike you would be too harsh. To bite you would be beneath my dignity. Finally, I have devised a splendid plan. Bibi Dong's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with triumph as she released a series of melodious giggles, lifting her snow-white neck with pride, resembling a resplendent little peacock. As for your punishment, I shall determine that. Luo Yu disregarded everything and sprang from the bed, rushing towards Bibi Dong. Brother Yu, please remain still. Today, I shall serve you well, Bibi Dong purred, her fragrant lips parting as she exhaled threads of condensed soul power, swiftly binding Luo Yu, leaving him helplessly sprawled on the bed. What do you intend to do, Bibi Dong? Luo Yu retorted angrily. Shoo, brother Yu, do not speak just yet. The elegantly attired woman interjected, her jade finger pressing against her crimson lips as she cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Yu. Gradually, she shed her sumptuous and dignified pope's robe, accentuating her alluring figure. With a graceful motion, she removed her golden crown, tossing it aside with poise. Each smile and movement of Bibi Dong seemed to possess an enchanting allure that left Luo Yu parched and bewildered. What sorcery is this? Release me at once, he demanded. With a sultry glare, she replied, Brother Yu, do not be impatient. Your punishment has only just commenced. What punishment? Luo Yu exclaimed, struggling in vain. Bibi Dong playfully bit her hair tie, raising her smooth, delicate finger to elegantly gather her silken locks, teasingly tying them up, revealing her exquisite ears and long, flawless neck. Her red lips slightly parted, she seductively remarked, Your punishment has indeed begun. She gestured towards a certain direction. Standing in place is perhaps the most cruel punishment for men like you. The ethereal visage of Luo Yu revealed a sardonic smile. How dare this enchanting being display such audacity? If you possess the courage, release this young master and engage in a fierce duel of 300 rounds. And I shall send you to the blissful realm of the Western Paradise. Bibi Dong, covering her crimson lips, cast a provocative glance with her beautiful eyes, teasingly beckoning with a delicate finger. Here I stand. Why not come forth? Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. Luo Yu's face flushed crimson. After all, she is a woman. Some matters may be overlooked, but others are destined to be remembered. Misunderstandings, they are merely misunderstandings. Our dear Donger is magnanimous, so please release me. Not a chance. The grand performance has only just begun. Bibi Dong smiled seductively, revealing an unprecedented allure. Her garments were half undone, exposing her smooth, fragrant shoulder, with two slender straps that tightened like the strings of Luo Yu's heart. The intensity in Luo Yu's gaze deepened, and his breath became increasingly labored. Yet, he found himself helplessly restrained. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Bibi Dong had approached, using her soul power to immobilize Luo Yu, their noses nearly touching. With her delicate, boneless fingers, she tenderly caressed his firm chest through the fabric of his robe. Brother Yu possesses such an admirable physique. Your allure surpasses what I encountered before. With such charisma, I wonder how many girls will fall for you in the future, Bibi Dong murmured softly. Though Luo Yu was disinterested in her words, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the softness and purity that, although concealed beneath her garments, beckoned him with an undeniable allure, rendering him incapable of averting his eyes. With a soft giggle, Bibi Dong playfully covered the captivating scene with her hand. She stepped within a mere 3 feet of Luo Yu, turned her back, and swayed her slender waist and voluptuous hips, leaving behind a tantalizing silhouette that only deepened his frustration. This enchantress has lost her mind. If she does not release me soon, I fear I might explode. It seemed Bibi Dong could sense the turmoil within Luo Yu's heart. Gradually, she turned, gliding gracefully with feline elegance, her serpentine waist undulating with each step. A striking contrast to the dignified queen she once appeared to be. She was undeniably a temptress. Bibi Dong, I shall not allow you to have your way. Luo Yu let out a snort, his strikingly handsome face instantly becoming stern as he forced himself to endure. Oh, a man of spirit, it seems. Bibi Dong approached gracefully, her fingers grasping the man's collar. She leaned slightly, her breath lingering near Luo Yu's neck, her crimson lips exhaling softly. A warm, tingling sensation immediately enveloped Luo Yu's neck, and coupled with the breathtaking view before him, the woman's enchanting yet languorous fragrance lingered tantalizingly at the tip of his nose. In that instant, he felt that the concentration he had painstakingly gathered was on the verge of slipping away once more. Brother Yu, is it truly so easy to be a sage? If you cannot endure, then do not. As long as you beseech me, I shall release you, allowing you to act at your leisure. A head may be severed, blood may flow, but can a man's dignity be forsaken? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and declared with conviction, in your dreams, that is impossible. Oh. Bibi Dong's enchanting gaze seemed to perceive everything, casting a captivating glance at the man. Donger was merely jesting with Brother Yu. The necessary actions must undoubtedly proceed. If you do not personally enter the fray, how can you ascertain Donger's innocence? With a flick of her wrist, Bibi Dong effortlessly severed the strands of soul power enveloping Luo Yu, causing them to dissipate in an instant. Luo Yuan remained utterly still, her gaze fixed inward, observing her own heart through her senses. While you may not yet arrive, preparations have been thoroughly made. Bibi Dong gracefully unfurled her delicate arms, liberating her slender, rounded legs as she gently closed her eyes. The long, curled lashes quivered softly, revealing a hidden tension within her. This day had been rehearsed countless times in her mind. Though she appeared to take the initiative, her heart had been shy from the very beginning. Yet, all of this was orchestrated to captivate her benefactor, the man she cherished deeply. As long as Brother Yu is pleased, then everything is worth it. Brother Yu, Donger is ready. The truth and answers lie here. Come and discover them for yourself. Luo Yu could no longer restrain himself, advancing like a ferocious beast on the hunt, wildly embracing Bibi Dong. In gratitude to the charming readers for their support of this narrative, the author expresses heartfelt thanks here. Updates will be consistently reliable. A brief note on the previous storyline. The protagonist voluntarily shattered his million-year beast god body using a tribulation, transforming it into the nourishing essence of a 24-petal golden lotus. This not only activates the system but also allows the tribulation golden lotus to nurture an infinitely potential pure golden body, laying the foundation for a truly formidable killing deity in the future. The subsequent chapters will gradually enhance the narrative, and all that readers desire will manifest. The Nine Heavens Extermination Sword will be particularly unique, and readers may also speculate on who the next goddess to be signed in will be. Chapter 25, The Women Who Vent for Luo Yu. The tragedy of the 7 offerings within the inner palace, a fragrant ambience lingered. The flickering candlelight danced, ultimately extinguishing completely. Several hours later, Bibi Dong lay obediently in Luo Yu's embrace, her lazy, enchanting eyes radiating happiness. Her delicate fingers traced aimlessly across the man's chest. Look, Brother Yu. I did not deceive you, Bibi Dong said, pointing to the vivid stain on the sheets. Luo Yu forced a smile, raising his finger to gently stroke the woman's delicate nose. To be candid, I initially harbored some concerns, fearing that you might be mistreated in my absence. However, after you recounted the entire sequence of events, I felt reassured. If you were now at ease, why would you still engage with others? Bibi Dong arched an eyebrow. Luo Yu replied in silence, do not overthink. My attraction to you is merely a manifestation of lust, entirely unrelated to any quest for vindication. Bibi Dong pouted her delicate pink lips, remarking, this is the first time I have encountered a man so unabashedly forthright in acknowledging his lecherous nature. Luo Yu delicately toyed with Bibi Dong's silky hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, which man is not lecherous? It is not shameful to admit this. Rather, it is those sordid creatures that should be ashamed. In our case, where there is mutual affection, it bears no resemblance to lewdness, does it? Bibi Dong blinked her eyes, pouting her crimson lips, her gaze seemingly on the verge of tears as she lamented, I am not here of my own volition. It is you, the wicked one, who has coerced me. With such strength, how can a delicate woman like myself possibly resist? Upon witnessing this captivating scene, Luo Yu inwardly exclaimed his inability to withstand it. Who could possibly maintain composure in the presence of such allure? This enchanting creature was clearly enticing him with intent. Some women, embodying the regal demeanor of an ice queen in public, transform into irresistible sirens in private, akin to a potent poison or opiate for men. Luo Yu was uncertain whether others could endure it. Nevertheless, he found himself unwilling to wait any longer and launched a second offensive without hesitation. Luo Yu was savoring the exquisite beauty of life on one side, while on the other, the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall were far from joyous. The majestic palace of the 7 offerings appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet inside, chaos reigned supreme. Boom! A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. As formidable elemental orbs were unleashed from a distance, the 7 offerings coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly shattering the 9 spirit rings encircling him. As he was violently propelled backwards, crashing into the wall, debris cascading around him. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he stared in terror at the figure before him. There stood a stunningly beautiful girl, barefoot with long legs, silver hair, and violet eyes. Her expression was icy, brows furrowed, her enchanting gaze radiating an aura of lethal intent. Tap, tap. The girl's delicate feet seemed to evoke sounds as she walked through the air, igniting a sense of dread in the 7 offerings' eyes. Who are you? What do you intend to do to me? He stammered. Who am I? Gu Yue Na scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. You are not worthy to know. As for what I shall do. A cold smile graced her lips as she conjured a fireball that she hurled directly at the 7 offerings, producing a sizzle. Take a guess. A wretched scream erupted as the dissipating soul power of the 7 offerings enveloped him in black smoke, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. This is the Spirit Hall. You cannot act recklessly. He gasped weakly. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck, this time directly to his face, leaving his mouth mangled and bloodied. Gu Yue Na slowly lowered her hand, still crackling with energy. Act recklessly? It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. To me, slaughtering your entire Spirit Hall is but a trivial matter. The 7 offerings' pupils dilated in sheer horror, his extensive experience telling him that this woman was not jesting. Where on earth did such a formidable being come from? He could not recall ever provoking such a terrifying entity. Tap, tap. Gu Yue Na advanced, dismantling the 7 offerings' mental defenses with each step. Your Highness, we have no grievances or enmity. Why must you treat me so ruthlessly? His voice was a mixture of indignation, frustration, and most prominently, fear. Gu Yue Na halted, coldly regarding him as she spoke indifferently. What defines honor, and what defines disgrace? The 7 offerings was momentarily taken aback. The phrase striking a chord of familiarity. Was this not what he had emphasized to that boy earlier? Could it be that this woman was sent by him? Impossible. How could he possibly know such a formidable presence? Suddenly, a fiery hand gripped the 7 offerings' throat, roughly yanking him from the wall and suspending him in midair. Tell me, what defines honor, and what defines disgrace? Her chilling voice seemed to freeze the very air in the palace. I am lowly, and you are honorable. The 7 offerings. His face turning a deep shade of purple from the grip, desperately uttered his submission. With a violent toss, he was flung to the ground. Stones flying as a crater formed beneath him. Please, spare me. I truly do not know how I have offended you. You have not offended me. Gu Yue Na replied coldly. But you have provoked someone far more dangerous. With a flick of her wrist, a small storm of lightning engulfed the 7 offerings. His anguished cries echoing through the hall. If not for the barriers in place, his screams would have reverberated throughout the Spirit Hall. Consider yourself fortunate that he is unharmed today. Otherwise, you would be doomed. Remember, if you seek to provoke him, you are not worthy. The 7 offerings could not emit another sound before succumbing to unconsciousness. In those final moments of awareness, he comprehended everything. This woman was here to avenge that boy. Just who was that boy to have such a terrifying backing? Had he known, even his foolishness would not have led him to provoke anyone so fearsome. Casting a disdainful glance at the charred remains of the 7 offerings, Gu Yue Na vanished in a flash of silver light. In the Empress's chamber, Luo Yu lay comfortably on the bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Bibi Dong, resting her head on her jade arm, fluttered her curled lashes, murmuring to herself, I must be cautious. With Yu Ji's current cultivation, he cannot afford any recklessness. I must remember to instruct the kitchen to prepare some nourishing dishes for him in the morning. However, before that, there was another pressing matter to address. Bibi Dong's gaze became steely as she quietly descended from the bed, donning her attire with an air of determination as she exited. After her departure, a graceful woman entered, her silhouette captivating, with a figure that could not be rivaled by a mere young girl. Upon seeing Luo Yu asleep, she let out a soft huff. her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Ultimately, she said nothing. With a flash of pink light, she vanished, leaving a delicate, soft-boned spirit rabbit nestled against Luo Yu's chest. Feeling the warmth and familiar scent, the rabbit closed its eyes in contentment. Chapter 26. Surprised? A mother-daughter duo cannot compare to you. Meanwhile, within the Hall of the Seven Offerings, Bibi Dong had arrived with a fierce demeanor. Yet now, her face was one of utter shock. The exterior of the hall appeared completely normal, but inside, it was a scene of utter ruin, devoid of any semblance of integrity. The target of her vengeance lay on the ground, half dead and blackened, without her needing to lift a finger. What on earth is happening? Bibi Dong was bewildered. Could it be that the Seven Offerings anticipated my arrival and took his own life in penance? Observing the Seven Offerings' pitiful state, Bibi Dong hesitated. Should I not strike? Depart? No, regardless of the circumstances. Since he dared to harm my Yuga during the day, I cannot allow this opportunity to pass without retribution. Whoosh. A gentle healing energy manifested from her palm and enveloped the Seven Offerings. Gradually, he began to regain his breath, his eyelids fluttering open. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, he was instantly filled with excitement. Your Majesty, you have finally come to rescue me. You must avenge me. He began to narrate his ordeal, tears streaming down his face, recounting how a silver-haired sorceress had mercilessly beaten him. Why did she strike you? Bibi Dong inquired, her brow furrowing. Seizing the chance that the Empress was present to support him, the Seven Offerings animatedly gestured, sobbing as he spoke of the formidable silver-haired who had dealt him such a savage beating. She came on behalf of that boy named Luo Yu, which indicates that he possesses a profound background. He is not aligned with our spirit hall, nor is he on our side. We must exercise extreme caution. Oh, is that so? Bibi Dong smiled. The Seven Offerings, struggling to rise, nodded emphatically. Yet, I believe we should refrain from attacking that boy for now. We must first capture those behind him, then expose his true nature to ensure his demise. Proclaim to the world that not everyone can wield power within the spirit hall. Indeed, Bibi Dong's smile deepened. The seventh elder chuckled. I, an unworthy old man, am willing to take the lead in secretly monitoring that young man. However, I would need your backing, for his connections are formidable. Bibi Dong nodded. Since you are so astute, why not take a guess as to why I have come to you at this late hour? Without hesitation, the seventh elder replied with a smile. Surely, you must have sensed something amiss and come to my aid. Are you so certain? Of course, the seventh elder confidently declared, his face alight with mirth. Yet, as he raised his gaze, he noticed the Empress's expression shifting from joy to an icy coldness. Unbeknownst to him, an additional layer of prohibitive energy had encased the surroundings. Congratulations, you guessed incorrectly. Boom. Bibi Dong unleashed her formidable aura, leaving the seventh elder gasping for breath, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, what is your intent? The seventh elder trembled in fear, retreating hastily. What is my intent? Bibi Dong approached gracefully, the colossal shadow of a spider king emerging behind her. Her words laced with mockery. Allow me to share a secret. The young man you speak of, Luo Yu, is under my protection. To be precise, he is my man. What? The seventh elder's smile froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, an internal tempest raging within him, chilled to the bone. If Luo Yu were present, he would surely want to ask, are you surprised? Was it unexpected? In truth, the seventh elder was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why, after merely crossing a junior, such terrifying forces had descended upon him. Had he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest? Tears of despair threatened to spill forth. How could his rank of 96 and status as a spirit hall elder be so easily disregarded? Was he truly incapable of contending with a mere youth? He felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any means to resist. This was not merely a misstep. It felt as though he had kicked a sacred ancestor. He stumbled backward, pleading, Your Majesty, I am one of your own, a companion. You cannot harm me. I am utterly devoted to the spirit hall. No amount of pleading could erase the arrogance he had displayed earlier. I have tolerated your insolence for far too long. Boom. The seventh elder was hurled against the palace ceiling, rebounding from the energy barrier, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Spare me, Your Majesty. I have learned my lesson. Bibi Dong looked down at him, her authority palpable. In the absence of Luo Yu, she reverted to her formidable self. The Empress who commanded respect. Tell me, what is honor, and what is disgrace? Why was this question posed again? The seventh elder nearly wept in despair. He was genuinely terrified now, vowing never to provoke Luo Yu again. This was utterly horrifying. You are the esteemed one, and I am the lowly one. unworthy of my earlier bravado. At this moment, he cared not for his dignity. His life was at stake, and dignity was irrelevant. The murderous intent in the Empress's eyes was unmistakable and not to be trifled with. She shook her head, immobilizing the seventh elder as soul energy surged. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed within the chamber. Bibi Dong's expression softened. The seventh elder, now swollen and battered, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Listen closely. I will only say this once. Apologize to him tomorrow. If he forgives you, you shall live. If he does not, even 1,000 lifelines cannot save you. As Bibi Dong approached the door, she turned and warned, I have placed spider venom upon you. Only I can provide the antidote. You should know whether tonight's events will remain confidential. Understood, understood. The seventh elder replied, struggling to articulate through his bloodied lips. Once the Empress departed, he lay prostrate on the ground, surveying the ruined palace, tears streaming down his face. No longer would he indulge in arrogance. He resolved to abandon such pretenses. Was it not better to be a little humble? He could not fathom Luo Yu's true nature, nor dared to speculate. Only knowing that he was a formidable ancestor he could never provoke again. Unbeknownst to Luo Yu, he remained ensconced in slumber. Bibi Dong returned quietly, having bathed and changed, exuding an enchanting fragrance. As she climbed into bed, her gaze fell upon an unexpected guest, a rabbit, defiantly occupying her man. Instantly alert, she recalled the information gleaned from Luo Yu, and thus, she was not surprised by the rabbit's presence. With a graceful motion, she seized the pair of rabbit ears and tossed them beneath the bed. Subsequently, she cast a warning glare at the rabbit, asserting her territorial claim, before affectionately wrapping her arms around Luo Yu and nestling against him. Beneath the bed, the charming rabbitess' pink eyes brimmed with indignation. How outrageous it was to monopolize her benefactor. She occupied no space at all. If this woman continued her overbearing ways, perhaps it would be time to contest for the affections of their mutual benefactor. If one could not compete alone, surely two could prevail. It must be said, the mindset of the soul beast world is refreshingly straightforward. How exasperating. The warmth of her benefactor was entirely claimed by this woman. It was simply unjust. Awe powdered in discomfort, contemplating it was perhaps time to encourage her benefactor to depart from the spirit hall and visit their daughter. Chapter 28, Awe's Special Treatment. Hu Liena takes the initiative the following morning. The warm rays of sunlight filtered into the Empress's chamber. A sudden sensation of dampness on his arm roused the slumbering Luo Yu. Blinking awake, he found the charming rabbit delicately licking his arm with its soft, pink tongue. Suddenly startled, Luo Yu swiftly withdrew her arm, eyeing the rabbit with caution. What was she up to? Was she perhaps coveting her body, so early in the morning? What are you doing? The enchanting rabbit, with her soft, watery pink eyes, spoke in a voice tinged with the innocence of a young woman. I merely noticed the numerous red scratches adorning your skin. So what if I have them? What does that have to do with you bothering me this early? Luo Yu glared, feeling as though even a simple nap was fraught with peril. The alluring rabbit replied earnestly, Are you not aware? The saliva of soul beasts possesses the ability to heal injuries. I noticed all the scratches on you and thought I might assist in your recovery. As a gesture of gratitude. Please, those are not injuries. Luo Yu exclaimed. Moreover, I can heal those myself by channeling my soul power. A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead as he gazed into the innocent, glistening pink eyes of the gentle-boned enchanting rabbit, leaving him uncertain whether her confusion was genuine or feigned. The gentle-boned enchanting rabbit expressed her remorse, saying, When I was away, you were hurt. It is my negligence in your protection, and I must take responsibility. Furthermore, she added, this method heals external wounds remarkably swiftly. Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he became aware of a perplexing issue. He hastily lowered his gaze to his chest and ran his hand over his back twice. It was as smooth as jade, utterly unscathed. Where is the emblem of a man's pride on my back? He cast a sidelong glance at the delicate, self-satisfied rabbit beside him. I have healed every other part for my benefactor. The arm was the final area. Luo Yu found himself in a state of bemusement. Alas, has my brother become tainted? How could I have been so indiscriminately taken advantage of by a mere rabbit? Benefactor, why do you appear so discontented? Have I erred in some way? Dewu felt a twinge of anxiety. It was indeed her first time employing this method to heal external wounds. Though she was previously aware of this technique, her obsessive cleanliness had prevented her from embracing it. Even her own injuries were a source of disdain for her. She would rather endure the slow process of healing with her spiritual energy. However, upon witnessing her benefactor in pain, She unhesitatingly resorted to the swiftest and most effective remedy. "It's quite all right. I'm very pleased. You've done nothing wrong," Luo Yu said with a resigned smile, reluctant to express further discontent, recognizing the good intentions of the other party. Douluo, in the future, should a similar situation arise, please refrain from this method. I can manage my own recovery," Luo Yu implored earnestly. "But this method heals external wounds so rapidly. Quickness is not the issue. There are distinctions between men and women," Luo Yu retorted, his expression stern. "I don't mind at all. It's of no consequence," a feminine voice responded. "I do mind," Luo Yu insisted, eyes wide. "Moreover, what if others were to witness this?" "Ah, so you are concerned about losing face? Then we can simply conduct this discreetly." Luo Yu's lips twitched. It seemed there was no way to articulate the situation. He felt it was time to introduce Douluo to the realities of the human experience. Otherwise, if in the future, Xiao were to encounter her mother engaging in such matters, how could one possibly explain it? Wouldn't tea that cause an uproar? "Benefactor, may I request a favor from you? Speak freely. Douluo's name is rather unappealing. It would be preferable if you referred to her as a Wu from now on." "Very well." Luo Yu rose from his bed, the external injuries having been tended to by a Wu. However, he could still feel a slight soreness in the muscles throughout his body, prompting him to shake his head with a wry smile. It seemed that mere talent was insufficient. He must seize the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, his ability to endure an all-night battle would be in jeopardy. Upon rising, he noticed that Bibi Dong had vanished without a trace. A basin of water and a towel had been thoughtfully prepared and placed beside the bed. In the center of the room, a table was laden with an array of dishes, all inverted to prevent them from cooling. There was also a note left behind, adorned with graceful handwriting. Luo Yu swiftly perused the text. The image of the Empress's delicate admonitions vividly sprang to life upon the paper. She expressed her reluctance to attend the morning court, wishing instead to share a meal with you. However, due to the recent calamity of flooding along the west coast, several townsfolk have suffered greatly. As the Empress, Dong Air cannot turn a blind eye. She must personally strategize and dispatch spirit masters for assistance. Thus, dear brother you must dine alone for now. On the table lies a specially prepared nutritious breakfast just for you. Do remember to consume it all. No leftovers, or I shall be quite displeased." Luo Yu smiled knowingly, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. She had always thought the Empress was ethereal and unattainable. Yet she was unexpectedly considerate, preparing everything meticulously for her. No one could possibly imagine that the formidable Empress, who commanded respect from all, would willingly temper her fierce demeanor in the presence of the man she cherished, resembling a delicate and virtuous young bride. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated. Creak. As the door swung open, her gaze was met with a pair of long, snow-white legs, adorned in shorts that accentuated an astonishing curve. Looking up, she beheld a striking figure with golden, cropped hair and exquisitely crafted features that exuded both nobility and allure. "Surprised to see me, are you?" Hu Liena exclaimed, her radiant smile reminiscent of the sun, as she playfully winked. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, and upon hearing the knock at the door, "I immediately knew it was you. In this imperial palace of the Empress, who else but you, her most favored disciple, would dare to come?" Hu Liena pouted, expressing her boredom. "Engaging with intelligent individuals is utterly tiresome. There are no surprises to be had. Is it truly so difficult to decipher?" Hu Liena's exquisitely beautiful face suddenly fell, losing its luster. Luo Yu gently shook her head and turned towards the dining table. "Please come in. Whether it's a surprise or not is of little consequence. Your presence alone brings me joy." Upon hearing the warm voice ahead, Hu Liena's face lit up with delight as she gracefully approached with her long, snow-white legs. "I was just about to have breakfast. Would you care to join me?" "Of course. I haven't eaten yet," Hu Liena replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. In truth, she had risen early for her daily training and had already had her meal. Yet she feared that without a reason to linger, Luo Yu might send her away. "Then let us sit together." Luo Yu felt in good spirits. "Is it all right for me to impose on your meal?" Hu Liena asked, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Luo Yu chuckled. "How could it be? It is an immense honor to have the saintess accompany me. Many yearn for such an opportunity yet find it elusive." "How annoying, always teasing me," Hu Liena pouted. Though the delight in her eyes was unmistakable, gazing upon the man's striking features and his ethereal, effortless charm, she felt her pulse quicken. Memories of his domineering and devilishly alluring demeanor during their previous encounter flooded her mind, and she sensed herself on the brink of surrender. Previously, No one around her could compare, be it in beauty, strength, or background. She was akin to a snow lotus blooming atop Tian Shan, solitary in her splendor, with no one worthy of entering her heart. However, everything changed upon meeting Luo Yu. Hu Liena was acutely aware that she was about to plunge into the depths of her feelings, yet she willingly yearned to savor this unique emotional experience. She admired his handsome visage, was astonished by his prowess, and was further captivated by his calm, scholarly demeanor juxtaposed with his decisive ferocity in action. Now, she longed to engage with Luo Yu, yet she found herself at a loss for words and actions, for she possessed no experience in matters of the heart. What was she thinking? Luo Yu had already set the table, waving the utensils before her. And no, nothing. Hu Liena feigned composure, internally chastising herself for her weakness in this moment of infatuation. She harbored feelings for him, yet she wondered how he viewed her in return. Furthermore, this felt rather unseemly. Come, let us see what delightful dishes your teacher has prepared for us. Luo Yu rubbed his hands together and lifted the lid. Luo Yu was taken aback. What on earth is this? Beside him, Hu Liena was slightly startled and inquired with astonishment. Is that ginseng stewed with an old turtle? It nourishes Yin and replenishes the kidneys, fostering vitality and enriching the blood. Brother Yu, do you consider this your breakfast? Is it truly so nourishing? Luo Yu was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding, swiftly lifting one lid after another, his lips twitching in dismay. Blackbone chicken with purple fungus? Braised earth dragon tail? The final dish appeared rather peculiar. Deep-fried kidney? A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead, and he was utterly at his wit's end. What on earth did Bibi Dong mean by this? Moreover, the pressing issue at hand was no longer the interpretation of Bibi Dong's words. The main concern was the gaze of Hu Liena, whose crimson lips were slightly parted, as her eyes began to reflect a gradual shift in emotion. Ahem. Allow me to explain. Hu Liena stared with wide eyes, exclaiming, Brother Yu, so this is how your talent is cultivated. Just as Luo Yu was about to elucidate, he suddenly realized that Hu Liena had not grasped that deeper layer of meaning, and he immediately felt a sense of relief. With a smile, he nodded affirmatively and exclaimed, Indeed, as soul masters, we must partake in such nourishment. If our sustenance is lacking, how can our cultivation flourish? Yes, brother Yu speaks the truth, Hu Liena replied, nodding repeatedly. Luo Yu felt an unsettling dissonance in the girl's gaze. At that moment, Hu Liena sighed inwardly, lamenting the cruelty of fate towards the gifted. Who, in the early hours of the morning, would consume such nourishing fare? Moreover, it was all aimed at enhancing one's vitality. Surely, brother Yu harbored some unspoken dilemma. Rumor has it that men are particularly sensitive about such matters. I must not expose him. No, I must find a way to assist brother Yu. Such a flawless man cannot possibly have hidden ailments. And who knows what the future may hold for him. Hu Liena's cheeks flushed as her thoughts trailed off. Brother Yu, could you accompany me outside for a moment? Why? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. Hu Liena bit her lip slightly, her face aglow. I have something I wish to present to you, something I believe you might require. What do I need? Luo Yu was bewildered, unable to comprehend. Hu Liena shook her head, playfully reproaching him. Oh, just follow me, and you will find out. Luo Yu, filled with curiosity, was led out the door by her. Chapter 28. The Saint is engaging in theft. How thrilling. The Spirit Hall, with its grand and towering structures, stood majestically. On the expansive avenue paved with green bricks, a pair of golden boy and jade girl traversed, instantly igniting a stir among the crowd within the hall. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her ruby lips seemingly glistening, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with allure. Her long, slender legs, revealed beneath her shorts, were nothing short of perfection, inciting a desire to admire her further. The man was tall and imposing, exuding a regal presence, his features reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet, within his seemingly indifferent starry gaze lay a depth that was captivating and intense. What a marvel, this man, who could walk so intimately beside the saintess. How remarkable is this brother, able to charm our pure-hearted saintess. What is happening? Is this real? Could it be that the saintess is already taken? Gasps of astonishment echoed, as the disciples of the Spirit Hall rubbed their eyes, initially suspecting they were imagining things, given the saintess's proud demeanor akin to that of an empress. These individuals were not without talent. In the outside world, they would be highly sought after. Yet, the thought of pursuing the saintess left them hesitant and intimidated. Apologies, but we are well aware of our own insignificance. It was no illusion. The saintess truly walked so closely with a man. Were they actually sharing laughter? Could it be that the saintess has found love? It seemed likely. When had anyone ever witnessed her taking a stroll with a man so closely, nearly shoulder to shoulder? hand in hand. A disciple lamented, howling in despair, as if a beloved had been taken away. Oh no, our brilliant gem of the spirit hall. Will she truly be taken by such a swine? At that moment, someone couldn't hold back, casting a disdainful glance. Who are you calling a pig? Which eye of yours is blinded? I might as well blind the other one too, since it serves no purpose. Look at yourself. Do you possess even a fraction of his charm? With a haughty demeanor, the towering figure of a man shook his fist, declaring, what use is beauty? Can it fill one's stomach? Strength is what commands respect. Men speak through their power. Please, save your breath, someone chimed in, unable to resist. Don't tell me you're unaware that we just tested a prodigy in the spirit hall yesterday. A dual spirit wielder, with innate soul power at level 40. If I'm right, it must be him. Your brute strength pales in comparison. Indeed, I've heard of it. The once proud giant's bravado faltered, questioning, could it be false? Excitement surged among the crowd. False. My grandfather was present. This fellow's talent is undeniably exceptional, hailed by the elders as a once-in-a-millennium encounter. Are we of the same species? This is quite absurd, someone remarked. Regardless of absurdity, the evidence is before us. This is a figure of great stature. If you have any sense, you'll either ingratiate yourself or keep your distance. He is not to be trifled with. The once boastful giant shrank back, retreating into the crowd, casting wary glances toward the saintess, anxious his earlier remarks might be overheard. Should I go introduce myself and become acquainted with this future powerhouse? Someone jested. Are you foolish? They are in love. Do you wish to disrupt them and risk being harmed? True, I am grateful for my safety. On the other side, Hu Liena, eavesdropping on their conversation, wore a peculiar expression, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Hearing them refer to her and Liu as a couple, she felt not annoyance but an indescribable sensation, tinged with a hint of shyness. Stealing a glance at the man, she noticed him furrowed in thought. Brother Yu, they are discussing you over there. Don't you have any reaction? Trouble? Luo Yu frowned. What trouble? Hu Liena exclaimed. You are the rising star of the spirit hall. Who would dare trouble you? Luo Yu shook his head and said, consider this. If the disciples of the spirit hall are already aware of my whereabouts, it is certain that this information will reach the ears of various major factions. What do you think their response will be? Hu Liena, momentarily taken aback, contemplated for a moment before articulating her analysis. They will swiftly seek to investigate your news, ascertain your background, and then either attempt to win you over or eliminate you. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, remarking on your quick response. My position as the saintess is not something given away lightly. Hu Liena declared with a hint of pride. Luo Yu spread his hands, and now you understand why I sighed, right? Hu Liena rolled her eyes, exclaiming, why panic? Our spirit hall is grand and powerful enough to safeguard you. I will inevitably leave the spirit hall one day. What? You intend to depart from the spirit hall? Upon hearing this, Hu Liena instantly felt a surge of anxiety. In that moment, her concern was not about the potential loss of a prodigy for the spirit hall, but rather the delicate thoughts of her own youthful heart. Luo Yu seemed oblivious to Hu Liena's emotions as he continued, I am not particularly concerned about my personal safety. Rather, I detest the relentless harassment from various factions. How can one lead a peaceful life under such incessant disturbance? It is utterly exasperating. Hu Liena, masking her inner tension, replied with a forced smile, indeed, these factions will undoubtedly have their spies monitoring you incessantly. Should you venture outside, you may find yourself besieged by numerous powers eager to win your allegiance. However, as long as you remain within the spirit hall, none of them would dare to act recklessly. Luo Yusin absent-mindedly nodded, secretly contemplating a strategy. He certainly could not remain here indefinitely. He had yet to truly appreciate the picturesque landscapes of the Douluo continent. Moreover, it was needless to ponder given the system's tendencies. It was inevitable that it would eventually hone in on Xiao Wu and those other girls. Staying indoors was simply not an option. Besides, he had no desire to covet the power of the spirit hall. After all, the Pope of the spirit hall was one of his women. It seemed imperative to devise a comprehensive plan to rid himself of those persistent nuisances and prevent them from bothering him. While lost in thought, Hu Liena led Luo Yu to a grand hall adorned with dark purple glazed tiles. Is this your residence? He inquired. Shoo. Hu Liena placed a finger against her lips. Upon noticing the locked doors, she let out a sigh of relief, her excitement palpable. She gestured for Luo Yu to follow, leaping gracefully onto the rooftop and skillfully peeling back the glazed tiles that covered the palace dome. With decisive movement, she sprang into the air, resembling a female thief, and seamlessly entered the interior. Luo Yu was taken aback. Is this a scheme to lead me into thievery? Must we engage in nefarious deeds in broad daylight, so brazenly? Hurry inside. Hu Liena gestured with her mouth, repeatedly waving her hands. TSK, the saintess is embarking on a theft. How exhilarating. A playful smirk graced Luo Yu's lips as he swiftly descended, eager to discover what mischief the woman intended to involve him in. Follow me. Hu Liena beckoned. Luo Yu remarked peculiarly, we are out here to pilfer, and in broad daylight no less. Is it not rather unprofessional to forego masks? Hu Liena pouted her crimson lips and shook her head, saying, what are you talking about? This is not theft, it is merely borrowing. What is it that you intend to borrow upon your arrival here? Luo Yu was utterly perplexed. How could the holy maiden of the spirit hall find herself in such a predicament? Reduced to borrowing items? Hu Liena bit her delicate lip, her complexion tinged with crimson. Do not question it further. The master of this place may not return for an indeterminate time, but I assure you, there exists something here that you require. Let us seek it out first. What I need? Luo Yu pondered. How could I possibly be unaware of that? Luo Yu felt bewildered, while Hu Liena had already begun to rummage through the room. Ultimately, she triggered a mechanism hidden within a vase in the corner, producing a crisp sound. One side of the gray stone wall gradually descended, revealing a black opening that led down a winding stone staircase. Chapter 29, The Secret Chamber, The Unlabeled Jade Bottle, The Man's Principles. As the gray stone wall fell, it unveiled a shadowy passageway behind it, with stone steps stretching downward, leading to an unknown destination. A flicker of curiosity danced in Luo Yu's eyes. However, Hu Liena wore an expression of someone who had anticipated this moment, a slight smile gracing her lips. Where could this place be? Luo Yu could not help but inquire, feeling that the woman seemed overly familiar with the surroundings. She appeared to know precisely where the mechanisms and hidden passages were located. Ahem. Hu Liena displayed an awkward expression as she stepped forward and gently tugged at Luo Yu's arm. All right, let's not ask so many questions, brother Yu. Let's hurry inside. There are some treasures you truly need waiting for you. Luo Yu now finds himself utterly perplexed. He possesses a vast estate and lacks for nothing. Yet, he cannot fathom the enigmatic game this girl is playing. With that, he is led by the young lady directly toward the staircase shrouded in darkness. Upon entering, Hu Liena does not forget to rotate the internal mechanism, causing the stone wall to rise once more. Bang! As the stone wall ascends, the space is instantly engulfed in impenetrable darkness, where one cannot see their own hand before their face. A profound silence envelopes the room, amplifying the sound of their breaths, which resonate with startling clarity. In this secluded chamber, where a solitary man and woman find themselves together, the absence of light casts an air of profound tension, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly delicate. Luo Yu, in an impulsive moment, playfully pinched the soft, delicate hand that he held. A soft whimper escaped the girl, as if startled. She shyly protested, Brother Yu, why are you pinching me? Flustered, Luo Yu quickly released her hand, instinctively gesturing an apology, only to suddenly catch sight of something that made him retract his hand abruptly. Ah! A startled cry escaped her lips. Brother Yu, Hu Liena scolded playfully, beginning a sentence but leaving it unfinished. In the darkness, the girl anxiously clasped her hands over her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her thoughts were in disarray. What was Brother Yu attempting? Was he up to some mischief? Indeed, men could be so thoughtless. Was his action intentional or merely accidental? Biting her thin lip, Hu Liena felt an unfamiliar tension. She had never shared a room with someone like this before. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth, illuminating the dark space. A golden orb of light was gathering at Luo Yu's fingertips. Are you all right, Nana? No, I'm fine, Hu Liena replied, shaking her head. Strangely, at the moment when the darkness was banished, she felt a slight sense of loss. Luo Yu began to survey his surroundings. A winding path led into a narrow tunnel, its walls adorned with moss-covered rocks. Is this place perilous? Not at all. Are you so certain? Luo Yu grimaced, feeling an inexplicable unease. Of course, Brother Yu. Just follow me. Hu Liena gracefully advanced, and under the dim light, the contours of her figure appeared even more exquisite. Luo Yu gazed in a momentary daze, devoid of any impure thoughts, genuinely captivated by the ethereal beauty of Hu Liena's silhouette. The enchanting figure moved gracefully, each step imbued with a delicate charm. As he descended the stone steps, the path initially constricted before unveiling a spacious chamber, revealing a small secret room before him. A golden radiance assaulted Luo Yu's vision, emanating from an abundance of golden soul coins. Precious jade and exquisite artifacts adorned the surroundings in a dazzling array. Yet, amidst the opulence, Luo Yu merely lifted his eyelids slightly, feeling little excitement. His interest lay in the elevation of his strength and the appreciation of beauty. Wealth was of little concern to him. After all, with formidable power, who would fear the lack of currency? While a beggar must brave the elements with a tattered bowl in hand, a true powerhouse need only extend a hand to acquire wealth. At that moment, Hu Liena was off to the side, her fingers tracing the walls as she searched for something unknown. Luo Yu found himself at leisure, gazing at the transparent system panel. Quest: captivate the Saint Hu Liena. Quest reward: the exclusive 9 Heavens Extermination Sword and 100,000-year First Soul Ring. Luo Yu held a unique perspective on system tasks. His character would not be governed by the system. To capture whomever the system dictated would render him no different than a puppet. Furthermore, such feelings cultivated in this manner would be insincere, devoid of meaning. He was willing to invest efforts for a girl only if she proved to be virtuous, deserving of his devotion, and if he harbored genuine affection for her. Otherwise, would he simply comply with the system's whims? What a jest! Why should he be so obedient? Who is the master here, you or I? Apologies. But that is simply inconceivable. The system shall forever remain subordinate. He is the true sovereign. The gaze in Luo Yuxing's starry eyes gradually became sharp and clear. This was, in fact, the reason he had chosen to engage in a brief interaction with Hu Liena before hastily launching an offensive after receiving his mission. Now, having gained some understanding of this girl, he found himself harboring a considerable fondness for her. It was time to take a more proactive approach. Found it. A voice filled with surprise drew Luo Yu's attention. Hu Liena beamed with delight, tucking a stray strand of her golden hair behind her ear with one hand, while the other held aloft a small vial resembling exquisite agate glass. She waved it towards Luo Yu. The vial was transparent, containing a gently swirling pale pink liquid that was truly enchanting. Here, brother Yu, this is for you. Hu Liena blinked her beautiful lashes, presenting the vial to him as if offering a treasured gift. What is this? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, momentarily unable to discern the nature of the object. The bottle felt smooth to the touch, exuding a faint warmth. Oh, is there perhaps a label here? A label? What kind of label? Hu Liena shook her head repeatedly. Her cheeks slightly flushed, stealing a glance at the hidden scraps of paper. Brother Yu, you should take a sip and test it, truth be told. I am uncertain of its efficacy. If it proves unsatisfactory, you may keep it. Luo Yu gazed into Hu Liena's expectant eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he chuckled dryly. What potion do you have concealed within that gourd of yours? You're being rather enigmatic. You must disclose what this is before I can partake. In her heart, Hu Liena mused, it is said that men are quite sensitive regarding certain matters. And if she were to state it outright, would it not embarrass brother Yu, prompting him to withdraw in disdain? No, she resolved to feign ignorance. It was imperative to honor brother Yu's masculine pride. With a determined spirit, Hu Liena replied, Brother Yu, as you have just arrived at the spirit hall, I have nothing of value to offer you. This elixir is perfectly suited for strengthening muscles and enhancing physical vitality, promoting blood circulation and significantly elevating bodily functions. Consider it a token of my greeting to you. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. The tone and effects sounded remarkably akin to the exaggerated descriptions one might encounter at a roadside stall hawking potent pills. Initially, he intended to decline outright. Yet upon witnessing Hu Liena's hopeful gaze and the alluring pale pink liquid in the bottle, he hesitated. Truth be told, he had never encountered such a substance before. Perhaps it would be worth sampling? He harbored no fear of poison. Firstly, his immaculate divine body, forged through the tribulation golden lotus, rendered him immune to toxins. Secondly, he held no belief that Hu Liena would wish him harm. With a pop, he uncorked the bottle, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Under Hu Liena's watchful eyes, Luo Yu took a slight sip. TSK. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise as he gazed at the young girl. Is this a kind of wine? It glided smoothly onto his palate, subtly sweet and imbued with a delicate fragrance that tantalized his taste buds. A warm sensation seemed to flow down his throat, enveloping his entire being in a comforting warmth. Observing Luo Yu's delight, Hu Liena revealed a sweet smile. If you like it, brother Yu, feel free to drink it all. I specially brought this for you. Thank you. I truly enjoy this wine. With that, Luo Yu took a generous gulp, savoring every drop. Hu Liena's smile grew ever more radiant. I'm quite the clever one, helping brother Yu with a significant issue. This wine is genuinely exquisite. Would you care to try a sip? Luo Yu inquired, shaking the jade bottle with satisfaction. No need. Nana doesn't require any. You don't need any? Luo Yu questioned, a hint of skepticism crossing his face. Hu Liena quickly waved her hand and shifted the topic. By the way, brother Yu, after consuming this, do you feel any better? Not so weak anymore. Luo Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Nana, I find it difficult to comprehend your words. Is there something amiss with this wine? Hu Liena shook her head innocently. What could possibly be wrong? It is merely a nourishing tonic with a delightful taste. Now that we have acquired the item, let us hasten our departure. Wait. Luo Yu tilted his head back and downed the contents of the vial in one swift motion. He then retrieved a small silver jug from the spatial storage pouch at his waist, holding the jade bottle over the jug's opening. A milky white liquid began to flow forth, quickly filling the small vessel. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Hu Liena inquired, her curiosity piqued. The man set the jade bottle down on the ground, a gentle smile gracing his features. Didn't you say we came to borrow? Naturally, there must be a repayment. I, Luo Yu, have never taken advantage of others in my life. Consider this spirit liquid my gesture of gratitude. Hu Liena shuddered slightly, her beautiful eyes deeply fixed on the man's subtle smile, sensing an intangible charm emanating from him that inexplicably caused her heart to flutter. While looks and strength certainly captured attention, it was the grace and character displayed in one's every action that truly touched the heart. Even if they were to take the items from this place, the original owner would remain oblivious to the identity of the culprit. That milky spirit liquid was evidently a rare treasure, yet Luo Yu chose to keep it as a means of compensation. Shall we go, brother Yu? Hu Liena suggested, her tone imbued with admiration and a hint of intimacy. Wait. Luo Yu's voice suddenly turned somewhat somber. What's the matter? Don't you feel that this room seems a bit warm? Luo Yu instinctively tugged at his collar. Hu Liena lifted her gaze and gasped. Brother Yu, why has your face turned so red? Chapter 30, The Ferocious Wine. Hu Liena's heart secretly acknowledges. Blushing, Luo Yu instinctively touched his face. Goodness, it was burning hot. Hu Liena furrowed her brows, anxiously gazing at the man, perplexed by what had transpired. Luo Yu now found himself in a state of bewilderment. Moments ago, he felt utterly unconcerned, enjoying a small drink that warmed his body pleasantly. However, an unsettling heat began to envelop him, and it felt as if every pore was exuding steam. A sinister fire surged from his dantian, climbing relentlessly upward. His throat grew parched, and as his gaze fell upon the jade vial, his eyes, now tinged with crimson, fixed fiercely upon the woman. Hu Liena, what on earth did you make me drink? Faced with the fierce countenance of the man, Hu Liena tightened her body and feigned innocence, responding, and nothing at all. Luo Yu felt a wave of heat relentlessly assaulting his mind, an inexplicable fire surging within him. As if his blood vessels were beginning to expand and his muscles were showing signs of tension and swelling. Speak quickly, Hu Liena exclaimed, noticing the unusual changes in Luo Yu. Her face etched with concern as she hurriedly approached him. Brother Yu, what is happening to you? Suppressing his restlessness, Luo Yu spoke dryly. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me what on earth you made me drink. Hu Liena, biting her thin lip, felt a pang of desperation in her voice, almost to the point of tears, as she replied, It's nothing, really. That drink was merely a supplement. A supplement? What kind of supplement could possibly lead to this? Luo Yu's voice suddenly escalated, finding the situation utterly absurd. In a flurry of anxiety, Hu Liena explained, Brother Yu, I noticed you consumed an abundance of supplements this morning, so I thought. What? Just say it. Luo Yu felt utterly unwell, yearning to transform, to become a beast. At this juncture, Hu Liena had no choice but to muster her courage and speak the truth. I saw that you had ingested so many kidney tonics this morning, and I wanted to help alleviate your hidden ailments. Coincidentally, I know of a precious item here that should be just what you need. At this moment, Luo Yu felt a profound heaviness in his chest, nearly choking on his own frustration. How could he not comprehend the woman's underlying insinuations? It was as if she was explicitly declaring his inadequacies. Was it not clear that her hesitations and peculiar behavior were merely a ruse to lead him here for a remedy? Brother Yu, are you all right? Hu Liena stammered, utterly at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before, and it did not appear to be a poisoning incident. What had once been favorable was now exceedingly dire. With reddened eyes, Luo Yu shot her a fierce glare, emphasizing, and let me be perfectly clear, I am not deficient in any capacity. I am perfectly well. I understand, brother Yu, but what is happening to you? Hu Liena was genuinely anxious, as the ethereal aura of the man had completely dissipated, replaced by a volatile and wild energy that seemed poised to erupt at any moment. And you dare ask me what is wrong? Was that concoction you gave me truly a tonic? Luo Yu exclaimed in exasperation. Hu Liena's petite face was etched with concern. Yes, yes, it is indeed a tonic. My brother boasted about it, claiming it was far superior to any restorative soup, asserting that it would leave a man invigorated and brimming with vigor. Luo Yu felt a sudden darkness envelop his vision, and in that moment, the truth dawned upon him. He comprehended everything. This saintess of the spirit hall believed herself to be suffering from a deficiency, leading her to sneak into his brother's secret chamber to pilfer the medicinal herbs. Even more absurd was the fact that he had been deceived by her allure, consuming the concoction without hesitation, and even found its flavor to be quite delightful. What sort of predicament was this? Did she not inform him of the true purpose of this substance? What was its name? Luo Yu's throat quivered. His brother had revealed to him that this elixir was meant to replenish one's vitality, boasting effects unparalleled in history, painstakingly acquired, bearing the label Tiger's Might. Oh, indeed. His brother had mentioned it had another name. What was it? Luo Yu's voice became low, as he struggled to contain his tumultuous emotions. Dragon Rising. What a fitting name it was, encapsulating the essence of Tiger's Might and Dragon Rising. Magnificent. He indeed felt as though he was rising to great heights. Not only was he elevating, but he was also on the verge of exploding with vigor. Luo Yu has come to realize that the girl before him is pretending to be oblivious while actually understanding everything. It is hardly surprising, as a saintess of her generation. How could she comprehend the complexities of men's intentions? As Luo Yu's body trembled, Hu Liena quickly stepped forward to support him. In the secluded chamber, with only a man and a woman present, the woman's fragrant presence drew near, and Luo Yu felt an overwhelming urge to succumb. Boom! His aura erupted, and the dragon god martial spirit manifested, directly pressing down upon Hu Liena. Brother Yu, what is happening to you? Hu Liena attempted to resist. A powerful masculine energy enveloped her, as if two iron arms bound her tightly, leaving her breathless. What is it? You ask what is wrong with me? This is all you're doing. Shouldn't you take responsibility and help extinguish the fire? What? Hu Liena's eyes widened in shock, even at this moment. She had yet to realize that there was something amiss with the wine. With a sharp intake of breath, she furrowed her brow. Feeling a sting in her earlobe, Luo Yu had bitten her. You claim that we slept together today. Is it my fault, or yours? Tear. Her outer garment was torn away, revealing a black undergarment that accentuated her flawless figure. Hu Liena struggled futilely, having been completely subdued by Luo Yu's dragon god martial spirit. As she gazed into Luo Yu's slightly frenzied eyes, Hu Liena resigned herself and closed her eyes, a single tear escaping from the corner of her eye. She never anticipated things would unfold in such a manner. Roar! A suppressed growl echoed in Hu Liena's ear, alarmingly close. Now you choose to cry. I have been utterly harmed by you. Hu Liena, this time you owe me immensely. Luo Yu fiercely grasped those long, slender legs. With a resounding crash, Hu Liena felt her body relax, and before she could even open her eyes, she heard the sound of stones shattering. When she finally opened her eyes, she beheld a large hole at the end of the stone steps, and Luo Yu had vanished without a trace. Draped over her was a man's coat. Staring dazedly at the coat, Hu Liena's eyes glistened with tears. Her emotions were tumultuous. If the preceding moment was marked by fear, this instant was filled with boundless concern for the man. Which scoundrel has invaded my home? A furious shout rang out as Luo Yu hurriedly darted through the wall's breach into the secret chamber. Upon seeing Hu Liena, he was taken aback. Sister, what are you doing here? He looked around anxiously, demanding, where's the thief? Seeing Luo Yu, Hu Liena's eyes reddened, feeling utterly aggrieved. Luo Yu, I want to kill you. With a roar, her demon fox spirit manifested, granting her elongated ears and a fox tail, and she lunged at Luo Yu. Sister, stop. What madness is this? Luo Yu dodged frantically, caught completely off guard by his sister's sudden aggression. After several moments, Luo Yu, clutching his bruised face, lamented, your brother's home has been robbed, and you're busy hitting me. Hu Liena, her eyes vacant and lips pouting, cried out, after so many years, I finally met a man I like. And now it's all ruined because of you. Huh? What have I done? Luo Yu replied, bewildered and innocent. Soon, Hu Liena recounted the series of events that transpired after bringing Luo Yu to the place. Luo Yu's mouth dropped open, and he slapped his thigh. Are you out of your mind? You brought an outsider to steal from your brother? His heart felt as though it was shattering. Truly, a daughter raised is not meant to be kept. Well, as long as you're safe and there are no major issues, he sighed. Hu Liena glared at him through tear-streaked cheeks. No major issues? Did you not tell me that your concoction was for replenishing vitality? Why did brother you end up like this? Yu responded exasperatedly. At that time, I couldn't possibly tell you it was a rare herb. Rare herb? You mean that was a rare herb? Hu Liena felt as if struck by lightning, finally understanding Luo Yu's erratic behavior. That was something I secretly prepared for my master, made from hundreds of spirit herbs according to a secret formula. I was hoping to exchange it for treasures at the right moment, and now it's all gone. Yu felt tears welling up. Yu, will he feel very uncomfortable after consuming that? Hu Liena asked dreamily. Yu replied sarcastically, what do you think? That concoction is unlike any ordinary herb. Its potency is tremendous. A mere sip can ignite a dry twig into a roaring flame. Even a sage would lose their wits. If not resolved, it could be fatal. Hu Liena trembled, caressing the clothing left by the man. Her heart stirred. At that moment, even if he had truly done something, what could she blame him for? After all, it was all self-inflicted. Yet, Luo Yu had bravely resisted his instincts and pain, choosing to endure rather than harm her. Had it been anyone else, they might have taken advantage of her vulnerability. Brother Yu. Hu Liena's pupils dilated, covering her mouth, her heart profoundly moved. What is this bottle filled with? Yu wondered. That is the spirit liquid Brother Yu felt should not be taken without giving something in return. What spirit liquid could possibly compare to my long-cherished treasure? Yu scoffed, but his derision was cut short by a gasp of astonishment. This is the millennia-old jade marrow spirit liquid? He tried to drop on his tongue, feeling his soul power surge. Holy moly, it really is the millennia spirit liquid. Sister, did he say this is for me? Yu clutched the jade bottle tightly, brimming with excitement, forgetting all about his earlier heartache. Is this thing really that precious? Hu Liena asked, lost in thought. It's more than just precious. This can only be found in the most core regions of the Stardow forest. Consuming this bottle could easily elevate my level by 4. Hu Liena's heart, already trembling, was now completely shaken, deeply touched. In that moment, the shadow of Luo Yu was indelibly etched in her heart. Sister, what are you planning to do? Yu exclaimed. But Hu Liena's graceful figure had already vanished from the room. Meanwhile, Luo Yu's mind was filled with a series of system notifications. Yet, he was too consumed by his emotions to pay heed, nearly losing his sanity. Chapter 31. Almost devoured by the rabbit. The exclusive 10,000-year red soul ring of the heavenly sword. Luo Yu burst forth from the chamber of the evil moon, striving to maintain the remnants of his sanity as he raced back to the Empress's palace with unparalleled speed. Hurry, faster still. Luo Yu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his complexion resembling that of a boiled red prawn. Every joint began to tremble as he desperately endured the surging waves of wicked fire within him. The spirit liquor, which could rejuvenate a withered tree with just a sip, when consumed by someone as inherently gifted as Luo Yu, had dire consequences after he imbibed an entire bottle, resulting in a tumultuous surge of blood coursing through his veins. Had he not possessed extraordinary resilience, he might have succumbed to his desires long before in the secret chamber with Hu Liena. Luo Yu was not a pedantic individual, however. Under such circumstances, he found himself unable to take a girl. Yet, he did not anticipate that his unintentional act would impress Hu Liena, revealing a radiant facet of his character that captured her heart completely. At this moment, the system incessantly notified him of task completions. But Luo Yu was too preoccupied to heed them. His remaining rationality solely urged him to hasten back to the Empress's palace, for the consequences of delay could be dire. Before long, he arrived at the Pope's palace. Luo Yu violently swung open the door, his throat parched and eyes glistening with a fierce red hue, poised to unleash a rampage. To his dismay, he discovered that Bibi Dong had yet to return. This was a dire predicament. Luo Yu silently lamented the situation, as the last vestiges of reason were about to be consumed by the fervor within his heart. Benefactor, what has transpired? The voice of Odd echoed from within the room, filled with alarm. A soft glow enveloped the space, and the enchanting rabbit transformed into human form. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, and a graceful woman with delicate pink eyes appeared beside Luo Yu, her jade hand grasping his arm, her face a portrait of concern and anxiety. At this moment, Luo Yu resembled a bomb poised to ignite at any moment. The enchanting grace of the woman before him, coupled with her subtle fragrance, completely set him ablaze. The alluring gaze of her powdery eyes was irresistibly captivating, her ruby lips glistening like petals of a rose, and her porcelain skin radiated an intangible allure, especially with that familiar charm. Benefactor, what is wrong? Please do not frighten all. The woman gently shook Luo Yu's arm, perplexed. Suddenly, her lips were seized, and Ao's eyes widened in shock. all words abruptly silenced. "Benefactor, you cannot do this." Ao twisted her body to evade, yet Luo Yu caught her perfectly. With a rip, fabric flew apart. A startled cry escaped her lips. Ao's countenance flushed crimson as she gasped, her spirit force gently creating a barrier between her and Luo Yu. "I am so hot." A low sound escaped from Luo Yu's lips. Observing the man's distressed expression, Wu suddenly felt a pang of compassion. After all, the benefactor had saved her life. What did it matter if she sacrificed a little in return? However, her crimson lips bore the marks of her teeth, and her gaze flickered with uncertainty. As she beheld the man's striking features, now flushed with color, Wu resolved to act, disregarding all hesitation. If it was what her benefactor desired, then so be it. She shed her tattered outer garment, revealing a flawless figure clad only in delicate undergarments, her slender waist devoid of any excess flesh, and her legs as pure as alabaster. With a gentle release of her soul's power over Luo Yu, she bashfully opened her arms. It was unbearable to witness his plight. "You are of no use here. Step aside." Wu's delicate form was thrust away from Luo Yu by an unseen force. A silver portal materialized within the room, from which a vexed feminine voice emerged. Following that, a pair of exquisite feet stepped through, adorned with delicate silver bells around the ankles, cascading silver hair flowing like a waterfall. The girl's violet eyes brimmed with reproach, as if she were holding back a tide of frustration. "Master, please, assist my benefactor. What has happened to him?" Wu's eyes sparkled with hope as she glimpsed a savior. Gu Yue Na let out a cold snort. What else could it be but that a foolish woman has drugged him? With a swish, silver light flickered as the elements of space converged. Once more, tranquility enveloped the room. Luo Yu and Gu Yue Na both vanished. Wu gazes vacantly. "My lord, it seems you have left me behind here. Time has slipped away, though how long it has been remains a mystery." Ahem. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze were the jagged rocks surrounding him. As he reached out his hand, he felt the soft blanket beneath him. Rising to his feet and surveying his surroundings, he found himself in an unfamiliar cavern, approximately 60 to 70 square meters in size. "Where am I?" Luo Yu pressed his forehead, suddenly recalling the events that had transpired earlier. He hurriedly returned to the Pope's chamber, his thoughts consumed by Wu. The image of Wu's final expression, one of surrender and acquiescence, surfaced in his mind. Alas, such misdeeds, rather than inflicting harm upon the innocent, it would be more justifiable to execute the saintess in the confines of the secret chamber. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment, as it seemed that he had ultimately been taken away by Gu Yue Na. Wasn't she in the Stardow forest? How could she possibly appear in the hall of the Pope? Could it be that Gu Yue Na was the one who resolved his predicament in the end? Surely not. Luo Yu's expression stiffened, his lips twitching. The haughty Silver Dragon King personally assisting him in relieving his anger? It felt utterly surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Gu Yue Na ever engage in such behavior with him? Luo Yu lowered his head and bent over, noticing that his garments were intact and neatly arranged. He let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the situation was not grave. With Gu Yue Na's cultivation, she undoubtedly possessed alternative methods to aid in detoxification. Most importantly, Luo Yu felt no trace of fatigue typically associated with such experiences. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality, even experiencing a breakthrough in his soul force. His skin radiated with a luminous glow, seemingly more resilient than before. It seemed that this dragon rising phenomenon, despite its side effects, indeed had the potential to enhance one's physical prowess. He cast a fleeting glance at the system panel. Luo Yu was taken aback. When did the task reach completion? Task objective: capture the saintess, Hu Liena. Current task progress: 100. The host has successfully captured the heart of the saintess. Task reward: the first exclusive soul ring of the 9 heavens exterminating sword. 100,000-year soul ring. Frostbitten chill. Crimson Lotus Ice Phoenix. Crimson Lotus Ice Phoenix? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Previously, the system had mentioned that the sword of heavenly execution must be augmented with a martial soul to reveal its astonishing potential. Now, it seemed to exhibit divine efficacy. The tales surrounding it were nothing short of miraculous, and he was eager to uncover the truth. With a resonant clang, the sound of the sword echoed throughout the cavern, stirring waves of reverberation. A 4-foot, 3-inch ancient sword materialized in Luo Yu's grasp. Its blade, resembling that of a stone sword, exuded an unremarkable aura, appearing rather ordinary. However, the blood-red soul ring spiraling around the sword was strikingly conspicuous. In Luo Yu's eyes, A glimmer of admiration flickered as he beheld the crimson soul ring, which appeared so profound and radiant, seemingly harboring another world within it, yearning for his activation. Channeling his soul power, he summoned the soul ring. With a resounding surge, brilliant red and blue radiance erupted, dazzling in its intensity. In an instant, it seemed as though a crimson lotus had blossomed, accompanied by the piercing cry of an ice phoenix. A chilling, deep blue aura permeated the air, causing a delicate layer of frost to swiftly coat the surface of the cave's rocks. Luo Yu gazed blankly at the Zhutian's sword in his hand, lost in thought. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he could never have anticipated such a remarkable transformation upon activating his soul ring. Chapter 32, The Innocent Gu Yue Na. The astonishing and enigmatic first soul skill. The Zhutian sword now bore little resemblance to its former unremarkable self. It had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Were it not for the sensation of the bloodline connection, Luo Yu might have believed this was not his own martial soul. The blade had widened. Its hue transformed into a translucent ice blue that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The surface of the sword was adorned with intricate ice phoenix engravings, teeming with vitality. As though it were a living entity, a long, icy blue chain spiraled from the hilt, wrapping around Luo Yu's hand and extending up his arm. The blade gleamed with a scarlet hue reminiscent of a crimson lotus. Even before he swung the sword, the surrounding space seemed on the verge of being frozen by its mere presence. This was truly extraordinary. Luo Yu stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, unable to close for an extended period. In the realm of Douluo continent, martial souls are inherently limited. Even the renowned 7-killing sword of the sword master Qinshin, acclaimed as the foremost assault power, can merely enlarge or diminish in size, enhancing its might. His own Zhutian sword, in its ordinary state, was rather unremarkable, possessing only an impenetrable toughness. However, upon the infusion of soul ring power, it underwent a transformative metamorphosis, shedding its mundane exterior. Its overall form altered dramatically. The color, attributes, and shape were entirely different. As the sword's master, he could now distinctly perceive that this was merely the initial release form of the Zhutian sword's first soul skill. Within it seemed to lie an extraordinary essence of icy power, and once unleashed, it would undoubtedly astonish the world, transcending the ordinary. Swish. A silver silhouette appeared outside the cave, drawn by the commotion caused by Luo Yu's soul skill. Gu Yue Na? Luo Yu shifted his gaze from the sword blade to the enchanting beauty of the exquisite maiden. You have finally awakened, Gu Yue Na remarked with her deep purple eyes, calm and serene. Was it you who aided me? Luo Yu inquired, studying the woman's expression intently. Of course, who else could it possibly be? Gu Yue Na retorted with a scoff, glaring at him. You truly are something, to be ensnared by a mere girl. Luo Yu's lips twitched awkwardly as he said. She meant well but ended up causing trouble. I never imagined that thing could be a poisonous herb. Gu Yue Na shot him a glance, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. Luo Yu shook her head, saying, Enough of that. Did I manage to extricate myself from that predicament without causing you any harm? Harm me? What a jest, Gu Yue Na replied, casting a sidelong glance with her beautiful eyes, as if to imply, Do you believe you are worthy? Luo Yu was unmoved by the girl's demeanor, which was tinged with indifference. However, after years of companionship with Gu Yue Na, he could not possibly overlook the subtle nuances of her behavior. If you truly possess such composure, perhaps you should first relax the grip of your hands behind your back. It's exasperating. Must you always dig to the very roots of every matter, seeking clarity on everything? Upon being exposed, Gu Yue Na's voice took on a sultry tone, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. You wouldn't genuinely assist me, would you? Luo Yu felt as if struck by lightning. Assist you? After you've been intimate with that female pope, you still wish to approach me? It's utterly impossible. Gu Yue Na's expression turned frosty again, her violet eyes narrowing and her lashes fluttering. How do you know so much about my affairs? Gu Yue Na, are you spying on me? Observing the stormy expression on Luo Yu's face, Gu Yue Na turned her head away, revealing her graceful neck, and huffed, I am not spying. I am merely safeguarding you from the shadows. Why aren't you remaining in the starry realm, instead of trailing after me everywhere? Luo Yu admonished. What do you mean by that, Luo Yu? This young lady may go wherever she pleases and accompany whomever she desires. Do you have any say in the matter? Gu Yue Na glared, her voice rising in pitch. Luo Yu, who, with a stern countenance, fixed his gaze upon the young girl, his voice imbued with an authoritative tone. Your wounds have yet to heal. Do you not realize that? Gu Yue Na's icy expression faltered in an instant, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and the harsh words that were poised on her lips were swallowed back. Are you concerned about me? The girl's voice diminished to a whisper. Of course, he replied. After all these years, who else would I care for if not you? In this vast star dough forest, aside from me, who dares to look after you? Even if someone were brave enough, those fools would not comprehend the anguish within your heart, nor the scars you bear from your time in the divine realm. Luo Yu's words slowed as he sighed. Gu Yue Na's captivating eyes softened completely, all her sharpness dissipating as she murmured softly, Brother Yu, it is my fault. I should not have followed you secretly. Luo Yu shook his head, expressing that you should not have followed. It is imperative for you to recuperate properly. Gu Yue Na gracefully traced circles with her delicate jade-like feet, stating, I am concerned about you. Without me, who will assist you in overcoming your troubles? Luo Yu paused for a moment. How did you assist me in resolving this? Gu Yue Na lowered her head. Don't overthink it. Nothing particularly significant has transpired. Luo Yu furrowed her brow, expressing her disbelief. Surely, I cannot be left to resolve this on my own. Speak plainly about what I have done to you, and I will take responsibility. Gu Yue Na let out a soft scoff, shaking her head repeatedly as she stammered, using one's hands, but without the need for accountability, perhaps? Is that truly an option? Luo Yu was bewildered. Who would have thought that Gu Yue Na would engage in such behavior? Who taught you these wicked things? He inquired. Gu Yue Na, pouting in displeasure, retorted, What are you saying? Who would dare teach me? Just watch, and I'll make them pay. In truth, I witnessed the entire encounter between you and the Empress that day, and it led me to ponder whether I could assist you in a different manner by simulating a solution to your dilemma. Luo Yu gazed deeply at Gu Yue Na, momentarily captivated by her ethereal beauty. Words eluded him in that instant. Was this the remarkable prowess of the Silver Dragon King? She seemed to possess an innate understanding. Why are you staring at me? With my cleverness, there's no way I would allow a scoundrel like you to take advantage, Gu Yue Na retorted, her chin held high, her silvery hair flowing gracefully behind her. In a moment of speechlessness, Luo Yu pondered, Are you certain I am not the one benefiting from this? Of course. He would never voice such thoughts, his gaze awkwardly drifting towards that jade-like delicate hand. By the way, how did your martial soul suddenly transform into this form? 100,000-year soul ring. Is your first soul ring truly one of 100,000 years? Gu Yue Na slightly parted her cherry lips, swiftly moving closer. Her slender fingers prodded the crimson blade in the ice-blue sword body, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Wait, it took you this long to notice? Luo Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Yue Na shot him a disapproving glance. Weren't you just asking me a question? Do tell. How did your sword undergo such a remarkable transformation? It is truly astonishing. In all my experiences, I have never encountered such a peculiar sight. Luo Yu immediately provided an explanation to Gu Yue Na, although he chose to conceal certain details regarding the system. Wow, your first soul skill is extraordinarily formidable. The overall shape and attributes of your longsword have undergone a complete transformation. This is essentially akin to wielding an entirely different sword as a martial soul, is it not? Luo Yu smiled gently, and her words seemed to hold a grain of truth. Wait, Gu Yue Na pondered, you won't have an independent form for each soul ring release. Will you? Luo Yu shook her head. I'm not certain either, but what you said does hold some possibility. Gu Yue Na stepped aside, beckoning with her jade-like fingers. Come. It should still be in its initial state. Allow me to test the true power of your first soul skill. Luo Yu was not one to dally. He was well aware of Gu Yue Na's cultivation level. She was the perfect candidate for a test of skills. His soul power surged as he fully unleashed his first soul skill. An icy blue mist emanated from the blade, the vibrant phoenix patterns on its surface coming to life, while the temperature within the chamber plummeted rapidly, leaving a thick layer of frost in its wake. Red and blue lights flickered. With a resounding crash, behind Luo Yu, a pair of phoenix wings, crafted from primordial ice, materialized seemingly out of thin air. Each feather, intricately formed from frost, was vividly lifelike, showcasing every delicate detail. As if the spectacle were not enough, 12 crimson lotus petals, entirely composed of solidified chill, emerged beneath his feet. These blossoms not only captivated the eye with their exquisite beauty, but also enveloped Luo Yu in a protective embrace. Gu Yue Na was instantly spellbound. She had never witnessed such a breathtaking display of soul technique. Luo Yu brandished his long sword, the crimson blade slicing through the air, as a phantom of a blue ice phoenix suddenly materialized. The temperature within the cave plummeted sharply, rushing towards Gu Yue Na in an instant. Bang! Crack! Crack! The cavern trembled violently, the ground fracturing, and chunks of rock tumbling from the walls. Chapter 33. A Tender Kiss, a Fair Maiden's Gift. The Divine Artifact, the Thousand Illusions Mask. Whoosh! Luo Yu gasped heavily, gazing at the billowing smoke ahead. The formidable spirit technique, honed over 100 millennia, came at a considerable cost. Merely executing this technique had nearly drained his soul power. Fortunately, its devastating impact was strikingly evident. In an instant, a chilling aura erupted, and the subsequent explosion exceeded his expectations. As the dust settled, Gu Yue Na was encased entirely in a blue ice, resembling a beautiful ice sculpture. However, it was not long before the girl's violet eyes sparkled with life, and the ice shattered in an instant. Emerging from her icy prison, Gu Yue Na gracefully approached, her jade-like feet gliding effortlessly. "How was the power?" Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yue Na, visibly impressed, remarked, "The potency of this spirit technique is still hampered by your insufficient soul power. Otherwise, it would likely be even more monstrous. You noticed, did you? I failed to control it properly and nearly drained myself." Luo Yu replied with a wry smile. Gu Yue Na fixed her gaze on the Zhutian sword, exclaiming, "To be honest, this spirit technique has surpassed my expectations. It is certainly no ordinary skill. Such extraordinary phenomena cannot be simply encapsulated as a technique of a mere 100 millennia. The phoenix wings behind you, I presume, could soar if only your soul power were sufficient. The crimson lotus beneath you envelopes all directions, shielding your accumulation of power from disturbance. The ice chains coiling around your arm also seem to possess unique capabilities yet to be revealed." Luo Yu could not help but give a thumbs up to Gu Yue Na. Truly deserving of the title Silver Dragon King, her unparalleled spirit and keen insight were remarkable, capable of discerning such intricate mysteries in a brief moment. Gu Yue Na lifted her chin and scoffed. "If I lacked such discernment, I would have perished beneath the Azura divine sword long ago, and would I still be here, surviving for so many years?" Luo Yu's expression shifted as he gripped his sword firmly and spoke with gravity. "Rest assured, grant me a little time, with my presence. None shall dare to harm you." Gu Yue Na's delicate figure quivered slightly, yet she swiftly pouted her crimson lips and retorted, "Vile man, cease your grandiloquence. My adversaries are not to be compared with the trifling creatures of Douluo continent." Luo Yu gently shook her head, methodically dispelling the soul technique. The Nine Heavens extermination sword reverted to its original, ancient form. Though seemingly unremarkable, it exuded a distinctive aura, showcasing its extraordinary uniqueness. "Why are you silent?" Gu Yue Na could not help but inquire. Luo Yu was taken aback and chuckled softly. "Did you not doubt my words?" She retorted, "My enemies are not mere deities. They are the entirety of the divine realm. Do you comprehend the terror embodied in such an existence? Moreover, you have already severed your ties with your spirit beast form, and you are no longer intertwined with our affairs. It would be prudent to spare you from any further entanglement." Gu Yue Na turned her back to Luo Yu, concealing her intricate emotions from view, her hands nervously twisting the edges of her garment. Luo Yu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to her, nor offering any oaths or assurances. Some matters, once resolved to pursue, require no further words. Actions alone suffice, and time will reveal all truths. In this moment, he simply wished to revel in the exquisite scenery before him. The maiden's graceful figure, her cascading hair resembling a waterfall, her pert posterior, and her elegantly straight, rounded legs, complemented by her untainted, delicate feet, all epitomized an alluring femininity. The sight left him somewhat parched. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na was lost in a reverie within her own thoughts. Luo Yu indeed possesses the unparalleled dragon god martial soul, perhaps one day to challenge the god king, Shura. However, she pondered in recent days that her adversaries extend beyond just a singular Shura. The 5 great god kings of the divine realm each wield formidable powers, supported by countless deities. How could Yu Gu possibly stand against the entirety of the divine realm alone? No, I cannot, for the sake of my own safety, drag Yu Gu into peril. Gu Yue Na bit her lip, lost in thought, a ripple of emotion stirring within her heart. Yu Ji's sword martial soul is so extraordinary. Perhaps one day it could indeed cleave the heavens? Shaking her head, Gu Yue Na chided herself for such folly. How could that be possible? Suddenly, she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. Turning, she beheld the man's warm and handsome smile, his starry eyes radiating wisdom, seemingly capable of piercing through her innermost thoughts. Take care to recuperate, and do not dwell on fanciful notions. If that day ever comes, should the heavens fall, step back, and let this man bear the burden. His calm tone, devoid of any special sentiment, enveloped Gu Yue Na with a sense of reassurance, as if years of evasion had finally found a sanctuary. Luo Yu, Gu Yue Na softly called. What is it? Moi. She rose on her delicate toes, pressing her petal-like lips lightly against Luo Yu's, akin to a chick pecking at grain. and then swiftly withdrew. You, woman, are you not afraid of igniting my passion? Gu Yue Na fluttered her lashes, her enchanting eyes rolling playfully, teasingly remarking, some have fallen to the plight of consuming tonics to bolster their vitality. Whether it proves effective remains to be seen. TSK. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. Are you deliberately bringing up topics that should remain untouched? Haven't you already tested my capabilities? Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed slightly. Luo Yu smiled triumphantly, gaining the upper hand in their verbal sparring. Gu Yue Na, feeling vexed, swiftly sidled up to Luo Yu and leaned in close, whispering softly into his ear, I've tried it. It's quite substantial. With a playful huff, she teased. You've turned mischievous, haven't you? After their playful banter, the two engaged in conversation. Gu Yue Na, somewhat surprised, inquired, aren't you planning to return to the spirit hall? Luo Yu shook his head. Well, since you brought me out, I shall not return just yet. Bibi Dong is preoccupied with disaster relief, and it is rather awkward to meet with Hu Liena at the moment. In truth, my reluctance to remain in the spirit hall stems from a growing sense of irritation. My talents have already been revealed, and I fear that a multitude of elders will incessantly come to court my favor. While one should not strike a smiling face, it becomes quite tiresome to continuously refuse them, especially Qian Daolu, who is resolutely intent on winning me over, an incessant sycophant. Others may be unaware, but I am acutely aware of that old fellow's temperament. Were I devoid of talent, he would undoubtedly turn hostile, for he is nothing but a mercenary at heart, devoid of noble character. As for the suggestion of introducing Qian Rinxue as a potential bride, I am indifferent. Without the guidance of that butcher, do I lack the ability to pursue Qian Rinxue myself? Luo Yu turned to Gu Yue Na with a serious expression and said, there is a matter for which I seek your counsel. Please, go ahead, she replied. Luo Yu sighed helplessly. It seems that the news of my martial soul awakening has spread, and various factions are likely keeping a close watch on me. If they were to discover my whereabouts, they would undoubtedly swarm in, either to eliminate me or to recruit me. In such a scenario, life would become unbearable, and I would be overwhelmed with frustration. Gu Yue Na pondered, so, what you mean is, Luo Yu ingratiatingly said, did you not previously cast an illusion on Ao? Why not bestow one upon me as well? Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes splendidly and replied, oh please, at that time I was constantly by your side, which allowed me to harness my mental energy to create the illusion. In my absence, it would merely revert to its original state. Luo Yu pondered. Then what should we do? In a moment of frustration, Luo Yu found himself at a loss. Is it truly so difficult to maintain a low profile in life? But fear not, for I possess a solution. Gu Yue Na smiled mysteriously, a glimmer of light flashing in her hand as she produced an object. It resembled a mask, akin to a thin film, shimmering with a faint luminescence. What is this? This item is known as the illusory mask. It bears no offensive capabilities, yet it can alter one's appearance and aura, even concealing the color of your soul rings. Such an extraordinary tool? Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this is a divine artifact I acquired from the realm of the gods. Gu Yue Na lifted her graceful neck, revealing a hint of pride. Luo Yu opened his mouth, hesitating to reach out for the item. Was this divine artifact truly being given to him? Gu Yue Na placed the Thousand Illusions mask into his hands, her delicate lips curling into a smile. It is not a loan. It is a gift for you. I have no use for it anyway. The girl's generous nature, coupled with her radiant smile, momentarily stunned Luo Yu. But he quickly returned her smile with an understanding nod. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. Unbeknownst to Luo Yu, this item held significant value for Gu Yue Na as well, yet the girl deliberately chose not to disclose that information. The Thousand Illusions mask was a divine artifact forged from the hide of a mythical beast that had transcended over 1,000,000 years, combined with special materials. It was through its ability to disguise and mask one's presence that Gu Yue Na had managed to evade pursuers and conceal herself in the Douluo continent. By the way, take this as well. Gu Yue Na handed him a fragrant pouch. What is this? He inquired. Do not ask too many questions, just keep it close. Without allowing him to protest, she tucked the pouch into his embrace. Promise me you won't lose it, and absolutely do not open it secretly. What's with all the mystery? Luo Yu pouted, yet he accepted it without hesitation. After all, it was a token of the girl's affection, and how could he refuse? He shook the Thousand Illusions mask thoughtfully, slowly shaking his head. He had never intended to rely on others, yet here he was, with opportunities falling into his lap. The allure of the meal and the beauty before him made it seem rather ungracious to refuse. Sighing, he mused. I genuinely wish to strive for my own success. Subsequently, Luo Yu entrusted Gu Yue Na with a few matters, asking her to deliver a letter to Bibi Dong. The letter's contents were essentially meant to soothe the Empress, assuring her to focus on disaster relief and not to worry, for they would undoubtedly meet again soon. As the silver light flickered and her graceful figure vanished, he felt a sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. Luo Yu stepped out of the cave, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire, a hint of anticipation and intrigue playing at the corners of his mouth. Tang San, unmatched in hidden weapons. I wonder if he can withstand a single strike from me. Dai Mu Bai, the white tiger of unparalleled might. I wonder if he can endure my punch. Ma Hongjun, the phoenix in full flight. I wonder if he can incinerate my divine body. This time, he was determined to see whether the legendary talents of Shrek truly lived up to their reputation. A flash of brilliance swept through Luo Yu's resplendent starry eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The system has relocked onto the target. Chapter 34, an accidental encounter with a sultry beauty in leather, and the first meeting with Zhu Zhuqing. Is there a new target so soon? LSP system, it seems you are truly intent on depriving me of rest. Luo Yu let out a soft snort, inwardly pondering who it might be this time. However, it proved to be quite a challenge to ascertain. After all, in the Douluo continent, one could hardly deny the abundance of captivating beauties. There was the extraordinarily stunning and fiery Empress, the enchanting Saintess Hu Liena, the youthful and voluptuous cat girl, Zhu Zhuqing, the playful and alluring rabbit spirit Xiaowu, the pure yet seductive sorceress Ning Rong, and the frosty and exquisite Ice Empress. With so many unparalleled maidens, Luo Yu found himself at a loss, unable to guess whom the system would select. Ding! The system has successfully locked onto the goddess. Mission released. Capture the ethereal spirit cat Zhu Zhuqing. Mission reward. Exclusive Zhutian sword, a 10,000-year second soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, is it? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. As a vivid image of a cat girl, radiating an air of cool elegance yet possessing a curvaceous charm, flashed through his mind, utterly enchanting. This dog system certainly had an eye for selecting individuals. As a thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile graced the corners of Luo Yu's lips. Dear brother Daimobai, I must apologize. It is the system that wishes to place a cap upon you. Should you have any grievances, direct them toward it. Luo Yu bears no responsibility. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? My only desire is for a soul ring reward. Ever since witnessing the extraordinary and dazzling first soul ring of the Nine Heavens extermination sword, Luo Yu could not help but anticipate the formidable demeanor of the second soul ring, a sensation akin to a cat's persistent scratching at his heart. He retrieved a map from his storage pouch and carefully compared it, successfully locating the position of Shrek Academy. Just as he took a couple of steps, the emotionless electronic voice echoed once more. Ding! System notification. Zhu Zhuqing has not yet joined the academy and is en route to Shrek. Not yet a member of the academy? On her way? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Luo Yu instantly understood the current time frame. It seemed he had arrived not a moment too late. Indeed, the timing was perfect. Luo Yu inquired, do you know where Zhu Zhuqing is? The system remained silent, however. A transparent panel materialized before Luo Yu, revealing a map. His location was marked by a golden dot, standing still, while another point, represented in black, was swiftly traversing the terrain. Hiss! Impressive! Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the efficiency of the navigation system. How could this woman be moving so swiftly? Had she encountered some form of trouble? Luo Yu pondered for a moment, aligning his direction, and then leaped forth. The deep night had arrived, and the stars shone brilliantly in the sky. A luminous crescent moon hung aloft, casting its silvery glow upon the jungle near Soto City. The rustling of grass echoed through the moonlit forest. Suddenly, a shadow darted out, a figure of exquisite voluptuousness, with a slender waist and ample curves. Clad in a tight-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her perfect silhouette, emanating an astonishing wild allure. This alluring beauty possessed a youthful visage that belied her curvaceous form, with two adorable, plush ears adorning her head, adding an unusual charm to her appearance. The girl's delicate face was now icy, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and restlessness, biting her lip as she hurried along, glancing back intermittently. Upon noticing that no one was pursuing her, she let out a sigh of relief, slowing her pace. Suddenly, her previously relaxed gaze tightened once more, her spirit sharpening. In her path ahead, a flame flickered in the forest, strikingly bright and out of place. She crept forward stealthily, parting the underbrush to reveal a boy of around 12 or 13 years, sitting by a humble campfire, propped up against a wooden frame, grilling meat. After observing for a while, she noted that the boy exhibited no signs of danger. Realizing the absence of threat, she relaxed and stepped forward confidently. "Who are you?" The boy quickly turned his head. The girl in the tight leather suit waved her hand, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I am merely passing through, with no ill intentions." "Oh, then please come closer," the boy replied, turning back to focus on his roasting. The girl approached step by step, her curiosity piqued. Did this fellow truly dare to turn his back on a stranger encountered in the wild, unafraid of an ambush? His lack of caution was quite remarkable. Perhaps he was simply an inexperienced youth, newly emerged into the world. In a brief span of time, the girl lowered her guard and drew nearer. Unbeknownst to her, the boyish lips gradually curled into a smirk, as if everything unfolded as anticipated. This boy was, in fact, Luo Yu, who had been waiting here along his planned route, to evade the attention of powerful forces seeking to ingratiate themselves. He employed the illusory mask to conceal his true appearance, even disguising his martial soul, rendering him seemingly unremarkable. According to the capabilities of the illusory mask, he could have made himself appear more handsome, but Luo Yu deemed it unnecessary. Having been striking for too long, he found the occasional guise of an ordinary person quite refreshing. After all, pursuing a girl under such a guise seemed to present a greater challenge, did it not? He now felt relaxed and self-assured. Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized the youth before her. This fellow appeared to be entirely oblivious to her presence. Engrossed in the rotating meat over the fire, not only was he inexperienced, but he also undoubtedly had an insatiable appetite. Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to think otherwise. Throughout her life, every man who laid eyes on her was instantly captivated. Even those who tried to mask their interest, she could sense their gaze. Even her fiancé was no exception, and she found such lecherous looks deeply distasteful. Yet this boy, his attention wholly consumed by his food, seemed rather peculiar and perhaps a touch naive. Silence lingered for a moment as Luo Yu flipped the succulent meat on the skewer. Droplets of oil sizzling as they fell into the fire, producing crackling sounds and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. "Hey," Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain herself. Luo Yu glanced at her. "You have an alarmingly low sense of caution," she remarked. "Is there a problem?" Luo Yu replied, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected comment. Was he too simple-minded, or just foolish? "Do you not know to be wary of strangers in the wild?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you warning me to be cautious of you?" Zhu Zhuqing's tranquil mindset was disrupted. She pondered the peculiar thought process of this individual, huffing in annoyance. "Do you have any idea that had I struck you from behind just now, you would no longer be here?" Luo Yu blinked. Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat for a fleeting moment, as if there were a peculiar charm emanating from the depths of his eyes, rendering them exceptionally captivating. Yet, he appeared rather ordinary in countenance. She had encountered countless handsome men before, yet none had ever stirred her heart. Perhaps the exhaustion from being pursued for so long had finally taken its toll. Now that she had managed to shake off her pursuers, it was indeed time to rest for a while. "Rogue, why do you stare at me with such intensity?" Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. "I was contemplating whether you would attempt to take my life," he replied. "Is that even a question? If I had intended to strike, you would have perished moments ago." Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a roll of her eyes. "If you have no intention of killing me, then why waste so many words?" Luo Yu immediately turned his attention back to his little barbecue. "You." Zhu Zhuqing found herself thoroughly silenced by his remark. After all the conversation, it seemed she was merely the fool in this exchange, while he remained unperturbed. Observing Luo Yu, who appeared nonchalant and solely focused on grilling meat, Zhu Zhuqing shot him a resentful glare, silently chastising him. "You should be grateful that you encountered someone like me. Otherwise, with such a lack of vigilance, you would have met your demise at the hands of a villain by now." The forest was tranquil, enveloped in silence. While the aroma of the roasted meat grew ever more enticing, Luo Yu extracted a sharp knife, slicing through the tender roasted meat with deft precision, and sprinkled it with a handful of his homemade aromatic seasoning. Instantly, the surrounding jungle was enveloped in a tantalizing fragrance. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, having been relentlessly pursued. She had scarcely had a proper meal. Damn it, how could this fellow make the meat smell so delectable? "Would you care for a piece?" Luo Yu carved off a portion of the roasted meat, wrapped it in paper, and extended it towards her. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to reach out, her expression suddenly shifted. Wait a moment. Wasn't this akin to slapping her own face? She politely declined, stating, "No need for that. Don't you possess any common sense? In the wilderness, one should never accept food from strangers. What if it is poisoned?" "Oh, afraid of poison, are you?" Luo Yu replied with a light smile. retracting his hand. Then, by all means, do not eat. Hey, what is wrong with this person? Zhu Zhuqing felt her composure once again disrupted. Humph. If she didn't want it, then she wouldn't have it. This young lady had provisions of her own. Luo Yu began to indulge in a sumptuous feast, even producing a wine flask to savor the moment. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, accompanied by the splattering of flavorful juices and the enticing scent of spices. Zhu Zhuqing, biting her dry rations, felt a shiver run through her delicate lips. The food that once seemed appetizing suddenly lost its allure, becoming unpalatable. Hey, you're really not going to eat? There is still a piece left, Luo Yu remarked unexpectedly. Zhu Zhuqing's expression wavered as she clutched her provisions tightly. Oh, since you want to eat, I'll take it upon myself to indulge instead. Without further ado, Luo Yu tossed the roasted meat into his mouth. With a satisfying munch, he exclaimed, Ah, who is this person? Why is he behaving so unpredictably? Frustrated, Zhu Zhuqing felt her composure shatter. Her once tranquil state of mind had been thoroughly disrupted by this individual. How vexing, how infuriating. Oh dear, our encounter must be fated. How could I possibly indulge alone, especially when I see that mournful expression on your face? Luo Yu gazed at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. As if performing a magic trick, he produced a piece of roasted meat wrapped in green leaves. The aroma wafted enticingly, utterly irresistible. Don't you want it? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, slowly parting his lips as if to retract his outstretched hand. Of course I want it. Who says I don't? Zhu Zhuqing retorted playfully, her small hand darting out like lightning to snatch the roasted meat. Observing her glistening lips, Luo Yu couldn't help but smirk slightly. After all, she was still a young girl, innocent and adorably charming. Chapter 35. The moonlit beauty and heartfelt conversations. The aspirations of a man. The crescent moon hung low, casting a tranquil ambience in the forest, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds and insects. The crackling campfire occasionally sent sparks into the air. Luo Yu reclined with his arms behind his head, a relaxed expression gracing his face as he gazed into the starry sky. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing stealthily extended her delicate tongue to swiftly lick the remnants of grease from the corner of her mouth, pursing her red lips, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Through their interactions and sharing of food, her initial wariness towards this man had significantly diminished. There was something peculiar about him, an indescribable sensation. In the Star Luo Empire, regardless of which noble family's offspring beheld her, most wore expressions of flattery, and even that fellow Dai Mubai was no exception, constantly trying to curry favor. As a sensitive and meticulous attack-type soul master, she had long seen through their motives. Those men claimed to care for her, but in truth, they were merely lusting after her physique. However, this man was different. She was certain that since their first meeting, there had never been a hint of lewdness in his gaze. Zhu Zhuqing touched her smooth, delicate face, finding no trace of dirt. Her eyes began to sharpen with thought. If her allure was not in question, then perhaps there was something amiss with him. What young man could possibly ignore a beautiful woman? No matter the resolve, there would be subtle fluctuations. This fellow was likely not as simple as he appeared. Exercising caution, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of curiosity stir within her. Secretly channeling her energy, she unleashed a slender shadow through the air. Swish! The shadow darted through the air, seemingly poised to strike Luo Yu. Yet, as if he possessed eyes on the side of his head, he effortlessly raised his arm, his fingers precisely pinching the shadow mid-flight. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils dilated in surprise. Although her attack lacked lethality, the proximity and suddenness of her strike would typically overwhelm an ordinary soul master's reflexes. This man was truly extraordinary. TSK. Using a gold soul coin as a hidden weapon. What a lavish display from a beautiful woman. Luo Yu displayed a smile that teetered on the edge of mockery, as coins danced deftly between his fingers. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her tone laced with caution. Shouldn't that question be directed at me? He retorted. With your delicate beauty, it's quite unbecoming to engage in such underhanded tactics. Have I truly become a mere meal for a heartless wolf? Aware of her own shortcomings, Zhu Zhuqing pressed her crimson lips together, admitting that golden soul coin was meant as my token of gratitude. Oh, it seems that if I were not somewhat skilled, I would indeed find it difficult to bear the weight of your profound affection, he teased, and Zhu Zhuqing felt the heat rise to her cheeks, her composure faltering. I apologize. I have been relentlessly pursued and am rather on edge. Who could be so devoid of sentiment as to chase after such a beautiful maiden? He mused. However, upon mention of this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned icy, and she fell silent, shaking her head. There is no need to divulge matters you wish to keep private. Everyone possesses their own secrets. Hearing Luo Yu's understanding words, her frosty demeanor softened slightly. She hesitated before saying, "Did you not hear me? I am being hunted. Are you not concerned that I might bring you trouble here?" Luo Yu shrugged, suggesting that she promptly vacate the premises to avoid implicating him. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, when a man witnesses a maiden in distress, he instinctively offers assistance. Which maiden does not yearn for a hero to emerge like a celestial being in her time of need? Even someone as aloof as Zhu Zhuqing was at an age where romantic sentiments flourished. Yet, here she was, not encountering a gallant savior, but instead meeting someone of unremarkable appearance, who was timid and chose to exacerbate her plight. It seemed that men were indeed unreliable, much like that fellow Daimubai, who, fearing internal strife within his family, abandoned her to seek refuge in a remote corner of the Tiando Empire. Men were undeniably untrustworthy. Zhu Zhuqing's voice carried a touch of detachment as she coldly stated, "Rest assured, my adversaries will not pursue me for the time being. Should they come after me, I shall divert their attention and will not involve you. Allow me to rest here for a moment to regain some spiritual energy, and I shall depart." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, teasingly gazing at the woman. "What is the matter? Are you disappointed?" Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow. "What is there to be disappointed about? Do not feign ignorance. Your crestfallen expression is clearly written upon your face. Perhaps you lament not encountering a hero, only to stumble upon a coward like me?" Zhu Zhuqing candidly replied, "Disappointed? Perhaps, but who hasn't he dreamt at some point? However, I am no naive maiden fresh to the world. I can see things clearly. It is only natural for you to refrain from assisting someone you have never met before. Why should you risk yourself to aid me? The fact that you offered me meat and have yet to hastily send me away is gratitude enough." As Luo Yu gazed upon Zhu Zhuqing's tender visage, marked by an unwavering resolve that belied her tender years, he could not help but feel a pang of emotional disturbance, accompanied by a profound disdain for Daimubai. What a wretched individual he was! How could this fool contemplate fleeing alone, leaving a woman to bear the burden of their predicament? Such a lack of accountability was utterly disgraceful. Had he merely taken Zhu Zhuqing with him to escape to the Heavendo Empire, Luo Yu would have harbored no contempt for him. His actions were indeed a discredit to manhood. If it weren't for the fortuitous encounter with Tang San, who had lent him a helping hand, he might well have met his demise at the hands of his brother, dragging Zhu Zhuqing down with him. Sigh. Luo Yu let out a long, melancholic sigh. "I am being pursued, and yet you choose to lament?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted with an eye roll. Luo Yu shook his head, surveying Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe. "I cannot fathom who could be so heartless as to let such a beautiful woman fall into such a plight. If she were mine, I would cherish her like a little princess." This remark seemed to strike a chord with Zhu Zhuqing, her gaze immediately dimming, her heart aching as if pierced by a blade. Her father allowed the sisters of their family to turn against one another. Her fiancé cowardly fled. In her life, there was no one she could rely on except herself. Having journeyed thousands of miles, what hope could she still cling to? Where could she find solace? "Spare me the sweet words," Zhu Zhuqing retorted disdainfully. "Were you not the first to cower when you heard someone was out to hunt me down?" Luo Yu retorted, "That is not cowardice. It is a matter of cherishing one's reputation." Zhu Zhuqing pouted slightly, indicating her disbelief. Luo Yu inquired, "Have you asked me for assistance?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, "Not at all. Isn't that sufficient?" Luo Yu shrugged, "I have extended my help, but should you fail to appreciate it, would that not render my gestures futile? Thus, why squander emotions?" Zhu Zhuqing huffed, "How can you be so certain that I would not appreciate it? Why don't you beseech me instead? I have never sought anything from anyone." Zhu Zhuqing turned her head slightly. Luo Yu smiled gently and remarked, "See, others are willing to risk their lives to assist you, yet you hesitate to ask for help. Who can be blamed for that?" Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, gazed at him intently, and ultimately shook her head. "Perhaps it is best to let it go. If it comes to a confrontation, you may not stand a chance against me, let alone those who pursue me. My plight is beyond your aid. However, I do wish to express my gratitude for your company and conversation. It has been quite unusual today, as I have not spoken so much in a long time." Luo Yu smiled gently, turning her gaze back to the night sky, calmly stating, "Perhaps we are simply fated to connect." "Maybe," she added. Zhu Zhuqing did not dispute this, sensing an inexplicable comfort in the presence of this individual. Following the man's gaze upwards, she pouted her red lips, muttering to herself, "What is so captivating about this?" Luo Yu asked softly, "Do you have a goal?" The man's sudden question caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard, leaving her momentarily dazed and uncertain within. A goal? It seemed she did not possess one. "What about you? What is your goal?" Zhu Zhuqing fluttered her eyelashes. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly. His profound black eyes seemingly more pure, as a flicker of self-assurance quietly arose within him. A slow yet extraordinarily penetrating murmur escaped the man's lips, resonating throughout the forest. The night sky stretched endlessly, with stars suspended and the moon ascendant. With my 3-foot sword, I shall contend at the pinnacle of Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing, initially indifferent, was jolted into awareness by Luo Yu's final proclamation. Her sparkling eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man, filled with incredulity. How dare this fellow harbor such ambitions? His aspirations are exceedingly grand. What is it? Luo Yu turned to Zhu Zhuqing. The girl parted her lips, still ensnared in shock. Are you truly so audacious? Luo Yu shook his head. I do not perceive it as arrogance. Having goals to pursue is far superior to languishing in a life of hedonism and aimlessness. A spark of intrigue flickered in the depths of Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Though this man might possess an ordinary appearance and perhaps lacks remarkable talent, his mindset undeniably eclipsed that of the irresponsible man. Giggling, a voice echoed, as if mocking. How amusing. Truly, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world dares to dream of reaching the pinnacle of Douluo. How naïve. Suddenly, a tall and striking figure emerged, her appearance somewhat reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing, yet clad in bolder attire, a black leather jacket barely concealing her snow-white skin. The deep cleavage quite eye-catching. Oh, what is the matter, dear sister? Have you forgotten about me? Zhu Zhuqing, startled, immediately summoned her martial spirit, her expression turning icy. What is it, Zhu Zhuqing? Have you truly fallen so low as to enjoy the company of this wild boy? Be silent. Zhu Zhuqing reprimanded sharply. Zhu Zhuqing, my affairs are none of your concern. Oh, how bold you've become, daring to speak to your sister so audaciously. Zhu Zhuyan laughed frivolously, her features playful. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows, anxiously glancing back. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and run. Luo Yu was rendered speechless with a smile. Why should he flee? Could it be that a mere stray dog could compel him to abandon his abode? Chapter 36. The Arrogant Zhu Zhuyan and the Unexpected Confession. Luo Yu's disdainful words echoed through the air, causing an immediate stillness in the forest. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, her heart racing with anxiety. Had this fellow lost his mind? Could he not see that her legs were trembling slightly? While she was stalling for time, he seemed oblivious to the urgency of their escape. Zhu Zhuyan stared wide-eyed, her expression one of utter disbelief. Are you insulting me? Her features quickly contorted into a fierce snarl as she barked. You wretched country bumpkin, how dare you speak so boldly? Do you even know who I am? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, appraising her from head to toe before letting out a light chuckle. I may not know who you are, but given your rather revealing attire, your profession must be quite exhausting. It is late into the night. Why are you out here idling instead of diligently earning a living? Ah, damn thief. How dare you insult me so? Zhu Zhuyan seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. With her noble lineage, destined to be a royal consort of the Xinglua Empire, she could not abide such affronts. With a thunderous roar, her aura erupted, and her spirit manifested in the form of a spectral feline. For rings of yellow and purple spirit light surged around her, causing the flora nearby to tremble. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retreated, her expression taut, and exclaimed in a hurried reprimand. Are you out of your mind? I'm buying you time, and yet you provoke her further instead of making your escape. Luo Yu suddenly flashed a grin. Are you foolish? If I do not provoke her, how can I assist you in extricating yourself from this predicament? What? Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily, failing to comprehend the meaning. In the realm of mountains and rivers, we shall meet again in due time. As Luo Yu's soul force surged, he leaped into the air, leaving a deep footprint in the ground before darting off in a determined direction. Just before his departure, he turned back and beckoned to Zhu Zhuyan with a finger, his eyes glinting with a provocative challenge. Zhu Zhuyan, if you're not afraid of death, come chase after me. Wild brat, it seems you're tired of living. The woman bellowed fiercely, watching as Luo Yu's figure began to fade from view. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing and coldly remarked, I shall first deal with that wild brat. There is no rush to kill you, even if I let you go. You and your useless fiancé pose no threat to us. With a disdainful smile, she transformed into a shadow and swiftly pursued Luo Yu. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She had never imagined that a man she had known for barely half a day would risk his life to divert the enemy for her. Why would he do such a thing? Hadn't he seemed cowardly? The image of his carefree smile before departing flashed through her mind. Words could be deceiving, but actions could not. Regardless of his motives, at the moment of danger, he had unhesitatingly drawn the enemy away, alleviating her peril while placing himself in jeopardy. An inexplicable tremor coursed through Zhu Zhuqing's heart. For the first time in her life, a man was willing to take risks to protect her, and he was a complete stranger. The men in the imperial capital who admired her had all retreated in fear upon learning of her family's conflicts. None dared to become involved. No matter what, I cannot allow such a person to come to harm, Zhu Zhuqing thought as she clenched her small fist tightly. Swish. In the depths of the jungle, Luo Yu nimbly navigated the branches ahead. Zhu Zhuqing closely followed, steadily closing the distance between them. How dare a lowly commoner insult me? You seek death. The first soul skill, Phantom Stab. With a whoosh, a yellow soul ring erupted in brilliance as Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a dark shadow. Her speed surging instantaneously. She swung her sharp claws directly at the artery in Luo Yu's neck. Clang! An ancient longsword materialized, intercepting the beast's claw. Sparks flew in a dazzling shower. Luo Yu, wielding a longsword, swiftly descended upon a clearing. Why have you stopped running? Zhu Zhuqing sneered as she approached. A black tail swaying behind her. In her martial spirit manifestation, she exuded not only a sensual allure but also an untamed beauty. Indeed, he was merely a wild youth from a small town, daring to contest speed against an agile attack-type soul master. It seems you are utterly oblivious to the true essence of strength. Luo Yu shook his head, sensing the dire situation. It appeared that he had indeed been caught up to. What? Are you feeling frightened now? It's too late. Zhu Zhuqing sneered disdainfully. If you were to prostrate yourself on the ground and crawl around a couple of times, polishing my boots with your tongue, I might consider sparing your life. TSK, TSK. It seems you do not quite grasp the gravity of my previous words. Luo Yu flicked his fingers against the blade, producing a crisp, melodious sound, and raised an eyebrow, saying, what I mean to convey is, now that you have caught up with me, your current predicament is rather dire. Zhu Zhuqing flashed a wicked smile, his alluring visage contorting slightly. To defy me at the brink of death, what gives you the audacity? Is it simply the wretched sword in your hand? Wretched sword? Luo Yu arched an eyebrow. You might want to refrain from regretting this later. Zhu Zhuqing, rather than growing furious, chuckled, I believe you are genuinely attempting to amuse me. What does your pitiful sword amount to? It appears rather outdated. If the 7-kill sword were to appear, I would not hesitate to turn and depart without a second thought. Then you best keep your eyes peeled. Clang. Luo Yu channeled his soul power, and a yellow soul ring gracefully ascended from the surface of the Zhutian sword. The previously serious Zhu Zhuqing could not contain her amusement, bursting into laughter that was as vibrant as blooming flowers. After being annoyed for quite a while, she realized she had encountered a fool. Surely, you do not expect to contend against my 4 soul rings with that meager, pitiful soul ring of yours? It is the quality of the soul rings that matters, not their quantity. One is sufficient to deal with you. Luo Yu shook his head. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing laughed even more heartily, her 2 snow-white bosoms, partially concealed within her leather attire, quivering with mirth. To be honest, your foolishness is so endearing that I find myself somewhat reluctant to end your existence. Luo Yu displayed a sense of impatience. Fine, enough with the chatter. I'll grant you the opportunity, considering you are a woman. If you possess any remarkable skills, now is the time to showcase them. I shall strike first, lest you depart this world with unfulfilled grievances. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter abruptly ceased, her expression darkening with fury. Who instilled in you such unfounded confidence? You may as well perish. With a sudden surge of speed, Zhu Zhuqing melded once more into the shadows of the night. Her beastly claws glimmered ominously as they sliced through the air, aiming directly for Luo Yu's throat. Luo Yu raised his hand, poised to strike his enemy with his sword. Suddenly, a graceful figure darted forward, intercepting the opponent's attack. Zhu Zhuqing staggered back 3 steps in quick succession. The graceful figure let out a muffled groan, her complexion paling as she nearly lost her balance. Zhu Zhuqing, I've spared you for the time being. Do you still dare to seek your demise? Luo Yu questioned, perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing, her face ashen, asked, why did you choose to assist me? Luo Yu was rendered speechless. You didn't come all this way just to ask that, did you? How could I possibly involve others in my own affairs? Zhu Zhuqing, her delicate face resolute, insisted, you still haven't answered my question. Why do you wish to assist me? Is there truly a need for a reason to help others? Indeed, there is. I refuse to believe that anyone could be so altruistic, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her expression unwavering. Luo Yu nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of the guess. Indeed, I am not the type of person who indiscriminately assists others. Speak plainly. What are your true intentions? Zhu Zhuqing's keen gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of Luo Yu's soul. In truth, I am uncertain whether my feelings for you are a case of infatuation at first sight or merely a response to your appearance. Regardless, I find myself drawn to you. Does that suffice as a reason? In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing was rendered speechless. Chapter 37. Your guasha service leaves much to be desired. The sisters were collectively astonished. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelashes fluttered, her fair complexion flushed with a delicate crimson, as she struggled to meet Luo Yu's gaze, her lips parting slightly. Is this your way of confessing? It seems rather casual, does it not? Luo Yu chuckled. I have not confessed either. You asked me what my purpose in helping you is, and this is the reason. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her sparkling black eyes revealing a sense of bewilderment. Is what you said truly genuine? Luo Yu waved his hand, indifferent, leaving it to your belief. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, shaking her head in refusal, asserting, You cannot harbor feelings for me. I am already engaged. Luo Yu inquired, in such a perilous situation, where is your fiancé? Surely he must be reveling in indulgence? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together, her small hands clenched in a fist. After a moment, her complex gaze turned to Luo Yu. You are risking your safety to assist me. I shall not forget your kindness. Please, depart quickly. I will hold her off here. If I survive, I would gladly welcome the chance to befriend you. How trivial. We are bound by life and death, and you dare suggest we are merely friends? Luo Yu scoffed. Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot in frustration. Why are you behaving this way? We hardly know each other. Surely, we must first establish a connection before such declarations. Who confesses their feelings immediately? Are you implying there might be a chance for us in the future? Luo Yu teased with a smirk. Implying? What nonsense. At such a time, you still choose to jest. Let us focus on surviving today. With that, she positioned herself firmly in front of Luo Yu. Her expression icy as she declared, Zhu Zhuqing, grievances have their origins, and debts have their owners. Whatever transpires, direct your wrath at me. This person is innocent. Humph. Have we agreed upon who shall perish first? Rest assured, none of you shall escape today. Zhu Zhuqing's face twisted in disdain as she unleashed a fierce onslaught. A flurry of black claw-like shadows surging towards them. I will hold her off. You must flee. Zhu Zhuqing urged. Are you truly this foolish? You lack experience in the martial world. She pushed Luo Yu away with determination, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, as if wishing to etch his image into her memory, before resolutely charging towards the storm of claw shadows. Despite her 27th rank cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing chose confrontation over flight, engaging the formidable Zhu Zhuqing with her 4 rings of spirit power. Unsurprisingly, her endurance waned quickly. After numerous exchanges, her leather attire bore multiple tears, exposing her fair skin, marred by crimson claw marks. Were it not for her desperate evasions, those marks would likely have transformed into bloody scars. A dull grunt escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips as exhaustion overwhelmed her. Her body felt as though burdened by 1,000 weights, growing heavier by the moment. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing appeared unperturbed, her face adorned with mockery, each strike delivered with a ferocity akin to that of a predator toying with its prey. As icy shadows lunged towards her face, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to defend against the impending attack, forced to watch helplessly as it approached. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts raced through her mind. Surely, that man must have fled by now. What a peculiar man he is. Daring to stand against a 4-ring spirit master on her behalf, could he be a fool? Yet there was something undeniably stirring in his bravery. Alas, it seemed she would never see him again. With her eyes closed, she awaited the arrival of death, feeling disillusioned with the world save for the encounter with this man. Stubborn little cat, you have finally resigned to your fate. Fear not, sister will not truly slay you. At most, I shall mar your beauty and cripple your cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, her face twisted with malice as she poised to strike at Zhu Zhuqing's flawless visage. In that critical moment, a figure surged forward. A flash of a sword cleaved through the air. With a resounding clash, the sword's radiance burst forth, instantly diverting Zhu Zhuqing's triumph. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes in bewilderment, witnessing the crisis averted as a tall, sturdy silhouette shielded her. Why have you returned? She bit her lip, a look of frustration crossing her face, feeling as though her efforts had been in vain. I never left, he replied. Luo Yu turned around, a faint smile gracing her lips as she shrugged her shoulders. Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration. Are you really that dim-witted? You are merely at the 1st rank, while they are at the 4th. Staying behind only serves to increase the casualty count. It is utterly futile. Luo Yu smiled gently. Are you concerned about me? Zhu Zhuqing glared. I truly admire you. Even when the situation is dire, you still find the time to jest. Where's the fire? I see none. Luo Yu drew his sword and surveyed his surroundings with a relaxed demeanor, ultimately pointing towards Zhu Zhuqing. Surely, you cannot be referring to her. She is merely a small fish, not someone worthy of such a dramatic farewell. Who do you consider a small fish? Zhu Zhuqing's striking features darkened with a stormy expression. She hesitated to make a move, still astonished by Luo Yu's earlier display that had forced her back. How had he accomplished that? Had he merely stumbled upon the flaw she had revealed? What was she worrying about? After all, he was merely a first-ring soul master, incapable of extraordinary feats. As Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew increasingly menacing, Zhu Zhuqing urged Luo Yu to step back. You must leave at once. Do not overestimate yourself. You are no match for her. Step back and observe, she insisted. Luo Yu's voice was calm, yet impossible to refuse. Seemingly imbued with an inexplicable charisma that caused Zhu Zhuqing to swallow back the words she had intended to speak. Quietly, she retreated to the side, obediently observing the man. With a flick of his wrist, he brandished his longsword, assuming a poised stance directed at the fierce Zhu Zhuqing. A cold smirk graced Zhu Zhuqing's lips as her crimson tongue caressed her elongated dark purple nails, resembling a bloodthirsty leopard in the jungle, while her four soul rings swirled ominously above and below her. I found myself perplexed, wondering who had bestowed upon you such confidence, a mere one-ringed soul master, who dares to provoke the formidable forces of the soul sect time and again. Or perhaps, you are simply a fool. Luo Yu shook his head, advising you to speak less. While I may spare your woman, if you continue to prattle on like this, I fear I might inadvertently strike you down. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing's face contorted in fury, her hair swirling wildly as she let out a furious roar. Third soul skill, Nether Spring Fall. She clasped her hands above her head, her 10 fingers merging swiftly to form a blade over a foot long. After channeling her soul power, the black light blade coalesced in a straight line, descending upon Luo Yu with great force. Quickly evade it. Do not confront it head-on, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in alarm from the side. Luo Yu stood his ground, nonchalant, as he raised his sword elegantly. Zhu Zhuqing sneered, like a man is trying to stop a chariot, utterly unaware of your limitations. My third soul skill is not so easily countered. Let us see how you are cleaved in twain. Clang. The sound of metal colliding resonated. The fierce black blade shattered upon impact, while the seemingly unremarkable ancient sword remained suspended in midair, the man unscathed. What? How is this possible? Utter disbelief echoed in unison. Zhu Zhuqing's lips parted in astonishment. How? How did he accomplish this? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes nearly bulged out. That was my third soul skill. Just like that. It vanished? No. I refuse to believe it. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned frantic as she unleashed her soul power, claws thrashing downwards with great speed. With her body spinning rapidly and her sharp claws penetrating fiercely, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Luo Yu in mere moments. Yet, no matter how forcefully she struck, Luo Yu remained like a shadow, countering each move effortlessly. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her hand covering her mouth tightly. She could hardly fathom the scene before her. What is happening? This guy is merely a first-ring soul master, yet he is engaging in a fierce exchange with a fourth-ring soul sect? Flash. Zhu Zhuqing was swept aside by a sword stroke, her leather pants torn apart, revealing her long, snow-white legs. In that moment, however, she had no mind for modesty. Gasping for breath as she gazed at the man, her heart tumultuous, her eyes filled not with disdain, but with uncertainty and astonishment. Luo Yu brushed off the dust from his attire, exhaled softly, and smirked slightly. Just a moment ago, he had been rather audacious. Yet, the guasha service was lacking. Couldn't a bit more force be applied? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and unleashed her fourth soul skill, Ethereal Void Slash. A surge of energy erupted, and a fierce wind surged forth. Under the terrifying assault, Luo Yu's eyelids remained unperturbed as he let out a soft sigh. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, one finds it difficult to maintain a low profile. Now, I declare the game to be over. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The forest trembled, and the earth lamented, as the illusion cast by the thousand illusion mask was instantly dispelled. A terrifying explosive aura erupted from Luo Yu, surging forth like a raging river breaching its dam. The seemingly ordinary martial spirit and the inferior yellow soul ring in his grasp began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Chapter 38. Surprised? Unexpected. The 100,000-year soul ring left the audience in a state of shock. The winds howled, and dust flew wildly. Trees swayed, green leaves rustled, and the bushes toppled to the side. Luo Yu radiated an overwhelming and boundless aura, transforming his entire demeanor in an instant. At that moment, he was enveloped in resplendent light, metamorphosing from a carefree and ordinary youth into an extraordinary genius brimming with wild ambition, as reflected in the eyes of the Zhu sisters. Even more astonishing was in Luo Yu's grasp, the seemingly ordinary longsword spirit transformed from hilt to tip, shimmering with a radiant light that conjured a true divine form. Ancient rhythms flowed, exuding an intense sharpness. The yellow soul ring morphed into a profound purple hue. Could it be? The first soul ring is purple? Zhu Zhuqing's lips quivered, unable to articulate a single word, her mind shaken to its core, astonished beyond measure. How could this individual, who had merely been a one-ring soul master, suddenly exude such formidable might? What kind of weapon is that sword he wields? Why have I never heard of it before? It is astonishing. Who is he truly? In stark contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's bewildered curiosity, Zhu Zhuqing was gripped by genuine terror, a visceral fear coursing through her veins. The sword gleamed ominously, its murderous intent palpable, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Yet, the offensive was unleashed, leaving no room for retreat. With resolute determination, she forced herself to activate her fourth soul skill, Ethereal Void Slash. A blade of black energy surged forth, accompanied by a tempestuous wave, descending with the intent to cleave mercilessly. Luo Yu lifted his gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into a hint of disdain. As the Jiuxiao Zhutian sword trembled gently in his hand, a resounding clang echoed, resembling the majestic cry of a divine phoenix soaring through the heavens. The sword's tip emitted a silvery arc, swift as lightning, striking in an instant. With a thunderous clash, the blade unleashed its power without a discernible effort from Luo Yu, shattering the dark blade of the underworld in an instant, dispersing it into myriad black motes that vanished entirely. The once imposing figure of Zhu Zhuqing found his black leather attire ripped apart, and he was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed against a distant tree trunk, leaves cascading down with a resounding thud. Zhu Zhuqing, typically known for her icy demeanor, was left wide-eyed in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. Am I not dreaming? She bit her tongue and shook her head, her eyes confirming the reality before her. The brash Zhu Zhuqing lay sprawled beneath the tree, utterly defeated. The man stood there, calm and composed, slowly sheathing his sword. My sister belongs to the soul sect. Has she truly been vanquished so swiftly? Moreover, this individual seems to be no older than I am. How could he possess such terrifying prowess? The man's sudden display of might left Zhu Zhuqing in awe, struggling to comprehend how an ordinary glutton encountered in the forest could unleash such astonishing combat strength. Luo Yu approached the tree trunk, wielding the Zhutian sword with a deliberate grace. Zhu Zhuqing's hair was disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her attire reduced to mere rags, revealing her vulnerability. She was now gripped by terror, curling her body like a frightened creature, devoid of her former haughty demeanor. Please, don't come any closer. Is this amusing to you? Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile. This grin sent shivers down Zhu Zhuqing's spine, prompting her to exclaim in panic, Who are you? Luo Yu approached step by step. Do not be anxious. Am I not the rustic villager you spoke of? The so-called wild lad of the mountains? Do not come any closer. Zhu Zhuqing's head shook as if it were a rattle, her face contorted in fear, and her slender legs trembled as they sought to retreat into the earth for support. Why run? Have you suddenly discovered fear? Were you not quite enthusiastic just moments ago? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of tears, wondering how she had unwittingly provoked such a formidable adversary. Who would dare to provoke such a being? With a single sword, he could dispatch her in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to fathom that such extraordinary talent could emerge from such a humble background. Remembering how she had previously scorned him as worthless, she felt utterly humiliated. It dawned on her that, in his eyes, she was the ignorant fool. I beg you. Spare me. Zhu Zhuqing began to plead. Luo Yu tilted her ear. What did you say? Please, spare me. Zhu Zhuqing bit her delicate lip, her expression pleading, as her bosom seemed to hint at a revealing allure, enticing the man. Luo Yu shook his head, expressing his astonishment. Your change in demeanor is rather abrupt. Were you not quite proud just a moment ago? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded earnestly, kneeling beneath the tree. I was foolish, unable to recognize a master. I had no inkling of your capabilities, otherwise, I would not have dared to provoke you. Huh, Luo Yu scoffed, narrowing his eyes. Does weakness warrant being bullied? Zhu Zhuqing found himself at a loss for words in response to this inquiry. Suddenly, a commotion arose from another direction. There is little left to say. The strong feast while the weak wallow in misery. If you are weak, you deserve to perish. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 formidable black figures emerged from the forest. Their faces obscured. The leader spoke. Princess, we have arrived late. It matters not. Your presence is what counts, Zhu Zhuqing replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he leaned against the tree for support. He cast a triumphant glance at Luo Yu. Young man, your prowess truly surprises me. Who would have thought you were merely playing the fool to conceal a tiger? However, in the end, I still hold the upper hand. You surely did not anticipate that I would have allies. All that I said earlier was merely a ruse to buy time. Now tell me, do you regret not eliminating me sooner? Luo Yu furrowed her brows, sensing that you seemed to possess a certain sharpness, perhaps? Hiki. Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth, pretending to laugh. Luo Yu shook his head, saying, no, it's rather cheap. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned icy. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Hu San, showcase your cultivation and let this fellow see for himself. Understood. With a thunderous roar, 5 soul rings ascended, revealing the full extent of his Soul King prowess. Zhu Zhuqing's previously elated expression instantly paled as she hurried to Luo Yu's side. Zhu Zhuqing, your family actually provided you with a Soul King level guardian? Foolish sister. Our wretched family is not so generous. It was Davis who, fearing I might be taken advantage of outside, arranged for someone to protect me. Zhu Zhuqing's face drained of color as she tugged at Luo Yu's sleeve. You must flee at once. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. Flee. Why should I run? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. I know you are formidable, but the opponent is a Soul King. There are no Soul Kings among the younger generation. With your talent, you surely come from an extraordinary background. There is no need to risk yourself for someone like me. I believe if you wish to leave, you certainly can. Please go. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold laugh. Leave? Do you think I would allow this scoundrel, who has insulted me time and again, to escape? Despair flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing turned to Luo Yu, saying, Kid, don't you enjoy playing the part of the underdog? How does it feel now? Exciting, unexpected. A delightful surprise? Oh, how quickly you found your little triumph. Luo Yu chuckled lightly. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a fierce glare. Today, I shall teach you a lesson about what it truly means to masquerade as a pig only to become one. You 3, seize this brat alive. I won't allow him to perish so easily after startling me earlier. Yes. 3 powerful auras surged simultaneously, 1 at level 51, a Soul King, and 2 at level 45. Both possessing the wolf martial spirit. You must leave. I will stay here, Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely. She pushed Luo Yu aside, yet he remained unmoved. The man shook his head dismissively, merely trash, not worth fearing. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing laughed incredulously. I may not be able to defeat you, but that does not mean others cannot. You might have misinterpreted my intent. Luo Yu slowly elucidated, I am not implying that you are worthless. Rather, I am unequivocally referring to the 4 individuals present as being utterly insignificant. Upon uttering these words, a palpable shock reverberated throughout the surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare this man mock a Soul King? This fool is courting death. A Soul King must not be insulted. With a roar, the wolf's spirit howled. As the 3 figures harmonized their energies, gradually advancing, seeking to crush his resolve with their formidable soul power. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly interposed herself before Luo Yu, unleashing a frenzied surge of soul energy, exhausting her final reserves of potential. Fool, do not overestimate yourself. You cannot contend with a Soul King. This is my battle. You need not interfere. As I prepare for self-detonation, you must flee. Enough. Spare your breath. Allow me to handle this. Luo Yu placed a firm hand upon her shoulder, instantly suppressing her soul power and dismissively pushing her aside. With a resounding applause, the atmosphere brimmed with warmth and delight, utterly impeccable. Zhu Zhuqing clapped her hands and laughed heartily. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, remarking disdainfully, Foolish woman, do you truly believe that was my utmost effort just now? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed derisively. It was merely a fade of bravado. No matter how formidable you may think you are, can you truly contend with a Soul King? Oh, Luo Yu replied, neither denying nor contesting her words. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as they confronted the trio united in their efforts. In Luo Yu's grasp, the heavenly slaying sword erupted with an even more formidable aura, deep and oppressive, surpassing its previous manifestation. A strikingly remarkable purple soul ring ascended gracefully, undergoing yet another transformation. The hue intensified to an utmost brilliance, evolving into pure black. Subsequently, That black hue astonishingly advanced once more. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone held their breath. The final trace of crimson shone brilliantly amidst the night, captivating all gazes. What? 100,000-year soul ring? What could this imply for his soul ring? This scene left everyone in a state of disbelief. They understood the significance of that red hue. Zhu Zhuqing was utterly bewildered. The masked Soul King was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, paralyzed, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. Just how many hidden abilities did this individual possess? Where lay his limits? Luo Yu bared his teeth, echoing the woman's earlier words, the sound resonating through the forest with remarkable clarity. What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? In the ominous depths of the forest, the campfire had long extinguished. In the darkness, the man's blood-red soul ring shone with an almost blinding brilliance, reflected in the wide eyes of all present. His voice, laced with playful mockery, reverberated, leaving Zhu Zhuqing with a jarring sensation. She had not anticipated such a swift retort. Her previous derision had been thrown back at her in an instant. Her delicate fingers covered her agape lips, concealing the tumult of shock within. Her lashes fluttered, and the man's figure seemed to magnify infinitely before her eyes. Gazing upon the rare 10,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing found her rebuttal lodged in her throat, unable to escape, leaving her breathless with anxiety. How could he possibly possess a 10,000-year soul ring? How had he achieved such a feat? Boss Hu, what on earth is happening? The voices of the two masked soul masters trembled, their legs growing weak beneath them. The crimson soul ring was something they had only heard of. They had never laid eyes upon it. The unusual phenomena manifesting around Luo Yu instilled a sense of unease among them. Damn it, who do you expect me to ask? Roared the masked Soul King, Hu San in a fit of rage. Just think about it. Our emperor of the Xinglua Empire doesn't possess a red soul ring. Do you really believe this brat could possibly have one? It must be an illusion. Indeed, the boss is right. It is an illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. Echoed the two masked soul sect members, bolstered by their own voices. A 10,000-year soul beast? Not to mention slaying one. I've never even laid eyes on such a creature in my life. Thus, this brat-ass soul ring must be a fabrication, a mere trick of the light. They believed they had uncovered the truth. Their previously uncertain gazes now hardened, as they regarded Luo Yu with predatory intent. Luo Yu smiled softly, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her mouth, as she watched them with a calm demeanor. Hunyuan Husin stepped forward, clapping his hands repeatedly, his tone laced with sarcasm. You're quite impressive, young lad. What a remarkable skill you possess. Not only did you conjure such a lifelike illusion, but your demeanor was flawless, almost convincing enough to frighten us three brothers. However, you may be underestimating our intellect. Do you truly believe that a youth could possess a soul ring of 100,000 years? If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Goodness. The masked soul sect member nearby scoffed. Brother, this kid is cunning. Luckily, you saw through his trickery. We almost let him escape. Hu San raised his head and casually waved his hand. Just a bit of worldly experience, nothing to boast about. You two have much to learn in the future. He basked in the admiration of his two subordinates, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Yu while letting out a quiet scoff, his tone earnest yet mocking. You two should use your brains more often when out and about. Do you understand? When faced with an enemy, one must learn to analyze the situation calmly. Don't let any minor trickery scare you. It would be a laughingstock if word got out that you were with me. The boss's teachings are invaluable. We've learned our lesson. The two soul sect members nodded repeatedly, gazing at Luo Yu before spitting on the ground in disgust. This time, they had nearly embarrassed themselves immensely. 100,000 years soul ring. Could that even be possible? Are you here to entertain me in the dead of night? Watching their thorough analysis, Luo Yu almost found herself believing them, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Hu San snorted decisively, enough. You two, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Stay put and reflect. Keep your eyes wide open to see how your elder brother captures this little brat. With a thunderous boom, Hu San slammed his left foot into the ground, creating a deep crater. 5 soul rings whirled around him, radiating intense heat. The menacing silhouette of a 3-meter-tall wolf loomed, the residual energy causing the surrounding leaves to rustle violently. His two subordinates appeared sycophantic. Our boss is amazing. Our boss is formidable. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was also swayed, her fear dissipating. She called out loudly, Hu San, today you shall earn merit. Just capture this kid, and I will reward you generously. Hu San laughed heartily, bursting with confidence. Rest assured, my lady, for dealing with such a young opponent, I require not even 3 moves. One will suffice to subdue him. Splendid. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Hu San radiated an aura of triumph, having perceived what others had not, igniting a sense of superiority within him. The 4th soul ring erupted in brilliant light, his form swelling, tearing through his clothing to reveal gray wolf fur, sharp fangs protruding, and beneath the thick fur, powerful muscles rippled. His expression was one of arrogance, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. My lady, just watch how effortlessly I will capture him. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as Hu San's confident gaze surged forth, a gust of bloodlust echoing in the air. In the distance, the airwaves tousled his dark hair, caressing his face. Luo Yu remained as immovable as a mountain, calm and composed, even stifling a yawn. Has the incessant chatter finally ceased? In truth, witnessing your cleverness and valor, I find it a pity to refer to you as Tiger 3. Tiger 13 would be far more fitting. Tiger 3 hesitated momentarily. But then his eyes turned crimson in an instant, filled with a tempestuous fury, and his offensive might surged once more. The attack was imminent. In an instant, the playful demeanor on Luo Yu's face vanished, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. His expression became solemn, exuding an unspoken authority without a trace of anger. He gracefully wielded his long sword, and the blood-red soul ring erupted with a brilliant light, merging seamlessly into the Zhutian sword. With a resounding clang, the piercing cry of an ice phoenix echoed across the land, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. A layer of frost cloaked the leaves and grass, and an intense, blinding azure radiance followed, compelling those nearby to instinctively close their eyes. A powerful wolf's howl soared into the heavens, stirring the 2 soul sect members who had initially felt disoriented and uncertain. Upon hearing the commanding wolf howl, their spirits surged with excitement. It's the voice of our elder brother. Given his momentum, I wager he could vanquish that young man in 3 moves. The darkness of the night is blinding. Such despicable tactics are nothing but bluster and will lead to naught. I bet on 2 moves. That young man is destined to perish. If not, I shall eat dung. Given my brother's unwavering confidence, I wager 1 move is sufficient. With a thunderous explosion, a gale swept through the area, rustling the grass and trees, and the blue light began to dissipate. Zhu Zhuqing hastily opened her eyes, scanning the surroundings with concern, while Zhu Zhuqing, with her arms crossed and chin raised, observed with a cold, haughty gaze. The 2 younger brothers exchanged knowing smiles, their expectations palpable. As the brilliance faded and the scene came into view, every onlooker's pupils constricted, shock and awe coursing through them, rendering their blood to a standstill and their hearts to momentarily falter. There stood Luo Yu, towering like a deity. From his broad and upright back extended a pair of magnificent ice-blue phoenix wings, each feather distinct and vivid, encircled by a ring of crimson lotuses. The long sword in his hand had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its ice-blue blade, intricately engraved with phoenix motifs, revealed a crimson edge radiating an endless chill. The sword's hilt was entwined with icy chains that coiled around his forearm, exuding an extraordinary presence. In stark contrast, the once brazen Soul King, Hu San, now exhibited none of his former bravado. The soul light around him had dissipated, his features distorted in disbelief. Standing dumbfounded before Luo Yu's blade, he was drenched in blood, bearing countless sword wounds, each laceration adorned with shards of ice, his crimson lifeblood frozen within, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Luo Yu appeared expressionless, no longer engaging in his usual irreverence, merely shaking his head slowly and whispering calmly. Is this the Soul King? Hardly impressive. Chapter 40. Zhu Zhuqing, whose heart trembles with admiration, kneels in supplication. In the now tranquil forest, the air was suffused with the chilling aura emanating from the blade of the Sword of Judgment. The man's indifferent voice, though soft, resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Observing the pitiable state of the Soul King, Hu San, the smiles of the 2 soul sect members faded, as if they had seen a ghost. Their lips quivered incessantly, a chill rising from beneath their feet, sending shivers through their bodies. The Soul King has been defeated? This individual dispatched the Soul King in a single strike? Who on earth is he, and what makes him so formidable? Zhu Zhuqing's expression was frozen, an indescribable terror coursing through her veins, a profound chill enveloping her entire being. Her abdomen trembled uncontrollably, and her legs were tightly clenched in a desperate attempt to maintain composure. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was in a completely different state of mind. The young girl's eyes sparkled with delight, her exquisite, fair visage radiating intense joy. The light of excitement and adoration shone brightly in her eyes, rendering her emotions beyond articulation. Her feelings this evening were a tumultuous ride, akin to plummeting from a precipice only to soar upwards in an instant, all due to the man standing before her, clenching her small hands tightly. The proud fullness of her chest rose and fell with fervent breaths. Once, she had dismissed tales and legends as mere fables. Now, she believed wholeheartedly. Though she was not a princess, in the face of peril, a prince from the heavens had indeed descended to her aid. As she gazed at the imposing figure of the man, sword directed at the Soul King, her bright, beautiful eyes sparkled with a fierce radiance. Her face flushed. She pressed her palm against her chest, feeling the rapid heartbeat. No one could fathom the tumult of emotions surging within her, for they could never comprehend the sheer joy of transitioning from despair to vibrant life. Though the man was not conventionally handsome and at times seemed to delight in teasing her, he had penetrated the depths of her heart in an unexpected manner. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing bit her crimson lip, overwhelmed by a profound curiosity about this serendipitous encounter in the woods. What manner of person is he? Crack, crack. The ice began to thaw, fragments cascading down. The once stiff body of the Soul King regained sensation, terror surging from the depths of his being, causing him to tremble violently. Gazing at the terrifying ice-blue sword, its scarlet blade glinting ominously before him, he had long forgotten his earlier arrogance and let out the most desperate scream of his life. "Help, someone please." His panicked cries echoed throughout the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Yet, who would come to his rescue? The two Soul Sect members, along with Zhu Zhuqing, were paralyzed with fear. Without the slightest hesitation, they unleashed their soul power and fled in terror. Luo Yu raised his gaze and softly uttered two words. "Stop." The three fleeing figures instantly trembled, their hair standing on end. One of the Soul Sect members, his spirit utterly shattered, cried out in panic. "Only a fool would halt. Quickly, scatter and flee. That is the only path to survival. That twisted soul technique he just employed cannot be unleashed a second time." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and another individual prepared to flee. Suddenly, a blue arc of light sliced through the night sky, leaving behind a breathtaking rainbow in the darkness. With a sharp sound, the Soul Sect member who had just darted away found himself suspended in midair, bewilderedly gazing at the sword tip protruding from his chest. Not a single drop of blood escaped the wound. His entire being was encased and frozen by the sword's energy. He stiffly turned his head to behold the elongated chain of profound ice, filled with confusion. What manner of martial soul is this? With a thunderous crash, his body shattered into countless shards of ice. The chain writhed, and the sword light returned to rest in Luo Yu's grasp. Having slain one, the man's expression remained as calm as a placid lake. The blade of the heavenly execution sword shimmered with divine light, untouched by blood, exuding an icy radiance that only hinted at the chilling void of life it concealed beneath its exquisite surface. The remaining Soul Sect member dared not stir an inch. Zhu Zhuqing found herself firmly rooted to the ground, unable to take a single step forward. Her delicate legs were tightly pressed together, and had it not been for the last vestiges of her pride, she might have succumbed to terror. Why not run? Why had they ceased their flight? Tears streamed from the eyes of the last remaining member, silently cursing his companions for their reckless folly. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head more vigorously than a rattledrum. Her lips, clenched in fear, had begun to bleed, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Luo Yu cast a sweeping gaze across the assembly, her voice devoid of warmth. "Kneel." Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, the Soul Clan immediately fell to their knees. I am the princess. I cannot kneel." Zhu Zhuqing clung to her final semblance of defiance. "Oh." Luo Yu nodded, twisting his wrist, and the shadow of the sword erupted suddenly. A flash of cold light swept by, and the kneeling Soul Master was shattered into countless icy fragments. His face was a mask of confusion. Why, even while he knelt, had he been slain? Luo Yu's lips curled into a sheepish smile as she admitted, "I hold grudges." With a thud, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit shattered, and she sank to her knees. What dignity could possibly outweigh the importance of survival? She came to a stark realization. This individual was nothing short of a devil. In moments of normalcy, he was jovial and lighthearted, but once he turned to violence, he transformed into an entirely different person, exhibiting ruthless decisiveness without a trace of mercy. Luo Yu shifted his gaze towards the Soul King before him, a smirk playing on his lips. "You refuse to kneel?" With a swift motion, he conjured an ethereal blade, sealing the Soul King's fate. As the Soul King collapsed, his heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation. If only he could kneel. His entire body was paralyzed by the frost of Luo Yu's power. I die wronged. The atmosphere fell silent as Luo Yu approached, sword in hand. Zhu Zhuqing knelt submissively upon the ground, her once enchanting visage now pallid, every ounce of pride dissipating into a plea for mercy. She had been thoroughly terrified by the man's ruthless resolve. I beg you, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I was too arrogant. I was ignorant of my own limitations. I was reckless. Her pitiful cries for mercy elicited a peculiar expression from Zhu Zhuqing, who had never witnessed her sister in such a state. When had Zhu Zhuqing ever been anything but haughty, resembling a regal princess? Yet here, before this man, she had plummeted from the heavens into the depths of humility. Zhu Zhuqing found herself inexplicably drawn to the man's decisive brutality, a stark contrast to Dai Mubai, the coward who fled. All three of them were indeed culpable in their misdeeds, deserving of their fates. The bloodshed within her own family had been far more savage than the scene unfolding before her, and her heart had long been hardened. Yet today, it unexpectedly stirred with ripples of emotion. The tip of the sword, like a falling feather, descended as he approached the woman. If memory serves me right, did you not proclaim that I was unworthy even to lick the soles of your shoes? No, absolutely not. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, her disheveled hair framing her face, eyes rimmed with crimson, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her alabaster bosom revealed almost in its entirety. Luo Yu slowly raised the tip of his sword. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted to their utmost, and a wave of panic washed over her. She hastily crawled to Luo Yu's feet, uttering, "It is my fault. I failed to recognize your worth. I shall serve you. Please forgive me." With that, she urgently extended her tongue, bending down towards Luo Yu's golden-patterned boots. "Begone. You are unworthy." The blade of Luo Yu's sword struck the cheek of Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to collapse to the ground. Undeterred by her swollen face, the woman rose to her knees, tears like pearls streaming down her cheeks. "I implore you, spare my life. I, Zhu Zhuqing, am willing to do anything for you, to serve you in any capacity. Please grant me the chance to start anew." "Huh? Do you take me for a refuse heap?" Luo Yu's gaze remained unyielding. The pitiful often possessed their own loathsome traits. She vividly recalled how arrogant this woman had been, and had he been lacking in strength today, she would undoubtedly face her demise. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with desperation as she cried out in a delicate yet frantic tone, "I am not worthless. I am still a virgin, still pure. I beg you for a chance." Such a plea for survival, sacrificing all dignity. The scene before Luo Yu did not evoke disgust, after all. Even the lowly strive to survive. Yet, he harbored no affection for this haughty and merciless woman. He swiftly raised his hand, the Zhutian sword in his grasp radiating a brilliant azure light. What a ruthless man, impervious to the allure of beauty. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes reflected despair, void of life, as she fell silent, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. In that moment, an overwhelming tide of regret washed over her, a lament for a life now past. Perhaps this was the retribution for fratricide. Had she not erred, she would not find herself in such dire straits. In her heart, she felt animosity, not towards Luo Yu, but towards her distorted family. Had she not been born into such a clan, indoctrinated daily with the perverse notion of survival of the fittest, perhaps she would have blossomed into a virtuous woman. How ironic it is to regret only at the brink of death. How absurd, Zhu Zhuqing mused, her heart a battleground of self-mockery. She could already sense the bone-chilling sword aura before her. "Excuse me, dear sir, could you perhaps pause for a moment?" A soft, kitten-like voice suddenly emerged from behind. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, cautiously approaching, her gaze fixed on the frostbitten expression of the man before her. Chapter 41. Tears of Regret. The surrender of the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing. The long sword held aloft by Luo Yu came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair, refraining from descending with a strike. He cast his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was drawing closer. Due to the difference in their heights, he could glance down at the girl's remarkably alluring figure, her perfect silhouette accentuated by the snug black leather attire. The girl, biting her crimson lips, displayed an expression fraught with hesitation and complexity, as if she were about to utter, "May I request something of you?" Luo Yu observed Zhu Zhuqing's hesitant demeanor, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "What do you seek from me? Surely you do not wish for me to spare her." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shifted to the woman kneeling before them, her eyes vacant and her small hands clenched tightly, her knuckles paling as if she were grappling with an arduous decision. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, met the man's eyes, and nodded affirmatively. "What?" Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Are you truly considering sparing her after she has pursued you relentlessly? Zhu Zhuqing sighed and replied. In truth, she is a pitiable soul. Luo Yu let out a disdainful snort, rebuking, you feel pity for her, yet you do not feel any for yourself? Instead of indulging in such compassion, it would be far wiser to nurture your own well-being. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered, although the man's words were harsh for some inexplicable reason. She sensed a hint of concern within them, and a peculiar sensation surged within her heart. Shaking her head, Zhu Zhuqing gently explained, though she treats me in this manner, my animosity does not lie with her. My ire is directed towards that heartless and unfeeling family, which raises its offspring as if they were mere tools, indifferent to the demise of any child as long as one emerges as the strongest. To be born into such a family is a profound tragedy. If one does not strive to eliminate their peers, the only fate awaiting them is their own demise. Were I to possess the same advantage of youth as she does, I might very well choose to eradicate all potential threats. Luo Yu's fingers lightly flicked the sword's edge, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Is this not fortuitous? With a single strike, I could effortlessly clear the obstacles before you, paving the way for a boundless future devoid of threats. Zhu Zhuqing's face reflected a struggle. I had countless times envisioned seizing the opportunity to eliminate her, thereby attaining my complete freedom. Yet, when that moment finally arrived as you swung your sword, I faltered. After all, she is my sister. The family may be in the wrong, but must I also succumb to their errors? What distinguishes me from those cold-hearted individuals within my family? Tears glistened in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed longingly at Luo Yu, filled with the dread of becoming the very type of person I once detested. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been kneeling in resignation, suddenly trembled. Soon, her shoulders began to quiver subtly. No sound escaped her lips, and her lowered expression remained unseen. Only glistening droplets, large as beans, fell steadily to the ground. The young girl demonstrates commendable awareness. Indeed, it deserves recognition. Luo Yu nodded. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's face illuminated with joy, Luo Yu abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation. Though you may be willing to forgive her, I have never stated my intention to spare her. Ah? Zhu Zhuqing's countenance betrayed her astonishment, her mouth agape. Luo Yu let out a scoff, saying, do not forget, there is not a shred of blood relation between us. Why should I extend my forgiveness to her? If it were not for my martial prowess, she would likely be a cold corpse by now. Zhu Zhuqing's face flickered with anxiety. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, with a bashful demeanor, she murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, I beg of you. Please let her go. The girl's flushed appearance radiated a unique charm, causing Luo Yu's heart to flutter slightly, his lips curving ever so subtly into a faint smile as he declined her plea. Why should I release her simply because you ask, when we are not even kin? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate features stiffened, and she stammered, well, we are friends. Do you even know my name? Luo Yu replied, half smiling. While Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words, Luo Yu shook his head, recalling how she had just mooched off his barbecue, and now, after he had rescued her, she still dared to implore him to release her. Did he appear so easy to negotiate with? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, as she realized she might indeed have overstepped her bounds. There was no connection between them. What right did she have to demand anything? The mere act of saving her was a monumental favor. I see you as a good person, she began, but Luo Yu swiftly interrupted. Stop right there. How dare you assign me the mantle of a good Samaritan? Enough with the pretenses. Could we not discuss something of tangible benefit? Tangible benefit? Zhu Zhuqing replied, her eyes wide with confusion. Luo Yu scrutinized her figure from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she were stripped bare, akin to a vulnerable lamb. Her delicate face flushed with a radiant crimson, exuding an enchanting allure. TSK, such beauty you possess, Luo Yu remarked. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms defensively, attempting to shield herself from his assertive gaze, resembling a startled kitten as she stepped back a few paces. What do you intend to do? Luo Yu withdrew his gaze, shaking his head repeatedly. With such beauty, it would be a pity not to have you wash my clothes and prepare my meals. What? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. She had anticipated that the man might make some outrageous demands. After all, she was no naive girl. She understood the dynamics of this situation. In a place like this, with just a man and a woman, it would be entirely plausible for him to take complete advantage of her, and she would find herself powerless to resist. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Luo Yu smirked, his lips curving upwards. Today, I have endured a tremendous fright and feel quite aggrieved. If you do not offer some tangible form of compensation, I cannot forgive her. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes narrowed in confusion, and she silently scoffed. You were frightened? What a joke. It was the entire assembly that was nearly terrified to death by you. She began to realize that the man before her was as cold as ice when it came to killing, yet in ordinary circumstances. He was entirely different, infused with a sense of humor and a touch of roguish charm. This revelation eased her tension, and she playfully winked at him. Very well then. I shall serve you tea and water in the future, attending to your every need. Just be magnanimous and forgive her. I believe that after this experience, she will no longer dare to act so arrogantly. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. You are doing this of your own accord, aren't you? No one is forcing you? No, no one is forcing me. It is entirely my own choice. A dark line appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's forehead as doubt began to creep in. Was this fellow truly the same person who had exuded such murderous intent just moments ago? However, men often possess such contradictory natures. Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to harbor any feelings of disdain. Instead, she felt a sense of authenticity. A unique charm that stirred a flicker of anticipation within her for their forthcoming interactions. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, the gleam of his sword flickering momentarily before he sheathed it back. His gaze shifted towards the tattered, kneeling woman, her demeanor starkly contrasting with that of Zhu Zhuqing. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling coldness in his voice. Upon raising her head, Zhu Zhuqing trembled slightly, obediently lifting her visage. Her radiant face bore the marks of regret, teardrops tracing down her cheeks, while her crimson lips were pressed tightly together, stifling the cries threatening to escape. Luo Yu shook his head, reflecting on the futility of past actions. Did you hear what your sister just said? Zhu Zhuqing nodded vigorously. Her once proud eyes now filled with profound shame. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I am willing to make amends to you, my lord. The tasks you assigned to my sister shall be mine to bear, for the origin of this turmoil lies with me, and it is only fitting that I repay it. Very well, I am keen to hear how you intend to compensate, Luo Yu replied, raising an eyebrow. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cautious glance at her sister, her voice trembling as she spoke. I am acutely aware of my grievous sins, and I am prepared to serve you, my lord, in any capacity you require. Though I have my own requests, which I hope you will honor. Hiss. This woman does not seem to possess virtuous intentions. Luo Yu secretly pondered whether it was his own mind leading him astray, or if the woman was subtly insinuating something. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing obediently parted her crimson lips. In a swift motion, a pill was shot directly into her mouth. Luo Yu softly remarked, if you truly repent and turn over a new leaf, I shall grant you your freedom. However, should you remain unrepentant, do not blame me for the consequences. Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. Luo Yu spoke, all right, rise. Zhu Zhuqing respectfully stood up, glancing at her sister with grateful eyes. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand dismissively, not paying her much mind, her curiosity evident as she fluttered her long, curled eyelashes, drawing closer to Luo Yu. With eager glances, her heart brimmed with countless questions. Chapter 42. The sisters attend to each other with care. Only one room remains. The luminous moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the dark, dense forest. A campfire crackled and burned. Beneath a towering tree nearby lay a spacious white blanket. Luo Yu reclined comfortably, resting his head on the long, smooth thigh of his younger sister, Zhu Zhuqing, with his eyes closed in a feigned slumber. Meanwhile, the elder sister, Zhu Zhuqing, diligently attended to her work below. Her expression was one of deep concentration as her delicate fingers glided over Luo Yu's thigh, gently kneading and tapping, devotedly providing him with a massage. She had changed into a new outfit. Whether by design or happenstance, this snug black leather attire barely covered her ample bosom, revealing her alluring, serpentine waist and enticing navel. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's attentive and compliant service, there was a hint of flirtation in her demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. Her fair complexion had flushed a deep crimson, and she buried her face between her sister's soft curves. Too shy to meet anyone's gaze. When had she ever maintained such a position with a man? Even her betrothed, Dai Mubai, would never dare to touch her. How had she so inexplicably acquiesced to this outrageous request? Surely, it must be out of gratitude. Internally, she crafted a suitable rationale, her demeanor relaxing significantly, her courage emboldening as she furtively lifted her gaze from her chest to steal a glance at the man. Her heart brimmed with curiosity. What was it about this fellow that made his martial spirit and soul rings so extraordinary? She had never heard of anyone so remarkable in the Douluo continent. Recalling the formidable image of Luo Yu wielding his sword to vanquish 3 opponents, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. Previously, she had borne her hardships in silence. But this was her first experience of being protected by another. Gradually, the man's ordinary visage seemed to emanate an inexplicable allure, drawing the young girl's gaze. Her eyes becoming increasingly entranced. The slight tremor of his eyelashes startled Zhu Zhuqing, who hurriedly averted her gaze, her heart racing wildly. Luo Yu reclined against the woman's leg, gazing upward, and the scenery was indeed a breathtaking panorama of undulating peaks and valleys. One could not help but marvel at how this young lady, who had endured hardships since childhood, managed to embody such vitality. Have you had your fill of the view? What do you mean by that? Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. TSK, still in denial? Certain individuals were utterly captivated just moments ago. Zhu Zhuqing vehemently denied it, insisting, I have no interest in watching you. It's because I'm handsome, Luo Yu replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a scoff, utterly shameless. I have reason to suspect that your prowess is merely a trade-off for your looks. In truth, I am rather handsome, he replied, and with a hint of sarcasm. She responded, oh really? I can hardly tell. Luo Yu smiled faintly. So, are you implying that you find me unattractive? Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Fearing the man might misconstrue her intentions, she waved her small hand, repeatedly clarifying, I do not. I don't think you're ugly. In fact, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. I am certainly not someone who is obsessed with appearances. Really? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. See, you are now admitting that you were staring at me just a moment ago, Luo Yu said with a triumphant smile. Humph, you are too cunning, Zhu Zhuqing pouted. Her cheeks puffed adorably. All right, I shall cease my teasing. Truth be told, I am truly handsome. Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, someone interjected from beneath Luo Yu. Master is indeed very handsome. He looks even more striking wielding a sword. Zhu Zhuyun's delicate face displayed both fear and admiration, utterly convinced. I did not ask you. Be silent. Oh, and besides, your sister is right here. Is it appropriate for you, as the elder sister, to keep calling me master? Zhu Zhiyun's enchanting visage broke into a sultry smile. As long as you are satisfied, she cannot interfere with my choice. Luo Yu pondered whether he had inadvertently damaged this woman's intellect, or if she inherently possessed a penchant for masochism, requiring a firm approach to derive satisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing cast a disdainful glance before curiously turning her attention back to Luo Yu. She realized that he had yet to reveal his name. Do you wish to hear my true name or a pseudonym? Zhu Zhuqing's lips twitched. Was such a question even necessary? Of course, the true name. You may disclose your true name, but it must remain confidential. Indeed, I am called Luo Cici. I have never heard of that name before. The two sisters found themselves momentarily taken aback. Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating that they would come to understand in due time. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes, remarking, I truly cannot fathom your peculiar sense of humor. Your prowess could undoubtedly surpass your peers, yet you choose to masquerade as an ordinary person to deceive others. Below, Zhu Zhiyun, with a pitiful pout, nearly succumbed to tears, as she had been deeply affected by the situation. Luo Yu could not help but retort. I never claimed to be ordinary. For instance, I continue to emphasize that I am quite handsome. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity as one delicate hand involuntarily reached out. After a few gentle touches, Luo Yu sighed deeply, gazing skyward with an expression of utter despondency. It's over. I am tarnished now, and you must take responsibility. Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, retorted. Do not speak nonsense. I merely wanted to see if you were wearing a disguise. Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile. Is that what you wish to see? You might as well address me as brother of affection, and I might reluctantly grant you a glimpse. Oh, I would never call you that, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head repeatedly. Brother of affection, I truly wish to see it. Luo Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he cast a furious glance at the enchanting woman. Silence. I did not permit you to speak. Zhu Zhiyun pouted, feeling wronged. After all, they were sisters, yet how could the treatment differ so vastly? She could not accept it. Have you truly altered your appearance? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand reached out once more. Slap. Luo Yu brushed away her small hand, asserting that if one wishes to see, one must call out. Silence yields nothing. Zhu Zhuqing pouted her rose petal-like pink lips, resolutely refusing to look. Convinced that the mystery surrounding it must stem from an unsightly appearance unworthy of view, she deemed it futile to provoke further. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit waned. Feeling utterly ensnared by the man's presence, By the way, why do you conceal yourself so thoroughly? Do you harbor any enemies? Luo Yu raised her hands in exasperation, eager to cite examples of celebrities from her past life who don masks when venturing out. However, she sensed that the two before her might not comprehend such references. So she succinctly remarked, if you wish to be my adversary, one must possess the requisite qualifications. I simply dislike being scrutinized wherever I go. Such audacious words left the sisters momentarily taken aback. Even their forebears would have lacked the audacity to utter such statements. Yet, the memory of Luo Yu's breathtaking swordsmanship lingered in their minds. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a pair of hearts, exclaiming, now, this is a man. I am utterly captivated. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly shaken, instinctively comparing Daimu Bai with the man before her. No comparison needed. Daimu Bai simply did not measure up. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, urging, could you please elevate your legs a bit? It's rather uncomfortable to rest like this. Absolutely not. Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted, yet, almost involuntarily, her lovely legs shifted slightly to accommodate the man's comfort. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing resolved to journey together to Shrek Academy, while Zhu Zhuqing, adhering to her role as a maid, allowed the man to take the lead. The forest lay not far from Soto City. The trio ventured along the dimly lit path toward the city, traversing the deserted streets. By this hour, it was already late at night, with only one hotel still open. The establishment was adorned in a vibrant rose red, resembling a blooming rose in its three-story faade. Upon entering the hotel, the male receptionist was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Wow, this guy is impressive. He arrives with not one, but two stunningly beautiful twin sisters, one a pure lotus and the other a fiery enchantress. This is an extraordinary encounter. The level of sophistication and taste is unparalleled. Isn't this far more impressive than the fellow who just went upstairs with two girls? Luo Yu politely requested, young man, could you please prepare 3 rooms for me? Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer and said, Master, 2 rooms will suffice. I shall attend to you during your slumber. The waiter gasped in astonishment. Goodness, if a man can achieve such a level of indulgence, it is truly akin to a calf returning home. Utterly remarkable. Luo Yu furrowed her brows, expressing her discontent. Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, I am doing this of my own accord. Please grant me this opportunity. Although my knowledge is limited and my skills are lacking, I promise to put forth my utmost effort. The master weeps. The waiter felt as though he might choke on his own emotions. When had he ever witnessed a goddess-like figure so utterly devoted to a male counterpart? No. It was more than mere obedience. It was clearly an act of adoration. Luo Yu did not ponder much. He merely felt a throbbing pain in his head. What was with this woman? Was she either excessively wild or burdened by such profound submissiveness? Could the shadows of a troubled childhood cast such a formidable influence? Luo Yu gently tapped the table. Young man, please book me 3 rooms. The attendant began to grow anxious. Buddy, are you even a man? The goddess is being so proactive, and you're still unmoved? Suddenly, the attendant had an epiphany. Realizing that this fellow was quite the strategist, wasn't this a classic case of desire concealed beneath restraint? I must assist you, he thought, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. I'm sorry, esteemed guest, but only 1 room remains. Chapter 43. The heartfelt confusion of Zhu Zhuqing. A room adorned with roses. Only 1 room left. 2 female voices gasped simultaneously. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her delicate hands, overwhelmed with shyness. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite face radiated excitement. The attendant earnestly explained, indeed. There is only 1 room available. Accommodations are quite limited at the moment. How about you 3 make do? Our beds are spacious. 3 people 1 tea feel cramped. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. No way, let's south find another place. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, why change? I think this place is quite nice. What is the harm in sharing a bed? Didn't we just huddle together on a blanket in the woods? The attendant was taken aback, astonished by the implications of her words. Had they already shared intimate moments in the small forest? He gazed at Luo Yu with a reverence akin to that of a disciple before a master. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, her heart torn with hesitation. Sharing a bed with a man. How could that be acceptable? You 2 stay here. I will find another place, she declared. The attendant, quick to reassure, added, Madam, you need not worry. In all of Soto City, we are the only establishment still open at this hour. Zhu Zhuqing's lovely face froze momentarily. Fine, 1 room it is then. It's better than staying in the wilderness. Luo Yu, without any hesitation, produced a jingling purse and handed it to the attendant. All right, Please hold on for a moment. Shortly thereafter, the attendant presented Luo Yu with a key adorned with a pink tag. Just turn left on the 3rd floor. It's the Pink Beauty Deluxe room. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing felt exceedingly anxious, but upon hearing the name, her discomfort intensified, leaving her delicate hands at a loss for placement as she secretly scolded the name for its apparent impropriety. In contrast, Zhu Zhuyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Esteemed guest, here is your remaining change. Luo Yu shook his head, indicating that there was no need to search further. We will stay for 2 days. If there are available rooms tomorrow, please remember to reserve 2 for us. Certainly, no problem at all. I will ensure to set aside any available rooms for you. The attendant replied earnestly. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction, leading the sisters upstairs. The waiter waved and called out, Esteemed guest, 12 golden soul coins will suffice. You still have plenty left in your pouch. Luo Yu paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow. Is there still some left? Then you may keep it for yourself. The waiter lowered his gaze to the remaining gold spirit coins in the pouch, nearly surpassing his annual salary. His eyes sparkled with excitement, a broad smile stretching across his face, almost reaching his ears. It seemed he had encountered a benefactor. Surely, it was their recent astute maneuver that had pleased the boss. Otherwise, such generous tips would not have been bestowed upon him. Gripping the pouch with gratitude, he gazed after Luo Yu's retreating figure. Rest assured, dear boss. Tomorrow I will ensure a private room. As long as you bring a lady, this humble establishment will always have a room reserved just for you. On another note, he pondered whether it was too mischievous to have placed the 2 twin sisters in adjacent rooms. The hotel corridor was suffused with the scent of roses. The plush carpet and dim pink lighting created an ambience thick with intrigue. Luo Yu grasped the key, searching for the room, while the tall, alluring sisters lingered at the foot of the stairs. Zhu Zhuyun glanced around, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, The environment here is simply stunning. Zhu Zhuqing, already blushing, felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness and retorted, Haven't you ever accompanied Davis to places like this? Huh, what a joke. Would I come to such a place without a grand wedding? Zhu Zhuyun raised her elegant neck, asserting that a woman's virtue was her ultimate asset. If a man took advantage of it, it would lose its value. You see, by keeping him in suspense, it makes him more inclined to treat me well. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, Isn't that a bit too opportunistic? Giggling, My naive sister, you are still too innocent, Zhu Zhuyun replied, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. Born into our family, to survive, one must learn to leverage every advantage, including our bodies. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate frame trembled, struggling to articulate her thoughts. But what? Zhu Zhuyun shook her head with a bitter smile. Silly sister, unlike you, I do not wishfully yearn for love. I simply seek a man who can ensure my safety, to whom I can wholly devote myself and serve with all my heart. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered with emotion, her hesitation evident. Doesn't Davis meet your standards? Him? Zhu Zhuyun scoffed, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. That man, relying on his princely status, indulges in all sorts of debauchery, committing countless sordid acts behind closed doors. Which woman would desire such a man? Perhaps when left with no choice, I might submit. But I am a woman too, and I harbor desires. This scene struck a chord with Zhu Zhuqing, who murmured despondently, What use are desires and fantasies when we lack the right to choose our own love? We did not have that right before, but we do now. Zhu Zhuyun raised her head, her gaze unwavering as it fixated on the broad back of a man ahead. Zhu Zhuqing paused, momentarily taken aback. Then followed Zhu Zhuyun's line of sight. She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. No way, you're meeting him for the first time, and you know his identity? Zhu Zhuyun shot her a glance, shaking her head with a chuckle. Silly sister, you truly lack discernment. Lack discernment? Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned puzzled. What you cannot see does not mean I cannot. Zhu Zhuyun's lips curled in a proud smirk. You may call me reckless or shameless. But one thing is certain, I, Zhu Zhuyun, am committed to this man. Her gaze was resolute. Ignoring Zhu Zhuqing, she adjusted her collar with dissatisfaction, then lowered it slightly to showcase her alluring figure. Satisfied, she flashed a charming smile, swaying her enchanting hips as she followed the alluring scent of her presence. Zhu Zhuqing watched her sister approach the man, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis, as if something precious were about to be taken from her. What was happening to her? This was not how she used to feel. It couldn't possibly be due to a man she had just met. Zhu Zhuqing bit her soft, peach-like lips, her steps unconsciously quickening as she followed suit. The exchange between the two girls was faint, yet Luo Yu, possessing an extraordinary constitution, could hear them clearly. His feelings towards Zhu Zhuqing softened slightly, though his disdain lingered. With a click, the door swung open, and a fragrant wave of roses enveloped them. Despite being mentally prepared, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a vast expanse adorned with rose petals, the room itself spanning hundreds of square meters. Its ceiling graced with a chandelier resembling crystal and agate, intricately carved with pink patterns that emitted a soft, enchanting glow. As Zhu Zhuqing and her sister stepped into the room, their eyes reflected a kaleidoscope of emotions. After all, which girl does not adore roses? And who hasn't fantasized about traveling with her beloved man, being cherished in a lavish room at night, achieving a perfect union of souls? Ahem, let us explore inside. Luo Yu cleared his throat, maintaining an outward calm while feeling a hint of unease within. It was his first time in such a place. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing buried her face in her chest. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing smiled seductively, stepping forward to link her arm with Luo Yu's. Master, I will accompany you. Luo Yu's throat felt parched. What do you intend to do? Zhu Zhuqing blinked her innocent, sparkling eyes and mischievously rubbed against his arm. I'm not doing anything. Just accompanying you to the bedroom to see if the bed is spacious enough. The sensation from her arm made Luo Yu gasp in astonishment as he glared at her. You better not regret this. Zhu Zhuqing leaned in closer, her enchanting face revealing a hint of naivety. Regret what? I am your devoted servant. It is my duty to attend to you. The moment Luo Yu felt a buzz in his mind, he abruptly pulled back his arm and cast her a deep glance. If your mind is intact, then act normally and do not demean yourself. With that, he turned and walked towards the bedroom. For reasons unknown. This scene caused a sudden flutter in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, momentarily overshadowing her shyness. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes gazing at the man with a complex expression. The determination in her pupils grew ever more resolute. It seemed she had indeed discerned the right person. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Beautiful Maiden. Zhu Zhuqing's heartfelt contradictions. The two sisters, unable to quell their curiosity, followed Luo Yu into the bedroom. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by an enchanting atmosphere, their eyes widening in astonishment. The heart-shaped red bed nearly dominated the entire space, while delicate pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, obscuring the area above the bed and imparting an exquisite, dreamlike quality. As Zhu Zhuqing glanced to the side, her pupils constricted, and she let out a startled cry. Covering her face and turning away, stamping her feet in distress. How could you possibly undress? As Luo Yu had just removed his outer garment, revealing a robust torso with muscles sculpted into perfect contours, he was taken aback by the girl's exclamation. Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. The bedroom conveniently featured an adjoining bathroom, and assuming that the two of them would not be entering, he decided to indulge in a bath first. Zhu Zhuqing playfully chided, "What are you doing bathing when you're perfectly fine? After a day of travel, you're utterly filthy." Luo Yu shook her head, approaching the bathroom door, and chuckled softly. "Hey, Zhu Zhuqing, would you like to join me for a wash?" Zhu Zhuqing, who had been covering her face and looking down, immediately shivered, shaking her head repeatedly in refusal. Disgusting man, who would want to wash with you? After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing still dared not lift her head. Enough, don't flatter yourself. The master has already gone in. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, parting her fingers that had been covering her face, revealing a gap, and indeed the man had long since disappeared. Was he merely jesting with her? As she sighed in relief, a sense of emptiness washed over her heart. Sister, why are you looking at me with such eyes? Zhu Zhuqing scanned her sister from head to toe, finally pouting her red lips in confusion. I have a chest, a waist, hips, and legs. Why is the master fixated on you, not even sparing me a glance? Zhu Zhuqing glared. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you thinking? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze drifted towards the bathroom, listening to the soothing sound of running water, her pink tongue licking her lips. What a pity you missed seeing the master's figure. It was truly captivating. Who said I didn't see it? Do you think I would be as infatuated as you? With his little muscles, what's there to admire? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, but images of what she had just seen flashed through her mind, the man's well-defined. Powerful muscles exuded an undeniable allure. Perhaps it was indeed quite appealing. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes grew dreamy, and she suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. What was wrong with her today? Surely she couldn't have caught this madness from that crazy woman. Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly. Sister, he should be out soon. Will you wait for him here? Absolutely not. If anyone is waiting, it should be you. I'm going to lounge on the sofa outside. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and dashed away. Once her sister was diverted, The enchanting woman gazed at the empty bedroom and the large red heart-shaped bed. A sultry smile gracing her lips. She turned her attention to the flowing water in the bathroom, her eyes distant and shimmering with a subtle glow, whispering to herself in a tone only she could hear. "Silly sister, you still cannot see that this man is truly worthy of our lifelong devotion. He possesses incredible strength yet remains humble and reserved. He is decisive yet treats others with kindness. Despite his flirtatious nature, he respects women. Even though their time together has been brief, Zhu Zhuqing has already discerned his uniqueness through the details. With the strength to single-handedly defeat 3 formidable masters, terrifying soul rings spanning 10,000 years, and an unpredictable martial spirit, he dares to challenge the pinnacle of Douluo with just a 3-foot sword, embodying poetic ambition. Even when dealing with ordinary service personnel, he remains courteous and respectful. Faced with a beauty like me who actively pursues him, he maintains his composure, unshaken as a mountain. One must ask, where can such a man be found? Zhu Zhuqing felt that today was not a day of misfortune but rather a blessing from the heavens, compensating her for the hardships endured over the years, allowing her to encounter a true treasure. She found it hard to fathom how, through mere observation, one could discern such extraordinary qualities in a man. If the veil of mystery surrounding him were truly lifted, how astounding would the revelation be? Zhu Zhuqing claimed she was crazy, but in truth, she was not only sane but exceptionally clear-headed. Davis was merely a betrothed chosen by her family, someone she did not care for. Otherwise, how could she have maintained her purity? Deep down, she harbored her own pride. Why was she so humble today? It was simply because the man in the bathroom was capable of genuinely conquering her heart, making her willingly submit. A sense of urgency surged within Zhu Zhuqing. If she did not seize this special opportunity today, perhaps this man would become an unattainable dream for the rest of her life. Biting her red lip, she resolved to take a daring gamble on her youth and future. With a soft click, she gently closed the bedroom door and locked it, isolating Zhu Zhuqing outside. Then, with a bashful gaze, her delicate fingers danced playfully. The seductive black attire and leather pants fell to the floor as she stepped toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Luo Yu rested with his eyes closed, luxuriating in the wooden bathtub while enjoying the cascade of water from above. The sound of flowing water was a melody to his ears. Ah, this is life. With aspirations, goals, and the pleasures of indulgence, this is what constitutes a fulfilling existence. Otherwise, wouldn't one become a mere ascetic? Luo Yu smiled gently, and then he realized that something seemed to be missing beside him. At this moment, it would have been wonderful if Dong were by his side. As for the 2 lovely sisters outside, Luo Yu, being a man, naturally felt a flutter in his heart. Moreover, these were not ordinary sisters, they were strikingly beautiful with alluring figures. However, while Luo Yu acknowledged his own lecherous tendencies, he prided himself on not being indecent. He would never force someone against their will. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was quite the temptress, igniting a fire within him that he almost could not suppress. He was merely uncertain of this woman's intentions. Was she acting so provocatively out of fear that he might harm her? Furthermore, with Zhu Zhuqing present, any untoward incident could become rather awkward. Would he be able to complete his task? After all, this was related to the second soul ring, a matter of great curiosity for him. Nevertheless, he found himself genuinely fond of the girl Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, amidst the sound of flowing water, the gentle creak of a door opening and the soft patter of footsteps echoed through the air. Luo Yu instinctively turned his gaze, momentarily stunned by the sudden beauty that unfolded before him. His eyes widened and his mind buzzed, feeling a surge of heat rushing to the crown of his head. Before Luo Yu could finish speaking, her lips were silenced by 2 slender fingers. The enchanting woman let her hair cascade down, flashing a seductive smile. "Sure. I have locked the bedroom door. If you make a sound, my sister will discover everything." Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly as he struggled to avert his gaze. Speaking in a low tone, "If this is regarding the poison, there is no need for such concern. When the time comes, I shall release you." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her enchanting eyes shimmering. Leaning closer to Luo Yu, she whispered softly, her crimson lips parting, releasing a breath fragrant like orchids. "This is unrelated to that. Do not utter a word. Today, I am yours." As Luo Yu attempted to rise, a woman gently pressed her hand upon his shoulder. "Master, there is no need for concern. Allow Yuner to attend to you properly today." Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the closed bedroom, where a haze of steam enveloped the bathroom. She exuded an icy demeanor, her gaze radiating an endless aura of menace as she strained to catch the peculiar sounds emanating from the adjacent suite. Chapter 45, A Psychological Duel with the Young Maiden. The sounds from next door. Suddenly, the gentle trickle of water filled the bathroom. Amidst the cacophony of splashing, faint, cat-like murmurs could be heard, as if the source was desperately attempting to stifle their voice, striving to suppress something, fearful of being discovered by the woman outside the bedroom. As time progressed, Luo Yu relaxed, reclining in the warm water with closed eyes, indulging in tranquility. His perfectly sculpted torso floated serenely on the surface, arms resting casually on the edge of the wooden tub, relishing the meticulous massage from the delicate hands of the young maiden. Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed like blossoms, knelt gracefully beside the bath, her fair knees slightly reddened as she tenderly assisted in easing the tension from his shoulders and neck with her soft, smooth hands. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with satisfaction, seemingly on the verge of spilling over with emotion, exuding an enchanting allure. Her lustrous black hair, dampened by water, clung to her neck, and she donned a black strapless lingerie top paired with snug shorts that accentuated her alluring figure. Master, are you pleased with Yu Na's service? Luo Yu's eyelids fluttered closed, her lips barely moving. No one is forcing you, so why have you chosen this path? Zhu Zhuqing replied with a flirtatious smile. I belong to my master. Is it not the duty of a servant to serve you? Rather than falsehoods, I find greater solace in the truth. The man's tone was unembellished, yet it carried an air of formidable authority. Zhu Zhuqing's actions came to an abrupt halt. She bent forward, lowering her head, her delicate lips gently kissing the broad expanse of the man's shoulder. The allure in her expression faded, replaced by an added touch of vulnerability. Yun desires little, nor does she seek recognition. Her only wish is to remain by your side, serving you faithfully. That alone would suffice. Luo Yu furrowed her brow, snorting softly. Refrain from your theatrics. I am not swayed by such performances. Zhu Zhuqing rose to her feet, steadying herself as she gazed intently at the man, her eyes shimmering with determination. Taking a deep breath, she continued, throughout history, it has been said that beauty recognizes a hero. Though I may not possess the conventional beauty, I can certainly discern the hero that stands before me. The heart of a hero is not a realm easily traversed by the ordinary. Therefore, I am willing to seize this opportunity, to wager all I have in the hope of securing a place by your side in the future. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the woman. Their gazes locked, lingering in silence for a considerable time. A smile crept upon his lips. You, my dear, I underestimated you. I never anticipated such audacity, wagering your own virtue. Do you not fear the possibility of future regret? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly chuckled. What if, in the event of a loss, one does not feel remorse? Luo Yu shook his head and smiled, saying, I apologize, but I must disappoint you. I am no hero. The enchanting Zhu Zhuqing seemed utterly unconcerned by the man's words, fluttering her long, curled eyelashes. Everything I possess has been entirely bestowed upon you. It is too late for regrets now. From this moment on, whether you wish to harm or to maim, it is entirely at your discretion. Luo Yu cast a deep glance at the girl, pausing in contemplation before he spoke. In truth, I have not administered any poison to you. It is merely a blood-replenishing pill. If you wish to depart now, I shall not impede your exit. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected actions. She had believed that she had served him well, presuming that he would be reluctant to let her go. Yet, he was prepared to allow her to leave without hesitation. Did she truly possess so little allure? Biting her crimson lip, Zhu Zhuqing questioned, You would permit my departure so readily? Are you not concerned that I might return to the Star Luo Empire seeking vengeance? Luo Yu raised her eyebrows, playfully saying, You might as well give it a try. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, resolutely declaring, I have made up my mind. I shall follow you from now on. I have no desire to return to that filthy and corrupt empire. Luo Yu shook her head in refusal, declaring, Leave at once. I shall not keep a woman skilled in manipulation by my side. Zhu Zhuqing's composed countenance turned pale in an instant as she stammered, Master, please, do not cast me away. I have not schemed intentionally. I genuinely hold some affection for you. If you send me back, Davis will undoubtedly discover my current predicament and will surely kill me. Luo Yu nodded. Very well. I shall allow you to observe for now. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, well, you have witnessed my methods of dealing with adversaries. The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze instantaneously, imbued with a chilling aura. A vivid image flashed through Zhu Zhuqing's mind, causing her delicate frame to shudder. Their brief exchange deepened her understanding of Luo Yu's capabilities. She resolved never to entertain any treacherous thoughts again. It became clear to her that although this man appeared gentle on the surface, his domineering nature was unmistakable. Submission was the only option. Any notion of control was utterly unattainable. Yuna harbored no ill intentions and only wished to wholeheartedly assist you in the future. Such a notion is indeed most agreeable. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, his expression growing solemn as if the previous warmth had never existed. Yet a gentle smile graced the corners of his lips. If you remain dutiful in the future, I shall not treat you unfairly. Perhaps I might even bestow upon you a rightful title. Zhu Zhiyun's heart quivered, her red lips parting slightly as she prepared to utter a response. Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for pleasantries. Let us proceed to change. Certainly, Zhu Zhiyun replied obediently, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Her heart feeling as if it were coated in honey. Luo Yu felt quite satisfied with the outcome. To truly win the heart of a woman of such intelligence, one must wield both a firm hand and sweet words. If not, why did Prince Davis of the Starry Realm ultimately fail to win over the enchanting beauty? Was it not simply due to his inadequate methods, which instead allowed another to benefit? As the two were dressed and ready to depart, Luo Yu was suddenly halted by Zhu Zhiyun. Is there something amiss? He inquired. Zhu Zhiyun shook her head and whispered, Does my benefactor have any interest in my sister? What do you mean? Luo Yu asked. In a soft voice, Zhu Zhiyun replied, Though my sister may not be eloquent, if you can penetrate her heart, she burns with passion. Luo Yu was astonished. It was one thing for you to accompany him, but would you also consider dragging your sister into this? What does it mean to drag someone down? It would be a blessing for her to be with you. Zhu Zhiyun smiled flirtatiously, her voice dripping with innuendo as she said, Master, do you not wish to experience the delightful service of sisterly flowers? Luo Yu's gaze faltered, and she inhaled sharply. This enchanting creature. It is utterly absurd. Rest assured, I shall certainly assist you, Zhu Zhiyun proactively declared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Yu suppressed the restlessness within his heart and cast a fleeting glance at her, clearing his throat as he advised, I strongly urge you not to act recklessly. Zhu Zhiyun pouted her crimson lips, asserting, Do not worry, I am well aware of my boundaries and shall ensure your satisfaction. She then added with a note of caution. By the way, Master, you must not disclose our intimate affair to her. The time is not yet ripe. Luo Yu nearly stumbled, his expression one of silent disbelief. Was he truly so foolish? This matter certainly ought not to be exposed. What manner of woman was she? In a moment of impulse, he had accepted her. Yet he remained uncertain whether this decision would bring fortune or misfortune. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and Luo Yu along with Zhu Zhiyun were taken aback by the scene that unfolded in the living room. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face was shrouded in dark clouds, her beautiful eyes wide with fury, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The pink sofa beneath her had been torn to shreds, with wisps of fluff scattered throughout the room. Zhu Zhiyun stood frozen, disbelief washing over her. This should not have happened. How could they have been discovered? She had clearly stifled her sounds just moments ago. And with the flow of water as cover, how could she possibly have been heard? Luo Yusin felt a violent tremor within her heart. Her face rigid as she gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, awkwardly and laboriously saying, Allow me to explain. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was icy as she replied. What is there for you to explain to me? Cold sweat trickled down Luo Yu's forehead, akin to a cat that had stolen fish. Just as he was about to speak the truth, the wall behind the sofa suddenly trembled, and the raucous cries of two women, filled with abandon, pierced through the barrier. Young Master Bai, you are truly formidable. Please, slow down. We can hardly endure it. The expression on Luo Yu's face shifted abruptly to one of peculiarity, as if he had suddenly gained insight into something profound. Chapter 46, Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, how dare you seek the company of wild men? The exclamations from next door were incessant, rising and falling in a cacophony. It was not merely the poor soundproofing of the hotel, rather, the intensity of the battle was overwhelming. Bai Xiao, the twins? Luo Yu's expression turned peculiar, silently pondering the improbability of such a coincidence. Could it be that by merely booking a room, he would encounter Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée? No, this was no mere accident. Suddenly, Luo Yu recalled that, according to the timeline, this fellow had indeed indulged in revelry 2 days prior to the Shrek Academy's enrollment. Glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, ablaze with murderous intent, he felt increasingly convinced of his conjecture. Daimu Bai, oh Daimu Bai, it is not that I am unwilling to give you a chance. Rather, it is your own lack of ambition that has led to this predicament. You have squandered a promising hand of cards. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes fixed upon him. What were you about to tell me just now? Clearing his throat, he replied, Oh, it's nothing. Just wanted to clarify that I did not intentionally disrobe in the bedroom. No matter, she said dismissively, compared to this, that is trivial. Her gaze remained locked on the wall, her teeth clenched in fury. Each plaintive cry from the other side felt like a dagger piercing her heart. and the man's labored breaths drove her to the brink of drawing blood from her gums in rage. Zhu Zhuqing initially found herself in a haze. It was not until she heard the words, "Brother Mubai," thrust harder, that clarity struck her. She cast a sympathetic glance at Zhu Zhuqing, realizing that no woman could endure such behavior from her fiancé. Stealthily, Zhu Zhuqing nudged Luo Yu and whispered, "Master, your opportunity has arrived. That wretched man over there is Zhuqing's fiancé." Luo Yu cast her a glance. Without the need for reminders, she had already surmised. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, hesitant to speak further. Confused, she pondered how the man had effortlessly deduced what had taken her quite some time to comprehend. Luo Yu slowly approached Zhu Zhuqing, questioning if the figure before her was indeed the fiancé she had mentioned. Zhu Zhuqing's dark eyes were frigid, her red lips stubbornly pursed. "Yes, that is correct. Do you find me utterly ridiculous?" Luo Yu shook her head, questioning the necessity of such a statement. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, reflecting on a man who had forsaken his inherent responsibilities, abandoning his fiancée in peril, only to retreat to this insignificant locale, indulging in the pleasures of women. The absurdity lies in the fact that I still hold such a person in my thoughts, harboring the vain hope of locating him, aiding him in regaining his confidence, and striving together to confront Davis. In retrospect, it appears that all of this was merely a farce. Luo Yu asserted resolutely, "It is not you who is laughable, but rather he who is unworthy. He does not deserve a woman of your caliber, nor does he merit your journey across vast distances to seek him." Zhu Zhuqing revealed a bittersweet smile, expressing her disappointment. "Are all men so lascivious?" "No, you're mistaken." Luo Yu shook his head in denial, stating solemnly, "While it is true that men can be lecherous, they would never abandon their women to flee alone, nor would they cowardly escape out of fear of responsibility. Such cowards are unworthy of the title of man." Zhu Zhuqing, with reddened eyes, gazed at the comforting Luo Yu. Recalling his recent protection of her, her furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. However, the loud gasps from next door ignited Zhu Zhuqing's fury, pushing her to the brink of tolerance. An unfamiliar woman's voice, filled with excitement, rang out in a tone of comparison. "Dai Xiao, I heard you have a fiancée. Between us sisters, who do you prefer?" "Of course, it's both of you." "My little treasures," replied the man, his voice laced with frivolity and an air of seduction, clearly a master at charming young women. The woman he referred to was an ice queen, having set a wedding date years ago without allowing even a touch, no matter how stunning her figure. She was merely a decorative object, beautiful yet useless. What was the point of that? "Dai Mubai, I will take your life." Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small fists tightly, and with a resounding roar, her martial spirit erupted forth. She leaped from the sofa, a tempest of killing intent surging within her as she burst through the door. "Ah, it seems a captivating spectacle is about to unfold," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, questioning whether Zhu Zhuqing thrived on chaos. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a scoff, claiming she was merely celebrating his good fortune, pointing out that an opportunity had indeed presented itself. This girl, having been profoundly hurt by a scoundrel, could potentially be seized upon if one were to act swiftly and take advantage of her vulnerability. "Silence," Luo Yu admonished, asserting, "When pursuing a girl, I prefer not to resort to such underhanded tactics. That would tarnish the purity of affection." With that, he swiftly dashed out. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, her lips curling into a stunning smile that revealed her astute judgment. Meanwhile, the spacious hotel corridor erupted with explosive sounds. The carpet became charred, chandeliers swayed perilously, and a door to another room had been blown open. The sudden commotion nearly rendered the formidable Dai Mubai paralyzed with fear. The twins, in a panic, shouted and dove under the covers to hide. "Yu Qing? What brings you here?" Upon recognizing the fierce silhouette at the door, Dai Mubai was utterly astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a chill ran down his spine as he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. "Oh, Dai Mubai, how bold of you!" Zhu Qing's cold laughter echoed, her half-beast form emerging, with long, sharp claws shimmering ominously. "Zhu Qing, please allow me to explain." Dai Mubai stammered, hastily draping his clothes over himself. "Explain? By all means, I am eager to hear your explanation," she replied, her tone laced with skepticism. Dai Mubai rushed to clarify. "Zhu Qing, listen to me. I love you. These two women are merely substitutes, a fleeting dalliance." Zhu Qing's eyes narrowed, her skepticism palpable. "Who would believe your fabrications? You must think I didn't hear your previous words from the adjacent room?" "No, that's not true. I was just speaking recklessly," he insisted, waving his hands frantically. Zhu Qing's claws glinted ominously against her icy countenance as she declared, "Dai Mubai, I have seen through you today. Our engagement is hereby annulled. Absolutely not. Dai Mubai's panic surged. His white tiger spirit manifested, 3 rings of power swirling around him, shattering the bed beneath him as he lunged at Zhu Zhuqing. The girl agilely evaded his attack, activating her spirit abilities just in time. Do you wish to continue this confrontation? What is your intention? Dai Mubai yelled from the corridor. You have lost your composure. I must calm you down first before we can discuss this rationally. Applause echoed through the air as Dai Mubai turned to see an unassuming man standing there. The man regarded him with disdain. I've seen shamelessness before, but you take the cake. With irrefutable evidence against you, what more can you possibly say? Dai Mubai's temper flared. Are you asking for death? This is none of your concern. Do not speak of him. Zhu Zhuqing interjected coldly, standing resolutely beside Luo Yu. Dai Mubai's piercing gaze locked onto the two. Trembling with disbelief. What is your relationship with him, Zhu Zhuqing? Tell me, who is this man? Huh? What right do you have to question me? Dai Mubai's head throbbed painfully, his face flushed with rage as his thunderous voice reverberated throughout the hotel. Zhu Zhuqing, how dare you humiliate me by associating with another man? Zhu Zhuqing found his outburst increasingly ironic. Me, seeking other men? How laughable. You have no shame, yet are quick to judge others? Dai Mubai, in a frenzy, demanded. Then tell me, who is this man? Why would you come to a hotel with someone like him? What redeeming quality does he possess that could possibly compare to me? As Dai Mubai spiraled into madness, Zhu Zhuqing gradually regained her composure, her expression tinged with sarcasm. Dai Mubai, I warn you, he is no mere man. He is my savior. While I was facing a life-and-death crisis, you indulged in revelry. What right do you have to criticize me? Moreover, let me make this abundantly clear. In my heart, he surpasses you by countless measures. Speak ill of him again, and I shall sever your tongue. Each of Zhu Zhuqing's words struck Dai Mubai like a hammer, reverberating painfully within him. In an instant he erupted, his features twisted in rage. His eyes glinting like a demon's as he glared at Luo Yu, exclaiming, So, it is you who covets my Zhu Zhuqing? What gives you the audacity? Chapter 47. The Arrogance of Dai Mubai, an unspoken contrast between two men. What gives me the audacity? Luo Yu, with a sense of helplessness, shrugged his shoulders and scrutinized the hysterical Dai Mubai with a serious gaze, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that in the face of such trash, there was no need for anyone to lend him courage. Huffing and puffing, Dai Mubai's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his blood-red, malevolent eyes filled with madness. His fists clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. As a raging inferno ignited within him. You seek your own demise. Boom. A fierce, pale light erupted from Dai Mubai, whose already imposing physique swelled even further. His bones cracked audibly, muscles expanded to their utmost limits, and his violet eyes radiated a bloodthirsty gaze akin to that of a wild beast. In an instant, he shattered the floor beneath him and surged forward, wielding his massive, sharpened claws, ready to unleash a deadly assault. Luo Yu maintained an innocuous smile on his face, yet a flicker of indifference glimmered in the depths of his gaze as his right hand slowly ascended. However, before he could make a move, the dark silhouette beside him took the initiative. The second soul technique, Phantom Claw. Dai Mubai, witnessing the deadly claws aimed directly at his throat from the side, swiftly rolled away, narrowly evading the attack. His crimson eyes lost their luster as he shook his head repeatedly, his hair swirling in disarray. Heartbroken as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. Why would you assist this fellow? What is it about him that is appealing? His appearance is unremarkable, and his strength is mediocre. Does he truly deserve you? Suddenly, Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with realization, and he spoke urgently. I understand now. You are deliberately using him to provoke me, hoping to spur my determination, aren't you? I get it. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her gaze as calm as still water. And even the anger she had felt earlier vanished completely. In a serene tone, she addressed him. Dai Mubai, I only have 3 questions for you. Who is it that dares not shoulder responsibility, becoming a coward and a deserter? Who is it that heartlessly left me, a woman, to confront peril alone in the Star Luo Empire? Who was it that, while I faced pursuit, was flirting with another woman? Dai Mubai, eager to retort, found himself at a loss for words. He pointed angrily at Luo Yu, insisting that as his fiancée, she ought to remain faithful and not consort with another man in such a manner. Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, Dai Mubai, clean up your words. Do not presume that others are like you. Her eyes grew increasingly frigid, as if she had thoroughly seen through the person before her. Besides, you have never fulfilled the duties of a fiancé. Our engagement ends here. Ha ha. Dai Mubai staggered back a few steps, suddenly bursting into laughter. looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a wicked glint in his eyes. Is this woman truly willing to forsake everything for such a man? You better not regret it. Alone. You will find no escape from Davis and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing replied solemnly. This has nothing to do with you. Dai Mubai coldly chuckled. You may not be aware, but I have joined the Shrek Academy, which only recruits monsters. Even if I cannot match Davis, the support from the teachers will be more than sufficient to protect me. What concern is that to you? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with impatience. Together, we have joined Shrek. If we focus on our growth, we will eventually carve out a path through our martial soul fusion technique. It is not impossible for us to return to the Star Luo Empire in the future. However, if you choose this boy, can he truly protect you? Come with me now. Allow me to deal with this boy, and our future will be bright. Dai Mubai spoke passionately, regaining his confident and proud demeanor. He did not believe that his words would fail to sway Zhu Zhuqing. Just the martial soul fusion technique alone would make her reluctant to give up on him. Moreover, that boy, even disregarding his strength, possesses none of the charisma befitting a prince. It is evident to even the simplest minds which choice to make. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. Dai Mubai smirked with satisfaction, basking in the gentle breeze of triumph, even casting a contemptuous glance at Luo Yu. He gradually opened his arms wide, exuding confidence, awaiting the woman to come to his side. Zhu Zhuqing halted, her tone as calm as a tranquil lake. Dai Mubai, as an old acquaintance, I offer you one last piece of advice. Do not provoke him. Leave immediately. Otherwise, you will perish. Dai Mubai's smile abruptly vanished, utterly taken aback by this turn of events. At that moment, the sisters emerged from the room, dressed and caressing his shoulders seductively. Young Master Dai, it's just a woman. She isn't worth your anger. Besides, we are here for you. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, turning to walk toward Luo Yu. Get lost. Dai Mubai forcefully shoved them aside. Empowered by his soul force, the two women were rudely thrown against the wall of the corridor. Without sparing them another glance, he fixed his gaze on Luo Yu. His brows knitted tightly, his voice seething with rage akin to an enraged lion, imbued with an icy chill. You, boy, are the root of all this trouble. Today, I shall tear you apart, piece by piece. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly turned, her voice ethereal. Dai Mubai, do you truly wish to die? Are you intent on protecting him? Dai Mubai coldly laughed, clenching his massive paw, a sneer dancing upon his lips. I warn you, if you do not step aside, I will strike you down alongside him. I intend to slaughter him today. Not even the heavens can shield you. Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly smiled, stepping aside to gesture for him to proceed. I have already warned you. If you seek death, then act accordingly. Dai Mubai threw his head back in laughter, almost maniacal. Are you jesting? I, Dai Mubai, 15 years of age. Rank 37 Soul Master. To think you would aspire to kill me. Does he even qualify? Boom. The third soul technique, White Tiger Transformation. Terrifying black patterns emerged across Dai Mubai's muscular contours, his tiger claws expanding once more, enveloped in blinding golden light. His blood-red eyes exuding the ferocity of the king of beasts. He advanced towards Luo Yu, each step shaking the entire building. A cruel contempt danced at the corners of his mouth. He did not wish to crush his opponent outright, as that would be far too mundane. Instead, he intended to gradually erode his opponent's spirit, magnifying his fear, compelling him to kneel before him, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to witness just how unworthy the man she chose truly was. With a sinister grin, Dai Mubai taunted, Boy, if you're afraid, just admit it. Kneel and call me grandfather, and I may consider sparing your life. Luo Yu shook his head and sighed. It seems that you have disregarded others' reminders. I cannot fathom who has instilled such immense confidence in you to be so audacious. Dai Mubai smirked. Do you think I am as foolish as others? I'm aware that you may possess your own hidden cards. However, my third soul ring is a pinnacle 1,000-year soul ring, complemented perfectly by my supreme beast martial soul. My strength, attack, and defense will experience a twofold enhancement. What do you have to compare with me? Hearing Dai Mubai boast about his 1,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing could hardly bear to watch. A stunning red shadow flashed through her mind. The two men were unwittingly compared. One flaunted a 1,000-year soul ring while the other, with a 100,000-year soul ring, remained remarkably low-key. Zhu Zhuqing's heart stirred. She cast a glance at Luo Yu, her eyes shimmering. She knew that Dai Mubai's fate was sealed today. Chapter 48. The Dragon God Martial Soul revealed, crushing the evil-eyed white tiger to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Dai Mubai bathed in the golden light of the white tiger's transformation. He strode forward with the grace of a tiger and the might of a dragon. Each step left a deep imprint in the ground, his exaggerated muscles radiating a ferocious aura, his sharp claws glinting with a blade-like chill. He stood aloft, looking down upon Luo Yu with disdain. Dai Mubai was confident. At his age, he was invincible, with no rivals. Even if there were, it would not be this unremarkable boy before him. He wore a cruel smile, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, cold and haughty. Zhu Zhuqing. Look at the man you admire. Why is he so silent now? Today, I will utterly crush him before your eyes and shatter his dignity. Proving who the true powerhouse is. Prepare to regret it, Zhu Zhuqing. The stunningly beautiful girl in black shook her head nearby, indicating that this man was beyond redemption. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with profound sympathy. The tragedy of Dai Mubai was already fated for daring to provoke this calamity. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. Dai Mubai twisted his foot, unleashing a pale radiance as his figure surged forward, leaving behind a menacing phantom of a white tiger that charged towards Luo Yu with a fierce gust. The building trembled violently, the chandelier above shattered in an instant, and dust fell in flurries. The white tiger phantom approached with great ferocity. Dai Mubai, brimming with overwhelming might, had already arrived before Luo Yu. Observing Luo Yu, who remained motionless and unresponsive, his vicious demeanor was fully revealed, grinning maliciously. I am a top-tier assault-type beast martial soul, unparalleled in attack. Since you dare to be so arrogant, prepare to meet your demise. With a flourish, Dai Mubai, filled with invincible confidence, flexed his bicep, muscles coiling like dragons, and suddenly unleashed his strength. Swinging his massive, sharp claws, he created a sonic boom as he viciously struck towards Luo Yu's head. The next moment seemed to herald a gruesome explosion of brain matter. Dai Mubai's lips already curled into a victor-esque smile. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and a fierce wind surged. Dai Mubai's expression froze, his pupils constricting. The gigantic tiger claw, seemingly imbued with the force of 10,000 pounds, was unexpectedly halted by a pair of hands, crystalline as jade, firmly resisting any further advance. Luo Yu regarded the astonished eyes of the other with a detached demeanor, shaking his head with a sigh. Initially disinclined to engage, he decided to grant the other's wish for self-destruction. Dai Mubai seemed to have his voice seized, as his astonishment rendered it shrill. How could one possibly withstand my white tiger transformation without even summoning their martial spirit? The obsidian depths of Luo Yu's eyes grew increasingly profound as he spoke in a low voice. Dai Mubai, your white tiger spirit may indeed possess a certain audacious superiority in the presence of others, but when faced with me, you would do well to temper your arrogance. How dare you? Dai Mubai retorted furiously, his veins instantly swelling as a torrent of soul power surged forth, unleashing a formidable explosive force that radiated from his being. His lethal claws sliced through the air with ferocity. A thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry echoed resoundingly. Luo Yu's gaze was icy, his lustrous black hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, radiant with a kaleidoscope of colors bursting forth from his being. The dragon god martial soul materialized suddenly, enveloping him in a formidable aura of vitality, its overwhelming draconic majesty causing Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul to flicker ominously. With a thunderous roar, Luo Yu sprang into action, unflinching and resolute, directly confronting his opponent's frenzied assault. The sound of fists colliding echoed like the clash of metal, each strike reverberating with a symphony of power. Without a hint of doubt, the ferocious Dai Mubai found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught. His razor-sharp claws shattered by 3 of Luo Yu's powerful punches, blood splattering in a crimson arc. The so-called White Tiger Titan transformation appeared as a mere jest in the face of Luo Yu's dragon god martial soul. A mournful howl escaped the white tiger as Dai Mubai's anguished screams filled the air. In a shocking display of strength, Luo Yu twisted Dai Mubai's robust arm, contorting it grotesquely. And thus, the true battle had only just begun. Luo Yu's face bore a steely resolve as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, enveloped in divine radiance, resembling a celestial warrior descending upon the mortal realm. Each strike landed with brutal force, leaving Dai Mubai utterly defenseless. His chest caved in, and blood erupted from his mouth. What he called resistance was nothing more than a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes reflecting the ethereal figure before her, utterly astounded. She had foreseen Dai Mubai's dire fate, but having warned him, she could only conclude that he brought this upon himself. What truly rattled her was the revelation before her eyes. Wasn't this man's martial spirit a longsword? The dragon shadow that had just manifested was astonishing. What was this overwhelming surge of vitality? Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit was already among the pinnacle of beast spirits, yet against the man's 9-colored dragon shadow, it appeared as insignificant as a mere kitten. as if worlds apart. What caliber of martial spirit was this? Could it be that he possessed a dual martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Merely speculating left her utterly astonished. To what extent was this man a prodigy, concealing how many secrets? It was simply terrifying. In the distance, Zhu Zhuqing watched with her mouth agape, as if she could fit a fruit within. It was astounding, truly astounding. As she witnessed the brutal thrashing of Dai Mubai and the magnificent figure displaying such prowess, her enchanting eyes sparkled with starlight, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. A whirlwind of emotion stirring within her. After all, he was her man. Instinctively, she touched her slightly aching abdomen, feeling an immense sense of gratitude for her earlier decision. Everything she had sacrificed was indeed worth it. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing pondered whether the hardships of the past were merely trials set by fate to prepare her for such an ideal partner, and she vowed to cherish this opportunity. She had committed the man's words to her heart as immutable truths. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, causing the entire building to tremble momentarily. Before settling into an eerie calm, dust and smoke filled the corridor, mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood in the murky air. As the haze dissipated, the sisters Zhu Zhuqing gasped in unison, their delicate bodies trembling in horror at the sight before them. It was too brutal, too savage. Luo Yu knelt on one knee, gripping Dai Mubai's neck with an ironclad hold, forcefully driving his head into the ground, embedding it into the floorboards. His form was reduced to its original state. The white tiger martial spirit had shattered, his chest caved in and battered, resembling a canvas marred by countless fist imprints, his body drenched in blood, continuously oozing crimson. Crack! Crack! The ground fissured, sprouting a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks. With a powerful tug of his hand, Luo Yu yanked Dai Mubai backwards, sending countless fragments of stone flying. That once handsomely sinister face was now grotesquely swollen, and his wicked eyes shone with a dullness. All traces of arrogance and dominance had vanished, leaving only an abyss of terror. Luo Yu flashed a captivating smile. So, how does it feel now? Chapter 49. The White Tiger Kneels, Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming sense of security. The hotel corridor lay in disarray, strewn with crumbling stones and gaping holes. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister clasped their cherry-red lips, gazing in shock at the scene before them. Incredulous exclamations echoed around. Impossible. How could I possibly be defeated? And how could I be defeated so utterly? Dai Mubai's sinister eyes dimmed, revealing a look of bewilderment. He could hardly believe the reality he was facing. What a cruel irony. In an instant, the man he had just mocked had annihilated him. Now, it was not just the excruciating pain radiating from his body that filled Dai Mubai with dread, but the fact that his once proud white tiger martial soul was trembling within him, as if encountering an unspeakable terror and absolute suppression at the level of martial souls. His white tiger transformation, that so-called top-tier millennium soul skill, felt like a mere jest in the presence of his opponent's iron fist. It was as if it were made of paper, utterly defenseless. The iron claw-like hand tightened around his throat, and the smiling face before him resembled that of the Grim Reaper, eliciting uncontrollable shivers of horror. Who are you? Dai Mubai's lips bled, his eyelids fluttering. Naturally, someone you cannot afford to provoke, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile. Exerting pressure. Crack. Dai Mubai's eyes bulged, his neck turning a deep shade of purple, gasping for breath like a drowning man. His legs thrashed desperately. His face contorted with sheer terror and pleading. Please, spare me. The pitiful plea emerged from Dai Mubai's throat in a desperate whimper. Spare you? Surely, you jest. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? A profound expression of mockery adorned Luo Yu's face. What's this? Are you finally aware of fear? I'm afraid it's too late. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Dai Mubai's breath grew increasingly feeble, teetering on the brink of death. Wait, came the sudden cry of Zhu Zhuqing. With a surge of power from his palm, Luo Yu turned his gaze to the side. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman approached, her red lips pursed, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Could you perhaps refrain from killing him for now? She inquired. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu forcefully flung him aside. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai was hurled against the wall like a rag doll. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Luo Yu's decisive action, looked on in astonishment and remarked, Aren't you even curious as to why? Luo Yu took out a white handkerchief, wiping the dust from his hands, his tone indifferent as he remarked, After all, he's merely a useless waste, incapable of making any significant impact. It matters not when he is killed. Dai Mubai had already risen from the ground, still shaken. Clutching his neck and gasping for breath, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, relieved that his defeat was not utterly complete. Surely, She must have her own reasons, otherwise, why would she plead for him? Zhu Zhuqing cautiously observed Luo Yu's eyes, as if fearing a misunderstanding, and softly said, "To be honest, I wish to avoid causing you any trouble due to my affairs. This fellow is from Shrek. I worry that if you were to eliminate him, the Academy's instructors would seek vengeance upon you." Daimubai, who had initially been feeling quite pleased, was suddenly struck dumb, his body trembling violently as though struck by lightning. In contrast, Luo Yu felt a flicker of displeasure rise within him, though he concealed it well, yet upon realizing that Zhu Zhuqing was considering his well-being, that fleeting discontent dissipated entirely. Zhu Zhuqing observed the man's prolonged silence and, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Having witnessed Daimubai's arrogant demeanor and his pitiful pleas during his defeat, her disappointment had already reached its zenith, leaving her devoid of any lingering feelings. Now, she was concerned about Luo Yu's thoughts. Surely, he could not misinterpret her intentions? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale as she hurriedly clarified, "I truly do not care for him. I merely fear that my issues might cause you unnecessary trouble, thereby creating a formidable adversary." Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation, having already provoked the situation. Sparing him would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Zhu Zhuqing's subsequent remarks plunged the already despondent Daimubai into deeper despair. "The last time you controlled my sister with a pill, why not administer one to him as well? That way, he would be too fearful to speak indiscriminately." Luo Yu's gaze suddenly became peculiar. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Luo Yu exclaimed, "You truly are relentless." Zhu Zhuqing stomped her feet repeatedly, letting out a soft huff. "I offered you my assistance merely to alleviate trouble, and yet you choose to mock me. I no longer wish to engage with you." Coughing lightly, she continued, "Isn't it curious? He's your fiancé, and I share no relation with you. Why would you extend your help to me? Who says we have no connection?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted defiantly. "You are my savior. Without you, I would have perished." She then cast a cold glance at Daimubai. "What has this man done for me? He merely left me in peril while he frolicked outside with other women, claiming I am nothing more than a decorative object, admired yet used. How could I possibly harbor any fondness for him? There is no camaraderie, only disdain." Daimubai stood there, his face ashen, each word from Zhu Zhuqing piercing him like a knife. Her every syllable inflicted a pain deeper than death itself. And he found himself unable to refute her claims, as they were undeniably true. Luo Yu slowly rose to his feet, his large hand gently caressing the cascading black tresses of Zhu Zhuqing. The woman did not resist, allowing the man to act as he wished. The rustling sound echoed softly as Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth emanating from his broad palm, healing the wounds inflicted upon her heart by Daimubai. The coldness that once graced her visage melted away, transforming into a gentle serenity and a sense of release. "All right, I comprehend your intention. I shall take care of the rest." Luo Yu retracted his hand and approached Daimubai in the corner. As his palm withdrew, Zhu Zhuqing felt an unexpected sense of loss. Gazing at the silhouette of the man, she suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound reliance on him. A feeling foreign to her since childhood, when security had always eluded her. With a swift motion, Luo Yu tore away a large piece of fabric from Daimubai's attire, letting it fall to the ground. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Luo Yu sneered. "I ask you, do you wish to live or to perish?" "To live, I wish to live. I beseech you, spare my life." "It is my folly to have been blind," Daimubai replied in a panic. "Then inscribe it above." Luo Yu gestured towards the cloth strip. "What shall I write?" Daimubai exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yu squinted. "Is it possible that your engagement with her is no longer valid?" Daimubai shook his head repeatedly, his lips still bleeding, exclaiming, "Not valid, not valid. You and she are truly a match made in heaven. What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, spat vehemently. Her face flushed, yet she refrained from voicing a rebuttal. Luo Yu glared, unable to comprehend what to write. Daimubai shivered slightly, his tone laced with resignation. "You see, I don't even have a pen." As the light in Luo Yu's eyes flickered, it became apparent that the bloodshed was still insufficient. Daimu's gaze trembled. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, dipping his fingers into the blood and tremblingly inscribing a line of crimson words, which he respectfully presented to Luo Yu. His eyes filled with a plea. "I, Daimubai, feel unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. Henceforth, our engagement is rendered void." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened with relief. The shackles imposed upon her by her family for so many years had finally been lifted. From this moment on, she would be free. Zhu Zhuqing cast a grateful look towards the man, as if her life had begun to illuminate ever since she encountered him. I have fulfilled all your requests. May I now be granted my freedom? Daimubai implored. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, as if to say, do you take others for fools? I dare not. Daimubai appeared to be instantly penetrated by her insight. He opened his mouth, and in a swift motion, a black pill shot into Daimubai's mouth. What have you made me consume? Daimubai exclaimed in terror. Luo Yu being coldly stated, there is no need for further words. If you conduct yourself with integrity, you shall encounter no troubles. However, should you entertain any ulterior motives or dare to bring trouble upon yourself, rest assured that no one will come to your rescue. Shrek. It is not permissible. The Star Luo Empire, likewise, is not an option. The glint of murderous intent in Luo Yu's eyes instantly rekindled the fear that had once gripped Daimubai. No longer daring to cause trouble, he acknowledged that his wounds were self-inflicted, unrelated to anyone else. Get lost, Luo Yu scoffed coldly. Daimubai felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Stumbling away in haste, neglecting even the 2 dazed twins caught in the aftermath. Stop. Daimubai's steps froze abruptly as he turned back in a panic. Luo Yu furrowed his brows, intending to leave without a second thought. First, clean the corridor thoroughly, repair any damages, compensate for losses, and call back those who have fled. All right, I shall attend to it. Daimubai hastily began to move stones and tidy the scene. Zhu Zhuqing, watching from behind, felt her heart race. The man's domineering presence captivated her entirely. He exuded masculinity and an overwhelming sense of security. Come, let us return to our room, Luo Yu declared, turning back. As you wish, master, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her heart and gaze consumed by thoughts of the man. Daimubai noticed Zhu Zhuqing and her address of Luo Yu, his heart jolting with confusion. Master? Is she not the fiancée of Davis? What is happening? Chapter 50. The Sisters' Inquiry. Achieving a Hidden Accomplishment. Bountiful Rewards. Bang. The door slammed shut. Daimubai stood frozen, watching as the man led the Zhu sisters into the room. His eyes widened in fury, burning with jealousy. The 2 twins by his side were merely average in appearance. How could they ever compare to the strikingly beautiful Zhu sisters, whose elegance was leagues apart? Why was he not the one to embrace such a stunning beauty? In a fit of rage, Daimubai raised his hand to strike the wall, but his motion halted abruptly. The pain from his wounds reminded him of the man's terrifying power, and he dared not display his anger. He did not wish for his demise. Who was this man? That even the proud Zhu Zhuqing would submit to him? Daimubai was engulfed in doubt. He recalled how haughty Zhu Zhuqing had been towards him. Resembling a princess, yet now she addressed this man as her master? In that fleeting moment, he nearly thought his eyes deceived him. Was this truly the aloof Zhu Zhuqing he knew? It seemed utterly implausible. The pain from his injuries and the departure of the woman left Daimubai in a state of utter frustration. He glared resentfully at the door, gritting his teeth, silently vowing vengeance. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just wait. With this thought, Daimubai began to diligently clear and repair the corridor, lifting the broken bricks, returning to the richly romantic atmosphere of the pink suite. The moment the door closed, Zhu Zhuqing, brimming with curiosity, rushed to Luo Yu's side. Master, you must be a twin martial soul. Previously, you appeared as the ethereal sword immortal, and now, with the awakening of your second martial soul, you transform into a violent deity. How wild. Hee, but I truly adore it. Zhu Zhuqing, do restrain yourself and refrain from swooning. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, unable to bear the sight. With her ample assets proudly displayed, she lifted her fair neck. Sister, I am entitled to my desires. He is my master, not yours. And I shall do as I please. Zhu Zhuqing, you are being excessive. Zhu Zhuqing glared indignantly. What? Is this excessive? To be honest, as long as master desires it, I would even bear him children. Do you not care for your dignity? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed with anger. Dignity? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. If forsaking dignity grants me the favor of my master, then I shall gladly relinquish it all to you. Enough, both of you. Quiet down for a moment. With a sudden tremor, Luo Yu's powerful physique caused the 2 sisters to wilt instantaneously. Nevertheless, they exchanged glances, resembling playful children as they made exaggerated facial expressions. I am weary and shall retire for a while, Luo Yu yawned, disregarding the 2 women as he strode into the bedroom. Luo Yu had just settled comfortably on his bed, his eyes barely closed for a few seconds, when he felt a fragrant breeze sweep through the air, accompanied by a sudden stir beside him. He opened his eyes in astonishment. To his surprise, 2 women had appeared at his sides, one on the left and the other on the right. On the left sat a fiery siren, her enchanting gaze sparkling with allure, her luscious red lips glistening temptingly. She wore a black strapless top that struggled to contain her exquisite assets. On the right, a pure and innocent beauty. With a youthful visage, possessed a strikingly different yet equally captivating figure. Clad in sleek black leather, she accentuated her perfect S-shaped silhouette, creating a compelling contrast. The exquisite beauty of both women bore a remarkable resemblance, and as they nestled together on the same provocative heart-shaped bed, they offered the man an unparalleled sensory experience. At that moment, even a steadfast ascetic would likely find his heart racing. Zhu Zhuqing, the pair of enchanting sisters, gazed at him with an insatiable curiosity, their eyes scanning him from head to toe as though they were searching for something profound. Luo Yu tightened his garments and, with a note of caution, inquired, "What are you planning while I slumber? Do not act recklessly. I am but an honest individual." Zhu Zhuqing cast him a sidelong glance, her enchanting eyes brimming with charm, implying her awareness of his true nature. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft scoff, delicately sticking out her tongue, her face contorting into an exaggerated expression of mock retching. Luo Yu let out a snort, exclaiming, "You two have truly gone too far, climbing into my bed in the dead of night, preventing me from sleeping." Zhu Zhuqing, feeling somewhat bashful, retorted, "What are you pretending for? Who was it before that rested their head on my lap and couldn't keep their hands to themselves? Do you really think I was unaware?" "Indeed," Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, her face flushing with the vivid memories of the indescribable events that transpired in the bathroom. "Speaking of which, you are aware of my lack of decorum, yet you deliberately snuggle up in my bed." A teasing smile crossed Luo Yu's face as he questioned, "Could it be that you both harbor ulterior motives towards me?" "Shameless," came the retort. "Not at all." "Oh, so you two are conspiring against me, are you?" Luo Yu continued. "Since you've both stated it so boldly, I suppose I must put on a show to truly honor your presence." Luo Yu sprang to his feet in an instant, his hands reaching toward the slender, graceful legs of the two women simultaneously. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly evaded, avoiding the man's grasp. When she looked up, she discovered that her sister had no intention of retreating. She remained still, seemingly leaning forward slightly, allowing the man to caress her beautiful legs. Slap. Luo Yu felt a sudden tap on the back of his hand and exclaimed, "Zhu Zhuqing, why did you hit me? Do not lay a finger on my sister." Zhu Zhuqing retorted, visibly irritated. Luo Yu wore a ghostly expression, glancing around. "When did you sisters become so close? You simply cannot touch," Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her tone losing its assertiveness. In truth, she was indifferent to whether Zhu Zhuqing would be touched or not. It was merely the thought of Luo Yu being the one to do so that stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. Luo Yu, at a loss for words, said, "What exactly is going on between you two? Speak up." Zhu Zhuqing and her sister exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity. "What is your true identity? And how many secrets remain hidden from us sisters?" Luo Yu shook her head, suggesting that they would discuss it later. Zhu Zhuqing fluttered her eyelashes, her sparkling eyes conveying a subtle allure. It was already the future she spoke of. "Sister, what are you talking about?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, perplexed. Ahem. Initially, Luo Yu was taken aback, until he caught sight of the woman's flirtatious gaze. She was quite lewd. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was perfectly acceptable to refrain from discussing certain matters. "Might we have another glimpse of your martial soul? It seemed so powerful when it manifested." I felt my nether-cat martial soul tremble in response. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, as if lost in recollection. "When your martial soul appeared, I sensed an unusual feeling emanating from mine. Was it not fear?" Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze towards her sister. "My sensation appears to differ from yours." "It was not fear." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, unable to articulate the sentiment clearly. Upon hearing her sister's words, Zhu Zhuqing grew even more curious about Luo Yu's martial soul, her heart tinged with resentment. It was all due to Dai Mubai's weakness. They had barely begun to engage before the battle was abruptly concluded, leaving them without a proper view of the martial soul. Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, devoid of the icy demeanor one would typically reserve for an adversary, instead revealing a hint of mischief. Merely observing was insufficient. Before he could finish his thought, his cheek was unexpectedly graced by the soft assault of a beautiful woman's crimson lips. "Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her lips instantly forming a high pout, bewildered by the surge of irritation she felt. "Sister, I wish to see your martial spirit. Whatever he desires, I shall provide." Zhu Zhuqing was nearly driven to exasperation. "All right, you're the last one I need." Luo Yu's mischievous aura intensified. "I absolutely refuse. It's far too embarrassing." Zhu Zhuqing covered her face, shaking her head in denial. "Then so be it." Luo Yu reclined backwards, resting his arms beneath his head. "No way," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. When the man's martial soul manifested, she felt a peculiar stirring within her own soul. However, before she could delve deeper into this sensation, he had retracted his martial soul. "Qing'er, your master has rescued you multiple times and treats you with such kindness. A simple kiss is not too much to ask." Zhu Zhuqing implored earnestly. "Absolutely not. I refuse to behave like you," the young girl retorted, her cheeks flushed with shyness. To her surprise, she realized that her feelings were not of rejection, but rather bashful intrigue. Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer to her sister, whispering something into her ear. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered, first with hesitation, but then with determination. Though her face was crimson, she leaned forward and planted a kiss on Luo Yu's lips. This scene left Luo Yu utterly stunned. What had Zhu Zhuqing said to her? Why had this girl suddenly become so audacious? Amidst his astonishment, a series of electronic chimes echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a hidden accomplishment. You have successfully collected kisses from 5 goddesses and earned a hidden achievement reward package. Divine level martial arts, celestial wind moonlit steps, divine level swordsmanship, Gale's 1,000 blades technique. Chapter 51. Mere twin martial souls. The Empress is truly my woman. The system's voice faded away. Before Luo Yu could utter a question, a sudden, resounding shock echoed in his mind, plunging him into a state of trance. He seemed to be transported to another realm, where atop the lofty mountain stood an ethereal elder, gazing reverently at the celestial tapestry of sun, moon, and stars. The venerable figure took a step forward, and remarkably, he descended from the mountain peak, as if a multitude of ethereal mists and divine winds surged beneath his feet, manifesting countless shimmering illusions, ultimately coalescing into one. He soared through the void, chasing the stars and embracing the moon. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Yu felt a flicker of inspiration ignite within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the divine level movement technique, celestial wind moon gazing step. With a shift of scenery, Luo Yu found himself in a new world. On a battlefield drenched in chaos, a solitary figure clad in silver shoulder armor and a flowing cloak stood resolute, wielding a long blade against the overwhelming tide of hundreds, even thousands, of adversaries, his demeanor exuding pride and fearlessness. He brandished his gleaming weapon, conjuring shimmering phantoms as a tempest erupted in the flickering silver light. It seemed as though countless fierce gusts of wind surged forth, intertwining with the myriad sword shadows, sweeping across the expanse and annihilating all in their path. In Luo Yu's eyes, the myriad sword shadows intertwined with the howling winds reflected vividly, and an epiphany struck him in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the divine sword technique, Gale of 1,000 swords. Suddenly, all the magnificent illusions vanished, and Luo Yu's spirit returned to reality once more. Are you all right? The fiery Zhu Zhuqing had already crawled over from the bedside, waving her delicate hand in front of him with a look of confusion. I'm fine. Luo Yu shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To the two women, he may have seemed momentarily lost in thought, but within the realm of his mind, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Clearly, the system had deliberately allowed him to experience firsthand the formidable power of these two divine techniques upon their completion. This encounter not only bestowed upon him a versatile and dynamic footwork and exquisite swordsmanship, but also deepened his understanding of the sword path. The two powerful martial souls endowed him with unparalleled strength, while these divine techniques provided him with the finesse to wield that power flawlessly. Strength without skill is akin to a brutish bear, skill without strength merely a display of flowery punches and embroidered kicks. It is the harmonious cultivation of both strength and skill that constitutes the true path. With a long-standing shortcoming now rectified, Luo Yu felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated the existence of hidden achievements, nor the generous and thoughtful rewards that accompanied them. He pondered the notion that collecting 5 kisses from goddesses would summon a reward. But what if it were 10? Ahem, perhaps he was overthinking it. If he were to draw parallels, could there be other hidden achievements, such as sleeping with 10? Coughing lightly, Luo Yu chastised himself inwardly. After all, he was a serious individual who never indulged in frivolous thoughts. Sister, why do I feel like he suddenly has a rather unsettling smile? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Luo Yu, subtly shifting her voluptuous form backward. Zhu Zhuqing let out a playful laugh and teased. Perhaps the master is contemplating how to devour you, little kitty. What? Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Slap. Zhu Zhuqing's pert backside received a resounding smack, producing a crisp sound. Luo Yu cast her a sharp glance. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Zhu Zhuqing pouted her crimson lips, repeatedly kneading her petite posterior. One need not look closely to know the imprint is surely there. This man truly means business. Am I really that sort of person? Luo Yu inquired once more. No. Of course not, master. Zhu Zhuqing replied hastily, her voice rising in urgency. Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing with wide eyes. See, even your sister acknowledges that I am a good person. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, standing aside, couldn't help but roll her eyes in disbelief. It's rather peculiar. I distinctly recall that you exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, directly indulging in the bathhouse without restraint. You've shared kisses. And surely your martial spirit can offer us a glimpse as well. Zhu Zhuqing's bashful gaze was laced with a profound curiosity. Isn't it merely a martial spirit? That's easily addressed. Luo Yu harnessed his soul power, consciously restraining it to avoid creating a significant commotion. A dragon silhouette materialized silently, enveloped in a resplendent nine-colored radiance, with waves of potent vitality emanating from its form. The mere aura of the dragon instilled trepidation in the hearts of the Zhu sisters. Their beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, merely observing the man's martial soul from a distance had been enough to astonish them. Now, in such close proximity on the same bed, they could acutely sense the overwhelming dominance of his martial soul. Master, what kind of martial soul is this? It is truly terrifying, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her radiant face adorned with disbelief. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, her delicate fingers poking at Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. Sister, I believe you have misjudged the essence of our astonishment. This individual possesses a twin martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing shuddered slightly, her spirit shaken by the dragon god martial soul. She nearly forgot that the man was not limited to just this one martial soul. He also wielded that enigmatic longsword martial soul. Why you? Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled as it escaped her throat. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions. Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such astonishment. After all, possessing a pair of twin martial souls was merely a trifle, not something exclusive to him in the realm of Douluo. The two sisters' beautiful eyes trembled, their hearts momentarily convulsing. How astonishing! A mere twin martial soul? Pray tell, have you heard the whispers of the world? What more do you desire? The man's countenance, as tranquil as still water, drove the two women to exasperation. They stared intently for a considerable time, truly unable to discern even a hint of self-satisfaction upon his face. This was somewhat unsettling, suggesting that he genuinely did not regard the matter of twin martial souls with any particular gravity. Zhu Zhuqing, her gaze intricate, could not help but inquire. Do you understand what it means to possess twin martial souls? Indeed, Luo Yu nodded. Zhu Zhuqing, typically composed, felt her breath quicken. Do you not realize that the last bearer of twin martial souls became the most powerful empress of the Douluo continent? How could I possibly be unaware? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. That is my woman. What did you say? The Zhu sisters exclaimed in unison, covering their mouths in shock. It seems I let that slip inadvertently. Luo Yu's expression momentarily faltered, and eventually he shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh. Since it has come to this, I shall not conceal it from you both any longer. To lay my cards on the table, Queen Bibi Dong is my beloved. The two sisters blinked in surprise, gazing at the man's earnest eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter, their mirth blooming like flowers, exuberant and free-spirited. Luo Yu's face was etched with incredulity. Is it truly that amusing? Zhu Zhuqing nearly shed tears of laughter, exclaiming, Please, dear elder, if you must jest, at least do so with sincerity. While playful banter is one thing, jesting about the Empress is entirely another matter. She is, after all, one of the most extraordinary talents in the annals of Douluo continent's history, a genius who has risen through the ranks, and the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with admiration, for she epitomizes the ideals of our Douluo women. You cannot fathom the extent of my admiration for Empress Bibi Dong. Luo Yu nodded. Very well, I shall have the opportunity to take you to the Spirit Hall to visit her. With a scoff, Zhu Zhuqing cast him a glance of disbelief. If you were born in the same era, you might indeed have a chance with the Empress, but alas, the disparity is far too great now. Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes brimming with admiration, encouraged, Master, with your extraordinary talent, I firmly believe that your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the Empress. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly, indicating that you both still do not believe me. Humph, spare me the boasting. If the Empress were truly your woman, I, Zhu Zhuqing, would serve you on my knees in the future. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, completely unconvinced. She had the fortune of witnessing the grandeur of the Empress. And how could such an icy queen ever fall in love with a man? Luo Yu smacked his lips and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. What about you? Do you not believe it either? Zhu Zhuqing smiled radiantly. The Empress is not your woman, yet I, Yuner, would willingly kneel to serve you. It became apparent to Luo Yu that this woman was also skeptical. By the way, didn't you mention before that when my martial soul manifested, you experienced some peculiar sensation? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Indeed. I am currently suppressing the stirring of my martial soul. It feels as if there is something special, though I cannot quite articulate what it is. Then release your martial soul. Let me see what transpires, Luo Yu said, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 52. Remarkable skills. Can it actually assist in upgrading martial souls? Zhu Zhuqing, embodying the grace of a lady, knelt by the edge of the bed, her shapely legs forming an elegant M. A look of skepticism crossed her delicate face. She wondered why she did not share the sensation her sister described, especially since their martial souls were ostensibly identical. In an instant, a flash of dark brilliance illuminated the room as Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her nether spirit cat martial soul. The nether spirit cat is considered one of the pinnacle beast martial souls in the Douluo continent. However, upon witnessing Luo Yu's dragon god martial soul, she instinctively bent her forelimbs and prostrated in the void, immediately adopting a posture of submission before the display of his martial soul. Luo Yu suddenly sensed that his dragon god martial soul seemed to have established a peculiar connection with the other party. Is this what you meant by the martial soul's resonance? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, communicating with her own martial soul, and after a moment of hesitation, she pointed uncertainly at the ethereal image of the dragon god martial soul, saying, "It appears that you possess a power I require." Luo Yu immersed himself in concentration, attempting to harness the power within his martial soul. A resonant roar emanated from the ethereal dragon's silhouette. Subsequently, a radiant beam of 9-colored light erupted from the dragon's maw, directly illuminating the prostrate form of the nether cat. This spectacle simultaneously captured the attention of both Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Boom. As the nether cat was bathed in the 9-colored light, its form underwent a startling transformation. Its size surged dramatically, taking on a more menacing and formidable appearance. The deep, dark skin began to shimmer with a faint luster, its sharp fangs elongated with chilling precision, and its overall shape was evidently evolving to a higher echelon. An exhilarating roar erupted, not a dragon's cry, but a signal of the cat's profound metamorphosis. After a fleeting moment of resplendent brilliance, Zhu Zhuqing rubbed her eyes, utterly unable to fathom the scene before her. The nether cat had transcended its essence, morphing into a terrifying spectral saber-toothed tiger. In addition to its sharper claws and glimmering fangs, a pair of ominously dark wings emerged from its back. Were it not for the undeniable bond of their shared bloodline, Zhu Zhuqing would scarcely believe this ferocious entity was her martial soul. How does it feel? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Zhuqing parted her delicate lips, sensing the overwhelming power of the martial soul, and hesitantly replied, "Why do I feel as though my martial soul has become even more powerful? Try manifesting your martial soul. That should provide clarity," Luo Yu suggested. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her astonishment and myriad questions, leaping from the bed to stand barefoot upon the pink carpet of her room. Martial soul, manifest. Boom. Unlike her previous beastly transformations, Zhu Zhuqing's entire being radiated an even more enchanting and bewitching aura. The most conspicuous change was the emergence of a pair of black wings from her back, resembling a dark, alluring angel, her presence far surpassing what it had been before. A mere flick of her wrist unleashed a sonic boom, a feat previously unimaginable, as she felt a continuous surge of powerful energy coursing through her body. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, intermingled with profound joy, as she grappled to articulate her emotions. Her voice trembled as she gazed at Luo Yu with reverence akin to that reserved for deities. "How did you do this? Why has my martial soul suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful?" Luo Yu rubbed his brow and shook his head, saying, "This is my first encounter with such a situation." "You witnessed the entire process just now." Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, her voice strained as she replied, "Is it possible that your martial soul, merely casting a ray of divine light, could allow my nether spirit cat to evolve to this extent?" Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes trembled in disbelief. Having observed the entire ordeal, she was utterly astonished. What kind of extraordinary power did this man possess, capable of aiding the evolution of another's martial soul? It was simply terrifying. One must understand that the quality of a martial soul is intrinsically linked to an individual's combat prowess. A higher quality martial soul enhances the attributes it bestows, while a weaker one can only be described as tragic. Without delving into other matters, Zhu Zhuqing could distinctly feel that her strength had tripled, with her already exceptional speed increasing by more than fivefold. The nether spirit cat martial soul, having merely received the divine light from the other's martial soul, had remarkably ascended to the highest echelon of martial souls. The man's ability to alter talent and facilitate the evolution of martial souls was nothing short of unfathomable. Zhu Zhuqing now felt an overwhelming sense of power that seemed surreal, as if she were in a dream. She gazed at the man in utter astonishment. His ability was more extraordinary than that of any auxiliary soul master. Even the finest auxiliary soul masters could only enhance physical condition at best, whereas this individual had directly facilitated the evolution of a martial soul. Luo Yu shook his head, imploring, "Please do not look at me like that. I only learned of this matter today." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with an array of emotions. Had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's presence, she might have rushed to Luo Yu's side to bestow a sweet kiss upon him. It is no exaggeration to say that the exhilaration brought by the evolution of martial souls is beyond description for soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing marveled, "Your abilities are simply astounding. To think you can facilitate the evolution of martial souls." Luo Yu shook his head and pondered, "It shouldn't be that exaggerated. I can sense that the divine light spewing from the dragon's mouth is likely temporary, not a permanent evolution of the martial soul. Even if it is not eternal, it is still quite astonishing and terrifying, wouldn't you agree?" The lingering astonishment on Zhu Zhuqing's face was unmistakable. "Do you have any idea just how frightening such a technique truly is?" Luo Yu said little more and continued to make another attempt. Guided by an inexplicable intuition, he waved his hand in a particular gesture. A radiant light coalesced within Zhu Zhuqing, manifesting as a beam of 9-colored brilliance that swiftly merged back into the dragon's form. Devoid of the divine light, Zhu Zhuqing was instantaneously reverted to her original state, transforming back into the ethereal spirit cat of the underworld. She pouted in discontent, feeling that her master was rather stingy, wondering why he had withdrawn so early when she longed to fully experience the exhilarating power. Nevertheless, this was indeed her first encounter with such formidable martial spirits, and it was undeniably thrilling, leaving her enchanted. By the end of her recounting, her face was flushed with excitement. She was utterly devoted to the man, harboring no doubts. May I also have a try?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. Though feeling a bit bashful, her curiosity about that state burning within her, she too yearned to savor the essence of martial spirit evolution. She summoned her martial spirit, eagerly awaiting Luo Yu's bestowal. However, the man remained silent for an unusually long time. "What is the matter?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, perplexed. Luo Yu shook his head and said, "It won't do. It seems that there is a lack of connection with your martial spirit, rendering you incapable of unleashing the 9-colored divine light." "How could this be? It is impossible. My sister can do it, so why can't I?" Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with confusion. Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing's hearts raced as they exchanged a glance, seemingly struck by a shared realization. Could it be? Luo Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate frame trembled. Could there truly be such a benefit to surrendering oneself? Chapter 53. Bewildered Eyes and Trembling Hearts. The pleading maiden. Zhu Zhuqing almost instantly confirmed her suspicions. It must be the intimate encounter she had with the man in the bathroom that created such a connection. There was no other conceivable explanation. She and Zhu Zhuqing shared the same bloodline, their martial souls indistinguishable, and even their soul techniques remarkably similar. Why should she be the exception? Why should she be the one bestowed with the fortune of martial soul evolution? With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing's already passionate gaze intensified, radiating with fervor as she looked gratefully at Luo Yu. Everything that was extraordinary, all the uniqueness, stemmed from this man's grace. She could hardly articulate the exhilaration swelling within her heart. Having grown up in such a cold and unfeeling family, Zhu Zhuqing had never trusted anyone, cherishing her purity as her most treasured possession. Yet upon discovering the hidden brilliance within Luo Yu, her heart quivered, and she resolved to gamble her lifelong happiness, dedicating it all to this stranger. This was indeed a gamble of grand proportions. Should the man's character prove flawed, she would be left with nothing. Her life plunged into the darkest depths of despair. Davis would certainly not spare her, if she had harbored any doubts or anxieties before. Being in the presence of the man and inhaling his robust masculine aura now filled Zhu Zhuqing with unparalleled reassurance. She felt fortunate to have made the wisest decision of her life. This man before her, though she had yet to grasp the entirety of his being, had already astonished both her and her sister with the mere hint of his charisma and talent. As her heart surged with emotion, a powerful premonition arose within her. She recalled a legend. In the north, there dwelled a mysterious bird, hidden deep within the mountains, silent for 3 years. But when it finally sang, it astounded the world. Was this enigmatic man not akin to that? He was likely indulging in earthly pleasures at present. Yet, when the day came that he chose to reveal himself, he would no longer remain understated. At that moment, the entire continent would tremble at his presence. A peerless twin martial soul, astonishingly powerful soul rings. Capable of evolving his martial soul with mere slumber, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his might. What manner of terrifying man had she aligned herself with? Zhu Zhuqing's crystalline eyes gleamed with a mesmerizing allure, her heart brimming with boundless anticipation. The man's mystery and strength had utterly captivated her, body and soul. Sister, why does your martial soul respond to him while mine does not? Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her face radiating envy as she tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's arm, pulling her back from her reverie. Do you wish to be like your sister? Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, that would be martial soul evolution. As long as I am strong enough, my family will no longer be able to control me. The youthful girl with an innocent visage revealed a glimmer of longing in her eyes. Silly sister, what use is it to speak of this to me? Go plead with that man beside you. If he is willing to assist you, you need not fear our worthless family. Zhu Zhuqing glanced shyly at Luo Yu, raising her chin defiantly, declaring, I refuse to be like you, lacking ambition. A girl should be self-reliant. Are you certain? You won't take the shortcut? Zhu Zhuqing's lips formed a mischievous curve. Absolutely. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled, her voice resolute. In the future, I will be with a man only because I love him, not for any other trivial reasons. Ah, I see, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile. What do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously. You still haven't told me how your martial soul evolved. Zhu Zhuqing shot her a glance. Did you not just say you want to grow stronger on your own, without relying on a man? Yes. So why are you asking? Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's face contorted in confusion. Zhu Zhuqing, with a charming smile, pointed at Luo Yu. My martial soul's transformation is solely due to the master's grace. Zhu Zhuqing's expression froze, her neck stiffening as she turned to the man idly yawning beside them, having just claimed not to rely on others. She never expected the slap of reality to come so swiftly. Biting her lip, her heart wavered. This was no trivial matter. It was the allure of martial soul evolution, a coveted opportunity for any soul master. Luo Yu shook his head and gestured, Do not look at me. I know nothing. No. Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head with certainty. I am well aware of my sister's talents. The evolution of her martial soul must surely be attributed to your assistance. Alas. What a woman. Just moments ago, she proclaimed it was all due to her own efforts. Yet now. Sister, silence. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Her face flushed as she glared at Zhu Zhuqing. All right. I shall refrain from speaking, he conceded, but this slick visage feels rather painful. The alluring, mature woman displayed a sultry, teasing smile. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred by the jest, gazed longingly at the man, her dark, beautiful eyes filled with unspoken words, while faint bite marks graced her peach-like, rosy lips. Luo Yu now finds himself in a bit of a predicament. Can he truly assist? Voicing his thoughts might invite a flurry of punches, followed by accusations of being a rogue. Ahem. As for this matter, I must regretfully decline, Luo Yu stated, firmly refusing. Zhu Zhuqing, with her crimson lips pressed together, buried her charming visage into her ample bosom, murmuring softly, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have boasted earlier. I implore you to lend me your help. I genuinely need to enhance my martial soul. Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation, declaring, What you witnessed was not a permanent evolution. It is merely a transient one. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, reassuring him, It's all right. If one can encounter such an opportunity, perhaps it could serve as a catalyst for the evolution of one's martial soul. Yet, she lamented, I truly cannot assist in this matter. Her beautiful eyes were veiled with a mist of emotion, and her gentle voice trembled slightly. In truth, you have saved me time and again, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay your kindness. I hesitate to trouble you further. But the power of my family is indeed formidable, and with my current strength, I am unable to contend against them. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, Isn't it just the Zhu family of the Starfall Empire? It's nothing of great significance. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long while. In truth, she harbored the thought that relying on men for everything made her feel utterly useless. She feared that men would perceive her as merely a decorative vase. This was not what she desired. Deep down, Zhu Zhuqing yearned for her benefactor to see her in a new light. A soft sigh escaped the depths of her heart, yet she felt too shy to voice it. In contrast to Zhu Zhiyun's resolute self-sacrifice, the excellence of men stirred within Zhu Zhuqing a twinge of inferiority, inspiring her to strive for improvement. Oh, foolish sister, it's not that the master does not wish to assist you. He merely knows you would never agree to that approach. What approach? Zhu Zhuqing glanced sideways at her sister. If you can achieve it, why can't I? You certainly cannot. At this moment, Zhu Zhiyun's smile appeared to Luo Yu as that of a cunning wolf deceiving an innocent maiden. Please tell me. I am certain I can do it too. Zhu Zhuqing urged eagerly. Are you sure? Zhu Zhiyun raised an eyebrow. I am certain. I can sleep with the master, can you? I can. In response to her sister's provocative words, Zhu Zhuqing answered without a moment's hesitation. It was only when she caught sight of the peculiar expressions exchanged between the two that she suddenly realized. Her face ignited with embarrassment, turning crimson. What nonsense! How could one evolve their martial soul merely by sleeping with someone? Zhu Zhuqing's shy voice echoed through the bedroom. Chapter 54, Consumed by Jealousy, Progress with the Goddess, 100. See, you kept asking, and when they finally told you, you still didn't believe it. Zhu Zhiyun shot her a significant eye roll. The vibrant young woman covered her flushed cheeks, shaking her head bashfully. Nonsense. How could such a method possibly assist someone in evolving their martial soul? Zhu Zhiyun shrugged, her fragrant shoulders lifting in a playful manner as she chuckled lightly. Suit yourself. If you don't believe it, so be it. Gradually regaining her composure, Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her hand, fixing her beautiful gaze intently on her sister. You truly aren't deceiving me? Why would I deceive you? Have you ever seen an elder sister who would willingly push her younger sister into a man's embrace? Zhu Zhiyun wore an expression that suggested she would leave it up to Zhuqing to believe what she wished. Luo Yu, unable to restrain a disdainful smirk, silently thought. Isn't just you? Zhu Zhuqing, oblivious to this, tightened her small hand, tugging at the edge of her form-fitting pants, and hesitantly murmured, how should one sleep in that manner? Of course, one must embrace each other for it to count. Zhu Zhiyun replied in a voice that dripped with temptation, akin to a devil luring one into sin. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed, her long, graceful legs becoming even more taut. All right, you should leave now. Zhu Zhiyun's delicate foot stepped onto the plush carpet, her statuesque figure undeniably revealed as she stood, pulling the smooth, fair arm of the young girl towards the bedroom exit. Why are you dragging me? Zhu Zhuqing protested. You don't wish to evolve your martial soul, but I certainly do. Go on, don't hog the space. As she spoke, Zhu Zhiyun continued to pull the girl outside. You are far too unrestrained. Humph. Can restraint be eaten? Zhu Zhiyun entirely pushed the girl out, slamming the bedroom door shut with a resounding thud. What do you know? Even if it weren't for the evolution of the martial soul, I still wish to sleep alongside our master. Click. As the door locked, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped the room. Zhu Zhiyun first cast a captivating glance, her supple waist twisting like a snake, swaying her alluringly ample hips, and stepping forward with her flawless, snow-white legs, strutting towards the man with a feline grace. Each step drawing nearer. Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly. In a lavishly adorned room, a solitary man and woman found themselves in each other's company. How could one resist such an enchanting woman, who was employing all her charms to entice? Zhu Zhiyun resembled a playful little wildcat, her eyes shimmering like water, as she extended her delicate tongue to caress her fingertips. My dear, the troublesome little wildcat has been driven away by the maid, and at last, we can revel in our intimate world. She caressed the edge of the bed, leaning forward to reveal a breathtaking sight, her long, slender legs standing tall, her fiery figure presenting an irresistibly alluring S-curve. Hiss. Luo Yu felt a jolt in his heart, as if his very bones were turning to jelly. This little enchantress certainly possessed an unparalleled talent for seduction. Both the visual and auditory senses of a man were thoroughly delighted in her presence. At this moment, Zhu Zhiyun, resembling a beguiling spider spirit, had gracefully climbed onto the bed, just as Luo Yu was about to make a move. Zhu Zhiyun pressed her delicate finger against his lips and whispered softly into his ear, Master, do not move, for I am assisting you. Assisting me? Luo Yu was momentarily perplexed. Hush. Zhu Zhiyun withdrew her finger and placed it gently by her own lips. Trust me, that girl actually harbors feelings for you. She is merely shy and hesitant. I am merely stoking the flames for her. Luo Yu suddenly comprehended the woman's intentions. By the way, what did you say to her that prompted her to kiss me? In truth, I merely uttered a single phrase. You currently have no fiancé. You are a free woman now. Luo Yu was puzzled. Could it really be that simple? Zhu Zhiyun gently traced her delicate fingers across the man's chest and said softly, You see, that girl truly harbors feelings for you. Under ordinary circumstances, it may seem unlikely, but during her most vulnerable moments, you have left an indelible mark on her heart. As Luo Yu was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhu Zhiyun. The woman slowly withdrew her red lips and whispered, "Do not speak. Leave everything to me. Rest assured, based on my understanding of this girl, she will soon be unable to resist coming in." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood outside the door, listening to the tantalizingly sweet sounds emanating from the bedroom. Her initial shyness gradually transforming into intense jealousy, her small fists clenched tightly. How shameless. Absolutely shameless. Zhu Zhuqing, for someone of your stature, how can you behave like this? The creaking of the bed echoed through the air. Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety deepened, and her mind conjured images she wished to avoid. No, they cannot be allowed to proceed like this. Knock, knock, knock. What are you doing? Came Zhu Zhuqing's dissatisfied voice from within. Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot and exclaimed, "You cannot do this." "Cannot do what?" "It is because you are unwilling that my sister has taken action. She is quite pleased now. Do not disturb me." Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, uncertain of why she felt so anxious. Just the thought of what might unfold between the man and Zhu Zhuqing made her uneasy. Previously, she had not thought much of it, but the woman's voice was far too suggestive. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's displeased countenance. "Why are you knocking? If you are unwilling, why hinder others from their happiness?" Zhu Zhuqing bit her pearly teeth, her small face resolute as she stated, "You come out." "What for?" Zhu Zhuqing stepped outside. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing slipped into the bedroom and slammed the door shut, locking it behind her. In one fluid motion, she had confined Zhu Zhuqing outside. "What are you doing? Quickly open the door." Zhu Zhuqing demanded. "Humph, if you wish to cause trouble, there is no way. You shall sleep outside tonight." Zhu Zhuqing spat defiantly, then turned to face the man on the heart-shaped bed, whose expression was one of utter astonishment. Her own countenance froze, and an inexplicable silence enveloped the air. The stunning girl suddenly felt a bit flustered. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing's sultry voice drifted in from outside. "Oh, it appears my sister has finally awakened to the allure of men? As your elder sister, what harm is there in granting you the master for one night? Just be mindful of the noise, will you?" In a flash, Zhu Zhuqing became flustered, unsure of what to do. Should she flee and grant Zhu Zhuqing the advantage? That simply could not be allowed. Yet, in this room, it was just her and the man. She could almost hear the rapid thumping of her own heart. At this moment, Luo Yu spoke up. Are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "What I mean is, if you're fine, you could step outside and let your sister return. I can assist her in upgrading her martial spirit." Luo Yu's words caused Zhu Zhuqing's head to buzz, instantly igniting her anger. Uncertain where her newfound courage had originated, she boldly leaped onto the bed. "Tonight, do not assist her, assist me instead." Gazing at the alluring swell of her modest bosom, the enticing curve of her waist, and the innocent charm of a sister completely distinct from the enchanting elder, Luo Yu hesitated. "Assist you? Are you certain?" "I am certain." Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, tightly closing her eyes, and embraced Luo Yu's strong waist. The trembling of her eyelashes betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Luo Yu shook his head. "Do you know what is required to upgrade a martial soul?" Zhu Zhuqing, her flushed cheeks pressed tightly against the man, huffed. "I don't care. You can do whatever you like, but you must not seek out that woman. It makes me unhappy." At this moment, it was no longer merely a matter of upgrading the martial soul. Rather, after undergoing a thrilling experience, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that a nefarious presence had intruded upon her once tranquil heart. Luo Yu was taken aback, his empty hands lingering without descending downstairs. Although he intended to coordinate with Zhu Zhuqing, he never anticipated that the girl would become so jealous. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in his mind, startling him while simultaneously enlightening him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing the goddess Zhu Zhuqing. Task progress, 100. Task reward, a 10,000-year exclusive second soul ring. Chapter 55. Capturing Zhu Zhuqing's heart, the celestial soul ring reward. Task reward, the 9 heavens extermination swords exclusive second soul ring. 10,000-year soul ring, the sea of sword blades. The dance of 1,000 cherry blossoms. As the series of voices faded, Luo Yu's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Having witnessed the potency of the first soul skill, he had long since come to a realization. The exclusive soul ring of the extermination sword, though seemingly just 10,000 years, possessed extraordinary power. As his soul power continued to advance, the might of that soul skill was exponentially increasing. Luo Yu pondered silently, wondering what kind of extraordinary transformation the soul technique would bestow upon the Zhutian sword and what divine powers it would possess. His heart raced with anticipation, yearning to dash out of the hotel and find a suitable place to test its might. "Hey, why have you suddenly gone silent?" Came Zhu Zhuqing's soft, Anxious voice from behind. Only then did Luo Yu come to his senses, mentally berating himself for his lapse in judgment. When would there be another opportunity to test the soul technique? Such a rare chance does not present itself often. A woman's smooth, delicate arm encircled him from behind, crossing over his abdomen, tightly holding him as if fearing he would flee to seek Zhu Zhuqing. What stirred Luo Yu's restlessness the most was the manner in which the woman embraced him. Luo Yu's throat subtly stirred. What do you mean by that? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face brushed against the man's back, her voice slightly flustered as she stammered, I don't know what's come over me. I just don't want you to sleep with her tonight. Are you perhaps feeling jealous? Luo Yu teased. Absolutely not. Why would I be jealous of you? Zhu Zhuqing huffed in response. Upon hearing the girl's denial, a faint smile crept onto Luo Yu's lips, having already received a prompt from the system. He was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's true feelings. Such a contradictory little beauty, he mused, realizing that her inner shyness was likely at play. As he attempted to turn, the woman's arm suddenly tightened its grip, preventing his movement. Please, don't turn around, okay? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded, resembling a startled little deer. Would Luo Yu obediently comply? Certainly not. At times, he might heed a woman's words, yet there are moments when doing so would undeniably betray his intellect. Now was the opportune moment to seize the advantage, to act decisively and assertively. He grasped the woman's delicate, fair hands. A surge of strength coursed through him, and with a slight tremor, he freed himself from her embrace. Zhu Zhuqing let out a startled gasp, taken aback by the man's sudden move. Covering her face, she attempted to leap off the bed, desperate to escape, not wanting him to witness her current state of anxiety. However, before the fiery young woman could make her escape, a pair of strong hands ensnared her slender waist, pulling her back with an unrelenting force. Zhu Zhuqing lost her balance, her countenance paling as she tumbled into the man's arms, the robust scent of masculinity enveloping her, so distinct from her own fragrance. Let me go, Zhu Zhuqing protested, striking the man's chest with her petite fists. Not a chance, Luo Yu chuckled, shaking his head, his powerful arms tightening their hold. Zhu Zhuqing continued to pound away, yet found herself unable to break free. You scoundrel, she huffed, glaring at him with her dark, shimmering eyes. But in an instant, she was taken aback. From her position in his embrace, she could see his face clearly. The proximity was overwhelming. Gazing into his deep, starry eyes, her attempts to escape faltered, her beautiful eyes growing somewhat dazed, as if ensnared by his allure. Her heart fluttered, pondering the extraordinary charm of the man before her, particularly those captivating eyes. Some qualities are simply undeniable. Although Luo Yu concealed his remarkable looks with a mask, both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing could sense his uniqueness, having already conjured an idealized image of him in their minds. Am I handsome? Luo Yu asked, a confident, mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively nodded, only to immediately shake her head, a rosy hue blooming across her cheeks. You, let me go. This isn't right. I don't see anything wrong at all. As Luo Yu spoke, he inadvertently squeezed the woman's smooth, jade-like legs. Truly, as a sensitive attack-type soul master, her limbs bore no excess flesh and felt exquisite to the touch. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, indignantly exclaiming, You scoundrel, is this how you take advantage of others? Luo Yu, with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, remarked, If you say that, then I am entirely innocent. It was clearly you who locked your bedroom door and climbed into my bed. When I wished to leave, why did you not allow me to? Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft huff. Luo Yu shook his head, his large hand misbehaving, as he pinched her delicate thigh while speaking. Do you think this place is one you can come and go as you please? What do you truly want? Zhu Zhuqing's heart was in complete disarray, utterly dominated by the man's assertiveness. It was undeniable that she harbored a fondness for men. The events that had transpired had deepened her feelings significantly. After all, how could someone so protective of her virtue muster the courage to invade the bedroom? Yet, her inherent shyness rendered her incapable of expressing her emotions. The man's boldness and dominance made her exceedingly bashful, while simultaneously awakening an unusual sensation within her, a sweetness that burgeoned rapidly. What do I want? Luo Yu whispered softly into Zhu Zhuqing's ear like a silken breeze. Tell me, how could I possibly resist a lamb delivered so willingly? Zhu Zhuqing grasped his audacious hand, her voice barely above a whisper. We cannot proceed like this. Why not? The man's voice seemed to carry an irresistible allure, echoing in her ears, further unraveling her thoughts and leaving her too agitated to think rationally. We have only just met. Our relationship is still so tenuous. Luo Yu gently murmured. Incompatible individuals, no matter how long they have known each other, will never become lovers. Yet, when two souls are meant for each other, even a mere first encounter can spark an instant attraction. Zhu Zhuqing shivered slightly, her mind flooded with images of her interactions with the man. Initially, this fellow was rather infuriating, speaking without reservation and evoking a distinctly unique feeling within her, as the men she had encountered before had always catered to her whims. However, during her most despairing moments, it was this very man who extended his hand in assistance, transforming into someone entirely different, exuding an aura of dominance akin to that of a deity. One must ask, which woman does not admire a true powerhouse? Particularly one who has long grappled with a lack of security. Eventually, when Dai Mu Bai verbally expressed his intention to annul their engagement, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though a binding shackle had vanished, and in her heart, there gradually emerged the presence of another. Luo Yu noted the change in the woman's gaze and gently remarked, Zhuqing, you may call me lecherous or a rogue, but I must confess that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a deep affection in my heart. As their eyes met, Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes became hazy. As Luo Yu was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the woman who extended her hand. Do not speak. Kiss me. Chapter 56. Is the soul bone truly given away like this? The enchanting maiden in pink stockings. Although Zhu Zhuqing always appeared bashful in front of Luo Yu, once she resolved to undertake a task, she proceeded with unwavering determination. Her actions, though somewhat awkward, were filled with earnest effort and sincere cooperation. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed into the hotel room. The pink rose petals scattered on the carpet seemed to glisten with newfound vibrancy. Creak. The bedroom door swung open as Luo Yu stepped out, stretching in a satisfying yawn, only to be startled in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing knelt gracefully on the sofa, her alluring features drooping slightly, her captivating eyes filled with profound melancholy, and her pouted red lips appeared as if they could hold a bottle of oil. Luo Yu leaned closer, observing the crimson veins in the woman's eyes and the pronounced dark circles beneath them. Hesitantly, he inquired, You haven't slept all night, have you? The mere mention of this stirred a sense of injustice within Zhu Zhuqing, her nose tingling with emotion as she nearly burst into tears. How could I possibly sleep when you all are up to no good inside? Up to no good? Who is engaging in such mischief? Luo Yu glanced around, perplexed. Stop looking around. It's you, it's undoubtedly you. The woman, with tears in her eyes, lamented like a neglected concubine yearning for affection. What have I done? Luo Yu raised his hands in innocence. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and retorted with a soft huff. Master, I heard the commotion. Are you going to keep pretending? The subtle moans, far more torturous than exaggerated cries, lingered in the air. Luo Yu touched his nose, sensing a misunderstanding. Zhu Zhuqing was almost tempted to strike the man before her with a hammer. A misunderstanding? Could she truly be mistaken? The commotion was reminiscent of the earlier disturbance in the bathroom. Master, you no longer love me. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if she were accusing a heartless man. Luo Yu reminisced, Have I ever declared my love for you? In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned a shade of green, as she suddenly felt that love would no longer blossom. Indeed, men are often oblivious, easily forgetting old affections once a new flame ignites. Is an elder sister not as delightful as a younger sister? Why does this fellow constantly fixate on Zhu Zhuqing? To take a moment to notice me as well. Well then, there is no need to be downcast. Here, this is for you. Luo Yu cast an object into the air, shimmering with a silvery luminescence, which precisely landed in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. Humph, you arrogant man, do not presume that a mere trinket can mend the heart of a wounded woman. Zhu Zhuqing thought haughtily. But upon glimpsing the item nestled in her arms, her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened in astonishment. She incredulously grasped the object, scrutinizing it repeatedly, her breath quickening, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Luo Yu, unable to fathom, is this truly meant for me? Indeed. Luo Yu yawned, still drowsy from the fatigue of the previous night. Upon receiving the man's affirmation, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even greater shock resonate within her. In her hands lay a translucent soul bone, wisps of gentle breeze swirling around it, exuding a unique energy that declared its extraordinary nature. This is a soul bone. Did he truly just offer this as a gift? Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment lingered, her prestigious lineage having exposed her to countless treasures throughout her life. Yet here was a man who casually presented her with a soul bone. What kind of wealth must he possess? Surely, even the spirit hall, the foremost power in Douluo, would not be so lavish. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Luo Yu already possessed an imposing stature, which was further amplified in her perception. Gazing at the soul bone in her hand, her fondness for it deepened with each passing moment. With a sense of both anticipation and trepidation, she inquired, "Are you truly certain you wish to bestow this upon me? Do you comprehend its significance?" Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely a soul bone, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. "Take it. It is yours," he insisted. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, finding it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of the gift in her hands. "This present is far too precious. What merit do I possess to deserve such an offering?" she exclaimed. Luo Yu's expression became somewhat solemn. "You are indeed clever, but I hope you can apply your intelligence appropriately in the future. Take good care of my woman. I shall not mistreat her. Should you harbor any other intentions, Hm?" Yunu understood. Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently, for it was her first encounter with such a celestial being. One who would even part with a soul bone as a gift, an act that was truly astonishing. As she scrutinized the soul bone in her hand, it was evident that it was no ordinary item, something that wealth alone could not procure. She swallowed hard and inquired, "Have you already attached the soul bone?" "No." "Then why not keep it for your own use?" Luo Yu raised his hand, indicating that this soul bone, which might be considered a rare treasure by others, fell short in his eyes. He had loftier aspirations and choices. "Hiss. You dare to disregard such an exquisite soul bone? Are you aiming for the heavens?" Zhu Zhuqing felt as if a multitude of alpacas had trampled through her mind in that instant. The resentment that had lingered in the living room throughout the night dissipated the moment Luo Yu revealed the soul bone. Grateful for the benefactor's generosity, Zhu Zhuqing tenderly embraced the soul bone. "Enough of the pleasantries," Luo Yu said, raising his hand. "You and Zhu Qing each take one. The soul bones I have selected are perfectly suited to your circumstances, so feel free to absorb them directly." "How considerate. I'm utterly enamored." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with affection, nearly taking the shape of hearts. Her unremarkable first half of life seemed to have transformed into a different realm upon encountering this man. The evolution of martial souls necessitated the gifting of soul bones, a notion previously relegated to the realm of dreams, now materialized before her. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her inner excitement. Fluttering her long, curled lashes, "Master, your kindness overwhelms me. I scarcely know how to repay you." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you no longer upset?" "Upset? What is there to be upset about?" Zhu Zhuqing leaned in closer and kissed Luo Yu's cheek. "If you have any needs, my sister and I would be more than willing to attend to you. I wouldn't mind at all." A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead, as he had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of a soul bone. The woman's emotional fluctuations were astonishingly swift. Just moments ago in the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing had rejoiced exuberantly upon receiving the gift, showering him with embraces and kisses. The soul bone, estimated to be around 80 to 90,000 years old, was of no personal use to him, even if he chose not to bestow it upon anyone else. Both women now shared a profound connection with him, and he felt no regret in offering it. Given his immaculate divine body forged from the tribulation golden lotus, absorbing such low-age soul bones would be a waste and a devaluation, as he had long since set his sights on a far more worthy ambition. Luo Yu found it somewhat unbearable to endure Zhu Zhuqing's fervent gaze. Rubbing his weary waist, he instructed, "You sisters may absorb the soul bones upstairs. I shall take a stroll. I will await your return," Zhu Zhuqing responded, casting a highly suggestive and flattering glance. At the Rose Hotel, the damaged areas of the corridor had been swiftly repaired overnight by Dai Mubai. Although there were slight imperfections, the situation was manageable. At Luo Yu's request, Dai Mubai had also compensated the hotel and pacified the other guests before retreating back to Shrek in a rather disheartened manner. Just as he stepped outside the hotel and inhaled a couple of breaths of fresh air, Luo Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. A man and a woman were approaching from a distance down the street. The man had an unremarkable appearance, adorned with an extravagant belt, yet his attire was quite simple. In stark contrast, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her features pure and exquisite, clad in a pink jacket. What captivated Luo Yu's attention were her long, slender legs, tightly encased in pink stockings, perfectly rounded and strikingly straight, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Ding! Target goddess detected. The system's voice chimed in synchrony as Luo Yu's gaze fixated on those enchanting legs. Chapter 57. Locking onto the little princess Ningrongrong, Xiao Wu initiates a conversation. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just last night, he had experienced the complex warmth hidden beneath Zhu Zhuqing's cool exterior, and now the system had initiated another task? It seemed it truly had no intention of allowing him a moment's respite. He shook his head, directing his gaze towards the translucent panel before him. Task issued. Captivate the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong. Task reward. Exclusive 9 heaven sword and a 100,000 year 3rd soul ring. System notification. Should the host manage to tame the little demoness Ning Rongrong's proud temperament, there will be an additional mysterious reward. Ning Rongrong? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. His gaze was drawn to the street corner, where a fairy-like, stunningly beautiful girl was gracefully approaching. The youthful visage of the girl, with its rosy undertones, was elegantly adorned in a delicate pink garment that accentuated her developing figure. Her slender waist seemed barely graspable. The long, black, scorpion tail braid cascaded over her rounded, pert hips, cascading down to her petite calves, which were snugly encased in pink stockings. This signature pair of exquisite legs could only belong to Xiaowu. How then did his attention shift to Ning Rongrong? Could it be that the system, too, was experiencing a moment of confusion? In a moment of bewilderment, Luo Yu found himself at a loss. Why choose to target the distant ones when the nearby options remain unselected? Such enigmatic maneuvers of the system are truly perplexing. As Luo Yu pondered, the beautifully leggy girl in stockings and the boy beside her had already arrived at the hotel entrance, engaged in conversation. Third brother, can't we go to Shrek for enrollment today? No, the teacher informed me that tomorrow is the day for Shrek admissions. We have to wait until tomorrow? Xiaowu pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Tang San chuckled. There's no rush. Let's just stay at the hotel for now. Xiaowu expressed her concern. It's such a waste to spend the hard-earned money on a hotel, especially one that looks so upscale. Tang San replied grandly, it's fine. Let us indulge ourselves this time. I'll go out later to find a better blacksmith shop and maybe earn some extra cash. All right then. I Haven Tea spent the Soul Master allowance I received from the Spirit Hall this month. It should be enough for 2 rooms, Xiaowu nodded. 2 rooms? Tang San asked, perplexed. What's wrong, third brother? Tang San shook his head. Actually, we could share 1 room. You can take the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. The money saved could be spent on some delicious food for you. Xiaowu pursed her lips and shook her head, smiling brightly. Third brother, before I left, my mother specifically told me not to share a room with boys. I always listen to my mother. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling a buzzing in his head. This was not the first time he had heard Xiaowu say such things. Third brother, Mom says I shouldn't hold hands with boys. Third brother, Mom told me not to share a meal with boys. Having known Xiaowu since their days at the Notting City Junior Academy, he realized that although she respected him and did not reject him, there was always a subtle distance maintained. The mother he had never met seemed rather terrifying. She had effectively vetoed every possible intimate gesture Xiaowu could share with a boy. Tang San could only smile wryly. Xiaowu, you're all grown up now. You don't have to listen to your mother about everything. The exquisite girl shook her head repeatedly, her enchanting eyes revealing a firm resolve. No. I must listen to what my mother says. Tang San was puzzled. Xiaowu, it seems you have no rebellious spirit at all. Not everything your mother says is right. You should listen with discernment. Xiaowu's captivating eyes sparkled with emotion as she reminisced about past events. Third brother, I once encountered a terrifying enemy when I was young. I still remember that my mother would rather sacrifice her life to hold off the enemy than let me escape alone. If it hadn't been for a fortunate rescue afterward, I would have lost my mother. How could I not listen to her? Who was your enemy? Tang San inquired. Xiaowu shook her head playfully and stuck out her tongue. Third brother, everyone has their little secrets. Don't ask so much. A formidable figure unconsciously flashed through the girl's mind. It was the man who, during the most desperate times for her and her mother, descended like a deity and saved them. Even after all these years, Xiaowu could not forget that shadow. As they conversed, they entered the Rose Hotel. And Xiaowu curiously blinked her beautiful eyes, observing her surroundings. It was then that she noticed a strange man to the side, who also seemed to be looking at her. Their eyes met, and Xiaowu suddenly felt a jolt of recognition, her steps unconsciously slowing. Sensing the girl's unusual reaction, Tang San asked, What's wrong, Xiaowu? Xiaowu gazed into the stranger's eyes, as if recalling something, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Third brother, please wait for me. What? Tang San was bewildered, realizing that Xiaowu had already slipped away, hastily approaching an unfamiliar man at the entrance of the hall. Luo Yu found himself in a state of bewilderment. He stood there quietly, doing nothing in particular. Xiaowu, dressed in pink stockings, approached him with measured steps, halting a meter away. Scrutinizing him intently, her gaze flitting back and forth to his eyes. Ahem. Luo Yu feigned a cough. Xiaowu snapped back to reality, her earlier expression of surprise dimming. She bowed slightly to Luo Yu, apologizing. I beg your pardon, but your eyes and demeanor struck me as somewhat familiar. It seems I mistook you for someone else. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. With that, Xiaowu bowed again and swiftly turned to leave. Tang San, observing her, remarked, Xiaowu, what were you doing just now? Xiaowu, still seemingly lost in her thoughts, murmured, I felt that his gaze was reminiscent of someone I know. As I drew closer, I realized it was not him. That person means a great deal to me, truly indispensable. Tang San noticed a flicker of light on Xiaowu's delicate face, and his heart skipped a beat. Who is this person so significant to you? Xiaowu replied earnestly, he's the one who saved both me and my mother. Tang San, initially tense, immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. The individual who had rescued Xiaowu must have aged considerably by now, having no bearing on his life. There was no need for alarm. Luo Yu found himself somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xiaowu had suddenly approached and was gazing at him so intently. It was not until he overheard their conversation that he recalled the time he had rescued Wu from the spirit hall, a moment in which Xiaowu had been present, albeit in her untransformed state. Could it be, after all these years, just a fleeting encounter? Could this girl still remember him? Luo Yu was indeed somewhat astonished. Despite donning the 1,000 illusion mask to alter his appearance, his eyes remained unchanged. And yet he could still be recognized? It was utterly remarkable. How could Luo Yu possibly know the sheer terror that Xiaowu felt when she was pursued by the spirit hall? Or the desolation she experienced as her mother fought desperately to protect her and facilitate her escape? The man, who had emerged as an unrivaled force, his extraordinary prowess overshadowing all others, had long since etched an indelible impression upon her fragile heart. It was the innate instincts of the spirit beasts combined with the sixth sense of a woman that enabled her to grasp that fleeting sense of familiarity. The course of history had already undergone subtle alterations due to the presence of Luo Yu in Douluo. Brother, we require 2 rooms, Xiaowu said as she and Tang San approached the counter. The attendant scrutinized the pair for a moment before sincerely replying, I apologize, but we only have 1 room left. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Xiaowu, suggesting, how about we share a room? Xiaowu bit her lip and shook her head, indicating that it was not acceptable. The attendant interjected at the opportune moment. However, we truly only have 1 room available. Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Xiaowu, her delicate brow furrowed in distress, found herself in a quandary. Weren't you supposed to reserve 2 rooms for me? Just allocate one of them to them. Luo Yu strode over with great determination and addressed the attendant in a clear voice. Chapter 58. Tang San's jealousy in the unexpected encounter with 3 beautiful maidens. Xiaowu, Tang San. And the attendants simultaneously turned their gazes toward the suddenly speaking Luo Yu. The 2 rooms I asked you to reserve for me yesterday, do you still have them? Luo Yu inquired as he approached the counter. Yes, yes. The attendant responded promptly, her tone eager. She was well aware of the fierce battle that had transpired the previous night and held a deep-seated apprehension toward this formidable man, relieved that he seemed to have no intention of causing a disturbance. Luo Yu nodded, expressing that having a room was sufficient, and suggested they be assigned one. Certainly. The waiter promptly agreed, swiftly delivering 2 keys to Tang San. As Tang San gazed at the 2 keys, a frown creased his brow. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, turned to Luo Yu and inquired, why are you helping us? Luo Yu smiled gently. It just so happens that I have no need for the 2 rooms, so sharing one with you is no trouble at all. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with crescent-shaped joy, and she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and affection towards the man before her. I must thank you then. If there were only 1 room, I would be in quite a predicament. There is no need for gratitude, Luo Yu replied casually, raising his hand nonchalantly, just as Xiaowu was about to speak again. Tang San stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his brow furrowed as he regarded Luo Yu with suspicion. Who are you? Why would you offer us your assistance upon such a chance encounter? Luo Yu shook his head gently, saying, meeting each other is a matter of fate. It is merely a small favor, nothing of great significance. Tang San fixated his gaze upon Luo Yu, and with a swift motion of his storage belt, produced a pouch of coins which he handed over while solemnly stating, I am grateful for your assistance, and I appreciate your goodwill. However, let me be candid. I advise you to harbor no inappropriate thoughts toward my sister, lest you find me unyielding. Luo Yu gazed at the pouch of money handed to her, and with Tang San's distant demeanor, her smile began to fade, replaced by a hint of coldness at the corners of her mouth. In life, One must occasionally embrace simplicity and refrain from overcomplicating others' intentions. If she is to stay in this room, the money can be disregarded. Simply put it on my tab. Seeing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Xiao Wu stepped forward. Intending to speak, Luo Yu had already turned away from the hotel. Xiao Wu stamped her foot and reproached, "Third brother, what are you doing? That person was clearly trying to help us. How could you speak so harshly? It's truly hurtful." Tang San let out a soft snort and shook his head, saying, "Xiao Wu, you still do not comprehend the treachery of human hearts. Why would a stranger assist us? They must have ulterior motives regarding you." Xiao Wu shook her head repeatedly. "Third brother, I did not perceive any malice in that person's eyes." Tang San comforted her. "All right. There is no need to quarrel over an outsider. We will likely never see them again. Let it be. I offered them money, and they refused, did they not?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in exasperation. With that attitude, it's no wonder they would decline. Tang San remained silent. Yet he was acutely aware of his possessiveness over Xiao Wu. Regrettably, the other party had always maintained their distance. After retrieving the keys, the two were about to ascend the stairs when they were intercepted by a waiter. "Sir, I advise you not to provoke that gentleman from earlier. He is no ordinary soul master. Last night, he nearly demolished our humble establishment," the waiter whispered urgently. Tang San chuckled softly, a confident smile gracing his lips. "So what if I anger him? Rest assured, he is not the only soul master. We are too. That fellow seems to be no older than myself. Within our age group, I am invincible." Xiao Wu cautioned, "Third brother, you cannot be so absolute. There are always greater forces." Tang San, feeling rather irritable, declared boldly, "After all these years, do you still not recognize my capabilities? What could these peers possibly use to contend with me their lives?" Xiao Wu nodded slightly, aware of Tang San's prowess with hidden weapons and innate talent, acknowledging that he was indeed unmatched among his peers, a true prodigy. "However, we should still maintain a more courteous demeanor next time." "All right, understood." Tang San tightened his grip on the two keys, feeling a weight in his chest. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, having exited the hotel, walked down the street. The brief encounter with Tang San did not dampen his spirits. If one's attitude is poor, then they have no one to blame but themselves when consequences arise. Luo Yu is least concerned about others putting on airs, as engaging in such conflicts carries no psychological burden and possesses a certain exhilarating brutality. In contrast to the evening's desolation, the streets during the day bustle with a vibrant flow of vehicles and throngs of pedestrians, adorned with myriad street vendors. Luo Yu merely glanced at the streetscape before directing his attention to the transparent panel visible only to him. It was a meticulously detailed topographical map, with a black dot representing himself and a golden dot indicating another person's trajectory, constantly in motion. Having gleaned from Zhu Zhuqing's experience, Luo Yu deduced that the golden dot must represent Ning Rongrong, who was presumably also en route to join Shrek Academy. With nothing pressing at hand, he set off towards the direction of the golden dot, eager to encounter the runaway princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. In a luxurious clothing store nestled within a narrow alley, a cacophony of female voices echoed. At the counter, the shopkeeper was in a predicament, holding a delicately crafted, exquisite white dress. Three strikingly different young beauties faced off against one another. Ning Rongrong, adorned in a flowing white gown, with watery eyes that conveyed both innocence and allure, glared furiously at her opponent, her delicate face flushed. Opposite her stood a woman exuding exotic charm, also blushing and glaring back, with short purple hair and emerald green nails. She wore a soft armor belly top, exposing her fair shoulders and a tantalizing navel. Meanwhile, another ethereal beauty remained serene, quietly observing the altercation, her eyes as tranquil as the depths of the ocean. Ning Rongrong protested, "I had my eye on this dress first. What gives you the right to take it?" The purple-haired girl, Gu Yue Na, puffed, "It's not a forceful seizure. I offered you double the price. Please let me have the dress." Ning Rongrong retorted, eyes wide, lips curled defiantly, "I'll give you quadruple. I will have this dress, so concede. I'll offer 6 times. Gu Yin stood her ground. "Is money all that matters to you?" Ning Rongrong challenged, pulling out a large pouch of coins and slamming it onto the counter. The sound of gold coins clattering echoed. "No matter how much you offer today, I will add double. You shall not take this dress." Gu Yin's expression shifted. She hadn't anticipated encountering such a bold girl who treated money so lightly. The graceful girl beside her tugged at Gu Yin's arm. Yin, we really shouldn't be quarreling. Just let her have it." Gu Yin shook her head resolutely, lingering. "Today is your birthday. And this dress is perfect for you. I must buy it as a gift. It's unnecessary. Let's search other stores, Yi Lingling suggested. We've already visited so many, and this is the most suitable for you. Enough talk. Let me handle it. Du Guyan glared at Ning Rongrong, declaring, you will yield that dress, and I will compensate you double. Ning Rongrong smirked. Do you think I lack your measly amount? At that moment, Du Guyan's eyes glimmered. With a thunderous roar, a serpent shadow with emerald scales appeared behind her, 3 soul rings spiraling up, exuding an overwhelming force. The shopkeeper trembled in fear. Ning Rongrong also let out a subdued grunt, her expression darkening. She had only reached the 27th rank and was taken aback to discover that her opponent was a formidable soul master of the 3rd ring or above. Goodness. Are young ladies today so tempestuous? Must we resort to violence over mere purchases? A mocking voice floated in from the doorway. Who? The 3 women swiftly turned their gazes. A seemingly ordinary man stood at the entrance, smiling as he observed the spectacle. Du Guyan squinted, realizing the man's aura was undetectable, and her brows furrowed in concern. Who is this fool, daring to mock my affairs? The shopkeeper behind the counter broke into a cold sweat, thinking, does this young man not see the tension in my store? He is courting danger by intervening. Luo Yu cast a sweeping gaze over the alluring figure of Du Guyan. Adorned with an exotic elegance, and sighed, you are indeed a beauty, yet it is a pity that your words are so harsh, which diminishes the allure of your exquisite appearance. With a surge of soul power, Du Guyan's violet hair danced as her captivating eyes locked onto Luo Yu. Listen here. Young man, she warned, mind your own business. I have no desire to harm the innocent, but do not provoke my wrath. In the face of her fierce threat, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, your affairs are of no concern to me, so why should I intervene? It was I who made a rather abrupt comment earlier. I am merely an onlooker enjoying the spectacle. You may resolve your issues without my presence. He leaned casually against the door, arms crossed, gesturing for her to continue, embodying an air of detachment and eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Du Guyan's nails glimmered with a verdant light as she spoke in a low tone. Young man, it seems you are deliberately seeking trouble. If you wish for a confrontation, I am more than willing to oblige you at this very moment. Luo Yu shook his head with a smile. Humph. Du Guyan, believing the man to be cowardly, disdainfully snorted and decided not to dwell on the trivialities, shifting her gaze back to Ning Rongrong. The aura of her 38th level soul power was fully revealed. She pointed at the exquisitely crafted fairy skirt held by the shopkeeper and arrogantly declared, you can hand it over to me now. Rest assured, I won't take it by force. I will compensate you with double the price. Ning Rongrong bit her red lip, remaining silent, her heart brimming with frustration. Having stealthily escaped from home as a solitary figure, she was merely a 27th level support type soul master, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Engaging in a confrontation here would undoubtedly lead to her suffering. During her moment of hesitation, Du Guyan had already approached the shopkeeper, proudly raising her elegant neck, and provocatively cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, akin to a haughty peacock, before seizing the skirt into her possession. Subsequently, she produced 2 pouches of money, slapping one onto the counter for the shopkeeper and tossing the other at Ning Rongrong's feet. Here, a fair compensation, not a penny less. You. Ning Rongrong glared with fury, her delicate form trembling with indignation. What? Are you feeling aggrieved? Du Guyan, embodying the demeanor of a victor, waved the skirt in her hand. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with anger. You better wait for me. I will eventually reclaim this debt. As the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, she had never endured such humiliation. Delighted by Ning Rongrong's words, Du Guyan retracted her smile, narrowing her eyes coldly. Oh, so you have a temper despite lacking ability? What? Do you wish to seek revenge? If that's the case, it seems I must teach you a little lesson today. What do you intend to do? Ning Rongrong's face changed, stepping back a pace. Her martial soul was renowned for its support capabilities, yet she possessed no combat strength, rendering her unable to contend with Du Guyan's blue-scale serpent martial soul. Afraid now? Only just realizing your fear? Du Guyan laughed heartily, advancing step by step towards Ning Rongrong, exerting psychological pressure upon her. I warn you, if you lay a hand on me, you will surely regret it. Ning Rongrong felt utterly insecure at that moment. Regret? Huh. Du Guyan scoffed. You seem to have some background based on your attire and demeanor, but I couldn't care less. Today, I will ensure you learn a lesson. Stay back. I am a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, retreating step by step. She regretted her impulsive escape. How could she have allowed herself to be bullied like this? Du Guyan paused in her tracks, surprised. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Indeed. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes regained a semblance of composure. Your status may intimidate others, but you should spare me. Gu Yin replied with a playful smile. My grandfather is a titled Douluo, and my fiancé is the young clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sections. Should I fear you? Ning Rongrong's face paled instantly. Even if Gu Yin's status was slightly inferior to her own, it was not by much. Was she truly destined to suffer such a silent indignity today? She felt unwilling to accept this, unable to swallow her pride. Her gaze darted around, instinctively overlooking the shopkeeper who had shrunk against the wall, instead noticing Luo Yu, leisurely leaning at the door. Biting her lip, she called out, Hey, you over there. Young man, come help me fend off this madwoman, and I will reward you. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the reward. Apologies, but I am not in need of money, nor am I accustomed to acting as a thug. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Taken aback by the abruptness of the refusal, Gu Yin scoffed disdainfully. If you're feeling cowardly, just admit it. No need for such elaborate justifications. She turned to Ning Rongrong and remarked, You are truly grasping at straws. In the entirety of Soto City, who could possibly rival the prowess of our imperial fighting team? Relying on a mere passerby for assistance? It's laughable. Do you think my strength is trivial? Do you see him daring to confront me? Ning Rongrong, observing the woman's self-assured demeanor, clenched her small fists tightly, her beautiful eyes seemingly ready to emit flames. She called out to Luo Yu. Since you had the audacity to jest at this woman's expense, you must possess some degree of capability. Do not fear her. My support martial soul is formidable. In a real fight, I can undoubtedly lend you my assistance. Gu Yin burst into laughter, dismissing the notion. In this little Soto city, where are the worthy young masters? Furthermore, this fellow at the entrance appears to be as ordinary as one can get. He would be indistinguishable in a crowd. Even with the 7 treasures glazed tower aiding him, do you think he would dare to stand against me? Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. She secretly agreed with Gu Yin's assessment. In this remote and impoverished town, what competent young soul masters could possibly exist, even with her support? This man's abysmal foundation would likely falter against Gu Yin and her partner. She realized she had been somewhat deluded, entertaining fanciful thoughts. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to concede defeat and swallow her pride, a man's voice broke through. You wish to hire me for assistance, correct? I am willing to intervene on your behalf, but my fees are rather steep. You will need to increase the payment. Yi Lingling, who had been silently observing, began to scrutinize the man closely. Gu Yin let out a derisive snort. Let me offer you some advice. Young man, do not jeopardize your health for the sake of money. I assure you, I will show no mercy. Ning Rongrong, still somewhat skeptical, took a careful glance at the man, failing to discern anything particularly remarkable about him, and couldn't help but question, Are you truly capable? Luo Yu's lips curled into a sly smile, exuding confidence. Rest assured, boss, as long as the funds are secured, I shall effortlessly incapacitate our foes. Such arrogance. The rustic villager was woefully ignorant. What could he possibly wield against my cultivation at the 4th ring? Gu Yin scolded him vehemently, utterly convinced that no young man from Suotawa City could rival her prowess. Come to my side. Ning Rongrong beckoned with a delicate wave of her hand. Leaning closer to Luo Yu, she whispered with a glimmer of hope, If your cultivation is around the 25th level, and your martial soul and spirit rings are of decent quality, I can assist you in facing her. However, if you lack even the 2nd ring, no amount of money will enable us to triumph over this woman. It would be best to concede. After uttering these words, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of despondency wash over her. In a place as small as Suotawa City, could it truly be expected for a mere passerby to possess cultivation beyond the 2nd ring? It seemed highly improbable. Luo Yu slowly extended his hand. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong inquired. Pay me. Luo Yu replied straightforwardly. Can you truly manage it? Doubt flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes. If you continue to hesitate, I shall take my leave. Luo Yu warned as he took a step towards the exit. Wait. At this point, I have no choice but to place my faith in this fellow, Ning Rongrong conceded. Tossing a heavy pouch of coins to the man, Luo Yu jingled the clinking pouch of coins in his hand, marveling at the lavishness befitting a little princess. He turned to gaze at Gu Yin and Yi Lingling, pondering the implications of his newfound fortune. Well, the boss has indeed provided the funds. What shall we do now? Will you succumb to defeat on your own, or shall I intervene? Chapter 60. With a mere flick of the wrist, Gu Yin was subdued, leaving Ning Rongrong utterly astounded. A calm tone reverberated within the confines of the boutique. Ning Rongrong's lips twitched, and a sudden headache surged through her. Had she truly entrusted her money to a fool? What level of cultivation do you possess to speak with such audacity? Though Ning Rongrong harbored a distaste for the violet-haired woman before her, she could not deny the truth. With a cultivation level of 38, this individual was undoubtedly a rare prodigy among the younger generation. Her companion, though yet to reveal their prowess, was likely no simple adversary. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. In her anger, she had been foolish enough to believe that a mere passerby could aid her. Was she to expect a peerless genius to miraculously descend from the heavens and fortuitously land in her lap? Such probabilities were unfathomable. At this moment, Ning Rongrong sensed that her dignity had been irrevocably tarnished. Gu Yue Na, on the other hand, was thoroughly amused, casting a peculiar glance at Luo Yu. You there? Have you lost your wits? Are you truly incapable of seeing the 3 glaring soul rings adorning my form? To dare provoke me for such a trifling sum? I cannot decide whether to commend your audacity or conclude that you are simply courting death. Luo Yu shook his head and spoke. As for me, I do not take pleasure in striking women. This short skirt, despite the double payment you offered, is ultimately something that was forcefully taken from another. If you return the garment and offer a sincere apology, I can take charge of this matter today, and we need not escalate it further. We can simply leave it at that. Heh. Du Gongyan scoffed dismissively, retorting, how amusing. Who do you think you are to instruct me on how to conduct myself? Luo Yu smiled lightly. Since reasoning proved futile, it seemed that action was the only recourse. Du Gongyan's gaze turned icy as she retorted, in the world of Douluo, ultimately, it is the strong who reign supreme. Here, one speaks through their fists. What does reasoning matter? If you can defeat me, then apologies and reparations can be discussed. The weak, however, lack the right to engage with me as equals. Luo Yu nodded, understanding. What do you comprehend? Have you finally recognized your own standing? Dong Guyan scoffed with disdain. The blue-scale serpent martial spirit enveloped her, intricate azure patterns appearing on her skin, her aura rapidly ascending, further enhancing her already captivating exotic charm. The 7 treasures turned into a radiant, glazed light. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed within the shop, as Ning Rongrong conjured a resplendent 7-colored glazed pagoda in her hands, crystal clear and dazzling, with 2 rings of soul rings swirling around it, exuding a divine essence. She glanced at Luo Yu, stating, I shall provide assistance from the sidelines. As long as your cultivation is above the 2nd ring and your martial spirit is not exceedingly inferior, we stand a chance to contend with her. A chance to contend? I regret to inform you that you possess no opportunity whatsoever. Dong Guyan wore an air of triumph, as if she had accounted for every possibility. Do you believe you are the only support-type soul master? I too possess one. Ling Ling, manifest your martial spirit and broaden their horizons. With a flourish, 3 rings of soul rings ascended from Yi Lingling's feet. A pink begonia blossom rested in her palm, composed of white and pink petals. Strikingly beautiful and brimming with astonishing vitality. 9-heart begonia? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. She had heard her father mention this martial spirit. If not for its singular lineage, one might even question whether the 7 treasures glazed tower would be deemed the foremost martial spirit. It was over, upon witnessing the 9-heart begonia. Ning Rongrong felt a sudden jolt within her heart. The quality of the opponent's martial spirit was not inferior to her own, and their cultivation surpassed hers. They were at a significant disadvantage right from the outset. How could they possibly prevail? She turned her gaze toward Luo Yu, softly sighing. With this combination on the opposite side, we stand no chance. Let us concede. Luo Yu shook his head, observing Yi Lingling's martial spirit with great interest. In contrast to the flamboyant and bold Dong Guyan, Yi Lingling exuded an aura of serene elegance, reminiscent of a profound and tranquil lady. Paired with the 9 hearts begonia, she radiated an extraordinary vitality and charm. Dong Guyan snorted, Are you scared now? Too late for that. You must endure some hardship to learn your lesson. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and declared to Luo Yu, I will assist you with all my strength. Let us strive to break through. Luo Yu raised his hand, indicating that it need not be so troublesome. He would take care of it. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, wondering what he meant. Luo Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl, and with a light chuckle remarked, to contend with opponents of their caliber, I do not require the assistance of a support soul master. He continued, simply stand by and observe as I handle this. Ning Rongrong gazed at the man's confident demeanor, her anxiety mounting. In this dire moment, how can you remain so nonchalant? Are you even aware of what the 9 hearts begonia spirit entails? It is an incredibly formidable martial soul, one that ensures eternal soul power and the invulnerability of one's allies. Gu Yin burst into laughter, addressing Ning Rongrong. It appears you have indeed chosen a fool who cannot discern the disparity in strength. Allow me to deal with him first, and then I shall attend to you. The two parties were on the verge of confrontation when the shopkeeper lamented, "Oh dear, esteemed soul masters, might you take your battle outside? My humble establishment is frail and cannot withstand the chaos of your skirmishes." Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at him. Reassuringly stating that it would soon come to an end, she wagered that it would take merely a second for her opponent to succumb, posing no threat to his modest establishment. What a time it was for such brazen words. Suddenly, with a fiery glare, Gu Yin unleashed her soul rings. The third purple soul ring shimmered, releasing an endless wave of verdant toxic mist, which surged forth with an overwhelming presence, taking on the shape of a ferocious beast. Ready to pounce upon Luo Yu, Ning Rongrong was poised to muster her courage and manipulate her soul skills for support, but Luo Yu pressed her shoulder down, asserting that she need not assist in dealing with them. As the toxic attack drew near, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, pondering what this individual truly intended. Boom! As Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming and extraordinary aura suddenly surged forth from his being. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed, followed by a dazzling array of 9-colored lights swirling around him, revealing a terrifying shadow of a dragon god. Under the immense might of the dragon, the toxic mist that approached disintegrated and dissipated on the spot. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned, her lips parted in disbelief. Utterly astonished by the formidable presence Luo Yu had unleashed, she could not fathom how the previously unremarkable youth had transformed into such a terrifying force so abruptly. Gu Yan's lips trembled, her complexion paling. The confidence she had just exuded now vanished. She quaked in fear, her attached emerald-scaled serpent martial spirit flickering uncertainly. Gu Yan fixated her gaze on Luo Yu, her eyes shimmering with profound dread, overwhelmed by disbelief. It was impossible. What kind of martial spirit did this individual possess? Why did she find herself in such a disarray upon merely hearing a roar? She could distinctly sense the deep-rooted terror emanating from her emerald-scaled serpent martial spirit, which nearly shattered when the dragon god's shadow manifested. Despite her cultivation level exceeding 30, she had not even had the chance to exert her strength before being utterly crushed by the man's martial spirit. Akin to subjects bowing before a sovereign, a sight that was truly terrifying. How does it feel now? Is it entertaining? Luo Yu emerged, enveloped in divine radiance, advancing with a serene yet commanding presence that instilled profound apprehension. With each step he took, the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Gu Yin diminished, causing the phosphorescent serpent martial spirit to emit a mournful cry, filled with despair. The balance of power shifted dramatically, casting a veil of silence over the entire arena. Chapter 61. The domineering Luo Yu and the suffocating Gu Yin. The gaze of the beautiful woman pleaded in desperation. At this moment, within the confines of the clothing store nestled in the alley, the atmosphere seemed to thicken, becoming almost tangible. Luo Yu exuded an aura of natural elegance, enveloped in a resplendent 9-colored divine light, silently radiating an air of inviolable majesty. The dragon deity's phantom behind him showcased an overwhelming and formidable presence. The continuous surge of vitality emanating from his martial soul enveloped the entire room, rendering the three young women and the shopkeeper breathless with a sense of oppression. The shopkeeper, hiding behind the counter, was dumbstruck. He had initially thought that the girl who had displayed 3 soul rings was already a prodigious talent, only to realize that the true powerhouse had just begun to reveal his might. Without lifting a finger, the sheer force of his presence had subdued the previously proud and assertive girl, leaving her utterly speechless. The shopkeeper's mind began to unravel. What merit did I possess to warrant this? I am merely a purveyor of garments. Why must these illustrious individuals cause such a commotion in my humble establishment? Even the weakest among them would be beyond my means, reducing me to tears. He fervently prayed that these young luminaries would refrain from causing any disturbances within his shop. Should any damage occur, he would not dare to seek compensation from them. A small business could scarcely endure such losses. He was but an ordinary citizen, with a family relying on his modest trade for sustenance. In contrast to the shopkeeper's anxiety, Ning Rongrong remained in a state of continuous astonishment. Her rosy lips parted in disbelief. Even with her esteemed lineage, she was astonished by Luo Yu's formidable prowess. What extraordinary fortune had befallen her? To casually encounter someone of such terrifying capability? Ning Rongrong felt as though she were in a dream, questioning whether she had truly awakened. With her discerning eye, she could perceive much from the details. While the man's appearance might be unremarkable, His martial soul and aura were no trifling matter, even within her sect. She had never encountered such a youthful expert. This was indeed alarming. Who was this man who had come to her aid? How could one of ordinary background possess such strength and talent? Could it be that she had been misled by her father all these years? And that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was not among the top 3 sects, but rather an ordinary one? Otherwise, how could one so casually meet someone with the ability to overpower all disciples within the sect? It seemed too improbable. Ning Rongrong, with her noble lineage and exceptional martial talent, had always held a certain arrogance, finding few peers worthy of her attention. While the talents within her sect were commendable, she found them rather unremarkable, failing to dazzle her, which contributed to her decision to sneak away from home. Little did she expect that upon arriving in the small town of Sodo, she would stumble upon such a remarkable surprise. Her exquisite long eyelashes fluttered as her gaze brimmed with curiosity and a desire for exploration, meticulously observing the man before her. The irritation from her earlier altercation with Gu Yue Na was momentarily cast aside. Luo Yu stepped forward slowly, though his steps were light. Gu Yue Na felt as though an immense weight pressed down upon her, as if a great mountain bore down on her being. Her azure-scaled serpent martial soul was wailing incessantly, conveying an overwhelming desire to flee from this place. How could this be? Gu Yue Na's heart was engulfed in intense self-doubt. Such a feeling of being crushed was unprecedented in her life. Her azure-scaled serpent martial soul was not a feeble one. It stood among the ranks of elite martial souls. How could it be so thoroughly suppressed by her opponent's martial soul, leaving her devoid of even the slightest inclination to resist? Even when confronted with the world's foremost beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, she had never experienced such a visceral tremor in her bloodline. What kind of martial soul do you possess? Why is it so terrifying? Gu Yue Na stammered, her pearly teeth chattering in fear as she gazed at the man, particularly at the martial soul looming behind him. Secretly, she had been striving to clamp her long, snow-white legs together, forcing her knees to remain steady. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to the oppressive aura of dominance and knelt before him. In response to the woman's inquiry, Luo Yu gently shook his head and replied indifferently. Did you not just say that the weak are unworthy of conversing with you on equal terms? Do you believe I am now worthy? Boom. As the dragon god of Luo Yu manifested, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his bones, while muscles, akin to diamonds, surged forth rapidly. The surface of his skin shimmered with a soft radiance, enveloped by a faint crimson aura of vitality. With a sharp snap, the blue-scaled serpent's martial soul let out a mournful cry, disintegrating in an instant. Gu Yue Na emitted a muffled groan, a metallic sweetness surging in her throat, her face paling to a ghostly hue. A bitter taste flooded her mouth as she silently responded to the man's inquiry. Was she truly so arrogant? Not at all. The Royal Combat Team had dominated the Grand Seoul Arena in Sodo City for quite some time, effortlessly overpowering every opposing team they faced, with an abundance of victories. It was only natural for her to assume that Sodo City was devoid of worthy adversaries, leading her to become somewhat haughty. However, the man's overwhelming force struck her like a thunderbolt, jolting her into an acute awareness. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yue Na clung to the last vestige of her pride, stating, I am willing to acknowledge your strength. Yet today, you shall not lay a hand on me. My fiancé is the young heir of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, and my grandfather is a titled Douluo. You shall not touch me? Luo Yu slowly shook his head, and then his gaze suddenly sharpened. With a thunderous crash, the floor of the shop erupted, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. A figure, shimmering with 9 colors, flashed by. Dong Gu Yue Na vanished from her spot, swept away with alarming speed. With a resounding bang, the walls of the clothing store trembled. Yin Yin, Yi Lingling exclaimed in worry, realizing that the man's movements were too swift for her to provide assistance. At that moment, Luo Yu resembled a ferocious beast, his large hand gripping Dong Gu Yue Na's delicate white neck, pinning her against the wall, where spiderweb-like cracks began to form behind her. I'm afraid I dislike being threatened. Furthermore, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and the Poison Douluo, upon which you rely, amount to little in my eyes. Dong Gu Yue Na's pupils constricted suddenly. Her fair face flushed with indignation. Overwhelmed by the dragon's oppressive aura, she found herself utterly powerless, her emerald nails drooping helplessly at her hips, her alluring leather attire dust-laden. The suffocating sensation rendered her breathless. It felt as though a mere squeeze of his hand could lead her to the brink of death. A primal fear of mortality rising from the depths of her being. I was wrong. She strained to lift her limp arm, reaching out towards the man's body. Her pleading gaze reflecting from her beautiful eyes, which were beginning to pale, As her consciousness gradually faded, Luo Yu suddenly withdrew his hand. Gu Yue Na experienced a rebirth. Greedily inhaling the fresh air, utterly unconcerned about the 5 finger marks on her snow-white neck, she gazed at the man in terror, harboring no doubt that had she not softened her stance just moments ago and dared to persist in her threats, he would have certainly taken her life. Where did I go wrong? Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yue Na, still trembling from the encounter, replied, It was I, Yenaer, who was blind and should not have provoked you. A glimmer flickered in Luo Yu's eyes, and Gu Yue's delicate form trembled slightly as she hurriedly added, I should not have taken someone else's skirt. Luo Yu shook his head, indicating that everything was amiss. Gu Yue's complexion turned pale, her heart racing with urgency. Beads of fragrant sweat trickled down her back, yet she could not fathom the meaning behind his words. Her beautiful eyes inadvertently revealed a plea, silently imploring the man to show mercy. In chapter 62, the proud young lady is subdued, captivated by the man's charm, her heart trembling for Yi Lingling. Gu Yue's delicate neck bore bruises, marked by 5 distinct finger traces. The already slender and alluring straps of her soft armor were now marred by scratches from the jagged stones, revealing glimpses of her beauty. She gazed at Luo Yu with desperation, fear gripping her heart. Throughout her life, the men she had encountered had always been gentle and protective. Even the most talented student at the Imperial Duel Academy, Yu Tianheng, had been utterly enamored with her, coming to her door to propose. Yet this man, when angered, was truly ruthless. For the first time in her sheltered life, Gu Yue Na felt a profound fear towards a man, experiencing a brutal confrontation that left her in shock. Tentatively, she inquired, I am uncertain where I have erred. I humbly seek your guidance. Luo Yu gazed into her eyes and calmly stated, Indeed, you are not mistaken. The principles of this world dictate that the strong prevail and the weak are devoured. However, excess can lead to downfall. Should the powerful abuse their strength with impunity and act recklessly, this world would not be far from destruction. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling, who had fought for her independence since childhood, appeared contemplative, while Ning Rongrong and Gu Yue Na, 2 girls accustomed to indulgence from a young age, looked on in confusion. Utterly perplexed, Luo Yu continued, Imagine a scenario where one, emboldened by their own strength, chooses to bully the weak and trample upon their dignity. If my power surpasses yours, does it then grant me the liberty to disregard your existence and trample upon you? And what if I were to encounter someone even stronger than myself? Contemplate the nature of such a world. Beyond the mightiest, who can safeguard their dignity and integrity from being violated. Therefore, the strong must uphold their self-respect and establish their own boundaries. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, should one choose to affront me. Then it is only just to respond with formidable force. Luo Yu ceased to speak, and the hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Dong Gu Yue Na trembled slightly, her gaze reflecting a myriad of emotions as she gradually came to a realization. Yi Lingling's perpetually calm eyes stirred with tumult as she gazed deeply at Luo Yu, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Ning Rongrong was profoundly shaken, lost in contemplation. She never anticipated the man would utter such words. Her father had expressed similar sentiments, yet at that time, she could not grasp their significance and paid little heed. However, after the events of today and hearing the man's elucidation, a flicker of understanding ignited within her. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper, who had once trembled in fear, now regarded Luo Yu with a transformed expression. His previous words had resonated deeply with the hearts of the common folk. Dong Gu Yue Na bowed deeply to Luo Yu. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and said, I once harbored an improper mindset. Your words have struck a chord within me, awakening my understanding. I have truly learned from this experience. Understanding is all that matters. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when he witnessed Gu Yue Na snatching items and still willing to offer double the payment, he realized that her nature was not inherently malevolent, which explained her patience in offering guidance. Otherwise, had she been an incorrigible individual, he would have struck her with a single blow. Gu Yue Na stepped closer to Ning Rongrong, presenting her with a delicately crafted short skirt and apologizing. I have wronged you before. It was my fault. Here, I return what rightfully belongs to you, and I hope you can forgive me. Ning Rongrong accepted the skirt in a daze, finding it difficult to adapt to the drastic shift in the other woman's demeanor. Yet, she could discern the sincerity reflected in her eyes, leaving her genuinely astonished. She recalled her father's words. It is easy to defeat a person, but to alter their will and win their heart is a formidable challenge. And yet, this man had managed to subdue this woman in such a short span of time? It was truly alarming. At this moment, Luo Yu clutched the heavy purse that Ning Rongrong had just handed him. In just a few strides, he approached the shopkeeper and extended the purse. The shopkeeper, taken aback, gazed in astonishment and respectfully inquired, "What brings you here, sir?" Luo Yu softly remarked, "I was a bit too forceful earlier and inadvertently damaged the decor of your establishment. Consider this as compensation." The shopkeeper experienced a subtle tremor, his heart swelling with indescribable emotions. Even if the other party had not mentioned it, he would not have dared to request compensation. Yet, the fact that the young man had proactively offered it was astonishing. In the past, he had encountered soul masters who, while not overtly bullying others, showed little respect for common folk, always maintaining an air of superiority and failing to consider their feelings. However, in the eyes of this exceptionally gifted young man, he perceived genuine equality and respect. "It's far too much. The repairs to the shop won't cost anywhere near this amount," the shopkeeper expressed, deeply moved. Luo Yu furrowed her brows, considering the remainder as compensation for your emotional distress. "There's no need, truly," she replied. "I have not experienced any fright. Rather, it is an honor to witness a young talent such as yourself today. It has certainly broadened my horizons." The shopkeeper, wearing an expression of delight and admiration, cautiously withdrew a small handful of gold soul coins from his pouch, pocketing them while respectfully offering the majority of the remainder to Luo Yu. This scene did not go unnoticed by the three beautiful maidens within the hall. An inexplicable feeling surged within them as they observed the man's demeanor gradually transforming. Such behavior was unprecedented in their experience. In the Douluo continent, the status of commoners was indeed exceedingly low. The prominent sects and families dominated the landscape, monopolizing the majority of resources, while among the 5 prestigious elemental academies, only the Tianshui Academy was willing to accept commoners. Thus, the man's conduct was genuinely unconventional, a rarity in this world. The girls may have felt astonished. Yet for Luo Yu, it was of little consequence. Even after spending considerable time in Douluo, the thoughts and beliefs he had cultivated on that azure planet remained unchanged. Luo Yu had no intention of lingering here and walked towards the door. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her mind in a whirl of speculation. Who exactly was this man? He was so extraordinary. His martial soul was remarkably powerful and enigmatic, unlike anything she had ever encountered, and his behavior was equally peculiar. He acted with a swift decisiveness in battle, ruthless and unyielding, yet displayed such tenderness towards ordinary people. What kind of personality did he possess? Moreover, did this fellow not intend to exchange even a few words with her before leaving so abruptly? A myriad of feelings surged within Ning Rongrong, indescribable and perplexing. Just as she saw the man about to vanish from her sight, she could not restrain herself from calling out, "Hey, wait a moment." Luo Yu paused momentarily, glancing back to inquire, "Now that all issues have been resolved, is there anything else?" Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed slightly as she hesitated, saying, "Could you possibly stay with me for a while, to keep me safe?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Stay to protect you?" Ning Rongrong quickly replied, Yes. I didn't bring a bodyguard when I went out. If you are willing to protect me, I can pay you whatever you ask." Their gazes locked, and Luo Yu noticed the earnestness in the girl's eyes. He suddenly laughed and shook his head slightly. "Do you think I lack money?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback. She had intended to mention that the man had just asked her for a protection fee, but then she recalled his terrifying strength. Could someone like him truly be in need of money? It seemed he had merely concocted a reason to assist her. May I have your name?" "You have helped me, and I would like to repay you in the future," Ning Rongrong said, her small hand instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt, her heart racing. This was her first time taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for any trouble. Having received remuneration, he would not entangle himself further in the matter. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he truly rejecting her so outrightly? How infuriating. Ning Rongrong felt a deep sense of unrequited affection. Could he not perceive her true intentions? Luo Yu turned his steps and gazed at the now silent Gu Yue Na. "Observing your commendable attitude in acknowledging your mistake, I feel compelled to warn you. Due to the erroneous cultivation method of your martial soul, you have been poisoned. And if this is not promptly rectified, the consequences could be dire." Poisoned? Gu Yue Na found this notion utterly absurd. After all, who was her grandfather? The most skilled titled Douluo in the art of poison on the Douluo continent. Could she possibly be afflicted by such a fate? What a ridiculous thought. While she acknowledged the man's formidable strength, she believed he still fell short of the title Douluo level. "I appreciate your concern, but I believe I am unlikely to be poisoned," Gu Yin replied with a hint of politeness. It is not just you who is at risk. Should your family possess martial souls akin to yours, their affliction may be even more severe. That is absolutely impossible, Gu Yin retorted, filled with disbelief. Luo Yu's lips curled into a delicate arc as he smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, and strode out of the clothing store. Ning Rongrong, noticing that Luo Yu had not spared her a glance even upon exiting, pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and stamped her silver lotus feet. Was she truly being disregarded? Gu Yin gazed in the direction the man had vanished, pursing her lips. Lingling, do you think this fellow is merely spouting nonsense? How could I possibly be poisoned? My grandfather certainly isn't poisoned either. Lingling? What are you daydreaming about? Lost in thought. Gu Yin inquired, puzzled. The serene beauty of the girl, with her clear, shimmering eyes, began to undergo a subtle transformation, her ethereal aura becoming more pronounced as her white dress danced with the breeze, her soft pink lips parting slightly. Yin Yin, you often ask me if I could ever develop feelings for a man, don't you? I never could before, but now, it seems I might. What? Gu Yin turned her head in astonishment, realizing that Yi Lingling's expression remained as tranquil as ever, and her gentle words hinted at an undeniable certainty. Chapter 63. Yi Lingling contemplates love, Zhu Zhuqing consumed by jealousy. No, I must have misheard, Gu Yin remarked, astonished as she regarded the girl. Having been in the same team for many years, she understood Yi Lingling deeply. The unique martial spirit, Nine Hearts Begonia, could only exist in one individual, resulting in Yi Lingling's mother passing away at childbirth and her father being missing, which led to her character being rather different from the norm. While she was not cold in her interactions, her demeanor exuded an unsettling calmness. Yi Lingling was extraordinarily beautiful, radiating an ethereal and enchanting quality. Yet the men in the team had never harbored feelings for her. They were all too perceptive to realize that their affections would be futile, as she had no interest in them whatsoever. Gu Yin doubted her hearing. You did not mishear. Yi Lingling's gaze remained as placid as water, her tone filled with conviction. Gu Yin, bewildered, asked, Lingling, you have only just met him, barely exchanged a few words. How can you already have thoughts about that guy? Yi Lingling's eyes were fixed on the already departed doorway of Luo Yu, her voice barely above a whisper. Yin Yin, some people's essence cannot be concealed, that man, with every gesture, imparts a feeling unlike any other. Gu Yin, anxious, replied, but this is too hasty. You ought to investigate his background first. Yi Lingling's lips suddenly curved into a gentle smile as her hands clasped together over her heart, her flowing hair swaying softly in the breeze. I do not wish to act so impulsively, but when certain feelings arise, they cannot be suppressed. Gu Yin regarded her best friend, hesitating. But we know nothing of his identity or background. What if we never encounter him again? Yi Lingling shook her head. I believe that fate will ensure we meet again. When we do meet again, you want to chase after him, will you? Gu Yin felt a sense of unreality. This was not the Buddhist girl she knew. When we meet again, Yi Lingling murmured softly, I will not pursue him. Thank goodness, Gu Yin sighed in relief. You haven't completely lost your senses. There's still hope for you. I will confess my feelings directly, Yi Lingling stated calmly. What? Gu Yin's lips formed in astonished, her face a picture of incredulity. This was it. She was utterly beyond saving. Gu Yin rolled her eyes dramatically. Heaven knows what kind of charm that man had cast upon their team as first auxiliary beauty. Gu Yin playfully poked the soft flesh at the girl's waist, jesting. If those wolf cubs in Heaven Do City find out that our Lingling has someone in her heart, there will surely be lamentations. Yi Lingling furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head. Them? What does it matter to me? Gu Yin was momentarily stunned. Was the man's charm truly that potent? She recalled the earlier encounter, the man's formidable martial spirit, his domineering demeanor, and his demeanor of treating others with respect. Gu Yin instinctively touched her sore throat, which bore the imprint of his touch. Despite the slight pain, she felt no resentment. Rather, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of understanding, as if she grasped a fragment of Yi Lingling's sentiments. Ning Rongrong had chased after them, but the alley was already devoid of the man's presence. She swung her beautiful legs, stepping on the blue bricks at the entrance repeatedly. Lowering her gaze to the white skirt in her hands, she let out a soft hum, a touch of pride gracing her features. Such an intriguing individual, I certainly will not let him slip away, even if he does not divulge his name. I will undoubtedly find you. Luo Yu has returned to the hotel, carrying 2 bags of specialty products from Soto City that he purchased along the way. Indeed, the system has assigned him a mission. Capturing Ning Rongrong would yield a soul ring, and taming her haughty demeanor would bring about special rewards. However, He does not feel the urgency of the moment. Haste makes waste. This encounter has already planted a favorable impression in Ning Rongrong's mind. If he were to hastily seek her contact information and persistently pursue her, the outcome would likely not be as favorable as it is now. One wonders if this young lady will feel a sense of surprise upon seeing him at the entrance of Shrek tomorrow. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Luo Yu ascended to the hotel floor and knocked on the door. Creak. The door swung open, and Luo Yu nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. Zhu Zhuqing had her hair elegantly piled up, droplets of water clinging to her strands. The white bathrobe enveloped her form, failing to conceal her extraordinarily alluring figure, with pronounced curves, pristine legs, and a sensuous silhouette that accentuated her perfect shape. "Master, you're back. I just finished my bath," Zhu Zhuqing said, her demeanor submissive, resting her head on her delicate arm, leaning against the doorframe, her already tantalizing figure displayed even more provocatively, her enchanting gaze playfully hinting at seduction. "It's broad daylight. Don't be mischievous." Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly as he raised his hand and delivered a playful slap to the ample posterior. "Oh, do be gentle," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her delicate hand covering her backside as she cautiously cast a glance towards the bedroom. Her crimson lips brushed against the nape of Luo Yu's neck as she softly murmured, "You're nearly making it all red. If you were to truly damage it, then, dear master, you would have no use for me." "What about Zhuqing?" Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy as her jade finger pressed against the man's chest. Zhuqing, the moment she entered. "She asked me if I, as the elder sister, am not more fragrant than the younger sister." "Master, you are so biased." Smack. Luo Yu cast a sharp glance at her, causing Zhu Zhuqing to fall silent in an instant, her small lips pouting in a display of grievance. As she observed the man striding towards the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing inwardly compared her figure with that of Zhuqing, feeling a sense of indignation. In comparison to her sister, she believed she was equally alluring. Could it be that the master favored innocence over allure? Zhu Zhuqing found herself lost in contemplation. Upon entering the bedroom, Luo Yu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing had yet to rise, curled up like a small creature within her pink blankets, her head enveloped within them. Luo Yu approached and lifted the blanket, discovering the girl with tear-streaked eyes and rosy lips tightly pressed together. Upon seeing Luo Yu return, Zhu Zhuqing leapt forward, her delicate arms wrapping fervently around the man's waist, as if she wished to meld him into her very being, entirely unconcerned with the yielding softness of her embrace. Luo Yu felt somewhat bewildered, pondering the situation. What was happening? "I thought you no longer wanted me," came the tender voice of Zhu Zhuqing, reminiscent of a yearning kitten. Luo Yu was taken aback and exclaimed, "How could one think in such a manner?" Zhu Zhuqing pressed her exquisite face against the man's chest and murmured softly, "I have often heard that once a man possesses a woman's body, he begins to take her for granted." Luo Yu chuckled in disbelief, saying, "Who told you that? With such exquisite beauty, how could I possibly let you go?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and replied, "After what happened last night, do you think I am a woman of loose morals?" Luo Yu shook his head, gesturing towards the bedsheet. "Don't be ridiculous. If blood could deceive, your clumsy skills." He could not finish his sentence, for Zhu Zhuqing's small hand had already grasped his waist. "Please stop. I'm utterly embarrassed." Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face appeared as if it could drip with water, feeling utterly ashamed to face others. "All right, I won't say another word." Luo Yu affectionately tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair and said, "Here, try this local delicacy from Soto City. I am unsure whether you will enjoy it, but if not, I can take you out to savor something else." A warmth blossomed in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. She had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from the man. She contemplated the taste. Upon hearing the word taste, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes quivered momentarily, recalling certain memories, her ears flushing with warmth. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing lingered outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation within the bedroom. Her lips, pouting in jealousy, were drawn high, and her knuckles turned pale from the force with which she gripped the wall. Has he forgotten his old love for a new affection? That insufferable man, how outrageous. Oh, humph, it's merely a trivial morsel. What is so delightful about it? I, Zhu Zhuqing, have no interest whatsoever. Luo Yu cast a glance at the adorable little head peeking from the doorway and waved. "Zhuqing, you may come in as well. I have brought your share. Is there mine too?" I'm coming. At this moment, outside Luo Yu's door, a beautiful woman in pink stockings paced back and forth, her enchanting eyes filled with complexity, contemplating whether to knock while hesitating. Chapter 64, Sisterly Rivalry and Jealousy. Xiao Wu comes knocking. Within the dreamy pink bedroom, The air was suffused with the fragrance of roses. The sisters revealed their fair, slender legs, intertwined as they sat cross-legged on the bed, sharing the delicacies from Soto City that Luo Yu had brought back. Zhu Zhuqing delicately picked up a small piece of spicy pork belly, placing it into her cherry-red lips. "Is it delicious?" Luo Yu inquired with a smile. The girl nodded. "As long as you like it." Luo Yu took out a tissue, thoughtfully wiping the oil from the corner of her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with happiness, her heart feeling sweet. Zhu Zhuqing, sitting nearby, observed this scene and felt that the almond pastry she held in her hand had suddenly lost its appeal. With a sulky expression, she found it difficult to feel joyful. It was not until Luo Yu chuckled and reached out to wipe away the remnants at the corner of her mouth that Zhu Zhuqing finally revealed a knowing smile. Zhu Zhuqing shifted closer, nestling against Luo Yu, her jade-like arm draped over his. She warned, "Zhu Zhuqing, this is my man, so please keep your distance." "Oh, has my little sister grown up? Now you know how to compete with your sister for a man," Zhu Zhuqing retorted defiantly, swiftly wrapping her arms around Luo Yu's other arm. Hiss. The sisters are entangled in a rivalry of jealousy. Luo Yu inwardly lamented his inability to withstand the situation. The figures of the two sisters were simply too alluring. He could distinctly perceive the softness of their arms. Stealing a covert glance, he realized that each sister's assets were more astonishing than the last, were it not for the fact that their relationship had yet to reach its peak. Luo Yu would likely have transformed into the moonlit wolf, ready to engage in battle like El Bu against two formidable foes. The sisters, with their flared nostrils and piercing gazes, proudly thrusting their ample bosoms forward, clung tightly to the man's arm, exchanging a silent yet palpable standoff, each unwilling to concede an inch in their display of dominance. While many things might be negotiable, the man's attention was a territory they would fiercely defend. Luo Yu now sat upright, his gaze fixed intently, observing the space around him with an air of solemnity. At this moment, it was prudent for him to remain silent. Otherwise, the focus of attention might easily shift towards himself. Was it not preferable to remain quietly like a wooden statue? Furthermore, the two distinctly different scents of women's fragrances wafting from the tip of his nose stirred a sense of distraction within him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, shattering the atmosphere within the bedroom. Who could it be? The three exchanged glances, each wearing a look of confusion. "Allow me to go." Luo Yu retracted his arm, turned over, and descended from the bed, crossing the living room to open the door. A tall, graceful silhouette stood outside, exuding a vibrant charm. Clad in a brief top and stunningly beautiful stockings that accentuated her long legs, her delicate, pink eyes held a blend of innocence and subtle allure. Her dark hair was styled into a long, scorpion-tail braid that cascaded down to her calves. "Xiaowu, what brings you here?" Luo Yu inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," Xiaowu replied, clearly a bit flustered. "No, not at all. Is there something you need?" Though shy, Xiaowu's gaze remained fixed on the man's face, her attention earnest as she asked, "I wanted to know, have we met before?" Luo Yu chuckled. "Why do you ask that?" Xiaowu hesitated. "You give me a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of someone I know. In what way do I resemble them?" Luo Yu inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. Xiaowu shook her head. "I can't quite articulate it. It's simply a feeling of striking resemblance." Luo Yu teased, "My dear, if you speak in such a manner, I cannot help but wonder if you're intentionally trying to flirt with me." "No, absolutely not," Xiaowu hastily refuted. Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Look at you. If you cannot even articulate where the resemblance lies, I have reason to suspect you are merely seeking an excuse to draw closer to me." Xiaowu bit her lip and replied, "I apologize. I mistook you for someone else. That person holds great significance to me, which is why I thought it worth the slightest chance to come and verify. Who is so important to you?" Luo Yu inquired with a smile. "Important enough that, throughout her lifetime, Xiaowu may never fully comprehend the kindness he has shown to our family." Luo Yu was taken aback. "So you wish to seek out that individual to express your gratitude?" Xiaowu nodded. "His strength might not necessitate assistance from others, yet I aspire to do something, to the best of my abilities, for him." Luo Yu shook his head, suggesting that perhaps those who aided you never anticipated your need to repay their kindness. They merely wish for the happiness and joy of your family. Xiaowu chuckled softly, rolling her eyes in response, saying, "Your tone implies as if you have ever assisted me." Luo Yu teased, "You are so beautiful. If I had saved you, I would never let you go. And you would have to pledge yourself to me." Xiaowu retorted with a dismissive huff, "Unfortunately, you are not the one." "Hiki." It seems I must have misjudged the situation. How could a benefactor possibly appear here? Luo Yu feigned surprise and inquired. If I were your benefactor and made such a request, would you acquiesce? Xiao Wu wrinkled her delicate nose and retorted, you only dream of beautiful scenarios. There is no if in this matter. While her expression revealed a hint of petulance, her heart was stirred by tumultuous emotions. In truth, her mother had instilled in her from a young age the belief that aside from her benefactor, she must maintain absolute distance from all other men. It was only when her benefactor had no intention of claiming her that she could consider others. Xiao did not perceive this as a shackling constraint. For in those bygone days, the arrival of a man had timely rescued her troubled soul, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. I apologize for the bold interruption. I haven't yet properly expressed my gratitude for your earlier offer of a room, she said. It was merely a trifling matter. There's no need to dwell on it. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. Curiously, Xiao Wu asked, what brings you here? Luo Yu responded, expressing that he had heard there was a Shrek here and wished to explore it. What a coincidence. We are together, he remarked. My third brother and I are also here to participate in the assessment. Let us meet tomorrow, and good luck. Xiao Wu cheerfully waved her small fist. With a soft click, she departed, and the door closed behind her. Luo Yu smiled, deciding not to reveal his true identity to Xiao Wu for the time being. He was not one to seek favors in return for kindness. If Xiao Wu were to genuinely develop feelings for him in the future, it would not be too late to come clean then. After all, they would soon become members of the same academy, providing ample opportunities for interaction. Suddenly, Luo Yu recalled a Wu. What notions had this young woman instilled in her daughter? With her leading the way, instilling the idea of maintaining distance from men, Tang San clearly stood no chance. A Qiu, a captivating beauty in exquisite palace attire, sneezed while traveling along the official road. Her delicate gaze revealed hesitation. Was her benefactor thinking of her? Or was it that little Wu who was babbling about her? She couldn't help but wonder if little Wu had been listening to her mother's advice. There was a slight unease. One must be cautious of wild men in the human world. Umph, if she dares to associate with those despicable humans, I shall break her little rabbit legs. Just as little Wu exited Luo Yu's doorway, she suddenly froze in her tracks. Tang San stood at the corner of the corridor, arms crossed. His expression as dark as thunder, his eyes swirling with purple hues. Third brother, what are you doing here? In the dimly lit hotel corridor, Tang San's demeanor was as somber as water as he sternly inquired, what have you been doing just now? I went to ascertain whether that person is my benefactor. Little Wu replied, perplexed, as she absent-mindedly brushed her cascading hair. Third brother, what's wrong? Are you unhappy about something? It's nothing. I am quite content. Tang San forced a smile, though internally troubled, reluctant to reveal his feelings, fearing it would paint him as petty. Yet, he couldn't help but press on. Have you met that man? How certain are you? Little Wu's eyes dimmed, her charming face displaying disappointment. I mistook him. He is not my benefactor. Merely someone who exuded a familiar aura. Tang San visibly exhaled with relief, glaring towards Luo Yu's door, and said gravely, Little Wu, since he is not, you should keep your distance from that fellow. Why? Little Wu asked, bewildered. Tang San hesitated, unable to admit his jealousy, needing a valid reason. He spoke earnestly. That man is clearly not a good person. You are exceedingly beautiful. He might very well covet your charms. Surely not. Little Wu shook her head repeatedly. I found him rather pleasant. Moreover, he assisted us by giving us an extra room without charge. At this mention, Tang San's frustration boiled beneath the surface. But he restrained himself and offered a heartfelt analysis. The human heart is inscrutable. While out in the world, one must exercise caution. Think about it carefully. He is a stranger. Why would he help us? His motives are indeed suspicious. Little Wu pouted slightly, appearing rather indifferent to his words. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she smiled radiantly. Oh, third brother. He mentioned he was also coming to join Shrek Academy. We might be classmates in the future, so his character must be impeccable. Tang San chuckled softly, shaking his head. Just because of him? Joining Shrek Academy? Surely, he must be jesting. Have you forgotten what the teacher said? Shrek only admits monsters. Not mediocrity. It is not an institution one can simply waltz into. Little Wu's eyes widened. Are you suggesting he may not be able to enter Shrek? Tang San sighed regretfully. We have confidence in our admission because we possess innate, full soul power, reaching nearly level 30 in our youth. What right does he have to compare with us? Little Wu opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Individuals with innate full soul power are exceedingly rare. Throughout her time in the human realm, she had encountered only Tang San with such a gift. It truly was a rarity. Tang San smiled broadly. If anyone could enter any academy, the quality of education would surely be lacking. The teacher would not have made the effort to bring us here. Third brother, do you think he has the confidence to join Shrek? Perhaps he is a genius? Little Wu mused, reluctant to dismiss someone she found intriguing, lamenting the prospect of not becoming classmates. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Tang San's expression shifted noticeably. He scoffed, I too wish for more classmates, but Shrek is not easily entered. Unless he is an innate genius of level 8 or above, I find it highly improbable. Geniuses are not so common. Do we just happen upon them at will? The odds are slim. He will likely be eliminated soon. Little Wu pondered. Her delicate fingers resting on her lips as she recalled, he spoke with such confidence. He even mentioned he would casually visit Shrek tomorrow. Casually visit Shrek? Tang San scoffed. That fellow has an inflated sense of self-importance. What talents or abilities does he possess to utter such words? Even I would not dare to be so brazen. Little Wu blinked her sparkling eyes, filled with suspicion. Third brother, why do I feel that you seem a bit agitated today? Nonsense. That is unfounded. Tang San regained his composure and replied, displeased. Listening to your description, I now have a clearer understanding of the type of person he is. Most likely, he is a wealthy young man out for a frivolous time, unaware of how stringent and harsh Shrek's admissions are. Tomorrow, he will undoubtedly face a rude awakening. Surely not. Little Wu's charming face displayed a hint of anxiety. How could it not be? Tang San stood tall. When it comes to judging character, I have never erred. This fellow will undoubtedly be met with a harsh reality from the admission staff tomorrow. Little Wu worriedly suggested, Third brother, he helped us before. If he is not admitted tomorrow, could we not speak to the teacher on his behalf? Tang San raised his hand, sighing, if he is not accepted. His departure might actually be a blessing in disguise. Consider it. Shrek only accepts monsters. Where is the room for ordinary individuals? Forcing him to remain among us will only burden him. Once he feels the disparity in talent, he will likely grow insecure and unhappy. Do you understand, Little Wu? Third brother is also looking out for him. Oh, Little Wu replied, somewhat dazed. Seeing her nod, a trace of pride flickered in Tang San's eyes. He was not merely speaking empty words. He had discreetly observed Luo Yu and concluded that this individual was utterly unremarkable, possessing nothing extraordinary. The thought of such a person approaching Little Wu filled him with immense displeasure. Who dared to come near my little sister, Wu? What right did he have? Achoo. Luo Yu sneezed within the confines of the room. At that moment, he lay sprawled upon the grand red bed, his arms outstretched, relishing the gentle massage from delicate, fair hands. Zhu Zhuqing knelt gracefully at his side, her slender figure clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that did little to conceal her strikingly fair allure. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping the man in an enticing embrace. Seated nearby, Zhu Zhuqing bit her lower lip in frustration. Her small fists clenched tightly as she observed the flirtatious glimmer in her sister's eyes, struggling to repress an urge to intervene at any moment. When she noticed Zhu Zhuqing's hand teasingly gliding across the man's back, Zhu Zhuqing's temples throbbed, prompting her to rush over and swat her sister's hand away from the man. What are you doing, Zhu Zhuqing? Can't you see I'm giving the master a massage? The youthful beauty retorted with a chilling smile. Oh, I just thought you looked overworked. I can do that too. Let me help alleviate your burden. Such jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand dismissively, her laughter bright and vibrant. Her enticing figure undulating with a captivating charm. Huffed. I'm not jealous, Zhu Zhuqing huffed, turning her gaze away. All right. Who could argue with an elder sister? The master is all yours. Zhu Zhuqing shot Luo Yu a teasing glance, her lips forming words of playful suggestion before she swiftly exited the bedroom, closing the door behind her with a gentle click. With a sudden hush, the atmosphere within the bedroom became profoundly serene. Luo Yu could sense that Zhu Zhuqing's breathing had become increasingly erratic, and the atmosphere suddenly grew hazy. He shifted his position and embraced her slender waist. The woman's waist, a testament to her training, was both radiant and firm, revealing an alluring abdominal line. Ugh, what are you doing, you scoundrel? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed a deep crimson, as if it were about to drip with water. Though she possessed little practical experience, she was not entirely naive to the ways of the world. She had an inkling of what was to come. What am I doing? Haven't you already guessed? Luo Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Otherwise, why would your body be so tense? You're incorrigible. I won't play with you anymore. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to rise. However, with a sudden exertion, she found herself pulled back into his embrace. With a playful swat at his chest, she protested like a feisty little wildcat. That's so annoying. My sister is still outside. Shoo, don't worry. As long as you remain silent, she won't hear a thing. Zhu Zhuqing's large eyes widened in disbelief. You're too wicked. Didn't we just— Luo Yu had no intention of granting the young girl any further opportunity to speak. Chapter 66. The Focus of Beautiful Women. Luo Yu gathered at the entrance of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing retracted her delicate toes, gripping the bed sheets tightly, striving to maintain her composure. Yet, as her throat subtly moved, she could not suppress a muffled moan. The living room was adorned with scattered rose petals. Zhu Zhuqing, her hair elegantly arranged in a style befitting a noble woman, donned sultry leather pants that accentuated her long, slender legs, resembling two white pythons. However, she had no intention of merely sitting there quietly, for that was not her style. At that moment, she was clandestinely crouched by the bedroom door, straining to eavesdrop. Her alluring visage was already flushed, her mind flooded with countless vivid images. Completely immersed in the moment, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but roll her eyes, her crimson lips pouting with jealousy. Listening intently, she pondered whether this civilized form of communication was somewhat violent. It was evident that some rogue was being overly vigorous, acting too hastily. After a considerable duration, everything finally came to an end. Zhu Zhuqing slumped against the wall, breathless, her red lips gasping for air as her silver teeth clenched tightly, casting a resentful glance at the bedroom door. This was too excessive, too tormenting. Suddenly, the door creaked open, startling Zhu Zhuqing and leaving her momentarily flustered, on the verge of exclaiming. In an instant, a large hand covered her mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was Luo Yu, his tall and robust figure standing before her. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily entranced, her eyes widening in astonishment. The man's chiseled physique was adorned with sharply defined muscles, akin to steel cables, radiating a faint sheen that seemed to harbor explosive power. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth with her jade-like hand. Phew. She exhaled softly, relieved that she had not drooled, managing to maintain her decorum. Luo Yu gently closed the bedroom door, leaving the woman no time to react. With a swift motion, he scooped up the blushing Zhu Zhuqing, carelessly draping her over his shoulder as he strode towards the newly arranged sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Zhu Zhuqing protested, her delicate hands patting the man's back as she twisted her body in a futile attempt to resist. However, her actions appeared far from genuine. They resembled more a playful tussle between a young girl and her beloved. Bang! Luo Yu cast the alluring girl on his shoulder onto the sofa. Master, what are you doing? My sister is still inside. How dare you be so audacious? Luo Yu chuckled lightly, remarking, Did you not just gesture for me to wait for you? Thus, I have come. You are mischievous. I never uttered such words. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes shimmered like autumn waters, caught between resistance and invitation. Rest assured, Zhu Qing has grown weary and has fallen asleep. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shifted dramatically, her demeanor shedding all reservations. Pressing against the man's chest with youthful exuberance, she sweetly and teasingly inquired, Master, you just remembered to bring me breakfast. How shall I express my gratitude to you? Luo Yu grasped the woman's delicate hand, his gaze fixated upon her enchanting, misty eyes, a perfect smile gracing his lips. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants repayment, does it? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she pouted, saying, with such thoughtfulness from my master, I must surely repay you with utmost gratitude. Under Zhu Zhuqing's earnest invitation, Luo Yu could not bear to refuse and soon found himself ensnared in an inextricable situation. Meanwhile, in Soto City, within the hotel where the esteemed royal combat team of the Heaven Do Empire resided, chaos reigned. The floor trembled, accompanied by the cacophonous sound of destruction. The elegantly decorated room had descended into disarray, littered with the remnants of shattered items. A tall, robust young man, resembling an enraged lion, relentlessly wreaked havoc, while the other 6 members of the royal combat team stood at a distance, too intimidated to utter a word. With reddened eyes, Yu Tianheng glared at Du Guyan. His fiancée, he had merely gone out to procure some items, yet upon her return, her attire was tattered, and her neck bore the unmistakable marks of a large, purplish bruise from a handprint. How could he not be furious? Guyan, tell me, who did this to you? I shall rend him to pieces. Du Guyan lowered her gaze to her emerald-hued nails and softly replied, Tianheng, please calm down. I am unharmed. Boom. Yu Tianheng erupted, pointing at Du Guyan in fury. You are in this state and claim you are fine? Speak. Who did this to you? Regardless of who it is, I, Yu Tianheng, swear to make him pay. Du Guyan shook her head, attempting to explain, Tianheng, I made a mistake and was merely taught a lesson. Let this matter rest, for my sake. What? Yu Tianheng found this utterly absurd, his body trembling with rage as he kicked a nearby wooden chair, splintering it into fragments that scattered throughout the room. Du Guyan, I cannot swallow this humiliation. You must tell me who harmed you. With pursed lips, Du Guyan pleaded, Tianheng, let it go, please. Yu Tianheng, crackling with barely contained energy, coldly retorted, have you lost your mind? You were wronged and yet defend your assailant? Du Guyan sighed and shook her head. Tianheng, that person possesses unfathomable strength. We ought to refrain from provoking him. The man's cold laughter echoed, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit manifested, his muscles swelling with an overwhelming sense of power. I truly do not believe there exists anyone among the younger generation of the Heaven Do Empire whom I, Yu Tianheng, cannot confront. Du Guyan remained silent, her lips pressed together in concern. Yu Tianheng turned his attention to the girl in the white dress beside her, Lingling. Your sister is in an unstable state. You tell me, who has wronged you? Yi Lingling shook her head. Captain, you should heed Sister Guyan's words. That man is far too terrifying. You may not be able to defeat him. With a thunderous roar, Yu Tianheng's fury reached its zenith, his soul power, previously at level 39, surged to level 40 in that moment. He let out a chilling laugh, his tiger-like eyes blazing with defiance. Am I incapable of defeating him? What nonsense! Lingling, just tell me who it is. I wish to see who I, Yu Tianheng, cannot best, even if I cannot prevail. I refuse to believe that the 7 of us cannot reduce him to mere pulp. Captain, exercise caution, Yi Lingling urged. Caution be damned. I am intent on vengeance. Yu Tianheng's eyes blazed crimson. Ultimately, under relentless pressure, he learned of Luo Yu's appearance, and the team dispersed, embarking on a citywide search. Luo Yu has not been idle either. He provided a thorough and insightful explanation of the intricate issues faced by the Zhu Zhuqing sisters, striving for perfection. However, the sisters' most significant problems are deeply ingrained, and only through Luo Yu's relentless efforts day after day will there be hope for resolution. The following morning, Luo Yu awoke from his dreams, embracing Zhu Zhuqing, thus rousing the weary Zhu Zhuyan who lay upon the sofa. After a brief cleansing and tidying, they checked out of the hotel together with the sisterly pair. The service staff's envious and pained gazes seemed to drip with jealousy at every glance. This was primarily due to the extraordinary beauty of the two sisters, one radiating fiery allure, the other exuding pure charm. Their figures a stunning spectacle that eclipsed the mundane standards of beauty. This striking contrast evoked a profound suspicion in the service staff, leaving them to wonder if Luo Yu truly dwelled in paradise each night. Luo Yu, accompanied by 2 young women, exited Soto City and traversed the official road. Following the guidance of the map, they passed through lush green farmlands and arrived at the entrance of a modest village. As the man approached, he had scarcely begun to observe his surroundings when he captured the attention of the 2 young ladies who had arrived earlier. One was a vision of elegance, clad in snug pink stockings, with delicate rosy eyes that exuded charm. The other donned a sky-blue fairy dress, her silk-patterned stockings accentuating her long, graceful legs, radiating an air of royal elegance, her exquisite features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Both ladies fixated their gaze upon Luo Yu. The narrative promises to grow increasingly exhilarating, as the initial build-up has reached a satisfying crescendo. For now, there will be 2 updates daily, both released at midnight. Readers are encouraged to leave positive feedback in the comments. Your support is greatly appreciated. With the Qiming festival approaching, the author is determined to deliver abundant updates. Despite the late-night writing sessions, the anticipation of a holiday guarantees a daily influx of new content. Chapter 67. Enchanting Encounters, a Convergence of Beauty and Envious Glances. At the entrance of Shrek Village, surrounded by a fence of rustic wooden barriers, the village appeared quite dilapidated. Even the academy's sign was merely a piece of weathered wood, and a rickety table stood at the entrance, behind which reclined a man of over 60 years. The elder was dozing with his eyes closed, while a crowd gathered around the table, forming a queue. Most were parents accompanying their children to enroll. As they waited, the anxious middle-aged men and women tightly grasped their children's hands, their bodies tense, faces etched with apprehension. Yet their eyes glimmered with hope as they gazed into the depths of the village. They understood the significance of this day. Securing a place at Shrek would propel their children to great heights, transcending the common folk and entering the noble ranks of the Heaven Do Empire. Among the waiting crowd, 2 striking figures stood out. One, with her pink stockings hugging her slender legs, appeared both enchanting and playful. The other, in her fairy dress revealing her fair and elongated legs, emanated an ethereal grace. Both women possessed extraordinary beauty and allure, rare even in Douluo. The magnetic charm they exuded unknowingly drew the attention of many around them. Several young men, during furtive glances, found themselves swallowing hard, yet they dared not approach. Intimidated by the formidable aura of the two ladies, which seemed to declare, no trespassing. As Luo Yu drew near to the entrance of Shrek Village, the two stunning beauties simultaneously called out, "You're here?" Xiao Wu, who had been watching intently, waved her small hand with bright eyes filled with delight. "It's you. What brings you here?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. She had not anticipated encountering this man again today. Luo Yu approached, offering a warm nod to Xiao Wu. His gaze then shifted to Ning Rongrong, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What? Is it only permissible for you to be here while I cannot?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with complexity. The enigmatic aura that the man exuded the day before had piqued her curiosity, yet this insufferable man had evaded her attempts to know him, slipping away with remarkable swiftness. She had presumed it would be ages before they crossed paths again, yet here they were, unexpectedly reunited today, resolute in her determination. Ning Rongrong resolved that since fate had brought them together once more, she would unearth all the little secrets he harbored. Initially, the attention of the gathering was captivated by the two enchanting young women. However, as they both greeted the same man with warmth, all eyes naturally gravitated towards Luo Yu. Scrutinizing him closely, they sought to discern what virtues he possessed to forge such familiarity with these two beauties. Upon first glance, a young man rolled his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself that this fellow appeared rather ordinary, certainly no more impressive than himself. His appearance was unremarkable. He certainly did not possess greater charm than he did. Others echoed this sentiment, feeling a twinge of envy and dissatisfaction. Yet, the moment they noticed the pair of stunning twin sisters beside Luo Yu, their eyes widened in shock. Wait a moment. Could it be that these captivating twins were also associated with him? How did he come to know so many lovely women? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, questioning Luo Yu with a hint of jealousy. As everyone witnessed this unfolding scene, a collective gasp echoed through the air. These twins truly were accompanying this man. Counting the two who had greeted him, that amounted to 4 beautiful women. What in the world was happening? "We are here to apply to the academy. What is your purpose for being here? Are you bringing a host of beauties to torment us?" Before Luo Yu could utter but a few words, he swiftly became the focal point of the entire gathering within a mere instant. As Luo Yu sensed the subtle jealousy emanating from those around him, he instinctively touched his nose, pondering what he might have done to provoke such strange gazes. "Who are these two lovely ladies greeting you?" Zhu Zhuqing discreetly nudged the man at his waist. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Luo Yu did not withhold any information. He briefly narrated the backstory of his acquaintance with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, facilitating their introductions to one another. Being vibrant young women, they quickly formed a bond, particularly with Luo Yu acting as their connection. While onlookers initially perceived the scene as chaotic, they were taken aback to witness the harmonious interaction among the girls, their glances towards Luo Yu becoming increasingly peculiar. With the enrollment not yet commenced, the 4 girls engaged in animated conversation, leaving Luo Yu somewhat sidelined. After a moment of familiarity, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and her sister with surprise. "So, you two have also run away from home?" "I suppose so." Zhu Zhuyan refrained from disclosing that she had been pursued. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, regarding Ning Rongrong. "What, did you sneak out as well?" "Indeed," Ning Rongrong pouted. "It's too bothersome at home. It's far better to get some fresh air." Excitedly, Xiao was about to interject when she was suddenly pulled aside by the grim-faced Tang San. "Brother San, what are you doing?" "I just made new friends and haven't even had a proper chat." Xiao Wu shrugged off Tang San's grip. Tang San responded seriously, "Xiao Wu, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? When out and about, it's best to keep your distance from strangers." Xiao Wu shook her head. "They aren't strangers, soon enough. They will be our classmates once they finish registering." Tang San chuckled. Whether they become classmates is still uncertain. Shrek Academy isn't so easily accessible. It's not a refuge for the inept. Last year, they didn't admit anyone at all. "Do you truly think these girls will be accepted?" Xiao Wu pouted. "Even if they don't get in, what's wrong with being friends?" Tang San shook his head. "I told you yesterday that the man is a wealthy heir. And you didn't believe me. Look, today, he is out with a pair of twins, and it's unnecessary for us to get too close to such people. Just think about it. A man with 2 women. What good could possibly come of that?" Tang San scoffed, prompting a change in Xiao Wu's expression. "You saying such things about others behind their backs is quite unkind. If you have a problem, say it to my face." At that moment, Luo Yu approached. Perhaps others could not hear clearly. However, with his pure divine physique, he possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing, allowing him to perceive every word distinctly. Tang San. That old rascal was indeed a bit mischievous. A glint of sharpness flickered in Tang San's eyes as he fixated on the approaching man. My friend, your assistance yesterday was invaluable, and we are truly grateful. Should you require compensation for your lodging, I would be more than willing to provide it. However, I must apologize. My sister and I are accustomed to solitude and find it challenging to interact with outsiders. Tang San emphasized the term outsiders with notable weight, his gaze wary as he regarded Luo Yu. Deep down, he sensed the need to exercise caution around this individual. Luo Yu gestured towards Xiaowu and inquired whether it was her desire to avoid contact with outsiders, or rather, your own reluctance. Tang San appeared to be struck by the core of the matter, his expression shifting as he scoffed. You already have 2 companions by your side. Is that not sufficient? Why must you persist in entangling my sister, Xiaowu? Luo Yu's gaze shifted, and he coldly inquired, What do you mean? It means nothing, Tang San replied, shaking his head. I have no concern over whom you harbor feelings for, but do not entertain any notions about Xiaowu. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it for the rest of your life. Is this fellow truly obsessed with his sister? Luo Yu pondered inwardly, questioning what wrong he had committed. Was Tang San's possessiveness towards Xiaowu truly so intense? Oh, I am curious to see how you will make me regret for a lifetime. A playful smirk danced upon Luo Yu's lips. In an instant, Tang San's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, emanating an invisible aura of menace. Chapter 68. A beauty awaiting the spectacle, the unwavering confidence of Tang San. Tang San's eyes glinted with malice as his aura surged. When has Luo Yu ever suffered a setback? He would never indulge such a despicable habit. His gaze grew increasingly frigid as the atmosphere in the venue thickened with tension. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, most of whom instinctively aligned themselves with Tang San. This was primarily due to the fact that Luo Yu was exceedingly envious. He appeared utterly unremarkable, with an ordinary visage and an unassuming presence. Why then? Did he bask in the company of twin beauties while maintaining such proximity to 2 other goddesses? The majority of the crowd were youthful and prideful, naturally feeling aggrieved. They yearned for Tang San to deliver a lesson to Luo Yu, hoping that the 4 enchanting ladies would be utterly disillusioned with this fellow. Swish! Xiaowu extended her arm to intervene between the 2. Third brother, what troubles you? Your demeanor has been off since yesterday, and when I inquired, you remained silent. Tang San suddenly flashed a light-hearted smile. It's nothing. I merely find this debauched young master distasteful, especially given his ulterior motives in approaching you. How could I possibly tolerate him? Huh? Luo Yu was directly amused, finding the situation utterly absurd. Me, a debauched young master? Which of your eyes perceived that? Tang San squinted, his voice cold as he remarked, spending money extravagantly, bringing a pair of beautiful sisters to a hotel. What other noble deeds could you possibly be engaged in? I cannot sense a profound aura of soul power emanating from you. If not a debauched young master, what else could you be? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring if one could not perceive her cultivation. Perhaps it was time for self-reflection. Could it be that one's own abilities were rather inadequate? Tang San chuckled, scoffing as he replied, With my purple extreme demon eyes, I have discerned illusions flawlessly throughout the years. Pray tell, what traces of cultivation do you possess? Luo Yu shook his head, stating that past infallibility does not guarantee present immunity to mistakes. Impossible, Tang San asserted with confidence. Under the gaze of my purple extreme demon eye, the true essence of a soul emperor cannot hide. Attempting to deceive me is utterly laughable. You are indeed self-assured. Luo Yu replied, glancing around before adding with a light chuckle, considering the multitude surrounding us, would it be appropriate for me to strike you directly? Tang San's demeanor shifted, becoming as frigid as ice, his eyes shimmering with a deep purple light, exuding an aura of lethal intent. I advise you to tread carefully and speak wisely. Do not provoke the wrong individual. Should I be compelled to act, it would be too late for you to regret your choices. Luo Yu beckoned with a finger, urging him to act swiftly without further ado. Boom. Tang San unleashed a torrent of energy, shattering the ground beneath him, creating a web of cracks across the surface. His overwhelming presence rendered those around him silent, acutely aware of his formidable strength. The Zhu sisters exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with sympathy as they cast a fleeting look at Tang San, pondering whether he was courting disaster. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of excitement. After being thoroughly outmaneuvered by Luo Yu before, she was surprised to see another daring soul emerge. She admired his audacity. Ning Rongrong, with an inscrutable expression, seemed ready to settle down with a front-row seat to the spectacle. Truth be told, she could hardly believe that a man of his caliber would seek to join the meager Shrek Academy. Had she not run away from home for amusement, she would never have set foot in such a place. Anticipation bubbled within her at the prospect of Luo Yu's renewed engagement. In contrast to the other three women, Xiao Wu felt an inkling of worry. She was all too familiar with Tang San's skills and hidden weapons and soul power, fearing for Luo Yu's safety, and thus began to intervene. Third brother, please calm down. You've never been this agitated before. What has gotten into you today that you feel the need to fight? Tang San shot back. If someone dares to provoke me, that's one thing. But if anyone covets you, I will ensure they regret it. Xiao Wu shook her head, urging him, Third brother, you must be mistaken. He harbors no intentions toward me. Besides, he has helped us before. Don't you remember? Tang San scoffed. Of course I remember. Otherwise, he would already be lying down. Can't you be a bit more courteous? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. Feeling as though Tang San had transformed into a different person. Raising his voice, Tang San declared, Attitude? I hold no regard for his kind. I disdain those who rely solely on their family's influence, lacking any real ability. Third brother, you're being too hasty. He hasn't said anything yet. Yet you've already labeled him. Tang San asserted confidently, my purple extreme magic eyes have entered the second level of subtlety. I cannot be mistaken. No matter how skilled his act, he cannot deceive my gaze. He lacks true power and is merely posturing here. Pushing Tang San aside, Xiao Wu stepped forward. Blinking at Luo Yu. I apologize, please don't be upset. This is the first time I've seen third brother so fervent. Biting her lip, she continued, rest assured. You can participate in the Shrek test without worry. A near miss is inconsequential. If I succeed, I will surely speak on your behalf to the examination instructor. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. From Xiao Wu's tone, it seemed she regarded him as a vulnerable entity deserving of sympathy and protection. Did she truly believe he was a mere colored pencil, incapable of contending with Tang San? It appeared so. At that moment, Tang San circumvented Xiao Wu and approached. San Gu, what do you intend to do? Xiao Wu's displeasure was evident. Tang San waved his hand dismissively, step aside for a moment. I merely wish to speak with him. Before the assembled crowd, he addressed Luo Yu. Since Xiao Wu has interceded on your behalf, I shall grant you a reprieve. However, considering your level of aura, the Academy would never accept you. Without admission, you shall not see Xiao Wu again, and thus, I have no reason to harbor resentment toward you. As Tang San continued to speak, the expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were privy to the situations, grew increasingly peculiar, and they couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for him. The three women noticed Luo Yu slowly raising his palm, emanating an ominous aura. Just then, a voice called out from behind a table, enough of this nonsense. Come forward for the soul power assessment. The elderly man continued, let me clarify. Only those under 13 with a level above 20 are eligible for preliminary admission to the Academy. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them. To reach level 20 at the age of 12? Such requirements are utterly outrageous. The elder reprimanded, silence. If you cannot meet the basic requirements, how can you call yourselves prodigies? Those wishing to be tested, hurry up, do not dawdle. One by one, individuals stepped forward for their assessments. But either their levels fell short or their ages exceeded the limit. After testing over a dozen, all were eliminated. The elder's demeanor darkened, his disappointment palpable. This generation is worse than the last. Tang San, exuding confidence, declared, allow me to go first. He gracefully approached the elder and adeptly placed his hand upon the white crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball erupted with dazzling brilliance. The testing teacher's pupils widened in surprise as he exclaimed, is this for real? Level 29? He swiftly examined Tang San's physique, further astonished, you're only 12? The crowd erupted in disbelief, their incredulity palpable. Tang San's talent astounded them. They understood all too well the extraordinary nature of such a gift. One that seemed beyond their reach. Tang San nodded, unfazed by the envious and reverent gazes surrounding him. The crystal ball radiated a brilliant light that illuminated his self-assured visage as he pointed at Luo Yu, smirking haughtily, I have completed my assessment, level 29. What about you? Care to try? Chapter 69, The Trembling Crowd and Tang San's Unyielding Confidence. Tang San's voice was calm yet resolute, eliciting a profound silence among those present. The elderly tester's eyes gleamed with excitement. At 12 years old, and possessing level 29, he was undeniably a genius, a true treasure. The admissions elder's exhilaration was infectious, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Is this fellow even human? At the same age, he boasts almost level 30? This must be a joke. The young aspirants and their parents wore expressions of shock, their minds brimming with disbelief in their understanding. Even achieving level 20 at such a tender age was a rare feat, and Tang San's level shattered their previous notions, leaving them utterly astounded. As they glanced at Luo Yu, who remained silent on the sidelines, a flicker of sympathy passed through their eyes. It seemed that he was destined to be overshadowed today. Confronted by a prodigious talent of this caliber, who could withstand such a force? Some shook their heads in resignation. Being taunted by such a genius was undeniably disheartening, as the disparity in talent and strength was an evident chasm. Everyone assumed Luo Yu would quietly withdraw in defeat. Even Tang San could not suppress the smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He was certain that no one among his peers could surpass his soul power. While others were still in their formative years, he had already been diligently practicing the Tang sect's ultimate skill, the Xiantian skill, elevating his soul power to its innate peak, followed by a meteoric rise in prowess. He firmly believed that no so-called genius outside could compare to him. His martial soul talent and mastery of the Tang sect's secrets were no trivial matter. Typically, he concealed his pride, but today it shone brightly. For he could not abide the thought of other men approaching Xiaowu, not under any circumstances. If anyone dared, they would face his wrath. Tang San cast a cold smile at Luo Yu, the testing crystal ball still radiating its splendid luminescence, a testament to his unparalleled soul power among his peers. Luo Yu stood there, listening to the surrounding jeers, observing Tang San, who was surrounded by admirers like a moon embraced by stars, and his expression gradually grew somewhat peculiar. Tang San, with his head held high, remarked, "You were just so eloquent moments ago. Why have you fallen silent now?" Luo Yu shook his head, sighing. "I find myself perplexed by a certain matter. Why is it that some individuals, despite their apparent ordinariness, exude such unwavering confidence?" Tang San's previously animated expression abruptly froze, and he stared intently, demanding, "Whom are you referring to?" Luo Yu chuckled, expressing his curiosity. Is it truly remarkable to possess a soul power level of 29 at the tender age of 12? Does this merit such confidence? A gasp rippled through the crowd. As they gazed at Luo Yu in disbelief, whispers of astonishment filling the air. Could this individual truly be so oblivious? Was he aware of the significance of achieving such prowess at merely 12 years of age? This was the hallmark of a genius, an unequivocal prodigy. The spectators were now convinced that Luo Yu was merely posturing, for Tang San's talent was undeniably formidable, instilling fear in those around him. Suddenly, a shadow darted to stand before Tang San, casting him a friendly glance before directing a stern gaze toward Luo Yu. It was the elder responsible for admissions at Shrek Academy. He discerned the discord between Tang San and Luo Yu, regardless of who was right or wrong. He had witnessed Tang San's extraordinary talent, a rare gem that Shrek had not encountered in many years. In his eyes, Luo Yu's aura appeared exceedingly ordinary. Thus, the choice became abundantly clear. The elder, naturally seizing the opportunity to garner some favor from Tang San, admonished Luo Yu sternly, "Young man, the entrance to Shrek is not a place for quarrels. Mere verbal sparring holds no merit here, for true strength is paramount. Do you look down upon a cultivation level of 29? If you possess the ability, then display it for all to see. If not, I advise you to leave this place at once. Shrek does not welcome students who boast without the backing of skill." Upon finishing his words, the elder cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and noticed the benevolent gaze directed towards him, which instantly reassured him of his decision. Offending an ordinary youth in exchange for a genius's favor seemed a risk-free endeavor. Xiaowu had already approached, softly advising Tang San, "Third brother, your words might embarrass him. Your talent is beyond that of an ordinary individual. Perhaps it would be wise to let this go." Upon hearing Xiaowu defend Luo Yu, Tang San's anger flared uncontrollably, and a surge of inexplicable jealousy welled within him. "Xiaowu, it's not that I wish to hold a grudge against him. You saw how this fool boasted. If he believes my 29 levels are inadequate, then he should reveal his soul power level and show us all." At that moment, all eyes converged upon Luo Yu, with many spectators harboring a sense of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating Luo Yu's potential downfall. Luo Yu, accompanied by the strikingly beautiful pair of twin sisters, indeed incites a wave of envy and admiration. As he faces the humiliation of being struck down by Tang San, onlookers revel in the spectacle. Undeterred by the surrounding skepticism and mockery, Luo Yu maintains his composure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he were merely an amused spectator to the unfolding drama. "Zhuqing, why don't you give it a try?" "All right," Zhu Zhuqing obediently replies, reaching out to Tang San for the testing crystal ball. With a hint of mockery, Tang San tosses the crystal ball, taunting, "What is this?" Feeling cowardly, and sending a woman to do your bidding? Facing the derision, Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at Tang San before averting his gaze and slowly shaking his head. Hush, just watch. There will be a surprise. Just as Tang San was about to speak, he was abruptly silenced by the brilliant radiance that erupted from a moment's notice. Everyone stiffened, their eyes transfixed on the dazzling crystal ball and the ongoing infusion of soul power from Zhu Zhuqing, leaving them momentarily awestruck. No, it can't be. Another level 29? This woman looks hardly older than 13. The elder in charge of admissions was left dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? Have we stumbled upon a nest of prodigies today? This girl appeared even younger than Tang San, yet possessed such formidable prowess? Gasps of astonishment resonated around them as Zhu Zhuqing remained humble, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Not long ago, she had only reached level 27. And in such a brief span, she had ascended to level 29. She was acutely aware of the reason behind her rapid advancement. It was the result of the man's diligent nurturing. This realization brought her both bashfulness and inexplicable joy. Recalling how Tang San had just criticized her partner, a frigid expression crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face. She turned to the astonished Tang San and remarked, I still have 2 months until I'm 12. I should be younger than you. Achieving level 29 seems rather trivial, doesn't it? Tang San's face grew rigid, struggling to comprehend how an ordinary woman could so easily stand on par with him. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance and commanded, Zhu Yunyan, reveal your cultivation casually. Of course, master. Zhu Yunyan obediently replied, sending hearts racing among those present. How could such a fiery and enchanting beauty refer to this fellow as her master? This was more extravagant than a romantic relationship. Boom. A fierce aura erupted from Zhu Yunyan, and the spectral spirit cat materialized. Its 4 rings of soul power, yellow and purple, brilliantly manifesting before all eyes. 4 rings of the soul sect? This woman is already over level 40? The teacher responsible for recruitment was left dumbfounded, while Tang San staggered back 3 steps as if struck by lightning. Was it possible that he was inferior even to the woman beside this man? No way. Had his Shintian skill been practiced in vain? This defied logic. Tang San could hardly believe it, his expression darkening. At this moment, the Zhu sisters shone brightly, standing obediently at either side of Luo Yu. Content to play the supporting role. Their display left the onlookers both astonished and heartbroken, filled with envy. Standing amidst the 4 soul rings, Zhu Yunyan scoffed, Tang San. Is it? You dare to take pride in being merely at level 29? Even my sister and I surpass you. Do you still wish to compare yourself to my master? Take a good look in the mirror and ask yourself if you are worthy. In front of so many onlookers. Tang San's face darkened at being so openly ridiculed by a woman, yet he found himself unable to retort. Zhu Yunyan scolded, my master simply cannot be bothered with you. Do you truly think yourself important? I have endured your presence for far too long. The peculiar gazes from those around made Tang San feel as though he were being roasted on a fiery furnace. His body swayed, his eyes bloodshot, and he pointed a trembling finger at Luo Yu. I demand to see you test your abilities personally, not through others. Others' powers are their own. What does that have to do with you? Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? As Luo Yu locked eyes with Tang San's fierce gaze, he let out a bored yawn. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. He took the testing crystal ball from Zhu Zhuqing's hands, infusing it with his soul power. Now, open your eyes wide and behold, he declared. Your level 29 prowess is but a trifle in my presence. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and the crystal ball erupted with astonishing phenomena. In Chapter 70, the shattering of the testing crystal stirred a sensation among Shrek, revealing an overwhelming talent. When Luo Yu stood in place and activated the same crystal ball, an entirely different spectacle unfolded. Unusual waves radiated from it. Tang San's pupils constricted in shock, while the elder responsible for Shrek's recruitment was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing's sisters wore expressions that suggested they had anticipated this outcome, regarding Tang San as nothing more than a jester. Ning Rongrong, intrigued, focused intently on Luo Yu, never once considering Tang San's talent worthy of her attention. Rather, it was the enigmatic Luo Yu who piqued her interest. With a resounding boom, as the ground quaked, the crystal ball in Luo Yu's hand shone with unparalleled brilliance, unleashing a blinding white light. The sudden intensity of the light left most onlookers momentarily blinded, their eyes stinging. However, more profound than the pain in their eyes was the turmoil within their hearts. A mere comparison revealed that the radiance Tang San had previously emitted paled in comparison to this spectacle. It was akin to the difference between fireflies and stars, an immeasurable chasm. Yet, Tang San had already achieved level 29. What level of mastery must this man possess to invoke such terrifying phenomena? As this realization dawned upon the surrounding parents and students, they shuddered, unable to fathom the implications. They had never witnessed a talent like Tang San's before. The situation with Luo Yu surpassed their wildest imaginations. Tang San shook his head in tremulous disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Impossible. How could this be? I had clearly investigated. He possessed little soul power. He now exerted his utmost to activate the purple extreme magic eye, relentlessly probing into the blinding light that enveloped the figure, desperately seeking to uncover whether the man had employed some form of deceit to achieve such an effect. Unfortunately, he found no evidence of any trickery. Instead, he witnessed the soul power emanating from Luo Yu like a torrent breaching a dam, an unending and terrifying force. The sardonic smile playing on the opponent's lips was directed at him, piercing his pride in that instant. Standing beside him, Xiaowu's delicate face was etched with astonishment. Her cherry lips slightly parted, utterly shocked by Luo Yu's display. It was not merely Tang San who had misjudged, she too shared the same sentiment. She had never anticipated that Luo Yu's talent could ascend to such heights. After all, she was a reincarnated soft-boned enchantress rabbit with a legacy of 100,000 years. Was there any need to question her own gifts? To encounter someone like Tang San, who could rival her, was already enough to leave her in awe. The presence of Luo Yu, capable of overwhelming her, left her utterly bewildered, making it difficult to fathom that such a prodigy could exist in this world. Everyone believed that the culmination of brilliance would lead to a gradual conclusion. Yet they were unaware that this was merely the beginning of their astonishment. Crack, crack. The delicate, crisp sounds reverberated. Every neck stiffened as they turned to follow the source of the noise, disregarding the tears streaming from their eyes due to the blinding light. Fixating intently on the origin of the breaking sound, their hearts racing in an instant. In Luo Yu's hand, the testing crystal ball, radiating a brilliant light, had developed a web of fine cracks. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted. Has it truly cracked? Someone trembled, stammering. Is it possible for the testing crystal ball to fracture? Of course, the crystal ball has its limits. Surpassing that threshold will inevitably lead to fracture. Are you implying that this individual's soul power is too immense for the testing crystal ball to withstand? As for me, how would I know? This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. However, one thing is certain, this individual, who appears to be of our age, possesses a total soul power that undoubtedly far exceeds our own, belonging to an entirely different realm. Luo Yu offered them scarcely any time to react. In the fleeting moment when the blinding white light reached its zenith, a thunderous explosion resounded, causing all present to freeze in shock. The testing crystal ball emitted a mournful wail before succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, shattering into countless fragments. With a swift whoosh, the shards scattered in all directions. When tranquility returned to the entrance of Shrek village, Luo Yu had already withdrawn his soul power, standing there with an air of calm, as if the astonishing spectacle had nothing to do with him. Had the testing crystal truly just detonated? What kind of soul power did this individual possess? It was utterly terrifying. The thought of returning home overwhelmed many with fear. Even though Luo Yu had not targeted anyone specifically, the destruction of the crystal ball had genuinely frightened the onlookers. At that moment, countless faces flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Luo Yu's gaze. They began to comprehend that every phenomenon has its cause. If a man lacked ability, how could such alluring and enchanting women willingly call him their master? How could he be surrounded by so many beautiful women? It was clear that their previous ignorance had blinded them. The jealous glances that had once been directed at him transformed into expressions of acknowledgement and, more importantly, admiration after witnessing Luo Yu's prowess. The sheer magnitude of his presence was simply explosive. In contrast, no one paid any heed to Tang San anymore. At 12 years old, being at the 29th level, was he truly a genius? Had one posed this question before witnessing Luo Yu's feats, they would have answered without hesitation, yes, he is a genius. However, now that they had seen Luo Yu's capabilities, the question felt somewhat awkward. Compared to Luo Yu's soul power, what did the 29th level even signify? What did Tang San's supposed talent amount to? Had they not witnessed the shattering of the testing crystal? Who could possibly rival that display? The elder responsible for Shrek's recruitment felt a pang of regret. He knew better than anyone else. This testing crystal was specifically designed for soul masters below the 30th level. While it could crack under pressure, to obliterate it in one go was a feat that even a soul master at level 40 might struggle to achieve. He now regretted his actions, feeling like a fool. To please someone at the 29th level, he had inadvertently offended a true prodigy. What could he possibly do now? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood in stunned silence. Her red lips parted as she hesitantly remarked, "That was truly terrifying. I attempted to test that crystal ball myself. And with my current soul power, I feel I am far from being able to even crack it." Luo Yu shook his head, his face devoid of excessive expression. After all, this was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. He was quite familiar with it, and there was nothing particularly astonishing about it. Impossible, impossible. Tang San repeatedly shook his head, still unable to believe that Luo Yu possessed such a formidable depth of soul power, far surpassing his own. Could it be that all his years of cultivating the Xiantian art had been for naught? Otherwise, how could anyone possibly be so much stronger than him? Luo Yu approached Tang San, and those on either side hastily stepped aside, casting aside their previous disdain, their eyes now filled with trepidation and astonishment. After covering some distance, Luo Yu halted, gazing intently at Tang San. "Haven't you always referred to me as a frivolous scion? Is there anything left unsaid? Please, continue. I am all ears." Luo Yu casually scratched his ear, completely disregarding the other person. Tang San's expression began to fluctuate, his demeanor losing its composure. With so many onlookers, the sarcasm he had previously directed at Luo Yu now felt like a slap to his own face. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on Luo Yu. His tone chilling. "I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to conceal your strength so deeply. However, this must be the extent of your capabilities, correct? I warn you. Do not think that your formidable soul power grants you the right to flaunt it before me. My expertise lies not in soul power. You would do well to tread carefully." "Oh?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk creeping onto his lips. "Little San, is your confidence returning after a mere setback?" Chapter 71. Tang San's Perfect Scheme, Public Challenge. Tang San's tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed as he gazed at Luo Yu, his anger dissipating to reveal a mocking demeanor. "Setback? What setback? You think that your slight edge and soul power can intimidate me? You underestimate me, Tang San." He turned to survey the students, parents, and the elderly recruiters from Shrek Academy surrounding them, deliberately raising his voice. Soul power levels mean little. With sufficient resources, even a pig can be elevated. What truly reflects one's combat prowess is their practical ability. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Yu desired to uncover Tang San's intentions. Tang San sneered repeatedly, as if he had seen through everything. "Enough with the pretense. Don't you understand my meaning? My level 29 is genuinely earned through my own cultivation. What about your level? It must rely heavily on your ample family resources, propped up by medicinal potions, wouldn't it? I, Tang San, possess innate full soul power, a testament to my extraordinary talent, and I have never ceased my training. By what merit could your soul power surpass mine so drastically? The truth is singular. Your abilities are purely a product of the resources at your disposal. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone of your age to achieve such a level. You may inquire among the crowd, does anyone genuinely believe your prowess is self-earned?" Tang San stated emphatically, his words resonating with conviction. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. They suddenly found Tang San's arguments quite reasonable. Achieving level 29 at the age of 12 was indeed alarming. How could someone surpass level 40? Such talent seemed almost divine. It must be that this fellow relied on potions to elevate his rank. One can only wonder how many resources he squandered. In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Luo Yu transformed once more, shifting from shock and awe to envy and disdain. Even the elderly recruiter from Shrek Academy exhibited a change in demeanor. Elevating one's level through potions was akin to forcing growth. What future could such a path promise? It was merely a fleeting moment of glory. Damn it, I was startled. So that's why this fellow seems so impressive. He must have resorted to potions after all. Why didn't I consider that earlier? Now it all makes sense. Otherwise, achieving over level 40 at this age would be a ridiculous joke. Hearing the murmurs around him, Tang San felt immensely satisfied with the outcome. In just a few sentences, he had restored his reputation and dealt a significant blow to his opponent. The sound of Luo Yu's applause was remarkably clear, causing the surroundings to fall silent once more. With all eyes converging upon him, eager to hear his words, Luo Yu gazed pitifully at Tang San, asking, "Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that others surpass you?" Tang San retorted with a scoff, "At this point, your secret has been unveiled. Do you still intend to maintain this facade?" With the enhancement of his Xiantian skill, coupled with his innate full soul power and dual martial souls, how could he possibly lag behind others? Thus, Tang San was utterly convinced that this individual had resorted to using herbs to cheat. His disdain for Luo Yu deepened. Relying on underhanded methods to bolster one's strength renders any high soul power utterly hollow. What does it matter if one's level is superior? In combat, they are akin to a paper tiger, easily pierced and rendered inconsequential. Emerging from the dejection of earlier humiliation, Tang San regained his confidence, his demeanor radiating brilliance as he reveled in the perfection of his deductions. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, filled with skepticism towards Luo Yu. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong appeared perplexed. They were acutely aware of Luo Yu's formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly vanquishing a soul master and subduing the soul sect. To label him a mere paper tiger was nonsensical. The three young women observed Tang San, who stood confidently in the arena, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. Sensing that he was inching closer to his own demise, they eagerly anticipated witnessing the desolation that would wash over him upon discovering Luo Yu's true capabilities. Suddenly, a series of resounding explosions erupted from the vicinity of Shrek Academy, disrupting the atmosphere and capturing everyone's attention. For figures swiftly approached from the distance, arriving at the village entrance in the blink of an eye. The first to arrive was a burly man in his 50s, his brows furrowed and eyes wide. With a robust physique resembling a fortress, his broad shoulders seemingly impervious to the confines of his clothing, which could not conceal the iron-like muscles beneath. Following him were three others, a gray-clad youth with a refined appearance and peach blossom eyes, a chubby boy sporting a red mohawk, and a handsome young man with golden hair and piercing eyes, his face marred by bruises and bloodstains. The elderly recruiter from Shrek Academy's gaze brightened upon seeing the burly man, and he hurried to greet him. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" The burly man, still frowning, inquired. What was that blinding light and explosive sound at the village entrance? I feared there was a disturbance and rushed over. The elder gestured towards Luo Yu, explaining. It was not a disturbance. During the assessment of this young man, our testing crystal ball exploded. What? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his companions' eyes widening in shock as they turned to Luo Yu with expressions of astonishment. Particularly, Dai Mubai's pupils constricted upon seeing Luo Yu. How did this calamity spawn here? Unconsciously, he took a step back, the pain on his face lingering. What troubles you, Mubai? Zhao Wujie asked, turning to him. And nothing. I was merely taken aback to hear that someone shattered the crystal, Dai Mubai stammered, reluctant to disclose his acquaintance with Luo Yu. After witnessing Luo Yu's prowess the previous evening, he dared not boast, having returned to the academy without revealing that he had been defeated. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to question Luo Yu, the elder leaned in, whispering a few words. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted as his gaze swept contemplatively between Luo Yu and Tang San. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. Since you all have come to apply to Shrek, there is no need for disputes over trivial matters. I hereby declare that you have all passed the preliminary assessment and may enter the next phase of evaluation. Wait, Tang San interjected suddenly, pointing at Luo Yu. Teacher, if this fellow's soul power is derived from the use of drugs, then he cannot be considered a legitimate contender for Shrek. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow. Turning to Luo Yu, to have shattered the testing crystal, your soul power must be over level 40, correct? Luo Yu nodded, affirming the truth. How did you accomplish this? Zhao Wujie felt an inner turmoil, astonished and somewhat incredulous. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders, pouting slightly, and cast a playful glance at Tang San, chuckling. After all, I haven't taken any drugs. Who would believe that? Tang San scoffed, resolutely unconvinced. Zhao Wujie's eyes flickered momentarily as he inquired, May I examine your body for confirmation? Do you doubt me? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhao Wujie's face as he replied, It's not doubt. It's simply that your soul power level is astonishingly high, leaving me somewhat uncertain. Luo Yu shook his head dismissively, stating, I cannot allow you to investigate. Believe what you will. If you do not, then so be it. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted. His initial doubts began to surface as uncertainty clouded his gaze. Tang San scoffed. If you refuse to allow an investigation, it must be because you fear being exposed. He turned to Zhao Wujie, clasping his hands in respect, and suggested, Teacher Zhao, if he is unwilling to permit an inquiry, it matters not. A practical battle can wholly reveal one's true capabilities. Why not serve as a witness and let us engage in combat? With so many present, this individual would surely have nowhere to hide if he harbored any secrets. A sly smile crept across Tang San's lips. Everything unfolded according to his scheme. Today, He intended to demonstrate before all present who the genuine prodigy was. A soul master of over 40 ranks being defeated by his own 20-something rank would render this man utterly embarrassed in the future. Most importantly, it might ensure that Xiao Wu would no longer regard him with favor. A flawless plan, seamlessly crafted. Tang San was confident. Regardless of whether this individual had relied on potions to elevate his rank to soul master, he could not possibly triumph over Tang San. Today was destined to be his downfall. Chapter 72. Ning Rongrong rejects Tang San. The group duel. Luo Yu's 1 against 4. Zhao Wuji pondered Tang San's proposal, his eyes glimmering with thoughtfulness. From his perspective, he wished to avoid a conflict between his two talented prodigies. With so many witnesses present, regardless of the outcome, the defeated party would undoubtedly feel discomfort. A rift would form, detrimental to the unity of the academy. However, seeing Tang San's fierce determination, it seemed unlikely that he would relent without a confrontation. Moreover, Zhao Wuji himself was eager to ascertain whether Luo Yu, at the 40 rank, was indeed as formidable as claimed. Suddenly, an idea for a compromise struck him. He proposed that the newcomers be divided into 2 teams for a contest. This way, regardless of which side faltered, it would be viewed as a collective failure, minimizing the sense of personal disgrace. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up as he turned to Luo Yu. What do you think of the idea of a practical match? Luo Yu shrugged nonchalantly, expressing indifference. He remarked that it was evident how eager the other was to provoke a confrontation, and he would feel remiss not to oblige him. The stubbornness of the dead duck would soon reveal the truth of the matter. Tang San's eyes glinted with a cold light, his laughter dripping with disdain. He possessed numerous trump cards and held no regard for Luo Yu's capabilities. Silence. Zhao Wuji bellowed, redirecting his gaze to encompass the entire arena. Since there are no objections, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, it will not be a private skirmish amongst yourselves, but rather a competition where each of you leads a team into battle. This is for your benefit, as future Soul Master tournaments will also require team participation rather than solitary combat. He summoned the elder responsible for admissions and inquired, "How many candidates meet our admission criteria today?" The elder gestured toward the Zhu Zhuqing sisters. Zhao Wuji frowned. "Is it merely the 2 of them?" The elder chuckled bitterly. "I have yet to complete all the assessments." "Then hurry up. I demand the groupings." Zhao Wuji glared. He produced a new testing crystal ball and swiftly completed the assessments for the remaining candidates. The results revealed that very few met the standards, with only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu joining the ranks. One was at level 27 and the other at 29, stirring a small commotion among the onlookers. Other parents and rejected children, bearing the weight of disappointment, lingered instead of departing, knowing that the excitement was about to unfold. A large space had already been cleared at the entrance of Shrek Village, with unrelated individuals retreating to the sidelines, all eyes fixed upon the arena. Zhao Wuji announced, "This year, we have precisely 6 qualifying individuals. Luo Shihui and Tang San. You may each select 2 companions to form a 3v3 match." "No problem," Tang San responded swiftly. Eager and ready, his anticipation palpable. Luo Yu nodded slowly, remaining silent, his gaze cold as he regarded Tang San. Zhao Wujing remarked, "Very well. You may form your own groups." Before the selection could even commence, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun had already positioned themselves beside Luo Yu, clearly indicating their allegiance. Xiao glanced at Tang San and whispered, "Brother San, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Can we avoid fighting? It would only create discord." Tang San shook his head. "Why should we refrain from fighting? Just wait and see how I will expose this person's true strength and reveal his true nature." Unable to counter his resolve, Xiao sighed, "Then let us keep it brief. After all, we will be classmates in the future." Tang San smirked. "That will depend on whether his strength is worthy of being my classmate." He turned to Zhao Wujing, eagerly stating, "Teacher Zhao, since the groups have been formed, can we begin?" Just as Zhao Wujing was about to nod, a young girl's voice interrupted him. "Wait, I haven't declared my group yet." Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang San, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I never said I wanted to team up with you." With that, she swiftly strode over to Luo Yu and declared, "I want to be on his team." Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's contemptuous gaze and her hasty departure towards Luo Yu, Tang San's expression soured, as if he had bitten into a rotten fly, his fists clenched tightly. Zhao Wujing found himself in a bit of a predicament. He looked at the 3 beautiful women beside Luo Yu and said, "One of you should come over here." "No." Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, along with Ning Rongrong, refused in unison, without a hint of hesitation. This scene caused Tang San to grit his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered the arena. His eyes fixated on the three beauties beside Luo Yu, his innate desire igniting, captivated by their beauty. Teacher Zhao, why don't I and Dai Mubai join Tang San's side? That would make it 4 against 4, wouldn't it? Zhao Wujing shook his head. Nonsense. You have already been enrolled for a year. Why mix with the newcomers? Ma Hongjun's gaze lingered on the trio, a peculiar glint in his eyes. But teacher, these opponents are not weak. Zhao Wujing hesitated. Rest assured. Dai Mubai and I will exercise restraint. I wouldn't dare harm these lovely junior sisters. Ma Hongjun approached Tang San, curiously eyeing the motionless Dai Mubai in another corner. Calling out, Dai Mubai, why aren't you joining us? Dai Mubai was drenched in cold sweat, nearly cursing Ma Hongjun under his breath. You fool. Don't drag me into this. He lacked the courage to provoke the formidable Luo Yu. He managed a strained smile, one that appeared more painful than joyful. You go ahead. I'll sit this one out. I have a bit of an upset stomach today. Ma Hongjun quickly pulled him aside, whispering, Dai Mubai. Aren't you usually eager when it comes to women? Those twin sisters are stunning. Don't you have any interest? I'd rather think of your mother. The mention of this struck a nerve for Dai Mubai. It was a sensitive topic for him. Though he thought this inwardly, he dared not express it outwardly. After all, one could hardly admit to being cuckolded, and he was genuinely afraid of Luo Yu. He clutched his stomach, frowning, I really can't fight today. I get diarrhea whenever I do. Ma Hongjun found this peculiar. Ordinarily, at the mere mention of beautiful women, Dai Mubai would rush over. Even if he had to drag himself. What was different today? Ultimately, Dai Mubai managed to escape under the pretext of needing to relieve himself. Leaving only 8 individuals in the arena, they stood in a line, facing each other. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Oscar. Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. The audience was unable to discern who would emerge victorious, and Dai Mubai gently touched his face, feeling a sense of relief, for at last someone could share in his pain. As Zhao Wuji announced the commencement, the atmosphere in the arena became charged with tension, erupting into a cacophony of sound and vibrant colors. The fiery phoenix soared through the air, as Ma Hongjun was enveloped in scorching red flames, his wicked fire seething, his beady eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, exuding an unmatched aura that charred the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, Xiao was bathed in a rosy glow, embodying the enchanting charm of a soft-boned rabbit. Oscar conjured several supportive sausages and presented them to the trio. Tang San, brimming with vigor, transformed his hands into obsidian-like appendages. As the blue-silver grass materialized like a phantom, while his eyes activated the purple extreme demon eye, radiating a commanding brilliance that surveyed the entire arena with unyielding confidence. Just as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were about to unleash their martial spirits, Luo Yu intervened with a raised hand, leaving them astonished and perplexed. Luo Yu smirked, his neck twisting side to side, producing a series of audible cracks from his bones. He stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the 4 formidable figures ahead, and calmly declared, You 3, step back. Allow me to engage them alone. As his words hung in the air, the crowd erupted in disbelief, staring incredulously at Luo Yu. What? This fellow intends to take on 4 opponents by himself? Has he lost his mind? Zhao Wuji appeared bewildered, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun were momentarily stunned. Soon after, fury ignited in their eyes as they glared at Luo Yu. You underestimate us far too much. You seek your own demise. With a thunderous roar, the battle was poised to erupt. Tomorrow we'll witness a flamboyant massacre of Tang San starting from the Qiming Festival. There will be additional updates, grateful for the brother's support. The pace will quicken thereafter. This segment serves to justify punishing Tang San. If he isn't sufficiently infuriating, how could Xiao Wu develop a disdain for him, only to later fall for the protagonist? Please forgive any issues. Love you all. A gentle reminder. Updates commence in the late hours each day. Chapter 73, Crushing the Evil Fire Phoenix, a display of overwhelming force. Is defeat imminent? The disdainful demeanor of Luo Yu ignited a tempest of fury within Tang San and his companions. A tremendous roar erupted instantaneously, causing the eardrums of the surrounding spectators to tremble as a conflagration surged skyward from the village square. The temperature in the vicinity escalated dramatically. Ma Hongjun, exuding an impressive aura, was the first to step forward from beside Tang San and Oscar. His small, fierce eyes bore down on Luo Yu with uncontainable rage. Flames in the shape of phoenix feathers extending from his back, bathed in the fierce orange glow of malevolent fire, his tone icy. What audacity you possess! Thinking you can take on all 4 of us? How utterly laughable. You three may spectate from the sidelines. Allow me to teach this brat a lesson first. Despite his slightly plump figure, he moved with astonishing speed, emitting a piercing shriek as a torrent of wicked flames surged towards Luo Yu, threatening to incinerate everything in their path with overwhelming ferocity. The air was filled with the acrid scent of burning. Even the audience, positioned at a distance, felt a wave of heat wash over them, making it difficult to breathe. They could not help but feel awestruck. Indeed, the Shrek Academy students were extraordinary, undeniably possessing the strength to challenge beyond their ranks. At this moment, Ma Hongjun advanced with formidable force, propelled by boundless flames. Luo Yu stood motionless, his eyelids not even fluttering, neither flinching nor avoiding the impending confrontation. This provoked gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Surely this fellow could not be rendered speechless by fear. If he did not unleash his martial spirit soon, it would be too late. Ma Hongjun, observing Luo Yu's reaction from the air, couldn't help but smirk internally. His evil fire phoenix was no mere generic martial spirit. Those who dared to underestimate him would inevitably pay a bloody price. Was the Soul Sect truly formidable? What genius could not challenge beyond their rank? With a swift motion, Ma Hongjun closed the distance, his hand transforming into the sharp talon of a phoenix, gleaming with a piercing cold light, radiating intense and fervent flames as he viciously struck towards Luo Yu's throat. He could almost envision the scene of his opponent succumbing to his own carelessness beneath his assault, a triumphant and malicious grin involuntarily spreading across his lips. His fervent rush to the front lines was not to aid Tang San, but rather to vanquish Luo Yu, with the hope of winning the favor of the three exquisite beauties by his side. Yet, dreams remained mere fantasies as the moment Ma Hongjun approached reached its climax. Luo Yu stirred. Confronted by the fierce onslaught and the explosive flames, he did not even call upon his martial soul. With a mere lift of one arm, he extended his hand and grasped the opponent's lethal claws directly. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated, and a powerful wave surged forth. The scene appeared to freeze in an instant. The entire arena trembled, with pairs of astonished eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle. He caught it just like that? Without summoning his martial soul? Such a terrifying attack was effortlessly blocked by mere flesh? While others were engulfed in shock, only Dai Mubai wore an expression of disbelief. Ma Hongjun's pupils contracted, his face a mask of incredulity as his once unstoppable phoenix iron claw was seized by a broad hand, akin to an iron vice. The phoenix evil fire that enveloped him burned relentlessly against the man's palm, yet failed to inflict even the slightest scratch. How could this be possible? Gazing into the man's deep, dark eyes, Ma Hongjun's heart plummeted. A chill crept up his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Luo Yu slowly shook his head and commented, "While your voice may be loud, is your strength truly at this level?" Ma Hongjun's flame surged as his soul power coursed through him, desperately struggling to escape Luo Yu's grasp. Luo Yu furrowed his brows and let out a huff. "Don't move." Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as the phoenix talons twisted, distorting the fingers grotesquely. The connection of heart and fingers severed. Ma Hongjun's complexion turned pale as he emitted a piercing scream. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Boom. Ma Hongjun, stripped of all dignity, desperately tried to escape as his second soul ring whirled into motion. Soul skill, fiery phoenix. The flames surrounding him surged in power by 30%. Yet, beneath the swelling inferno, Luo Yu did not retreat. Instead, a hint of satisfaction crept onto his face. With a playful curl of his lips, he uttered a phrase that plunged Ma Hongjun into despair. "I'll let you in on a secret. I am not afraid of fire." "I don't believe it." Ma Hongjun shook his head vehemently, convinced that his malevolent flames had reached their zenith, and that no one could possibly disregard his fire. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. In his panic, he summoned his first soul ring, opening his mouth wide as a concentrated beam of purple-black flame erupted forth, hurtling towards Luo Yu's head with the swiftness of the wind. At such a close range, an ordinary person would have no time to react. However, Luo Yu smirked coldly, raising his palm with lightning speed to meet the fiery beam head-on, blocking it barehanded and sending it hurtling back. Snap! A resounding slap struck Ma Hongjun's face, forcing all the flames back into his mouth, fingers gripping his facial contours with an unyielding tenacity. Luo Yu stood towering over him, effortlessly seizing his face and lifting him up. No matter how much he struggled, he could not break free. This entire scene unfolded in mere moments, and as the audience processed what had occurred, they collectively gasped in shock, staring at Luo Yu in horror. Such a display of prowess was utterly terrifying. Zhao Wuji was left speechless in astonishment. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of his own strength, yet he had been dispatched in an instant. Had it even taken 3 seconds? Most alarmingly, Luo Yu had yet to unleash his martial spirit. This was truly formidable. What kind of power did this individual possess? Let him go. Tang San's voice rang out from the side, and Luo Yu's gaze instantly sharpened. With a thunderous roar, dark purple-blue silver vines erupted from the ground. Their thick tendrils adorned with peculiar barbs, ensnaring him from all directions and blocking his escape. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San and Xiao Wu summoned a fierce gale. Their figures a blur, charging towards Luo Yu with overwhelming force, preparing to execute a coordinated assault from both flanks. Luo Yu remained unperturbed, exuding an air of resolute determination. With a single, sweeping motion of his arm, he hurled Ma Hongjun like a concealed weapon, sending him hurtling through the air towards Tang San in an attempt to delay his advance. However, to Luo Yu's astonishment, Tang San chose not to catch Ma Hongjun. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, allowing Ma Hongjun to skid along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he was sent flying. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he maintained his speed, charging directly at Luo Yu. TSK. Is he willing to disregard the safety of his ally just to confront me? Luo Yu's expression was laced with derision. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he declared fiercely, that sort of uselessness will only be a hindrance. Why should I concern myself with it? Even if you displayed some skill just now, today you shall witness how I will deal with you. Xiao Wu, unleash your second soul skill, charm. With a thundering sound, Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes emitted a deep violet radiance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's enchanting gaze radiated a captivating pink allure. The two mental assaults, swift as lightning, struck directly at Luo Yu. In an instant, Luo Yu found his movement stilled as the encroaching blue-silver vines swiftly ensnared his form, binding him tightly and locking his joints in place. The thorns upon the vines simultaneously released a toxin that paralyzed his nerves. Xiao Wu, like a nimble rabbit, had already darted forth with remarkable agility. With a graceful leap into the air, she seized the opportune moment, her slender legs encased in pink stockings spinning elegantly in the air. Ultimately, she crossed her long legs, ensnaring Luo Yu's neck with unwavering grip. With a mental assault looming before him and the blue-silver vines restraining his lower joints, he found himself further ensnared by Xiao Wu's exquisite legs constricting around his throat, akin to the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Luo Yu appeared to be utterly subdued, rendered powerless and at the mercy of others. You seem incapable of moving now, don't you? Facing 4 opponents. Do you truly possess the qualification to contend? Tang San's lips curled into a bright and scornful smirk, exuding the confidence of a victor. His hands, infused with the hue of dark jade, clenched tightly into fists as he launched a fierce blow towards Luo Yu's chest, intent on ending the battle with a single strike. In a previous moment, Luo Yu had decisively overwhelmed Ma Hongjun, seizing the advantage, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared, facing Tang San's lethal strike. On the verge of a woeful defeat, gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. Zhao Wujie shook his head repeatedly. Although this young man possessed considerable strength, he had ultimately been too overconfident. Now, thoroughly restrained, it appeared that the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt, and it was poised to conclude in an instant. It must be said, Tang San's timing in controlling the battlefield was indeed commendable. He was a promising talent. Zhao Wujie was already prepared to extend a helping hand to Luo Yu. Ning Rongrong, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety, pouted her red lips and stomped her feet in distress, casting a forlorn glance at Luo Yu, lamenting that he should not have been so reckless and overly confident. Just as she was about to offer her assistance, she was halted by the simultaneous grip of the Zhu sisters on her shoulders. Did you not see him trapped? We ought to assist. Zhu Zhuqing huffed. What's the rush? Just watch. Our master is not so easily defeated. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, turning her gaze back to the arena. She witnessed Luo Yu, bound in a compromising position, on the verge of being struck in the chest by Tang San's fist. The enigmatic eyes of Luo Yu suddenly regained their clarity, radiating a divine light, while the corners of his mouth lifted into a perfect arc. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated, heralding an unexpected transformation. The alluring gaze of Xiao Wu, who had tightly embraced Luo Yu, abruptly contracted, her legs went numb, and her delicate body began to tremble. The pace quickened, at least 4 updates today. Let us commence with the first. Xiao Wu is undoubtedly ours. Chapter 74, The Unyielding Restraint of Tang Sect's Ultimate Techniques. As Tang San faces a crushing defeat, Xiao Wu, with her long, exquisitely shaped legs clad in stockings, maintained the posture of an ancient tree's gnarled roots. She tightened her grip around Luo Yu's neck, restraining his movements and denying him any chance of resistance. At the moment the dragon's roar erupted, a look of horror flickered in Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes. Her body quivered uncontrollably, instinctively beginning to tremble as her long legs stiffened, rendered immobile. The sudden, overwhelming pressure of the dragon emanating from Luo Yu enveloped her, rendering her entire body numb and feeble, as if countless electric currents surged through her. She found herself utterly devoid of strength. Inside, Xiao Wu was consumed by a profound sense of panic. What kind of martial spirit could elicit such a powerful reaction from her? Her legs trembled incessantly, as if she had momentarily lost control over her own body. Her limbs felt weak, and her movements resembled that of a petulant child clinging to Luo Yu, devoid of any lethality. Just as Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, Tang San had already summoned his Xian Yuhan to deliver a fierce blow. The violet-black vines binding Luo Yu erupted with a blinding radiance of 9 colors, as a faint crimson aura permeated the surroundings, culminating in a tremendous explosion. The violet-black vines shattered into countless fragments, hurtling in all directions. A fist, pulsating with vitality and encircled by radiant hues, was suddenly thrust forward, directly confronting the advancing Tang San. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, leaving Tang San momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, he felt the overwhelming force surging from the impact, sending him flying like a projectile, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Tang San had previously believed victory was assured, never anticipating that Luo Yu could instantaneously break free from his restraints. He and Xiao Wu's combined mental assault, along with the entangling skills of blue silvergrass and Xiao Wu's locking technique, should have made controlling a single individual a trivial matter. Yet, the control now felt as fragile as paper, utterly ineffective before the man. With a resounding crash, Tang San was blasted back several dozen meters, stumbling backward for several steps before barely regaining his footing. His long robes tattered from the residual energy, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat. He glanced down at his palm, which was marked with white scars from the impact. Tang San's gaze narrowed. His years of arduous training in the Xian Yuhan rendered him nearly invulnerable, yet it had almost been shattered by this opponent. What kind of martial spirit did this individual possess to amplify their power to such an extent? At this moment, Luo Yu had become the absolute center of attention. Standing amidst the throng of spectators, a magnificent 9-colored dragon's silhouette manifested behind him, its vitality surging forth, exuding an overwhelming aura. The hearts of all present trembled, rife with speculation regarding the nature of Luo Yu's martial spirit. Everyone in the vicinity who possessed beast martial spirits, including Zhao Wuji, felt an oppressive sensation from their bloodlines. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Luo Yu with rapt admiration, enchanted by his dominance and strength. She tugged at Ning Rongrong's skirt, pouting. "See? I told you. Our master doesn't need our assistance at all. Whatever he decides, we simply follow." Ning Rongrong instinctively nodded, yet her attention was entirely captivated by Luo Yu. Her face flushed with excitement, lost in her thoughts. In the arena, having just sent Tang San flying with a single punch, Luo Yu's gaze flickered as he swiftly grasped Xiao Wu's ankle. "Come down," he commanded. The immense force caused Xiao Wu to sway momentarily, struggling to maintain her grip around Luo Yu's neck. Gritting her teeth, she forced her numb body into action, her legs suddenly exerting strength. First soul skill, waist bow. However, no matter how Xiao Wu summoned her soul power or how forcefully she tried to push, Luo Yu remained immovable, as if he were forged from steel, unyielding to any external force. Xiao Wu's delicate face gradually paled. This was the first time her waist bow had failed. With a soft cry, Luo Yu seized her ankle, dragging her down and pinning her at the waist, sealing her soul power and playfully smacking her rounded dairy. "Let me go?" Xiao Wu protested, flailing her arms against Luo Yu's body, struggling with all her might, but her sealed soul power rendered her efforts akin to mere tickling. Luo Yu raised his hand and delivered a series of slaps without the slightest hint of compassion, nearly numbing one side of Xiao Wu's posterior. What business does she have meddling in men's battles? She deserves to be punished. As Xiao Wu was publicly chastised by Luo Yu, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Feeling as though she had lost all dignity, she yearned to resist, yet found herself utterly powerless. The overwhelming aura emanating from the man rendered her increasingly weak. The dragon god's martial spirit inherently possessed a suppressive power over soul beasts. Release Xiao Wu at once. Tang San's furious roar echoed from a distance. Luo Yu halted, ceasing his playful slap, and lifted his gaze. "What, has your hand ceased to ache?" Tang San's eyes were tinged with a furious crimson, and he warned. Do not lay a finger on my Xiaowu, or I shall ensure you live to regret it. What? Your Xiaowu? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and, with a swift motion, delivered another sharp slap to Xiaowu's rear, seemingly indicating that she bore no connection to him. Tang San's eyes narrowed, his breath growing perilously tense. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. With that, Tang San summoned his strength, launching himself forward with fierce determination. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed as she softly spoke. I shall deal with this fellow first, and then attend to you, young lady. How dare you lay your hands upon me? Why should I hesitate to retaliate against you? Xiaowu, indignant, retorted, her rear rendered numb from the blows she had received. Luo Yu shook his head, refraining from an immediate explanation. As Tang San was about to close in, he hurled Xiaowu towards the Zhu Zhuqing sisters, exclaiming, Zhuqing, ensure that this girl is kept under control. Do not let her wander off. Luo Yu and Tang San soon engaged in fierce combat. The arena resounded with continuous roars, and the earth trembled relentlessly, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. The intensity of the turmoil was far beyond what one would expect from two low-ranking soul masters. As Luo Yu made his move, Tang San appeared to dance like a phantom, skillfully evading the assaults while simultaneously tracing arcane paths with his hands, using the force of his opponent against him. With each exchange, Tang San grew increasingly confident, sneering, You won't be able to maintain your arrogance for long. I possess the ghostly shadow to evade your strikes. And with the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, I can effortlessly counter your brute strength. What do you hope to challenge me with? You cannot land a blow on me, and should this continue, your defeat is inevitable. How? Did you truly believe I was taking this seriously? It seems that after a while without being hit, you have begun to overestimate your capabilities. Luo Yu let out a cold laugh, and as he moved, a white mist suddenly surged forth. Within this ethereal haze, it seemed as if a resplendent moon was rising, and a series of phantoms materialized in the arena. The divine footwork technique, celestial breeze gazing at the moon. Initially, Tang San had the advantage in speed, effortlessly evading attacks. Yet in this moment, Luo Yu swiftly surpassed him, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered as he could no longer discern Luo Yu's trajectory of assault. The Tang sect's supreme skill, ghostly shadow vanishing, was rendered completely ineffective, and soon fell into disarray. Tang San was taken aback, exclaiming, How is this possible? How can you keep pace with my Tang sect's mastery? Here, your Tang sect techniques are nothing. Luo Yu's gaze was sharp and piercing as he seized upon a moment of vulnerability from Tang San. The dragon god's martial soul manifested, unleashing a radiant spectrum of colors that erupted with a force capable of shaking the very core of one's being. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch imbued with immense strength and momentum, controlling the crane to catch the dragon, utilizing a mere 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Yet, what does it matter? Witness as I shatter all techniques with sheer power. Boom. Luo Yu's punch descended with the force of nature, unstoppable despite Tang San's futile attempts to mitigate its overwhelming might. It struck with a resounding impact against his chest. With a splatter, Tang San instantaneously spewed forth blood, painting the air crimson, his face paling to the hue of parchment. Like a tattered rag, he was sent hurtling away. Chapter 75. The Shrek Talents Terrified by Luo Yu. Third update. Crash. Luo Yu struck with unrestrained ferocity, his punch resonating with the force of thunder. Tang San's chest caved in, tracing a sorrowful arc through the air. Before the watchful eyes of the audience, he fell heavily to the ground, akin to a discarded rag. He skidded across the yellow earth for several meters, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, he was devoid of the proud confidence he had displayed earlier. Vivid crimson blood stained his tattered garments, blending into a muddy crimson mess. His eyes were vacant, and he was in disarray, left questioning the very essence of life after being struck by Luo Yu's blow. Luo Yu stood resolutely in the position previously occupied by Tang San, his robust figure bathed in a radiant 9-colored glow, the formidable force of his vital energy continually surging. He slowly withdrew his fists, his gaze tranquil. He gave a slight shake of his head towards Tang San, who lay on the ground, a hint of disinterest in his demeanor. Why seek trouble when one can live modestly? To be frank, with your level of skill, engaging in combat brings little satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Tang San shuddered violently. His dazed eyes flickered to Luo Yu and then down to his own hands. He shook his head repeatedly, his breath quickening, voice trembling. It is impossible, it cannot be. How could my Tang sect's ultimate techniques fail? The Xiantian Gong was defeated, his soul power level utterly crushed by his opponent. The ghost shadow perplexing steps faltered, failing to keep pace with the adversary's movements. The control crane and capture dragon technique was shattered, its principle of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect obliterated by a single punch. For the first time, the invincible Tang sect techniques faced a crushing defeat, and Tang San's state of mind unraveled in an instant. In a frenzy, he expressed disbelief. Armed with the Tang sect's ultimate skills and possessing an innate full soul power, he had always brimmed with confidence, secretly believing himself unmatched among his peers. This prideful arrogance, born from his high standing, surged within him. Naturally, the woman he harbored feelings for would not permit others to encroach upon her. When Luo Yu appeared, sharing laughter with Xiao Wu, an inexplicable sense of crisis welled up within him. Xiao Wu had never been this close to another man. Even with him, despite calling him third brother, she had always maintained a respectful distance, never allowing him to hold her hand. Fearing that Xiao Wu might drift away from him, Tang San's possessiveness swelled, feeling as though his belonging was coveted by another, igniting a deep-seated animosity towards Luo Yu. The mention of the so-called benefactor of Xiao Wu only fueled his jealousy, wishing fervently that he would never appear again. His first instinct was to deem the other unworthy. Was he more handsome than himself? Did he possess greater strength or talent? What could he possibly compare to? Merely a fool. He believed he could simply showcase his strength and drive him away. Yet this man, whom he scorned, astonishingly displayed remarkable talent, effortlessly defeating him and shattering his once invincible Tang sect techniques. This reality was a bitter pill for Tang San to swallow. At that moment, Ma Hongjun lay near the village fence, his previously mischievous eyes now filled with reverence. Even with audacity, he dared not gaze upon Luo Yu's women any longer. His fingers, twisted and deformed, bore no trace of resentment. He was not foolish. Having been obliterated without Luo Yu even unleashing his martial spirit spoke volumes of the latter's power. Such a formidable ancestor was not to be trifled with. Noticing Luo Yu's piercing gaze sweeping over, Ma Hongjun trembled, quickly hunching his body and retracting his neck. Oscar stood alone within the arena, clutching 2 sausages, his legs trembling, teeth chattering uncontrollably. Out of 4 attackers, 3 had been dispatched in an instant. The scene a grim spectacle. What was there to fight for? When Luo Yu's indifferent gaze turned towards him, Oscar's body shook. A ghastly grin broke across his face, more grotesque than tears as he pushed his hands forward. Elder brother. No, great sir. Would you care for a sausage? Luo Yu furrowed her brows, causing Oscar to nearly drop to his knees in fright. He tossed aside the sausage and, in a state of panic, raised his hands in surrender. Do not strike. I yield. I yield. Luo Yu's lips twitched. What breed could this be? The surrounding parents and children stared wide-eyed, nearly losing their balance. Is this truly the aloof genius they had envisioned? In their minds, the students of Shrek were exalted beings of a monstrous caliber. Especially since their own children had been eliminated, their reverence and yearning for Shrek deepened. Yet now, what did they behold? It turned out that the so-called genius could also show fear and trepidation. How formidable must this young individual be, who instilled such dread in them? In the eyes of the surrounding crowd, Luo Yu's image instantly transformed into that of a divine and enigmatic figure. Zhao Wujie swallowed hard. It was not merely the spectators who were astonished. He himself could never have anticipated that 2 youths of such tender years could execute such extraordinary maneuvers, particularly Luo Yu, whose presence ignited an intense fervor in Zhao Wujie's gaze, akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. As for Tang San, while he too exhibited remarkable prowess, in comparison, he paled significantly. One wielded the blue-silver grass, while the other commanded a dragon-type martial spirit that sent tremors through his very essence. Following the conclusion of the battle, one stood unscathed, while the other lay bloodied upon the ground. It was a choice so evident that even a fool would discern which option to select. Zhao Wujie's face flushed with excitement. Shrek had truly stumbled upon a gem. He must have him, he simply must. At that moment, Zhao Wujie felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him, mixed with a twinge of anxiety. He yearned to swiftly enlist Luo Yu into the academy, fearing that any delay might lead this exceptional talent to reconsider. Chapter 76, A Bamboo Stick Shatters All Hidden Weapons. Grasping the neck and crushing Tang San, the cloaked figure strikes. Zhao Wujie hastily entered the arena, his voice booming, since the battle has concluded. I hereby declare the entrance examination finished. You are all accepted. However, his proclamation was interrupted by a discordant voice. Zhao Wujie turned in displeasure. Tang San, having risen from the ground, bore an expression of intense reluctance, his eyes ablaze with fury. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared vehemently, No. It's not over yet. I have not been defeated. I still possess the strongest hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Zhao Jie urged, Tang. Perhaps it would be wise to forego today's battle. Yet Tang San, with unwavering determination, retorted, I will not lose. The Tang sect's ultimate technique shall not falter. Pointing at Luo Yu, his voice turned icy, today, I shall surely bring you down. Luo Yu's countenance reflected impatience, akin to a dogged plaster that refused to yield. Meeting Tang San's gaze, he advised, give up. You cannot win. Tang San felt a sharp sting in his heart, as though pierced by 1,000 needles. His eyes flooding with blood-red fury. Say that again, if you dare. With a thunderous roar, Tang San unleashed his soul power, as thick, purplish-black vines erupted from the ground, resembling venomous serpents, surrounding Luo Yu from all angles with a menacing intent. Luo Yu furrowed his brows in agitation, remarking that not only was it you, but your so-called Tang sect ultimate skills were merely mediocre. Ignorance, he thought, you shall soon find yourself unable to utter such words. The true strength of the Tang sect lies in its concealed weapons. As Tang San let out a cold laugh, he summoned the full power of the ghost shadow phantom, his hands of profound jade reaching their utmost potential. With a flick of his wrist, 10 fingers danced, unleashing 10 beams of chilling light, each tracing a different trajectory. Swift as phantoms, targeting the vital points of Luo Yu's body from all directions. Simultaneously, the blue-silver vines manifested a constricting formation, resembling a cage, sealing off all routes of escape for Luo Yu. Yet, this was not the end. Tang San's soul power erupted once more, as he twisted and turned, his sleeves sweeping out 64 bone-piercing needles, their tips glistening with a purplish hue, saturated with the venom of the mandala snake. Tang San manipulated the concealed weapons with fluid grace, confidence restored, and a cold smile etched across his face. Aren't you fast? Let's see how you evade this time. The audience watched in horror, their scalps prickling at the sight of such sinister techniques, a scene seemingly destined for death. Be careful, cried Zhu Zhuqing. Her sister's voice filled with alarm. Initially untroubled, she now felt the chilling light exuding a terrifying murderous intent. Third brother, what exactly are you planning? Xiao Wu, perplexed, furrowed her brows. She could see clearly that Luo Yu had been holding back, while Tang San relentlessly pressed forward without pause. Within the arena, the thick, ghostly vines erupted from the ground, rising as if 1,000 serpents danced, sealing every escape for Luo Yu. Dozens of beams of cold light, imbued with potent venom, locked onto Luo Yu's vital points, descending with overwhelming ferocity. In the face of such a deadly situation, Luo Yu suddenly chuckled. Concealed weapons, tools of the sinister. Allow me to speak candidly. Your concealed weapons are nothing but refuse. How laughable. Wait until you utter such words again, Tang San retorted, suddenly lowering his head. With a sharp crack, a 7-inch long crossbow bolt shot forth from behind him, carrying an oppressive aura of imminent death. Luo Yu shook his head, and a radiant glimmer flickered in his hand, revealing a slender bamboo skewer, measuring over 1 meter in length. Huh? The crowd was bewildered, unable to comprehend the purpose of Luo Yu wielding such an object at this moment. You intend to use that to block my hidden weapon? Tang San chuckled outright, a look of disdain crossing his lips. Luo Yu raised his head high, his eyes igniting with brilliance. With a swift motion of his wrist, he manipulated the bamboo stick, drawing intricate and profound patterns in the air with the speed of a tempest. Tempest of 1,000 swords. A resounding explosion echoed. The open ground was engulfed by a ferocious wind, as shadows of swords densely filled the space, swirling countless currents of air. Each glimmering shadow of cold steel intertwined with the others, creating an illusion as if myriad slashes were unleashed simultaneously from every conceivable angle. With a swift whoosh, the thick blue-silver vines were effortlessly shattered, like vegetables being chopped. The relentless barrage of icy, poisonous shadows was entirely repelled and severed. Finally, an imposing 7-foot crossbow bolt was bisected by the sword energy emanating from the bamboo stick. In an instant, all threats were dispelled. As the wind settled and the sword aura concealed itself, Luo Yu stood tranquil, wielding the bamboo stick with an air of composure, his long hair billowing like that of a celestial swordsman. He remained firmly planted on the ground, not having shifted an inch. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, some even stuttering in disbelief. Did he truly block all those hidden weapons with merely a bamboo stick? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. Even Xiao Wu stood agape, utterly astonished that her third brother, so adept with hidden weapons, could so casually dismantle them. Zhao Wujie was left in a state of bewilderment. What kind of divine being was this? Had he truly come to join Shrek? Did Shrek possess such formidable prowess? The bamboo stick in Luo Yu's hand ultimately could not withstand the immense burden of invoking divine skills, shattering with a resounding crash. This sound resonated in Tang San's heart as though it had shattered within him. It brutally crushed all his pride, a torment far worse than death itself. Every mocking word he had uttered previously now tore at his soul, making him feel as if the gazes around him regarded him as nothing more than a jester. Gritting his teeth, Tang San, filled with unwillingness, forced the words from between clenched jaws. I concede. Luo Yu let out a disdainful laugh, a chilling glint flashing across his brows. How absurd. After putting on a show for so long, you conclude with a mere word, truly taking me for a saint? Now, it is my turn, is it not? Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and with a resounding boom, like a ferocious beast, her strength erupted in a frenzied release, exploding forth with tremendous force. What do you intend to do? Tang San's eyes widened in fear. To blow you up. A trace of sanguinary brutality flickered at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. In the next instant, he flashed before Tang San, lifting his leg to unleash a sonic wave that struck directly at his abdomen, sending Tang San hurtling diagonally into the air with a single kick. With a whoosh, Tang San spat out fresh blood, his eyes bulging in astonishment, just as he was about to make a move with his hands. Luo Yu charged forward, leaping high into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his chest. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Tang San let out a pained wail. He was forcefully brought down to the ground by Luo Yu's strike. Thud. Dust swirled in the air as Luo Yu stood triumphantly over Tang San, leaving the surrounding spectators in a state of shock. Fierce, indeed, too fierce. Luo Yu withdrew his foot from Tang San's chest and lowered his gaze, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I am generally of a good temperament and abhor violence. However, that does not imply I have any fondness for the incessant buzzing of flies. If you wish to perish, I shall grant you that wish. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoosh. Luo Yu seized Tang San by the neck, lifting him off the ground. With his arm muscles tensed, he forcefully slammed him downwards. Boom. Luo Yu's palm, along with Tang San's head, was abruptly plunged into the earth. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone realized that this individual not only possessed formidable strength, but was also a ruthless character capable of killing with a mere jest. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the air seemed to thicken in an instant. A ferocious aura surged forth from the distance, embodied by a figure cloaked in black, rapidly approaching with an overwhelming presence of destruction. Who dares to harm my son? I will ensure your demise. The voice resonated with an unbridled fury. A hammerhead, adorned with black and red patterns, abruptly materialized behind the figure in black. This hammerhead exuded a violent energy, unfurling in the wind and instantaneously expanding to an immense size, akin to a small mountain in its weightiness. Release my son. The cloaked figure advanced in the blink of an eye. The colossal hammerhead, imbued with earth-shattering power, created ripples in the air as it charged towards Luo Yu, as if wielding the strength of 1,000 tons. Those surrounding them were instantly gripped by trepidation. Merely sensing the residual force of the hammerhead sent shivers down their spines, rendering them speechless. The heavenly hammer, the foremost weapon soul? Zhao Wujie's countenance changed dramatically. Exclaiming in shock, he yearned to assist Luo Yu, yet his limbs felt paralyzed with fear. He had no desire to meet his end at the hands of the hammer's master. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Luo Yu in peril, widened their beautiful eyes in alarm, their faces paling in an instant. Simultaneously, they cried out, their forms darting forward instinctively towards Luo Yu. The crowd could no longer bear to watch, convinced that Luo Yu would be obliterated into a mist of blood in mere moments. Luo Yu raised his head, gazing at the colossal Haotian hammer that fell from the heavens, shrouding the sky and earth in its overwhelming descent. The fierce wind stung his face, yet he remained undaunted, even allowing his dragon god martial soul to dissipate. Fully relaxed, he directed a look of disdain towards the figure clad in black. Tang San lies at my feet. If you possess the ability, strike down today. I shall respect you as a man. Otherwise, well, do not say I look down upon you. Boom. The immense Haotian hammer suddenly trembled, halting midair, and all the momentum abruptly ceased. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Why haven't you struck yet? Weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago? A figure halted midair, revealing a middle-aged face beneath the dark robe, bristling with stubble, gritting his teeth. His gaze fixed menacingly on Luo Yu, he declared fiercely, You little brat, release my son, and I shall spare your life. Luo Yu's gaze remained unwavering. locking directly with his. I advise you to save your bluster. You cannot intimidate me. Tang Hao's expression darkened considerably, his hand trembling. Yet he dared not unleash the Haotian hammer with full force. For should that hammer fall, Tang San would also meet an unfortunate fate. He had initially intended to wield the hammer to intimidate Luo Yu and rescue Tang San first. However, he never anticipated that this young boy could see through his scheme. Standing firm and unyielding, exuding an air of confidence, Tang Hao's teeth clenched in frustration, utterly perplexed. Normally, one would instinctively flee from imminent peril. What was this boy's peculiar demeanor? Are you threatening me? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Luo Yu slowly shook his head. Since you have already discerned the truth, may I inquire if you possess a lack of intellect? Boom. Tang Hao's aura suddenly erupted, with 9 soul rings swirling around him, each one exuding immense power. The last red soul ring, in particular, was utterly breathtaking. A tidal Douluo? 100,000-year soul ring? The entire audience stood frozen in shock. Nearly everyone rendered speechless by the overwhelming presence. Zhao Wujie trembled, recognizing Tang Hao's true identity, and silently mourned for Luo Yu. It was over. Had he offended such a formidable individual, would he still have a chance to live? This man had even dared to strike the former pope. As Tang Hao wielded the 9 soul rings, a massive hammer loomed in the air, and his voice was chillingly cold. Young man, do you know who I am? The corners of Luo Yu's mouth curled upwards, displaying not a hint of panic, but rather a glimmer of amusement. Ah. It seems you remain oblivious to the situation at hand. I advise you to be more prudent. I have made it clear that I detest pretentiousness in my presence. His gaze turned frigid, and as he pivoted, a pained howl erupted from Tang San. Stop! Tang Hao bellowed. Zhao Wujie discreetly swallowed, while those surrounding them stood transfixed, marveling at Luo Yu's audacity. To threaten a tidal Douluo. How incredibly audacious. Does he truly fear no repercussions? The enormity of his courage is astonishing. Tang Hao clenched his fists, struggling to contain his fury. You are crossing the line. Crossing the line? Luo Yu scoffed, asked those around us. Have I ever provoked Tang San? He brought this upon himself, his lack of strength leading to his subjugation. Yet, here comes the father, eager to intervene despite his son's failures. What a twisted rationale. Tang Hao's expression darkened. Release him, and I shall spare your life. Did I mishear? It seems you are threatening me once again. Luo Yu feigned astonishment, digging into his ears, and then spun around once more. Blood froth appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth. Stop, please stop. We can discuss this. Tang Hao shouted repeatedly. This was somewhat commendable. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Observing Tang Hao's submissiveness, Zhao Wujie's face nearly beamed with the word impressive. Setting aside future considerations, in this very moment, he admired Luo Yu's audacity. Typically, the Soul sect would not dare to breathe in the presence of a tidal Douluo, yet here was one who brazenly confronted a tidal Douluo, rendering him unable to hold his head high. Perhaps this was a singular occurrence throughout the ages. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, along with the other 2 women, displayed varied expressions. Ning Rongrong's large eyes blinked in astonishment, her heart racing. Despite being the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, known for her unruly nature, she would never have dared to confront a tidal Douluo so boldly. The threat of death loomed at any moment. Was he truly unafraid? What exactly do you want? Tang Hao roared. Luo Yu shook his head, responding nonchalantly, It's nothing much. Your son has provoked me, and now he is rendered speechless. You might as well apologize on his behalf. What? You expect me to apologize? Do you think you are worthy of such a thing? Tang Hao roared with fury, like a lion enraged. Oh, Luo Yu nodded slightly, saying little, and simply stepped down resolutely. I apologize, I sincerely apologize. Tang Hao's lips trembled as he spoke. Struggling under the gaze of the entire audience, I am truly sorry. Sigh. Luo Yu let out a sigh. Since that is the case, who can blame me for being so accommodating? Here, I return your son to you. Should you choose to stir up trouble again in the future, it will not be so easily resolved. With a sudden motion, Luo Yu seized Tang San by the collar, his arm quaking as he hurled him into the sky. Whoosh! Tang Hao swiftly flashed into action, catching Tang San midair and infusing his soul power into him. Witnessing the blood streaming from his son's mouth and nose, his aged visage trembled, and an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth from within. Observing Luo Yu's release of the hostage, a flurry of questions arose on the foreheads of the onlookers. You have released the hostage. What could they possibly fear now? Surely, this would lead to your demise. Luo Yu maintained a serene smile, choosing silence. In his eyes, Tang San was inconsequential, and Tang Hao could not stir any significant turmoil. At this juncture, Eliminating him would only tarnish Xiaowu's perception of them, fostering a sense of aversion. It was merely a matter of waiting until Xiaowu was utterly disillusioned with Tang San. At that moment, one could only chuckle. Boom. Tang San regained consciousness, his eyes widening in astonishment at Tang Hao's prowess. "Father, avenge me," he implored. Tang Hao nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Luo Yu. "Receive my strike, and I shall spare your life." Luo Yu's gaze was imbued with profound disdain. "Huh? Just released and already contemplating an attack? Without further ado, behold the hammer." Tang Hao's veins bulged as he swung the Haotian hammer with a single hand, bringing it crashing down. As the hammer descended, the onlookers were struck with awe. Yet Luo Yu remained composed, as if he had long anticipated this moment. In a flash, a pink silhouette of a graceful woman appeared within the arena, her presence almost ethereal. Her voice rang out sharply, "You dare to lay a hand on him, a mere title Douluo?" Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, Xiaowu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the sound. Chapter 78. A tremor sweeps the arena. The enchanting woman. "Touch my man, and you shall perish." The immense Haotian hammer descended from above, carrying with it an overwhelming force that threatened to crush all. In that instant, a pink figure darted into the arena, positioning herself protectively in front of Luo Yu. With a graceful lift of her jade arm, her delicate hand floated upward, meeting the impending strike. Clang! The clash of metal echoed, sending forth a tempestuous wave of energy that radiated outward. The spectators felt a tremor in their eardrums, their minds momentarily dazed as they were swept off balance by the shockwave of the attack. As they regained their footing and turned their gaze back to the arena, they were suddenly taken aback. Luo Yu remained motionless, exuding an air of tranquility. Tang Hao's unparalleled 9 rings prowess did not waver the calmness in his gaze, which resembled a still lake. The enormous Haotian hammer that descended upon him was firmly held back by a delicate jade hand. The owner of this hand was a regal beauty clad in palace attire, her elegant brows framing a captivating visage. Her figure was as ripe as a succulent peach, with a slender waist that seemed barely graspable, and her soft pink eyes shimmered alluringly, captivating all who beheld her. Meanwhile, the onlookers dared not cast a sidelong glance, entirely too intimidated to offend. To single-handedly withstand a full-force strike from a titled Douluo without sustaining any harm, what level of skill must this woman possess? She was undoubtedly a being they could not afford to provoke. At that moment, the one most astounded was Tang Hao. His Haotian hammer weighed a staggering 10,000 kilograms, and when enhanced with his own strength, its might reached a terrifying magnitude. Yet, it was effortlessly blocked by this suddenly appearing woman with a single arm. "Who are you? State your name," Tang Hao bellowed. The palace-clad beauty's enchanting pink eyes flashed with a glacial coldness, akin to ice that had endured for millennia. Her lips parted slightly, and the temperature around her seemed to plummet. "To move against him, you are not worthy. Begone." With that, the beautiful woman raised her snow-white leg, unleashing a dazzling burst of pink radiance. The fierce aura radiated from her, showcasing astonishing flexibility. The tips of her feet, enveloped in pink light, glinted with a hint of golden brilliance, and with a resounding clang, she sent the Haotian hammer flying. Tang Hao's expression altered as he cradled Tang San with one arm while grasping the rebounding Haotian hammer with the other. He was propelled backwards for dozens of meters before he could dissipate the overwhelming force and regain his balance. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers recoiled in trepidation, overwhelmed by an acute sense of danger, revering the suddenly manifested beauty to the utmost degree. It was truly terrifying. No matter how exquisite those legs were, they dared not gaze upon them. A single strike could spell their demise. They could not help but speculate about the relationship between Luo Yu and this enchanting woman. Tang San was a father to the other. Could this be a mother-son duo? Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, why would the woman be so incensed upon witnessing a man being struck? However, in the next moment, they were left questioning their very existence. After effortlessly deflecting the Haotian hammer, the regal beauty dismissed Tang Hao with a contemptuous glance, swiftly turning to Luo Yu. With an expression filled with regret, she performed a graceful bow. "I am late, please forgive me." Observing the woman, who moments ago had radiated an intimidating aura, now adopting a delicate demeanor as she apologized to a man, all present were left in shock, their eyes bulging. Some even slapped their own faces, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal dream. It was inconceivable. A woman capable of single-handedly repelling a titled Douluo's full-strength blow was treating a soul master with such courtesy? No, it seemed this was far beyond mere politeness. Those with keen insight could plainly perceive that her tone and demeanor suggested an underlying fear of incurring the man's displeasure. Their eyes fixated on Luo Yu. Astonishment etched across their faces. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister shared complex expressions. In the vast Star Luo Empire, how many titled Dalau could there be? They were beings to be revered, not to be challenged. Yet, such a formidable figure was submissive to her man. What manner of identity did he possess? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with excitement, her heart blossoming with joy, feeling as though she were on the brink of ecstasy. She had not merely chosen wisely. This man's extraordinary talent and strength, coupled with his formidable background, left her with the impression that she might not be worthy of him. It seemed she would need to exert herself doubly in the future. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's mind was in turmoil. How could it be that both of them possessed such immense backgrounds, yet had come to Shrek to study? What merit did Shrek have? Zhao Wujia felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Tang San and his confrontation, he would have intended to test the new students by giving them a sound thrashing to temper their spirits. Seeing the beauty's fierce protectiveness over her man sent a shiver down Zhao Wujia's spine. To dare temper the spirits of others? If he unwittingly provoked this little sovereign, his life would be forfeit. Luo Yu's subsequent words sent a sudden shiver through the hearts of all present. Please rise, it is of no consequence. Your timing is quite fortuitous. Zhao Wuji's tiger-like gaze fixed intently, his heart racing. What was this lofty, almost regal tone? Who was this little sovereign, commanding such presence that even the saints of the spirit hall could not rival? Before his own ascension, he had to tread carefully when conversing with the titled Dalau. The elegantly attired matron observed Luo Yu's lack of reproach, and her noble, alluring visage blossomed into a captivating, gentle smile. In that case, allow me to first deal with this bothersome fly. With that, she slightly bent her beautiful leg and launched herself into the sky like a streak of pink light. Her expression turned icy as she directed her assault towards Tang Hao. The heavens erupted in a dazzling display as the battle ignited. The lively girl, clad in silk stockings, bit her red lips tightly, her gaze fixed on the sky. Chapter 79. Xiao Wu. Third brother, you must leave quickly. I fear my mother may misunderstand. Who exactly are you? Tang Hao inquired, alarmed, as he soared through the air. The matron remained silent, her demeanor frigid. Her leg, propelled by an explosive force, struck mercilessly towards Tang Hao's head with lethal intent. Boom. The sky resounded with a cacophony of explosions, brilliant energy flashing as the ground stirred in turmoil. Xiao Wu stood resolutely on the ground, her pink stocking legs straight, her cherry lips agape in astonishment. Her expression one of bewilderment as she glanced at the matron before quickly darting her gaze towards Luo Yu. Lost in thought, yet ensnared in a state of perpetual confusion and shock. Bang! In midair, Tang Hao, unable to evade, was struck sharply on the shoulder by the matron's fierce kick, letting out a muffled grunt as he retaliated by swinging the Haotian hammer to deflect her relentless assault. Do you truly wish to engage in a death struggle with me? Tang Hao exclaimed, his fury mounting. If you touch him, you shall perish. The noble matroness voice was as cold as ice, her soul power surging forth as she delivered another unforgiving strike, leaving no room for negotiation. Ah, this is too much. Tang Hao cried, driven to madness as the Haotian hammer radiated a brilliant red light, infused with a bloody aura of slaughter. Soul rings swelled rapidly around him, threatening to explode. A Wu, return. As Luo Yu furrowed her brow and called out from below, the beautiful woman hesitated momentarily. Yet she obediently followed the man's command. She leapt into the air, treading upon the very essence of the atmosphere, her radiant presence shimmering as she returned to the man's side. Observing the woman's departure, Tang Hao's eyes momentarily flickered with madness, the peculiar transformation of his soul rings abruptly ceasing. He gazed deeply at Luo Yu, pondering how this individual could possibly know that he was about to unleash his life-threatening move. Was it mere coincidence? It must be. For the opponent was merely a minor soul master, incapable of possessing such insight. However, this woman was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Tang Hao's old injuries had yet to heal, leaving him reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation. Gritting his teeth, his face twisted with resentment, he reflected on the futile struggle, having fought relentlessly without gaining any advantage, only to be left with frustration. Was he truly to retreat in disgrace? He felt a pang of unwillingness. Ultimately, as he glanced at the gravely wounded Tang San in his embrace, he released his tightly clenched fist. With a chilling glare directed at Luo Yu, he vowed, "Young one, I shall remember your actions today." Luo Yu nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. It is sufficient to remember. Cultivate your memory. Should you dare to stir trouble again, do not blame me for ruthlessly eliminating both you and your father. Tang Hao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The man's gaze was reminiscent of one regarding a mere insect, a look Tang Hao had never before endured. With a fierce glare, Tang Hao retorted, "With your sharp tongue, I foresee your days are numbered." A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Yume's brow as she raised her hand and let out a cold snort. "If you wish to strike, then do so. If you desire to leave, then depart. However, do not blame me for the warning. Your son is not one who can withstand much punishment. If you do not seek a remedy soon, do not hold me responsible should he perish." Tang Hao, filled with fury, was nevertheless wary of his son's life and apprehensive of the formidable woman before him. "Young man, when my old ailments are healed, the day I return will mark your demise." "Oh." As Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, he reveled in Tang Hao's furious expression. With a playful tone, he remarked, "When you arrive, make sure not to come empty-handed. Remember to bring a coffin for yourself." "Ah, I, Tang Hao, shall surely kill you one day." Tang Hao struggled to turn away, but a weak voice emerged from his embrace. "Dad, wait a moment. What is it? Take Xiaowu with you." Tang San directed his gaze to the ground, calling out, "Xiaowu, do not linger here. Come along with your brother." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the elegant young girl with beautiful legs. Xiaowu, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, gazed at Tang San, hesitating to respond. Lost in her thoughts, Tang San urged urgently, "Xiaowu, come with your brother." Yet, Xiaowu displayed signs of indecision. "If you dare to go with him, I will break your rabbit legs." A cold, furious voice emanated from the elegantly dressed woman. Tang Hao solemnly declared, "Do not fear, my son, I shall support you." "Pay no heed to this madwoman." "Humph." The elegantly dressed woman remained silent, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. With Tang Hao's words, Tang San found newfound courage. He extended a trembling finger toward the woman, rebuking her. "Who is this crazy woman? What is so remarkable about being a titled Douluo? I am calling my sister Xiaowu to leave. What business is it of yours? What business is it of mine?" The woman's lips curled in a mocking smile. Tang San, incensed, was about to retort once more when suddenly, Xiaowu interrupted him. "Be quiet. This is my mother." Tang San's spirit wavered, as if struck by lightning, disbelief flooding his eyes. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Xiaowu, what did you just say? She is your mother?" Xiaowu nodded. Tang San's heart raced. Engulfed by confusion. "My father just struck her, and I scolded her? What do I do now?" A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, their interest piqued. Eyes glimmering with anticipation. Some gazed at Tang San with pity, offering silent condolences. What a pitiful child, wishing to pursue that girl. After this debacle, the two of them should abandon all hope. It's clearly a lost cause. Yet, the crowd soon sensed an anomaly. If this elegant woman was Xiao Wu's mother, why did she regard that youth with such reverence? What sort of relationship could this be? Xiao Wu turned, her small hands nervously gripping the hem of her dress. Timidly, she addressed her irate mother. "Mom, please let me explain. My relationship with him is purely platonic. We are merely siblings, just ordinary friends." The woman's authoritative visage hardened as she retorted, "Xiaowu, have you forgotten what I told you before leaving?" Xiaowu recoiled, repeatedly waving her hands. "Mom, do not misunderstand. I remember everything. I have not been involved with any man, truly." The woman scoffed, and Xiaowu quickly turned to Tang San, her eyes pleading. "Brother, I beg you, just leave. I fear my mother might misinterpret our relationship." With a sharp gaze, Tang San observed Xiao Wu's anxious attempt to shoo him away. His heart sinking painfully. Already injured from the confrontation with Luo Yu, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 80, Xiao Wu, now in dire straits. A legion of admirers is about to emerge. "Xiao San," Tang Hao exclaimed in horror, witnessing his son faint from the pressure, his heart heavy with anguish. In a fit of rage, he cast a cold glance downward. "Very well. I shall remember all that you have done today. I will repay you in due time." Luo Yu smiled gracefully, gesturing with elegance. "Farewell, travel safely, and I welcome your next visit to meet your demise." Tang Hao felt the veins in his temples throbbing with rage, wishing to unleash his fury and obliterate the place immediately. However, he restrained himself, suppressing the seething anger within. "Youngster, there is no need for such arrogance at this moment. You shall not require my intervention. When my son Tang San returns, having shed his former self, he will undoubtedly crush and annihilate arrogant beings like you with his own hands." Luo Yu shook his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Tang Hao suddenly chuckled, his voice low and resonant. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. To lose now is of no consequence. You do not comprehend the true talents of my son. Just wait and see. Tang Hao cast a deep gaze at Xiaowu. You will surely regret not choosing my son today. With that, he transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. The elegantly adorned woman, a Wu, furrowed her brows in distress, clenching her fists, ready to pursue him, but was halted by Luo Yu. In frustration, she stamped her foot and huffed. Why won't you let me go after him? Luo Yu withdrew his gaze from the horizon and slowly shook his head. Adhering to the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy, the Haotian sect possesses a unique divine technique, the Great Samurai Hammer. When one risks their life, all 9 soul rings explode in unison, tapping into latent potential to enhance their strength, resulting in an overwhelming force. Awe powdered her crimson lips in indignation. That fellow disrespected you. How could I possibly let him off lightly? If he fights with all his might, shall I not do the same? Luo Yu chuckled gently as he patted her fragrant shoulder, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, if he were to forcefully retain the father and son, success was not beyond reach. Yet, I cannot bear to witness your suffering. Ah, initially brimming with reluctance, quivered at Luo Yu's final words. Her delicate form softening as she gazed at the man with tearful, enchanting eyes that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake. However, does this not amount to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Luo Yu let out a cold laugh, a flicker of disdain flashing in the depths of his eyes. With them around, they could hardly stir up any tempest in my presence. It would be wise not to provoke me here. Next time, I may not be so accommodating. Yes, we heed your commands, Au said, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Despite possessing the alluring figure and delicate features of a mature woman, she radiated an aura of a starry-eyed admirer when gazing at Luo Yu. Sensing the peculiar glances cast her way, Au surveyed her surroundings. Her demeanor shifting as an imposing aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary titled Douluo, erupted forth. I am conversing with my benefactor. What are you staring at? Depart at once. With a sudden rustle, the crowd around her trembled, scattering like startled birds. Although they were rife with questions, such as what granted Luo Yu the ability to command such a powerful and enchanting woman, they dared not linger, hastily fleeing the scene. Luo Yu shook his head in helplessness. Indeed, Ada harbored no fondness for humanity, remaining unchanged in her sentiments. It was not only the crowd that fled, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, fearing retribution from Luo Yu, hastily sought refuge in the village, disappearing swiftly. The prowess and background of Luo Yu have instilled an overwhelming fear within them, particularly for Dai Mubai, who initially harbored vengeful thoughts, hoping to rely on the Star Luo Empire to annihilate Luo Yu. However, the sudden appearance of a Wu has completely extinguished those notions. What vengeance can one seek when a woman is lost? Once a hat is donned, it remains. Life takes precedence above all. At the very least, preserving one's life allows for the possibility of seeking other companions in the future. In Dai Mubai's heart, a new thought began to blossom. If he could devise a way to ingratiate himself with this formidable ancestor, what fear would he have of Davis? Upon returning to the Star Luo Empire, he could stride confidently, with the throne potentially within his grasp. Would he then find himself lacking in female company? The path ahead seemed to widen significantly. In that moment of revelation, Dai Mubai was not alone in his thoughts. The once silent clearing at the village entrance was now occupied solely by the stunningly alluring Zhu Zhuqing sisters, the enchanting and innocent Ning Rongrong, and the formidable duo of Xiaowu and Zhao Wujin. Even the enrollment instructor had fled in fright. Luo Yu gazed at the pairs of astonished and questioning eyes before him, shaking his head in resignation. Well, with Tang San's interference, his initial intent to remain low-key had undeniably been thwarted. Let us not linger here any longer. If you have inquiries, let us find a more suitable place to converse. Luo Yu turned his head and called out, Teacher Zhao. I'm here. Do you have any questions, Luo classmate? Zhao Wuji responded. However, he suddenly noticed the fierce gaze of the beautiful woman, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Beads of sweat forming on his back. He quickly corrected himself. Please, just call me Xiao Zhao. There's no need to frighten anyone. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at Ao and continued, Teacher Zhao, surely we have been accepted, right? At that moment, the burly Zhao Wuji nodded obediently like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, you have been accepted. With your remarkable abilities, it is beneath you to be a student. I believe you are more than qualified to be a teacher. Luo Yu furrowed her brow, expressing her discomfort with the situation. Please, treat us as ordinary students. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was as if he were being put in a difficult position. Given your status, how could I possibly regard you as an ordinary person? Just as Zhao Wuji was about to lead everyone into the academy, Ao approached Luo Yu. Benefactor, please hold on. I need to attend to some personal matters first. The elegantly dressed woman stepped aside, grabbing Xiao Wu by the ear and glaring at her with her pink eyes. It's time to address your issues. Chapter 81. The flustered Xiao Wu suddenly leapt into the man's embrace. A series of delicate cries echoed from the open space at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Luo Yu and the others witnessed a scene of domestic violence. Mom, please don't hit me. It hurts. Xiao Wu pleaded repeatedly, her delicate eyes glistening with unshed tears. You know what pain is? The beautiful woman glared, her chest heaving with rapid breaths. How did I instruct you before you left the house? Xiao Wu hurriedly explained, you told me not to associate too closely with men, to avoid being alone with them, and I have adhered to that. The woman snorted, pinching Xiao Wu's ear and lifting it sharply. Do you think your mother has grown old, that her eyesight has dimmed, and she cannot see what you were just doing? No, how could you possibly be old? You are still young and beautiful. When we go out, others mistake us for sisters. I am not in the mood for your banter, the woman interjected, twisting her fingers, causing Xiao Wu's ears to flush crimson. Now, explain to me, what is that fool's relationship with you? Xiao Wu pouted, feeling wronged. Please let me explain. Sangu is just a friend I met outside. We simply refer to each other as siblings. There's truly nothing special between us. The woman raised an eyebrow, her eyes narrowing. What do you mean by nothing special? That boy just insulted me, and his father even laid hands on me. As my daughter, you had no reaction? It was just that you suddenly appeared and startled him, so he didn't have time to react, Xiao Wu murmured softly. Besides, you weren't even bullied. You were the one who kept chasing after him. Rebellious daughter. How dare you retort? Today, I shall cleanse the household. The elegant woman furrowed her brows tightly, raising her jade hand as if to strike. Xiao Wu shrank her neck, resembling a frightened fawn. In her fury, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist from behind. Luo Yu shook his head and advised, enough. I can attest that Xiao Wu truly has no connection with that individual. We encountered her at the hotel previously, and they each had their own rooms. Upon hearing someone intercede, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, after Luo Yu finished speaking, her heart leaped into her throat, and her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, nearly betraying her composure. Her heart ached, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with unspoken sorrow. Brother, are you speaking on my behalf, or are you wishing for my mother to deliver a fatal blow? Though your words hold truth, they cannot prevent my mother from misunderstanding and concocting her own narrative. Indeed, the elegantly dressed matron was growing increasingly furious, her clear voice rising sharply. What do you mean you've even been to the hotel with that man? Xiao Wu braced herself for a beating, as she was all too familiar with her mother's explosive temper, which left no room for explanations. Luo Yu gently patted the shoulder of the beautiful woman and spoke. Well, it is a rare occasion for you and your daughter to be reunited. Let us not create a scene that would amuse outsiders. Did you not express to me before how much you missed your daughter? Why then this stern demeanor? In truth, Xiao Wu had spoken with me at the hotel, and I could see that she heeds your words. Her relationship with Tang San is indeed quite innocent. With Luo Yu's intervention, the woman's anger began to dissipate. She pointed towards Xiao Wu and inquired, hasn't this girl previously engaged in a quarrel with you? Luo Yu smiled gently, deeming the matter trivial. After all, she had not been harmed, and with her disguise, her true identity remained undisclosed. The elegant woman let out a soft huff, expressing gratitude that no harm had come to her. Otherwise, she continued, I would have no qualms about disowning this daughter of mine for siding with outsiders against you. Luo Yu was taken aback and chuckled softly, I am not your intimate companion. The beautiful woman, her enchanting eyes shimmering with resolve, responded, who can deny it? Ever since the day you rescued my daughter and me, we have belonged to you, and no one can take that away. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Gently touching her nose, she cautiously stole a glance at the distant entrance of the village, where Zhu Zhuqing and the others were waiting. They didn't hear us, did they? The elegantly dressed woman smiled sweetly and reassured her, fear not, my benefactor. Ao has already established a spiritual barrier. They cannot hear our conversation. Luo Yu bestowed upon her an appreciative gaze, remarking on her thoughtfulness. Wu had indeed erected the barrier not only to safeguard Luo Yu's privacy, but also to prevent the reprimands directed at her daughter from being overheard. for family shame ought not to be aired in public. Her stern demeanor was merely a faade. Deep down, she cherished Xiaowu dearly. The elegantly attired matron turned her head and said, Xiaowu, do express your gratitude to your benefactor. Since he has interceded on your behalf, let this matter be settled. Xiaowu had been momentarily stunned, her expression vacant as she murmured, Mother, is he truly our benefactor? The one who saved us back then? Her gaze was fixed intently on Luo Yu, her voice quivering as she seemingly struggled to contain her emotions. The matron rolled her eyes, playfully tapping Xiaowu's forehead with her delicate finger, and chided, My dear, have you become so dull-witted after spending such time in the human realm that you only now realize this? Do you truly believe I would exhibit such demeanor towards anyone but our benefactor? Xiaowu paid no heed to her mother's teasing. The shimmering depths of her pink eyes reflected only Luo Yu. She hurried forward, pressing her lovely face close to his, their proximity palpable. In that moment, their gazes locked, and they could even feel each other's breath. Luo Yu unconsciously took a step back, as Xiaowu appeared to be overly enthusiastic. Are you truly my benefactor? She croaked, her throat dry, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It should be, probably is. Ultimately, upon witnessing the desire for an answer reflected in Xiaowu's gaze, Luo Yu nodded affirmatively. It had been a long time since they last met. Recalling the familiarity he felt in the hotel earlier, and now receiving a definitive response, coupled with his mother-esque corroboration, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Xiaowu's shoulders trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. She stepped forward, her delicate legs propelling her into Luo Yu's embrace. She clung tightly to his waist, burying her flushed face in his chest. After all these years, I have missed you so much. Finally, we have the chance to meet again. This moment left not only Luo Yu in a state of shock. Outside the barrier, the Zhu sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Ning Rongrong, who were unaware of the truth, widened their eyes in astonishment, instantly captivated by the scene. What was happening? How could the man so swiftly win over the opposing girl? Observing Xiaowu, tear-streaked and radiating affection as she clung to Luo Yu, the Zhu sisters pouted, as if they could hang 2 vinegar jars from their lips, a profound sense of crisis swelling within them. After all, Xiaowu's beauty was undeniably on par with theirs. Most notably, her astonishingly slender legs, breathtakingly perfect, accentuated by tight stockings that rendered her allure impeccable, exuded an intoxicating air of youth. Chapter 82, The Jealous Young Matron, the Zhu sister's sense of crisis. Why didn't you tell me who you were sooner? Do you look down on Xiaowu? Xiaowu's voice was tinged with sorrow, her jade-like arms wrapped tightly around the man, her expression a blend of excitement and joy. The heart of a young girl is often simple. Once the shadow of a person is etched within, it becomes challenging to allow another to enter her inner world. Though Tang San was not lacking, his arrival came too late. A place had long been occupied in Xiaowu's heart. The timing of Luo Yu's appearance was fortuitous. It was during the most despairing moments of Xiaowu's youth that he personally saved her, leaving an indelible mark in her mind that lingered for many years, captivating the young girl's thoughts. The passage of time could not diminish this yearning. Instead, it matured like fine wine, intensifying her emotions, which evolved beyond mere gratitude. Witnessing the reunion of her daughter and her benefactor, Wu initially felt delight. However, as she observed, her expression began to shift. Xiaowu's delicate visage nestled against the man's broad chest, her delicate nose greedily inhaling his scent, as if reminiscing or perhaps forging new memories. Exuding an aura of affection and intimacy, the smile on Wu's face gradually faded. In that moment, she seemed less like a gentle, enchanting rabbit and more akin to a lemon come to life. Had she ever embraced her benefactor with such warmth? Was her daughter stealing a march on her? This was unacceptable. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and seized the collar of Xiaowu's windbreaker. You go stand over there. Xiaowu stomped her foot, glaring at her mother. Mom, what are you doing? Wu momentarily fell silent, feeling a pang of guilt. She had acted impulsively upon witnessing their closeness. Xiaowu pouted. Mom, you're being unreasonable. They just reunited, and a hug is perfectly normal. Wu quickly searched her mind for an appropriate excuse. You're not pure anymore. It's inappropriate to embrace your benefactor. Xiaowu immediately became indignant, fearing Luo Yu might misunderstand. She waved her hands in fervent explanation. Benefactor, please don't listen to my mother-esque nonsense. Apart from you, I haven't hugged any other man. With that, she shyly lowered her head, burying her face in her chest, her voice barely a whisper. In truth, she had always kept her body reserved. As the conversation continued, Xiaowu fell silent. Luo Yu could hardly hear clearly. Gazing at the enchanting mother-daughter duo before him, He shook his head in resignation. Do not call me your benefactor anymore. It sounds rather unpleasant. Then what should we call you? Luo inquired. Luo Yu remarked, let us abide by the conventions of the human realm. You may call me Xiao Yu, while Xiao may address me as you go. Wu hesitated momentarily, pondering whether this would be appropriate. With a piercing gaze, Luo Yu asserted, this is how it shall be named. Observing the man's stern expression, Awe displayed none of the domineering attitude she often reserved for others. Instead, her enchanting visage was suffused with an air of submission. We shall heed your wishes. Whatever you wish for us to call ourselves, we shall comply, she said, raising her head and obediently responding. Before her stood two women. One possessed a voluptuous figure, an enticing hourglass shape that exuded the unique allure of a mature woman. Her dewy, alluring eyes brimming with temptation. The other, with her long, elegant legs clad in stockings, radiated a fresh and innocent charm, embodying the vivacious spirit of youth. What ignited a fervent desire within was the striking resemblance between the two women. Despite their differing charms, their beauty seemed to amplify when they stood side by side. Luo Yu admired the beautiful scenery before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If you find no issue, please call out to me. The enchanting woman, gently nibbling on a rose petal, spoke with a soft voice that flowed from her throat. The young girl, Xiao Yu, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, rendering her even more exquisite. The affectionate calls of Brother Yu and Mother Hua stirred Luo Yu's heart, sending a tingling sensation throughout his being. Xiao Yu, why is your face so flushed? Has the recent battle affected you? Let me check your condition. Wu stepped forward, effortlessly pulling Luo Yu into her embrace. Her delicate hand caressed his forehead with a natural ease, as if genuinely expressing concern. Luo Yu initially felt untroubled, but upon being embraced tightly by Wu, an enticing fragrance enveloped him, causing his breath to quicken and his skin temperature to rise significantly. Wu, observing from the side, felt an unsettling sensation, as if something was amiss. Is Mother truly assisting Brother Yu with a health examination? Must it be conducted in such close proximity? No, I am perfectly fine, Luo Yu insisted. The graceful woman shook her head, her demeanor earnest. That is not acceptable. You just engaged in a fierce battle. What if there is an underlying ailment? Let Auda conduct a thorough examination for you. With that, Au's delicate hand began to glide along the meridians of Luo Yu's body. Perhaps it is unnecessary. Luo Yu was nearly entranced, when suddenly the realization struck him that they were still outdoors. He shivered, hastily struggling to break free and escape from that tender embrace. He exhaled deeply, gazing at Au, and a sudden epiphany dawned upon him. This woman, seemingly harmless, was in fact a mischievous vixen, brazenly seeking to take advantage of him. Au pouted, her arms now empty, a look of wistfulness crossing her face. She had just conceived a splendid idea to draw closer to her benefactor, yet alas, it seemed fate had other plans. It appeared she would have to wait for another opportunity as her heart fluttered with yearning. However, time was of the essence. With the domineering empress of the spirit hall absent, she was determined to seize the moment and secure a place in Xiao Yu's heart. Otherwise, once that woman returned, her chances would dwindle. At the village entrance, just beyond the barrier, Zhu Zhuqing and her sister watched with gritted teeth. It was one thing for their daughter to embrace a man, but how could this mother also wrap her arms around him? Such a propriety was utterly disgraceful. I wish I could have a hug too, Zhu Zhuqing thought, filled with jealousy. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, observed with a glint in her eyes. Today's events had indeed opened her eyes. She had not expected to encounter such intriguing circumstances so soon after leaving home. No, what captivated her was this man. A flutter of excitement stirred within her, and she couldn't help but feel an urge to leap forward and uncover the secrets he harbored. As the barrier dissipated, Luo Yu led the mother-daughter duo outside. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister simultaneously took a step forward, glaring at Xiao Wu. Just as they were about to voice their thoughts, but restrained themselves, they recalled that they had yet to establish their own connection with the man, making any remarks seem rather inappropriate. Zhu Zhuqing squeezed her little hand. In light of the situation, she realized she could not afford to be overly reserved. It was imperative to confirm their relationship swiftly, for the throngs of admirers surrounding him were simply too numerous. Luo Yu, accompanied by several women and Zhao Wuji, settled at Shrek Academy. Master Yu Shaojiang was already en route to Shrek, wearing an expression replete with confidence. With Tang San as his disciple, he was certain that a prominent position awaited him in the realm of soul masters. He thought to himself, who would dare to challenge the validity of my theories? Bibi Dong. You rejected me in the past. Now, I shall demonstrate just how exceptional my disciple truly is. With fond memories of Tang San, his face radiated joy. He sensed that his disciple was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of Douluo, unstoppable in his ascent. Master gazed towards Soto City, pride and excitement bubbling within him. I can only imagine how Tang San must have showcased his prowess, startling those old friends of Shrek. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cave, Tang San lay on a straw mat, battered and bruised from his prior encounter with Luo Yu, awakening from unconsciousness to the scent of a medicinal broth nearby. Coughing, he glanced around, the bitterness of his surroundings overwhelming him. The cave was desolate, littered with debris, the musty air heavy with decay, and the cold from the mat beneath him was chilling. How had he fallen to such depths? All of this was the result of that detestable man. Anger coursed through him, causing his body to tense. The wounds, still healing, began to bleed anew. Tang San, do not move. You require rest, urged Tang Hao, who had been vigilantly watching over him, wrapping his strong arms around his son's shoulders to support him. Father, Tang San exclaimed, surveying the grim surroundings, the despair palpable in his voice. You, my son, are unyielding, a warrior who fights against the heavens. How could you concede defeat? Tang Hao admonished. Tang San shook his head, but he is incredibly powerful, and he has formidable allies behind him. Tang Hao scoffed, Son, it is time I revealed the truth. I am not merely a blacksmith. You have witnessed my prowess. I am one of the greatest talents of the Haotian sect, one of the 3 sects of Douluo continent. Reduced to this state for various reasons. Let us not dwell on that. I simply wish to convey that in terms of background, you are unmatched. That boy cannot compare to you. Your great-grandfather was a limit Douluo. Your lineage is unparalleled, whereas he stands behind merely a fierce beast. What worth does he have to compete with you? Tang San's dim eyes began to glimmer with renewed light, though he hesitated. But the titled Douluo behind him is quite enigmatic. Enigmatic? Nonsense, Tang Hao replied dismissively. That girl you know? I recognized her long ago. She is merely a 100,000-year soul beast reincarnated. You can guess her mother's identity, I presume. The boy's backing is nothing but a ferocious beast. He cannot stir any real waves. Were it not for my old ailments, I would have dealt with them myself. Soul beast? Are you saying Xiao Wu is a soul beast? Tang San asked, astonished. Tang Hao affirmed, indeed. Initially, I thought little of her friendship with you. But now that she has betrayed you, I might as well eliminate her and use her as your soul ring. Please, do not harm Xiao Wu. Tang San implored, panic-stricken. She has betrayed me. She was coerced by her mother. I believe she still cares for me. Foolish child, Tang Hao sighed, shaking his head. Can you not see how she maintains her distance from you? Let go of what you cannot grasp. Father, I will not permit you to speak ill of Xiao Wu. I believe she has feelings for me. Tang San insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Her rejection is only temporary. I will find a way to win her back. Tang Hao, struggling to contain his frustration, ultimately sighed and shook his head. Father, can you help me? Tang San pleaded desperately. If you do not assist me, I will truly have no chance. Tang Hao gripped Tang San's shoulders firmly. Tang San, you must regain your composure. Look at you. This is not the demeanor of a warrior. What do you have to fear? In terms of background, we are among the top 3 sects. That boy is merely supported by a ferocious beast. The challenges he faces are trivial compared to ours. In terms of talent, you possess twin martial souls, which only grow stronger with time. What of him? No matter how strong his single martial soul may be, it cannot compare to your dual abilities. When the time is right, your second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, can be enhanced with 1,000-year or even 10,000-year rings. What can he possibly counter with? Tell me, how will he measure up to you? Tang San's expression began to brighten, the pain in his wounds fading. Tang Hao continued, and do you think your blue-silver grass is a wasted martial soul? Once you recover, I will help you unleash its true potential. You will become extraordinary, while he is merely average. Your appearance alone could overshadow him. When that time comes, she will surely regret her choices, yearning for your presence. Do you understand now? You should not feel inferior. Instead, question why he thinks he can compare to you. Is he truly worthy? Tang San felt invigorated, his earlier despondency evaporating. A renewed fire ignited within him as he rose to his feet. Father, I understand now. Tang Hao nodded approvingly. Good son, that is the spirit. I will pass on our family's treasured techniques and enhance your inherited soul bones. Who will dare to stand against you then? Your ambitions should reach the stars and the seas, obliterating the spirit hall. Tang San was filled with fervor, his spirit soaring, confidence radiating from him. He gazed fiercely into the distance, his voice cold and commanding. You may bask in your current glory, but know that it shall fade. When I return, it will be the day you kneel before me in submission. Ah, you never anticipated that I am a dual martial soul wielder. Wu, wait for me. Tang San envisioned that day approaching, a slight smile gracing his lips. Tang Hao patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. This is the son of Tang Hao I know. Such confidence is essential. Otherwise, what is the purpose of wielding the Haotian hammer? Tang San's wound, torn by Luo Yu, flared up once more, suddenly splitting open. In less than 3 seconds of regained composure, he collapsed back onto the straw mat, his muscles twitching. Just you wait. Achio. Within Shrek Academy, Luo Yu was surrounded by girls, akin to a star basking in the adoration of its admirers, with Wu subtly inching closer to him. Her gaze filled with affection. Abruptly, he sneezed, raising a hand to rub his nose, his expression peculiar. Could it be that Tang San, that wretched fellow, is cursing me? Has he not yet endured enough? TSK. Should he dare to approach again, I shall not hesitate to teach him a lesson, making him truly comprehend the essence of despair. Chapter 84. A Wu's Midnight Visit, Gu Yue Na's Message. A girl knocked at the door as the sun set in the west, casting the world into twilight. Thin moonlight streamed through the window into a modest cottage within Shrek. The interior was relatively spacious, furnished with wooden cabinets and tables, exuding a simple charm. At last, a moment of respite was at hand. Luo Yu stifled a yawn, stretched languidly, and reclined on the bed that Wu had thoughtfully prepared for him. The events of the day naturally piqued the curiosity of several young women. However, he chose not to elaborate excessively, continuing to navigate the murky waters of Shrek while using the pseudonym Luo Cici. Should his true identity be uncovered one day, he could reveal the truth then. After all, a man should retain an air of mystery, for it ignites a woman's desire for exploration. Curiosity may be fatal to cats, but it proves even more perilous for women. Luo Yu recalled the words of a romantic master from his previous life. He had said that with women, being overly proactive is futile, at best. One might earn the title of a backup suitor or be acknowledged as a good person. The true path lies in captivating them through one's various abilities. In due course, they will naturally gravitate towards you. How true those words ring today, as Ning Rongrong has persistently clung to him, inquiring about his identity and employing all manner of charming antics. The more Luo Yu remained silent, the more her heart ached with curiosity, an insatiable urge to delve deeper into the matter. It seemed that the young girl would undoubtedly return the following day. Luo Yu activated the transparent system panel. Current task: captivate the goddess Ning Rongrong, with the reward being the exclusive third soul ring of the Nine Heavens extermination sword. Special task: tame the temperamental little witch Ning Rongrong and receive a mysterious reward package. A confident smile graced the corners of Luo Yu's lips. Ning Rongrong, perhaps perceived by others as the esteemed little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, seemingly unattainable, appeared quite different in his eyes. The holy maiden Hu Liena. What distinguished identity could rival that of Pope Bibi Dong? He had previously rescued the girl from the clutches of Gu Yue Na, and today he had once again showcased his prowess. He sensed that Ning Rongrong's heart had begun to waver imperceptibly, merely awaiting a spark to ignite her feelings further. The odds seemed favorable. Curiosity began to stir within him regarding the unique soul ring he would soon acquire and the skills it might bestow. Speaking of which, it was high time for his dragon god martial spirit to receive its own soul ring. Leaving it bare was hardly appropriate, Luo Yu thought with a grin. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the window, shattering the tranquility of the room. Who could it be? Luo Yu furrowed her brows and sprang into action. Little Yu, it's me. The petite and adorable soft-boned charm rabbit radiated a pink glow, instantly transforming into a captivating and tender young woman. The delicate moonlight illuminated the beauty's face, bestowing upon her an enchanting allure. The daytime gown of the young woman vanished, replaced by a partially unwrapped silk garment, revealing one side of her snow-white shoulder. Even the breathtaking curves of her form were subtly unveiled, and her porcelain legs were fully exposed. Such attire was undeniably mesmerizing. Luo Yu's mind was in turmoil, nearly shattering her resolve. During the day, she sensed something amiss about this woman, and indeed, she came to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. Luo Yu composed himself, suppressing his criminal thoughts, and coughed. Wu, what brings you here at this ungodly hour instead of resting? The enchanting young woman approached gracefully, casting a flirtatious glance as she softly replied, The night is long and lonely. I wondered if my benefactor might feel isolated. So I came to keep you company and alleviate your boredom. Luo Yu swallowed hard, exclaiming his inability to endure. He sensed that every smile and gesture from this woman exuded an air of ambiguity and sensuality. What had come over her? Why had she suddenly become so forward? Little did he know that previously, Ao had been spurred by Bibi Dong's influence and had resolved to seize her chance to secure a place in Luo Yu's heart the moment she was out of Bibi Dong's sight. The soft-boned enchantress rabbit inherently possessed an enchanting quality. As a beast of formidable caliber, its charm was undeniably profound. However, it had always deemed it beneath itself to employ such a lure on humans. Now, with a man who piqued her interest, she was determined to employ every tactic at her disposal to entice him. Luo Yu shook his head, pondering what he was thinking. After all, this was the mother of Xiaowu. He certainly could not entertain the idea of winning both mother and daughter. Such thoughts were utterly inappropriate. He firmly declined. No, that's quite unnecessary. I can manage to sleep on my own. Awu gracefully moved her smooth, delicate legs, each step accentuating her alluring figure, as if she were employing an illusion, creating a mesmerizing afterimage while dancing enchantingly. Noticing the man lost in thought, Awu's cherry lips curved into a captivating smile. In a swift motion, she positioned herself atop Luo Yu's lap, her jade-like arms encircling his neck. Her pair of pink eyes sparkled with flirtatious allure as she gazed at him. My benefactor, do you know? Awu is unwell, she purred. Can your cultivation also fall ill? Luo Yu felt a rush of warmth within, silently reciting a calming mantra. His hands hovered in the air. Yet he hesitated to displace the delicate beauty perched upon his lap, her fragrance intoxicating. Awu leaned closer, her crimson lips brushing against Luo Yu's neck, exhaling softly. It is not a physical ailment, but one of the heart. Ever since I have shared a few nights in your embrace, I find myself unable to sleep alone. You must take responsibility. Awu cannot bear to be left alone, tossing and turning in solitude. And how do you envision my responsibility? Luo Yu's voice trembled slightly, feeling on the verge of breaking, for this woman was exceedingly skilled. Awu's cool fingers glided over Luo Yu's chest, releasing a breath as delicate as an orchid. However you wish to take responsibility is entirely up to you. Awu had stated earlier in the day, I belong solely to you. If Luo Yu fails to comprehend the hints any further, it would truly be a wasted existence. Shiwu, I apologize. It is not my fault. She seduced me. Her allure was simply overwhelming. Sob, sob, sob. Without any further hesitation, Luo Yu's powerful frame quivered, exuding an undeniable masculinity. With a single, decisive motion, he enveloped Ao completely in his embrace. Her soft, delicate form felt weightless against him. He lowered his gaze to her dewy cherry lips and pressed a fervent kiss upon them. Oz remained silent, her heart brimming with joy, and her slender arms encircling him spoke volumes. At this moment, deep into the night, the stars had vanished from sight. Ao rested her head in Luo Yu's arms. Her hair, damp with perspiration, clung to her graceful neck, adding a touch of enchanting allure. The beautiful woman softly remarked, Benefactor, what would you say our relationship is now? A bond akin to that of Guan and Bao. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu affectionately pinched Ao's cheek. Ao was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon flushed with color, and she playfully punched the man's chest. You are incorrigible. Stop it. With a playful smack, Luo Yu retracted his large hand, while Ao, with her enchanting eyes glistening like droplets of water, rubbed her backside, pouting her crimson lips. You truly are relentless in your strikes. Luo Yu curled her lips in disdain. Fairy, do not presume that I am oblivious. I noticed your ulterior motives the moment you stepped into the room. With our current dynamic, how am I to face Xiaowu in the future? Awu shook her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling. It matters not. You may proceed as you wish. Should she dare voice any dissent, I shall simply pluck the tendons from her little rabbit. Luo Yu found herself at a loss for words. By the way, Xiaoyu, before I came here, the Lord instructed me to convey a message to you. What is it? Luo Yu inquired with curiosity. The Lord said that you should not recklessly affix soul rings to your dragon god martial soul, as she has something valuable set aside for you. Something valuable? Luo Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Did she mention anything else? Just as Awu was about to speak, a soft knock echoed from outside the door. Luo Yu exchanged a glance with the enchanting woman in his embrace, both revealing a hint of bewilderment. A soft, melodious voice floated through the air. Gu, are you asleep? I know you aren't, for I heard the bed creaking just a moment ago. Upon hearing the familiar voice, both Ao and Luo Yu shuddered slightly. Gu, if you continue to feign sleep, I shall enter uninvited. The voice from outside carried a playful tone. Luo Yu was suddenly flustered, feeling that the enchanting Au in his arms was exceptionally warm to the touch. Please don't come in. I'm currently holding someone. What should he do? Seeking urgent advice online. My dear friends, the 4th update is complete. The author is usually quite busy, but will ensure 2 updates even without sleep. On weekends and holidays, I will provide additional updates. During the summer break, there will be a minimum of 6 updates daily, and I will keep my word. In case of unforeseen circumstances, I will notify you in advance to avoid making everyone wait. Thank you to the loyal readers who have accompanied me throughout this journey. Your support means the world to me, and I appreciate your kind comments. Chapter 85, The Enchanting Beauty and Palace Attire. You are my heaven. A late-night surprise attack from the spirited Au. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was gentle, yet each tap sent a shiver through Luo Yu's heart. He was still embracing the serpentine beauty in his arms, and if Au were to enter now, how could he possibly explain? Your mother came over in the middle of the night to help me sleep? After a tiring day of fighting, I invited your mother to assist me in relaxing? Would anyone believe such statements? Relaxing while undressed? He now resembled a man caught in infidelity, his emotions mirroring the anxiety of being discovered in the act. Luo Yu was in a state of utter exasperation, and upon glancing down, his lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, is this a session of calligraphy practice to cultivate one's sentiment? The alluring young woman in his embrace was entirely absorbed, using her delicate fingertips to trace random patterns upon his chest, evoking a sensation that was both smooth and sensuous. Luo Yu swiftly swatted away the exquisite fingers of the beautiful woman, lowering his voice in urgency. Sister, the situation is dire. Your daughter is about to burst in. Aren't you the least bit concerned? Sister? Arrow gathered her delicate brows, pouting her crimson lips in a display of feigned innocence. Am I really that old? Please. Is that truly the focal point of our discussion? As Luo Yu's voice faded, her crimson lips pressed firmly against his, silencing the remainder of his words. With a soft kiss, Au gently caressed the man's neck, leaning closer to whisper sweetly in his ear, what is there to fret about? Even if that girl were to enter, could she truly overturn the heavens? I am her sky. She must heed my words. You are my sky. The gaze of Luo Yu flickered, his spirit swaying, a testament to years of enchanting prowess. The soft-boned charm rabbit, a beast of formidable caliber, instilled a sense of terror. Had it not been for his profound offensive strength moments ago, he likely would have succumbed. The beautiful woman, noticing the shifts in Luo Yu's expression, revealed a seductive smile at the corner of her lips. She gently exhaled against the man's neck. A soft, caressing sound echoed, akin to a siren's call, captivating the heart. If Little Yu wishes for his sister and Xiao Wu to join him in a game, it is certainly within reach, merely a word from you. The enchantress was formidable, and Luo Yu's rationality gradually dissipated, his will teetering on the brink of collapse. His eyes turned crimson, and a tempest of bloodshed seemed inevitable. Wu also appeared as if adorned with flowers, inviting and ready for the picking. Suddenly, a disturbance at the door interrupted, a creaking sound heralding someone's approach to enter. Before Luo Yu could react, the beautiful woman in his arms underwent a dramatic change in expression. A fleeting glimmer of dim light flickered across the bed. Whoosh! The diminutive, delicate bone charm rabbit seemed to have anticipated an escape route, demonstrating an unparalleled speed that was both swift and stealthy, slipping into Luo Yu's bed with remarkable agility. In an instant, it epitomized the essence of invisibility, vanishing without a trace. Luo Yu's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished by Wu's fluid and effortless maneuver. What happened to the boldness you exhibited while accompanying your sister? Do you fear being discovered? Were you merely feigning bravado in my presence? This is the reality? You speak with such arrogance yet act with such timidity. The delicate bunny's cowardice is undeniable. In this moment, Luo Yu's heart is filled with deep resentment. Just a while ago, he nearly succumbed to Au's deceptive words, preparing to unleash his full potential for a perfect double kill. Yet, just as the bullets were chambered and ready to fire, he was informed that his opponent had surrendered. A sudden jolt coursed through him. At that moment, the door creaked open slowly, allowing the moonlight to spill onto the floor of the room. A graceful figure stealthily slipped into Luo Yu's chamber, deftly shutting the door behind her, banishing the moonlight. Soft footsteps echoed gently within, as Xiao Wu deliberately lowered her voice, inching closer to the grand bed. Brother Yu, are you asleep? Luo Yushi lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, enveloped by the covers that concealed her entire form. Her hands clutched the corners of the blanket with fervor, and her breathing appeared steady and prolonged, as if she truly were in slumber. On the surface, all seemed calm and unruffled, Yet internally, she was fervently critiquing Ah. You should have revealed your cowardice earlier. Why must you feign the bravado of a wolf? Hiding beneath the bed or within the wardrobe would have sufficed. And now, look at the predicament. You're nestled within the blanket. How vast can a single comforter be? Perhaps enough space for a split of the thighs, leaving only a small void in the center. Luo Yu endured the incessant tingling that radiated from the base of his thighs, where soft rabbit fur brushed against him. Heaven knows the torment he was suffering in this moment. Every second was an exquisite agony of itchiness. Is this the punishment for indulging in forbidden pleasures? What a transgression it is. Luo Yu now found himself utterly motionless, for he heard Xiao Wu approaching the bedside. Why is this girl, in the dead of night, here disturbing me? He lamented inwardly. Brother Yu, are you asleep? Xiao Wu softly called out from nearby. The room fell silent for several seconds before her voice echoed once more. It seemed that Brother Yu was indeed in slumber. Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief, secretly pondering that the girl should have left by now. Standing by the bedside, Xiao Wu bit her finger, her lips adorned in a shade of crimson, and suddenly revealed a clever and playful smile. Hee, if I steal a kiss from Brother Yu now, surely no one would know, right? Luo Yu. A Wu. Luo Yu pondered for a moment and resolved to remain utterly still, continuing to feign death. He mused that being kissed on the cheek by Xiao Wu should pose no significant problem. Soon, a fragrant breeze swept in, carrying the delicate scent of orchids. The cool, soft petals of her lips sent a jolt through Luo Yu's senses, and he silently remarked on the unexpected audacity of the little rabbit, who had dared to steal a kiss. As the fragrant breeze dissipated, tranquility returned. Luo Yu felt a momentary sense of relief, secretly thinking that the girl was finally about to depart. He chuckled softly, pondering whether this was the sensation of a first kiss. It felt rather peculiar. No, he thought. She must try once more, for no one would know, he giggled. Xiao Wu once again pouted her cherry lips and made her advance, transformed into a delicate, enchanting rabbit. She blinked in the warmth of the blankets, deeply contemplating, if a girl is not taught, it is the mother's fault. Tomorrow, I shall administer a thorough reprimand to that little one. In the dead of night, how dare she sneak into a man's room? What sort of conduct is this? She had scarcely arrived in human society, and from whom had she learned such nonsensical behavior? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a colossal object hurtling towards him. It struck him squarely on the head. What on earth is this? At this moment, Luo Yu found himself embroiled in an internal struggle, feeling as if he possessed the composure of a venerable monk with centuries of experience. Below him lurked ferocious beasts, while above, ethereal spirits peered with curiosity. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his countenance unwavering. Such steadfastness suggested that he was not far from mastering the profound teachings of Buddhism. However, if the situation persisted, he would soon transform into a monstrous creature, solely driven by a predilection for rabbits. Xiao Wu withdrew her crimson lips, allowing the faint light filtering through the window to illuminate her surroundings, her gaze sweeping across Luo Yu. When her eyes landed on the prominent bulge in the middle of the blanket, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her legs, encased in delicate stockings, instinctively tightened. Her lips formed an O shape in sheer disbelief. This was simply too extraordinary. The more she stared, the more her expression shifted. Initially intending to leave, but now unable to tear her gaze away. Perhaps a fleeting glimpse would broaden her horizons? Biting her crimson lip, Xiao Wu's fingers brushed against the blanket, attempting to lift it gently. She found it surprisingly resistant, so she summoned a bit more strength. Yet still, it did not budge. With her lips pouting in determination, she exerted herself once more, embodying the resolve of someone who could not sleep due to overwhelming curiosity without stealing a glance. Luo Yu felt he could no longer feign sleep. It was evident that this girl was resolutely determined to stir trouble, and he had to intervene. His eyelids twitched as he slowly opened his eyes, pretending to awaken from the noise. Brother Yu, you're awake? Xiao Wu exclaimed in a flurry, swiftly withdrawing her hand and stepping aside. Xiao Wu. Luo Yu responded with surprise. What brings you here in the middle of the night? I. Xiao Wu stammered uncertainly. Luo Yu, with a tender expression, remarked, you were concerned that I might catch a chill from the cold night air if I happened to kick off my blanket while sleeping. And thus you have taken the trouble to cover me up, haven't you? Indeed. Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. Oh, spare me your pretense. Do you think everyone else is foolish? Luo Yu retorted, narrowing his eyes and seizing the initiative to interrogate. Now, speak honestly, what brings you here? Faced with Luo Yu's stern demeanor, Xiao Wu hung her head, as though she had committed a misdeed. Under the dim starry light within the room, Luo Yu's gaze instantly became fixated. For at that moment, Xiao Wu appeared extraordinarily beautiful. The light windbreaker she wore during the day had vanished, replaced by a cool, pastel pink tank top that revealed her delicate shoulders, slender waist, and the adorable curve of her navel. Her lower half was adorned with a short skirt that accentuated her beautiful legs, elegantly encased in pink stockings, while her feet were graced with a pair of high heels, making her already perfect thighs appear even more elongated and alluring. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, her willow-like brows arching gracefully, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion. With a pitiful tone, she implored, "Please do not be angry with me. I simply could not sleep, burdened by the guilt of not recognizing your identity earlier, and thus I have come to offer my sincere apologies." Luo Yu gazed at Xiao Wu's alluring attire, feeling a sense of suspicion within. Was it truly necessary to dress so extravagantly for an apology? Her delicate visage appeared to be subtly adorned with makeup, clearly indicating she had come prepared. Something was amiss. This woman was not what she seemed. Having witnessed a Wu's proactive nature, could this cunning, 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit be trusted? At 3 in the morning, he sighed in relief, finally having completed a chapter. Now he could rest easy. A brief note, from Monday to Friday. He would strive to maintain a minimum of 2 updates, and should time permit, he would endeavor to add more. On weekends and holidays, at least 4 updates would be provided, with 6 during extended breaks. He was quite busy during the day and asked for everyone's understanding. This will not be emphasized again. It remains unchanged. Chapter 86. Xiao Wu's Art of Seduction Amidst a Gathering of Beauties. Tap. Brother Yu, how could you question my intentions for coming here? Xiao Wu, her silky, pink legs clad in stockings, stepped gracefully forward in her high heels and directly seated herself at the edge of the bed. Her enchanting pink eyes sparkled, and her lashes fluttered as she locked her gaze with the man's, a pure and innocent exchange. Luo Yu swallowed hard, his mind involuntarily drawing a comparison between Au and her daughter, Xiao Wu. Oz was undoubtedly akin to a ripe peach, her figure more voluptuous and curvaceous, with a waist so delicate it seemed to beckon and a pert posterior that exuded the enchanting allure of a mature woman. In contrast, Xiao Wu possessed a certain slenderness, radiating the unique vivacity of youth, her legs elegantly encased in stockings, undeniably striking. After this comparison, Luo Yu felt a surge of heat within him. He and Ah shared an intimate understanding, while his knowledge of Xiao Wu remained superficial. Perhaps he could seize this enchanting evening to explore further? However, Ah was still nestled in the covers, and it would be inappropriate to engage with her daughter in such a manner. Moreover, if Xiao Wu were to discover her mother's presence, it would lead to considerable complications. At this moment, Luo Yu found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle, caught between reason and desire. Brother Yu, why have you suddenly fallen silent? The girl's pink, enchanting eyes seemed on the verge of spilling tears, her pouting lips glistening with a rosy sheen. Luo Yu, with reason slightly prevailing, spoke with reddened eyes. Xiao Wu, do you not realize that entering a man's room in the dead of night, especially that of a vigorous young man, is an exceedingly perilous affair? Xiao Wu glanced around, bewildered, and replied, dangerous? What danger? Luo Yu glared and said, you have adorned yourself so beautifully, it could lead Brother Yu to commit a crime. The young girl innocently parted her cherry lips, gently sucking on her delicate fingers, her lashes fluttering softly as she said, Brother Yu, I believe in you. You would never harm your little sister, Wu, would you? Hiss. That gaze, that voice. Luo Yu felt as though a delicate hand was gliding over his entire body, providing an exquisite massage. He bit his lip and said, Xiao Wu, if you don't hurry and leave, I cannot guarantee that Brother Yu want to do something to you. The young girl, perplexed, replied, what does Brother Yu want to do to Xiao Wu? I am indeed a bit curious. If it's a spanking, I wouldn't mind at all. Ah, what a performance. Wu, hidden beneath the covers, rolled her eyes. Long ago, she had educated her daughter about all matters concerning the sexes. How could this girl possibly be unaware of anything? Luo Yu endured the rising flames of embarrassment and suppressed his feelings, saying, why would I spank you? Xiao Wu replied in a sweet voice, because I offended Brother Yu during the day, and thus I deserve punishment. When I made mistakes as a child, my mother would always spank me to teach me a lesson. Afterward, she would feel better, and Brother Yu could try that as well. In the shadows, Wu scoffed repeatedly, thinking to herself, excuses. Merely a ruse to entice men. I have never spanked her. Am I to play the role of a false mother when she already has a biological one to discipline her? Luo Yu's throat felt parched. If you do not depart soon, I shall no longer merely swat your posterior. Brother Yu, I almost forgot. When I arrived earlier, I believe I grazed the fence. Please, take a look for me. Can you see if my stockings are torn? Xiao Wu cannot see. As she spoke, She subtly tilted her body, her delicate hand lifting her short skirt by half an inch, revealing her smooth, stocking-clad thighs, while her pert dairy re-edged closer to Luo Yu's bedside. Hiss. Ah. The fence. What on earth is this fence? Luo Yu has now grasped the situation. This girl has been performing for him all along. Wu is overtly seductive. Her advances so bold they nearly border on coercion. In contrast, Xiaowu, a master of subtlety, entices without effort, her every gesture laced with veiled innuendo. In the stillness of the night, the enchanting maiden stealthily infiltrates the chamber, casting flirtatious glances while striking a pose that is irresistibly alluring. Boom. In a sudden eruption within his mind, reason lay slain, and desire took precedence. At the witching hour, this girl had presented herself willingly. If he did not seize the opportunity to feign righteousness, would he not be a fool? No, he must grasp this chance. Only children make choices, tonight. He desired it all. The soft, delicate voice of Xiao Wu continued to resonate. Brother Yu, do you see where my stockings have snagged? I cannot see clearly. Come a little closer, and I shall discern it. The hesitation on Luo Yu's face had vanished, replaced by a hint of mischief at the corners of his mouth. When reason is vanquished, desire takes the helm. A single rabbit is hardly sufficient. He must indulge in a more substantial feast tonight. Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware of the man's transformation, shifting her alluring figure in her stockings. As she drew closer, she was within a tantalizing proximity. Luo Yu swiftly extended his arm, grasping the girl's slender waist, the touch as smooth as silk. In one decisive motion, he pulled her into his embrace. Eek! After the delicate cry, Xiao Wu found herself nestled in Luo Yu's arms. Brother Yu, what are you planning to do? Luo Yu gazed at the exquisite visage sprawled before him, adorned with delicate makeup. He gripped her smooth jaw with one hand. What shall I do? He mused. What do you think, my little beauty? Yu, please don't joke. Xiao Wu implored, shaking her head repeatedly, her arms straining yet utterly incapable of shifting the weight of his arm. A sharp sound echoed. A swift slap from Luo Yu landed upon her backside, accompanied by a huff as he remarked, That should suffice. I can see right through you. Do you intend to continue this charade? Xiao Wu, noticing Luo Yu's abrupt change in demeanor, grew anxious and implored, Brother Yu, please don't be angry. It was my mother who taught me that when one encounters a man they admire, they ought to take the initiative, yet not be overly forward. But what should one do? What should one do? Luo Yu inquired. With her ruby lips gently bitten, Xiao Wu lowered her gaze and murmured shyly. One ought to possess a hint of coyness. Are you implying that you have feelings for me? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. I have harbored feelings for you ever since our first encounter years ago, Xiao Wu confessed, blushing as she nodded within Luo Yu's embrace. Feeling shy and reluctant to meet his gaze, Luo Yu inquired with a smile, How could it possibly be love at first sight? Xiao Wu, her face flushed, replied softly. You, esteemed beast god, possess unparalleled strength and striking good looks, and you have even saved my family. In truth, it is not just me. Countless female soul beasts are infatuated with you. Oh, Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. Why was I unaware of the affections of these female soul beasts? Xiao Wu shivered slightly, fearing not only that she might not be worthy of your divine status, but, more importantly, that she might incite the jealousy of the esteemed master, Gu Yue Na. In an instant, Luo Yu gritted his teeth. During his time in the Starry Realm, he always sensed that the enchanting Bai Ji and Ziji regarded him with peculiar glances, yet no one ever confessed their feelings to him. It turns out the issue lay here. Brother Yu, did Xiao Wu provoke you just now? May I extinguish the flames for you? Luo Yu's heart fluttered. Yet she did not forget that there was a rabbit in the room. Xiao Wu, please close your eyes and do not open them. Huh, just trust me. Oh, all right. Seeing Xiao Wu close her eyes, Luo Yu gently released her embrace and carefully removed the blanket that concealed her lower body. This revealed a pink, delicate bone charm rabbit, whose gaze was filled with profound resentment, almost emanating a murderous aura towards Xiao Wu. Shoo. Luo Yu pressed her finger against her lips. Yuga. I'm about to open my eyes. Xiao Wu's eyelashes fluttered, causing Luo Yu to be startled, thinking she was indeed going to open her eyes. In a moment of panic, she quickly gathered the soft-boned, enchanting rabbit into the blanket, shaping it into a ball. The movement was fluid and swift, and she promptly placed it at the foot of the bed. A thud echoed. Xiao Wu, however, remained obedient and did not open her eyes, merely expressing her curiosity. Yuga. What was that sound? Luo Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's all right, just roll the blanket aside. Otherwise, there won't be enough space for us to maneuver. Xiao Wu playfully retorted. Yuga, you're too mischievous. It's fine, just open your eyes. Ah, you Gu, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face covered in shyness. There's no time for explanations. Luo Yu shook his head, unable to contain himself any longer, and acted decisively. With a swift motion, he tore the stockings adorning Xiao Wu's beautiful legs. Wrapped in the quilt, Wu felt a mixture of suffocation and agitation. How could it be that after nurturing a daughter for 100,000 years, it would come to this, competing for a man with her own offspring? What a travesty! Had he known it would lead to such a predicament, he might have considered ending it all from the very beginning. Luo Yu, clad in uniform, was about to engage with the hesitant yet inviting Xiao Wu, her eyes flushed with emotion, when suddenly a loud knocking echoed from outside. The atmosphere, once charged with anticipation, came to an abrupt halt. Luo Yu, Xiao Wu, Wu, peering. A beguiling voice drifted in. Have you fallen asleep? Chapter 87. The room is nearly overflowing, a night of heart-stopping excitement. Women of varying emotions. The moon hangs low in the sparse night sky, and the hour has grown late. Outside, a woman's voice calls out. All of Luo Yu's movements came to an abrupt halt, silenced by an overwhelming sense of caution. In his embrace, the delicate figure of Xiao Wu wore an anxious expression, acutely aware of her dignity. This was her inaugural venture into mischief, and the thought of being discovered was utterly mortifying. Master, are you asleep? Zhu Yun has come to keep you company. A voice from outside the door was tantalizingly seductive. Luo Yu's complexion, however, was far from pleasant, as he felt an undeniable sense of discomfort. Gazing at the torn stockings strewn across the bed, alongside the alluring pink rabbit girl awaiting attention, his heart cried out in despair. This was truly a calamity. Why did they come to me in the dead of night? If they possessed any skill, they would have arrived on separate evenings, each one presenting themselves in turn. I would certainly welcome them all, granting them the chance to ascend on the spot. Now, however, the situation was exceedingly awkward. It was indeed a challenge to dismount from this predicament. Master? Zhu Zhuqing gently tapped at the door. Xiao Wu, in a state of urgency, bit her lip hard and whispered, Brother Yu, what should we do now? She is about to come in. Please, quickly tidy up these clothes and the remnants of stockings on the bed. Luo Yu first urged Xiao Wu, and then cleared his throat towards the door, feigning weariness as he said, I am quite fatigued today. You should return and rest. You haven't slept? A voice filled with surprise came from outside the door. Zhu Zhuqing, who had initially planned to leave, now found herself reluctant to depart. Luo Yu declined, saying, I am about to sleep. You should return now. A forlorn voice echoed from outside the door. Master, do you find Yuner displeasing? Luo Yu felt a surge of frustration. I instructed you to return to your slumber. What does that have to do with rejection? If you do not find Yuner bothersome, then allow me to attend to your needs. She continued, was my previous service to you insufficient? If there is anything you wish for me to improve upon, I am eager to learn and adapt. Zhu Zhuqing's display of emotional vulnerability left Luo Yu momentarily speechless. Xiao Wu, listening intently from the side, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, silently cursing. What a character. Here I am, reserved, while this woman is overtly flirtatious. In the corner, nestled in her blanket, Wu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. With so many young and beautiful women vying for their benefactor's attention, she realized she must cultivate some unique talents, lest she fall out of favor. However, she chided herself for this worry. If she faltered, she still had Xiao Wu by her side. Sisterhood was easy to find, yet her own kind was rare. Wu's confidence returned, albeit tinged with shyness at the thought of serving a man alongside Xiao Wu. While the idea seemed manageable in her mind, the prospect of action left her feeling timid. Master, if you remain silent, I shall take your silence as permission to enter, she called, as the familiar creaking sound of the door echoed through the room. Brother Yu, what should we do? She is truly about to come in, Xiao Wu exclaimed, clutching a torn pair of pink stockings, revealing her fair and delicate legs, her countenance imbued with urgency. Luo Yu whispered urgently, hide beneath the bed, quickly. As the door creaked open, tension hung thick in the air. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu clutched her stockings and leaped from the bed, her pale knees meeting the ground. Slightly flushed, yet utterly unconcerned. In a swift motion, she crawled beneath the bed, seeking refuge. Luo Yu cast a glance towards the entrance. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in provocative, thigh-high leather pants that accentuated her perfectly sculpted posterior, exuded a wild allure, while a black crop top struggled to contain her ample assets. Upon noticing Luo Yu's current state, the woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she let out a sultry laugh. Master, while your words may insist otherwise, your body speaks quite candidly. Your attire has already been shed. Were you perhaps awaiting Yuna? Luo Yu coughed lightly. No, it's not like that. I simply have a penchant for sleeping in the nude. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, extending her elegant legs as she approached with a sultry gait. Her crimson tongue languidly caressed her lips. Master, if you wish to rest, I can offer you a massage. Should you desire more specialized services, I am at your complete disposal. Before Luo Yu could utter a word, Zhu Zhuqing had already climbed onto the bed. While this may seem unfamiliar to others, for Zhu Zhuqing, it was a familiar territory. Earlier, his plans with Xiao Wu had been interrupted, leaving him with a pent-up desire that yearned for release. Zhu Zhuqing's arrival was, in a sense, serendipitous. However, he hesitated. With a Wu concealed at the foot of the bed and Xiao Wu hidden beneath, engaging in such activities with Zhu Zhuqing felt rather inappropriate. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred, grasped Luo Yu's hand and guided it toward herself. With her lips pressed together, she provocatively remarked, Master, do I seem to have gained a bit of weight? You should feel for yourself. An unmistakable allure, brazenly enticing. Luo Yu could endure, especially with Zhu Zhuqing's alluring attire. Zhu Zhuqing delighted in the glimmer of admiration within the man's eyes. She had long harbored profound affection for him. And his unparalleled prowess displayed earlier in the day against Tang San, coupled with his audacity in silencing Tang Hao, had thoroughly captivated her heart. Alone, she often found herself reminiscing about her frigid family. Yet, in the company of Luo Yu, she experienced an inexplicable sense of tranquility, an overwhelming sense of security. In comparison to the man's strength and lineage, her icy family held little significance. Even the Xingluo royal family seemed trivial in this light. At this moment, she cared not for pride, nor did she fret over being deemed beautiful. She simply yearned to accompany this man before her, without regret or reservation. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing spoke with deep emotion. Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. Zhu Zhuqing leaned her face against his shoulder and softly murmured, whatever you wish to do. Zhuqing will follow. I only ask that you hold a place in your heart for Zhuqing. Luo Yu shook his head, dismissing any frivolous thoughts. I shall not neglect the woman who holds my heart. You need not sacrifice your own desires for my sake. Simply be yourself. Zhu Zhuqing trembled slightly, sensing the respect emanating from the man, a sentiment she so dearly lacked. Her eyes shimmered as she softly expressed, I am truly fortunate to have encountered you. I would not feel wronged in doing anything for you. Spare me the flattery. I prefer tangible actions. Luo Yu interjected, waving his hand. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded once more from outside the door. Luo Yu, smile. JPG Xiao Wu and her mother? Zhu Zhuqing was startled. Outside the door, the voice of Zhu Zhuqing resonated, seemingly imbued with a complex array of emotions. Are you asleep? I need to discuss something with you. What's the matter? May I come in to talk? Luo Yu scratched his head, pondering the predicament. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was quite earnest. I truly have something significant to discuss with you. Zhu Zhuqing, displaying her understanding nature, remarked, Master, I am in no hurry, since my sister has arrived. Let her keep you company. Luo Yu remarked with a hint of disdain, what if she comes in and sees you? Do you believe she could accept the three of us? Zhu Zhuqing, possessing a keen understanding of men, recognized that granting them a semblance of freedom often begets greater affection. I could merely hide beneath the bed, allowing you both to proceed with your affairs without concern for me. It might even heighten your excitement. Zhu Zhuqing's astute words caused both men to feel a sudden tension in their chests. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to descend and slip under the bed, Xiao Wu, concealed beneath, nearly gasped in surprise, hastily covering her mouth with her hand, only to forget that she was still wearing stockings, and inadvertently pressed them against her face as well. Luo Yu grasped the woman firmly, shaking his head repeatedly, declaring that it was impossible, as the space beneath the bed was undoubtedly too cramped. Zhu Zhuqing surveyed the room and then smiled, suggesting that she would conceal herself in the wardrobe over there. Wishing him an enjoyable time, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadowy feline figure and slipped into the wardrobe, casting Luo Yu a suggestive smile and blowing him a sultry kiss before shutting the door. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, clad in form-fitting black leather pants and a matching jacket, stood outside the door, her voluptuous figure illuminated by the moonlight, her youthful face bearing a complex expression as she felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. With a creak, the door swung open, and a large hand reached out, pulling her inside. Before Zhu Zhuqing could utter a word upon stumbling into the room, she heard the sound of heavy breathing and her balance faltered as the man hoisted her up with brute force, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. Luo Yu, with reddened eyes, remarked, "If there is something to say, then speak." The sound of rustling continued beneath the bed, where Xiao Wu stifled her laughter, unconcerned about the issue of stockings, covering her mouth tightly. In the wardrobe, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, her heart filled with envy. In the corner of the bed, Awu's gaze was filled with profound sorrow, reminiscent of longing and lament, as if she were weeping and recounting her woes. Chapter 88, Zhu Zhuqing's Confession. Luo Yu, I not only like you, but I also have affection for your sister. The moonlight, gentle as water, intertwined with the stars, cascading down upon the earth. In Shrek, within Luo Yu's dormitory, the incessant creaking echoed, as if the bed frame might shatter at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her lips clenched tightly, struggling to comprehend the situation. Today, Luo Yu's combat prowess has inexplicably surged, instilling a sense of dread. Little does she know, each woman who entered the room previously has effectively granted her an acceleration buff. Each time she prepared to act, another would arrive. This incessant influx has transformed the man's inner spark into a smoldering volcano. When Zhu Zhuqing finally made her appearance, the volcano erupted. The collective enhancement of attack speed bestowed upon Luo Yu by the trio of women, Xiao Wu, her mother, and Zhu Zhuqing, culminated in an overwhelming surge of power. Several hours later, when the mournful creaks of the bed ceased, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the three women. At last, it is over. In the corner, Awu's eyes burned with jealousy, seemingly capable of incinerating everything in their path. Beneath the bed, Xiao Wu trembled, her delicate hands pressed tightly over her mouth. In the wardrobe, Zhu Zhuqing's face was flushed, her legs tightly crossed. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She had nearly believed she might not survive this ordeal. Luo Yu's mood was particularly comfortable, imbued with a strong sense of exhilaration. In truth, only she and Au were privy to the number of individuals present in the room. Zhuqing, what brings you to knock at such a late hour? Do you wish to convey something to me? Luo Yu inquired. Zhuqing fluttered her eyelashes, her beautiful eyes rolling in fatigue as she weakly retorted, You rogue. What were you up to just now that prompted you to ask me? What was I doing just now? Luo Yu replied, unperturbed. You scoundrel. Zhuqing playfully chided, raising her small fist to deliver a gentle punch to his chest, lacking the strength to strike harder. Actually, I sought you out to inquire about something, she continued, her large eyes blinking earnestly as they fixate on Luo Yu. What is it? Luo Yu asked, bemused. Zhuqing intertwined her delicate fingers, biting her red lip, her expression tinged with hesitation. Luo Yu smiled gently and encouraged, Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she hesitantly inquired, Do you like me? Of course I do. How could I not? Luo Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing pouted slightly, I am asking seriously. You mustn't tease me. Luo Yu reached out tenderly, affectionately smoothing the girl's hair, their ears brushing together as he softly murmured, Our Zhuqing is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also possesses a splendid figure. How could I possibly not be enamored? Really? A glimmer flickered in Zhuqing's lustrous black eyes. Luo Yu bestowed a gentle kiss upon her lips, nodding affirmatively as she declared, Of course it is true. Zhu Zhuqing's tense hands relaxed, her anxious heart dissipating, and a radiant smile graced her face as she extended her delicate arm to embrace the man, affectionately leaning her cheek against his chest. What is happening here? Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment, a smile escaping her lips. Zhu Zhuqing, in a daze, murmured, So, does this mean we are together now? Luo Yu gently caressed the woman's silky hair. Well, it matters not. You are already mine, destined to be my woman for eternity. Even if one day you wish to leave, I shall not allow it. Zhu Zhuqing tenderly traced her fingers across the man's chest. You are quite the tyrant, aren't you? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I find myself utterly enamored by this sensation, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. Do you know, I have never felt secure throughout my life. My kin were entangled in bloodshed and violence. But with you, I experience an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Having said this, she lifted her gaze to meet Luo Yu's eyes. Speaking earnestly, I have never been in love before, and I remain somewhat oblivious to the nuances of affection between men and women. Even now, I am not entirely certain. However, the moment I saw that girl named Xiao Wu by your side today, my heart became inexplicably anxious, as if I were terrified of losing you. Nonsense. How could I ever abandon you? Luo Yu replied with a chuckle. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, asserting, I am a woman too. I can discern that the way that girl, Xiaowu, looks at you is decidedly different, mirroring my own feelings. You are surrounded by remarkable women. And I fear that if I do not take a more proactive stance, you might cast me aside. Silly girl, don't overthink. Isn't that exhausting? Luo Yu remarked. Shaking his head, Zhu Zhuqing pouted, isn't it perfectly normal for women to indulge in such fanciful thoughts? Perhaps it is merely a reflection of how much I care for you. In Luo Yu's eyes, there was an abundance of affectionate glances. Did you not sense that the room had suddenly grown somewhat chilly? Zhu Zhuqing shivered delicately. Not at all, Luo Yu replied, perplexed. Observing the tender exchange between Zhu Zhuqing and Luo Yu, the three women hiding in the shadows felt their lips purse in disdain, their hearts ablaze with jealousy. Xiaowu clenched her delicate fists, wishing fervently to leap forth and oust Zhu Zhuqing from her position. Zhu Zhuqing bit her cheek fiercely, filled with envy. Meanwhile, Xiaowu was already poised to sharpen her claws. By the way, do you have an affection for that girl named Xiaowu? Zhu Zhuqing inquired suddenly. As this question escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips, Xiaowu, concealed beneath the bed, trembled with anticipation. Her ears perked up to catch the man's response, her body instinctively tensing. Luo Yu found it peculiar that she suddenly inquired about this. Just tell me, Zhu Zhuqing pouted, playfully shaking Luo Yu's arm. Her voice was sweet and charming as she extended 3 fingers, swearing, I promise I won't divulge it. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Luo Yu's expression stiffened. There were more than just the two of them in this room. Zhu Zhuqing continued, if you tell me, I can mentally prepare myself in advance. What kind of mental preparation? He asked. To get ready for you to welcome me as your sister. What? Luo Yu's body trembled in shock. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. I never expected you to love only me. That would be unrealistic. Even among my family's elders, very few have taken only one wife. Luo Yu opened his mouth in astonishment. Do you like her? Zhu Zhuqing urged. Beneath the bed, Xiaowu had already covered her heart, which was pounding incessantly. Luo Yu nodded thoughtfully and replied earnestly, Zhuqing, since you have inquired so directly, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. In fact, my affections extend beyond her. I also harbor feelings for your sister. Awu, jealousy. JPG, Zhujian, surprise. JPG, Xiaowu. Luo Yu fixated on Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. And the indifference reflected on her face sent a jolt through his heart. In that moment, he regretted his words and wished he could deliver a resounding slap to himself for voicing such sentiments. Zhuqing, allow me to explain, he implored. Observing Luo Yu's anxious attempt to soothe her, Zhu Zhuqing's cold demeanor suddenly softened, and a melodic laugh escaped her lips, reminiscent of silver bells chiming. Luo Yu was utterly bewildered, pondering the peculiar situation. Chapter 89. The Moved Zhu Zhuyun and Ao's Jealousy. After sending the enchanting ladies away, Zhu Qingqing gazed at Luo Yu with an expression of admiration. Her crimson lips curled into a smile, affirming, I was right about you. You are an honest man. Worthy of trust. Huh. Luo Yu was even more perplexed. Zhu Qingqing playfully poked his arm with her finger, letting out a soft huff. I am a sensitive attack-type soul master, whose survival relies on keen observation. You and my sister exchange flirtatious glances daily. Do you truly think I remain oblivious? I simply chose not to expose your little secret. To my surprise, before I could even inquire, you have unwittingly revealed it yourself. Luo Yu inhaled sharply, astonished at the girl's sharp perception. His clandestine affair with Zhu Zhuyun was supposed to be well concealed. How did you discern it? Zhu Zhuqing replied with a cold smile. Having contended with her for so many years, I am intimately acquainted with her every move. The moment she makes her initial gesture, I can predict the skill she intends to unleash. You may not be aware, but after a woman experiences her first intimacy, there is a subtle, unnatural quality to her gait for a period of time, which I, of course, have been keenly observant of. Luo Yu gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, could there not be other reasons for an unnatural gait? For instance, perhaps the inner thigh grazed against the wooden fence and sustained an injury. Beneath the bed. Xiaowu rolled her eyes, retorting, I suspect you are alluding to me sarcastically. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, asserting, I cannot be mistaken in my judgment. How can you be so certain? Luo Yu pressed on. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and huffed, you insufferable man. Initially, I could not have guessed, but who could have anticipated that you would engage with me afterwards? Luo Yu grinned mischievously. You are utterly incorrigible. Zhu Zhuqing playfully chided. Comparing my post-encounter gait with my sister's, it becomes abundantly clear what transpired, does it not? Zhu Zhuqing, concealed within the cabinet, wore a bitter expression. believing she had performed admirably, only to realize her ruse had been uncovered long ago. Luo Yu currently displays a remarkably vivid expression. The woman has a firm grasp on the intricacies of the situation. If he dares to stray outside the bounds of fidelity, would he not be caught without fail? Zhu Zhuqing seems to have discerned Luo Yu's thoughts. Rest assured, I shall not hinder you. Luo Yu inquired, do you not feel jealous? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Of course I feel jealousy. How could I not? I am a woman too, and I possess my own delicate emotions. I long to claim you for myself. Yet, I refuse to dwell in an idealized realm. In truth, to possess even a fragment of your love is a source of contentment for me. As long as you do not betray my trust in the future, that is all I ask. Luo Yu's gaze softened as he caressed the youthful, radiant face of the woman before him, as if a mere pinch could evoke tears. What nonsense are you speaking? With your understanding, how could I ever let you down? I believe in you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Regarding my sister, what are your future intentions? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes momentarily froze, and she spoke softly, in truth. My sister is quite pitiful. Both she and I reside within the same family. Who among us is in a significantly better situation? Under familial pressure. She fears I might harm her, while I fear she might do the same. Each day, none of us find joy in our lives. The prince she is to marry, Davis, is certainly not a virtuous man. His gaze towards me is always lecherous and utterly disrespectful. To be candid, for all these years, my animosity has not been directed at her, but rather at our family. I understand she is also a victim of circumstance. Were I in her position, I would likely make the same choices. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing met Luo Yu's eyes, her sincere gaze laced with a sense of relief as she warmly smiled. If it is within your power, I hope you will treat her well and bring her happiness. After all, she is my sister. Though I harbored much resentment towards her, even wishing to confront her physically, love and blessings still resided in my heart. In the wardrobe, Zhu Qiyun's lips parted slightly, her gaze lost in thought, deeply shaken. Her eyes gradually reddened as she raised a hand to cover her mouth, stifling the sound of her impending sobs. Luo Yu embraced the woman in his arms, affirming, Zhuqing, rest assured, your sister will understand your sentiments. I certainly do not wish for her to comprehend. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly altered her expression, pouting her crimson lips, and declared, once my strength surpasses hers, I shall certainly give her a sound thrashing for the times she has bullied me in the past. Luo Yu gazed at the tsundere girl, her pouting, luscious red lips tempting him. He pressed his lips against hers with fervor, and their mouths parted. Luo Yu's gaze was distant, his voice calm. Zhuqing, rest assured, I shall eventually confront your wretched family and seek justice for you and your sister. Qing'er believes in you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her fair face illuminated by a glimmer of happiness, her delicate arm tightening its embrace around the man. Sister. Zhu Zhuyun whispered softly from the cupboard, her voice barely audible, her eyes reflecting a blend of complexity and tenderness, filling her heart with warmth. Meanwhile, the petite Xiao Wu beneath the bed remained entirely indifferent, her mind echoing a singular thought. Brother Yu just confessed his feelings for me. In the bedding, a Wu felt utterly miserable, convinced that love would never again grace her heart. That insufferable man, truly too much. Among the 4 women in this room, you dare to favor 3. If you like us, could you not include me as well? As night faded and dawn broke, revealing the pale hues of the sky, Zhu Zhuqing donned her attire with a rustle. However, as she stepped down from the bed, her legs faltered, and she nearly stumbled. Fortunately, the man was there to steady her. What is it? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. With a fierce glare, Zhu Zhuqing shot him a look of disdain. How dare you ask? You behave like a beast. Luo Yu found herself unable to discern whether she was being praised or scolded. Aren't you going to stay a little longer? She inquired. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, exclaiming, Goodness, do you wish for everyone to discover that I visited your room in the dead of night? What would become of my dignity then? Luo Yu's voice echoed, contemplating that this was quite similar to what everyone already knew. All right, I shall take my leave. Zhu Zhuqing, supporting her slender waist, seemed as if she had been ensnared by 3 weaknesses. As she approached the door, she turned her head with a smirk and remarked, Next time, if your energy proves too abundant, do seek out my sister first. She can withstand it far better than I can. Once Zhu Zhuqing departed, Zhu Zhuyun naturally followed suit. Luo Yu inquired, Did you hear everything your sister just said? Indeed, Zhu Zhuyun nodded, her gaze laden with a complexity that seemed to harbor a myriad of emotions. That settles it then. Luo Yu decided against delving deeper into the conversation. With so many women in the room, it was prudent to ensure they all departed before the dawn fully broke. Thank you for your efforts last night. Zhu Zhuqing composed herself. A seductive smile gracing her lips as she replied sweetly, it was no trouble at all. To be honest, merely listening from the cabinet was quite thrilling. Her delicate tongue caressed her lips. Master, you shall belong to me tonight. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, urging her to return quickly, lest they be seen by others. After bidding farewell to Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu crawled out from beneath the bed. Her fair knees were reddened, causing Luo Yu to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, Xiaowu seemed utterly unconcerned, her anxious gaze fixed on the man. Brother Yu, did you truly mean it when you said you liked me? Of course it is true. He replied. Hee, then I shall take my leave. Xiaowu playfully stuck out her tongue. I didn't attend to you properly today, but next time. I promise I'll make it up to you and dress even more beautifully. Just don't tear my stockings to shreds. Once Xiaowu departed, Luo Yu hurriedly unfolded the quilt that had been tangled together. He was met with a pair of eyes, filled with profound sorrow. The pink hue reflecting a sense of abandonment as if the entire world had forsaken her, or as though each person in existence owed her a debt. Luo Yu's expression was stiff, at a loss for words to offer comfort. A flash of pink light illuminated the room, and the enchanting figure of a delicate rabbit vanished, replaced by a captivating beauty. Her soft voice resonated with unwavering determination as she declared, You love me too. Otherwise, I shall remain in bed all day today. Chapter 90. The Playful Temptress, Ning Rongrong's Persuasion. A grand chapter of 3,100 words, inside the dwelling. Luo Yu now stood in bewilderment, gazing ahead. On the bed lay a stunning beauty adorned in a palace dress, her long swan-like neck accentuating a bosom that resembled the smoothness of congealed fat and white jade. Partially obscured, yet alluring. Her slender waist flowed like a delicate water snake, while a pair of elegantly elongated, lustrous legs were exposed. And even her exquisite lotus feet exuded a silent, enchanting allure, inviting temptation. However, the captivating woman's face was currently aflame with intense jealousy. Her tightly pursed crimson lips radiating a defiant aura. She glared at Luo Yu and huffed, insisting, If you do not profess your love for me, I shall remain here on your bed indefinitely. Luo Yu observed the woman's fiery demeanor and could not help but find it somewhat amusing. It dawned on him that even the most mature of women possess such a charmingly petulant side. However, could men like himself be so easily coerced by women? If he were to fall victim to her antics this time, what would prevent her from employing the same tactics in future encounters? Would he not then be at a disadvantage? Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he sighed and said, Wu, the word love is so sacred. How can one utter it so casually? I nearly believed your wickedness. Wu shot him a glare, her silver teeth clenched as she retorted. You certainly didn't say that when you were teaching me the staff technique last night. Besides, you've already loved 3. What's one more? Ahem. Luo Yu, with a composed demeanor and steady breath, resolutely declared, I have already taken your daughter as my own. We can no longer be together, otherwise. It would be utterly improper. A's phoenix eyes narrowed sharply as she retorted fiercely, If she dares to keep us apart, I shall strip her of her delicate skin. Luo Yu offers a friendly reminder, she is indeed your daughter. Wu, with her elegant demeanor, has nurtured her to this age. Yet she shows no gratitude and dares to compete with her own mother for a man, should she not face dire consequences? Observing the murderous intent in Wu's eyes, Luo Yu couldn't shake the feeling that such a scenario might truly unfold. He promptly clarified, It is not that she is bothered, rather. I believe it may not reflect well. None of us perceive any issue, so what could possibly be your concern? If anyone feels that our association poses a problem, I shall deal with them decisively. Wu's hair billowed, emanating a fierce and formidable aura akin to that of a wild beast. Luo Yu sighed and shook his head. Conceding, perhaps you should abandon me. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Wu retorted sharply, though it may lack sweetness, it quenches thirst. If you do not provide me with a definitive answer today, I shall remain here, refusing to leave. Luo Yu inquired, Are you not afraid of being discovered? Wu contemptuously replied, Those young girls possess such meager cultivation. Naturally, they require a secretive escape in advance. With my level of cultivation, who could possibly notice my departure from this place? Luo Yu rubbed his large hand and said, If you don't leave now, I might just have to hit you. Humph. I won't leave. Let's see what you can do about it. I don't believe you could bear to hit Wu. The woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her alluring gaze radiating a pitiful charm that stirred sympathy. You wouldn't dare, would you? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, completely disregarding the woman's allure, and aimed directly at her pert dairy delivering a resounding slap. 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 Hey, hey, stop it. You foul man, you are really hitting me. Luo exclaimed in shock. Realizing the man was not jesting, his strikes were indeed forceful. Of course, given your blatant provocation, how could I possibly show leniency? The series of sharp sounds echoed mercilessly. Initially, the woman struggled, but soon she ceased to resist, even presenting her backside defiantly, as if to say, "Go ahead, if you have the audacity, break me today." Luo Yu paused, rubbing his somewhat numb palms. "You truly refuse to leave? You won't depart." Wu pressed her crimson lips tightly together, her gaze resolute, unwilling to yield. As Luo Yu gazed upon the alluring beauty before him, a surge of desire ignited within his heart once more. "If you are reluctant to leave, then do not depart." With that declaration, he lunged forward, only to be met by a delicate foot pressing firmly against his chest. "Humph, until you clarify your intentions. Do not expect to lay a hand on me. I shall not allow you to take advantage." Luo Yu firmly grasped the smooth, pristine ankle. Regardless of how the other party attempted to kick and stretch her beautiful legs, she remained unyielding. With a smile, he soothingly remarked, "My love, how could I not adore you? I love you 30,000 times." Ah rolled her eyes, pouting her crimson lips, and retorted with a scoff. "I'd be a fool to believe you. All I hear is sheer insincerity." Luo Yu forcefully pushed aside her obstructing jade-like foot and raised his hand to grasp her smooth chin. "Old question, how deep is my love for you? Can't you feel it for yourself? No, you villain. I absolutely refuse." Luo flailed her arms wildly in a futile struggle, striking at the man's arm with little effect. Yet, there was an air of insincerity in her resistance. After all, with her prowess, a single punch could send Luo Yu flying, yet despite her numerous attempts, not a single hair on his body was disturbed. Luo Yu observed keenly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. When the moment to act arrived, he did so with precision. A glimmer of cold light flashed first, followed by a gunshot that struck with the ferocity of a dragon. The previously unruly awe now sensed the profound affection emanating from Luo Yu, leaving with a heart full of contentment. Shrek welcomed a brand new day in its entirety. The crimson sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the vast expanse of clear blue. A gentle breeze wafted through the village, mingling with the fragrant essence of the surrounding fields. Luo Yu stepped out of the door, stretching lazily, when he beheld Ning Rongrong approaching him with a joyful bounce, adorned in a cerulean fairy dress and lace stockings. "Good morning," she greeted, her delicate face illuminated by a radiant smile. Luo Yu responded with a gentle smile, "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Luo Yu's expression twitched as he recalled that, indeed, he had not slept at all. He had toiled throughout the night. Alas, he never anticipated that his first day at Shrek would be so arduous. Such is the plight of fate. Ning Rongrong, without waiting for Luo Yu's response, pouted in disdain and remarked, "Regardless, my sleep was far from restful. The living conditions at Shrek are abysmal. It is hardly a place fit for human habitation. There are no bathtubs, no toiletries, nothing at all." Luo Yu shook his head with a smile. For Ning Rongrong, the little princess born with a silver spoon in her mouth, the environment of Shrek was indeed inadequate and could never compare to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "I want to go home," Ning Rongrong said, her sparkling eyes gazing at Luo Yu. Luo Yu, rendered speechless, remarked, "If you wish to leave, then depart. No one is stopping you." Ning Rongrong's expression shifted instantly, and she reproached, "Aren't you going to ask me to stay? If you desire to leave, what purpose does my request serve?" Luo Yu replied with an eye roll. Ning Rongrong, her face flushed with indignation, thought how infuriatingly blunt this man was. After all, she was a beauty deserving of some consideration. Why not accompany me instead? My family is quite well off and can provide you with the finest cultivation environment. My father would likely take a liking to you. Luo Yu's gaze turned peculiar. "Wait a moment, are you suggesting you want to support me?" No. Ning Rongrong insisted. "This is called winning over someone." Luo Yu languidly waved his hand, dismissing the idea of being enticed. "It's unlikely that your family's resources would be sufficient for me." Ning Rongrong immediately refuted this, her delicate face revealing skepticism. "Although I am not fully aware of your background, my family is the wealthiest sect in the Douluo continent. With your talent, should you choose to join us, we can provide you with anything you desire." Luo Yu teased, "If what I desire is you, can your father grant me that? If he can, I might consider it. If not, then there is nothing to discuss." "What nonsense are you spouting? Someone is trying to have a serious conversation with you," Ning Rongrong said, her gaze evasive. Her cheeks flushed as she stamped her foot. The corners of Luo Yu's mouth lifted in a subtle arc. "Your sect, I believe, is the only one capable of captivating me. Money is of little consequence to me. I lack for nothing in that regard." Ning Rongrong found herself in disarray. Could there truly be anyone in the Douluo continent wealthier than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? She found it hard to believe. The man's flirtatious remarks quickened her heartbeat. Within the sect, no one dared to speak to her with such audacity. Merely her status as a princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was sufficient to deter most prodigies from approaching her. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's innate ninth-level soul power talent, which was among the finest, it rendered many men utterly ashamed. Yet, this man before her was evidently an exception. Speaking with a casualness that was almost outrageous, as if his lineage and status bore no distinction from that of a commoner. This infused Ning Rongrong with a sense of a profound, unique aura emanating from him. No, I must find a way to recruit such an intriguing individual into our sect. My father would surely be pleased. Undeterred, Ning Rongrong continued, you may not fully grasp the financial prowess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Should you choose to join us, we could even procure the priceless and rare soul bones for you. Luo Yu fell into silence. Ning Rongrong, confident of her victory, displayed a smile of regal assurance, reminiscent of a princess. Soul bones are a rare treasure, often unattainable even by many titled Douluos. With such a significant bargaining chip at her disposal, she could hardly believe he would remain indifferent. Oh, how many soul bones can your sect offer me? Luo Yu inquired. His gaze peculiar. Someone was just pretending to be aloof, yet upon the mention of soul bones, you are clearly intrigued. Ning Rongrong chuckled playfully, concealing her lips behind her hand. No, you may be misunderstanding me, Luo Yu retorted. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. No need for explanations. I understand completely. Men always care about their pride, after all. So, let me be straightforward. If you join our sect, given your exceptional talent, we would grant you a soul bone outright, along with an array of other resources. Should you perform well within the sect, further rewards would be bestowed upon you in due course, as the sect operates on a meritocratic basis. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, exclaiming in surprise at such generosity. Ning Rongrong, with her arms gracefully draped over her shoulders, spoke with an air of confidence. Of course, go inquire about it. Even the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall must achieve merits to obtain a soul bone. It is only because of our family's strength that we can bestow one upon you without any conditions. Luo Yu's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. Ahem. May I inquire how many soul bones you currently possess? Ning Rongrong's smile faltered momentarily as she shyly replied, as for me, there are no suitable soul bones within my sect, thus I have not acquired any. Oh, it seems that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not as affluent as one might think. Even the little princess is in need of soul bones. Luo Yu teased with a chuckle. Ning Rongrong, revealing her adorable tiger teeth, waved her tiny fist in protest, saying, you, my friend, must have emerged from the depths of the forest. Soul bones are exceedingly rare, you know. Do you think they grow like cabbages? It's not something one can simply request and receive. Oh, I see. Luo Yu nodded, then casually reached into his storage space. Could you take a look at the quality of these big cabbages for me? He inquired. Ning Rongrong responded with a hint of confusion. Whoosh. The radiant hand of Luo Yu emanated a brilliant light, an extraordinary aura diffusing around him. For translucent soul bones, exquisite in their ethereal beauty, floated gracefully in his grasp. Chapter 91. Ning Rongrong, shocked to the core, employs her charming whims. As four dazzling beams of light materialized, Ning Rongrong's delicate form trembled violently, her crimson lips parting in disbelief as she fixated on the direction of Luo Yu's palm. Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with incredulity, her voice quivering with astonishment. How can this be possible? She gasped, swallowing hard. For soul bones? This must be a hoax. Despite her words, as a member of a prominent sect, she was no stranger to soul bones, and her discerning eye could not be deceived. In an instant, she realized that the four soul bones in Luo Yu's possession were not only authentic, but of remarkably superior quality, far from the ordinary. Among them, the resplendent skull radiating a kaleidoscope of colors ensnared her gaze completely, its allure proving irresistible. Having searched in vain within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a soul bone that suited her, she was astonished to find such a rare head bone materialize effortlessly from Luo Yu's hand. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, unable to contain the surge of affection and excitement swelling within her. The significance of a soul bone that harmonized with one's essence was something beyond the comprehension of the average person. She could not help but extend her delicate hand, trembling as she reached out towards the enchanting head bone pulsating with a mysterious energy. Swish! Luo Yu flipped his palm, and the radiant light vanished, causing the 4 soul bones to instantly disappear without a trace. "Hey, don't put them away just yet," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, filled with urgency. She had not even had the chance to touch them and fully appreciate their essence before the soul bones were gone, leaving her heart feeling an immediate sense of loss. Luo Yu chuckled and shook his head, remarking that the esteemed family of Princess Ning was vast and illustrious, and he preferred not to flaunt such matters. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable. She inwardly scolded herself for having been so foolish as to boast of wealth in the presence of such an individual. For soul bones, indeed, for entire soul bones. These were the pinnacle of treasures, unattainable even with money. She had never heard of any family selling soul bones for currency. That would be sheer folly. Exchanging them for rare treasures might hold some possibility, albeit a slim one. After all, soul bones not only enhance one's combat prowess, but can also be passed down to future generations upon one's demise, underscoring their immense value. Her thoughts were in turmoil, and she was suddenly struck by a terrifying realization. This man could nonchalantly produce 4 soul bones, leading her to ponder the true depth of his wealth. Ning Rongrong reflected on her own circumstances. If she were to liquidate all the assets of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she could procure far more than just 4 soul bones. Yet, wealth alone did not guarantee acquisition. She recalled her earlier bravado in suggesting, "I will give you a soul bone. Just come with me." How absurd. Was she not merely offering alms to a beggar? With such resources at his disposal, would he even regard her modest offer? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Until now, she had always considered herself the richest little princess in the world, yet Luo Yu's casual display had left her utterly stunned. Even her father, when involved, had never engaged in such grand gestures. It was terrifying. She swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she gazed at Luo Yu. Now grappling with a sense of insecurity, in a barely audible voice, she inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I hail from the mountainous forests," Luo Yu replied with a smile. Ning Rongrong's face burned anew. She recalled her earlier tirade against him. Yet, Luo Yu spoke no falsehood. He indeed emerged from the Stardow forest. Even after some time had passed, Ning Rongrong's astonishment lingered, her jade-like hand threading through her hair as she asked in bewilderment, "How could you possess so many soul bones?" Luo Yu hesitated and said, "It's not that much. Only 4 pieces. "Only 4 pieces?" Ning Rongrong's red lips twitched. "Brother, 4 pieces, and you still find it insufficient?" Luo Yu shook his head, expressing his disdain for this batch of soul bones, deeming their age too trivial and lamenting the incompleteness of the set. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, suddenly at a loss for words. If her sight was not deceiving her, she had just glimpsed a head soul bone, unmistakably over 50,000 years old. A soul bone of such age was indeed formidable. It was nearly impossible to find one within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, unless one were to extract it from the venerable sword grandpa, which would surely threaten his very existence. To dismiss such a high-caliber soul bone as being of insufficient age was beyond comprehension. What age would suffice to satiate your appetite? Could such a rarity even be found? If it were merely just between the two, it would be one thing, but the most disconcerting aspect for Ning Rongrong was that the man's demeanor was utterly serious, devoid of any semblance of jest. She found herself unable to bear this blow. In truth, Luo Yu had been quite restrained. He refrained from mentioning the soul bones he had acquired from the spirit hall, for he possessed a considerable stockpile accumulated over the years. The Star Dough Beast God was no trivial matter. Among these 4 soul bones, 2 were sourced from the spirit hall, while the other 2 were merely items he had taken along for potential monetary exchange. Observing Luo Yu, who sat amidst treasures yet remained so nonchalant, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. With her financial resources, she had never before experienced such a profound sense of inferiority in the presence of another. Here was someone wealthier than herself, yet so remarkably understated, contrasting sharply with her own flamboyance. Ning Rongrong felt a deep embarrassment, almost as if her toes were digging into the ground in shame. Luo Yu waved his hand in front of her eyes, and Ning Rongrong instantly came to her senses. As if struck by a sudden realization, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She swiftly leaned closer to Luo Yu, her long, curled eyelashes fluttering gently. That moment, Luo Yu regarded Ning Rongrong with a vigilant eye, sensing an unusual shift in her demeanor, as if she were a different person altogether. Ning Rongrong gazed at Luo Yu with an enchanting allure, her voice laced with a hint of supplication. "Could you possibly give me that soul bone you just revealed?" "No, I mean sell it to me." Her words tumbled out in a somewhat incoherent rush, underscoring the immense value she placed on that particular soul bone. It was exceedingly rare to find one that could harmonize with her own essence. Ning Fengji had tirelessly searched for many years to procure a soul bone for her, yet to no avail. The soul bone in Luo Yu's possession, which could amplify mental strength, was precisely what she yearned for. Ning Rongrong believed that acquiring it would significantly enhance her mental faculties, accelerating her daily training by over 30% and elevating her supportive abilities to new heights. Sell it to you? Luo Yu arched an eyebrow. Yes, yes. Ning Rongrong nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, her eager gaze fixated on Luo Yu, reminiscent of someone longing for a benevolent gift. Luo Yu was rendered speechless and rolled her eyes, remarking, "Please act appropriately. You are the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, and money is hardly a concern for you. One soul bone should not warrant such a reaction." Ning Rongrong's voice rose in a muffled tone. Who says it shouldn't? It absolutely should. Luo Yu let out a helpless sigh, pondering whether all women are so capricious. Just moments ago, her demeanor had been one of flaunting wealth, as if she intended to indulge him. "Please, dear brother, would you consider selling me that soul bone?" Ning Rongrong began to employ her charms, a tactic she typically reserved for sword Douluo and bone Douluo. But now she was using it for the first time on an outsider. Luo Yu remained indifferent to the situation, disdainfully tugging at Ning Rongrong's small hand and casting it aside without a hint of reluctance, succinctly uttering two words, "Not for sale." But why not? Ning Rongrong continued to plead with a charming pout. "Give it up." Luo Yu shook his head. His disdain for this soul bone was indeed rooted in his own strength and innate talent. However, that did not imply he was oblivious to its worth to others. This soul bone, known as the wisdom skull of mental condensation, was the finest head soul bone from the spirit hall. Had it not been for the Empress's bias towards her favorite suitor on the day of the test, this soul bone would never have been offered. Observing that Luo Yu remained unmoved, Ning Rongrong, undeterred, persisted with her endearing pleas. "Why not name a price? I will surely purchase it, and I will remember your kindness." Luo Yu, undaunted by the allure before him, smiled and said, "You wish for me to make an offer? Very well." Luo Yu spread his hands. "I've mentioned before that I am not in need of money. As for your sect, I am only intrigued by it. Do you wish to purchase?" "Absolutely not. If you were to become my wife, it would be a gift without cost." Ning Rongrong pouted her lips defiantly. "You are merely jesting with me, harboring no intention of selling." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, asserting with utmost seriousness, "Am I not speaking earnestly?" "Humph," Ning Rongrong scoffed, crossing her arms and tilting her chin defiantly. "Do you truly believe that I, Ning Rongrong, would barter my soul and flesh for a mere soul bone? You would not." Luo Yu nodded, then gracefully turned and strode away. Feeling hungry, he decided to go for a meal. Ning Rongrong, unable to contain herself, immediately broke her composure and chased after him. "Hey, don't leave yet. Wait for me. We need to discuss matters properly." Chapter 92. A Wu cooks personally. The utterly extraordinary genius in Flinder's eyes. Ning Rongrong, with a charming demeanor, clung to Luo Yu as they arrived at the Shrek cafeteria. Rather than a cafeteria, it resembled a modest farmhouse. In the center of the room stood a large round table made of redwood, adorned with bowls and chopsticks. Surrounded by more than a dozen square wooden stools, presenting a rather simple and shabby appearance. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar had already arrived. Initially, the trio was engaged in lively banter, but upon seeing Luo Yu enter, they immediately shivered, their necks instinctively retracting. The events of the previous day were still vividly etched in their minds. Luo Yu's formidable presence had left an indelible mark on their very souls. Each of them silently recited, "You cannot see me," in fear that Luo Yu might seek retribution. However, they may have overthought the situation. For Luo Yu didn't cast a glance in their direction. He simply found a wooden stool and sat down. His mere presence sent a wave of panic through Dai Mubai and the others, their hearts racing. Only after cautiously stealing glances did they realize that Luo Yu had no intention of confronting them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "Do we really have to dine in such a place?" Ning Rongrong's face was a portrait of disdain, unable to hide her feelings as she stood rigidly, her petite frame reluctant to settle onto the stool. Luo Yu chuckled and said, "Since we are already enrolled, where else could we dine? Are we to venture outside for our meals?" "Indeed, we can dine out." Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Luo Yu's sleeve and proposed, "How about we go out to eat? Let us head to Soto City. It shall be my treat." Luo Yu shook his head, expressing that there was no need for concern, as he found the environment quite pleasant, imbued with a pastoral charm. What is there to commend? It's dilapidated and covered in dust, Ning Rongrong retorted, pinching her delicate nose. Why does Shrek insist on establishing the academy in such a place? What do you think? Luo Yu countered. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Rongrong speculated, perhaps it is to allow us to endure and thrive in a challenging environment? No, it's not as convoluted as you think. It is simply due to financial constraints. Zhao Wujia, who had just wheeled in a cart from the kitchen, felt a pang in his heart upon hearing Luo Yu's words. You know this, yet why must you state it so bluntly? Do we not care for our dignity? If any other student dared to openly criticize the academy, Zhao Wujia would have already unleashed his martial spirit to remind them why flowers bloom so vibrantly. However, when Luo Yu made his remarks, he could only suppress his indignation. Daimu Bai, you three, come and arrange the dishes, he commanded. Coming. Daimu Bai and his companions responded promptly. While Luo Yu dared to disregard Zhao Wujia's authority, they did not have such audacity. For Zhao Wujia's formidable fists were not to be trifled with. As the small dishes were laid upon the table, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing entered the dining hall. Each of their delicate faces bore dark circles under their eyes, and as they glanced at Luo Yu, their eyes instinctively darted away, their cheeks flushed with a subtle embarrassment. The events of the previous night lingered in their memories. Despite their shyness, the three women were quite honest in their intentions. Choosing seats close to Luo Yu while deliberately distancing themselves from the trio of men, ignoring them entirely. The sisters' blatant disregard left Daimu Bai feeling utterly defeated, his heart shattered. While he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, he dared not show it. Ma Hongjun, his desires ignited, found himself surrounded by stunning women but refrained from casting his gaze upon them, knowing they were all connected to Luo Yu. He had no desire to stir trouble. His instinct for self-preservation triumphed over his impulses. As the last of the dishes were served, everyone simultaneously began their breakfast. Yuck! This is utterly inedible. Is this a steamed bun or a brick? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, holding the hard bun in her hand, unable to swallow even a bite. No. I must go out to eat. Without hesitation, she stood up and left. Wait for us. We'll join you. The three men, already feeling uncomfortable in their seats, seized the opportunity to escape as Ning Rongrong led the way out, evading Luo Yu's gaze. Zhao Wujia's face turned ashen, yet he found himself at a loss for words. There was little he could do when faced with disdain. The academy's financial limitations dictated such conditions. With a forced smile, he addressed Luo Yu and the remaining three girls. Please wait a moment. The dean has gone out to seek sponsorship. Once he returns, we shall have funds to improve our meals. Luo Yu casually tossed a shadowy object towards him. Zhao Wuji reached out to catch it, only to discover it was a black money pouch. Upon opening it, a dazzling sight met his eyes. Inside lay a multitude of resplendent golden soul coins, no fewer than several hundred. Astonished, he looked at Luo Yu with a mix of surprise and delight. Luo Yu scoffed, if you were truly capable of wealth, you would have already attained it. How could you find yourselves in such a predicament? He handed over the money, asserting, you shall start making arrangements from this noon. Very well, we shall commence improvements today. Just express your culinary desires, and little Zhao will ensure your satisfaction. Zhao Wujia chuckled in agreement, secretly pondering that this was not merely the recruitment of a student, but rather an encounter with a benefactor. It must be said that Shrek's cuisine was indeed unpalatable, not solely due to their lack of resources, but likely owing to the chef's questionable skills. Just as Luo Yu intended to take the three women out for a meal, a rich aroma of meat wafted in from outside. A beautifully attired woman entered, carrying a brown clay pot from which the enticing scent emanated. I feared the fare here might not suit your palate, so I took the liberty of preparing a meat soup for you. Luo Yu felt a tinge of regret, realizing that a mature woman truly knows how to care for others. The young girls merely indulged in playful antics, which highlighted the difference in their maturity. Upon seeing Luo Yu savoring his soup, Zhao Wuji and several other girls suddenly found their buns unappetizing. Mom, I want some meat too, Xiao Wu said as she approached the pot, bowl in hand, eager to scoop some out. Smack! Why did you hit me? Xiao Wu cried, rubbing her reddened hand. The elegant woman in traditional attire glared. There's none for you. Go back to your bun. Xiao Wu was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. This can't be real. Is this really my mother? Did she adopt me? The beautiful woman, however, paid no heed to Xiao Wu's forlorn gaze. She was only aware that this girl had stolen her man the previous night. All right, everyone come over and drink together, Luo Yu greeted with a voice, feeling reluctant to indulge in meat while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu looked on with longing. Come on, come here, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, and the Zhu sisters wore warm smiles, sensing the man's affection for them. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to join them for a taste of the soup, he was promptly pushed back by Xiao Wu. You can have your soup. Go gnaw on some steam buns. Zhao Wujie, confronted by the dangerous glint in the women's eyes, fell silent. He bit down hard on the tough bun and took a sip of thin porridge. This is too much. It feels like I'm being bullied. Here I am, a teacher, and I'm worse off than my students. Suddenly, a screeching sound of an owl echoed from outside the cafeteria. A robust figure in his 50s appeared at the door, clad in glasses, his expression exuding a cunning demeanor. The four-eyed cat owl spirit behind him slowly dissipated. Dean Flander. Zhao Wujie set down his bowl and quickly went to the door to greet him. Flander immediately inquired, Wujie, have you finished recruiting new students this year? Any promising candidates? Zhao Wujie hesitated, finding this year's situation somewhat complicated. He wasn't sure how to clearly describe it to Flander. What's wrong? You seem troubled. Is the recruitment not going well? Flander frowned. Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, unsure whether to say it was good or bad. He couldn't even discern if he had brought back a genius student or a troublesome ancestor. I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent? Flander scolded. Zhao Wujie scratched his head. Well, the recruitment this year seems decent, even better than previous years. Better than previous years? Flander's eagle eyes behind the black frame sparkled. Then where are they? Zhao Wujie pointed. They are all inside having their meal. Flander was immediately enraged, exclaiming, these newcomers lack manners. Not even coming out to greet the dean upon his return? This year our new students are a bit special, Zhao Wujie hinted. Special? Just because they have some talent, does that mean they can skip greeting the dean? Flander huffed, marching into the room. I want to see what kind of talent dares to be so arrogant. Hey, slow down. Let me finish. Zhao Wujie reached out to grab him, but failed to catch him. Flander entered the cafeteria and approached Luo Yu and the others. Without a word, he directly extended his spiritual energy to probe. Noticing the cultivation levels of the Zhu sisters and Xiao Wu, his spirits lifted. He hadn't anticipated that there would indeed be promising candidates applying this year. However, when he noticed Luo Yu, Flander began to shake his head, commenting, the soul power is rather weak. This one is too ordinary. The girls in the room and the catching up Zhao Wujie exchanged peculiar glances. Flander then turned to Xiao Wu, who was still wearing her cooking apron. After probing without success, he glared at Zhao Wujie. Are you rich enough to hire such a beautiful maid for no reason? Just for the eye candy? Maid? Zhao Wujie's lips trembled, cold sweat trickling down. Please don't say that. What? Am I wrong? Flander glared. He turned away, snorting. It seems like this year's newcomers truly possess remarkable talent, but I hope you all don't get too arrogant. After all, there are always greater talents out there. For instance, I recently heard a sensational rumor that will surely shock you all. What rumor? Zhao Wujie quickly inquired, with curiosity reflecting in the eyes of Luo Yu and the others. Recalling what he had heard, Flander's eyes widened with astonishment. This rumor concerns an unparalleled genius that has suddenly emerged from the spirit hall. Unparalleled genius? The three girls, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the other sister, exclaimed simultaneously, their curiosity piqued. Only Xiao Wu and Luo Yu exchanged glances, their expressions strange. Zhao Wujie turned to Flander, puzzled. Dean, don't we have our own little monsters at Shrek? What kind of genius outside could shock you this much? Flander lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, you must not spread this news. The details about this genius are highly confidential, circulating only among the continent's top powers. Zhao Wujie questioned skeptically, Dean, how do you know such a confidential piece of information? Flander glared, lifting his head, seemingly eager to display his authority in front of the new students. Do you think I, Flander, the four-eyed cat owl, lack connections on the continent? It's quite normal for me to have friends in major powers. If it weren't for me, you might never have had the chance to hear such news. Zhao Wujie felt intrigued and urged, Yes, we understand you are impressive. Now, please tell us more. Flander turned to the Zhu sisters and Xiao Wu. I just conducted a preliminary probe. Your talents are indeed commendable, and possessing such cultivation at your age is quite rare. You can be considered one in 1,000. However, I hope you do not become arrogant, as I will now speak of someone whose talent far surpasses yours. As Flander was about to delve into the main topic, the three girls and Zhao Wujie sat up straight, listening attentively. Recently, spies from various powers lurking in the spirit hall reported that during the soul awakening ceremony, an unparalleled genius with twin spirits emerged. Twin spirits? Zhao Wujie's rugged face was filled with shock, his tiger-like eyes wide open. Another twin spirit wielder like the Pope? Flander mocked. So this has astonished you? There's even more explosive news to follow. Zhao Wujie's hands trembled, Isn't the twin spirit enough? There's even more shocking news. Flander asked, what was your innate soul power level when you awakened? Level 7, Zhao Wujie replied. He then shook his head, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing. And Xiao Wu, what about you three? What were your levels? Level 7, Level 7, Level 10. Full innate soul power. Flander glanced at Xiao Wu in surprise, but ultimately shook his head with a sigh. You all are quite impressive, but merely impressive. You remain at the level of mortals. Do you know what the innate soul power level is for the person I mentioned? Hold on a moment. Luo Yu looked at Flander, puzzled. You've asked them three, but why not ask me? Flander, interrupted in his speech, glared in dissatisfaction. Do you think I'm blind? Can I see your level? Just barely above 20. Scraping by to enter the academy, right? Don't you know your own level with that meager cultivation of yours? What is there to ask about? Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other two women. You truly are blind. Zhao Wujie's lips twitched, silently cursing within. Awakens' sparkling eyes flared with anger. Already poised to strike with a kitchen knife. Even Flander could not fathom that someone could conceal their true abilities, leaving him at a loss. Noticing the silence enveloping the room, he sensed that his words may have been too blunt and potentially hurtful. Clearing his throat, he placed a reassuring hand on Luo Yu's shoulder. My dear fellow, he said with a tone of age-old wisdom, please do not take offense. I am merely straightforward. But my intentions are good. Rest assured, upon joining our illustrious Shrek Academy, you shall face no disdain. As long as you are willing to exert yourself, even if your innate talent is somewhat lacking, I am more than willing to lend you a hand in your journey towards greatness. Luo Yu's expression turned peculiar. Then I shall first express my gratitude to the dean for his cultivation, he remarked. Flander, with an air of familiarity, jovially patted Luo Yu on the shoulder, teasingly chided. You rascal, why do you appear so reluctant? In the future, when traversing the continent, mentioning that I, the four-eyed cat eagle, once taught you will be enough for you to boast for a lifetime. Zhao Wujie observed Flinder's boisterous demeanor, his heart pounding with trepidation. My esteemed dean, this ancestor is not one to provoke. Initially, he intended to return and elaborate on Luo Yu's situation, but soon realized that delay was no longer an option. He feared that if Flinder continued to revel in his own exuberance, it might irritate this formidable figure, leading to his own ruin. Dean, you, Zhao Wujie began. But Flinder interrupted with a wave of his hand. Enough. I am aware. No need to rush me. I shall continue. Zhao Wujie, visibly anxious, exclaimed, you know? What do you know? The talents we are aware of typically possess at most innate soul power. Yet you would never guess that this prodigy from the Spirit Hall possesses an astonishing innate soul power of. Flinder deliberately elongated the suspenseful pause. What level? The three girls leaned forward, curious. Zhao Wujie glanced sideways. 40 levels. Gasp. Zhu Zhuqing, her sister, and Xiao Wu, along with Zhao Wujie, were momentarily stunned, drawing in a sharp breath, utterly astonished. 40 levels? Am I hearing incorrectly? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, patting his ears. No, you are not mistaken. That individual possesses innate soul power of 40 levels. Seeing the audience's shock, Flinder seemed quite pleased with the reaction. Recalling the profound astonishment he felt upon first receiving this news, nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. Even now, recounting it stirred similar feelings within him. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, exclaiming in disbelief. Could it be fabricated? How could anyone possess innate soul power of 40 levels? Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Having a twin martial soul is already terrifying enough. Is someone with innate 40 levels even human? Cough, cough. Luo Yu, unable to contain himself, let out a soft cough. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes momentarily froze as they turned to gaze at Luo Yu. They were well aware of Luo Yu's possession of twin martial souls. Could it be that this individual was the very man with whom they had shared an intimate encounter? Surely, such a coincidence was improbable. The two sisters found themselves enveloped in uncertainty. Sigh. Suddenly, Flinder let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the flourishing development of the Spirit Hall, which had reached unprecedented heights. Now, with the emergence of such an extraordinary prodigy, how could other factions possibly survive? Twin martial souls, a natural level of 40. This was the embodiment of celestial beings, the endowment of divinities. If this individual were to mature, would there be any hope left for the other powers in Douluo? Luo Yu inquired. Why is it that as he grows, the other forces in Douluo face insurmountable challenges? Flinder retorted with a glare. Do you comprehend the concept of pattern? Do you grasp the essence of the situation? That individual's combat prowess will undoubtedly shape the future dynamics of Douluo. Who could possibly stand in his way? As long as the Spirit Hall dedicates its full support to his development, the day of unification across the continent is likely imminent. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering the possibility that the individual in question might not harbor intentions of aggression. Flanders scoffed. Any person would covet power. I cannot believe that someone of such remarkable strength does not entertain the notion of unifying the continent of Douluo. You seem to know him quite well. Luo Yu remarked with a hint of curiosity. There's nothing complicated about it. It is merely a matter of basic deduction, Flanders asserted confidently. I can now assert with absolute certainty that he is being secretly nurtured by the Spirit Hall, biding his time until he becomes invincible before revealing himself to the world. Luo Yu shook his head, expressing his disbelief. I don't think so. That would be too complacent. Flanders sighed. You do not understand. Such a genius possesses an extraordinary nature. Being idle for a decade or two is hardly a significant matter. I can easily envision that when he finally emerges, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval. After speaking, Flanders let out a long sigh. How wonderful it would be if such a genius were to appear in my Shrek. I would gladly trade 10 years off my lifespan for it. 20 years would be acceptable, and even 30 years would not be a burden. With such a prodigy at the helm, I could rest in peace with a smile. Luo Yu inquired, are you not being a tad exaggerated? Exaggerated? Flanders' voice suddenly rose, his eyes ablaze with fervor. If such a prodigy were in Shrek, I would revere him daily as a father. No, I would venerate him as an ancestor. To be a teacher for a lifetime and have the chance to instruct such a genius would be an extraordinary blessing. Do not speak so loftily. It seems you are merely seeking to show off. Zhao Wujie muttered softly from the side. Flanders' aged face stiffened, and he glared. Old Zhao, do you not wish to bask in glory yourself? Zhao Wujie reassured him. Enough of these fantasies. The students we are recruiting this year are quite commendable. Flanders sighed. No matter how commendable, they could never compare to such a genius. It is disheartening. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing raised her delicate hand and timidly asked, Director, what does that genius you mentioned look like? What is his name? P.S. A lengthy chapter of 2,600 words, Saturday and Sunday, are upon us. Finally, I have time to add more for my brothers. There will be another update around midnight tonight. Chapter 94, The Revelation, I am the Peerless Genius. A celestial being descends. Flanders furrowed his brow, puzzled by the sudden barrage of questions from the young girl. Why are you asking so much about this genius? I may know the prodigy you speak of. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, stealing a glance at Luo Yu. What? Flanders chuckled as if he had heard a jest, shaking his head. You know him? How could you possibly have met him? That fellow is the pinnacle genius of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zhuqing's sister chimed in, Director. What is the name of the person you mentioned? Flanders, taken aback, replied, You cannot be suggesting that you know him too? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. I might have a vague acquaintance. Flanders, with a hooked nose, burst into laughter. You are overthinking it. Such a hero is undoubtedly kept under tight wraps by the Spirit Hall, not daring to let him out. Otherwise, should other sects seek to assassinate or recruit him, the losses would be too great. You have no chance of knowing him. Zhu Zhuqing grew anxious. Please, just tell us his name. Flanders dispiritedly reassured them. Do not worry. You certainly do not know him. If you did, why would you even need to join my Shrek? A genius of his caliber could simply speak a word, and the Spirit Hall would welcome you as esteemed guests for cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing urged, Then please tell us. Very well. I will disclose it to put your minds at ease. Flanders recalled, if memory serves me right, his name should be Luo Yu. Luo Yu? The moment they heard this name, Xiao Wu's face lit up with realization, for she knew Luo Yu's true identity. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister felt an eerie familiarity with the name, repeating it softly. Luo Yu. In but a few seconds, as if struck by a sudden thought, they shivered in unison. All gazes converged on the yawning Luo Yu nearby. What are you all doing? Flanders noticed the peculiar atmosphere and felt bewildered. Indeed, what are you doing? Luo Yu, bewildered, scratched his nose. Is there something on my face? Why are you all staring at me so intently? Zhu Zhuqing and her sister stared fixedly at Luo Yu, their eyes unblinking, their long, beautiful lashes fluttering slightly, betraying their inner unrest. Zhao Wujie's mouth hung open, his eyes wide as saucers. After a prolonged silence, he tremulously inquired, Is the person the director spoke of you? Luo Yu innocently raised his hands and said, The person you are looking for, named Luo Yu, has no relation to me. Luo Cc. Hiss. Zhao Wuji, chewing on his teeth, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, he had already drawn a conclusion in his mind, cursing inwardly. How could it be? After listening to Flinder's grandiose claims for so long, it turns out that the big shot was right beside me? The Zhu sisters, upon observing the man's innocent expression, increasingly confirmed their suspicions. After all, how many possess twin martial souls? How many at such a young age can wield such extraordinary power? Others may be unaware, but they had witnessed the man's terrifying 10,000-year soul ring. Everything began to make sense. A natural prodigy at level 40. What could possibly be beyond his reach? Standing aside, Flinder was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why had the atmosphere suddenly turned so strange? He glanced at the seemingly harmless Luo Yu, then at the astonished Zhao Wuji and the others. What riddle are you all trying to solve with me? Zhao Wuji pointed ahead and said, Dean. His name is Luo Cc. Can't you see? Flinder instinctively murmured. Twins' eyes make you Luo Yu? No, that's impossible. It must be a mere coincidence. He shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he said, What's wrong with all of you? You're scaring me. This guy looks utterly ordinary. One can deduce with logic that he cannot possibly be the unparalleled genius of the Spirit Hall. The name must be a coincidence, just a coincidence. The Zhu sisters and Zhao Wuji remained silent in agreement. Flinder had never witnessed Luo Yu's strength. They, however, had seen firsthand the terrifying might that crushed Tang San. Looking at the expressions of those around him, Flinder laughed in astonishment. Setting aside the disparity in strength, even in appearance, they were worlds apart. The genius from the Spirit Hall was said to possess not only unparalleled talent, but also the ethereal beauty of a celestial being. Eyes like bright stars, a nose like a suspended gallbladder, a face like a polished jade, and an impeccable demeanor, truly the essence of a divine being. Walking down the street, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention. According to rumors, even the pure and proud saintess of the Spirit Hall was captivated by him at first sight. How could he possibly be one of our Academy-S students? Absolutely impossible. Haha, it's simply not feasible. Zhao Wuji ignored Flinder, gazing at Luo Yu with increasingly rapid breaths and excitement in his expression. It's you, isn't it? Right? Flinder tugged at Zhao Wuji's shoulder. Old Zhao, have you gone mad? Why are you fixating on this student? How could he be Luo Yu? If he had disguised himself, I would definitely have noticed. Zhao Wuji shrugged off the hand, his eyes reddening as he retorted, What can you see? This guy shattered our academy's testing crystal ball upon enrollment. What? Flinder's spirit jolted. Zhao Wuji continued, You didn't see it. This guy's unleashed strength could easily make a level 40 soul master his subordinate. You're telling me he's not capable? What? Flinder's eyes bulged in shock. Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes. Don't give me that nonsense. You couldn't even detect his hidden strength. Isn't it normal not to recognize a disguise? Flinder stood there, frozen like a mummy, mechanically turning his neck with a creaking sound. He stared at Luo Yu and stammered, You can't really be. Luo Yu gazed at the fervent eyes fixed upon him, and helplessly remarked, I intended to coexist with you all discreetly. Yet I never anticipated that my concealment would be unveiled so effortlessly. Concealment, my foot. Zhao Wuji was on the verge of cursing. The name Luo Cc was exceedingly perfunctory, easily discernible to any discerning individual. The man pondered for a moment. In that case, let us lay our cards on the table. I am Luo Yu. Whoosh. As Luo Yu gently caressed his face, a blinding light flashed, and the ordinary visage vanished. In its place emerged an ethereal countenance, reminiscent of a celestial being, with radiant black eyes seemingly containing the essence of the cosmos and a straight nose exuding an astonishing allure. He possessed the grace of a dragon and the poise of a phoenix, his charisma unparalleled in the world. Oh my goodness! Exclaimed Flinder, his robust figure quivering, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Zhao Wuji gasped, What on earth? While Xiao Wu's lips parted in awe. Wow. The Zhu sisters chimed in, Incredible. We are smitten. The elegant matron, clad in imperial attire, remained silent, observing the awestruck group with a smirk. How ridiculous, she thought. Is it necessary to be so infatuated? Her gaze then turned to Luo Yu, her enchanting eyes sparkling like hearts, as she involuntarily swallowed hard. In the Shrek dining hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as the three women's hearts raced with excitement, while Flinder felt an inner turmoil of embarrassment. Luo Yu sat quietly, exuding an extraordinary presence that captivated all who beheld him. Despite uttering not a single word, the sisters Zhu Zhuqing and the spirited Xiao Wu blushed, their eyes shimmering with surprise and delight, their hearts racing uncontrollably as they shyly gazed at him. The girls had already harbored profound admiration for Luo Yu, even contemplating deep emotional bonds. Now, upon discovering the terrifying truth of his concealed identity and witnessing his strikingly handsome visage, Their hearts fluttered with joy that was almost overwhelming. This revelation felt more exhilarating than a sudden windfall of gold from the heavens. After all, he was the man they might entrust with their lives. Especially since Flander had just boasted extensively about Luo Yu's accomplishments, leaving an indelible impression on Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie was left utterly astonished, his jaw agape. He had anticipated that the enigmatic young man joining the academy would possess remarkable qualities, yet he never imagined them to be of such magnitude. Flander, meanwhile, was rendered completely flabbergasted, his complexion oscillating between red and pale. Could this be a mere illusion? How could it be so coincidental? He had just spent a considerable time extolling the virtues of this genius, only to realize that the very individual had been seated before him all along. Silently observing his pretentiousness, Flander's robust frame trembled as he felt an urge to cover his face and flee. If memory served him correctly, he had recently adopted a condescending demeanor, assuming an air of superiority as he critiqued Luo Yu. He had even boldly asserted that he understood this unparalleled talent better than anyone else. Had he not just proclaimed that entering Shrek Academy was a privilege? What was he thinking? He was acutely aware that if even a whisper of Luo Yu's presence at Shrek were to escape, throngs of elite powers would come crashing through the gates the very next day, either seeking to eliminate him or desperately trying to recruit him. Flander's heart was filled with lament as he realized he had thoroughly embarrassed himself. He now had no face left to show anyone. He cautiously regarded Luo Yu, his chaotic emotions unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. What a dashing young man he was, even as a soul sage of over 70 levels. Flander felt an acute sense of inferiority in his presence. Logically, Flander should have been elated. After all, such a prodigious talent had suddenly appeared in his academy, presenting an opportunity to become his mentor. He had entertained such fantasies before, yet when faced with the reality of Luo Yu's arrival, he felt a wave of trepidation. Insecurities loomed large in his heart, casting a shadow over his small, meager academy and its limited resources. Could he truly teach such a genius? Did he even deserve to? Regrettably, he felt he did not. Flander was not deluded. He understood the stark reality he faced. As long as Luo Yu wishes, a mere wave of his hand would likely summon a multitude of titled Duoyuos eager to impart their wisdom upon him. What stature does a soul sage possess in comparison? His previously upright posture now slouched. The dignified demeanor of the dean dissipated entirely, leaving no trace of arrogance. Instead, he displayed a demeanor of obsequiousness. That venerable elder, with grandiosity, addressed him as young friend Luo Yu. I admit my earlier oversight, and I humbly request your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion. The corners of Luo Yu's mouth lifted into an enchanting arc, leaving the surrounding women in a state of dizziness, their hearts racing like startled deer. He chuckled softly. It is of no consequence. If you praise me with such fervor, why would I hold you accountable? Upon hearing these words, Flander blushed with embarrassment, loathing his martial soul for being a four-eyed cat eagle rather than a four-eyed mole, as the latter would allow him to swiftly dig a hole and bury himself. Flander now appeared visibly constrained. I wonder what insights young friend Luo Yu brings to our Shrek Academy? Luo Yu, rendered speechless, replied. What else could one do but attend school? Flander widened his eyes in astonishment and swallowed hard. You, esteemed one, could have chosen from so many splendid places, yet you opted for this humble locale? In truth, Flander was a person of considerable pride and self-assurance. Otherwise, he would not have boldly proclaimed that Shrek would only accept monsters. However, the caliber of talent embodied by Luo Yu genuinely intimidated him. Are you not thriving at the Spirit Hall? Luo Yu waved his hand, shaking his head, and remarked, What is so great about the Spirit Hall? The saintess neglects her duties to come and drug me. The Empress is perpetually preoccupied with state affairs and has no time to accompany me. I might as well stroll about casually. Hiss. Flander and Zhao Wujie were left dumbfounded. We believe you are a genius, but surely you are exaggerating a bit? Do we seem so naive that you would regale us with fairy tales? The Empress accompanying you? The saintess drugging you? How is that even conceivable? What kind of divine existence are you leading that you would willingly abandon it? Oh, beside him, bit her red lip, yearning to testify. The man spoke nothing but the truth, and in fact, he understated his experiences. He had thoroughly spent time with the Empress. Flander, suppressing his astonishment, asked, Are you truly here to study with us? Why not? Luo Yu replied, puzzled. Didn't TU Shrek Academy claim to accept only monsters? Flander and Zhao Wujie were rendered speechless. Even monsters must have their limits. They had previously rejoiced at the prospect of enrolling students with innate full soul power, only to be confronted with the existence of someone as extraordinary as Luo Yu. They longed to express that they could not possibly accommodate him. Flander tentatively suggested, young friend. Considering our humble Shrek, why not seek a larger power instead? Zhu Zhuqing was immediately displeased, huffing, what do you mean? Do you look down on my brother you? Chapter 96, Shrek, we must serve our wealthy patron well. Trouble arises. As Zhu Zhuqing took the lead, she glared at several of her stunning companions. Flander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and lamented, it's not about looking down on anyone, to be frank. Shrek is indeed impoverished and cannot provide you with quality resources. He spoke, fearing Luo Yu might not believe him. From his waist, he produced a small black pouch, containing a meager collection of gold soul coins. This is a small sponsorship I just acquired from outside, since I refuse to be constrained by a larger power. No one is willing to support Shrek. If you deem it valuable, take this. Shrek is truly in a financial bind. Observing Flander's reluctant offering, Luo Yu could only grimace, exclaiming, wait, I came here to study, why are you giving me money? Do you think I'm a bandit here to rob you? Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself, poking the dean. Old F, is this all the money you managed to gather? Flander retorted quietly, it's not insignificant, all right? We do not wish to join other factions. Who would willingly give us money? That would be akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. Suddenly, the several girls in the room burst into laughter. Luo Yu could not help but chuckle. Indeed, the esteemed dean of Shrek was merciless, even chiding himself. Dean, I did not inquire about those trivial matters. What I meant to convey was this. Zhao Wujie produced a substantial pouch of gold coins, evidently more extravagant than the one in Flinder's possession. With a slight shake, a cascade of over 100 gold soul coins clinked melodiously. Flinder's eyes widened in astonishment as he snatched the pouch from Zhao Wujie's hands, revealing his avaricious nature. Old Zhao, where on earth did you acquire such wealth? Have you been working in the brothels? Bah, what a ridiculous notion, Zhao Wujie retorted, gesturing towards Luo Yu. I hoped you would earn money outside, but you'd starve to death instead. This fortune was bestowed upon us by him. Flinder immediately turned his gaze towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu stifled a yawn, his tone devoid of enthusiasm as he waved his hand dismissively. A mere token of appreciation for coming to school, nothing more. No need for formality. A mere token? Flander felt the heavy weight of the coin pouch in his hand. Could this truly be considered just a trivial gesture? Suddenly, he perceived that Luo Yu seemed to radiate a golden light, as if he were enveloped in a shimmering aura, just as Flander was about to speak. Luo Yu raised his hand to halt the conversation, expressing that no words were necessary. He articulated 2 points. First, the matter of money was of no concern to him. He simply did not wish to suffer indignities within the academy, for he was not one to withstand harsh words. Flanders nodded repeatedly, discreetly observing Zhao Wujie's lack of reaction, and gestured for him to join in the nodding. Second, he yearned for tranquility. Revealing his identity would invite too many visitors, which would inevitably lead to annoyance. This was certain. Flanders smiled apologetically, stating that even without Luo Yu's insistence, they would not be foolish enough to expose his identity, as it would attract countless forces, endangering Shrek itself. Dai Mu inquired with confusion, Director, isn't it merely a matter of revealing an identity? Is it truly that exaggerated? Flanders took a deep breath, his expression one of complexity, and replied, it is not merely an exaggeration. You are unaware that, despite the apparent calm on the continent, the leaders of several major forces who have learned of Luo Yu's talent are in a state of uproar. They have long since issued a death order, willing to spare no expense to infiltrate the Spirit Hall and uncover information about this genius. They will go to any lengths to recruit him, and if that fails, they will not hesitate to eliminate him. Zhu Zhuqing gasped, how cruel. Flanders shook his head, reflecting, cruel? Not in the least. The potential of Luo Yu is indeed terrifying. Once he matures, the Spirit Hall could very well annihilate all sects and unify the world. But I believe, brother, you will not do that, Daimo said. Blinking her delicate eyes, Zhao Wujie explained, you may believe he won't, but the major forces will not be convinced. Unless they can recruit him to their side, they will feel no sense of security. Brother Yu, doesn't that make you quite dangerous? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Luo Yu with concern. Flanders, with wisdom, remarked, in truth, I was right in my earlier statement. For a genius like him, staying within the Spirit Hall is indeed the safest option. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, with reluctance, suggesting, Brother Yu, perhaps you should return to the Spirit Hall for safety. The sisters bore anxious expressions, while Luo Yu merely yawned, lazily waving his hand. What's the rush? My desire to conceal my identity stems from a wish to avoid disturbances, not from fear. If these forces approach me with civility, it would be one thing. However, should they dare to plot against me, well, That would be another matter entirely. Luo Yu refrained from continuing, a glimmer of ruthless intent flickering in the depths of his profound gaze. In that fleeting moment, Flander, with his keen eyes, perceptively captured it. His spirit jolted, and his legs grew somewhat unsteady. Luo Yu, seemingly unfazed, picked up the soup spoon. Director, may we continue our meal? Eat. Do hurry, Flander hastily replied. Is the food cold? I can warm it up for you. No need, Luo Yu declined. Is there anything else you wish to eat? My culinary skills are quite commendable. I can prepare a couple more dishes for you. Humph. I will take care of his meal. No need for your assistance. Ao interjected with a cold snort, subtly exuding an air of authority. Flander, sensing the palpable pressure, felt a surge of frustration. You are a sealed entity. Refrain from speaking. Ao dismissed him with indifference. Do not overstep. Focus solely on appreciating Luo Yu's dining experience, she thought, her heart swelling with sweetness each time he sipped his soup. Suddenly, Flander had an epiphany. Why bother pretending to be a mere director when serving this future invincible being would suffice? Wouldn't that lead to a rapid ascent? Luo Yu had just taken a couple of bites of meat when he looked up in confusion. Before him stood three stunningly beautiful women, their chins resting on their hands as they gazed intently at him. Why are you ladies not eating properly? What are you all staring at me for? Zhu Zhuqing responded with a sweet smile. Because, master, you are quite handsome. I've never encountered such a dashing young man before. The usually reserved and cold yet passionate Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Brother Yu, I truly did not expect you to be this handsome. Shilu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her desire to speak diminished as she simply wished to observe him. Ah, women, shouldn't their attention be focused on my strength instead? Luo Yu waved his hand, his appearance reverting to disguise as he continued sipping his soup. Ah, no, let us see a little longer, they implored in unison. Their voices filled with playful regret. The three maidens pouted together, coaxing Luo Yu with charming persistence. Xiao Wu, bolder than the rest, boldly approached, wrapping her delicate arm around Luo Yu's and playfully interrupting his meal. The elegantly dressed lady beside them pursed her lips, silently chastising Luo Yu for his stinginess. Fland and Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, felt somewhat superfluous, gazing enviously at Luo Yu, unable to suppress a sigh. Youth is truly wonderful, Fland remarked, glancing at Zhao Wujia with a lifted chin, proclaiming, despite this lad's flamboyance, in my younger days, I, Fland, also. Zhao Wujia, arms crossed, smirked coldly. Fland cast a glance at Xiao Wu and her companions, as well as the elegant lady, his earlier bravado dissipating. In his youth, he would not have dared to boast of having so many women. Zhao Wujia shook his head, exhaling a resigned sigh. Alas, what compels you to be so timid? Even in your dreams? After a protracted breakfast, just as they were about to leave the dining hall, a cry for help echoed from outside. A bloodied figure stumbled in, exclaiming, Dean, something has happened. Quick, we need to save people. It's already 3 in the morning. Today's updates will not cease. And as I previously assured everyone, there will be 100 additional updates on weekends and holidays. In special circumstances, I will certainly inform the audience in advance. Thank you for your companionship and support. Chapter 96. Ning Rongrong has been kidnapped, and Shrek has been provoked. Xiaoyao? Upon recognizing the figure rushing back at the door, Flan's expression shifted. Zhao Wujie reacted swiftly, darting to the entrance to support Oscar's shoulder. He urgently inquired, Xiaoyao, weren't you all out for breakfast? Who has hurt you so badly? Oscar appeared a pitiful sight. His hair a tangled mess, reeking of charred flesh, with gaping wounds still oozing blood, and his tattered clothing marked with footprints. His eyes, filled with panic, darted as he urgently called out, Teacher Zhao, Dean, Dai Laoda and Ma Hongjun have been captured. We must hurry to save them. Flan slammed the table, erupting in rage. What audacity! Who dares to capture my Shrek's people in Soto City? They must be courting death. Zhao Wujia's brow darkened as he inquired, Xiaoyao, who did this to you? Do not fear. The teachers will certainly take charge. Oscar, seemingly frightened, stammered, it was a group of young people, each possessing strength above rank 35, slightly older than us, and they struck ruthlessly. Dai Laoda and Ma Hongjun were quickly subdued. Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Is there such a formidable group of young people in Soto City? Oscar gasped. I am certain. I did not mistake them. Each of them is incredibly strong, with high-quality martial souls. The leader was particularly domineering, regardless of their demeanor. Zhao Wujia's eyes blazed with fury. Anyone who harms my Shrek will pay dearly. Quickly, take me to find them. Old Zhao, do not act impulsively. Let me clarify the situation first, Fland interjected. Xiao, tell me, what martial souls did they possess? The leader had a martial soul resembling a purple lightning-wreathed tyrannosaurus, exuding powerful lightning and vitality, significantly stronger than Dai Laoda's evil eye white tiger. Zhao Wujia and Fland exchanged astonished glances. To overpower Mu Bai, could they be descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the first beast martial soul of Douluo? How could members of that clan appear in such a small place as Soto City? Initially brimming with aggression, Zhao Wujia, upon hearing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's involvement, fell silent. How did you provoke them? Oscar lowered his head, remaining silent. What time is it? And you still refuse to speak up? Flan scolded. Oscar trembled, finally confessing, originally, the three of us were going to accompany Ning Rongrong for breakfast. Along the way, Ning Rongrong ignored Dai Laoda and Ma Hongjun, who felt dejected and shifted their focus to two beautiful girls on the street, whistling at them. Consequently, trouble ensued when their male companions confronted us. Can you not show a bit of backbone? Fland and Zhao Wujia's faces turned ashen, trembling with anger. After all this, they still bore no responsibility. Oscar pleaded, Teacher Zhao, please help them. That group is clearly not to be trifled with. Help? Is it so easy to rescue someone? Fland gritted his teeth. Use your brain and think carefully. You have backing. Why wouldn't they? With so many talented individuals traveling together, they must have at least one Soul Douluo level protector. If Teacher Zhao and I recklessly intervene, we may end up kneeling alongside you in remorse. What shall we do then? Just leave them to their fate? Oscar exclaimed in desperation. Old Fland, what should we do? Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow deeply. Fland replied solemnly. Given their brazen capture of people, their backing must be formidable, and if we intervene, we may find ourselves in grave danger. Yet, regardless of the peril, we cannot abandon our students. Feeling the gravity of the situation, both Zhao Wujia and Fland fell into a state of anxiety. Suddenly, their spirits jolted, and they exchanged glances, both yearningly looking at Luo Yu, who sat nearby. Why are you both staring at me like that? Luo Yu asked, perplexed. Please, we need your assistance. Zhao Wujia began to speak. Stop. Luo Yu interrupted him, speaking in a cold tone. To flirt with virtuous women, scoundrels like them deserve to be punished. They are utterly unworthy of my intervention. Had I encountered them, I would have struck with even greater ferocity than their assailants. Luo Yu reprimanded them sharply. Yet Zhao Wuji and Flander dared not express their discontent. Flander, adopting a pitiful demeanor, gazed earnestly at Luo Yu and pleaded, after all, they are students of Shrek. We cannot simply stand by and watch them suffer. I must intervene. Luo Yu waved his hand, displaying no intention of intervening. If you wish to go, then go. I do not desire to assist in this matter. In truth, their current demeanor is also a reflection of the unrestrained manner in which you two have conducted yourselves as teachers. Thus, you bear some responsibility for today's events. Flander. Upon hearing these words, flushed with embarrassment but found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, spat softly in disdain, her eyes revealing her disgust. Indeed, that rascal Dai Mubai has not changed his ways. I am fortunate not to have remained with him. Dissolving our engagement was the right decision. In terms of both talent and character, he is utterly incomparable to my current partner. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing cast a tender glance towards the man beside her. Oscar, noticing that even the dean lacked the resolve to intervene, turned to Luo Yu for assistance. He had witnessed Luo Yu's capabilities firsthand. Please, help them, he implored. Dai and the others are undoubtedly in the wrong, but Ning Rongrong is innocent. She has also been taken. Ning Rongrong has been captured as well? Luo Yu was initially taken aback, but soon came to a realization. The group that Oscar encountered must be the members of the Imperial Battle Team. Previously, he had assisted Ning Rongrong in dealing with Gu Yue Na. Could it be that due to Dai Mubai's mischief, they inadvertently took note of Ning Rongrong's whereabouts, leading to her capture as well? Luo Yu's complexion gradually turned icy. He had previously shown mercy by sparing Gu Yue Na. Could it be that the woman dared to seek revenge? Since they had all been captured, how did you manage to escape? Oscar hastily replied, I threatened them, stating that if they harmed me, Shrek Academy would not let them off easily. However, they dismissed my warning, telling me to return and seek help at will. Upon hearing this, Flinder and Zhao Wujing clenched their fists, the sound of their knuckles cracking resonating in the air. Such brazen arrogance! Flinder earnestly implored Luo Yu. Given their audacity, they must have powerful backing. You must assist us. Whatever demands you have, please state them, and I shall surely fulfill them. Luo Yu remained silent. Flander's expression darkened, assuming that the man would not offer assistance. However, the next moment, He saw Luo Yu slowly rise to his feet, and Flanders was instantly filled with joy. Are you planning to help? Luo Yu remained non-committal, turning to Oscar with a calm inquiry. Where are they? Oscar, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected willingness of this esteemed figure, promptly replied, at the Grand Soul Arena. Luo Yu nodded and said, let us proceed, lead the way. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to be so brazen. The man's calm demeanor seemed to instill boundless confidence in Oscar. Even Flander and Zhao Wujin wore expressions of joy, feeling completely secure. The sisters Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing curiously trailed behind, primarily anticipating the man's next display of prowess. The group swiftly arrived at the Grand Soul Arena. Chapter 97, the solitary yin concealing information, overlooking the entire arena with the Imperial Battle Team. Luo Yu and his companions were already en route. The Soto City Great Soul Arena, the most magnificent and opulent structure within the city, sprawled over hundreds of hectares. Towering at an impressive height of 120 meters, it resembled an inverted treasure bowl, far more luxurious than the city lord's mansion, and faintly exuded a scent of blood and malice. This arena served as a battleground for soul masters, where they engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, while also acting as a lavish gambling playground for the affluent nobility. Soul masters could register individually or in teams to participate in battles. Winning a match awarded 1 point, while a defeat resulted in the loss of a point. Accumulating 100 points allowed a team to advance and earn the prestigious Soul Badge, a symbol of utmost honor. The Soul Badges were categorized into 8 levels, ascending from iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond. The significance of these badges was immense, as each promotion indicated the defeat of at least 100 opponents of the same level. Anyone who obtained a Soul Badge could be deemed a seasoned warrior, invincible among peers, symbolizing absolute honor and strength. Today, the atmosphere in the Great Soul Arena was unlike any other day. The crowd was roaring, brimming with excitement. Thousands of spectators filled the stands, eagerly fixated on the arena. 2 formidable teams stood on the stage, the Royal Battle Team and the Fierce God Battle Team. The audience's eyes sparkled with anticipation, impatiently awaiting the announcer's declaration to commence the battle. Both teams had been undefeated for months, having triumphed over numerous opponents, and had achieved 99 victories at the Silver Soul level, leaving no challengers within Soto City. This was their final showdown. The team that secured 1 more victory would ascend to become the first Gold Soul Battle Team in nearly a decade, earning the coveted Gold Soul Badge and the highest honor. Amidst the audience, fervent discussions erupted between men and women. Which team do you think will ultimately prevail? Of course, it's the Royal Battle Team. Aren't both teams at 99 points? They just need 1 more point to advance, right? Brother, are you new here? Have you not seen their previous matches? The Royal Battle Team has been on a 99-match winning streak, and their captain, Yu Tianheng, is unmatched in his lightning control techniques, swiftly defeating opponents without a hint of suspense. Who could possibly beat them? But the Fierce God Team isn't to be underestimated either. They VE maintained a win rate above 95. They VE only stumbled a few times due to poor conditions. The outcome is still uncertain. Some seem to know the inside story, dismissing, come on, the Royal Battle Team is extraordinarily gifted. All their members are not only young but also boast levels above 35. You won't find another team of this caliber in the entire Tiando Empire. For a team of their level to compete in a small place like this is outright bullying. Who could possibly stand against them? It's outrageous. Enough talk. The match is starting. On the spotlighted arena, the Royal Battle Team stood poised, with Yu Tianheng exuding a fierce demeanor, while the 2 young beauties, Yi Lingling and Gu Yue Na, appeared somewhat distracted, as if lost in thought. Opposite them stood the 7 imposing members of the Fierce God Battle Team, radiating an intimidating aura. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, the arena crackled with lightning. The audience anticipated a fierce contest, expecting at least a stalemate, but to their astonishment, a resounding roar heralded the arrival of a thunderous dragon. In an instant, the outcome was decided. All 7 members of the Fierce God Team were sent sprawling. Yu Tianheng, enveloped in a tempest of purple lightning, emanated an untamed energy as he stood triumphantly on the chest of the Fierce God Captain, surveying the crowd with a regal disdain, like a proud monarch surveying his domain. The surrounding spectators were still reeling from the shock of the Fierce God Team's swift defeat. Rather than rallying behind the local team, they were left in utter disbelief at the overwhelming strength of the Royal Battle Team, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. The audience fell into a stunned silence, their gazes filled with trepidation towards the Royal Battle Team. Such strength was unparalleled. Did any challengers exist within the Tiando Empire? Yu Tianheng reveled in the astonished stares of the crowd, shaking his head mockingly at the defeated fierce god captain, his voice cold and haughty, echoing throughout the arena. Boring. Truly boring. I expected a challenge in this final match, but it turned out to be so effortless. You have truly disappointed me. The fierce god captain, humiliated, gritted his teeth in silence, fully aware that Yu Tianheng possessed the arrogance to match his extraordinary prowess. Not only did his soul power surpass his peers, but the quality of his martial soul and combat instinct were formidable beyond measure, far beyond the captain's reach. Observing the despondency of his opponent, Yu Tianheng's disdain deepened. With a swift kick, he sent the captain flying, scoffing, "Oh, has defeat extinguished your fighting spirit? You have no backbone at all." The remaining members of the fierce god team, disregarding their injuries, hurried to support their captain, glaring at Yu Tianheng in fury. "You, don't go too far. We may have lost, but there is no need for such humiliation." Yu Tianheng suddenly laughed, shaking his head. "You misunderstand. I am not here to humiliate you. I merely state a fact. Every battle here is simply too dull." The fierce god members were enraged. "You are too arrogant. Winning against us doesn't guarantee victory against others." Yu Tianheng's smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. "Soto City? There isn't a single worthy opponent here. Let me be frank. Had it not been for an invitation, why would the royal battle team come to such a small place to compete?" A wave of uproar surged through the audience, most of whom were residents of Soto City. They felt the sting of derision and were incited to fury. Eager to teach Yu Tianheng a lesson. This guy is insufferably arrogant. How dare he act so brazenly? Step aside. I'm going down to teach that little brat a lesson. Yu Tianheng paid no heed to the crowd's outrage, surveying them with a frigid gaze. Those who met his eyes trembled and fell silent. No one was foolish. Yu Tianheng's strength was evident to all. While they acknowledged his right to boast, they felt immense frustration and a desperate longing for a team capable of defeating him. However, they all understood that with the fierce god team's defeat, no challengers remained in Soto City. They could only watch helplessly as Yu Tianheng claimed the gold soul badge. As the defeated team exited the arena, the award ceremony was about to commence. Gu Yue Na, with a complex expression, approached Yu Tianheng and softly said, "Tian Gu, let us release those we captured after the match." "Release them? Why would I?" Yu Tianheng's expression hardened. "The man who previously dared to choke you has been found, and now others have the audacity to provoke me. I cannot let them go easily. They must pay for their insolence. Whoever dares to harm my woman must pay in blood." Gu Yue Na bit her lip. "I don't care how you deal with the two men, but please let that girl go." Yu Tianheng eyed her suspiciously. "I'm clearly avenging you. Why do you insist on having me release them? Do you know them?" Gu Yue Na's gaze wavered slightly. After being reprimanded by Luo Yu last time, she returned to the hotel and, under the pressing inquiries of Yu Tianheng, had no choice but to reveal Luo Yu's appearance to him, neglecting to mention anything regarding Ning Rongrong. Now that Ning Rongrong had been captured again, she dared not disclose to Yu Tianheng that Ning Rongrong was connected to the man who had previously choked her and torn his clothes. She feared that if Yu Tianheng learned of this, he might vent his anger on Ning Rongrong. The memory of the man who had choked her remained vivid in her mind, and each recollection stirred an indescribable feeling within her heart. "Dage, let her go. It would be unwise to provoke trouble. She is the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and it is inappropriate for us to detain her." Gu Yue Na urged. "Is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly formidable? I, Yu Tianheng, am still the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Others may fear them, but I do not," Yu Tianheng scoffed. "Moreover, merely binding her and subjecting her to a little discomfort will not provoke the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into action. Did that young man not boast about returning to seek help, mentioning Shrek Academy? How laughable. I've never even heard of Shrek. I refuse to believe that anyone in Soto City has the power to defeat us. I will wait here for them to come and experience true despair. Yanzi, remember, our adversaries lie within the Spirit Hall and among the major powers, not in such trivial places. Dage, please release her. She may have powerful allies behind her." Gu Yue Na advised. "Do not speak further." A flash of displeasure crossed Yu Tianheng's brow. "Why do you constantly bolster the strength of others, fearing this and that? With me here, what is there to fear? Also, should I encounter the man who bullied you, I will personally tear him apart." Gu Yue Na's attempts at persuasion fell silent. Yi Lingling remained quiet beside them, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Is that man coming? On the grand arena, the royal fighting team stood under the spotlight, collectively receiving medals of promotion, marking the first gold battle soul medal awarded in the Soto Great Spirit Arena in nearly a decade. The surrounding audience watched as Yu Tianheng was about to receive the gold battle soul medal, their hearts filled with resentment. Who could bring this arrogant fellow to justice? How infuriating. That gold medal should not be in the hands of such an outsider. Yet, despite their displeasure, they acknowledged the undeniable strength of the man. Yu Tianheng was poised to accept the gold battle soul medal, exuding an air of superiority as he reveled in the envious and irate gazes surrounding him. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. All eyes were abruptly drawn to the scene as the black iron doors burst open. A group of individuals, lacking tickets, forcefully breached the confines of the Great Spirit Arena. Chapter 98. The humiliated Shrek, Flander and Zhao Wuji's plead with Luo Yu to take action. The tens of thousands of spectators shifted their focus to the intruding group, filled with astonishment. Who had the audacity to disrupt the Great Spirit Arena? Oscar, leading the group, immediately pointed at the imposing Yu Tianheng in the center of the arena, filled with grief and anger. Dean, it's him. He is the one who abducted Boss Dai and the others. Damn, what a commotion. You startled me. A robust young man emerged from the royal fighting team, his muscular frame evident. He scoffed derisively. Oh, I thought it was someone noteworthy. Turns out it's just a pack of defeated hounds returning. What is the matter? Did you bring enough people this time, thinking you stand a chance? Upon seeing the fierce, savage gaze of the muscular youth, Oscar's pupils dilated, instinctively taking 2 steps back, clearly having suffered under this man's dominance before. Don't be afraid, Xiaoao. The teachers are here to support you, Zhao Wuji's reassured him, bracing Oscar's back. Flander's expression darkened as he shouted at Yu Tianheng. You scoundrel, I demand the release of my Shrek students. Yu Tianheng chuckled coldly, cupping his hand to his ear. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? What school did you say you belong to? Release my Shrek students. Flander repeated, his anger palpable. Shrek? Yu Tianheng feigned confusion, glancing at his teammates. What is this Shrek Academy? I've never heard of it. Have any of you? Never heard of it. With so many ragtag academies, how could we remember them all? Several teammates chimed in, their noble airs unmistakable. The royal fighting team ridiculed Shrek, with only 2 girls observing the scene differently. They turned their gazes toward the understated man behind Flander and Oscar. Upon spotting Luo Yu, Gu Yue Na shuddered, her delicate fingers instinctively brushing against the spot on her neck where he had once grasped her, her expression complex. He had indeed come. The serene and gentle Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled, her lips pressed together, her small hands clenched tightly. He was here, truly here. Should she follow him? Despite having only met once? Would he think her a madwoman? Shrek was ridiculed mercilessly by the royal fighting team, and Flander's fists clenched in fury. Zhao Wuji's bared his teeth, wishing he could leap onto the arena and devour them whole. Yu Tianheng, standing tall on the platform, looked down with disdain. What is this? You're incapable, so you send the old to settle the score? How pathetic. Boom. Flander and Zhao Wuji's erupted with fury, their spirits soaring as 7 rings of soul power ascended, summoning their formidable martial spirits, the 4-eyed cat eagle and the powerful Vajra bear. Zhao Wuji's gritted his teeth. Release my Shrek Academy students, or do not blame us for being ruthless. The members of the royal fighting team remained undeterred, and Yu Tianheng clapped his hands, laughing. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect such a ragtag team to have a soul sage among them. However, his smile faded, revealing a fierce expression. A mere soul sage dares to be insolent before me? With a roar, thunder cracked and purple lightning surged. A massive, fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex shadow appeared behind Yu Tianheng, exuding a terrifying aura that clearly surpassed that of the 4-eyed cat eagle. I am the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I stand here. Do you dare to bully me with numbers? His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, who gazed at Yu Tianheng with awe and trepidation. The young patriarch of one of the top 3 clans? What power and status did that entail? No wonder this fighting team was so overwhelmingly strong. Disciples nurtured by great families could not be trifled with. It was evident that Flander, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, would not dare to retaliate, even if he were enraged. The audience looked at Shrek with pity, faced with such circumstances, they could only swallow their grievances. In comparison to the colossal power of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a soul sage was but a trifle. Who would dare provoke the young patriarch? Such an act would lead to certain doom. Yu Tianheng reveled in the astonished gazes around him, relishing the feeling of revealing his identity. After all, what young prodigy does not yearn for the spotlight? Is it not the essence of youth to flaunt one's prowess? Zhao Wuji and Flander, their eyes reddened and muscles trembling, were almost driven to immediately tear this individual apart, yet they hesitated. For indeed, Yu Tianheng spoke the truth. They were filled with trepidation, fearing retribution from the upper three sections. Moreover, who could say if there were formidable guardians lurking in the shadows to protect this man? Even if they acted, success was not guaranteed. Suddenly, Flanders' expression brightened as he inquired, "Since you are from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, do you know Yu Xiaojiang?" Yu Tianheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, do you know him?" Flander forced a smile. "Yu Xiaojiang is my brother. We are akin to family. Why must we allow matters to escalate? Release my students. And if they have erred, I shall personally apologize on their behalf." "Huh, who are you calling family? Apologies are of no use here. The name Yu Xiaojiang holds no weight with me." Yu Tianheng retorted coldly, "You could have mentioned anyone, that you choose a waste expelled from his clan. Your brotherhood with him has no bearing on me." Flanders' face stiffened. Yu Tianheng clapped his hands towards the transparent viewing box above. Soon, 3 individuals were brought forward. Dai Mu Bai had been thoroughly beaten, his clothes in tatters, reduced to wearing only a tattered brown pair of shorts, with a significant patch of his golden hair ripped out. Ma Hongjuan's face was swollen, his eyes bruised, lips bloodied, trembling in fear. Ning Rongrong was bound to a chair with rope, her body constricted, highlighting her well-developed figure. A handkerchief was stuffed in her mouth, rendering her speechless, while red marks appeared on her fair wrists from the binding. As Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai caught sight of Flander and the others below, they were about to cry out for help when a guard slapped each of them harshly across the face, crudely admonishing, "No shouting, or are you calling for your mother?" This scene sent a shiver down Ning Rongrong's spine. Genuine fear gripped her, terrified that she too would suffer such a fate. Her tear-streaked, pitiful gaze bypassed Flander and the others, pleadingly directed towards Luo Yu. In this crisis, he was the man she chose to trust. Regret washed over her. She should never have separated from him, nor been capricious in her choices at breakfast. Witnessing the mistreatment of his students ignited a furious blaze within Flanders' eyes. Veins bulging at his temples, fists clenched tightly as he restrained himself from retaliating. Thousands of spectators watched this scene unfold, their expressions filled with sympathy. Yu Tianheng reveled in the sensation of control, declaring arrogantly, "Enough. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Your student has boasted about the prowess of Shrek. Has he not? Today, right here in the Grand Soul Arena, although I already possess the Gold Soul badge, I would not mind engaging in another match for your amusement. Come now, send forth your Academy's young lineup to face me. If you win, I shall spare you. If you lose, I shall not make it difficult for you." Recently, I have been angered by a certain individual whom I cannot capture. Instead, if you kneel and apologize to soothe my temper, I may consider letting this matter rest. Upon hearing such provocation, the fury of Flander and Zhao Wujie reached a boiling point. Zhao Wujie's voice ground out through clenched teeth, "You will surely regret this." Yu Tianheng shook his head, calmly replying, "It is not that I look down upon you. To speak frankly, I believe you lack the capability." "True, I lack it. But there are those who can bring you down." Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, swiftly turning to Luo Yu, earnestly imploring, "Young friend, could you lend a hand? I would be immensely grateful." Flander echoed his plea, deeply bowing, "Young friend, should you be willing to assist, I, Flander of the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, shall forever remember your kindness towards Shrek today." Their voices, though not loud, resonated throughout the arena. Who is this person that even a soul sage begs for assistance? The crowd was astonished, their gazes turning towards the figure Zhao Wujie implored. They soon beheld the seemingly unremarkable youth, whose aura was understated. Yet his gaze bore an unfathomable depth. Could it be possible to rely on such an individual to confront the Imperial battle team, to contend with Yu Tianheng? How absurd. The audience wore expressions of disbelief, unable to discern anything remarkable about Luo Yu. Yet Yu Tianheng was an exception. The moment he noticed Luo Yu, his eyes flickered with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. As Luo Yu observed Flander and Zhao Wujie humbly pleading with him, he let out a sigh. These two instructors, for all their quirks, genuinely cared for their students. "Please, both of you, take your seats. I shall handle this matter." Upon hearing Luo Yu's intention to intervene, Flander and Zhao Wujie were instantly filled with elation. Their stooped postures straightened, and they cast a cold glare towards Yu Tianheng, silently declaring his demise. Luo Yu stepped forward, gradually emerging from the throng of people. He lifted his gaze towards Yu Tianheng, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "I heard someone has been quite irked by you lately. Do you think that person resembles me?" Yu Tianheng, lost in his reverie, was jolted back to reality by Luo Yu's words, his head spinning with fury. He roared, "It's you. You dare to lay your hands on my woman? The multitude of spectators exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by his rage. Could it be that he was truly wronged? Many in the crowd discreetly raised their thumbs in admiration for Luo Yu. What audacity to have entangled himself with the woman of a lesser clan's leader. Unfazed by the murderous glare of the enraged Yu Tianheng, who resembled a fierce lion, Luo Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, it was I. I have arrived. What can you possibly do to me? Chapter 99. Worshipping the master of flirting, one sword sweeps through, instantaneously defeating Yu Tianheng. As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Spectators stared at Luo Yu in shock. Was he courting death? Yu Tianheng was the scion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and aside from his formidable lineage, his own prowess was unmatched among his peers. What audacity fueled Luo Yu's provocations? Brazen. Members of the Imperial battle team surged forward, their voices filled with fury. A brawny and muscular man glared fiercely, booming, "You're the first to speak to our leader in such a manner. You must be weary of life." Silence. At the sound of a reprimand directed at Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu stepped forth, their spirits igniting as they unleashed their martial souls, eyes ablaze with intent to kill. The muscular man's expression shifted abruptly, a chill creeping down his spine. He realized that the three stunningly beautiful girls before him each radiated an aura close to the 30th level, with the strongest among them surrounded by 4 soul rings. Her presence far surpassing his own. A gasp echoed through the crowd of thousands, followed by a flurry of whispers. This can't be real. I thought these beautiful girls were mere decorations. How can they be so powerful? Someone exclaimed. Look at their grace and beauty. It's astonishing. A keen observer pointed out the underlying issue, exclaiming, shouldn't your focus be on their strength? What else should we pay attention to? Another pondered aloud. With 3 goddess-like beauties stepping forward in defense of that man, how could they fail to grasp the significance? Upon this realization, the crowd was jolted. No way. What virtue does this man possess? Not only has he taken Yu Tianheng's woman, but he has also captivated these 3 stunning beauties. A deity indeed. The muscular man from the Imperial battle team, now overshadowed by the 3 women, felt his dignity slip away. He pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Yu. You coward. Hiding behind women. If you have the guts, step forward. Boom. As Luo Yu opened his mouth, before he could utter a word, the fierce aura of the 3 women beside him, Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, erupted suddenly. With their phoenix eyes widened, they scolded him in unison. Silence. Are you seeking death? Speak another word, and do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The muscular man, witnessing the palpable killing intent emanating from the 3 women, despite his considerable strength, felt a chill run down his spine. Observing such formidable protection from 3 stunning beauties, the male audience on stage gazed at Luo Yu with reverence. As if he were a deity, truly, he was the master of seduction, astonishingly impressive. Yu Tianheng placed a hand on the shoulder of the muscular man. His blood-red eyes lifted, his voice restrained. The tremor in his hand betrayed the immense fury he was suppressing. You 3 women possess commendable strength. Yet such power is insufficient before my Imperial battle team. If you have the ability, come up and fight. Casualties are of no concern. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged cold glances. Huh? Who dares to fear you? Zhu Zhuqing's 4 soul rings pulsated, her nails gleaming with menace. There is no need for my master to intervene. I shall handle you myself. Master? The audience, taken aback by the sight of such a fiery and extraordinarily powerful female, soul master willingly referring to Luo Yu as master, stared in disbelief. It was simply too outrageous. How could a woman of such beauty and strength deign to call an ordinary man master? What has become of this world? Numerous men in the audience clutched their chests in anguish, envious tears welling in their eyes. We all sleep alone at night. This fellow must be hesitating over whom to choose. Gu Yue Na bit her lip and approached Yu Tianheng, whispering, Brother Tian, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. We have already dealt with those 2 rascals. Let them go. Upon hearing Gu Yue Na's plea, Yu Tianheng's suppressed rage erupted instantaneously. He roared, Gu Yue Na, do you think I am blind to the truth? He pointed at Luo Yu, his expression grotesque. Did you know all along that the 3 captured were in cahoots with this brat? Why did you not speak up, but instead urge me to release them? Tell me, what are your true intentions? In his fury, Yu Tianheng's body crackled with purple lightning, his muscles bulging ominously. Gu Yue Na's complexion paled. Brother Tian, please let me explain. I do not wish for you to become enemies. He is exceptionally strong. I do not want you to be harmed. Furthermore, regarding the previous incident, I acknowledge my mistake. I should have been more prudent. What did you say? To be publicly rebuked by his own woman, Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in disbelief, veins throbbing in his arms. You fear for my safety and say I cannot defeat this wild brat? Zhu Zhuqing, flustered, found herself at a loss for words. Hey, our matters are not yet resolved, and you are already turning against each other? Yu Tianheng suddenly turned, bloodthirsty fury in his gaze. Brat, I have yet to seek trouble with you, and you dare to rush to your demise? Luo Yu stifled a yawn and nonchalantly remarked. I merely wish to convey that a woman of one's own is meant to be cherished. If you seek trouble with me, no one will hold it against you. But to rage against your own woman, what sort of prowess is that? His voice, though not loud, carried a hint of languor. Yet, to the ears of every woman present, it sent a shiver through their delicate frames. A woman of one's own is to be cherished? The young maidens, Gu Yue Na and Yilingling, found themselves involuntarily repeating this thought, their glances toward Luo Yu imbued with a blend of complexity. Goodness, is this how the masters wooed women? Brothers, take notes. The audience erupted with gasps of astonishment. As Yu Tianheng observed the women's attention fixated on Luo Yu, fury surged within him. You, who merely lurk behind women, what audacity do you have to instruct me here? The moment Yu Tianheng's provocation was uttered, the trio of Xiao Wu, along with her companions, bristled with indignation. They could hardly tolerate any disparaging remarks about Luo Yu and were ready to charge forth. I'll handle this. You stay back and watch, declared the man. And obediently, the three girls remained rooted in place. Xiao Wu adhered to a principle. While she could behave mischievously at times, she must always uphold a man's dignity in public, ensuring obedience to his commands. Luo Yu gazed up at the clamorous Yu Tianheng on the arena, shaking his head with a sigh. I initially had no intention of taking action, yet your demeanor suggests a fervent desire to be thoroughly beaten. Thus, I shall oblige your wish. Boom. As Luo Yu stepped forward, the ground trembled, the stones shattered, and he leapt onto the arena in an instant. Hiss! Could this fellow be a ferocious beast? This display caused the audience's pupils to constrict, igniting a wave of excitement. Even Yu Tianheng was taken aback, no longer daring to underestimate Luo Yu. It is worth noting that Luo Yu had not activated any soul power just moments ago. The disturbance was solely a result of his physical prowess. If he were to refrain from activating his soul power, it was questionable whether he could match such strength. Standing alone on the expansive arena, Luo Yu held his hands behind his back, unperturbed by the Emperor battle team, who had just secured their Golden Doe soul badge with their impressive, undefeated momentum. He bore a smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. The burly muscle-bound man, Shi Mo, glared fiercely and exclaimed, Kid, what do you mean? Are you out of your mind, daring to challenge all 7 of us alone? How audacious! Gu Yue Na bit her lip, cautiously glancing at Luo Yu. She noticed he didn't even spare her a glance, and her beautiful eyes dimmed in response. Had he taken offense at her? As the two sides faced off, Yilingling suddenly shook her head, saying, You all fight. I have no desire to engage with him. Yu Tianheng, infuriated, retorted, Yilingling. What do you mean by that? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation across from him. Yilingling displayed a look of hesitation, expressing, Captain, I truly do not wish to engage in combat with him. I ask you, what do you mean by that? Yu Tianheng retorted coldly, reiterating his question. Yilingling's uncertainty deepened as she pleaded, Captain, I genuinely do not want to fight. I implore you to respect my decision. A collective gasp arose from the audience, astonished by the turn of events. Was the primary support of the opposing team about to betray them? Had the ancestral master intervened once more? They gazed at Luo Yu with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Luo Yu expressed his bewilderment, questioning the antics of the girl before him. Very well. I shall settle this with you later. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at her, before turning to unleash his martial soul, blocking the advance of his teammates. You need not interfere. I alone can handle this nameless wretch. With a resounding boom, the arena trembled. Yu Tianheng was enveloped in flickering arcs of lightning as his martial soul manifested. His muscles bulged, entering a draconic state, his hands transforming into fearsome claws encased in violet lightning. Still not releasing your martial soul? Then prepare to meet your demise. He swung his dragon claws, filled with fury, launching a vicious assault toward Luo Yu's throat. Gasps erupted from the audience, with some wondering if the revered master had lost his wits, given his failure to activate his martial soul. Meanwhile, the Shrek team wore mocking smiles, their confidence in their leader unshaken. The other members of the Huang Do team reveled in delight, thinking, how audacious of him to confront our captain's attack. Even if he possesses strength, he will surely kneel in an instant. Clang. As the attack approached, a flash of light emitted from Luo Yu's sword. He had yet to summon his soul rings. With a soft murmur, he invoked the swift wind, 10,000 swords technique. A tempest swirled upon the arena, countless blades seemingly concealed within the winds. The sound of swords slicing through the air echoed. Bang! A figure, riddled with sword marks, was hurled forth, tattered cloth flying and stained with crimson blood. The figure crashed heavily at the feet of the Huang Do team members. A profound silence fell over the arena, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The audience, including the Huang Do team, were left in stunned disbelief. They could hardly fathom that it was Yu Tianheng who had been obliterated in an instant. Who did not know of Yu Tianheng's prowess? His mastery over the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was unparalleled, a true disciple of the upper three sections. Without absolute strength and having triumphed over countless opponents, how could he have exhibited such arrogance? Yet, the truth was evident. Yu Tianheng had fallen, slain without contest by a single blade. As the storm of blades dissipated and the waves of energy subsided, it was as if the events had never transpired. Yet, the scars carved into the ground and the bloodied Yu Tianheng lying in disarray bore witness to the truth of what had just occurred. Captain, has he truly fallen? Just like that? The muscular figure of Shi Mo and several teammates stood, their eyes glazed, unable to comprehend the rapidity of their captain's defeat. Du Guyin and Yu Lingling exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. They recalled the man's martial soul, a 9-colored divine dragon, superior to Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yet, this time, he had not unleashed it but instead wielded an ancient long sword as his martial soul. Both girls understood the implications of this revelation, their hearts tumultuous with tumultuous waves of emotion, momentarily overshadowing the astounding defeat of Yu Tianheng. A twin martial soul. Could he truly possess such an extraordinary trait? Du Guyin was deeply astonished. Yi Lingling bit her lip, feeling immense pressure from the man's dual martial souls. She had believed her 9-heart sea pearl worthy of him, only to discover he hid even greater talents. Do I still have a chance? She sighed internally. On the Shrek's side, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu displayed no surprise, instead sharing a knowing smile. To them, while Yu Tianheng might shine as a genius in others' eyes, he paled in comparison to their own man. Especially in contrast to Yu Tianheng's arrogance, their own man's humility was strikingly apparent, rendering any comparison absurd. It was the first time Flinder had witnessed Luo Yu in action, utterly astounded. Old Zhao, is this what talent looks like? Zhao Wujia shook his head in denial. No, this is the true essence of a prodigy. Oscar shivered in both fear and relief, realizing that their earlier folly in provoking such a formidable man was akin to courting death. In that moment, Luo Yu's swift sword strike plunged the arena into an extended silence, leaving the spectators in a state of lingering unease. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Crackle, crackle. The fallen Yu Tianheng's body was suddenly enveloped by an eerie purple lightning serpent. With a resounding crack, the lightning coalesced at his chest, forming a sphere of electricity that erupted at the location of his heart. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resounded. And under the influence of the lightning, Yu Tianheng's injuries began to heal, forming blood scabs. Each of the 3 sects possessed their own unique techniques. The Haotian sect wielded the divine art known as the Great Sumi-Hammer. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect had the secret technique of mind control. Likewise, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had their own signature skills. By manipulating the power of lightning to stimulate the adrenal glands, they could secrete hormones that significantly diminished pain, enhancing combat prowess while simultaneously channeling dragon energy to partially transform their bodies. Yu Tianheng's eyes suddenly shot open, radiating with electric brilliance. He sprang from the ground with a roar. Roar. The blue lightning tyrant dragon emitted a furious bellow. With a mighty explosion, the tattered sleeve of Yu Tianheng's right arm instantly turned to ashes under the electric glow, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, increasing in length by more than half a foot. His arm swelled to an impressive girth, covered in blue-violet dragon scales, each joint of his fingers cracking loudly as they grew robust. As sharp claws emerged, a dragon's roar echoed, and 3 rings of soul energy simultaneously converged on his right arm, coalescing into a formidable force. As Yu Tianheng rose once more, his aura even stronger than before, the members of the Emperor Do team were invigorated, their confidence rekindled. Shi Mo laughed heartily, proclaiming that there was no way his brother could be defeated. It was evident that he had merely been caught off guard by that lad's surprise attack. Yu Tianheng raised his hand to silence him. casting a cold gaze at Luo Yu. Young man, commendable skills. I am willing to acknowledge your strength. I underestimated you earlier. That last move was indeed powerful. But I believe it was your strongest soul technique, was it not? What a pity you failed to capitalize on the opportune moment to defeat me. Extending his dragon claw, Yu Tianheng suddenly clenched the air, resulting in a violent explosion of lightning serpents, accompanied by the roar of thunder. His gaze turned increasingly fierce as he declared with pride, "It is not your fault, really. The depth of the three sects is beyond the comprehension of someone like you. From this moment on, I shall afford you no further chances." Oh, such confidence? Luo Yu's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He flicked the ancient sword's edge lightly, producing a crisp, resonant cry. Yu Tianheng squinted, emanating an aura of dragon-like power. "I have stated it clearly. This time, I shall grant you no opportunity for a comeback. Royal Battle Team, heed my command. Advance alongside me to confront this brat, unleash your full strength, and hold nothing back." Boom, boom, boom. Circles of soul rings rose, and beams of soul light burst forth. Sure Mo and his brother simultaneously shed their outer garments, revealing muscles as solid as granite. As they released their martial spirits, they leaned slightly forward, their backs arched. There, a yellowish glow coalesced, forming a massive dark yellow tortoise shell that enveloped their bodies. The Xian Gui martial spirit. A near-ultimate defense-type spirit. Bang. Another two explosive sounds erupted as a colossal wind chime bird and a phantom black panther materialized, with two other members of the Royal Battle Team showcasing their formidable strength, nearing level 40. Together with Yu Tianheng, they bore down on Luo Yu with predatory intensity. Only Du Guyan and Yi Lingling remained motionless. "What is the meaning of your inaction, you two? Are you defying orders?" Yu Tianheng fumed. "Brother Tian, cease the fighting." "Hold your hand," Du Guyan urged. "Heh, even now you choose to speak on behalf of an outsider?" Yu Tianheng sneered coldly. "Captain, please stop," Yi Lingling implored. Biting her lip, Yu Tianheng fixed a fierce gaze upon the two women, snarling, "What sort of enchantment has this man cast upon you, compelling you to defend him?" "I am not defending him. I am protecting you, Brother Tian," Du Guyan clarified. "Heh, do you think I would believe you?" Yu Tianheng retorted, shaking his dragon claw with icy contempt. "I suspect you fear I might harm him." "Brother Tian, how can you think so of me?" Du Guyan protested, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. "What else am I to think? First, subdue him, and then we shall address your matters," Yu Tianheng commanded coolly. Sure Mo. You two hold the front line, block his peculiar sword techniques. Yu Feng, Osro, you are both agile attack-type soul masters. Encircle him and launch a surprise assault from the sides. I shall lead the frontal attack and crush him in one fell swoop. As the audience witnessed Yu Tianheng's composed and assertive strategy, coupled with his ferocious aura, concern for Luo Yu's safety surged among them, while they inwardly condemned Yu Tianheng's unscrupulousness. One individual was already formidable enough, yet he resorted to a despicable 5-on-1 tactic, even orchestrating a flanking maneuver. They were all part of the same team. Having cultivated a long-standing synergy, their combat strength was far more complex than a mere sum of 5 individuals. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that 5 united souls could exponentially amplify their power, presenting a genuine opportunity to triumph over even a beginner soul king. Facing the 5-person alliance, Luo Yu remained unfazed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. TSK, how intriguing. Did you not just proclaim that dealing with me alone would suffice? Why has it now turned into a group assault? Yu Tianheng raised his head high, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Enough of your meaningless chatter. Since you have the audacity to step onto the stage alone, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Should you choose to surrender, perhaps we might grant you the opportunity to kneel and beg for mercy. Luo Yu slowly shook his head and extended a finger. Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? Luo Yu withdrew his hand and lowered his gaze upon the sword. His voice was remarkably tranquil, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. They were but a ragtag bunch. What could their collaboration accomplish? With a single strike, I shall shatter you all. How presumptuous. I possess the secret technique of dragon transformation, and my prowess is no longer what it once was. Moreover, with my brothers united, you shall undoubtedly meet your bitter end today. Royal Battle Team, heed my command. Forward. Boom. 2 colossal phantoms of the dark tortoise surged forward as a formidable defense. The massive wind bird and the ghost shadow leopard launched a fierce assault from the flanks. Yu Tianheng, enveloped in a swirl of purple lightning akin to that of a thunder god, wielded his formidable dragon claws, each scale resonating with ripples through the air. aiming mercilessly at Luo Yu's chest. The audience fixed their gaze intently upon the battlefield, fervently hoping that Luo Yu would prevail and restore honor to Soto City. After all, Yu Tianheng's previous derision had rendered them speechless. But would he triumph? This was no mere duel. It was a coordinated assault by the 5 victorious members of the Royal Battle Team. At this moment on the arena, the 5 members of the Royal Battle Team charged forth with a ferocious momentum, causing the ground to tremble as they approached from all directions. Under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes, Luo Yu closed his eyes, the long sword in his grasp humming softly. Clang! A striking circle of red soul rings pulsated into existence. Another dazzling spiral of soul rings ascended. The 2 circles of 100,000-year red soul rings were resplendently conspicuous. How could this be possible? The entire audience rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before them. The hearts of the Royal Battle Team members also skipped a beat. Luo Yu suddenly let out a light chuckle. Very well. I shall take the 5 of you as my subjects to test the second soul skill of my 9 heavens extermination. Chapter 101. The second form of the extermination sword. The celestial technique that defies heaven. Instantaneous sovereign duel. Luo Yu's wrist twisted as he summoned the power of the heaven-slaying palm. In an instant, the second soul ring, crimson as blood and pulsating with energy, erupted in a dazzling display of red brilliance. A peculiar and extraordinary energy surged forth from within the soul ring, flowing entirely into the longsword. The ancient 9 heaven-slaying sword underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The blade radiated countless blinding pink rays of light, so resplendent and striking. The intense luminosity rendered the audience momentarily blind, causing the 5 members of the Imperial Fight Team to halt their advance in fright, retreating to the side with astonishment as they regarded Luo Yu with incredulity. When everyone's vision finally returned, a breathtakingly exquisite longsword appeared before them, a sight so beautiful it took their breath away. In Luo Yu's grasp, the sky-slaying sword has undergone a profound transformation, both internally and externally. The blade is entirely transparent, radiating a delicate cherry blossom hue, adorned with exquisite patterns. The blade's edge gleams with a silvery sheen, emanating a chilling light, concealing boundless sharpness within its beauty. Among the audience, a girl gazes in a daze, murmuring, "This sword is truly magnificent. What kind of martial soul is this? I have never seen anything like it. Wow. It's my first time witnessing such an enchanting sword martial soul. I am utterly captivated." The exclamations, predominantly from women, reflect their deep fascination with the sword held by the man, their beautiful eyes betraying admiration and infatuation. Women have an irresistible allure towards beauty, and even Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Yu Lingling are no exceptions, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. In the elevated transparent box, Ning Rongrong, bound to her chair, seems to forget the danger. Her heart and eyes solely focused on that man and his resplendent sword. It is only today that she discovers he possesses a twin martial soul. And not just any second soul, but a remarkably unique sword martial soul. How foolish she had been to boast about inviting Luo Yu to join their sect with a soul bone. How could she possibly afford such a talent? A wave of guilt washes over her, her face flushed with embarrassment. The men in the Grand Soul Arena, hearing the enchanting cries of the surrounding girls, feel a twitch in their eyelids, unable to suppress their inner disdain. A group of foolish women, lost in infatuation, shouldn't the focus be on the sword's beauty? But the man possesses a soul ring that has existed for 100,000 years. Such a precious soul ring, appearing on him in pairs, is something even a titled Douluo might not possess. How has he achieved this? Within the arena, the Imperial Battle Team, led by Yu Tianheng, hesitates. Their expression shifting as they gaze warily at Luo Yu, their attention fixated on the sword in his hand. Their legs feel as heavy as lead, rooted in place. The momentum they had just gathered stifled by Luo Yu's bizarre soul ring configuration and the emergence of his sword martial soul. Luo Yu held a long sword in hand, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Royal Duel Team with an expression of indifference, gradually shaking his head. He had initially presumed that a single strike would suffice to deal with them, yet he found himself underestimating their resilience. Before he even made a move, they had already faltered. Long Hua, the blue and purple dragon-scaled Yushinheng, wore a sullen expression, the cold light reflecting off his scales, while arcs of electricity flickered across his skin. He demanded, "What is your true origin, and what kind of martial spirit do you possess?" Luo Yu scoffed disdainfully, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. "Are you frightened?" Yu Tianheng, as if his tail had been stepped on, roared in fury. "What nonsense is this? My Imperial Battle Team is invincible. Do you truly believe that 5 of us cannot defeat a single individual like you?" "Oh." Luo Yu nodded. a smile fading from his face as a glint of cold light flickered in his deep black eyes. His voice turned stern. Has no one ever told you that if you can act, you need not prattle? His patience waning, he raised his sword, Zhu Tian, and struck downward through the air. The stunning pink blade shimmered brilliantly, its silver edge gleaming with fierce intensity, intertwined in a dazzling display. An ethereal scent of cherry blossoms seemed to permeate the air. The resonant clang of the sword and the eerie waves emanating from its surface caused Yu Tianheng to tense up suddenly, an overwhelming dread surging within him. As if he were facing the judgment of death itself. He called out urgently, "Everyone, unleash your strongest soul skills, and hold nothing back." Without his prompting, all members of the royal fight team had already sprung into action. Third soul skill, Fury of Thunder. Shinming Turtle Shell Technique. Two-Wind Bell Shadow Killing Formation. Leopard Shadow Thousandfold Slash. Boom. The ground trembled violently, shockwaves rippling outward, accompanied by the roars of beasts. The 5 members of the royal fight team exuded an overwhelming ferocity, their momentum colossal as their soul power surged forth in a frenzied assault against Luo Yu, leaving no room for mercy. At this moment, Luo Yu's longsword glimmered with a scorching brilliance, elevated high before swiftly descending. The second soul technique, Sea of Sword Petals. Dance of 1,000 Cherries. Whoosh. An exceptionally solid beam of sword light sliced through the vast expanse, sweeping forth. Instantly, the entire arena was engulfed in confusion. For the trajectory of Luo Yu's strike was not aimed at the approaching 5 members of the Imperial battle team, but rather at the well-fortified ground of the arena. What was he doing? What purpose did striking the ground serve at this juncture? Was it mere folly? At that moment, the sword light had descended upon the earth. And curiously, the formidable blade did not inflict any damage upon the surface. Instead, it bizarrely penetrated the ground, vanishing without a trace. Yu Tianheng's vitality surged. The might of 1,000 thunders converging upon his dragon claw, the very space emanating a charred scent as he, alongside his 4 teammates, charged forward with fierce determination. Though the nature of Luo Yu's actions remained a mystery, in the face of overwhelming strength, no petty trickery would prove effective. Luo Yu remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon him, and then executed a startling maneuver. He retracted his martial soul, and, facing the 5 individuals, slowly snapped his fingers. What was this operation? The audience was initially taken aback, but soon their eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, a layer of powdery light, resembling a quagmire, enveloped the ground. In the instant Luo Yu's fingers snapped, a series of broad, crimson blades, several meters in length, erupted from the earth at an imperceptible speed, soaring skyward. Simultaneously, countless miniature sword phantoms shot forth from the ground, densely populating the battlefield like cherry blossoms, their velocity reaching an extraordinary zenith. The sword formation emerged, leaving no angles unguarded. The royal battle team, caught entirely off guard, managed to evade the colossal blades, yet could not escape the onslaught of the swiftly piercing small swords, which directly severed their martial soul apparitions. Clang, clang, clang. The Stone Mill brothers' proud defense, their sturdy, earthen-hued carapace, was shattered within mere seconds. The 2 hulking figures, their muscles as explosive as they were robust, found themselves pierced and severed by the flying blades. The 2 agile attack-type soul masters, Windbell Bird and Ghost Shadow Leopard, possessed speeds that far surpassed those of ordinary soul masters, yet even they could not outpace the myriad blades. Their skin was instantaneously lacerated, blood cascading into the air. Yu Tianheng, in particular, received special attention from the sword formation. He twisted his dragon form just in time to evade the towering blade that rose from the ground, only to be ensnared by a whirlwind of diminutive pink swords. His dragon form felt as malleable as dough. The relentless barrage of miniature sword phantoms mercilessly sliced through his flesh, akin to enduring 1,000 cuts without mercy. The thunderous energy dissipated, the dragon's silhouette vanished. And soon he was left in a state of bloody disarray. The sound of his anguished cries echoed with profound suppression. "You can't do this to me. I am the young lord of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." Yu Tianheng's panicked voice resonated with boundless terror. "Ah, to me. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is of no consequence." Luo Yu let out a cold laugh, pointing his sword forward. Countless ethereal sword shadows ultimately converged in the air, forming a cherry-red longsword. With a swift motion, the sword pierced through the flesh and blood of Yu Tianheng, nailing him firmly to the ground. A series of sounds echoed in succession as the other 4 members of the royal duel team fell to the ground, their skin shredded, their fates uncertain. The arena was filled only with the sound of blood trickling. In the audience, an eerie silence enveloped the spectators, who watched the scene with bated breath. They were not only shocked but also gripped by fear. It was too brutal, too bloody, too violent. A moment of absolute annihilation had occurred. 5 lives extinguished in an instant. Gazing at the figure pinned to the ground, the audience inhaled sharply. Was this truly Yu Tianheng, the proud commander of the royal duel team, who was about to receive the Golden Soul Medal? His previous domineering declarations and taunts still resonated in their minds. And in light of his current plight, it was an unspoken irony. As their emotions settled slightly, all eyes turned in awe towards Luo Yu. What is a ruthless individual? This is the epitome of ruthlessness. Even the young patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan was not spared. What is invincibility? This is the true essence of invincibility. His aura was restrained. He refrained from striking unless it was a thunderous blow. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing the man's prominence, held their heads high, filled with pride, admiration, and submission. Within the arena, as they beheld the mangled bodies of their 5 teammates, Gu Yue Na trembled, her delicate legs pressed tightly together. Nearly terrified to the point of losing control, she felt an immense relief that she had not intervened, as if she had narrowly escaped death. Regret washed over her for Yu Tianheng's refusal to heed her warnings. Yi Lingling, however, displayed no fear, her expression calm. Her beautiful eyes completely absorbed in the cascading sword light. Who dares to touch someone from the royal duel team? A thunderous shout suddenly erupted from 100 meters away. Boom! The high dome of the Soul Arena was instantly breached, debris flying everywhere as a formidable figure soared in from outside. Chapter 102, Rescuing Ning Rongrong, the Blushing Maiden. And Tang San's vow to return with vengeance. With a crash, the figure descended violently, shattering the ground beneath him and sending rubble scattering in all directions. He was a handsome man clad in luxurious garments, a fierce crimson wolf materializing behind him. 6 soul rings, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, and black, attested to his formidable rank as a soul emperor. Upon witnessing the tragic sight of Yu Tianheng and his companions, a tremor ran through him. He struggled to believe the scene before him was real. He had felt secure in his seclusion, convinced that in a small place like Soto City, no one could inflict substantial harm upon the prodigies of the royal duel team. However, upon emerging from his retreat, he was confronted with the sight of these talented individuals brutally slain by such a young opponent. 1 against 5, single-handedly, he had decimated the royal duel team. How could this be possible? His disbelief was palpable, yet the stark reality left no room for doubt. He turned to glare at Luo Yu. The pressure of a soul emperor unmistakable. You, what a vicious method. How could you inflict such damage on the arena? Unfazed by the pressure and accusations of the soul emperor, Luo Yu responded with calm composure. I believe you may have misunderstood. Firstly, he initiated the abduction of my people, recklessly challenging me to a duel. Secondly, they were so arrogant that I assumed they were formidable and merely wanted to test a new soul skill. Who would have imagined they were so fragile that they couldn't withstand a single strike? Should I be blamed for this? The soul emperor's lips curled into a cold smile, his fury barely contained as he scoffed. A mere test? A casual trial could not inflict such grievous injuries. Is it believable that a simple experiment could annihilate the talents of the royal duel team? Who would buy such a story? You must be jesting. In that moment, the audience, silent until then, collectively nodded in agreement, eager to serve as witnesses. To them, it seemed Luo Yu had hardly exerted any effort. He had merely swung his sword with simplicity. Conversely, the 5 members of Yu Tianheng had made such a grand display, yet they were swiftly obliterated, lying on the ground like dead dogs. This scene was undeniably ironic, providing a sense of satisfaction to the natives of Soto City. They cast both adoring and fearful glances towards Luo Yu. In response to the Soul Emperor's inquiry, Luo Yu shook his head, calmly asserting, I have conveyed everything necessary. Whether you choose to believe it is your prerogative. Now, I must proceed to rescue my people. It would be wise not to obstruct me, or I assure you, you will find yourself lying alongside them. With that, he did not wait for a response. Luo Yu pivoted abruptly, his knees slightly bending as he exerted force beneath him. With a resounding thud, his feet left deep imprints on the ground, propelling him into the air with remarkable speed. He aimed directly at the glass of the VIP box and unleashed a powerful punch. The glass shattered instantly, splintering into countless shards. He descended amidst the debris, emerging before Ning Rongrong, his gaze sweeping across the room until it settled on the young guard. The guard trembled visibly, having witnessed Luo Yu's earlier display of might. He recognized that his own cultivation was far inferior to that of the Imperial fighting team members, and thus he dared not provoke such a formidable adversary. Even the thought of using hostages as leverage fled from his mind as he turned to flee, hastily exiting the room. Don't let that guy escape. Daimu Bai called out weakly. He attacked us. We must eliminate him. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth, still recalling the stinging slap he had just received. Luo Yu disregarded the two of them and helped Ning Rongrong retrieve the handkerchief that was obstructing her mouth. Upon seeing the man come to her rescue, Ning Rongrong's expression was filled with immense excitement. Luo Yu inquired, "Did that man strike you as well?" It seemed that they might have refrained from resorting to violence against me due to my status. Instead, they merely bound me. Ning Rongrong replied somewhat absent-mindedly, her sparkling, large eyes fixed intently on Luo Yu, glimmering with little stars. Upon receiving her response, Luo Yu nodded. If you were not harmed, then all is well. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun internally wailed. Brother, how can this be deemed well? She escaped unscathed, while we endured a brutal beating. Are you not concerned about this? However, these two could only muster their grievances in silence, as they dared not voice their complaints openly. The mere presence of a potential rescuer was a stroke of fortune. They had lost the courage to provoke Luo Yu's ire. Tear. Luo Yu exhaled his soul power, deftly using his finger as a sword to sever the ropes binding her. Ning Rongrong regained her freedom and joyfully rose to her feet. However, her delicate legs, suddenly weak, threatened to give way beneath her. Her large eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and panic. In an instant, as if by magic, she found herself not falling to the ground but cradled in the arms of a man, his face mere inches away. The princess-like elegance of Ning Rongrong's visage flushed a deep crimson as she shyly offered an explanation. My soul power was restrained. And after being bound for so long, my legs have gone numb. Understanding her predicament, he replied, I shall assist you down. Luo Yu embraced Ning Rongrong's waist with one arm and leapt into the air. The sound of the wind whistled past her ears, causing Ning Rongrong to feel a tinge of shyness. After all, thousands of spectators were watching, and here she was being held so intimately by a man, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. In less than a second, they descended from the VIP room back into the arena. However, Ning Rongrong's mind was already racing with numerous thoughts. Brother, you've still left us here. It's fine if you don't want to carry us down, but surely you could at least untie us. Ma Hongjun and Daimu Bai remained tightly bound and sprawled on the ground, their faces filled with sorrow and indignation. Yet, despite being overlooked by Luo Yu, they dared not express their anger. Did they not witness the fate of Yu Tianheng's arrogance? The handsome Soul Emperor fixed his gaze upon Luo Yu and spoke in a low voice, Young man, you have saved your companions. Now, it is time you provide me with an explanation. What is it that you desire? Luo Yu furrowed his brow in response, his arm still wrapped around Ning Rongrong's waist, reluctant to release her immediately for fear she might fall again. The dignity of the Royal Combat Academy is inviolable. To have been treated in such a manner without consequence is unacceptable. The Soul Emperor's expression darkened, his soul rings pulsating, and his aura surged violently, causing the ground to ripple with gusts of energy. A searing blaze of azure wolf flames erupted from him, roaring fiercely as it surged towards Luo Yu. Qin Ming, you little rascal, dare to lay a finger on him, he bellowed. After all these years apart, have you grown wings? I shall snap them right now. Two furious roars resonated, causing the Soul Emperor to tremble, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he suddenly turned his head. The spectral figures of the four-eyed cat eagle and the mighty golden bear charged towards him. The Soul Emperor's face instantaneously reflected utter astonishment. Teacher Flinder, Teacher Zhao, what are you doing here? In the midst of a fierce battle at the Great Soul Arena, in an unknown desolate mountainous region filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a majestic waterfall cascaded from a great height, crashing to the ground and sending forth a myriad of splashes accompanied by a resounding roar. Amidst the torrent of the waterfall, Tang San, his muscles taut and rippling, wielded the black Haotian hammer with an air of ferocity, defiantly resisting the immense pressure of the falling water. He gritted his teeth resolutely. Under his father's guidance, his cultivation and skills had progressed at an astonishing rate. Just wait, my adversary. I, Tang San, shall certainly return as a king. You would never imagine that my blue-silver grass can evolve, and there exists a second martial soul waiting to be cultivated to its zenith for you. With a mighty swing of his hammer, he parted the rushing waters, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Wu, hold on just a little longer. Your brother will surely rescue you from the clutches of evil. Chapter 103, My Son, Tang San, the Gifted One, protecting the enchanting beauty in royal garb. The sorrow of Gu Yue Na. Tang San diligently practiced beneath the waterfall, his talents burgeoning. On the shore, his father, Tang Hao, towering and robust like an iron tower, nodded with satisfaction, his spirit fervent. The massive hand concealed beneath his cloak trembled with excitement, his words laced with boundless anticipation. In my youth, I was recognized as an unparalleled genius, and now, my son's hammer techniques have progressed at a rate fivefold faster than mine, possessing the rare dual martial souls. Such insight and potential are clearly indicative of divine capability. Gazing upon his extraordinarily gifted son, Tang Hao's heart swelled with ambition. Under my tutelage, if my son continues to grow, who could possibly stand against him? Can Xian Daolu withstand him? Can Bibi Dong? As for that wild boy who currently holds a slight lead, what does it matter? He is but a fleeting shadow, posing no real obstacle to my son. The Haodian clan will surely reach the pinnacle of Douluo under Tang San's leadership. Tang Hao clenched his fist, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I must also strive to recover from my injuries. Those two ungrateful women providing soul rings for my son would only serve to enhance his strength. Just wait. When my son and I emerge from seclusion, the entire continent shall tremble. Who could possibly challenge us? With a flicker of black and red light in his hand, he conjured the imposing Haotian hammer, its surface intertwined with blood-red patterns, 9 soul rings flickering with unmatched power. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow forest, a stunning beauty with silver hair and violet eyes, her skin as fair as snow, gazed longingly towards the direction of the Tiando Empire, her voice laced with reproach. That insufferable man, why hasn't he returned yet? I have prepared everything for him. Achio, Luo Yu sneezed, his index finger brushing against the tip of his nose, utterly bemused. Was it my little Nana or Dong thinking of me? Or perhaps some oblivious soul cursing me from behind? It seemed that the arena had little to do with him now. The Soul Emperor from the Royal Combat Academy stood before Zhao Wuji and Flander, surprisingly docile and exceedingly humble, in stark contrast to his earlier menacing demeanor. Soul Emperor Qin Ming had gleaned the entire situation from Zhao Wuji. He sighed, saying, "Teacher Zhao, this is akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Had I foreseen this, I would never have secluded myself." Zhao Wuji replied, "How do you wish to handle this matter?" Initially, it was indeed a fault of your 2 students, but the subsequent kidnapping is our responsibility. Qin Ming, with a sincere demeanor, gestured towards several bloodied figures. Even if we were at fault, these individuals from the Royal Combat Academy do not deserve such a fate. This is somewhat excessive. Zhao Wuji and Flander exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yu Tianhing was still pinned to the ground by a sword forged from soul power, while the other 4 lay in a state of disarray, battered and barely breathing. At this moment, they understood Luo Yu's character more clearly. He appeared genial and approachable, yet when provoked, he exhibited decisiveness in his actions, disregarding anyone's status, ready to take a life without hesitation. Indeed, this young master was not to be trifled with. However, Zhao Wuji understood that Luo Yu was standing up for them. Gratitude filled his heart, and he would never blame Luo Yu. He called out to Qin Ming. "You didn't witness how these individuals looked down upon Shrek. Let me ask you this. If Shrek's students had lost today, what fate would they have faced?" Qin Ming fell silent. As a teacher, he was acutely aware of the arrogance possessed by the Royal Combat Team, particularly since they hailed from noble backgrounds, often regarding commoner academies with disdain. If Shrek had lost today, they would likely have endured not only physical punishment but also scorn. He looked up, his expression grave. "Teacher Zhao, I was once a member of Shrek. To speak candidly, this matter can end here, but I fear there will be repercussions for you." "What kind of repercussions?" Flander inquired. Qin Ming sighed. "You should consider relocating swiftly. During this visit to Soto City, besides myself, a titled Douluo is secretly following, though he is temporarily absent. That individual harbors a vengeful spirit and will not let this issue rest. It could lead to trouble." Zhao Wuji and Flander trembled at the weight of his words. "Is it truly that serious?" Qin Ming nodded gravely. "You must leave quickly. This is no ordinary titled Douluo. His methods are insidious, and should he wish to kill, even an equal-level expert would struggle to intervene." Flander was taken aback. "Even fellow titled Douluo cannot stop him?" "Indeed," Qin Ming replied, a hint of concern in his eyes. Flander hesitated. "If we depart, will you take responsibility?" Qin Ming offered a wry smile. "At the very least, I would bear some blame for not overseeing things properly." "Enough talk. You must leave now. Delay may be fatal." Zhao Wuji grinned, patting Qin Ming on the shoulder. "You little rascal, I suppose you do have a conscience. I didn't teach you in vain. However, one must face the consequences of their actions. Titled Douluo must adhere to reason, correct?" I, old Zhao, will not flee. Qin Ming's gaze intensified, urging, Teacher Zhao, do not worry about me. You must depart. In this era that reveres strength, when has a master ever adhered to reason? Zhao Wujie turned, bowing deeply to Luo Yu. Young friend Luo, your assistance has salvaged Shrek's dignity. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Yet, you should leave as well. I fear the title Douluo Qin Ming mentioned could pose a threat to you. Even an expert of the same rank may struggle to protect you. I shall see who dares to harm him. Ning Rongrong, cradled in Luo Yu's arms, hissed like a little tiger. Furrowing her brows, she gazed earnestly at Luo Yu. Do not fear. I shall send word from my father to bring reinforcements. Whoever dares to harm you, I will ask Grandfather Jian to deal with them. Such bold words startled Qin Ming, and you are. Ning Rongrong snorted, displaying an air of regal aloofness, her hand shimmering with seven-colored radiance. Summoning a seven-tiered glass pagoda. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda? Qin Ming gasped. What is your connection to the sect leader? Ning Rongrong turned her head, resting her cheek against Luo Yu's shoulder, and retorted, What do you think? Observers who had been following the unfolding drama were left in a daze, feeling as if they were spiraling into confusion. The stunning beauty nestled in the man's arms could not possibly be the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Could she? The heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, holding the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Who was this extraordinary figure? Had he not already bested the talents of the three great sects, except for the Haotian sect? The audience was utterly astonished. Speculation about Luo Yu's identity swirling in their minds. Suddenly, Wu and her mother, along with Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, took to the stage, surrounding Luo Yu. Wu glared at Qin Ming. Anyone who dares to touch him will find out. Qin Ming broke into a cold sweat, sensing a terrifying aura radiating from the exquisite lady beside him, akin to facing a title Douluo. Who was this figure capable of besting the Royal Combat Academy students? Did he have a title Douluo backing him? Excuse me, Teacher Qin, if you do not attend to these individuals soon, do not blame me if they perish. Luo Yu issued a friendly warning, though he was not truly bloodthirsty. Yes, yes. Qin Ming snapped back to reality, glancing at the serene and icy young girl beside him. Yilingling, please use your soul skill to heal them. Before the multitude, Yilingling slowly shook her head. I will not. Qin Ming exclaimed in disbelief. You must heal them. I refuse. Yilingling reiterated, her smooth, flowing gaze shifting to Luo Yu. In an instant, Luo Yu found himself bewildered. Were we so familiar? What was this woman staring at me for? Chapter 104. Like the snow lotus on the high mountain, may I assist you? The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Yu Tianheng and his companions lay in a pool of blood, their injuries grievous. Qin Ming urged Yilingling, but she coldly declined. The young girl's beautiful eyes were fixated solely on Luo Yu. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged sharp glances, and even the alluring mature woman, Wu, narrowed her eyes. All of them watching Yilingling with vigilance. In this tense moment, the audience's curiosity was ablaze. Two young spectators engaged in fervent discussion. Well, that beauty's gaze seems familiar. One remarked. Another inquired, is that how your girlfriend looks at you? Of course not. The goddess I'm pursuing looks at other men like that. TSK, then why even pursue? You have no chance. Bro, are you a simp? Huh. Who told you I only chase one goddess at a time? Wow. Bro, you're a warrior of love. My respect. Admit it, you should really learn from the masters of wooing. The goddesses I know would make anyone she asks with look insignificant. I'm just a tad envious. Stop being bitter. Let us not even discuss it. She is on a level we could never reach. Remember how arrogant the Imperial fighting team was? They were wiped out with a single strike. Such conversations continued to ripple through the crowd, all expressing awe towards Luo Yu. Thousands pondered for quite some time and could not fathom how Luo Yu had managed to captivate two women from the Imperial fighting team without a battle. Was it perhaps his charm? At this moment, not only were the spectators perplexed, but Luo Yu himself was equally bewildered. He genuinely had no idea why this ethereal beauty was staring at him so intently. Could she have seen through his disguise and recognized his extraordinary looks? The beautiful women nearby watched Yilingling with heightened vigilance. Zhao Wujie and Flinder were equally taken aback. They had long noticed something peculiar about the two girls from the Imperial fighting team. Was Luo Yu's allure truly that profound? Qin Ming felt a surge of despair. I am the teacher. I am the teacher. Shouldn't they all heed my words? What is happening here? Yet, you dared not reprimand Yilingling. Her martial spirit and talent were simply too formidable. The nine-heart begonia martial spirit, passed down through generations, possessed unparalleled healing abilities. Regardless of the number of soul rings attached, it would only manifest one skill, area healing. Any team that included Yu Lingling would be virtually invincible as long as her soul power remained intact. In terms of enhancement capabilities, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda was unrivaled. However, when it came to healing prowess, only Yu Lingling's 9-heart begonia could claim the title of the best. Moreover, for the Heaven Do Empire, Yu Lingling's 9-heart begonia was far more precious than Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon, valued many times over. After all, no matter how strong Yu Tianheng was, he was still just one person. Should Yu Lingling ever achieve the rank of title Douluo and command a sufficiently powerful army of high-level soul masters, the result would be terrifying. The army could adopt a strategy of trading injuries for victories, disregarding casualties, as long as Yu Lingling's soul power endured. Those engulfed in the soul light would find it nearly impossible to perish. Such an extraordinary healing ability should not exist in this world. Which is why the 9-heart begonia was subject to the laws of nature, allowing only one to exist at any given time. Qin Ming, fully aware of Yu Lingling's uniqueness, dared not issue commands or pressure her unduly, resorting instead to gentle entreaties. Lingling, Tianheng, and the others are in dire straits. Please, lend them your aid. Yet, Yu Lingling remained fixated on Luo Yu, her voice as frosty as ever. Yanzi and I had warned Yu Tianheng not to fight. But he insisted on doing so. Qin Ming implored, let us not dwell on that. Look at how badly off he is now. Yu Lingling's lips parted slightly. In the arena, life and death are inconsequential. Those were his words, were they not? Yanzi and I advised against fighting. Yet he threatened to settle scores with us later. Qin Ming was left speechless, cursing Yu Tianheng's foolishness in his mind. You dared to offend Yu Lingling. Who will come to your rescue now? Qin Ming forced a smile, saying, regardless, you are all teammates. Or perhaps not, Yu Lingling replied, turning her tranquil gaze to Qin Ming. In truth, Yu Lingling was merely serene by nature, disinterested in contesting for the position of captain. It did not mean she truly respected Yu Tianheng. Having lost her family at a young age, her heart had grown lonely. Although she recognized Yu Tianheng's immense talent, she had yet to regard him as worthy, always feeling it was insufficient. The arrival of Luo Yu had stirred her once proud and solitary heart. The strongest support must naturally align with the mightiest offensive soul master. Moreover, she had long observed Luo Yu's character, which left her with an ineffable sensation, stirring emotions within her. Seeing Yu Lingling's indifference, Qin Ming felt utterly helpless, his anxiety mounting. If he did not act swiftly to save them, these 5 fools would be doomed, and he would bear the responsibility, facing dire consequences. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, Qin Ming noticed the way Yu Lingling gazed at Luo Yu, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He approached Luo Yu and pleaded, could you perhaps allow Lingling to intervene and save those 5 fools? They were indeed in the wrong with their provocations. Flender and Zhao Wujie, feeling a pang of sympathy for Qin Ming, joined him, saying, Luo, please do this favor for Qin Ming. Otherwise, he might face dire repercussions when he returns. Luo Yu's lips twitched, and with a gesture of exasperation, he remarked, why are you all staring at me? It's not my fault that the young lady is upset and unwilling to assist. I did not incite her. Qin Ming implored, if you would just say a word. She might be inclined to help. Luo Yu glared. Have you lost your senses in your haste? I am not acquainted with this girl from your team. Why would she heed my words out of sheer boredom? I believe in your capabilities. Qin Ming, without regard for Yu Lingling, gazed at Luo Yu with a pitiful expression. Luo Yu, a person who is more susceptible to gentle persuasion than harshness, could hardly endure the pitiful gaze directed at him. He inwardly cursed Qin Ming for his reckless attempts at remedying the situation. With a steely resolve, he hesitantly turned his gaze towards Yu Lingling. The girl, with skin as pure as snow, exuded a serene and ethereal presence, reminiscent of a snow lotus perched upon a lofty mountain, standing there in tranquil stillness. That must be Yu Lingling, right? Why not extend your hand to save them? After Luo Yu finished speaking, he felt rather foolish. They were not well acquainted. Why would the other person listen to him? Was it simply because of his good looks? Nevertheless, Yu Lingling nodded without hesitation. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? The exquisite gazes of Xiao Wu and her companions were fixed intently, while Flander, Zhao Wuji, and Qin Ming wore expressions of anticipated understanding. Yu Lingling had already turned away, a radiant glow emanating from her hand, filling the surroundings with a vibrant essence of life. A pink begonia flower quietly materialized, composed of white and pink petals. The begonia, with its resplendent hues and graceful form, exuded a fragrance that was both distant and refreshing. 3 rings of soul orbs in yellow and purple swirled around it. The purple soul ring ascended, unleashing a powerful vitality. As 5 ethereal white petals burst forth from the 9 hearts begonia, cascading downwards and landing upon the 5 members of the royal fight team. Their bodies, marred by scars and still oozing blood, began to mend at a visibly astonishing rate. Miraculously, under the influence of the white light, their wounds healed, scabbed over, and fell away. The 5, once barely clinging to life, were rejuvenated like withered trees in the spring, quickly regaining their vigor. This soul skill, this martial spirit, was utterly extraordinary. The astonishing healing effect left the audience in awe, and even Luo Yu could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The 9 hearts begonia was indeed worthy of its reputation, seemingly miraculous in its abilities. Once the healing was complete, the sight of the revitalized 5 left everyone in a state of wonder, gazing in astonishment at Yi Lingling, this petite beauty who appeared silent yet was truly remarkable. However, Yi Lingling paid them no heed. Her eyes reflected only the image of one man. She stood there, like an ethereal snow lotus, isolated from the world. Luo Yu felt somewhat unsettled under the girl's unwavering gaze. What was she up to? Yi Lingling's calm eyes sparkled with a hint of light as her delicate lips parted. And she suddenly spoke. Her voice seemed tinged with a touch of shyness, or perhaps anxiety. Do you still need a support? Upon seeing Luo Yu's astonished expression, she hurriedly added in a whisper, please don't refuse right away. Actually, I am quite excellent at support. Chapter 105. Ning Rongrong is jealous. Is this a public confession? Yi Lingling's voice was soft and barely audible, yet it resonated like a pebble thrown into a tranquil pond, causing an uproar in the audience. They were not blind. Just moments ago, the girl had demonstrated her remarkable soul skill, and now she was eager to switch allegiance to a man. Her demeanor suggested she feared rejection. What on earth is happening? The audience stared in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer number of shocks they had encountered today, leaving them numb and speechless. What? On the arena, Qin Ming stood with his mouth agape, utterly stunned, now questioning his very existence. Was this truly the quiet and proud Yi Lingling he knew? The one who normally ignored even the teachers when in silence? How had she suddenly taken the initiative to promote herself, as if terrified of being turned away? Qin Ming felt a mix of frustration and despair. Please, dear lady, do you have no sense of pride? You are the foremost support of the Tiando Empire, a woman with the potential to become the greatest support in Douluo. Did it really need to be so humble? Beside them, Flander and Zhao Wujie exchanged bewildered glances, both recognizing the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. What operation did Luo Yu execute? It seems there was none. How then did he manage to charm the treasures of others? The atmosphere was thick with jealousy. Xiao Wu bit her moist, delicate lips tightly, while Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were fixed with intensity, her proud figure rising and falling with each breath. Zhu Zhuqing had already pouted her rosy lips, her slender fingers curling into claws, then gradually attempting to relax, trying to calm her restless heart. The alluring young woman observed the scene with a playful glint in her eyes, her arms crossed over her chest. Ning Rongrong, feigning weakness, draped her delicate arm around Luo Yu's neck, her shapely leg entwined around his waist, unwilling to let go. Initially feeling quite at ease, a blissful smile graced her face. But a single remark from Yi Lingling sent her into a flurry of anxiety. She was here to provide assistance. What about me? Where do I fit in? Having tasted the advantages of a man's support, she would never concede her position to Yi Lingling. Before Luo Yu could speak, Ning Rongrong's urgent voice broke the silence. No need for anyone else. He already has my assistance, and that suffices. Yi Lingling, who had been somewhat anxious, grew cold upon hearing Ning Rongrong's interruption. I was asking him, not you. Moreover, I believe your supportive capabilities do not match mine. What? Ning Rongrong's large, expressive eyes widened in disbelief. You claim your support abilities surpass mine? Yi Lingling calmly replied, your 7 treasures glazed tower is commendable, but it pales in comparison to mine. Ning Rongrong immediately leapt from Luo Yu's embrace, her fatigue forgotten. With a fierce glare, she summoned the radiant 7 treasures glazed tower. You say my martial spirit is inferior? What a joke. Yi Lingling retorted leisurely, I did not speak falsely. Hey, Luo Yu interjected, what are you two doing? Ning Rongrong glared at him. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. She dares to assert that my supportive capabilities are lacking. You should experience it for yourself and judge. The 7 treasures spun, radiating light, one for strength, the other for speed. 2 beams of colorful light shot from the shimmering tower, landing squarely on Luo Yu. The man felt a surge of power coursing through him. Yi Lingling, remaining silent, gently swayed her 9 heart begonia, which signified her determination. 3 ethereal white petals fell upon Luo Yu, blossoming with vibrant life energy, making him feel better than ever. Observing Yi Lingling's actions, Ning Rongrong refused to be outdone. She manipulated the 7 treasures glazed tower, releasing 2 more beams of light to envelop Luo Yu. Yi Lingling pursed her lips, and the 9-heart begonia swayed once again. Swish, swish. The 2 women disregarded their soul power expenditure, fervently bestowing Luo Yu with enhancements, firmly entrenched in their rivalry. The audience was astonished, as were the competitors on stage. While they had witnessed support being granted before, they had never seen it executed with such fervor. For a melee-type soul master, a good supporter was the most coveted ally. Both the 7 treasures glazed tower and the 9-heart begonia were the ultimate partners every soul master dreamed of. However, it was clear that these 2 supreme supportive martial spirits were not easily accessible. Yet here they were, 2 exquisite beauties vying for the attention of a single man, igniting envy and competition. Though they had not come to blows, the tension was palpable. Ning Rongrong, drenched in fragrant sweat, heaved with exertion. Yi Lingling's hair clung to her graceful neck, yet she persevered, continuously releasing beams of supportive light. Luo Yu felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He believed that even without summoning his martial spirit, he could easily shatter Yu Tianheng with a single punch. The immense vitality infused within him suggested that he could withstand any blows while standing still. As he gazed at the intertwining shadows of the 2 women, he suddenly fell into a moment of contemplation. A peculiar expression flickered across his face, as if a realization had dawned upon him. If their abilities were to merge, it would undoubtedly create a veritable sanctuary for men. While other women merely cheer for encouragement, these 2 could genuinely provide the energy required. At that moment, the notion of 7 encounters in a single night would be trivial. He would evolve into the prince of electric motors in the blink of an eye. Luo Yu shook his head, realizing that he had no inclination to ponder such matters at the moment. Both women were now drenched in sweat, their delicate faces pale. Yet they continued to channel their martial spirits. If he did not intervene soon, they would exhaust their soul power and succumb to exhaustion. Halt. With a firm step, Luo Yu caused the ground to tremble instantaneously. Yi Lingling fell silent immediately. However, Ning Rongrong continued to manipulate the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. If you refuse to behave, then be on your way. Luo Yu furrowed his brow. Huh? Ning Rongrong's delicate face turned flustered in an instant, her movements faltering, and her soul light dissipated. You both are adults. How childish can you be, especially with so many eyes upon you? Ning Rongrong pouted, eager to voice her thoughts. Luo Yu cast her a glance, saying, I haven't inquired about you yet, so please refrain from speaking. Ning Rongrong instantly became submissive, lowering her head and pinching the hem of her skirt with a look of grievance. She murmured softly, if I'm not to speak, then I want tea. Why be so harsh with me? Luo Yu turned to Yi Lingling and inquired, what do you mean? Yi Lingling met the man's gaze with her watery eyes, pressing her lips tightly together, and ultimately uttered a single sentence, I wish to accompany you. Qin Ming stared in disbelief. Luo Yu scoffed. Aren't you part of the Emperor's battle team? Why would you follow me? Yi Lingling's gaze, initially tinged with uncertainty, gradually transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Her voice was firm, each word articulated with intent. It was once so, but it is no longer the case. Allow me to accompany you. From now on, I shall solely provide you with support. The audience erupted in astonishment, followed by a chorus of wolf howls. Wow, is this a confession? Is this how a goddess professes her feelings? One lamented, I'm all alone. Why can't someone be my exclusive support? Another cried, I came to witness the soul battle, not to be fed dog food. A voice grumbled, this is clearly a trap to lure in the unsuspecting. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. I'm done watching. I'm heading back to my den for some sleep. In truth, Yu Tianheng had long since regained consciousness. Fearing embarrassment and intimidated by Luo Yu, he lay on the ground feigning death. Hearing Yi Lingling's unreserved declaration of departure, coupled with her eager demeanor as if seeking refuge, was a stark contrast to the aloofness she displayed in his presence. A wave of suffocating despair washed over him, and in a fit of rage, he could not suppress the blood that surged forth, causing him to lose consciousness once more. Luo Yu now bore a rigid expression upon his face. Yi Lingling's series of actions had certainly caught him unprepared. The woman's lustrous, crystal-clear eyes were intently fixed upon him, awaiting his response. Internally, he felt a surge of anxiety, yearning to inquire if any of his comrades understood the situation. How should he respond? Chapter 106. Yi Lingling's heart fluttering. The callous Luo Yu. Yi Lingling gazed earnestly at Luo Yu, who was also deep in contemplation. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Qin Ming, feeling increasingly anxious, rushed towards Luo Yu, his voice urgent and pleading. Brother, you absolutely cannot allow Lingling to be taken away like this. Luo Yu glanced at the anxious-faced Qin Ming and raised an eyebrow, saying, Is she your Yi Lingling? Qin Ming nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Indeed. She is the treasure of our royal battle team. You absolutely cannot take her away. Luo Yu directed his gaze toward Yi Lingling and calmly stated. He claims you belong to them. That is merely his perspective. Yi Lingling's ruby lips parted slightly, her ethereal voice devoid of any earthly essence. As I mentioned earlier, my sole intention now is to provide support for you alone. This woman indeed possesses an extraordinary quality. In her heart, Luo Yu secretly mused. A faint smile gracing her lips as she nodded at the girl before turning her gaze back to Qin Ming. Old Qin, as you can see, it's not my intention to abduct your companion. She insists on accompanying me. No, you truly mustn't do this, Qin Ming exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. Luo Yu inquired. Did I use force to coerce her into coming with me? No, Qin Ming replied, shaking his head. Luo Yu inquired once more. I didn't entice her with any benefits. Did I? No, Qin Ming replied, his demeanor expressionless. She came willingly, correct? Indeed, Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words. Luo Yu stepped forward, gently patting Qin Ming's shoulder, and sighed, Old Qin, the rain must fall, and mothers will remarry. No matter how reluctant we are, it is inevitable. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Qin Ming nodded briefly before shaking his head vigorously, his words resolute. No, you cannot take Lingling away. You are unaware of her significance to the Tiando Empire, nor do you comprehend how highly the Empire values her support capabilities. Perhaps injuring you Tianhing may be inconsequential. But if Yi Lingling were to flee with you, the Tiando royal family would erupt in fury and would not rest until they obtained justice. You simply do not grasp the strategic importance of Lingling's future growth. At that moment, no one noticed the flicker of imperceptible sorrow that crossed Yi Lingling's tranquil eyes upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Meeting Qin Ming's unwavering gaze for 3 seconds, Luo Yu then patted his shoulder before turning to face Yi Lingling. Qin Ming's expression brightened. He believed Luo Yu to be a wise individual, capable of discerning the situation and would not offend the Tiando royal family for a woman he barely knew. Yi Lingling's fair visage appeared calm, yet her smooth little hand, resting at her side, had tightened into a fist, betraying her inner tension. The audience murmured in sympathy, lamenting that the goddess had been so proactive, only to face a cruel rejection in the end. However, Luo Yu's next action took everyone by surprise. He extended his large hand toward the girl before him, a friendly smile gracing his lips. Yi Lingling, it is a pleasure to meet you. From now on, you shall accompany me. Yi Lingling's dark, serene eyes widened momentarily, quickly replaced by a tranquil and delicate smile, akin to the blooming of a begonia, exuding an indescribable serenity. She swiftly extended her small hand, clasping the man's larger one. All right. Her petite head nodded gently. Though she uttered only a single word, it resonated like an irrevocable promise. This scene left countless spectators in a state of astonishment. In the audience, one person nudged his companion. Hey, buddy, stop staring. Can't you see that girl isn't yours? His friend was immediately struck by heartache, turning to reveal glistening eyes filled with envy and sorrow. Is it not permissible for me to admire the goddess from afar? The other scoffed. What good does that do? You can gaze at her 1,000 times, but she is not looking at you. The sound of shattered hearts echoed throughout. Yi Lingling, with her exquisite beauty and cold demeanor, had already captured the hearts of many male admirers in the Grand Soul Arena, each regarding her as their dream lover. Now, to see their goddess resolutely follow a man without hesitation shattered their hearts into pieces. Qin Ming's eyes turned red as he grasped Luo Yu's garment. Brother, this cannot happen. You truly cannot take Lingling away. The future of the Tiando royal family relies on her. Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, slowly shaking her head as she spoke with serene composure. Why do you always focus on yourselves? The Tiando royal family needs her. But does she truly require the Tiando royal family? I suspect you have never considered what she desires. Is that even a question? Qin Ming retorted. As long as she expresses her wishes, the Tiando royal family will grant them to her. A hint of disdain flickered across Luo Yu's lips. What if Yi Lingling yearned for freedom? Qin Ming's robust frame trembled, his gaze instantly transforming into a myriad of complexities, rendering him silent. The man's words caused Yi Lingling's heart to quiver profoundly. Could it be that someone in this world truly comprehended her? A kaleidoscope of emotions danced in her beautiful eyes, altering her gaze toward Luo Yu. Approaching Qin Ming, Yi Lingling presented a storage pouch embroidered with begonia flowers. Teacher Qin, I have not forgotten the support the Heavenly Dou Empire has provided me over the years for my cultivation. I will surely repay this kindness. Here is a portion of the resources. Please help me take it back. The remainder, I shall strive to accumulate on my own. Qin Ming did not reach for the pouch, his voice grave. Lingling, you should be aware that enhancing your 9-heart begonia's power is exceedingly arduous. It requires vast resources for progression. At the Imperial Fighting Academy, the Empire can continually provide you with support. If you choose to accompany him, what will become of your cultivation journey? Luo Yu turned his gaze to Yi Lingling. Is it truly difficult for you to advance your strength? Qin Ming interjected swiftly. Her 9-heart begonia possesses extraordinary effects. Legends say that cultivating it to its utmost could even grant resurrection. However, the constraints on its cultivation are numerous. And without substantial resources, each level of advancement proves to be a formidable challenge. Her ability to reach level 35 is solely due to the relentless support of the Heavenly Dou Empire. Luo Yu inquired of the girl, is what he said true? Indeed. She replied, pressing her lips together. She had not contemplated this matter deeply before, but now she feared that Luo Yu might harbor disdain for her. Yet, she would not resort to falsehoods. I understand, Luo Yu nodded. Qin Ming thought that this time, Luo Yu would surely not dare to accept Ling Ling, the gold-devouring beast, at the risk of offending the Heavenly Dou Empire. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling felt anxious, sensing that she might be looked down upon. Luo Yu stepped forward, gently pulling back Yi Lingling's small hand that clutched the pouch. Yi Lingling was bewildered, unsure of the man's intentions. Luo Yu smiled gently and said, you may keep this little trinket for yourself. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall repay your past debts. Qin Ming replied, brother, you truly dare to speak so boldly. Do you have any idea how many resources she expended to reach level 35? Perhaps it would be better for me to repay it gradually on my own. Yi Lingling whispered, let me handle it myself. Silence, he commanded. I prefer those who obey. Yi Lingling immediately fell silent, pouting her delicate lips, feeling overwhelmed by his domineering nature. Yet, it seemed she harbored a flicker of affection for him. Luo Yu, without hesitation, retrieved an object from his bosom, gleaming with a translucent blue light. Old Qin, will this suffice? Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ming's voice abruptly ceased. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his breathing soon became rapid. Soul bone. He stammered slightly. The audience erupted in astonishment. Most were ordinary soul masters who had never laid eyes on a soul bone in their lives. Is this truly the legendary soul bone? Exclaimed one in disbelief. Goodness, he nonchalantly presents a soul bone like this? How extravagant and unrestrained. Qin Ming stared, incredulous, and exclaimed, you intend to use a soul bone to repay Ling Ling's debt? Luo Yu reiterated, is it enough? Indeed, it is more than sufficient. Qin Ming responded repeatedly, his voice trembling with excitement. Oh, then all is well. A keen-eyed audience member noticed Luo Yu's gesture of reaching into his bosom only to withdraw his hand. What was that about? Was he indicating that one piece was insufficient, and he needed to procure more? No way. They gasped. Where did this benefactor come from, so affluent? They contemplated a heist but were too intimidated to act. Even Yi Lingling could no longer maintain her composure, incredulously asking, are you truly going to give me a soul bone to settle the debt? You need not concern yourself with that. Luo Yu shot a piercing glance at Yi Lingling, forcefully thrusting the soul bone into the astonished hands of Qin Ming. This soul bone is yours. From this moment forth, Yi Lingling and your Heaven Dou Empire are officially settled. She owes you nothing. She is, from now on, my own. With a warning tone, she added, if anyone is dissatisfied and seeks trouble, do not blame me. Having said this, she ignored Qin Ming's demeanor and departed with her companions, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. On the streets of Soto City, a man walked confidently, accompanied by a group of stunningly beautiful women, drawing countless gazes. Throughout the journey, Yi Lingling cautiously observed Luo Yu with her enchanting eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her usually tranquil face flushed with a rosy hue. The man's decisive demeanor utterly captivated her, and the seed of admiration she had nurtured began to flourish rapidly. What woman could resist such a man? Unable to contain her curiosity, Yi Lingling inquired, the soul bone, it's a soul bone. Aren't you even a little reluctant to part with it? The other girls, filled with jealousy, directed their envious looks toward her, equally eager to know the answer. Luo Yu shook his head. Being cared for by his own family and having acquired 4 soul bones from the spirit hall, he also casually brought back 2 from the Star Dough forest, totaling 6. He gifted one to each of the Zhu Zhuqing sisters. The piece he had just given away was one he had retrieved from the Star Dough of relatively low age. Thus he did not regard it with much importance. The most significant aspect was that a single inferior soul bone had exchanged for a formidable healing assistant from the Dough realm, particularly one as ethereal and charming as her. Was it not worth it? P.S. A lengthy chapter of 3,000 words. I returned quite late today. There will be further updates shortly, as I am burning the midnight oil to complete them. Chapter 107. Xiao Wu, who stole my stockings? Observing Luo Yu's indifferent demeanor, Yilingling bit her lip, deeply moved within. She believed that the nonchalance etched upon the man's face was merely a fade, a guise to spare her feelings, when in truth, he must be quite pained. For even in the imperial family, it would be utterly inconceivable to freely give away a soul bone. This kindness, she vowed never to forget. Yilingling began to silently pledge to herself that she would strive to enhance her cultivation. Since she had chosen to accompany this man, she could not merely be a decorative vase. She must become a woman of substance. Why are you so kind to me? Yilingling softly inquired, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. Luo Yu turned his head aside, smiling as he retorted, what do you think could be the reason? Yilingling pondered for a moment and replied, is it because I can play support? Luo Yu swiftly appeared before Yilingling, gently lifting her jade-like chin and leaning in closer, confessing, I merely find you beautiful. I am but a lecher. Yilingling's delicate form trembled slightly as the robust sin of masculinity enveloped her. The man gradually advanced toward her lips. Should she evade? Would he be angered if she did? Despite her usual composure, Yilingling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart ensnared in uncertainty. Were it any other place, it might not matter, but here, on the street, the situation felt different. Yet the pressing matter was the chilling sensation creeping down her spine, as she sensed several formidable auras threatening her. Just as their lips were about to meet, Luo Yu abruptly withdrew. Yilingling stood there, bewildered, her heart tinged with a sense of loss. However, in the face of the man's playful antics, she exhibited a demeanor entirely unlike other women. She did not react with indignation but instead gently touched her untouched lips, quietly trailing behind him, walking in silence. Flinder and Zhao Wujie, each carrying Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, kept their distance, wisely refraining from interference. Flinder had long since made up his mind age was inconsequential. From now on, Luo Yu would be his elder brother. As long as they served Luo Yu well, how could Shrek Academy not flourish? Meanwhile, the slender-legged Xiao Wu and the alluring Zhu Zhuqing were not so pleased, watching as Luo Yu flirted solely with Yilingling, their lips nearly pouting to the heavens. They silently cursed Luo Yu for his favoritism, accusing him of forgetting old affections for new ones. They resolved to confront him later that night. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached Luo Yu, gently tugging at his sleeve. What is it? Luo Yu glanced over. I've come to acknowledge my mistakes, Ning Rongrong replied softly. Oh, you are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Who would dare compel you to admit fault? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Ning Rongrong pouted, rolling her eyes. If anyone else said that, I would believe it. But you, when have you ever taken my royal status seriously? Ah, it seems I haven't. Luo Yu teased with a smile. Are you intentionally trying to vex me? Ning Rongrong huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. You know that already, yet you still ask? Ning Rongrong was exasperated. Having been pampered throughout her life, she had never before been so openly confronted. Baring her little tiger teeth, she longed to deliver a fierce bite to this wicked man. Luo Yu casually inquired, Princess Rongrong, do you find the food outside to your liking? Ah, how it struck a nerve. Ning Rongrong was instantly embarrassed. Had it not been for her picky eating habits, she would not have been captured by the royal combat team. Mentioning this made her flush with shame. I admit my fault. Must you bring it up again? Luo Yu chuckled. Very well, we need not discuss it. But after traveling such a great distance to rescue you, should I not be rewarded? Great distance? Ning Rongrong was at a loss for words. After all, Soto City was merely a few dozen miles away from Shrek's village. Nevertheless, she discerned that the man was indeed reluctant to save those 2 lecherous fellows, and had come specifically for her. A sweet warmth blossomed in her heart. It seemed she held some significance in his eyes. What are you grinning about? Luo Yu extended his hand. I demand my reward. Ning Rongrong could not help but retort. You are so wealthy, you hardly need that little bit from me. Why not take it if it's offered? Ning Rongrong's eyes twinkled with mischief. Since I lack money, perhaps I could offer meat instead? Swish, swish, swish. The gazes of Xiao Wu and her mother, the Zhu sisters, and Yi Lingling all converged upon her with intensity. Luo Yu was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. It was at that moment that Ning Rongrong realized her slip of the tongue. Her cheeks flushed as she repeatedly waved her hands, attempting to clarify to those around her. Please, do not misunderstand. What I meant was that I too can dedicate myself to supporting him. You wish to support me as well? Ning Rongrong lowered her head. Her voice barely a whisper. In truth, I am quite proficient in providing assistance. Luo Yu understood that Ning Rongrong did not mean it in that way. Yet he found himself inadvertently contemplating other interpretations. Suddenly, he realized that he might have to defy the heavens in the future. As the sun descended and the stars emerged in the night sky, darkness enveloped the earth. The affairs of the day had been resolved smoothly, and Yi Lingling had settled down at Shrek Academy. Flinder and Zhao Wujie did not dare to regard Luo Yu as merely a student. They cautiously attended to him, fearful of any inadvertent negligence, and warned Daimubai and Ma Hongjun against courting disaster. Daimubai, whose hair had been nearly pulled out, was on the verge of tears, feeling like a nearly bald little darling. At this moment, he dared not provoke Luo Yu anymore. He was almost reduced to calling him father in a plea for mercy. Just as Luo Yu was preparing to retire for the night, a beautiful woman arrived uninvited. He felt parched, for the attire of the woman before him was undeniably sultry and alluring. Ah had donned a pair of sexy pink stockings, originally intended for her daughter, which encased her already long and elegant legs tightly. Her delicate feet adorned red high heels, exuding an enchanting beauty. A hint of subtle eyeshadow graced the corners of her eyes, while her moist red lips appeared both seductive and captivating. Beloved, do you find Ao's attire to your satisfaction today? Luo Yu's fiery gaze left no room for further conversation. With a subtle beckoning gesture, she summoned him closer. Oh, with a charming smile, felt a surge of sweetness in her heart upon perceiving the man's interest. In an instant, she slipped into his embrace. Meanwhile, an irate voice echoed from Ao's room, demanding to know the identity of the thief who had pilfered her precious collection of stockings. From the direction of the great soul arena, a streak of emerald light surged forth, accompanied by an icy aura, racing fiercely towards Shrek. Chapter 108, The Enchanting Ningsong Visits, successfully captivating the goddess once more. Within the Shrek cottage, O adorned herself with a jade hairpin, donning pink stockings that accentuated her exquisite legs, breathtakingly beautiful in their length and form. Her delicate feet, poised in black stilettos, radiated the allure of a mature and graceful woman. She arrived in splendid attire, her heart brimming with purpose, all in pursuit of profound knowledge. Luo Yu is certainly generous with his guidance. Deeply appreciative of Luo Yu's kindness, I have resolved to repay his favors in due time. Oh, Luo Yu stretched lazily, a subtle crack echoing through his joints. While feeling invigorated, he also sensed a slight weariness in every muscle. Two delicate and graceful figures fleetingly crossed his mind. If only those two exceptional aides were present, he would undoubtedly be brimming with energy. No, he must seize the moment. Such enchanting beauties must not be let slip away. If someone else were to whisk them away, he would be inconsolable. Xiao Yu, the sultry voice of a beautiful woman suddenly called out from behind. Huh? Luo Yu turned around in confusion. My stockings are torn to shreds. How can I possibly wear them now? Ah frowned, her alluring eyes narrowing as she glared with a captivating gaze. Her long, graceful legs dangled, and her fair, delicate feet, with dainty toes, were caught in the tattered remnants of her pink stockings. Then perhaps you should simply forego wearing them, he suggested. Luo Yu approached with measured steps, wrapping his arm around the woman's fragrant shoulder. Ao pouted, playfully chiding, these stockings aren't mine. Not yours. They seem to fit you quite well, he replied. The beautiful woman, her enchanting eyes flashing with irritation, shot him a glare. I borrowed these from my daughter. You've already stretched them out. How am I supposed to return them? Ao wore them, Luo Yu mused, his thoughts momentarily distracted. Noticing the man's fleeting desire, the alluring woman leaned closer, her crimson lips brushing against him as she playfully exhaled. Indeed, what do you think? Do you like them? Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly. What reason did you use to borrow it from her? Wu smiled alluringly, her tone sultry. I told her you have a penchant for stockings, and I borrowed them to entice you. Did you truly say that? Luo Yu was taken aback. Yes. Wu teased, her delicate hand gently caressing the man's shoulder. Beneath her seemingly audacious facade, her heart fluttered with a hint of guilt. She felt little different from her daughter, perhaps only lacking in the allure of those exquisite legs, which prompted her to secretly borrow her daughter's stockings. Moreover, she had taken more than one pair, having hidden herself away to try on the most seductive, leg-enhancing stockings, which filled her with confidence to meet the man. Initially, she intended to discreetly return the stockings once their encounter concluded, believing her daughter would remain oblivious. However, now they were in tatters, and she pondered whether they could ever be returned. Yet, Awu's mind was not occupied with thoughts of restitution, rather. She contemplated how to procure another batch from her daughter should Luo Yu exhaust this supply. There was simply no denying the extraordinary effect these items had. They were nothing short of miraculous, leaving Awu utterly enchanted and reluctant to part ways. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Having experienced that fateful night, the four women now found themselves confronting this unexpected situation. Luo Yusi remained entirely unperturbed. With a calm demeanor, she gently patted Ao's backside and whispered, "Go, retrieve your stockings, and quickly hide beneath the bed." Ignoring Ao's sulky expression with her pouted lips, she called out cheerfully towards the door, "Who is it at this late hour?" A playful and delightful voice responded from outside, "Hee hee, I knew you weren't asleep. It's Rong Rong." Shortly thereafter, Luo Yu was fully dressed, while Aw, albeit reluctantly, took refuge under the bed. Creak. As Luo Yu opened the door, a sudden brilliance illuminated his surroundings. In the night, Ning Rongrong appeared before him, adorned in a pristine, flowing gown reminiscent of a celestial being. With her delicate hands gently clasping the hem of her dress, her doe-like eyes sparkled with innocence and allure, while her long, ebony hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Her slender calves, enveloped in intricately embroidered white stockings, were complemented by dainty fairy-like shoes that exuded an aura of ethereal purity and beauty, evoking an overwhelming sense of reverence. Upon catching sight of the man, Ning Rongrong beamed sweetly. "May I come in?" Luo Yu cleared his throat and declined, saying, "Perhaps it's best to refrain. Let's discuss matters outside." "Why not allow me to enter? Are you truly so averse to my presence?" Ning Rongrong pouted, her lips adorned with a glossy sheen, shimmering faintly, exuding an irresistible sweetness. "Ahem, I harbor no aversion towards you." "Then what is this?" Ning Rongrong persisted, unwilling to relent. Luo Yu spread his hands and remarked, in the dead of night, "Here we are, two solitary souls of opposite genders confined within a single room. With you adorned so beautifully, I fear I may lose control and commit an indiscretion." Upon hearing Luo Yu praise her beauty, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of delight within her heart. In truth, she had meticulously chosen her outfit for half a day and carefully applied an exquisite makeup before making her way over. "I trust in your character." Luo Yu shook his head, expressing that belief was futile, for he did not even trust in himself. "Oh, come on, let's go inside," Ning Rongrong pleaded. Shaking Luo Yu's arm, her lips pouting in a charming manner, her voice sweet and coaxing, "It's cold outside, and I do not wish to linger here." Luo Yu gently extricated Ning Rongrong's delicate hand and stated with a serious demeanor, "It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance and refrain from any reckless behavior. Otherwise, what do you intend to do?" Ning Rongrong chuckled mischievously, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Humph, I am no longer a child. You cannot intimidate me. I am the little princess of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile sect. Do you dare to bully me?" Luo Yu turned sideways and said, "You may enter, just don't regret it." "Regret? It's merely a conversation with you. What could I possibly regret?" Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and stepped directly into the room. Bang! Luo Yu swiftly closed the door behind him, sealing it shut. Ning Rongrong, with her delicate nose, sniffed the air within the room, perplexed by an unfamiliar scent. Silence enveloped her. As she turned her head, she caught sight of Luo Yu approaching her, his pace slow and deliberate. The glimmer in his eyes instilled an instinctive urge in Ning Rongrong to cross her arms defensively. What are you planning to do?" she stammered. "What do you intend?" A wicked smirk played upon Luo Yu's lips as he replied, "I did caution you before entering, did I not? You mustn't do this." Ning Rongrong protested, shaking her head and taking a cautious step back. "You are trying to frighten me, aren't you? Regrettably, you did not heed my warning earlier. It is too late for regrets now." Whoosh! Luo Yu swiftly moved, encircling Ning Rongrong's waist with his arms. A delicate cry escaped her lips as her white fairy dress fluttered in the wind, and she was effortlessly swept off her feet. The young girl flailed her arms against the man's shoulders in a futile attempt to escape, her voice trembling with indignation. "What do you intend to do with me?" Ning Rongrong felt the man's iron-like grip constricting her body, his breath brushing against her face. Luo Yu chuckled and said, "I shall demonstrate to you that I am indeed a wicked person." Before Ning Rongrong could respond, he continued. Luo Yu leaned in and kissed her directly, initially resisting. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in a moment of surprise. Her expression was filled with hesitation. After a few breaths, her long, dark lashes fluttered, her gaze gradually softened. And she slowly closed her eyes. With a gentle sound, their lips parted, and Ning Rongrong opened her eyes to meet a pair of fervent gazes. Unable to hold his stare, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and softly chastised. You, how could you kiss me just like that? This is my first kiss. Luo Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the girl's eyes. Rong. Huh? You look exceptionally beautiful today. Ning Rongrong's demeanor softened. The hints of reproach quickly dissipated. May I kiss you once more? Luo Yu's voice resonated with magnetic allure. Who asks someone like that? How am I supposed to respond? Ning Rongrong playfully pounded her small fist against the man's chest, shyly closing her eyes. With a triumphant smile, Luo Yu lowered his head once more. He was not one to frivolously engage in lewd antics, after all. A girl who meticulously adorned herself in the middle of the night to seek him out surely had no intention of discussing life and ideals. Girls are inherently reserved. Only a fool would fail to appreciate the subtleties of affection. A true man takes decisive action. Au lingered beneath the bed, steeped in melancholy, while Ning Rongrong remained silent. Her cheeks flushed. As a profound kiss enveloped them, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Luo Yu's mind. Chapter 109. A new soul skill of 100,000 years, accompanied by a special divine reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the seven treasure glazed tile school's princess, Ning Rongrong. Task reward. Exclusive third soul ring for the nine heavens sword. 100,000-year soul ring. Infernal purgatory, blade of fiery flow. Infernal purgatory? What form would the nine heavens sword take this time? Lost in contemplation due to the system prompt, Luo Yu momentarily paused his actions. Ning Rongrong opened her eyes in the embrace of the man. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped away, expecting him to pursue her. She was surprised to find herself at the door without any movement behind her. Turning her head, she saw the man standing still, gazing at her intently. Luo Yu was not annoyed. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Weren't you planning to flee? Why turn back now? Why don't you pursue me?" Ning Rongrong retorted with a pout. Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Aren't you leaving? Why should I chase after you?" Ning Rongrong's cheeks puffed up in indignation, her frustration evident as she stamped her delicate silver lotus. Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and sighed, "I prefer to let things unfold naturally, rather than imposing my will on others." "Uft, you expect me to believe that?" Ning Rongrong rolled her beautiful eyes in disdain. "You claim to dislike coercion, yet just moments ago, you were embracing and holding her. How do you justify that?" She gently caressed her crimson lips, her voice tinged with shyness. "It's one thing to hug, but to forcibly kiss someone? You truly are incorrigibly wicked, humph." Luo Yu, with a composed demeanor and steady breath, stated with gravity, what just transpired was a moment of impulsivity, driven by desire. Ning Rongrong responded with a cold smile. "So, it seems your conscience has finally awakened?" Luo Yu shook his head. "No, that's not it." "Then what is it?" Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. "I believe that even if I let you go now, you wouldn't leave." "What kind of joke is this?" Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened, her hand firmly grasping the door. Luo Yu exhibited no signs of obstruction. Ning Rongrong, exasperated, declared, "I shall truly depart." Luo Yu nodded, deciding that it was best for him to leave. Should he return, it would certainly not be as simple as a mere kiss. Ning Rongrong, infuriated, bit her tiger-like teeth in frustration. This man was utterly detestable. Did he truly look down upon her? She had her pride, after all. Had he but uttered a single word to her, she would have gracefully stepped down the metaphorical ladder. Unfortunately, Luo Yu remained silent. If he wishes to leave, then let him go. With a determined bite of her teeth and a stomp of her foot, Ning Rongrong flung open the door and exited the room. As her delicate figure was swept away by a fragrant breeze, Luo Yu began to count down from 10 in his mind. 19:5. Just as he reached 3, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance. Ning Rongrong, with her lips pouted, burst back through the door. She strode directly to Luo Yu, seized his collar, and exclaimed loudly, "You are truly outrageous. You really want to come after me? I am a girl, you know." "Oh, wasn't it you who wanted to leave?" Luo Yu responded, bewildered. "You insufferable man, how can you be so oblivious? I refuse to believe you do not understand the feelings of a girl. You are simply a scoundrel, insisting that I must take the initiative to keep you." Ning Rongrong declared fiercely, and then bit down on Luo Yu's arm. "Hey, don't bite, that hurts." Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Does it truly hurt?" She retorted. Of course, it did not. After all, he possessed an indomitable physique. The unblemished divine body. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Yu's cry, Ning Rongrong immediately released her grip, her pride shining through as she declared, "Humph. Now you understand the consequences of offending me." Luo Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Are you not leaving this time? Heh, I have no intention of departing. Ning Rongrong declared, her elegant neck arched. You, of all people, have embraced and kissed me. No one has ever dared to treat me with such levity. You must take responsibility. Take responsibility? Luo Yu feigned astonishment. Ning Rongrong shot him a fierce glance. So, you wish to escape unscathed? Very well, then you must instruct me. How should I assume responsibility? Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering and unable to articulate a response. When she caught sight of the teasing glint in Luo Yu's eyes, her ire surged. This is outrageous. I see through your antics. You are deliberately toying with me. Luo Yu smiled as he embraced the sulking little princess. All right, I admit it was my fault. What are you doing? Let go of me. Oh, Luo Yu nodded. Hey, why did you release me? You asked me to. I asked you to let go, and you actually complied? So obedient? Ning Rongrong pouted playfully. Indeed. Ning Rongrong felt as though her little fairy-esque lifespan had been halved in an instant due to her vexation. Then I command you to hold me once more. Luo Yu stood still. What are you doing? Hurry up, the girl urged. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, amused by the absurdity of the situation. You expect me to embrace you just because you ask? Ning Rongrong trembled with indignation, her breaths coming in heavy gasps. The more she looked at the man, the more loathsome he became, and a sense of grievance welled up within her, causing her nose to tingle. You are being terribly unfair. How can you treat me this way? As Luo Yu observed the woman displaying a tender demeanor, he noticed her eyes glistening with a hint of redness. He promptly spoke. Do not be upset. I am merely jesting with you. Ning Rongrong pressed her crimson lips together, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her white dress. Clearly irked and in a state where she could not be easily appeased, unwilling to engage with him. Oh, Luo Yu nodded, letting out a sigh. If you cannot be soothed, then I shall refrain from attempting to do so. I had intended to reveal my true self to you, but it seems that will not be the case. Ning Rongrong suddenly looked up, her curiosity bubbling within her. Then do show me quickly. Luo Yu expressed his astonishment. Who just said they didn't want to pay me any heed? Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily at a loss, as this man had expertly ensnared her thoughts from the very beginning, completely dictating the rhythm of their exchange. Should someone implore me, I might entertain the notion. Luo Yu remarked nonchalantly. Absolutely not. Do you truly believe I would plead for assistance over such trivial matters? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes revealed her disdain, her stance unwavering and resolute. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, then it settled. You should return to your rest. Ning Rongrong, with a slight frown, locked eyes with the man. After an enduring moment of silence, she affectionately wrapped her arms around Luo Yu's, playfully nuzzling against him, employing her charms once more. Dear brother, if you grant me just a glimpse, I shall no longer be upset. Luo Yu replied earnestly, I will show you, but first, you must promise me something. What is it? She inquired. From now on, you must refrain from exhibiting that little princess temperament of yours. It is hardly a commendable trait. This time you were fortunate that I came to your rescue promptly, otherwise, you would have faced considerable hardships. Ning Rongrong shook her head in denial. I do not possess a little princess temperament. Luo Yu remained silent, simply gazing at her with an unwavering intensity. Perceiving the man's solemnity, Ning Rongrong's eyes flickered with hesitation as she subtly nodded her head, pondering why one would provoke such a fearsome presence. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Luo Yu withdrew his gaze and raised his hand to sweep before him. A radiant light flickered. In an instant, a visage of unparalleled elegance and grace emerged, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The enchanting smile gracing his lips exuded an extraordinary charm that was nothing short of mesmerizing. How could he be so strikingly handsome? Is this truly his original form? Ning Rongrong gazed in awe, her eyes widening as her heart succumbed to the allure before her. Completely captivated by Luo Yu's striking beauty, she found herself utterly ensnared. Her delicate hand instinctively brushed her nose, relieved to find it unblemished. Having long harbored affection for Luo Yu, Ning Rongrong was now thoroughly enchanted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for captivating the proud and temperamental sorceress Ning Rongrong. System reward: ascend to the heavens above, descend into the abyss below, and acquire the divine eye of creation. Please select whether to activate now. Luo Yu had no inclination to concern himself with such matters. gazing at Ning Rongrong's alluring visage, her delicate mouth agape. Adorned in a flowing white fairy gown and short white stockings, he unabashedly reached out with his hand. With a swift motion, the fairy dress was torn asunder, its pristine white fabric cascading in the air. "Ah!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Luo Yu's audacity. Her enviable, fair figure was laid bare for all to see. She instinctively covered her eyes with her small hands, akin to a thief attempting to muffle the sound of their own misdeeds. Luo Yu smiled brightly, effortlessly lifting her and tossing her onto the grand bed. Beneath the bed, with her pristine white skin now flushed to a radiant crimson, but her cherry-red lips in silence, she was still present. Yet did this man truly revel in such tantalizing provocations? As Luo Yu prepared to press his advantage, he was intent on devouring the pure and alluring Ning Rongrong, akin to a tender lamb. Suddenly, the ground of Shrek shook violently, and a harsh, menacing voice echoed through the night. "Which one is Luo Yu? Come forth and meet your demise." Tonight, 2 more chapters would be updated, with 4 scheduled over the weekend. Chapter 110, title of Douluo, unyielding as ever. Dragon God Martial Soul, Snake Emperor. Which one is Luo Yu? Come forth at once. The fierce, aged roar reverberated through the Shrek village, awakening countless from their slumber. Beneath the vast, dark sky, a brilliant green orb floated in midair. A gaunt elder, his hair and beard a deep green, stood like a spear, emanating a formidable presence. His withered visage bore a fierce expression, and a dangerous aura surrounded him, his emerald eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent. Who dares to wreak havoc in Shrek? A thunderous roar, akin to a bear's growl and an eagle's cry, burst forth as Zhao Wujie and Flandre, empowered by their martial souls, emerged from the academy, adorned with 7 radiant soul rings. Courageous, the elder bellowed, his green aura intensifying. 9 soul rings of various hues ascended from his feet, exuding a potent force. A title Douluo? Zhao Wujie and Flandre's expressions turned pale, retreating in alarm. The elder's emerald gaze darkened as he extended a withered finger, unleashing 2 emerald beams. Zhao Wujie and Flandre could not evade and hastily summoned their soul power to form a protective barrier. To their shock, the barrier emitted a sizzling noise upon contact with the beams, turning a deep green and corroding into a gaping hole that struck them both. They gasped in pain, their soul lights flickering as they staggered back, discovering green toxin spreading from their wounds, akin to a venomous curse, nearly impossible to eradicate. Flandre looked up at the elder, his eyes filled with terror. This level of cultivation and poison. You are the Poison Douluo? Zhao Wujie's body trembled at the revelation. Old Flandre. He is indeed the Poison Douluo. The elder, looking down from his lofty position, sneered. I did not expect someone from this remote area to recognize me. Though he had his suspicions, the confirmation changed Zhao Wujie and Flandre's expressions dramatically, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, a manifestation of profound fear. The reputation of the title Douluo was not unfounded, but if one were to speak of the most sinister and treacherous, it would undoubtedly be this Poison Douluo, whose poison techniques were inescapable. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, along with Xiao Wu, Yu Lingling, and Ma Hongjun, rushed out of their dormitory. The sight of the elder's 9 soul rings and the injured Zhao Wujie and Flandre sent shockwaves through them. A title Douluo? They were taken aback, bracing themselves as if facing a formidable adversary. The Poison Douluo surveyed the crowd, and every individual he fixated on felt as if a serpent's fangs were poised to strike, sending chills down their spines. Which of you is Luo Yu? Step forward. Under the elder's poisonous gaze, Dai Mubai and Oscar shook their heads vigorously, feeling as though even breathing had become a challenge. A derisive laugh echoed in the night. What? You had the audacity to injure a member of my royal fighting team. Yet you hesitate to reveal your name? Now that I appear, you tuck your tails between your legs? Old poisoner, do not dare to disrespect my brother Yu. Xiao Wu's fierce retort prompted the elder's eyes to narrow dangerously. Flandre, trembling, exchanged glances with Xiao Wu. Little miss, this is the Poison Douluo, a master of unparalleled poison arts. You must not speak carelessly. Xiao Wu glared defiantly. I care not who he is. Even a title Douluo should not speak ill of my brother Yu. The elder's eyes glinted with cold malice, his fingers shimmering with a sinister glow. The youth of today truly knew little of the world's dangers. Flandre's complexion turned ashen as he implored, Your Excellency Poison Douluo. The child speaks without knowledge of your esteemed reputation. Please, show mercy and do not stoop to her level. Zhao Wujie added, State your grievances. Shrek Academy shall provide you with an explanation. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. What are you two afraid of? My mother is here. Please, little miss, refrain from further provocation. Flandre urged, nearly in tears. Though the Poison Douluo is merely level 91, his poison arts are unmatched. A careless move could fell even a level 95 title Douluo. He specializes in group attacks with poison. Should he wish to kill us, it would be effortless. Even your father could not intervene. Hearing this, a chill ran through Daimu Bai and the others, their fear palpable. The Poison Douluo, having overheard their conversation, felt a surge of pride. Since you are aware of my abilities, promptly surrender the culprit, and I may spare your lives. Surrender my brother, you? Old poisoner, you are delusional. That will never happen. The three women spoke in unison, their resolve unwavering. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister appeared delicate under the elder's overwhelming presence, yet their phoenix-like eyes shone with defiance. While Xiaowu pouted angrily, "It seems it is time to demonstrate my prowess," the Poison Douluo chuckled darkly, raising his hand to summon a massive emerald-scaled serpent. Its crimson tongue flickering, each scale shimmering with a dark hue. Zhu Zhuqing's expression hardened. "I advise you to retreat now, if my brother Yu appears. Escaping will not be easy." The elder paused, then burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Child, you possess beauty, yet your vision is clouded. Do you truly think I, the Poison Douluo, would fear a mere boy? You will regret this," Zhu Zhuqing warned earnestly. "Foolish arrogance. I shall ensure you regret your insolence." The Poison Douluo's eyes gleamed with malice as he locked onto the group, his fingers crackling with green poison. Flandre and Zhao Wujie were engulfed in dread, realizing the gravity of their situation. "Ladies, did I not warn you of his identity? Why do you continue to provoke him?" The atmosphere thickened with tension, a palpable aura of impending doom hanging in the air. Suddenly, an impatient male voice pierced through the atmosphere, shattering the tension. "What wild dogs are barking in the dead of night?" As the crowd turned their gaze, the Poison Douluo's penetrating eyes fixed upon the source of the voice. From the shadows emerged a figure, striding forth with remarkable grace, a paragon of elegance, standing tall and unparalleled. Yet, an undercurrent of ominous energy lingered about him, akin to the tension preceding a tempest. The Zhu sisters and Xiaowu perceived him as their pillar of strength. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yilingling's serene countenance momentarily froze in disbelief, her expression a canvas of incredulity. Although she had heard whispers of Luo Yu's concealed identity during the day, witnessing the man's true visage left her utterly astonished, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. She had encountered handsome men before, yet none compared to the flawless charm of Luo Yu. The Poison Douluo, with his emerald eyes gleaming, had encountered countless young talents, yet this sudden appearance evoked an entirely different sensation within him. Luo Yu strode into the arena, casting a sidelong glance at the Poison Douluo, who soared in the air, surrounded by 9 swirling rings. With a suppressed emotion, he remarked, "You are the wild dog who just howled for me to come out, aren't you? Are you Luo Yu?" The Poison Douluo replied with a sinister laugh, clapping his hands in approval. "Excellent, splendid, truly remarkable. To witness you in person is indeed intriguing. However, to dare act so arrogantly before me, your strength is still woefully inadequate." Luo Yu, shedding his usual gentleness, was now enveloped in an atmosphere of wrath, his voice icy as he uttered, "Old man, do you possess the capability? You may come and test it for yourself." The visage of the Poison Douluo contorted into a fierce grimace, 9 soul rings swirling around him, his aura swelling. "Hasn't your esteemed master taught you that a title Douluo must not be humiliated?" With a thunderous roar, the ethereal figure of the Serpent Emperor surged forth. As the Poison Douluo cleaved through the air, launching a fierce assault, a sinister chuckle escaped his lips. "I value talent and shall spare your life, however. While you may evade the death penalty, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. Begone." With a thunderous roar, Luo Yu's eyes instantly gleamed with a chilling light. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the earth for miles as a magnificent 9-colored dragon spirit emerged, emanating an overwhelming force of vitality. The sudden change caught the Poison Douluo off guard, as he felt an imposing dragon might descend upon him, akin to facing an insurmountable pressure from a supreme being. Utterly untouchable, his bloodline quivered in fear, and the emerald-scaled Serpent King emitted a mournful cry, imbued with profound dread. "What is this martial soul?" The Poison Douluo gasped, his fierce demeanor transforming into one of utter astonishment. In Chapter 111, titled The Astonishing Triple Strike, Absolute Talent Suppression, "Your poison is ineffective against me." Luo Yu, bathed in the resplendent 9-colored light, appeared radiant amidst the night. His aura surged, as if he were a sovereign among men. The towering and formidable 9-colored dragon silhouette loomed behind him, releasing an astonishing presence. Impossible, this cannot be. What martial soul do you possess? Why is my emerald-scaled serpent king trembling? The Poison Douluo exclaimed repeatedly as the massive green serpent shadow flickered ominously behind him. Not only was his soul power in disarray, but even the strength of his bloodline quivered beneath the dominance of that nine-colored dragon spirit, yearning to bow in reverence. He retreated to a distance, struggling to regain control over his turbulent mind, exerting all his effort to calm the chaotic soul power and frightened bloodline within him. His green pupils fixed on Luo Yu with a mix of disbelief and suspicion. After a lifetime of arduous cultivation, he had evolved the family heirloom, the emerald-scaled serpent martial soul, to the level of the Serpent King, with a bloodline nearly akin to that of a dragon. Yet, he found himself suppressed to such an extent by his opponent's martial soul, teetering on the brink of collapse. It was crucial to note that he was a title Douluo. How could he be subdued in a single encounter? He had encountered Gu Yue Na, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yet even that formidable martial soul had not exerted such immense pressure upon him. What was happening now? The Poison Douluo regarded Luo Yu with trepidation. Despite his utmost efforts to stabilize his condition, the overwhelming dread lingered. His martial soul was unstable, making it difficult to gather strength. The shock of the Poison Douluo was palpable, and those around him, including Flander and others, were equally astounded. They did not possess dragon-type martial souls, so they did not fully comprehend the absolute bloodline suppression emanating from the dragon god. Yet, witnessing the previously confident Poison Douluo in such disarray was unmistakable. Flander swallowed hard, unable to believe. Surely he doesn't intend to challenge a title Douluo? How could that be possible? He is merely a soul sect. Zhao Wujie shook his head repeatedly, asserting, that cannot be. The gap in levels is too vast for him to bridge. No matter how talented he is, he cannot possibly fight across such a chasm. As soon as the words left his mouth, their eyes widened in disbelief, witnessing an incredible scene. For it was Luo Yu who took the initiative to strike first. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at the Poison Douluo. A soul sect challenging a title Douluo? It was unfathomable. Flander and Zhao Wujie could hardly believe their eyes, for it was truly an act of sheer madness. As Luo Yu unleashed his power, the dragon god martial soul enveloped him, and his body instantaneously transformed into a draconic form. His bones resonated with a sharp crack, and his stature surged upward, muscles rippling with newfound vigor. Radiant light enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. The vividly defined nine-colored dragon scales adorned his body like an impenetrable armor, shimmering brilliantly against the backdrop of night. He raised his fist, launching a formidable strike aimed directly at the Poison Douluo's face. Such audacity! The Poison Douluo, incensed, regarded the Soul Master as nothing more than an insignificant ant, easily crushable beneath his heel. How dare he initiate an assault? With a swift motion, he retaliated. Boom! The fists collided. The expression on the Poison Douluo's face shifted dramatically. At the moment of impact, the green-scale Serpent Emperor martial soul emitted a mournful cry, seemingly reluctant to engage, desiring only to submit. The soul power, momentarily stable, became chaotic, causing the force behind his strike to diminish significantly. Nevertheless, he only staggered back a single step, while Luo Yu, the aggressor, was sent hurtling backward. Brother Yu! Xiao Wu and the others exclaimed in alarm, rushing forth to offer assistance. No need to come. Luo Yu's voice remained steady as he executed a somersault in midair, landing and retreating several paces to dissipate the force of his descent. The Poison Douluo sneered, you truly underestimate your own limitations. You have no comprehension of the vast chasm that exists between the soul sect and a title Douluo. This is a disparity that cannot be bridged by mere talent. Even though my power is diminished to a mere 30 to 40% due to your martial soul suppression, you are not in a position to provoke me. Yet, despite his bravado, the Poison Douluo's heart was already filled with astonishment. Any ordinary soul sect member would likely have been obliterated into a mist of blood by that punch. Yet this fellow had merely been forced back, completely unscathed. What kind of prodigy is this? No wonder Tianheng and the others suffered such a crushing defeat. In the face of the Poison Douluo's scornful mockery, Luo Yu flicked his wrist. A title Douluo is nothing more than this. Today, I shall inform you that a title Douluo must not be insulted. The ground beneath the Poison Douluo fractured as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his nails glistening with a sinister green poison. With a single strike, I can subdue you. As the attack approached, Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and his wrist twisted. Clang! Sword energy surged forth, revealing the Zhutian sword. A terrifying crimson soul ring ascended in rapid succession, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The first soul skill, Frostbite. Red Lotus Ice Phoenix. The radiant brilliance of 10,000 years flared to life, and the ancient Zhutian sword swiftly morphed into its initial form, manifesting as an ice-blue longsword adorned with phoenix engravings, its blade of vivid crimson. He aimed a decisive slash at the Poison Douluo. The temperature around them plummeted as a protective red lotus enveloped Luo Yu. An ice-blue phoenix, imbued with an endless chill, surged straight towards the Poison Douluo. You possess twin martial souls? The Poison Douluo's pupils constricted in disbelief. He never anticipated that Luo Yu harbored a second martial soul, and could achieve what few others could, simultaneously unleashing both martial souls. Thud. The Poison Douluo, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the ice phoenix. His form momentarily frozen in place, frost accumulating upon his beard, his teeth chattering, the cold penetrating to his very core. As Luo Yu observed the delay in the speed of the Poison Douluo's movements, he seized the opportunity, wielding his long sword with finesse. The chilling wind howled as blades of air materialized within the space. The technique, known as the Thousand Swords of the Tempest, unleashed a flurry of sword shadows, all simultaneously slicing toward the Poison Douluo's form. The Poison Douluo felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, and the contempt in his eyes vanished. The dual martial souls, one embodying the power of the dragon and the other wielding the lethality of the sword, constituted an extraordinary configuration. The 3 crimson soul rings, signifying a century of cultivation, only added to his bewilderment. Why had Yanzi not mentioned this prodigious talent before? Feeling quite innocent, Gu Yue Na was taken aback. For the Poison Douluo had not allowed anyone to finish their words. He had merely heard that someone from Shrek Academy had injured a member of the Royal Fighting Academy and abducted Yulingling, which incited his furious rush. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to hesitate, as his own abilities were severely restricted. There was a genuine risk of suffering defeat at the hands of this young man. With a decisive move, he unleashed his 7th soul skill, the Emerald Scale Serpent King. The Poison Douluo transformed into a colossal 30-meter-long python, instantly toppling numerous structures in Shrek with its verdant form. In response to Luo Yu's sword onslaught, the massive serpent opened its maw, releasing a torrent of dark green poisonous mist. The ground and air crackled with a hissing sound, filled with corrosive energy. As the noxious mist collided with the myriad of sword shadows, an intense energy clash ensued. Ultimately, the poisonous mist prevailed, obliterating the sword shadows and engulfing the ground where Luo Yu stood. Brother Yu. The girls watching from a distance gasped in alarm. The serpent's eyes gleamed with triumph. The Emerald Scale Serpent's venom was his signature lethal toxin, honed over countless years into a deadly weapon. Let us see what you will use to resist this. In a brief moment, he anticipated Luo Yu's cries for mercy. What can I use to defend myself? Luo Yu retorted with disdain. The feeble poison is no challenge for me. With a flourish, he unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Sea of Blade Flowers, 1,000 cherry blossoms dancing. From the depths of the green mist, a voice of scorn emerged, followed by the emergence of towering crimson greatswords. Countless smaller red swords darted among them, forming a magnificent sword formation. The toxic mist, condensed from the Emerald Scale Serpent's venom, was swiftly eradicated by the sword array. The figure of Luo Yu emerged, standing resolutely at the center of the sword array, utterly unscathed, with not a single tear in his garments. The Poison Douluo trembled, his eyes bulging in disbelief. This cannot be. My Emerald Scale Serpent's venom has been refined over countless years. Even a titled Douluo must avoid its lethal edge. How could it possibly have no effect on you? I apologize, but your most adept poison arts are utterly ineffective against me. Impossible. You are the soul sect. It is absolutely inconceivable that you could withstand my serpent's venom. The Poison Douluo was deeply shaken. Luo Yu let out a cold laugh. His dragon god martial soul effortlessly overpowered the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor. The immaculate divine body birth from the 24th grade Golden Lotus remained impervious to toxins, rendering it a natural counter to all the methods employed by the Poison Douluo. His attire, transformed from lotus leaves, could hardly be harmed by mere serpent venom. As he activated the celestial wind moonlit step, he instantly vanished from his original position, manifesting multiple phantoms that filled the arena. The Poison Douluo was soon overwhelmed, his head spinning and struggling to pinpoint Luo Yu's location. His heart trembled with shock and confusion. What were these techniques? Nearly a soul master. Yet he proved to be so formidable. Luo Yu smirked silently, swiftly appearing behind the Poison Douluo. With a graceful motion, he raised his sword, executing a clean strike. The 3rd soul skill, Infernal Purgatory, The blade blazed like flowing fire. The form of the Zhuqiang in Luo Yu's hand transformed instantaneously. A blazing orange fire erupted suddenly, igniting from the hilt to the tip of the sword, filling the air with a charred scent, while a wave of heat surged forth in all directions. Chapter 112. The divine eye of creation shatters illusions, as the sword wields ferociously against the Poison Douluo. The surrounding members of Shrek retreated in haste, vacating the battlefield. As celestial beings clashed, they dared not interfere, for even a mere trace of the toxins released was beyond their endurance. The wave of heat unleashed by Luo Yu rendered their breathing laborious. The Poison Douluo sensed the astonishing warmth emanating from behind, and hastily turned as the colossal serpent, transformed by the manifestation of his martial soul, pivoted. The lantern-sized triangle reflected the proud figure soaring into the sky. Luo Yu gripped the sword enveloped in searing flames with both hands, his eyes gleaming with determination, and swung the blade with a decisive stroke. Boom! The flame-wreathed sword of judgment erupted in full force, transforming the myriad of initially cascading orange flames into a profound black hue. Like an infernal furnace, it enveloped the immense serpent body of the Poison Douluo, subjecting it to a relentless refining process akin to an alchemical cauldron. The black flames surged with an intensity capable of melting iron, soaring skyward. The Poison Douluo emitted a piercing shriek, spewing forth foul, viscous green venom. Yet it proved utterly ineffectual, incinerated instantly by the fierce black flames. Like a cornered beast, he writhed in frantic desperation, unleashing his soul power in a futile attempt to combat the surrounding inferno. While he could temporarily withstand the onslaught, his soul power was rapidly depleting. At that moment, the skies above Shrek Academy were ablaze with light, resembling the brightness of day. Every face reflected an expression of profound astonishment. He had single-handedly confronted and suppressed the title Douluo. Luo Yu possessed 3 blood-red, 100,000-year soul rings. Each strike surpassed the last, each sword more astonishing than the one before. The relentless array of techniques left them utterly flabbergasted. Flinder swallowed hard. He was merely a soul master, yet he had achieved such a daunting level, truly astonishing and terrifying. Daimu Bai was now paralyzed with fear, reflecting on the audacity he had previously displayed in provoking such a formidable being. He dared to challenge a title Douluo, while he himself was but a mere speck. In the arena, the Poison Douluo, engulfed in flames, was straining to hold his ground. Luo Yu's moment of joy was abruptly interrupted. Merely suppressing the Poison Douluo would not suffice. In an instant, he activated the reward from the system, the divine eye of creation. His already radiant starry gaze suddenly shone with a brilliant luminescence. 2 beams of purple-gold light pierced through, seemingly imbued with divine energy, illuminating the Poison Douluo amidst the raging black flames. "I have discovered your weakness." A fierce expression crossed Luo Yu's face. With a powerful leap, his golden boots struck the ground, propelling him into the air where he executed a graceful spin. With a deft flick of his wrist, he unleashed a dazzling burst of flames, reminiscent of fiery meteors plummeting from the heavens, striking down fiercely at the Serpent King's vulnerable abdomen. A resounding roar echoed as the fiery sword light swept across the landscape, exuding an unmatched dominance. Blood erupted forth with a splatter, and the azure-scaled Serpent King emitted a mournful cry, its massive form swaying precariously as the protective soul shield it maintained shattered, allowing the surrounding black flames to scorch upward. "How could you possibly discern my weakness?" It bellowed in a furious roar, thrashing and writhing upon the ground as its scales emitted the acrid scent of charred flesh. As the brilliance sparkled in Luo Yu's eyes, she wielded her sword with unmatched finesse, deftly evading her opponent's strikes. Each move aimed directly at the vulnerabilities of the Serpent Emperor, passionately unleashing the fury that burned within her. The onlookers from Shrek stood agape, their mouths wide enough to swallow several eggs. Was this truly the title Douluo they had come to know? How could a mere soul scholar chase them down with such ferocity? Was the Poison Douluo truly so weak? Absolutely not. Flinder observed with keen clarity. Each lash of the colossal serpent's tail could shatter the ground and collapse buildings. Any ordinary person would surely perish upon contact. Yet Luo Yu consistently evaded with her enigmatic footwork. The toxic mist spewed forth by the serpent was inescapable, capable of corroding even the earth itself. Having previously fallen victim to the Poison Douluo's toxic strike, Flinder now felt his body paralyzed, while Luo Yu moved with graceful ease amidst the toxic haze, relentlessly launching her attacks, a spectacle that defied belief. The prideful toxins had no effect on her, and the dragon god martial spirit utterly suppressed the Poison Douluo's abilities, enabling Luo Yu to achieve such astonishing and illustrious feats. Flinder and Zhao Wujia's hearts brimmed with awe, yet they would never dare entertain the notion of matching her skills. They had already experienced the Poison Douluo's tyrannical might. It was utterly unexpected that the ferocious and savage Poison Douluo would be reduced to such a state under Luo Yu's onslaught, unable to muster even a semblance of defiance. Reduced to mere hissing. How incredibly formidable she was. Truly, she was a genuine anomaly. This sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Within the arena, the Poison Douluo twisted his serpent form, desperately evading each sword strike. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, his throat constricted with unshed blood. Throughout his life, he had navigated the realm of Douluo with unmatched prowess. Never had he been forced to endure such a humiliating battle, his every tactic rendered ineffective. Powerless against a mere youth. With a roar, the Serpent Emperor's massive body trembled violently, instantly demolishing several structures. Amidst the flickering emerald light, the serpent's silhouette vanished. An emaciated elder appeared in midair, his hair singed, a gash across his abdomen oozing greenish red blood. He pointed furiously at Luo Yu. His voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, "You insolent child! I possess unparalleled mastery of poison, and I have never bowed to anyone in my life. Who among the Douluo dares to evade my schemes? I never anticipated you would be immune to toxins. You are indeed formidable. But do not presume that I am easily intimidated. Though your martial spirit may suppress me, it cannot do the same to others. Mark my words, I shall return." Luo Yu stood resolutely in the arena, his dark hair flowing gracefully in the wind, while the shimmering purple-golden light danced in his eyes. With a disdainful smile, he declared, "The declaration of a defeated hound. If you possess the courage, stay and fight once more." The Poison Douluo's teeth ground audibly, and he roared fiercely, "You insolent brat. Do not overstep your bounds. You may be immune to deadly toxins, but those around you are not. Do you dare to threaten me?" Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, glimmering with lethal intent. With a flick of his wrist, the sound of swords clashing resonated through the air. "Old Poison Master, feel free to give it a try." The Poison Douluo brandished a swirling mass of viscous green toxic mist. "Do not assume I would shy away from this challenge." Luo Yu locked eyes with his emerald gaze. Unwavering and laced with sarcasm, he retorted, "Do you dare?" The Poison Douluo's hand, laden with venom, quivered ever so slightly before he retracted the deadly toxin, sneering, "Ha! Do not presume I lack the courage. Every grievance has its origin, and I cherish my life. I simply wish to avoid harming the innocent. Mark my words." The onlookers stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the notion of the Poison Douluo valuing life. It was as if the words from the heart were emblazoned upon his forehead. "I shall return, and when I do, you will regret this." The Poison Douluo, filled with fury, swept away from this place of sorrow. Who could have anticipated that a dignified title Douluo would come seeking retribution, only to leave thoroughly humiliated after receiving a sound beating? The indignity was palpable. His reputation nearly in tatters. Luo Yu raised his gaze with a cold smile. "Did I permit you to leave?" The Poison Douluo turned around, raising his middle finger in contempt. "If I wish to depart, can you truly hinder me?" Luo Yu gestured towards the rear. Instinctively, Poison Douluo turned his head. A flash of pink light appeared, and a fierce wind surged forth as a swift and powerful whip kick came into view. Goodness! With a resounding impact, Poison Douluo was struck in the face, soaring through the air like a shooting star before crashing heavily to the ground. Stones scattered, and a deep pit formed on the surface. In the space he once occupied, a beautiful woman in palace attire emerged, her enchanting pink eyes now glinting with a cold light. Her two slender, fair legs bathed in a rosy glow radiated an aura of formidable power. Cough, cough. Poison Douluo gasped, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his head spinning from the force of the kick. Luo Yu approached the edge of the pit, bestowing upon him a friendly smile. "Old Poison, now that you have arrived, do not be in such a hurry to depart." Chapter 113. Yi Lingling. I have already pledged my allegiance to Brother Yu. The Poison Douluo was on the verge of tears from being bullied. The smile upon Luo Yu's face appeared devilish to the Poison Douluo. He inquired warily, "What do you intend to do to me?" "What do I intend to do?" Luo Yu scoffed with a cold laugh. "You come here in the dead of night to cause trouble, and yet you dare to ask me what I wish to do?" The Poison Douluo retorted, "You have injured a member of my Imperial Do team. Should I not seek justice for this transgression?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, his voice ascending in pitch. "Justice? What a farce of justice." It was Yu Tianhing himself who provoked the situation, declaring that life and death were of no concern. Sparing him was already a generous concession. The Poison Douluo pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Lingling, contending, "How do you explain the abduction of my royal combat members?" "Lingling, elucidate the matter to this old poison master." The Poison Douluo turned his gaze towards the ethereal and tranquil young woman. If you have any grievances, speak swiftly to me. I shall advocate for you, and no one can threaten you. The Tiando Empire stands as your pillar of support. The serene maiden pressed her lips together and replied, I appreciate your kindness, but Lingling acted entirely of her own volition. No one coerced me. Lingling is now under Brother Yu's protection. What? The Poison Douluo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Poison Master, can you even safeguard yourself, let alone advocate for anyone else? The Poison Douluo glared at Luo Yu, fury igniting in his eyes. How dare you be so arrogant, young one? If I choose to leave, you cannot hinder me. Luo Yu shook his head, remarking that as one ages, one tends to become muddled. It seems you have yet to comprehend your circumstances clearly. Boom. The radiant spirit of the dragon god, Luo Yu, enveloped the Poison Douluo with an overwhelming might. The Poison Douluo, compelled to stabilize the chaotic soul power within, attempted to flee. Oh! Upon hearing Luo Yu's call, the formidable soul power of the beautiful woman surged forth, completely subduing the Poison Douluo. In an instant, the Poison Douluo felt his body stiffen, rendered immobile, his aged countenance displaying shock and horror. Luo Yu has already retracted his sword, gradually approaching with his fists clenched, producing a series of crackling sounds. What are you planning to do? For the first time in his life, the Poison Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. Luo Yu's fists descended upon the Poison Douluo with the ferocity of a tempest, each blow landing with unrelenting force, as if he were a true embodiment of a ferocious beast. The anguished cries of the Poison Douluo reverberated across the open grounds of Shrek Academy, sending chills down the spines of Flander and the others. This was a titled Douluo, a rare and revered figure, a pinnacle of the Douluo continent. Wherever he went, he was met with admiration, yet now he was being mercilessly pounded like a mere punching bag by Luo Yu. Zhu Zhuqing glanced sideways. Sister, do you sense something amiss? It seems like Brother Yu's mood is rather volatile today, perhaps even a bit furious. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. Beside them, the elegantly dressed Ning Rongrong blushed deeply, as if water could be wrung from her. While others might be oblivious, she understood all too well the cause of Luo Yu's ire. The impending confrontation, which was abruptly thwarted, left her bewildered. What that sensation truly felt like was a mystery even to her, yet surely it must evoke profound anger in a man. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed. Ultimately, the Poison Douluo collapsed to the ground like a broken doll, his eyes vacant. Never in his wildest dreams did he envision being so thoroughly bested by a mere soul master, left utterly bereft of tears. Truly, as a titled Douluo, his resilience was remarkable, with skin as tough as leather and flesh that could withstand immense punishment. Luo Yu panted heavily as he accepted the handkerchief handed to him by Ao, wiping the blood from his knuckles. Poison Douluo let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Little did he expect to see Luo Yu with teary eyes exclaim, Ao, keep fighting. As long as I am not dead. Strike me with all your might. Poison Douluo shuddered in response, tears streaming down his face. I haven't done anything wrong. Why must I continue to endure this? Luo Yu let out a disdainful snort, declaring, striking you is indeed justified. A hint of disdain flickered in Wu's eyes, as her body was enveloped by a thin membrane of soul energy that repelled the taint of blood. With a series of lethal kicks, she struck the Poison Douluo, causing his chest to cave in, leaving him utterly disoriented. At that moment, the Poison Douluo was gasping for breath, with traces of tears lingering at the corners of his eyes. Internally, he lamented repeatedly, bemoaning the lack of martial ethics among the youth, who would mercilessly assault an elderly man like himself. Luo Yu bent down, gazing at the lifeless form of the Poison Douluo sprawled on the ground. Well, are you satisfied with this welcoming ceremony? The Poison Douluo's eyes bulged in astonishment. I am satisfied, you say? Luo Yu glared at him. In an instant, the Poison Douluo shivered, swallowing all his words. He exclaimed in terror, Who on earth are you? Why have I never heard of someone like you before? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. I left a message for your granddaughter. Did she not inform you? Has the Tiando royal family not conveyed my name to you? The Poison Douluo felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had merely entered the room to see the royal Douluo team grievously injured and, upon inquiring who was responsible, had furiously charged out, hardly affording Gu Yue Na a chance to explain. Had he known in advance of Luo Yu's extraordinary prowess, he would never have dared to confront her alone, due to his inclination towards a carefree existence. He had not been in contact with the Tiando royal family for quite some time. Otherwise, with his strength, he would certainly have discerned Luo Yu's gifts and lineage. Now, it was too late. He had already become a prisoner. The Poison Douluo sighed. It seems I have fallen into your hands this time. Do as you wish. Oh. Luo Yu stood upright and called out, Awu. I'm here. Awu responded. This old man is unyielding. Let us end him. Very well. A cold glimmer flickered in Awu's eyes. While she was submissive towards Luo Yu, she showed no mercy to other humans. The Poison Douluo felt his resolve crumble in an instant. He could sense the genuine murderous intent emanating from her. No, you cannot kill me. I am a guest elder of the Tian-Do Empire. You cannot take my life. Awu raised her delicate hand, forming it into a pink curved blade, and scoffed. The Tian-Do Empire? Ha! Given our background, what would 10 Tian-Do empires matter? You lie. Such a force cannot possibly exist on the Douluo continent. The Poison Douluo vehemently shook his head. Your ignorance does not negate its existence, Awu mocked. Impossible. If such a powerful force truly existed, I would swallow a heap of dung. No, I would devour an entire 10 latrines. This old man was merely attempting to save his own skin. Luo Yu urged. No more idle talk. Kill him. Awu swung her blade downward. In that moment, the Poison Douluo was genuinely terrified, his heart racing with dread. Do not kill me. I realize my mistakes. Wait. Luo Yu halted, and Awu's movements came to a standstill. The blade had already grazed the skin of the Poison Douluo, causing crimson droplets to seep forth. Gasping heavily, the Poison Douluo's emerald eyes trembled with fear. He had initially believed that his opponent would hesitate due to the fear of the Tian-Do Empire, thinking that the earlier threats were mere bluster. However, he soon realized that the other party was not jesting. They were indeed willing to kill. Spare me. I recognize my mistakes, pleaded the Poison Douluo. What mistakes have you made? I should not have come to seek retribution. What? Luo Yu's gaze sharpened. The Poison Douluo quickly rephrased, I should not have instigated trouble. Luo Yu nodded, acknowledging the correctness of the statement. Having damaged so many dormitories in our Shrek, how will you compensate for this? I shall compensate at the original price. Original price? Luo Yu furrowed his brow. No, I demand 10-fold compensation. No, make it 20-fold. Luo Yu extended 3 fingers. Poison Douluo nodded repeatedly, asserting that 30 times the amount would pose no issue. No, Luo Yu countered, 1 dormitory has been destroyed, amounting to 3,000 gold soul coins. What? This shabby straw hut is worth 10 silver soul coins? Why don't you go and steal it? Oh, I believe it might be best to eliminate him. Luo Yu remarked as he turned away. 3,000 gold soul coins. Poison Douluo exclaimed urgently. Luo Yu extended a single hand, presenting 5,000 gold soul coins. Hadn't it just been 3,000 moments ago? The Poison Douluo spoke. Luo Yu turned his head and smiled. I apologize, but the price has increased. Poison Douluo was on the verge of tears. He had always been the one with a peculiar temperament, bullying others, and had never experienced such humiliation. 5,000 gold soul coins. Are you constructing a cottage? That would nearly suffice for building a palace. Flanders, who was typically avaricious, nearly had his eyes pop out in excitement, trembling with fervor. Previously, he had felt a pang of sorrow over the damaged houses. And now he wished he could blow up 2 more to settle the score with Poison Douluo. Soon, Luo Yu had Poison Douluo fix his fingerprint and sign an IOU. He also conveniently cured Flanders and Zhao Wujin of their poison. May I leave now? Poison Douluo's face was drawn and pale, showing the toll of his torment. No. Luo Yu shook his head. Poison Douluo was nearly driven to madness, baring his teeth and declaring, This is too much. I have my dignity and reputation. If you dare to make another demand, I shall self-destruct my soul core and perish together with you. Oh, is that so? Luo Yu smiled nonchalantly. Then you may depart. Humph, at least you know your place. Poison Douluo lifted his chin, straightening his back. Though drenched in blood, he felt a sense of vindication, having finally stood his ground. Luo Yu gazed at the retreating figure of the Poison Douluo, exclaiming, I had intended to show compassion and teach him how to detoxify. Upon realizing the depth of his affliction, however, if he is unwilling to listen, then so be it. The Poison Douluo's gaze froze, his body trembled, and he abruptly halted his steps. In a swift motion, he reappeared before Luo Yu, his emerald eyes fixated intently upon him. His expression a tumultuous blend of excitement and restraint. What did you just say? Repeat it. Chapter 114. The Divine Healer, truly a divine healer. Poison Douluo, do you desire a wife or not? Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile. Aren't you the old venomous creature threatening me with self-destructive soul cores? Why the hesitation? Why not proceed? At that moment, the Poison Douluo paid no heed to Luo Yu's jest. His gaunt frame trembled, and his anxious eyes fixated on Luo Yu as he anxiously implored, What did you just say? Please, repeat it. Luo Yu shook his head and said nothing. Let us depart quickly. No one is keeping you here for a meal. Did you just imply that I am poisoned? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed with fervor. You must have misheard. No, you said it. You certainly uttered those words. I cannot possibly be mistaken. Zhu Zhuqing declared with excitement. It has been years. And you are the only one bold enough to assert that I, Dugabo, am poisoned. Flinder and the others stood by, utterly astonished. When Luo Yu initially spoke of the Poison Douluo's affliction, they nearly dismissed it as a mere jest. In this world, the Poison Douluo is regarded as the foremost authority on poison. Could anyone possibly possess a deeper understanding? To claim he was poisoned seemed absurd. However, the Poison Douluo's own reaction genuinely astonished them. Could it be true? Had the Poison Douluo truly fallen victim to poison? Was Brother Yu correct? Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong, along with the other women, found themselves engulfed in a lingering state of shock. They were well aware of the Poison Douluo's reputation as the preeminent master of toxins in Douluo. Yet now, they were fervently eager to seek Luo Yu's guidance. What could possibly be the reason for this? The Poison Douluo, indifferent to the peculiar gazes surrounding him, prioritized his long-standing dilemma over any concerns of dignity. His eyes glimmering with desperation as he fixated on Luo Yu, awaiting his response. The pupils of Luo Yu Tong shimmered with a golden-purple light, penetrating and clear as day. Under this gaze, the Poison Douluo felt as though every secret of his being was laid bare, as if no mystery remained hidden. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. What kind of ocular technique did Luo Yu possess? Previously, he had also effortlessly discerned the flaws in his martial spirit-esque true form, which was why he had fallen so swiftly. TSK, old poison master, you are now in a state where the toxins have infiltrated your body, and your condition is dire. The Poison Douluo retorted, nonsense. Although I may feel a slight discomfort, it is not as grave as you suggest. Enough with the pretense. Luo Yu scoffed. At this point, not only are your meridians compromised, but your entire skeletal structure is tainted green. How much longer do you think you can endure? Surely, you must have some inkling of your own predicament. Those around them looked on, disbelief etched across their faces. Was the Poison Douluo truly on the brink of death? It seemed implausible. Yet, to their astonishment, the Poison Douluo's hands trembled as he seized Luo Yu's collar. Since you can perceive my dire state, do you possess the means to extricate me from this peril? Luo Yu disdainfully shook off the hand that grasped his own and continued, if my conjectures hold true, whenever it rains or the sky is overcast, you experience an itching sensation in your ribs, which gradually intensifies and lingers for over an hour. Moreover, during the late night, just before dawn, you likely endure a stabbing pain at the crown of your head and the soles of your feet, accompanied by body cramps lasting at least half an hour, causing immense suffering. The Poison Douluo's pupils widened in astonishment, as if beholding a celestial being. At that moment, he was on the verge of reverently bowing to Luo Yu, for every word spoken was an accurate reflection of his afflictions. A miraculous healer. Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I, Dugabo, would encounter someone capable of discerning the potent poison within me? He deeply bowed, saying, I implore you, young friend, to save me. I, Dugabo, will be eternally grateful and will remember your kindness without fail. Witnessing the invigorated demeanor of the Poison Douluo, the surrounding individuals, including Flanders, were rendered speechless in astonishment. Could it be that Brother Yu possesses medical expertise as well? How remarkably multifaceted. The fiery sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. In contrast, Xiaoyi's eyes gleamed with pride. In her heart, Brother Yu had always been omnipotent. Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, too, harbored a myriad of emotions, their gazes reflecting admiration. To have the foremost poison user in the Douluo realm willingly bow his head was a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The men they had chosen had indeed achieved this. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the ability to discern ailments necessarily implied the capability to cure them. The once joyful expression of Poison Douluo instantly transformed into one of rigidity. Unable to heal? Luo Yu spread his hands, acknowledging the reality of his situation, which was equally beyond his control. The spirit of the Poison Douluo, which had just risen, instantly withered, his eyes filled with desolation. He did not confront Luo Yu with hostility. Instead, he sighed deeply, his back bending under the weight of despair. It is what it is. The fact that you can discern my poisoning is a rare gift, marking you as a true confidant in my life. Yet, if both of us are powerless to change this fate, it is only natural that you cannot cure me. I was merely indulging in wishful thinking. It is tragic that I, who have wielded poison throughout my life, must ultimately perish by my own hand. How absurd. With a heavy heart, he turned away, his figure fading into the distance. Hey, old poison master, did I ever claim I couldn't help? The Poison Douluo's pupils contracted, and he abruptly turned around, his voice trembling. What do you mean by that? Literally what I said. Luo Yu embraced his shoulders, a confident smile gracing his lips. Can you truly cure it? The Poison Douluo found it hard to believe, for this toxin had plagued him for many years, not only endangering his life but also hindering his progress in cultivation. Luo Yu chuckled. You have infused all the toxins from your into the spirit of the emerald-scaled serpent king. Each time the spirit manifests, a significant amount of poison inevitably invades your internal organs. Have you figured it out? The Poison Douluo replied with a wry smile. If I do not employ this method, my spirit would lack any lethality. I shall not engage in further banter. I possess the means to neutralize your poison. However, what entitles me to offer you my assistance? Can you truly remedy it? The Poison Douluo's eyes sparkled with hope. If you can indeed alleviate the accumulation of toxins within me, I, Dugubo, will grant any request you may have. Luo Yu shook his head, expressing that he had no desires. Du Douluo unconsciously adopted a respectful tone, saying, Please feel free to ask for anything you require. If it is money you wish for, I shall fetch as much as you desire without delay. No need for that. I am not in want of money. I possess more than you do. This will not do, nor will that. Du Douluo, now in a state of desperation, feared that Luo Yu would refuse to offer assistance, leaving him devoid of hope, especially since he had previously provoked Luo Yu's ire. This will not suffice. I must convey my sincerity. After much contemplation, Du Douluo, steeling himself, said, Dear Luo Yu, might you be interested in a wife? What nonsense is this? Luo Yu exclaimed, wide-eyed. You must have met my granddaughter, Gu Yue Na. I wonder if she meets your approval? Luo Yu stared in disbelief. Has she lost her mind? Is she truly sending her own granddaughter away? Does her granddaughter even realize how lacking in integrity her grandmother is? Poison Douluo quickly interjected, Your beauty is unparalleled. Your talent extraordinary, and your strength unrivaled among your peers. To engage in conversation with you is a privilege we scarcely deserve. Furthermore, it is not I who is sending her away. She herself is more than willing. If I recall correctly, she is the fiancée of Yu Tianheng, is she not? Yu Tianheng? Poison Douluo shook his head vigorously. Compared to you, he is utterly insignificant. I would never allow my granddaughter to serve as a maid to that ineffectual fool. Luo Yu gazed at the earnest expression of the Poison Douluo, unable to shake the doubt that perhaps he had previously misremembered. Wasn't this individual supposedly here to exact vengeance for Yu Tianheng? Yet now, it seems he has turned against him. Do not despise me. My granddaughter is still a virgin. Silence. Luo Yu chided sharply, calling out the shamelessness of the speaker, questioning how one could ever consider women as mere commodities. For what they truly require is respect. The Poison Douluo was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Internally, he marveled at Luo Yu's integrity, and his desire to entrust Yin Yin to him intensified. The surrounding girls, including Zhu Zhuqing, were captivated by Luo Yu's righteous discourse, their hearts racing and their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Luo Yu's gaze was drawn back from the periphery, silently acknowledging his quick reflexes. He nearly lost a forest over a single tree. There was no need to send the granddaughter. Instead, I require you to promise me something else. Chapter 115. Mother, did you take my stockings? Finally conquering the goddess Ningrong. What is it? The Poison Douluo swiftly replied. Luo Yu chuckled. A person of your caliber, poisoned to such an extent, would have long succumbed to a tragic fate, utterly incapable of surviving to this day, let alone attaining the esteemed rank of title Douluo. Thus, there must be secrets lurking behind you. The Poison Douluo's pupils constricted, his fingertips trembling slightly as he gazed intently at Luo Yu. Astonished, you can discern even this? Reveal to me your secret. The Poison Douluo fell into a state of hesitation, his expression shifting between darkness and light. Luo Yu remained unperturbed, standing quietly with his arms crossed over his shoulders. The surrounding crowd gazed in bewilderment, unsure of the silent riddle being exchanged between Luo Yu and Dugubo. Poison Douluo initially clenched his fists tightly, only to gradually release them with a long sigh, his eyes filled with complexity as they turned toward Luo Yu. Since you have inquired, my young friend, I shall divulge this secret to you. In my youth, while wandering the Douluo continent, I inadvertently fell from a cliff and discovered several divine herbs. It is precisely due to consuming them that I have been able to extend my life until now. Flander, grinding his teeth in frustration, lamented. No wonder I have toiled for years and still remain a soul sage. It is because I have not encountered an opportunity like what Poison Douluo has experienced. Zhao Jie, with a face full of envy, mused, should I also seek a cliff to leap from? Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun, his eyes flickering with inquiry. Are there any cliffs nearby our academy? Everyone believed Poison Douluo's impeccable tale, except for Luo Yu, who scoffed repeatedly. I believe you should not hold the title of poison instead. You ought to be renamed the Great Deceiver Douluo. Du Gubo looked utterly perplexed, raising his hands in confusion. What do you mean, my young friend? I find myself somewhat at a loss. Enough of the pretense. Your story could only deceive the dim-witted. If you do not comply honestly, you may take your leave. Dai Mubai remarked. It seems someone is speaking of me. Zhao Wujie added. I suspect you are insulting me, though I possess no evidence. Poison Douluo maintained an innocent demeanor. But after a few seconds of meeting Luo Yu's sardonic gaze, he sighed. Since you have uncovered my ruse, I shall lay my cards on the table. In truth, I have not consumed all the divine herbs I collected. There remain 2. He displayed a pained expression. The surrounding individuals gazed at Luo Yu in astonishment. They had all believed Poison Douluo's flawless narrative, yet they were taken aback by how Luo Yu discerned the flaw. Old poisoner, I grant you one final opportunity. Luo Yu's eyes gleamed with coldness. For herbs, I still possess 4 divine herbs. Poison Douluo hastily exclaimed. You need not attempt to deceive me. Aside from these, I truly have none left. Flander and the others regarded Luo Yu with newfound respect. Zhao Wujie remarked. Luo Yu is truly remarkable. He has extracted 4 divine herbs from Poison Douluo, emptying the latter's reserves. Take care of yourself, Luo Yu coldly chuckled. Observing Poison Douluo's genuinely pained expression as he turned to leave, Poison Douluo, in a state of urgency, quickly pursued him, calling out anxiously, Hey, do not depart. 7 divine herbs, they are all my life-saving treasures. Luo Yu halted his steps and turned back with a mocking tone. The title Douluo, indeed. Each one is cunning and shrewd, not a single word of truth to be found. Do you think I am unaware of the treasures hidden in the Sunset Forest? The Poison Douluo's heart raced violently, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand. In utter shock, he stammered. How do you know this? Even my family is oblivious to this secret. Luo Yu shook his head, expressing his intent to merely gauge your honesty, yet he was taken aback by your cunning. Indeed. You are unworthy of trust. Upon hearing Luo Yu's sardonic tone, the face of the Poison Douluo flushed crimson. It dawned on him that the fool was none other than himself, for the other party had been fully aware of everything, silently observing his performance. He now found himself pressing his toes into the ground, wishing fervently to dig a hole and conceal himself, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Flinder and the others shared a similar sentiment, longing to burrow into the earth alongside him, for the humiliation was unbearable. They had all fallen prey to the tale spun by the Poison Douluo. Had it been their turn, they would have been convinced long before reaching this stage, perhaps even during the initial encounter with the 3 stalks of celestial herbs. Yilingling and Ningrongrong, along with the other girls, expressed their astonishment. The Poison Douluo was indeed a cunning old fox, his schemes too intricate. Only Luo Yu possessed the prowess to keep him firmly in check. I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I implore your forgiveness. The Poison Douluo, witnessing Luo Yu's departure, became exceedingly anxious and hurriedly approached to plead for mercy. Luo Yu ignored him completely, not acknowledging his presence in the slightest. The Poison Douluo gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, I possess a piece of precious land. If you are interested, I shall gladly take you there. I sincerely ask for your understanding. Luo Yu halted his steps, casting a sidelong glance. What's wrong? Are you no longer pretending? The Poison Douluo felt a flush of heat rise to his skin, overwhelmed by embarrassment. No more pretense, no more pretense, Luo Yu remarked. I am aware of far more than you can imagine. Do not attempt to deceive me. The Poison Douluo, now deeply apprehensive of Luo Yu, nodded repeatedly in agreement, understanding that he would escort him to his treasured place at once. I am unavailable today. Come to me tomorrow, and we shall embark together. There is no time like the present, after all. The Poison Douluo felt a sense of urgency, eager to expedite the process of detoxification. Luo Yu glared, reiterating, I am unavailable today. I have pressing matters to attend to. The Poison Douluo, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not utter another word. I shall take my leave then and return tomorrow to escort you on your journey. As the emerald light faded away, Shrek returned to its tranquil state. The onlookers remained motionless for a while, gazing at Luo Yu with admiration. It was difficult to fathom how, in such a brief span of time, a man could so thoroughly subdue a generation of titled Douluo. leaving them utterly compliant and devoid of any temper. Truly remarkable. Yi Lingling tenderly summoned her 9-heart sea butterfly, its white petals cascading softly with a gentle radiance upon Luo Yu, swiftly replenishing the vitality he had expended in battle, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. In that moment, Luo Yu felt that bringing this girl back to the academy was undoubtedly the right decision. She was simply too endearing. He surveyed his surroundings and urged, "It is quite late. Everyone should hurry back and rest. Any issues can be addressed tomorrow." Prompted by Luo Yu, no one dared to defy him, and they departed one after another. Xiaowu approached the beautiful woman, her pink eyes glimmering with confusion. "Mom, have you seen my stockings?" "What is wrong with you, girl? You lost your stockings and now you're asking your mother for help?" "I don't wear stockings myself." "Then where could my stockings have gone?" Xiaowu bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, "Could they have been stolen by some scoundrel? If I find out who it is, I will surely make them pay." Unbeknownst to Xiaowu, while she was venting her frustrations, the beautiful woman behind her had been clenching her delicate fist. Luo Yu discreetly returned Ning Rongrong to his room after sending her away. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had changed into form-fitting, alluring shorts that perfectly accentuated her curves. Her long, graceful legs were a sight to behold, and the sheer white stockings added an irresistible allure, complemented by her petite black leather boots. Although her figure, while not as striking as Zhu Zhuqing's, was pleasantly rounded and full, her bright, innocent eyes sparkled in the night, evoking an irresistible flutter in the heart. "Brother Yu, why have you brought me back again?" Luo Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "One must see things through to the end, would you not agree? Having concluded matters outside, it is now time to address the affairs within." Ning Rongrong seemed to grasp the implication, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She covered her face with her delicate hands, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you make me feel so shy." Luo Yu stepped forward, wrapping his arm around the delicate shoulder of the girl, drawing her slender form into his embrace. "Rongrong, shall we complete what we left unfinished just now?" "Brother Yu, I'm a bit scared." Rongrong's fragile voice emerged. "Do not fear, I shall be gentle." "All right, Rongrong, summon forth your martial spirit." "Huh? I shall engage in battle, and you will provide me with support. But you are the one fighting for me." A cascade of 7-colored light flashed within the dormitory, accompanied by the continuous sound of a kitten's mewl. Chapter 116, Poison Douluo. "If you wish to court death, do not involve me." Once more, the Imperial Combat Academy faces another onslaught. Luo Yu is diligently immersed in his labor, perspiring profusely from his hard work. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and his companions sat together in their hotel, each filled with indignation. Their teeth clenched in fury as the shame of being publicly humiliated earlier weighed heavily upon them. Since their debut, they had been invincible. Never had they been so thoroughly overwhelmed. The muscular brute, Shi Mo, seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Brother, I simply cannot swallow this humiliation." The others, wrapped in bandages, quickly echoed his sentiments, lamenting that despite being battered, Teacher Qin had not even dared to utter a word in their defense, a sign of cowardice they found utterly unacceptable. Yu Tianheng, gritting his teeth, urged them to remain calm, revealing that the Poison Douluo had already set off for that accursed Shrek Academy. And they were well aware of his methods. That lad is likely already suffering from excruciating torment. Shi Mo and the others were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They believed that the Poison Douluo would surely avenge them, ensuring that the boy's downfall was imminent. Indeed, it is a pity we cannot witness his miserable cries firsthand. How regrettable! Yu Tianheng's fierce determination shone through as he declared, "I refuse to believe that with our collective backgrounds, we should fear one individual, as long as we don't kill him. Even the Haotian sect and Spirit Hall must give us some face." Shi Mo enthusiastically agreed. "You are absolutely right, brother. We shall not sleep tonight. I will wait here for the Poison Douluo to return, eager to learn of the boy's torment, for only then can my heart find solace." "I feel the same," echoed others in fervent agreement, all waiting for good news. Shi Mo glanced around the room, scratching his head, and asked, "Brother, why hasn't T's sister-in-law joined us for this meeting?" Silence. Yu Tianheng's expression turned icy, his breath becoming heavy as he glared. "Best not to mention that woman in my presence." His own team had failed to support him, instead siding with an outsider. If it weren't for the Poison Douluo's reputation, I would have expelled her from the royal fighting team already. Shi Mo's heart sank, and he tried to placate. "Brother, we are all united in spirit. But you must calm down. She is still your fiancée." "Fiancée?" Yu Tianheng scoffed, his eyes reddening with disdain. "Does she truly stand with us? I believe her heart belongs solely to that pretty boy outside." Just as the others were about to chime in, the door swung open with a resounding bang. Standing there was Gu Yue Na, her face pale with anger. The 5 men inside fell into stunned silence, and Yu Tianheng's expression stiffened, his lips twitching slightly. Yin, when did you arrive? Gu Yue Na, clutching a bundle of herbs, had intended to bring medicine to Yu Tianheng but had inadvertently overheard their conversation. Her grip tightened around the medicine bag, her eyes reddening with emotion. Yu Tianheng, I cannot believe you would think of me in such a way, especially after I went out of my way to gather medicine for you. I will say this once more, I have only met that man once. I will not hide my feelings. I do have some fondness for him, but I have never wronged you. Did Lingling leave? Have I, Gu Yue Na, departed? Upon hearing her fierce retort, Yu Tianheng's initial panic began to fade, and he sneered, How can I trust you? When we fought together, what were you doing? Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes flared with anger. Wasn't it for your own good that I stopped you from intervening? Do you think you stand a chance against him? Look at you all, and you still harbor thoughts of revenge? You showed restraint, can't you see that? Yu Tianheng remained silent, his suppressed fury simmering beneath the surface. Knowing full well that Gu Yue Na's grandfather was present, had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them already. Yu Tianheng, you have truly disappointed me, she said. Her gaze dimming. Despite her unacknowledged feelings for the man, she still adhered to her role as his fiancée, never expecting him to think so poorly of her. Shirimo interjected, Brother, Yan, let us not quarrel. We are all here waiting for news of that boy's suffering, which should be stimulating enough. Yu Tianheng found some solace in this statement. As long as Luo Yu was being punished, he felt a surge of happiness. Gu Yue Na glared at them, shaking her head repeatedly. Do you think inciting my grandfather to seek vengeance will guarantee success? If something goes awry, you will bear the consequences. Someone retorted. What consequences could there be? Yin, this is your mistake. How can you bolster another's strength while diminishing your own? With confidence, they proclaimed, if the Poison Douluo intervenes, that boy will surely be finished. Indeed, they rallied together, their faith in the Poison Douluo unwavering. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the hotel entrance, revealing a figure cloaked in a green aura. The Poison Douluo had returned. Surely, that boy had received his due punishment, and laughter erupted among them, their spirits soaring. However, as the light dissipated, revealing the true form of the Poison Douluo, their expressions turned to shock, their smiles frozen in place. The Poison Douluo appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered, his beard singed, and his face bruised, with wounds on his abdomen bearing dried blood and newly formed flesh. He looked utterly wretched. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Gu Yue Na gasped, her face a mask of concern as she hesitated to touch the Poison Douluo's injuries. It's nothing, Yin. Step aside. I have matters to attend to. The Poison Douluo's emerald eyes bore into the 5 men, his anger palpable, his teeth grinding audibly. Yu Tianheng and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they cautiously inquired, What happened? Did things not go well? What do you mean? Asking me what happened? He snapped. If I recall correctly, it was you lot who incited me to confront Shrek. Had it not been for your foolishness, I would not have suffered such humiliation today. The hearts of Yu Tianheng and his companions dropped, their faces paling in shock. You couldn't handle that boy? The Poison Douluo grinned maliciously. While I may not have been able to deal with him, I can certainly deal with you. A surge of soul power erupted, instantly suppressing the 5. With a flurry of blows, the floor trembled, furniture splintered, and their cries of anguish filled the air. As they lay on the ground, broken and battered, the Poison Douluo coldly remarked, In the future, refrain from bringing trouble to my door. If you wish to court death, do so alone. Do not involve me. He kicked Yu Tianheng. If you were my grandson, I would have killed you today. Are you trying to ruin your grandfather? Don't blame me for not giving you a warning. You are no longer a child. Be humble and low-key, lest you become a frog at the bottom of the well. There are unknown powers in this world. Do not go provoking trouble for your blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Do not drag your father and grandfather into your mess. Let those old men enjoy their twilight years. Yu Tianheng has been rendered speechless. Shimo and the others have been beaten to the point of questioning their existence, as this script deviates drastically from their expectations. Gu Yue Na stands nearby, utterly astonished. Throughout her life, she has always perceived her grandfather as arrogant and unyielding, yet today, for the first time, she senses a palpable fear emanating from him. Just how formidable is that man? What trials has her grandfather encountered on this outing? Yin, come with me. I wish to discuss something with you. The toxic Douluo suddenly changes his demeanor, smiling amiably, disregarding the incapacitated individuals on the ground, and swiftly departs with Gu Yue Na. Chapter 117. Ning Rongrong's whimsical charm. Taming the jealous Ao. After the toxic Douluo's departure, the hotel is engulfed in a profound silence. The five of them exchange bewildered glances. Shimo clutches his chest, wincing in pain, and exclaims, "Boss, what do we do now?" Yusheng, his eyes vacant, retorts, "What do you mean? What do we do? Are we just going to let this slide? Are we not seeking revenge?" Shimo grumbles, his heart brimming with discontent. After a lengthy pause, Shimo turns to see Yusheng staring at him with a look of incredulity. "Boss," Yusheng hastily gestures for silence, breathing heavily, "Don't call me boss. You are the boss from now on." Shimo mumbles under his breath, "Boss, have you gone soft?" Yusheng's frustration boils over as he scolds. "Are you out of your mind? Do you not grasp who the toxic Douluo is? Do you think he would simply let this go without harboring a grudge?" After being thoroughly thrashed during their visit to Shrek, he did not utter a single complaint. Just how formidable must his true backing be? The other four remain silent under Yusheng's reprimand, and eventually, he slumps in defeat, letting out a deep sigh. "I may enjoy showing off, but that does not equate to foolishness. That man's strength and background are impeccable. Clearly, we have struck an iron wall this time. It's better to retreat and accept defeat." A long, melancholic sigh escapes him, soon echoed by the other four, filled with desolation. The following morning, Luo Yu rises with satisfaction, relishing the experience. The sensation of enhanced speed and support is a joy beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Yet, one drawback lingers. Ning Rongrong, the delicate maiden of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, is not accustomed to such strenuous labor. Indeed, she is somewhat fragile. This leads Luo Yu to wistfully ponder how much better it would be if Yi Lingling were present to bolster Ning Rongrong. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle voice calls from outside the door. "Xiao Yu, that old poisoner is here to see you." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." Luo Yu called out towards the door, gently kissing Ning Rongrong's fair forehead in his embrace. "My dear, rest assured here. I shall step out to attend to some matters." "How can you call someone my dear? It's so cheesy." Ning Rongrong's sparkling eyes brimmed with shyness. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples as she buried her face in the man's chest. "Did you not insist that I call you that last night?" Luo Yu teased with a mischievous smile. "What? Now that you're out of bed, you no longer recognize me? Stop it. I won't listen, I won't listen." Ning Rongrong protested, her delicate fingers blocking her ears as she shook her head repeatedly in Luo Yu's embrace. Luo Yu rose to dress, preparing to depart. Ning Rongrong grasped the hem of his garment, pouting her rosy lips as she began to employ her charming antics. "I do not wish to part ways with you. I long to accompany you outside as well." Luo Yu extended his large hand, tenderly caressing her lustrous hair. "Be good. Wait for me to bring you back a gift that will surely astonish you." "And no, I don't desire anything but you," Ning Rongrong replied, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate wings. "Ah, who could possibly withstand such charm?" Her sweet, coaxing voice sent shivers through Luo Yu, rendering him utterly enchanted. Ning Rongrong was no mere princess. She was distinctly a bewitching little sprite. "How frustrating. Brother Yu, please wait for me. I shall accompany you outside," she declared, attempting to rise. However, her delicate brows knitted together, and she soon became listless once more. Luo Yu tenderly tucked her in, gently tapping her petite nose with his finger. "Since you're injured, focus on your recovery and refrain from moving around too much." Ning Rongrong playfully retorted, "You rogue, how dare you say that? Ahem. Wait until I return with a gift to make amends." "Forget the gift. I shall only release you upon receiving a kiss," she declared, pursing her crimson lips enticingly. "Are you truly foregoing the present?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, I am." Ning Rongrong chuckled, "Brother Yu, I am the little princess of the Seven-Treasure glazed tile school. I have seen treasures beyond measure. Yet your kiss is priceless, hee hee. Just remember not to renege later." Luo Yu lightly pressed his lips against hers. With a soft creak, the door closed once more. Left alone in the room, Ning Rongrong's delicate face radiated with the glow of love and satisfaction. Her gaze became dreamy as her lips parted slightly, whispering, "Mother, Rongrong has met a man she adores. That rascal from last night showed no tenderness at all, yet I truly like him. Hee hee. I wonder if father will approve of him. Surely he will. I am a bit hesitant to mention it to him. Perhaps you could send him a dream." As she spoke to herself, Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears, a mist gathering within. As Luo Yu and Awu stroll along the path, the enchanting woman dons a sensuous, form-fitting gown that gracefully accentuates her alluring thighs, exuding an ethereal beauty. "Xiao Yu, how did you fare last night?" she inquires. "What are you talking about?" I cannot comprehend, he replies. Oh, Wu huffs. Have you forgotten that you were tucked beneath the bed last night? Indeed, men are all the same. Once they find a new affection, they swiftly forget their past loves. Humph. Luo Yu immediately smiled, extending his robust arm to encircle the waist of the beautiful woman. What is this? Is our little bunny feeling jealous? The woman's eyes flickered with panic as she struggled, saying, Xiao Yu, stop it. It would be awkward if someone sees us. Didn't you say I was neglecting you? Now, let South enjoy some close moments together, Luo Yu replied, a smirk gracing his lips. No, Xiao Yu, you must let go. Xiao was still unaware of our relationship, observing the pleading expression of the lovely woman in his embrace. Luo Yu placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before releasing her. Why such decisiveness? Because not only was Xiao apprehensive, but he was as well. You naughty man. You are incorrigible. Xiao shot her a glare, hastily arranging her crumpled gown and tucking her hair behind her neck. Luo Yu smiled silently. As the two arrived at the entrance of Shrek, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. Chapter 118. Grateful for the granddaughter sent by the old poison master, seeking to ensnare my brothers with beauty? Upon reaching the threshold of Shrek, Luo Yu and Wu were nearly blinded by the brilliance. What a sight to behold! A resplendent mound of gold stood at the entrance, entirely composed of golden soul coins, numbering in the tens of thousands at the very least, reflecting the sunlight and shimmering brilliantly. Dear young friend Luo Yu, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The Poison Douluo approached with a broad smile. Luo Yu pointed towards Golden Mountain, exclaiming, Isn't this a bit too extravagant? The Poison Douluo, perceiving the astonishment in Luo Yu's eyes, felt a secret sense of pride. He could easily compensate using the storage card. It was deliberate to display such a large sum of money here. Not only does this amount serve as compensation, but the majority of the gold soul coins are a token of my sincere intentions, especially gifted to you, my young friend. I hope you will accept them. As a gesture of our newfound friendship, Luo Yu remarked peculiarly, Are you so generous with every friend? The Poison Douluo's face twitched, and he cleared his throat, responding, My young friend, you jest. It is unnecessary to speak in veiled terms. After a profound reflection last night, I acknowledge that I have never encountered a person of your caliber in my life, and thus, I am utterly unworthy of your presence. I wish to turn hostility into harmony. You are indeed forthright. Luo Yu waved his hand, his gaze shifting from the Golden Mountain. As for the money, it suffices. I have no need for it, and the act of pretending to accept it feels cumbersome. The Poison Douluo was taken aback. What sort of disposition did this young man possess, remaining unmoved by such wealth? No, you must accept it. Otherwise, I shall be left feeling unsettled. As Luo Yu gazed upon the pleading demeanor of the Poison Douluo, he hesitated for a moment. Very well, after all, this is your heartfelt intention, and it would be ungracious to refuse. Witnessing Luo Yu's reluctant acceptance of the money, the Poison Douluo felt an urge to weep. What has become of this world, where one must plead for others to accept the gift of money? Fortunately, he had another card up his sleeve. Yin Yin, come forth. Tap, tap, tap. A mesmerizing figure emerged from the side. The first thing to catch the eye was a pair of exquisitely alluring light green high heels, elevated to perfection and delicately slender, accentuating a pair of smooth, petite feet that were a delight to behold. Following the sight of her snow-white, flawlessly straight legs, one's gaze was drawn upward to a fiery miniskirt that hugged her peach-like curves exquisitely, while her serpentine waist was exposed, with a tantalizing navel adorned by a sparkling gem. The sheer undergarments worn as outerwear showcased her ample, striking physique, exuding an untamed and fiery aura. Her already radiant face was further enhanced by skillfully applied makeup. Her elongated, beautiful eyes and pale green lips were perfectly framed by eyeshadow that sculpted alluring curves, emanating an irresistible allure. Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly, and his gaze became somewhat vacant. What was this old poison master up to? After the failure of the monetary entrapment scheme, was he resorting to beauty to test his brother? He had encountered Gu Yue Na before, without makeup. She possessed a beauty that could be rated at 7 out of 10. However, now, after meticulous embellishment, she was undeniably approaching perfection. So wild, so enchanting, so dazzling. Luo Yu sighed repeatedly, reflecting that it was not a lack of resolve within his forces, but rather the cunning of the enemy that was truly formidable. As they had come prepared, Oh, standing nearby, could not contain her derisive laughter, her lips forming the words she refrained from uttering. The poison fighter, upon witnessing the astonishment in Luo Yu's eyes, felt a secret satisfaction within. Ah, indeed, he is but a young man brimming with youthful vigor. My granddaughter is so enchanting. I cannot believe you remain unmoved. The moment I made my move, you could hardly contain yourself, for only a man understands another man. Ha ha ha. Yin yin. Come and greet young friend Luo Yu. Gu Yue Na, clad in high heels, approached with an alluring grace, her beauty breathtaking. She curtsied before Luo Yu, her curvaceous figure undeniably accentuated. I hope you can forgive me for any previous offenses, brother Yu. Rise, it is of no consequence. At such a close distance. Luo Yu was enveloped by a unique fragrance emanating from her, possessing an almost magical allure, causing his thoughts to swirl. Goodness, what is this? Is this an invitation to transgress? Luo Yu suddenly noticed that Gu Yue Na's gaze held a hint of shyness, her ears flushed with a delicate hue, suggesting she was not as bold and fiery as she appeared on the surface. He could not help but cast a disapproving glance at the Poison Douluo. Old scoundrel. Surely you wouldn't be so ruthless towards your own granddaughter. Even without all these extravagant antics, I assure you that I will fulfill my promise to aid in her detoxification. My word is my bond. The Poison Douluo's face twitched in confusion. This was not the script he had anticipated. Why was he being reprimanded? Did you not seem quite entertained just moments ago? He retorted. Young friend, I fail to comprehend your words. The reason I called my granddaughter over is that she too has been poisoned and requires your assistance in remedying it. Luo Yu secretly rolled his eyes, acknowledging the reasoning but doubting the sincerity of the antidote he was about to provide. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yue Na. Regardless of what your grandfather has told you, pay it no mind. Here, I am not bound by the complexities of social niceties. If I am willing to administer the antidote, rest assured that I shall do so. Gu Yue Na looked at Luo Yu's face, and her previously anxious expression suddenly brightened. He is truly handsome. Although she had heard her grandfather's words last night, witnessing Luo Yu's true appearance in person made her heart race a little faster. The charm of Luo Yu is indeed astonishing. Moreover, this man remains consistently gentle towards women. Her heart flutters, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation that is truly unique. Hey! Luo Yu waved his hand in front of her. Only then did Gu Yue Na regain her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed. Brother Yu, my grandfather did not compel me in any way. It is my own desire to come and meet you, to sincerely apologize. Luo Yu was not convinced by such reasoning. Her exquisite appearance spoke volumes about her intentions. Regardless, from any perspective, the actions of the Poison Douluo seemed advantageous. My young friend, if there are no further issues, shall we embark on our journey? The Poison Douluo, with a hint of impatience, had a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, suggesting that he harbored a hidden agenda. Luo Yu remained utterly oblivious. Turning to Wu, he said, You stay here to watch over things. I fear that if Yu Tianheng's mind falters, he may come back with a vendetta. Very well. You agreed so readily. Are you not concerned that this old poisoner might harm me? Luo Yu inquired, astonished. Wu mysteriously shook her head, reassuring him. He had better refrain from any nefarious deeds, otherwise, even the deities descending to earth would be unable to save him. Luo Yu questioned, puzzled. Realizing she had let slip too much, Wu hastily urged Luo Yu to depart. Meanwhile, the Poison Douluo stood nearby, reveling in the situation, eagerly hoping Wu would remain. He understood that Yu Tianheng would not seek revenge, yet he chose to remain silent. Luo Yu offered a few more words of advice. And soon, the Poison Douluo and his grandson set off on their journey. Chapter 119, The Emergence of the Immaculate Divine Body. The awe-inspiring stir of the ice and fire duality. The Sunset Forest, situated 300 miles east of Tiando City, is one of the major habitats for wild soul beasts within the Tiando Empire. Though its expanse pales in comparison to the vast Stardo Forest, it is not devoid of high-ranking soul beasts. At this moment, within the confines of the Sunset Forest, 3 figures weaved through the trees. The male stood tall and handsome, while the female exuded a fiery sensuality and enchanting allure. The presence of a slender old man seemed somewhat superfluous. Swish, swish, swish. The Poison Douluo grasped Gu Yue Na's arm, deliberately accelerating through the woods. After being thoroughly thrashed by Luo Yu the previous night, it was impossible for him to harbor no resentment. The Poison Douluo puffed and glared. In a fight, you may restrain me, but surely my speed, as a title Douluo, surpasses yours. He yearned to regain some dignity here, secretly pushing his speed to its utmost limit, anticipating that Luo Yu would eventually plead for him to wait. At that moment, he could reluctantly slow down. However, after sprinting over 20 miles, he heard no call from Luo Yu to halt. The Poison Douluo couldn't help but chuckle in astonishment. This young man possesses remarkable endurance. He must be gritting his teeth and persevering now. How could a soul zone's cultivation possibly match his speed? It was inconceivable. This lad's soul power must be nearly exhausted by now. Never mind. One should show mercy when possible. Why should I take advantage of a junior? The Poison Douluo turned back with a confident smile, only for his expression to freeze. Luo Yu exhibited no signs of fatigue on his face, maintaining a calm demeanor as he followed closely behind, his complexion unflushed and breath steady, even taking the time to appreciate the beauty of the surrounding jungle. As he noticed Poison Douluo glance back, Luo Yu furrowed his brow and urged, "Why are you slowing down? If you're tired, take a break. If not, quicken your pace. Otherwise, how long will it take to reach our destination?" Poison Douluo was taken aback. What was happening? Clearly, he had been intentionally making things difficult for Luo Yu, yet it was he who felt belittled. After such a long journey, even a titled Douluo like him felt somewhat fatigued, while this young man appeared completely unfazed. What an anomaly! Where did this prodigy come from? How could his innate talent be so extraordinary? Little did Poison Douluo know that Luo Yu was a product of a 24th grade Golden Lotus, nurtured by shattering a million years of cultivation and consuming a pool of spiritual liquid treasured by Gu Yue Na. With all 9 innate orifices opened and the 8 meridians connected, he possessed an unparalleled foundation in Douluo. The divine body contained various abilities yet to be fully awakened, but its potential was already beginning to manifest. Even if Luo Yu were not consciously training, each pore continuously absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth, leading to a steady increase in his cultivation and an endurance beyond that of ordinary individuals. Should Poison Douluo unleash his soul power at level 91 in a furious surge, he might gain a slight advantage. However, attempting to match Luo Yu's sheer physical speed in traversing the terrain was nothing short of self-inflicted torment, especially since Luo Yu possessed a divine-level movement technique, making his movements as swift as the wind. Giggles erupted from Gu Yue beside them, who had long since discerned her grandfather's intentions. Witnessing Poison Douluo's predicament brought her an inexplicable sense of amusement. Her gaze then turned to Luo Yu, her heart brimming with curiosity, feeling that this individual was shrouded in mystery, akin to a potent poison, compelling one to delve deeper. Sighing inwardly, Poison Douluo lamented, "Indeed, a girl grows up too fast." After winding through the jungle, navigating countless towering ancient trees, the trio finally arrived at their destination. A conical hollow came into view. Dense heat wafted from within, the humid air tinged with a faint hint of sulfur. Poison Douluo halted, a mysterious glint in his eyes as he posed a question to the two. "Guess what lies within the hollow? Let us see who can guess correctly." Gu Yue Na immediately pouted her slick cherry lips, rolling her beautiful eyes in exasperation. "Grandfather, you're just making it difficult for us. With no hints, how are we supposed to guess?" Poison Douluo turned his gaze, provocatively glancing at Luo Yu. "Can you figure it out?" Luo Yu stifled a yawn and remarked with exasperation, "What is there to speculate about? The warmth wafting through the mountains indicates either a volcano or a hot spring, and given the absence of any black smoke, which do you believe it could possibly be? Enough of this idle talk. Let us proceed," he urged. Poison Douluo remained rooted to the spot, disheveled by the wind, and could not help but question the very essence of his existence. "Was my inquiry truly that foolish? Your words make me seem rather dim-witted." Gu Yue Na, her lips slightly parted, gazed at Luo Yu in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with admiration. As they approached the valley, Luo Yu suddenly felt a jolt within him, as the 9-colored dragon god martial soul stirred with an inexplicable restlessness. What on earth is happening? Luo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is it?" inquired Poison Douluo. "It's nothing." Luo Yu shook his head and surveyed the surroundings. This place was a valley, where the earthy scent of damp soil mingled with the fragrance of blooming grass. Ethereal herbs were abundant, with several extraordinary plants standing out, exuding an enchanting aura. The central feature was a hot spring, strikingly prominent. The water from the spring was remarkably divided into 2 distinct pools, one a milky white, the other a vibrant crimson, each maintaining its clarity, while the boundary between them sizzled with steam rising into the air. Observing this scene, Luo Yu nodded in approval. The sight of duality, the interplay of opposing forces, was a splendid manifestation of the ice and fire duality. Gu Duo, standing tall and stroking his singed beard, proclaimed with pride, "What do you think? This treasure of a place is quite remarkable, isn't it?" Beside him, the enchanting beauty, Gu Yue Na, clad in alluring high heels, gazed in astonishment, realizing that her grandfather had kept such a wondrous hidden garden. Luo Yu appeared to be oblivious to the external sounds surrounding him, For the dragon god martial soul within him steadfastly guided him towards the direction of the ice and fire duality eye. He advanced step by step towards the peculiar spring. Dugu Bo's eyelids twitched as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Luo Yu. Young man, are you courting death? This spring may seem like a tranquil ancient well. Yet it is, in fact, a place of utmost cold and heat. Even I can withstand it for no more than 20 breaths. Approaching it would be akin to seeking death. It's fine, just let me pass, Luo Yu replied, appearing somewhat distracted. The Poison Douluo shook his head repeatedly, insisting no, it's truly perilous there. Gu Yue Na hurriedly approached in her high heels, her expression tense as she urged, Brother Yu, Grandpa would not deceive you. That place undoubtedly harbors great danger. Suddenly, Luo Yu smiled, casting a glance downward. I believe that place is relatively safe. It is here that true peril lies hidden. Gu Yue Na was momentarily taken aback, then began to stomp her feet in indignation, exclaiming, Grandfather is still present. How could you dare to tease him? The Poison Douluo's old face twitched. I am still here. How can you brazenly flirt with my granddaughter in front of me? This young man must not regard me as a person. Seizing the opportunity while the two were momentarily stunned, Luo Yu activated the immortal wind and moonlight step, transforming into several afterimages as he arrived by the edge of the pond. He crouched down, extending his hand towards the confluence of crimson and milky white waters. Danger! The Poison Douluo was taken aback, rushing forward in alarm. Gu Yue Na, seeing her grandfather's expression, also turned pale, filled with anxiety. However, to their surprise, Luo Yu merely dipped his hand into the water, stirred it lightly, and nonchalantly withdrew it. What are you two so tense about? It's nothing, he remarked. The Poison Douluo, now beside Luo Yu, stood with his mouth agape in utter bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the pond's waters had undergone a transformation, rendering it no longer dangerous? Gu Yue Na was at a loss for words. Grandfather, what are you doing? There is no danger. Look, Brother Yu is perfectly fine. Without even utilizing his soul power, the Poison Douluo instinctively followed Luo Yu's lead, plunging his hand into the pond. Ah! A scream suddenly shattered the stillness. Grandfather, are you all right? Gu Yue Na cried out in concern, simultaneously realizing the truth. It turned out that her grandfather was not deceiving her. Rather, Brother Yu was exceptionally unique. The Poison Douluo retracted his hand in immense pain, vibrant red and blue energy swirling around it, half frozen and half scorched, leaving his skin torn and raw. Enduring the excruciating agony, he looked at Luo Yu in astonishment, marveling at his extraordinary ability. How did you accomplish this? Why were you able to reach him without a scratch? Boom. As Luo Yu was about to explain, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. As if an earthquake were occurring, anomalies emerged incessantly, and the once tranquil waters of the ice and fire duality surged violently, as if something were rapidly ascending from below. Boom. The crimson hot yang spring erupted, casting a dazzling red beam toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the milky white cold eye spring unleashed a brilliant white column that soared skyward. The air around them was instantly filled with an overwhelming abundance of water and fire elements. What on earth was happening? The Poison Douluo was utterly astonished, his eyes bulging. Having lingered here for so many years, he had never witnessed such extraordinary phenomena. Gu Yue Na gazed at Luo Yu in shock, sensing that these transformations might be a result of the man's presence. The valley trembled under the immense sound of a rumbling roar, with rocks cascading down in clusters. The ice and fire duality shone radiantly, vast energy continuously surging forth from below. Two columns of water ascended into the sky, a breathtaking spectacle, one red and one white. They unleashed torrents of scorching and frigid energy. The surrounding temperature fluctuated dramatically. Gu Yue Na found herself caught between the realms of ice and fire, her delicate face paling. Never had she encountered such a stunning anomaly in her lifetime. Her hands clenched tightly, her body trembling, her voice quivering with change. Grandfather, what on earth is happening? I don't know. The Poison Douluo replied hoarsely. He was in a worse state than Gu Yue Na, his teeth chattering, his legs feeling weak. He understood all too well the terrifying energy contained within the ice and fire duality eye. A tidal Douluo would perish within moments of entering. The sudden emergence of such a terrifying anomaly was unnerving. Boom. As the situation escalated, the Poison Douluo could no longer contain himself. He swiftly summoned the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor, 9 spirit rings swirling around him. With a powerful leap, he grasped Gu Yue Na's arm, intent on fleeing the area. Grandfather, we can't leave you go behind. Oh, little ancestor, this is no time for that. Our lives are at stake. The Poison Douluo's muscles tensed, his expression fraught with urgency. His instincts, honed over the years, warned him of a greater terror lurking beneath the pool, indicating that this was merely an appetizer. Grandfather, we must take Yu Gu with us. He came with us and cannot be left behind. Gu Yan's voice quivered with fear of the unknown. Yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination, resolute not to abandon Luo Yu. Stubborn girl, you're putting me in a bind. The Poison Douluo spat in frustration, his spirit energy surging wildly. He was evidently at his limit. With a swift motion, he lifted Gu Yan and darted towards the edge of the pool. What are you waiting for? Run. The Poison Douluo urged urgently, seizing Luo Yu's arm to drag him away. Hey. Old Poison Master, let me down. Luo Yu activated the divine eye of transformation, his eyes shimmering with a resplendent blend of purple and gold. As he peered through the depths of the 1,000-foot deep pool, he glimpsed two enormous dark shapes. However, before he could discern their true nature, he was hastily pulled away by the Poison Douluo. Upon hearing Luo Yu's urging, the Poison Douluo not only maintained his speed, but also recklessly employed secret techniques to accelerate further. Do not panic, let us wait a moment longer. Luo Yu attempted to withdraw his arm, but the Poison Douluo held him firmly in place. Within him, the dragon god martial spirit stirred, conveying sensations that did not seem indicative of imminent danger. As they ran, the Poison Douluo scolded him, his words punctuated by anxious spittle. You foolish boy. Are you a fool? The greatest folly in the world of martial arts is curiosity. Can't you see the explosive energy concealed within that pool? Even a limit Douluo would struggle to withstand it. Do you intend to remain here and await your demise? I believe it should be fine, Luo Yu replied. The Poison Douluo exclaimed in anger. Fine? By the time you realize the danger, it will be too late to flee. Young people ought to heed the wisdom of their elders. Brother Yu, this time let us heed grandfather's advice. I do not wish for any harm to come to you. As Luo Yu was about to speak, two astonishing dragon roars reverberated through the universe. Ong! Roar! The spectral form of the Poison Douluo Snake Emperor instantly dissipated, its figure unsteady, nearly toppling to the ground. Gu Yan's delicate face turned pale, her inner blue-scaled serpent soul trembling in fear. With a sudden jolt, Luo Yu turned to gaze back. A thunderous roar erupted as two colossal water spouts shot skyward, shattering the surface of the pond. Two towering, fearsome dragon silhouettes, each 100 feet high, suddenly emerged, soaring into the heavens. Their fearsome heads, adorned with expansive, muscular wings, were covered in scales of vibrant red and deep blue. The ethereal red dragon shimmered, engulfed in an explosion of searing flames, while the blue dragon radiated an aura of chilling, unyielding ice. They exuded an overwhelming presence, their ferocity unmatched in comparison. The strength of the Poison Douluo was akin to a flickering candle against the brilliance of the full moon, an immeasurable disparity. What was this? Dragons? The sight of true dragons sent the Poison Douluo into a frenzy of terror, his heart racing to his throat, his complexion drained of color. Under the oppressive might of the dragons, he could scarcely move, trembling uncontrollably. How could such fearsome creatures be hidden beneath the pond? It was over, utterly finished. The Poison Douluo, gazing at the two colossal dragon forms that obscured the sky, felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, his eyes wide with despair. Gu Yan's once rosy lips lost their color, her long, slender legs pressed tightly together, fear coursing through her veins and filling her with an unsettling sensation. Two such fierce and terrifying dragons hovered above, their massive eyes fixated upon them. How could she not be alarmed? Had she been an ordinary person, she might have already fainted from sheer fright. Gu Yan was utterly paralyzed by fear. At that moment, she felt a strong hand grasp her trembling fingers. A magnetic, calming voice resonated in her ears. Don't be afraid, it's all right. As she sensed the warmth of the hand, Gu Yan's quivering form inexplicably stilled. Turning her head to follow the hand, she beheld an exceptionally composed and handsome face. In stark contrast to her own panic, the man exhibited not a trace of anxiety. His deep, enchanting black eyes sparkled with a divine golden hue, intently locked onto the dragon silhouettes above, immersed in the man's serene demeanor. Gu Yan found her own tumultuous emotions inexplicably soothed. Brother Yu, are you not afraid? Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at the alluring beauty beside him, shaking his head slightly. I am here. You need not fear. The enchanting gaze of Gu Yan, adorned with exquisite eye makeup, momentarily froze in surprise. She gazed intently at the man, whose calm voice seemed to possess an extraordinary charm. Even with two colossal dragons looming in the void, their predatory eyes fixed upon them. A wave of safety surged within Gu Yan, as if his presence rendered her invulnerable to fear. She began to grasp his hand tightly. Kid, cease your pretentiousness. In times like these, you still have the presence of mind to pursue my granddaughter. Du Gubo managed to rasp, his eyes fixed on the sky. Luo Yu cast a disdainful glance and remarked, Old Poison, can't you remain composed at your age? The Poison Douluo, with a sorrowful expression, felt his skin twitch. Composed? What nonsense. I've struggled my entire life, and now it seems I am doomed. Don't be so pessimistic, Luo Yu reassured him. The Poison Douluo was on the verge of tears. Kid, I'm aware of your formidable connections. However, to speak candidly, even a mere breath from the two above could easily crush me. I cannot fathom their level of power. A Douluo like them is likely unmatched. It appears we are utterly finished, with no escape in sight. Luo Yu shook his head and stepped forward. His pupils gleamed with a brilliant purple-golden light, piercing straight into the sky. He had long since discerned the origins and realities of the two dragon shadows before him. A radiant explosion of nine-colored light erupted from his body, and the majestic phantom of a dragon god manifested in the world. Although its form was smaller than the two colossal dragon apparitions in the sky, it exuded an aura of unparalleled nobility befitting a superior being. The Poison Douluo stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend Luo Yu's intentions. Did he dare to provoke in such a situation, as if he had no regard for his life? The two towering dragon shadows, upon witnessing the dragon god martial soul behind Luo Yu, experienced a flicker of consciousness in their otherwise vacant, lifeless eyes. And a fragmented voice resonated. Dragon god, my lord? What is happening? The Poison Douluo was bewildered, and so was Gu Yue Na, unable to grasp the unfolding events. Luo Yu's flowing black hair danced gracefully, and her celestial visage radiated unparalleled elegance. With a calm demeanor, she spoke, Since you have recognized my martial soul, then kneel in peace. What? The indifferent tone of Luo Yu left Du Gubo utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bursting with disbelief. Dear readers, the author is but a mere mortal, truly busy during the day. I assure you, I would increase updates to 100% if I had the time. Typically, I can only manage to update late into the night. Chapter 121. The Water and Fire Dragon Kings reveal their true spirits. Bowing in reverence to offer their soul rings, the Poison Douluo gazed incredulously at Luo Yu. Had this boy lost his mind? Faced with the overwhelming presence of two colossal dragon phantoms, even his formidable level 91 cultivation felt suffocating, leaving him to wonder what audacity allowed this youth to utter such domineering words. Duguian's beautiful eyes were also filled with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Soon, an unbelievable scene materialized. Roar. The two majestic dragon silhouettes unfurled their wings, letting out a thunderous cry to the heavens. Brilliant red and blue lights flickered simultaneously, drawing vast amounts of water and fire elements together in the sky, creating an ocean of red and blue elements, where scorching heat and biting cold coexisted. Within this elemental sea, the cavernous dragon eyes sparkled with a mere flicker of sentience. This glimmer of awareness was as fragile as a candle flame, susceptible to extinguishing at any moment, yet remarkably resilient. Two distinctly different roars echoed simultaneously, deafening and shaking the entire valley. Water Dragon King, Fire Dragon King. We pay homage to the dragon god. The two colossal dragon phantoms bent their limbs, prostrating in midair, respectfully bowing towards Luo Yu. What? The Poison Douluo stared in shock at this scene, rendered speechless. A storm of emotion surged within him. They knelt? Such formidable and terrifying dragon phantoms bowed before this young man. How was this possible? Who exactly was he? The Poison Douluo's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Unable to believe the spectacle before him, he bit his tongue, questioning whether he was lost in a dream. At this moment, the alluring Duguian, clad in slender high heels and exposing her snow-white feet, exuded a sensual charm. Her captivating eyes sparkled with brilliance. In contrast to the Poison Douluo's bewilderment and shock, her gaze reflected Luo Yu's tall and imposing figure. She realized that no matter the crisis, the man remained composed, bestowing immense reassurance upon those around him. The scene of him commanding the two dragon kings only further stirred her heart. Is there anything more enchanting than this? At this moment, Duguian felt her chest flutter. Her delicate lips slightly parted, exhaling a fragrant breath. She was utterly entranced. At this moment, Luo Yu found himself immersed in a different state. As he gazed upon the two great dragon kings kneeling in the sky, he felt no joy. Instead, a profound sense of sorrow welled up within him. Luo Yu was acutely aware that the emotions he experienced were not his own, but rather the sentiments embedded within the dragon god martial soul. Upon sensing this profound emotion, he suddenly attained clarity. It became evident that the dragon god martial soul bestowed upon him by the system was not conjured from thin air. It likely evolved from the dragon god that once existed in this world of Douluo. The intricate secrets surrounding this phenomenon remained elusive to him for the time being. Yet he had heard tales of the dragon clan. Thousands of years ago, all soul beasts revered the dragon god as their sovereign. The dragon god possessed power that transcended even that of the god kings, commanding 9 formidable dragon kings, each with their own elemental prowess and immense strength. However, one fateful day, a cataclysm erupted between the soul beast clan and the deities of the divine realm. The dragon god, relying solely on his own might, engaged in a fierce battle against the 5 god kings, only to be ambushed by the god king of Shura, who struck him down with a treacherous blade. Thus, the dragon god was cleaved in twain. One half fled to the Star Dough forest, becoming the silver dragon king, Gu Yue Na, while the other half remained imprisoned in the forbidden realm of the divine world, the golden dragon king. Luo Yu now finds himself in a state of bewilderment, as the dragon god has been cleaved in two. What, then, is the nature of my dragon god martial soul? Furthermore, Gu Yue Na has clearly witnessed her martial soul and seemingly has never doubted its authenticity. Could it be that there lies a deeper secret within this matter? Luo Yu shook his head, deeming the present circumstances inconsequential. He was acutely aware of the battle in the divine realm, where the dragon god was ambushed and defeated, leading to the annihilation of the 9 great dragon kings. The soul beast clan was thoroughly suppressed by the deities of the divine realm, destined to never attain divinity. As he gazed up at the ethereal apparitions of the water and fire dragon kings, Luo Yu slowly shook his head, although the Poison Douluo could not perceive it. His divine eyes discerned the truth clearly. They had long since perished. While a fragment of their souls lingered, their consciousness had dissipated, leaving only a vestige of instinct that was drawn forth by his dragon god's aura. Observing the kneeling phantoms of the 2 dragon kings and sensing the sorrowful and unyielding spirit of his dragon god martial soul, Luo Yu let out a deep sigh, and a surge of mental will erupted forth. You are already deceased. May you find rest. If the divine realm remains heartless, I shall inevitably ascend to it in the future to seek justice for the soul beast clan. Roar. As if attuned to the host's sentiments, the dragon god martial soul quivered with excitement. As Luo Yu's soul radiance surged, his soul power instantaneously became more solid and pure. The water and fire dragon kings in the sky roared in succession, unleashing a dazzling display of red and blue light. Simultaneously, the vast ocean of water and fire elements in the air began to converge and compress, with 2 colossal dragon king phantoms rapidly shrinking, undergoing astonishing transformations. Before long, the brilliance of the sky faded, returning to clarity. The dragon king phantoms had vanished, and all traces of the water and fire elements disappeared without a trace. Only 2 peculiar luminous rings remained, shimmering in the air, one of a blue-gold hue and the other of a red-gold shade. Gu Yue Na, with her cherry-like lips agape in astonishment, exclaimed, "Grandfather, what are those 2 in the sky?" Dugabo swallowed hard and analyzed. They are certainly not soul rings. The highest level of soul rings is merely 100,000 years in red in color. What are these strange hues? Swish, swish. The 2 rings flickered slightly, as if responding to a summons, and flew directly towards Luo Yu. Before he could react, they seamlessly entered his body. Boom. Half of Luo Yu's body transformed into a fiery crimson, while the other half turned into a chilling azure. An overwhelming aura surged forth from him. Could it truly be a soul ring? The Poison Douluo stood in stunned silence. Would brother you be all right? Gu Yue Na exclaimed. Chapter 122. The Astonishing Million-Year Soul Ring, the soul bone gift from the Water and Fire Dragon King. With a thunderous roar, the colossal, awe-inspiring phantom of the Water and Fire Dragon King had just vanished from the valley, accompanied by the infusion of 2 radiant circles, one red gold and the other blue gold. An extraordinary transformation unfolded upon Luo Yu. Luo Yu could only feel an intense heat coursing through half of his body, while the other half was plunged into an extreme cold. Within the meridians, 2 distinctly opposing energies flowed, each vast and potent, as if they might rupture the channels at any moment. Luo Yu silently lamented his predicament. This was truly a dire situation. The 2 dragon kings were undoubtedly beings of over 1,000,000 years of existence. Given his current cultivation, how could he possibly absorb a soul ring that had existed for 1,000,000 years? In this moment of urgency, the dragon god martial spirit let out a resounding roar. The 2 energies within him ceased their chaotic tumult within his meridians and instead began to converge, transforming into two small spheres of light in his dantian. One shimmered in blue gold, while the other glowed in red gold. They rotated gently within the dantian, continuously releasing delicate tendrils of energy that merged with his body in the most gentle manner. Simultaneously, Luo Yu's aura surged dramatically. Under the astonished gazes of the Poison Douluo and Gu Yue Na, his soul power escalated rapidly, breaking through several barriers in succession, reaching the pinnacle of the 49th level. In an explosive moment, the so-called constraints of rank were rendered inconsequential. He seamlessly transitioned to a breakthrough. His soul power ascended to the level of a soul king at the 50th rank, with only the addition of a soul ring remaining. Before the Poison Douluo and Gu Yue Na could fully comprehend the speed of Luo Yu's ascension, the blue gold and red gold soul rings that emerged beneath his feet left them utterly astounded. Such colored soul rings were not only unprecedented in the present era, but also entirely absent from the annals of Douluo's history. This was indeed their first encounter with such an extraordinary soul ring. As Luo Yu completed his breakthrough, he suddenly opened his eyes. The natural radiance of purple-golden divine light emanating from his gaze caused the Poison Douluo's eyes to swell with intensity. However, the Poison Douluo was utterly unconcerned about this. Eagerly approaching Luo Yu, brimming with questions. "My young friend Luo Yu, what just transpired? What were those two dragon shadows? They were utterly terrifying." Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na stood nearby, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, much like an inquisitive child, fixated on Luo Yu. Luo Yu retorted, "Old poison. Are you aware of the origin of the Eye of Ice and Fire?" The Poison Douluo shook his head repeatedly. "Had I known, I would not have been so frightened earlier. There is no need for further inquiries. Yet I can reveal to you the reason behind the formation of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Long ago, two great dragon kings perished in this very place, their divine energy seeping forth. It is the accumulation of this energy over countless millennia that has birthed such a wondrous land." Luo Yu briefly recounted the situation, and Poison Douluo managed to deduce a general understanding. It is difficult to fathom the true strength of the two great dragon kings. The mere dispersal of their energy has been sufficient to create such a remarkable geomantic treasure, which is truly formidable. What is even more astonishing is that such powerful beings would kneel and pledge their allegiance to Luo Yu. This is simply unbelievable. What secrets could this young man possibly conceal? He pointed towards the two luminous rings around Luo Yu, inquiring, "Are those your soul rings?" Luo Yu nodded. The Poison Douluo, unable to comprehend, remarked, "Isn't the highest soul ring supposed to be red? Why do your two soul rings exhibit such an unusual hue?" Who claimed that the supreme color of soul rings is red? Luo Yu stretched lazily, the sound of his bones cracking resonating in the air. One can only say that weakness constrains your imagination. Even the soul rings of 1,000,000 years hence would bear a golden hue. Golden soul rings? The Poison Douluo was taken aback. "Are you claiming that you have absorbed 2,000,000-year soul rings? Yet with your current cultivation, you would be incapable of absorbing them." Luo Yu gazed inward at the two compact orbs of energy nestled within his dantian, shaking his head with a smile. "Indeed, absorbing them all at once is unfeasible. However, I can store them for later gradual assimilation." The Poison Douluo was taken aback. Was there truly such a method for absorbing soul rings, allowing for the retention of energy? He reflected on his own 9 soul rings, none of which bore even a single red hue. In stark contrast, this individual possessed 3 crimson soul rings solely from his sword martial spirit. And his dragon god martial spirit was further adorned with 2 golden rings, an extraordinary feat that defied reason. When compared to those so-called geniuses outside, he felt they were utterly insignificant, lacking any point of comparison. This only served to reinforce certain convictions within the Poison Douluo. Suddenly, as one tumult subsided, another arose. The once calm spring waters of the ice and fire yin yang began to bubble once more. More? The Poison Douluo's eyelids twitched, his heart racing in response. From the boiling spring emerged 2 flickering figures, one red and one blue, darting towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Ultimately, they came to a halt directly before Luo Yu. Before him lay 2 crystalline bones, as translucent as jade and agate. The left arm bone radiated a scorching red light, while the right arm bone emanated an intense blue glow. Could this be soul bones? Initially uncertain, the Poison Douluo's eyes ignited with fervor, his breath quickening. He could discern the age of the soul bones from the 2 accompanying soul rings, and the realization filled him with exhilaration. 1,000,000-year-old soul bone. How immensely precious that must be. Luo Yu's eyes gleamed with delight. The soul bones he had previously encountered had failed to capture his interest, but these were the coveted treasures he had long desired. Nevertheless, he refrained from hastily absorbing them. Instead, with a swift motion of his hand, he stored the 2 soul bones away. He had yet to fully absorb the 2 colossal million-year soul rings. And to engage in the absorption of soul bones at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. Progress in cultivation must be methodical and gradual. Observing Luo Yu's acquisition of both a soul ring and soul bones, the Poison Douluo felt a pang of envy, bitterly aware of his own limitations. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he understood that this was a fortuitous opportunity unique to Luo Yu, one that could not be seized by others. Were he to be in such a situation, he might very well be dispatched by the Dragon King's claw. The notion of claiming treasures was simply out of the question for him. Thus, the Poison Douluo deftly shifted the conversation, opting not to dwell on the recent events. "Young friend Luo Yu," he began, "now that the extraordinary phenomena have subsided, might I inquire if you could assist my grandson and me in commencing the detoxification process?" Luo Yu extended 2 fingers and stated, "I can assist you in detoxification, but I have 2 conditions." The Poison Douluo nodded, urging him to continue. "Firstly, I require unrestricted access to the herbal resources here." The Poison Douluo's expression showed hesitation, as he seemed reluctant to comply. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. "Even if I were to leave them to you, you would not know how to utilize them, rendering it a waste of resources. However, you need not worry. I shall not pluck any herbs that are not yet in season." Well then, the Poison Douluo gritted his teeth, making a difficult decision. "Secondly, I shall seek a secluded chamber to detoxify your granddaughter." "Very well, that is agreeable." The Poison Douluo readily assented. Luo Yu's gaze became exceedingly peculiar. He had anticipated that Poison Douluo would hesitate for a moment, or at the very least, inquire about his reasons before making a decision. However, to his astonishment, the latter responded without a hint of hesitation, readily agreeing. Was this granddaughter adopted? Why did it seem as though she was worth even less than medicinal herbs? Chapter 123, Grandfather Teaching Granddaughter How to Pursue Love? Eagerly scavenging for celestial herbs, Luo Yu wore an unusual expression, standing beside him. Gu Yue Na felt a flush rise to her enchanting, delicate face. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out with her small hand to tug at the corner of the Poison Douluo's robe, pouting her lips and emitting charming complaints. "Grandfather, how can you do this? You haven't even asked for her opinion before selling me off." The Poison Douluo glared with his aged eyes. "Yin, are you being overly sensitive? Luo Yu merely wishes to find a tranquil chamber for your healing. What ill intentions could possibly lie therein?" Gu Yue Na immediately shot him an exasperated look. "Grandfather, did you not always advise me against being alone in a room with any man, even Yu Tianheng? Why does it seem you no longer care?" The Poison Douluo's gaze turned innocent, scanning the surroundings in confusion. "Did I ever say such things?" "You certainly did," Gu Yue Na began, but was interrupted by the Poison Douluo shaking his head. "Do not speak nonsense. No, I certainly never uttered such words." "You must be mistaken. How could that be?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed in frustration. The Poison Douluo ignored her, turning to the youth beside them who was quietly enjoying the spectacle, urging, "Luo Yu, my young friend, there lies a chamber I excavated on the eastern cliff of this valley. Please hasten and take my granddaughter there to detoxify her. I fear the toxin has already affected her mind, causing her memories to become disordered. She is in dire need of your rescue." Luo Yu gazed at the Poison Douluo's demeanor, feeling an urge to offer a subtle hint. "Your acting is rather theatrical. Do be mindful of your expression." The blatant display of sacrificing his granddaughter was undeniably evident. Luo Yu shook his head and said, "My earlier remarks regarding the antidote in the secret chamber were merely jest. There is no need for you to take them to heart. In truth, administering the antidote to both of you is not a daunting task. However, it does require some time to concoct the remedy. I shall gather the herbs from this place while you engage in your conversation." The Poison Douluo's expression shifted. Not out of concern for the herbs, for after many years, he had exhausted his knowledge of them and dared not experiment with the unfamiliar. If he could forge a favorable connection with a prodigious talent like Luo Yu and simultaneously alleviate the deadly poison afflicting his grandson and himself, it would indeed be a judicious use of resources, culminating in a commendable deed. What troubled him was the realization that Luo Yu's earlier words were but a jest. The Poison Douluo had entertained the thought that Luo Yu harbored feelings for his granddaughter, only to find himself elated for naught. "Grandfather, you've changed," Gu Yue Na lamented. "You would never have spoken so flippantly before." The Poison Douluo cast a sidelong glance at the departing Luo Yu and admonished softly, "I ask you, my dear, are you blind? Where else could you find such an exceptional man?" Gu Yue Na stamped her delicate foot and retorted, but what you said was utterly embarrassing. The Poison Douluo glared with his emerald eyes, his expression stern. Embarrassing? What is there to be embarrassed about? Have you ever encountered anyone more handsome than this young man? Gu Yue Na shook her head. Have you ever met anyone more talented than him? Once again, she shook her head. With a sigh, the Poison Douluo remarked, My dear, you are still young. Allow me to impart wisdom from my own experiences. When you encounter a man who pleases you, being overly reserved serves no purpose. You must learn to seize the opportunity, for once it slips away, it may never return. Should you let it pass, regret will surely follow. Gu Yue Na lowered her head. Her slender fingers entwined, murmuring softly, but there is no need to rush. We have hardly met a few times. Might this be too hasty? The Poison Douluo inquired. Do you harbor feelings for this young man? Gu Yue Na's body trembled slightly as she furtively glanced at Luo Yu's upright figure, her cheeks flushing with color. She shyly nodded and gave a soft acknowledgement. Then it is settled. First, find a way to be together, and nurturing your feelings can follow in due course. A man of his caliber is rare. Should you wait until you lose your shyness to approach him, you may find that by then, he has already been swept away by another. At this last statement, Gu Yue Na's heart quivered. Her small hands unconsciously clenched, a sense of urgency rising within her. Diminishing her earlier embarrassment, she raised her gaze and asked, Grandfather, what should I do? The Poison Douluo, pleased, stroked his beard, feeling he had finally succeeded in shaping his granddaughter's perspective. He spoke earnestly. Yin Yin, the distance between a woman and a man is but a thin veil. How you choose to take the initiative is entirely up to you. Grandfather, I understand, Gu Yue Na responded, her cheeks still tinged with bashfulness, yet her gaze now resolute. Oh, a teachable child indeed. The Poison Douluo's eyes crinkled into a smile as he regarded Luo Yu, akin to a prospective son-in-law. The more he looked, the more he appreciated him, even finding Luo Yu's demeanor while gathering the celestial herbs quite admirable. Luo Yu remained blissfully unaware of the cunning schemes brewing within the old fox's mind. He could hardly fathom that there existed a grandfather who would instruct his granddaughter in the art of romance. At this moment, his focus was unwavering, his attention entirely devoted to examining the various celestial herbs surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although the Poison Douluo was oblivious to their significance, he was not. The herb, resplendent in purple with an emerald stem and adorned with 9 translucent leaves enveloped in ethereal mist, was undoubtedly the 9th-rank purple immortal mushroom. It possessed the divine ability to nourish vitality and replenish blood, capable of evolving a crippled martial soul. He collected it. The luxurious wisteria draping, crowned with splendid golden blossoms, was surely the Qilua tulip. He collected it too. The vibrant red herb, quivering as its leaves converged like a coxcomb, and the immaculate white flower emanating an air of transcendent elegance, an 8-petaled orchid glistening like pearls. Surrounding them, a magnificent hue of royal purple, with the flower's core radiating a golden glow, was a colossal chrysanthemum. And there were also the top-tier celestial herbs linked to a pitch-black stone, the heart-wrenching acacia red. He collected them all, every single one. One by one, the herbs with diverse effects were swiftly identified by Luo Yu, as if swept up by a whirlwind, and all were gathered into his possession. At that moment, his storage space shimmered with a dazzling light, suffused with an aura of immortality. The Poison Douluo stood quietly to the side, observing with not a hint of regret in his demeanor. Did you think the old man had lost his celestial herbs? No. Just wait and see. This endeavor not only yielded no losses, but was indeed a tremendous gain, as Luo Yu reaped abundant rewards at the Eye of Ice and Fire. A voice of astonishment reverberated from the boundless, distant unknown of Douluo Star, amidst the ethereal golden white clouds of the vast divine realm. Upon returning home at 10:30, I continued my late-night endeavors, for in 2 hours awaited chapter 124, Anomalies in the Divine Realm, refining the 2 celestial herbs. Yin Yin, your opportunity has arrived. Here lies the Douluo divine realm, suffused with dense primordial energy, where rolling waves of golden white clouds envelop the surroundings. Within these clouds, towering and magnificent divine temples emerge, exuding an extraordinary aura. A figure enveloped in golden light, wielding a divine spear, remains indistinct. He stands guard before the intricate, golden-etched observation array, emanating a voice filled with uncertainty. Is that the divine presence of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings? Were they not slain by Lord Shura? They should be utterly dead. Yet, the direction from which this aura emanates seems to point towards Douluo continent. Could it be that the Water and Fire Dragon Kings have returned from the dead, or are there accursed remnants of the Dragon clan at play? It appears I must report this matter to Lord Shura for resolution. The golden figure ascended swiftly, darting towards the Shura temple. Upon arrival, he found the temple doors firmly shut. Alas, the Lord is in seclusion. It seems I must wait for his emergence before I can deliver my report. However, there appears to be little cause for alarm. Douluo continent is, at most, merely harboring a few insignificant mice, limited in power and incapable of stirring any significant turmoil, posing no threat to the divine realm. Achoo! Douluo continent, sunset forest, eye of ice and fire. Luo Yu had just finished sneezing, gently rubbing his nose. Who could be sending me their concerned inquiries at this moment? The celestial herbs surrounding the tranquil waters had been thoroughly collected by him, all safely stowed away. Initially, the Poison Douluo maintained a stoic demeanor, but now he could not help but twitch his aged face, feeling a pang of sympathy. Silently, he muttered to himself, Yen, you must strive to bring some honor to your grandfather. Otherwise, I will suffer a tremendous loss today. He approached Luo Yu, devoid of the dignity befitting a titled Douluo, and with a conciliatory smile remarked, my young friend, look, all these celestial herbs are yours. We have not forgotten the poison afflicting us, you know. Luo Yu rolled her eyes and said with a serious expression, the poison that afflicts both of you, grandfather and grandson, stems from the fact that you possess beast martial souls rather than weapon martial souls. Each time you manifest your martial soul, the toxins carried by the beast martial soul transfer into your bodies. Over time, as your mastery of poison deepens, the accumulation of toxins within you intensifies, leading to increasingly grave risks. Indeed, Poison Douluo nodded. What can be done to resolve this issue? I have a method to assist you in purging all the toxins from your bodies, she replied. However, should that occur, even if you do not revert to being ordinary individuals, your combat abilities will undoubtedly diminish significantly without the enhancement of your toxic powers. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Poison Douluo vehemently shook his head. Having wielded poison techniques his entire life, the prospect of suddenly becoming an ordinary person would be more unbearable than death itself. Luo Yu remarked, then we shall resort to the second method. What method? Both Poison Douluo and Gu Yue Na gazed at Luo Yu with eager anticipation. As a titled Douluo, you must possess a soul bone, correct? Indeed, if you trust my words. You may attempt to channel all the venom within your body into the soul bone for storage. As for the toxins deeply embedded in the marrow, I shall assist you in removing them through another means. Poison Douluo furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of this approach. This method appears viable. However, the process involved is likely to entail considerable risk, is it not? Luo Yu waved his hand, stating that he had already shared his solution, and it was up to them to believe it or not. Gu Yue Na replied in a clear tone, I am willing to give it a try. I have faith in you. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at the Poison Douluo, curling his lips in disdain. See that? Even your granddaughter possesses more courage than you. Indeed, I have faith, as any wise man would. Luo Yu remained non-committal, offering a brief admonition. You two, step back for now. The two, bewildered, could not comprehend Luo Yu's intentions and instinctively retreated. A flash of brilliance emanated from Luo Yu's hand. In his left hand appeared a white 8-petaled flower, its stamen resembling translucent crystals, exuding an astonishing chill. In his right hand, he grasped a plant, entirely crimson like a cabbage, of exceptional quality, radiating an intense heat. The Poison Douluo's eyelids twitched. He recognized both of these plants. They thrived within the eye of ice and fire, harboring the essence of extreme elemental power, and he dared not seize them with his bare hands. Otherwise, calamity would surely ensue. Luo Yu, however, firmly grasped them without sustaining any harm, which was truly remarkable. The Poison Douluo could not help but exclaim, these two celestial herbs must be highly toxic plants, am I right? Luo Yu raised her gaze and glanced at him, slowly stating, you are correct. The 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom are indeed the most potent poisons when considered individually. However, when combined, they yield extraordinary effects. What extraordinary effects? Poison Douluo inquired, bewildered. Luo Yu did not respond directly. Instead, he took action. He gradually brought together 2 distinct strains of celestial grass, resulting in a resounding crackle of incompatible elements, accompanied by swirling wisps of white vapor rising into the air. Both Poison Douluo and Gu Yue Na gazed on with curiosity, unable to comprehend his intentions. As Luo Yu summoned waves of soul power, he even harnessed the recently absorbed strength of the Water and Fire Dragon King, instantly shattering the 2 celestial herbs and merging them into one for refinement. Radiant shades of red and blue surged forth continuously. When the luminescence faded, 5 small capsules, alternating in red and blue, lay perfectly in the palm of Luo Yu's hand. What is this? The Poison Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. These capsules are the essence distilled from the 2 celestial herbs. Consider yourself fortunate. Luo Yu flicked his fingers and sent forth 2 of the medicinal pills. Had it been Tang San, he would likely have taken these 2 divine herbs to undergo the ice and fire alchemy, ultimately offering 2 drops of blood to the Poison Douluo. However, Luo Yu was different. His immaculate divine body had already reached a certain pinnacle. Undertaking the ice and fire alchemy once more would likely yield little benefit, merely squandering the 2 divine herbs. It was far better to reserve them for those in need. The Poison Douluo gazed at the divine herbs in his hand with elation, sensing the vibrant life force contained within. Instantly, his heart was reassured. This time, the poison afflicting him would surely be alleviated. Luo Yu carefully stored the remaining 3 pills and instructed, first, infuse all the toxins within your bodies into the soul bone, and then consume the pills to cleanse your bones and meridians. Understood, the Poison Douluo replied, unable to suppress his excitement. After all, the excruciating poison had tormented him for far too many years. You may proceed with the detoxification here. I shall retreat to the secret chamber you mentioned. Retreat? The Poison Douluo hesitated. Luo Yu nodded and explained, I have just ascended to the Soul King level, and my aura is unstable. I require some time for quiet meditation and adjustment to solidify my cultivation. Luo Yu leaped forward, racing towards the hidden chamber carved into the cliffs of the valley. Poison Douluo watched him depart, then turned to the alluring and captivating young woman beside him, urging, Yin Yin, why are you standing there in a daze? Seize the opportunity swiftly. Once you leave this place, it will be far more challenging to establish contact with him again. Chapter 125, Gathering the 9 Great Dragon King's Essence. The radiant beauty Gu Yuan's visit to the chamber. In the ice and fire duality, there existed a secluded chamber on the eastern cliff, a place Poison Douluo typically used for his secluded meditation. Now, however, it had been claimed by Luo Yu. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he held in his hands a red-blue pill crafted from the legendary herbs, octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot blossom. He had given 2 pills to Poison Douluo and his grandson, leaving himself with 3. Sensing the vibrant vitality within the pill, Luo Yu's curiosity piqued. He casually picked one up and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon contact. A gasp escaped his lips as his tongue tingled, and his taste buds exploded with sensation. It was indescribable, yet there was a flavor akin to the extremes of ice and fire. Swallowing, he felt his throat filled with a delightful sensation of alternating temperatures. Ah, what ecstasy! As the medicinal properties spread throughout his body, Luo Yu felt as though every limb and bone was rejuvenated by a wave of contrasting warmth and chill, as if each cell was simultaneously emitting a pleasurable sigh. Boom! Luo Yu has just ascended to the 50th level of Soul King, yet astonishingly, he has further elevated his prowess, with soul power surging and momentum soaring, swiftly leaping 2 levels to reach 52. Such a rate of advancement is undeniably rapid. Typically, even the most gifted soul masters would toil for months merely to gain a single level, whereas Luo Yu accomplished this feat in what seemed like the brief span of a tea's brewing time. Upon achieving this breakthrough, however, Luo Yu did not bask in the glow of his success. Instead, he subtly shook his head. The 2 extraordinary herbal essences distilled into pills primarily serve not to enhance soul power, but rather to harness the unique forces of ice and fire, refining one's essence and marrow, thereby augmenting physical aptitude. For an ordinary individual, consuming such a concoction would likely result in the expulsion of impurities through their pores, leaving them in a state of discomfort. Yet, the enhancement of physical talent is remarkable. After consuming the essence, aside from the enhancement of his soul power, Luo Yu's exterior remained remarkably pristine. This indicates that his immaculate divine body is no jest. His physique is indeed devoid of impurities, leaving nothing to expel. TSK. It seems rather wasteful for me to partake in this. Otherwise, one might even conceive another prodigy. Although Luo Yu spoke these words, there was no trace of sorrow upon his countenance. He seemed utterly unconcerned by the matter at hand. After all, he possessed ample celestial herbs. Even if not for the sake of enhancing his prowess, what harm would there be in savoring their flavor? Do not inquire further. It is merely for amusement. Casting a glance at the tightly shut door of the secret chamber, Luo Yu retrieved a delicate jade vial from within his robe. He pricked his fingertip, allowing 2 drops of his essence to fall. Instantly, the room was filled with an enchanting fragrance, radiating a peculiar brilliance, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar. As the precious droplets fell into the jade vial, Luo Yu swiftly sealed it, causing the exquisite aroma and extraordinary phenomena to vanish without a trace. Luo Yu has never been one to owe favors to others, and while Poison Douluo may be oblivious to true value, he has indeed received numerous fine items from Luo Yu. Although quietly amassing wealth may appear unproblematic, Poison Douluo refrains from voicing any objections. Yet, this behavior contradicts his own principles. Luo Yu is willing to offer his blood for a reason beyond mere generosity. During the terrifying upheaval of the ice and fire duality, both Poison Douluo and Gu Yue Na, despite having the opportunity to escape, chose to return and lend him a hand, determined to leave together with him. This act significantly fostered his affection for them. His guiding principle is simple. If one treats me with an inch of respect, I will reciprocate with a mile. If one harms me with a mere grain, I shall reclaim 3 measures in return. As Luo Yu's spirit emanated, he turned his gaze inward to his dantian, where 2 spheres of red and blue light were revolving. Streams of energy surged forth from within, continuously absorbed by his meridians. His meridians, too, became infused with divine radiance, undergoing subtle yet profound transformations. A sudden jolt coursed through Luo Yu's heart as a new revelation dawned upon him. Within the 2 luminous orbs, there existed the ethereal forms of 2 miniature dragons, resembling diminutive versions of the water and fire dragon kings. He extended his consciousness into the radiant spheres in an attempt to establish a connection, yet he received no response whatsoever. Luo Yu pondered thoughtfully, his heart awakening to a profound realization. This must be the primordial power of the water and fire dragon king, devoid of any sentience, for they had perished countless millennia ago. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Now that he had absorbed the primordial power of the water and fire dragon king into his being, what extraordinary transformations might occur if, one day, he could gather the primordial powers of the other 7 dragon kings? The dragon god martial soul already represented the pinnacle of beast martial souls on the Douluo continent. What if he were to further amalgamate the primordial powers of the 9 dragon kings? Hiss! Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his heart surged with excitement as he suddenly realized the immense potential of this matter, even disregarding the fusion of primordial powers. What if he were to gather the soul bones of the 9 great dragon kings? Luo Yu felt a jolt of realization. Both the angel god and the Rakshasa god are deities of the first rank, second only to the divine king. However, the divine armors they inherited are merely composed of soul bones that are 99,999 years old. In contrast, the 9 great dragon kings possess soul bones that are 1,000,000 years old. How many times stronger would that make them? To what extraordinary level would the divine armors formed from the soul bones of the 9 great dragon kings ascend? Luo Yu's eyes glimmered with fervor, and a resolute decision blossomed within him. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. Although he was uncertain about the whereabouts of the dragon king's remains, he was fortunate to have a capable partner at home. Achu. In the starry forest, a breathtakingly beautiful girl with silvery hair and violet eyes stood, her flawless, snow-white feet and gracefully distinctive figure radiating an astonishing beauty. She furrowed her delicate brows, feeling as though someone was plotting against her. Speaking of which, that detestable man, Luo Yu, seems to have found companionship outside, reluctant to return. If he continues to delay, this young lady will graciously take a hatchet to invite him back. How peculiar. For no apparent reason, she suddenly felt a chill creeping down her spine. Luo Yu gazed with perplexity, utterly at a loss. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the door of the secret chamber. Who is it? Gu, may I come in? Please, do enter. As the door swung open, the rhythmic click of high heels reverberated on the floor as Gu Yue gracefully stepped inside. With a decisive motion, she closed the door behind her upon entering. Just as Luo Yu was about to inquire, he was taken aback in an instant. What does this mean? The door is locked tight, and no one is allowed to leave? Luo Yu's gaze fell upon Gu Yue, and his heart skipped a beat. The woman seemed to have deliberately touched up her makeup outside. Her elongated, enchanting pupils, alluring eyeshadow, and subtly tinted, dewy lips framed by cascading strands of hair upon her snow-white neck rendered her utterly captivating, akin to a mesmerizing nymph. The form-fitting, provocative mini-skirt accentuated her peach-like curves to perfection, while her legs, long and graceful, were elegantly adorned with delicate strappy high heels that embraced her tender feet. What is it? Luo Yu asked, suppressing the fervor rising within him. Brother Yu, There has been something I have long wished to discuss with you, Gu Yue Na replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her gaze held a courageous steadiness as it met Luo Yu's. Luo Yu swallowed hard. A desire to inquire about the propriety of the situation stirring within him. A solitary man and woman confined in a dimly lit chamber certainly created a palpable atmosphere. In 2 hours, another chapter would unfold. The weekend was upon them, heralding a flurry of updates. Chapter 126, Gu Yue Na's profound declaration of love. In the suffocating gloom of the enclosed space, the flickering oil lamp cast a muted glow. Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed, her supple waist swaying like a graceful water serpent. Her hips undulating, accentuating her alluring legs, while her delicate feet adorned in high heels approached Luo Yu with measured steps. Luo Yu instinctively held his breath. He was but a normal man, inevitably drawn to the beauty before him. The exquisitely adorned Gu Yue Na was undeniably stunning. She exuded a fiery sensuality, tempting one to transgress. Her navel, embellished with gemstones, emanated an exotic allure. Most captivating was the intriguing blend of her enchanting seduction and the shy innocence reminiscent of a young maiden. This paradoxical charm set her apart from the ordinary, drawing forth an unparalleled magnetism that left Luo Yu utterly spellbound. Brother Yu, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Gu Yue Na said, perched gracefully on the edge of the bed, her slender legs elegantly crossed. Her delicate, fair feet, adorned with high heels, arched gracefully, accentuating the exquisite curvature of her ankles. What is it? Luo Yu instinctively recoiled slightly, noticing his subtle retreat. Gu Yue Na pouted her lips in response. Brother Yu, do you dislike me? Not at all. Then why do you distance yourself so? Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, realizing that if he did not distance himself further, he would be competing with Nuwa for business. Observing the man's silence, Gu Yue Na subtly shifted her elegant form. Leaning in closer, Luo Yu instinctively recoiled slightly. A tremor coursed through Gu Yue Na's enchanting eyes, and her delicate, pale green lips pressed together. Brother Yu? Gu Yue Na hesitated momentarily before articulating. Brother Yu, do you find Yin too brazen, thus harboring disdain for me? What are you talking about? How could that be? Luo Yu shook his head in denial. Then why do you persist in avoiding me? Stop overthinking, he retorted, his gaze intense. Is it disdain for you? I fear acting impulsively and making a mistake driven by passion. Gu Yue Na regarded Luo Yu earnestly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, yet her words were audacious. Yin purposely dresses this way. I am unafraid of your potential errors. Excuse me? Luo Yu was taken aback, astonished by the revelation, observing the bewilderment in his eyes. Gu Yue Na bit her lip, finally exhaling softly. Brother Yu, Yin has never told a lie. I shall be candid with you today. Candid about what? Luo Yu inquired. Intrigued. My grandfather instructed me to seduce you. Outside, concealed in a hidden chamber, Poison Douluo nearly choked upon eavesdropping, his expression one of utter disbelief. Good granddaughter. You truly outdo yourself in filial piety. What happened to our meticulously devised plan to capture the male god? What of the strategies we conspired together? And you reveal our intentions without even knowing the opponent's price? Luo Yu's lips twitched, taken aback by the unexpected candor. Is he truly this forthright from the outset? Observing the peculiar expression on the man's face, Gu Yue Na waved her petite hands repeatedly. Brother Yu, please allow me to finish, she implored. You see, my grandfather urged me to seduce you, but I have no desire to follow through with that. And the reason? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Gu Yue Na took a deep breath. Because I genuinely harbor deep feelings for you, and I wish to preserve this sentiment from being tainted by any trivial matters. Luo Yu's eyes shimmered as she quietly listened to the girl continue her tale. Gu Yue Na's beautiful gaze gradually grew hazy, lost in reminiscence, her soft voice resonating. Ever since our first encounter, Brother Yu, you have left an indelible impression in my heart. You possess a commanding presence, yet you never exploit the weak. Other soul masters may refrain from oppressing the common folk, but they often maintain an aloof attitude in their presence. You, however, genuinely regard those like the owner of a modest clothing store with equality and respect. Later, in the battle arena, you stood with unwavering confidence, single-handedly captivating the entire audience. What woman could remain indifferent to such charisma? Naturally, I am no exception. Furthermore, when I beheld your true appearance, I couldn't help but question if I had become infatuated with beauty, for why else would I constantly dream of you? This time, you rescued both me and my grandfather, alleviating the burdens of life and death that have haunted us for years. Initially, I hesitated to voice these feelings, but my grandfather urged me to seize the moment. For opportunities may slip away forever. Gu Yin clasped her delicate hands together, a blend of softness and determination radiating from her. Brother Yu, you must believe me. I truly hold deep affection for you, and I find it difficult to uncover any reasons to feel otherwise. I have faith in you. Luo Yu possessed the eye of creation and could naturally discern the sincerity reflected in the girl's gaze. He couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. Despite her mature and alluring appearance, there was an undeniable charm in her character. Do you truly believe in the words I just spoke? Dong Guyan questioned. Her heart filled with trepidation. Luo Yu chuckled softly. Why are you being so foolish? Humph. Gu Yin pouted, raising her elegant neck. I'm certainly not foolish. Was that a confession you just made? Luo Yu teased. Of course it was. Why wouldn't he account? Gu Yin exclaimed, waving her delicate fist. Is it only permissible for men to confess, while women are forbidden from expressing their feelings to the men they admire? Luo Yu found himself at a loss for words. An inexplicable silence enveloped the air. Their gazes met, and as she beheld that strikingly handsome visage, Gu Yin felt momentarily entranced. She realized her grandfather was indeed right. A man who possessed both unparalleled charm and prowess, coupled with admirable character, how could she let such an opportunity slip away to another? Slowly, Gu Yin closed her beautiful eyes, her long, dark lashes fluttering, betraying the tension that lay within her heart. Luo Yu gazed at the woman's radiant visage. Sensing the palpable tension in her heart, unable to refuse, he succumbed to an inner stir and lowered his head to kiss her. Gu Yin's delicate frame trembled. The anxious confession that had once consumed her dissipated like mist in the wake of that kiss. Her jade-like arms, awkward yet fervent, instinctively wrapped around the man's robust waist. Within the confines of the hidden chamber, everything unfolded with an air of naturalness. Outside, Poison Douluo was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't my plan supposed to be unyielding? How did they come to this? Wait, none of this is the crux of the matter. Pressing his ear against the thick stone door, he faintly heard the enchanting melody played by his granddaughter. Poison Douluo's aged face twitched, and a sudden pang of heartbreak pierced through him. Some things, before they transpired, were imagined in a splendid light. Yet, once they occurred, an inexplicable discomfort enveloped him. My granddaughter is lost. He felt an overwhelming urge to burst in and halt everything. But it was too late. Moreover, if he were to enter now, he sensed that his granddaughter would likely give him a sound thrashing first. Poison Douluo was distressed. He sought tranquility. It wasn't he that he found Luo Yu lacking. This feeling was akin to nurturing a tender cabbage only to witness it being uprooted by an outsider right before his eyes. The hurt was magnified. No, I can't bear this. I mustn't listen any longer. Poison Douluo vanished from before the stone door, his chest heavy with suffocation, hastily soaring into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, an astonishing transformation was unfolding within the chamber. Chapter 127. Poison Douluo was on the verge of tears. Beasts. Gu Yin's evolved martial soul. As night fell and the moon hung high amidst a sparse starry sky, deep within the valley, the eyes of ice and fire radiated a milky white and fiery red glow. From the center of the spring, crackling sounds echoed, accompanied by rising steam. Ha ha ha, at last. I have found a remedy for the poison coursing through me. Henceforth, the sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar. Poison Douluo laughed heartily as he returned from afar, his spirits buoyant. In nearly a decade, he had never felt as liberated as he did today. The affliction of poison had always loomed over him like a heavy mountain. The most renowned poison master was, paradoxically, threatened by venom at every moment. To him, this was a profound humiliation, a matter he had long been ashamed to mention. Yet today, everything had changed. Through personal experience, he discovered that Luo Yu's method was surprisingly effective, and the efficacy of the miraculous herbal pill was nothing short of explosive. Poison Douluo not only glimpsed the hope of recovery but also envisioned the possibility of enhancing his strength further. How could his heart not be elated? So joyful was he that he felt compelled to burst into song. Despite his excitement, he remained clear-headed, fully aware to whom he owed this fortune. Returning to the valley, beaming with joy, he longed to share his elation and express heartfelt gratitude to Luo Yu for his salvation. However, upon arrival, he found the valley utterly deserted. Where is everyone? Poison Douluo paused, then turned his gaze towards the hidden chamber nestled in the cliff. The stone door stood tightly shut, just as it had when he departed earlier. A tremor ran through his heart, and the joy on his face evaporated instantaneously. His hands trembled uncontrollably beneath his sleeves. His voice a hoarse whisper filled with disbelief. A whole day has passed, and they've been at it all this time? Is this boy even human? When will this end? Beastly. This is pure animalistic behavior. It has been years since I last savored meat, and now my granddaughter is being subjected to such torment? Yin Yin is still an innocent maiden. How can she endure this kind of ordeal? Poison Douluo's face was etched with concern as he rubbed his hair vigorously, nearly driven to madness. The thought of his granddaughter suffering for an entire day filled his eyes with a fiery glint. Without further hesitation, he let out a fierce roar and dashed toward the hidden chamber. Roar! My Yin Yin, it is my fault. I should not have sent you into the jaws of the tiger. Grandfather is coming to rescue you. Poison Douluo's aged visage twisted in anguish. All he wished was to tear Luo Yu apart. Gratitude? Nonsense. While others measure their deeds in instances, this one counts in days. He could scarcely bear to imagine what torment his granddaughter had endured. Channeling the Snake Emperor, he unleashed his 9 rings and raised a fist to strike the stone door. At that moment, the stone door suddenly swung open. The handsome man and beautiful woman emerged. Poison Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily performed an emergency stop in midair. Stumbling in his tracks, Luo Yu was taken aback, curiously inquiring, Yin Yin, what extraordinary skill is your grandfather practicing? Gu Yin shook her head in confusion, having just emerged to witness her grandfather's enigmatic actions, leaving her equally perplexed. Suddenly, Duduo darted towards Gu Yin like a rocket, gripping her shoulders tightly. His expression tense as he glanced around anxiously. Yin Yin, are you all right? Huh, what could possibly be wrong with me? She replied. Duduo pressed on urgently. Do you feel unwell in any way? Not at all. I feel splendid, better than ever, in fact. Gu Yin's cheeks flushed crimson. Matters concerning her abdominal discomfort were certainly not to be disclosed. She had intended to share another piece of joyful news with Duduo, but he abruptly interrupted her. It's impossible. How could you be fine? Duduo exclaimed, his eyes reddening as he shook his head vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Yu with a loud voice. Is this brat threatening you into saying that? Don't be afraid. Your grandfather is here to support you. If you've suffered any grievances, he will stand by you. Gu Yin shifted her feet, retreating behind Luo Yu, peeking out to whisper, Brother Yu, what on earth is wrong with my grandfather? It's quite frightening. Luo Yu, rendered speechless, remarked, Old poisoner, what are you attempting to do? What am I doing? Poison Douluo retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Are you still unaware of the misdeeds you have committed? Luo Yu expressed his confusion, stating, I am quite aware of what has transpired. The Poison Douluo's head buzzed with agitation. Was this young man feigning ignorance, deliberately provoking him? How infuriating. Ah, young man, not even the King of Heaven can intervene today. I am determined to teach you a lesson. With that, the Poison Douluo lunged forward with a punch. Before Luo Yu could react, Gu Yin stepped in front of him. Grandfather, stop, she exclaimed. Yin Yin, step aside. I must discipline this young man today. I won't allow you to harm Brother Yu. Gu Yin stood protectively before the man, her beautiful narrow eyes glaring defiantly. The Poison Douluo shuddered. Yin Yin, he has bullied you, and yet you still defend him? Brother Yu has not bullied me at all. He has been very gentle. Gu Yin insisted, her soft green lips pursing. Observing his granddaughter's fierce defense of Luo Yu, the Poison Douluo's expression turned vacant. The sound of a heart breaking echoed in his mind. Initially, he thought, if I cannot defeat you, at least I can assume the role of your grandfather since you were with my granddaughter, a rather pleasing thought. Yet, he realized that his granddaughter had been taken away, and his standing had plummeted to that of a grandson. The Poison Douluo felt a tightness in his chest, unable to express his frustration, spiraling into despondency. Noticing her grandfather's discontent, Gu Yin approached, clutching the sleeve of his garment, and comforted him with a playful tone. Grandfather, Brother Yu truly hasn't bullied me. He is very kind. The Poison Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling a surge of anger. Kind? How naive did she think he was? He had clearly overheard their earlier conversation. Grandfather, why don't you believe me? I was going to tell you some wonderful news. Gu Yin added, her enthusiasm palpable. The Poison Douluo rolled his eyes, feeling the lack of good news but an abundance of heartache instead. His cherished granddaughter had been consumed by an outsider. Look, grandfather. Gu Yin began to summon her martial spirit, focusing her soul power. I'm not looking. What is so special about your martial spirit? The Poison Douluo crossed his arms, adopting a haughty demeanor. Deep down, he had realized that his granddaughter was unharmed and that certain indescribable matters had likely resolved in less than a day. He had overthought it. His earlier anger had merely been an excuse to vent his frustrations on Luo Yu, but his granddaughter had thwarted his intentions, deepening his melancholy. With a sudden flash of brilliance, Gu Yue Na's expression turned serious as a radiant light emerged behind her. Initially, the Poison Douluo merely squinted, but upon recognizing the transformation of his granddaughter's martial spirit, his pupils dilated in shock, eyes wide with astonishment. Yin Yin, your martial spirit, how has it changed? The tremor in his voice betrayed his disbelief. Grandfather, didn't you say there was nothing remarkable about it? Gu Yin teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. The Poison Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment, quickly reprimanding, at a time like this, you still dare to jest with me? Are you truly my granddaughter? Gu Yin pondered, her fingers on her lips, and after a moment, she replied, well, perhaps it could be something else. The Poison Douluo felt a sharp pang in his heart, sensing that since his granddaughter had associated with this boy, his familial authority had plummeted drastically. Once a dutiful and affectionate granddaughter, she now seemed to be slipping away from him. Chapter 128. A New Mission, Save the Goddess, Lu Erlong. The Poison Douluo gazed intently at Gu Yan's martial spirit, marveling at its transformation. He had devoted decades to arduous training and immeasurable effort, ultimately achieving the rank of title Douluo, which allowed him to cultivate the green-scaled serpent into the green-scaled serpent king. Yet, his granddaughter had merely spent a day with this young man, and her martial spirit had evolved, and it appeared to have surpassed his own creation in rank? How could this be? The Poison Douluo struggled to comprehend the astonishing reality before him. Behind Gu Yin, the azure scales of the green-scaled serpent, once representative of its venomous nature, had transformed into 9 vibrant colors, with the red and blue scales radiating intense waves of water and fire. The form of the martial spirit had also grown larger and more formidable. After observing for a while, the Poison Douluo reached a staggering conclusion. Gu Yan's green-scaled serpent had undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. The increase in power was not merely several-fold, it was incomprehensibly profound. Still reeling from the shock, he expressed his awe. Incredible, truly incredible. How did you achieve this, Yin Yin? Gu Yin waved her hands dismissively. Grandfather, don't look at me. I have no idea how this happened. It's all thanks to Brother Yu. In an instant, the Poison Douluo appeared before Luo Yu, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Let us maintain some distance. Luo Yu wore an expression of disdain, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under such scrutiny, and gently pushed him back. The Poison Douluo, unfazed, inquired eagerly. With an insatiable yearning, Luo Yu, my young friend, how did you manage to assist Yin Yin in the evolution of her martial spirit? Would you be willing to impart your knowledge to me? Impart my knowledge? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. The Poison Douluo nodded fervently in response. Luo Yu chuckled and said, then you should provide me with a compelling reason to teach you. Dugyubo, however, was no longer concerned with matters of face. The allure of martial spirit evolution was simply too great for him to resist. Should his martial spirit undergo further evolution, he harbored confidence in breaking into a new realm, an echelon of strength that had once been beyond his reach. He looked at Luo Yu with an amiable gaze, rubbing his hands together as he remarked, we are, after all, akin to family now. Shouldn't we assist each other? Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at him. If memory serves me correctly, someone just accused me of bullying his granddaughter and even contemplated laying hands on me. No, that is utterly unfounded. The formidable Douluo, with a resolute shake of his robust frame, declared emphatically, who dares to touch you? I, Dugubo, shall be the first to ensure they face dire consequences, exterminating their entire lineage. Luo Yu chuckled and remarked to the young girl beside him, has your grandfather always been so imposing and formidable? Of course. Gu Yin could detect the man's teasing, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. To be honest, she had always perceived her grandfather as rather aloof. However, she soon realized that in Luo Yu's presence, her grandfather had transformed. The Poison Douluo, embodying a spirit of perseverance, sincerely stated, young friend Luo Yu, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretions. I hope you can forgive me. Enough of the theatrics, he added. Luo Yu rolled his eyes, but had no intention of making things difficult for him. He tossed a small jade vial into the air. Whoosh! Dugyubo caught the vial, gazing at the liquid within with a look of confusion. What is this? Do not ask too many questions, Luo Yu replied succinctly. By refining this, your martial soul should undergo a transformation. However, the extent of that change depends on your own fortune. As for evolving to the level of yin yang, do not harbor such thoughts. The Poison Douluo inquired in perplexity, is there any particular reason for this? With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Luo Yu chose to remain silent. The special reason behind this was undoubtedly the unique spiritual liquid he had infused into Gu Yin. Gu Yin feigned composure. Yet her exquisite visage was flushed with a captivating crimson. Observing Luo Yu's reluctance to respond, the Poison Douluo refrained from further inquiry. He had come to fully respect Luo Yu, holding him in the highest esteem within his heart. With dual martial souls and unparalleled talent, coupled with the ability to detoxify and enhance martial souls, such an individual transcended the mere label of genius. Clutching the small vial tightly, he felt waves of exhilaration within him, eagerly anticipating the elevation of his martial soul. Simultaneously, he resolved to align himself with Luo Yu. For this young man harbored countless secrets. Even a mere hint of advantage could yield boundless benefits for him. Old Poison, the day is waning. Perhaps it is time for you to practice, Luo Yu suddenly suggested. Huh. The Poison Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly scanned the two figures before him. Oh, I shall proceed to cultivate at once. You two take your rest. With that, the Poison Douluo transformed into a streak of light, darting off into the distance. Gu Yuna's mouth fell open in astonishment, sensing the towering image of her grandfather swiftly crumbling in her mind. Yin, it is also time for us to return to our training, is it not? Gu Yuna's beautiful eyes displayed a peculiar expression. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she huffed in indignation. You insufferable man, what you call cultivation is merely an attempt to bully me. Luo Yu said in confusion. I meant that we should return to our training. What are you thinking about with that little head of yours? Humph. Dong Gu Yue pouted. I can't believe you. You're just a big bad guy. Fine then, I'll go back to my training alone. Luo Yu waved his hand and walked towards the secret chamber. Although she knew he was jesting, Dong Gu Yue's delicate face turned slightly pale, an inexplicable tension enveloping her. She approached him in her high heels, her graceful legs and arms wrapping around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his back, inhaling his scent deeply. Yin will accompany you. In the stillness of the night, Luo Yu lay on the bed, his eyes bright. Dong Gu Yue curled up in his embrace like a water snake. Her beautiful legs and exquisite feet radiating purity and charm, her delicate makeup revealing hints of innocence as she had already slipped into slumber. She was utterly exhausted. The girl nestled in his arms was undeniably alluring, exuding a fragrant aroma that ignited a fervor in Luo Yu's heart. Yet, he chose to cherish her and restrained his inner desires. It must be said, at times, possessing overwhelming power can also be a burden. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Task released. Rescue the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. Task reward. Exclusive 9 Heaven Sword and a 10,000-year 4th Soul Ring. Luo Yu gazed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the newly designated goddess target by the system would be Lu Erlong. Could it be that the system disapproved of Yu Xiaojing's treatment of Lu Erlong? To be frank, Luo Yu himself believed that Yu Xiaojing's timid demeanor was unworthy of Lu Erlong, who was willing to sacrifice everything to follow him. It was indeed a mismatch. The woman herself was indifferent to societal judgments and did not disdain his weak martial spirit and lack of strength. What was it with this grown man acting so petulantly? This task posed a certain degree of difficulty. After all, despite Yu Xiaojing's shortcomings, Lu Erlong's devotion was genuine. Nevertheless, he relished a challenge. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Luo Yu felt that he could soon depart from this place, embracing his beloved as he slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, Poison Douluo was fervently cultivating. Chapter 129. The stunning beauty faces peril, the overbearing dragon god's soul skill, shattering the 10,000-year monkey king with one hand. The following morning dawned clear and bright. At the precipice of the ice and fire Tuinai, Luo Yu bid farewell to the grandfather and granddaughter, Gu Yue Na. Brother Yu, are you really in such a hurry to leave? Compared to yesterday, Gu Yue Na's cascading hair was elegantly styled like that of a mature woman, exuding a blend of youthful charm and refined allure, radiating an enchanting aura. In her beautiful eyes, reluctance shimmered, and her heart fluttered with a hint of anxiety. Is it that you find me inadequate and wish to depart so swiftly? Sensing the unspoken worries in the young lady's heart, Luo Yu gently shook his head with a soft smile. He raised his hand, stroking her silky hair, delivering a reassuring pat on the head. Do not overthink. My cultivation has now reached the Soul King level, yet my primary martial soul only possesses 2 soul rings, which is rather lacking. It is indeed time to venture forth and complete the remaining 3 soul rings. Well then, she replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. I thought you might be dissatisfied with me. Brother Yu, the Sunset Forest is home to many high-level soul beasts. How about having grandfather accompany you to hunt for suitable ones? Luo Yu chuckled and remarked, there's no need to trouble him. He must be preoccupied with thoroughly expelling the toxins from his body. How could he possibly have the time? Not a nuisance at all, he is time, insisted Gu Yin with unwavering certainty. Beside them, Poison Douluo puffed out his cheeks and glared, his heart struck hard, feeling an ache deep within. The old adage did not betray me. Indeed, a married granddaughter is akin to spilled water. But wait, she isn't even married yet and has already begun to converse with outsiders. Alas, Poison Douluo sighed deeply in his heart. Gu Yin gracefully approached, tugging at Poison Douluo's arm and swaying it back and forth. Grandpa, you must have a moment to spare today. Not busy at all, right? The emotional blow intensified for Poison Douluo, his lips twitching in response. The young lady withdrew her hands, fixing him with a fierce gaze, her pretty eyes narrowing as she pouted her glossy lips and declared, "Quick, say you have time. Otherwise, I won't prepare the 8 treasure chicken for you." The emotional toll was overwhelming for Poison Douluo. What a predicament. However, despite the heartache, he felt genuine satisfaction towards Luo Yu. The more he observed, the more he appreciated her, and he was willing to lend a helping hand. With a benevolent smile, Poison Douluo said, "Dear Luo Yu, there is no rush concerning the matter of detoxification. Should you truly require assistance, I am always available to accompany you on an outing." Luo Yu politely declined. He appreciated the good intentions, but remarked that the Sunset Forest lacked any soul beasts that caught his eye. He would prefer to venture to the Star Doe Forest instead. Zhu Zhuqing was about to retort with a dismissive comment, pointing out that the Sunset Forest housed countless soul beasts over 10,000 years old, questioning if none could match his worth. However, upon recalling Luo Yu's extraordinary soul rings, each starting from a minimum of 100,000 years, he promptly silenced himself. Watching Luo Yu depart the valley, Gu Yin clasped her delicate hands together in front of her short skirt, her supple lips pursed slightly, her eyes shimmering with reluctance. Douluo placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "What are you so upset about? It's as if you believe you will never see him again. Once you expel the toxins from your body and strengthen your martial soul, won't you be able to seek him out?" Gu Yin murmured, "Grandfather, I long to chase after him and walk alongside him." Zhu Zhuqing replied, "What good would it do to chase after him now? To be a mere ornamental figure? A pretty face can only retain a man temporarily. Do you think a man like him would lack for beautiful women vying for his attention? What you need to focus on now is enhancing your strength. Only then will the world respect you, and your man will respect you too." Gu Yin's eyes were resolute. "I understand, grandfather. I will strive to improve." Zhu Zhuqing stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction on his face, unaware that Gu Yin's true plan was to train her legs first, then her hips. Without sufficient strength, she would be unable to withstand Luo Yu's speed and critical strikes, which could easily lead to her being neglected. A mature woman must never allow her man to go hungry in search of sustenance. Boom. 60 miles north of the Sunset Forest, the ground trembled as bushes collapsed and earth was hurled into the air. A stunningly beautiful woman was besieged by 3 enormous, ferocious soul beasts, with 7 rings of soul power signifying her soul saint rank. Her fire dragon martial soul enveloped her, unleashing an onslaught of flames with every move. However, her opponents, a 5,000-year bloodthirsty demon bear, a 3,000-year flame lion king, and a 1-horned demon rhinoceros, were formidable foes, each standing over 5 meters tall. The 3 soul beasts had evidently gained intelligence. They did not charge recklessly but coordinated their innate abilities to encircle and gradually wear down the human woman. "Director Liu, don't worry about us. You must escape." On the sidelines of the battlefield, 3 young individuals in matching uniforms were encircled by a swarm of fiery monkeys. The leader, a towering fire monkey king, stood over 2 meters tall. Although he had only just reached 10,000 years of cultivation, he was beyond the capability of the 3 younglings, who were already battered and bruised. The leader, filled with despair, realized that the monkeys were not killing them outright. They sought to distract their teacher. Intending for her to fall swiftly, he wished for her to flee. Hearing her students' cries, the beautiful woman, Lu Erlong, unleashed a punch that shattered the charge of the demon rhinoceros, turning to roar, "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if I perish here, I will never abandon my students. Hold on, none of you are allowed to die." Boom. With the fire dragon soaring through the sky, Lu Erlong activated her 7th soul skill, transforming into her martial soul's true form, radiating flames like a goddess of war. She first delivered a whip kick that sent the bloodthirsty demon bear reeling from a colossal paw strike, then leaped to evade dozens of scorching fireballs hurled by the flame lion king, rushing to assist her students. Midway through her charge, her eyes widened in alarm as she narrowly dodged the massive, glistening horn of the demon rhinoceros. She landed, breathless, her ample chest rising and falling. These brutes, Luo Erlong spat, her teeth clenched. She was unafraid of a one-on-one fight, but these three soul beasts, cunningly working together, had drained her strength significantly. She had a chance to escape now, but her three students were on the brink of death. In her moment of desperation, she could not comprehend the sudden turn of events. Why had they encountered a minor beast tide? What had transpired within the sunset forest to disturb these soul beasts and send them fleeing toward the periphery? She had merely ventured out to find soul rings for her students, only to meet with misfortune. Roar. The trio of 10,000-year soul beasts showed no intention of granting Luo Erlong a moment's respite, lunging at her vital points. The fiery monkey swarm, led by the towering Monkey King, began their assault, yelping loudly as they slowly tightened their encirclement, cruelly tormenting the three young students psychologically. The students, battered and trembling, reached a final realization. Director, you must flee. Don't worry about us. Avenge us another day. Enough. Luo Erlong grunted, momentarily distracted, only to be struck by the Flame Lion King's sweeping tail, her skin bursting open and revealing her fair waist, instantly bruising her. Seeing Luo Erlong falter, the Fire Monkey King's eyes gleamed. It quickly coordinated with the others, leaping forward, its fiery claws aimed at the young man who had been shouting. Xiao Yuan. Luo Erlong gasped, her gaze filled with urgency. The three soul beasts seized the opportunity to attack again, and Luo Erlong found herself in a precarious situation. Beasts. Young man Huang Yuan watched as the fierce fire claws descended, his expression one of despair. The three of them were the top students of Lambo Academy, gifted in talent. But they were no match for the 10,000-year Monkey King. The disparity was insurmountable. In this life and death moment, Huang Yuan resigned himself to his fate. Suddenly, a brilliant 9-colored light erupted from the forest, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. The moment enveloped the battlefield, causing all the soul beasts to tremble. Even Luo Erlong's fire dragon martial soul quivered. A cold voice resonated as a young figure, swift as lightning, charged into the fray. First soul skill, Dragon God's sky-rending claw. In an instant, the young man's arm transformed into a dragon's limb, adorned with 9-colored dragon scales, exuding an aura sharp as shattered gold and iron. He surged past the monkey swarm, delivering a crushing blow to the 2-meter-tall Fire Monkey King. Boom. The 10,000-year Fire Monkey King disintegrated on impact, flesh and bone scattering through the air, splattering the faces of Huang Yuan and his companions, leaving Luo Erlong momentarily stunned. A lengthy chapter of 500 words. Returning home late means 5 updates tomorrow. Chapter 130. Dragon God steps on the sky, annihilating the Lion King. Shocking the divine beauty. A brief silence enveloped the scene, as both humans and beast froze in their actions. The suddenly appearing figure of the young man was mesmerizingly striking. His 9-colored dragon claws were powerful, and his deep black eyes radiated with a golden-purple glow. The ethereal dragon form swirling around him emanated boundless ferocity, while his flowing black hair exuded an aura of dominance. Is it dead? The 10,000-year Fire Monkey King was vanquished with a single claw? Are we saved? Huang Yuan's eyes bulged in astonishment. Just a moment ago, he had braced himself for a gruesome demise at the hands of the Monkey King. Yet in the blink of an eye, the fierce beast had been obliterated. The other 2 young men were equally dumbfounded, unable to believe the sudden appearance of Luo Yu, their hearts swelling with an unreal sense of disbelief. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The chaotic throng of fire monkeys fled in a frantic rush, leaving only scattered flesh and remnants of bones to testify to the presence of the Fire Monkey King in this realm. Upon realizing that someone had come to her aid, Luo Erlong's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed gratefully at the silhouette of the young man who had suddenly appeared. Moments ago, a fellow student had been on the brink of a tragic demise before her eyes, and the anguish of being unable to intervene had tormented her to the utmost. Yet, in an instant, the situation had taken a remarkable turn. As her gaze sharpened, Luo Erlong was momentarily taken aback when she beheld the youthful and handsome visage of Luo Yu beneath the radiant light. Could it be? He is so young. He appeared to be no older than Huang Yuan and his companions. How could he possess such formidable power? It was utterly inconceivable. With a single strike, he had the capacity to obliterate the millennia-old Fire Monkey King. Even in a surprise attack, it seemed implausible that an ordinary Soul Emperor could achieve such a feat. Luo Erlong was left astounded by Luo Yu's strength, her consciousness momentarily drifting into a daze. Be cautious. With a flicker of her gaze, Luo Yu exerted force beneath her feet, instantly creating a pit of earth, propelling herself towards the position of Luo Erlong. A roar erupted as the Bloodfire Monkey King's flesh shattered, its scattered essence igniting the primal ferocity within the three soul beasts. They surged forth with a tempestuous wind, ferociously charging at Luo Erlong, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Responding swiftly to Luo Yu's warning, Luo Erlong concentrated his soul power, unleashing two blazing fire dragons that howled forth from his jade-like palms, successfully intercepting the ambush from the bloodthirsty demon bear and the flame lion king. However, there was still one unicorn demon rhinoceros that he could not halt in time, rapidly closing the distance. Realizing his oversight, Luo Erlong silently lamented the advantage this beast had gained. He hastily twisted his fiery form in an attempt to evade, but the unicorn demon rhinoceros, several meters in size, possessed an attack range too vast to escape. In that critical moment, a swift motion ensued. Luo Yu's figure suddenly appeared, interposing between the two. Raising his dragon claw, enveloped in the radiant hues of 9 colors, he swiftly struck towards the unicorn demon rhinoceros. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the dragon claw met the formidable horn, sparking a shower of glimmering sparks. Luo Yu felt the tremendous force transmitted through the dragon's claw, causing his dragon-transformed arm to tingle and forcing him to stagger aside. However, the onslaught of the uniquely horned demon rhinoceros was effectively curtailed. Luo Erlong swiftly maneuvered to stand before Luo Yu, her voice laced with concern. "Thank you. Are you unharmed?" "It's nothing," Luo Yu replied, shaking his tingling arm with a dismissive huff. "This beast possesses immense strength." Luo Erlong, upon observing Luo Yu's striking appearance up close, found herself momentarily entranced. So handsome, though she had long surpassed the naive and carefree age of youth. Her composed demeanor as a mature woman still faltered in the presence of Luo Yu's ethereal charm. He was undeniably captivating. What astonished her most was that Luo Yu had bravely endured a direct strike from the uniquely horned demon rhinoceros, and yet only experienced a tingling in his arm. This indicated that the young man before her possessed combat prowess that could easily rival that of a soul emperor. Were such young soul emperor experts prevalent among the various factions? Luo Erlong was acutely aware that this was not the time for idle chatter, and she swiftly suppressed her astonishment. "I am grateful for your assistance, my friend. Might I request your aid in slaying these 3 beasts together? There will be ample rewards afterward." "Certainly. Let us proceed." Luo Yu nodded and responded decisively. Luo Erlong's expression brightened. She had previously felt stifled under the joint pressure of the 3 beasts. Now that she had a companion, she immediately felt a surge of relief and confidence. With all her strength unleashed, she no longer held back. "Just hold off that flame lion king for me." Boom. With a command, Luo Erlong charged forward like a raging inferno. Her alluring and fiery form radiated an aura of violence. She struck with powerful punches against the armor-like hide of the single-horned demonic rhinoceros. The bloodthirsty demon bear, its brown fur glistening with a bloody sheen, swung its massive claws for a surprise attack. Yet, Luo Erlong seemed to possess eyes on the back of her head. She executed a stunning aerial kick. The kick traced a beautiful arc through the air, creating a sonic boom, and fell with tremendous force, causing the bloodthirsty demon bear to roar in pain. Luo Erlong held her ground, facing 2 foes without faltering. Roar! The flame lion king, surrounded by searing flames, was about to join the fray when it was met head-on by Luo Yu. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of orange flames that surged toward him. Luo Yu stood unflinching, arms crossed, calmly accepting the trial by fire. Luo Erlong called out a warning, reminding that the Lion King was most adept at wielding flames, and one should not confront it head-on. "Do not mind me. Attend to your own matters." As Luo Yu turned to speak, his body was instantly engulfed by fierce flames. Luo Erlong's eyes widened with urgency. The man was being excessively reckless. Although the Lion King among the 3 beasts was the weakest, it wielded its essence fire. He could have easily evaded it, yet he chose to confront it head-on. The flame lion beast cast a disdainful glance. For even soul beasts of the same caliber dared not withstand its flames. This human was clearly courting death. Soon enough, he would be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, Luo Yu emerged unscathed from the searing orange flames, his form untouched. The Lion King's pupils constricted in disbelief. Its fire had failed to take effect? Luo Erlong, who had been observing the scene out of the corner of his eye, felt a jolt of astonishment. This man was unafraid of fire? It was now his turn. Luo Yu's expression remained calm. The fiery beast was merely a basic exercise. His gaze was fixed upon the Lion King, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Second soul skill, Dragon Goddess Step. A resounding roar echoed as divine light erupted. The man's legs manifested two vibrant, nine-colored dragons, unleashing an overwhelming force of vitality as he soared into the air, striking down fiercely upon the Flame Lion King. Realizing the peril, the Flame Lion King frantically kicked its hooves and attempted to flee. However, Luo Yu transformed into a streak of light, moving with unparalleled swiftness. He landed a foot squarely on its head, utterly suppressing the 30,000-year-old flame lion, rendering its flames ineffective and shattering its skull in an instant. Nearby, the three students, Huang Yuan and his companions, gaped in disbelief, as if their mouths could accommodate a duck egg. Was this truly terrifying? A 30,000-year soul beast, obliterated with a single kick? Lu Erlong was rendered speechless. All he had wished was for assistance in delaying the Lion King, yet it had been decisively slain instead. Such an extraordinary display. Chapter 131. Benefactor, you cannot possibly be pursuing our Dean Lu, can you? With a thunderous crash, the headless lion's flames extinguished, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. The earth and lush grass soon soaked in the gushing crimson blood. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Luo Yu landed gracefully, the two dragon silhouettes entwined around his feet slowly dissipating, yet his imposing aura remained, resembling a true ferocious beast in human form. His eyes, opening and closing, radiated a golden-purple glow as he surveyed the arena. The towering forms of the unicorn demon rhino and the bloodthirsty demon bear, which had been besieging Lu Erlong, suddenly trembled, their feral eyes reflecting a newfound clarity amidst their madness. Previously, when the Blaze Monkey King fell, their awareness had been insufficient. However, in the moment of the Flame Lion King's demise, they finally sensed the anomaly. Though this human soul power did not match their own, it exuded an unmistakable aura of nobility that instinctively suppressed them. The soul skills he had wielded were even more terrifying, possessing a unique lethality against their kind. As intelligent beings, even a 10,000-year soul beast understood survival, and with one being 30,000 years and the other 50,000, they would dare to contend with Lu Erlong, a soul sage. But upon encountering Luo Yu, this peculiar human, they fled without hesitation. The ground trembled as the massive unicorn rhino and bloodthirsty bear accelerated, crashing through countless trees in their hurried escape. This scene left Huang Yuan and the others in stunned silence. They ran off just like that? Would they not linger a moment longer? Huh. I never anticipated you two to be such cowardly beasts, bolting before the fight even commenced. Huang Yuan chastised a nearby youth with a swift slap, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? Just moments ago, we nearly soiled ourselves in fear. Were it not for this extraordinary figure saving us, we would have perished here. Boss, please don't take it seriously. I was merely jesting to lighten the mood. I truly believed we were doomed to die at the hands of these beasts. It nearly frightened me to death," the youth stammered, his pallid face gradually regaining some color as he patted his chest in relief. With the immediate threat dissipated, Luo Yu retracted the soul light. However, the fiery and fierce Lu Erlong furrowed her brows tightly, noticing the bruises adorning her fair abdomen. Her exquisitely beautiful features momentarily darkened with rage as she clenched her silver teeth. "Please wait a moment, young master. I shall return shortly." With a resounding force, she charged forth, her fierce momentum directed toward the fleeing beasts. "What on earth is Dean Lu doing?" the youth from Lamba Academy exclaimed in alarm. Huang Yuan could only smile wryly and shake his head. "You should know our Dean's temperament by now, despite her celestial beauty. She possesses the fierce nature of a dragoness. After suffering such a loss today, she wants rest until she exacts revenge. Goodness. I wonder who could possibly tame our Dean in the future. The challenge seems insurmountable. Is she truly as formidable as you say?" A curious voice interrupted, causing Huang Yuan and the others to start. They turned to find the strikingly handsome man had approached them unbeknownst. Their hearts raced with trepidation. This was the same individual who had single-handedly vanquished the Blaze Monkey King and shattered the ancient Flame Lion with a mere kick. Though he appeared to be of a similar age, the psychological fear stemming from the vast disparity in their powers was palpable. Huang Yuan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Luo Yu, at a loss for words, remarked, "What are you all so afraid of?" "I do not consume humans." Huang Yuan clasped his hands and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, expressing his profound gratitude to the benefactor who intervened in a moment of peril. Otherwise, the three of us would likely have perished beneath the claws of that Monkey King. The other two repeatedly expressed their thanks, their words imbued with heartfelt appreciation. They were filled with curiosity towards Luo Yu, but dared not meet his gaze. for the brutality and dominance with which he had vanquished the soul beast had profoundly shaken their hearts. Enough with the pleasantries, Luo Yu said, a slight smile gracing his lips. If you truly wish to express your gratitude for saving your lives, then let us engage in something more substantial. Huang Yuan and the others stared in bewilderment, realizing that the script seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Indeed, Luo Yu's ethereal aura and unmatched prowess exuded the demeanor of a great sect's holy son. One would expect him to look down upon the world. Yet his opening words seemed so mundane. Luo Yu furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it? Is there a problem?" "No problem, no problem." The three of them immediately shook their heads vigorously, akin to a rattle. One individual, gritting his teeth in pain, reluctantly retrieved a brilliantly radiant jade pendant from his bosom. A young man produced a small piece of deep blue metal. Huang Yuan trembled as he pulled out a somewhat withered purse from within his clothing. The three of them, with a sense of grievance, reluctantly offered, "Benefactor, we come from humble backgrounds and possess little of value. This is all we have. Please do not disdain our meager offerings." Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. What are these three rascals up to, considering themselves bandits? Huang Yuan observed the fluctuating expression on Luo Yu's face and cautiously suggested, "Benefactor, shall we write you an IOU and deliver it to you at a later date?" Luo Yu glared. "Take away these worthless trinkets of yours. Who would want any of them? Together, they are worth less than the corpses of these two ancient soul beasts on the ground." Huang Yuan, voice tinged with sorrow, pleaded, "Benefactor, we are truly impoverished." Luo Yu said with annoyance, "I am asking you to assist me with the task." Only then did Huang Yuan and the others realize their misunderstanding. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. "Please, let us know how we can help." Luo Yu inquired, "What is the daily routine of your dean like? What is their usual emotional state within the academy, and do they possess any particular preferences?" The three individuals were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had never anticipated such questions from the other party. However, unwilling to conceal any information, they promptly divulged a wealth of intelligence to Luo Yu, completely exposing Lu Erlong's lifestyle habits. Luo Yu nodded slowly, understanding that knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in countless battles. Through their conversation, he had discerned that Lu Erlong had been mired in sorrow and melancholy for many years. Luo Yu could not help but silently curse that Yu Shaojiang for his lack of humanity. How could he betray such a devoted woman? If one truly loved a woman, should societal conventions even matter? Huang Yuan swallowed hard and leaned in, lowering his voice. "Benefactor, you aren't considering pursuing our dean, are you? Aside from her beauty and slightly appealing figure, she possesses little else of merit." Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, remarking, "You are privy to far too much." Huang Yuan instinctively retracted his neck, a chill creeping down his spine. "Please, dear benefactor, have mercy. If you are pursuing the dean, I shall lend you my utmost support. The dean has endured solitary hardships for so many years. Not only has she mourned her own troubles, but she has also tirelessly labored for the entirety of our Blue Tyrant Academy." The two individuals beside him raised their hands in fervent agreement, exclaiming with righteous indignation, "We stand with you." For years, the dean has pined for a certain scoundrel who has never graced her presence. Clearly, he is a heartless wretch, unworthy of her affections. Indeed, what a worthless character he is, they echoed, having never even laid eyes upon her. How could he possibly compare to our benefactor's charm? Your arrival is akin to a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. Enough of this absurdity. Silence yourselves. A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead as he sensed the three individuals gradually succumbing to sycophancy. Huang Yuan and the others emitted low growls, each harboring their own thoughts. After all, they were the elite of the Blue Tyrant Academy, all in their youth yet already at level 30. Undeniably exceptional talents within the city of Heaven Do. It was precisely for this reason that they recognized the terrifying potential within Luo Yu, naturally fostering a desire to befriend him. Moreover, if they could bring such a formidable ally back to their academy, Blue Tyrant Academy would surely soar to greatness. Director Lu, we are not coveting the strength of our benefactor. We merely wish to find you a home. With a thunderous roar, Lu Erlong's fiery silhouette burst forth from the forest. Her body drenched in beast's blood, her aura teetering on the edge of fragility. It appeared she was exceedingly weakened, yet her hand clutched something tightly, emanating an extraordinary red glow. Chapter 132. Lu Erlong develops affection, the goddess's sincere plea. The director has returned. Huang Yuan and the others exclaimed in delight, revealing their earlier concern for Lu Erlong. The fiery silhouette swiftly approached. At that moment, droplets of blood trickled from her black hair, her delicate frame trembling from exhaustion. Yet her beautiful eyes shone with unwavering determination, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. She approached Luo Yu, elegantly curtsying, and softly expressed, "Lu Erlong is grateful for your assistance. Young master, otherwise, my 3 students would likely have perished here today." After a moment of silence, Lu Erlong raised her head in confusion. "Young master?" Cough, cough. Luo Yu cleared his throat for just a moment. When Lu Erlong bent down, her strikingly white curves became prominently visible, nearly ensnaring him in their allure. "Young master, this is for you," Lu Erlong said, extending the object she had tightly grasped. In the brief moment of their hands meeting during the exchange, her delicate hand trembled slightly before swiftly retracting. It was merely a touch, yet she reacted as if she were a bashful young maiden. Luo Yu found it peculiar, casting his gaze upon the object presented to him. It was a translucent red bone from a left arm, within which the faint roar of a colossal bear seemed to resonate. Could this be the soul bone erupted from the bloodthirsty magic bear? What? A soul bone? Huang Yuan and his companions exclaimed, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Lu Erlong shot them a sidelong glance, admonishing, "You 3, be quiet, lest you become the subject of ridicule before our esteemed guest." Hiss! Huang Yuan and his companions recoiled, mimicking a gesture of zipping their lips. Lu Erlong chuckled softly, "Indeed. Our esteemed guest possesses keen perception. This is precisely the soul bone that emerged from the magic bear." Luo Yu inquired, "Have you eliminated those 2 fellows?" Lu Erlong nodded, expressing regret. "It's a pity that the unicorn rhinoceros yielded nothing." Hiss! This woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, yet her temper was undeniably explosive. Her demeanor was as fierce as her appearance. Luo Yu gently shook the transparent bone in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. "This is your trophy. Ah, it hardly seems fitting for me, does it?" Lu Erlong replied with a wry smile. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Please do not jest at my expense, my lord. Should I possess it, my conscience would weigh heavily upon me. Without your intervention, I might have managed to escape. Yet vanquishing these 3 vile beasts would have been utterly impossible, and my students would have perished here." Luo Yu remarked with a TSK. "Are you truly willing to bestow this soul bone upon me?" Lu Erlong shook his head. "This soul bone has never belonged to me. So how can it be said to be given? It rightfully belongs to you, my lord. While soul bones are indeed precious, there are treasures in this world far more invaluable." As Luo Yu gazed into the woman's candid eyes, a sense of fondness blossomed within him. While soul bones were not particularly rare in his possession, they were undoubtedly treasures of immense value to others, capable of inciting betrayal and treachery among friends. The trio of Huang Yuan, initially fixated on the soul bone with drool nearly pooling at their feet, were struck by a wave of contemplation after hearing Lu Erlong's eloquent discourse. Their covetous desires began to wane, replaced by a burgeoning sense of shame. Had they been in Lu Erlong's position, they might have clandestinely kept the soul bone for themselves, lacking such generosity. However, their perspectives had shifted, for Lu Erlong had inadvertently imparted a profound lesson upon them. Luo Yu casually toyed with the soul bone in his hand for a moment before discarding it. With a clear understanding, he declared that the item was better kept by the owner, as he had no need for it. Lu Erlong and the students were left in a state of astonishment. Who was this man, so unconcerned with the soul bone? Surely, no one could remain indifferent upon encountering such a treasure. Lu Erlong's expression grew complex. "If you refuse to accept it, I am at a loss as to how I might repay you." Luo Yu smiled gently and shook his head. "No amount of wealth can purchase my willingness. My readiness to intervene stems from the belief that you are worthy of salvation, not from a desire for recompense." Lu Erlong gazed intently into Luo Yu's extraordinary, otherworldly features. His charm seemingly intensified, rendering her beautiful eyes momentarily dazed, captivated by the sight. In battle, he was decisive and relentless, embodying the force of a thunderstorm. In everyday life, he engaged in light-hearted banter, exuding a casual humility. What an extraordinary individual he must be. What great power could have nurtured such a remarkable young talent? Lu Erlong could not help but feel an overwhelming curiosity. Having traversed the martial world for many years, she had encountered countless individuals and was keenly aware of the man's distinctiveness. Without pretense, Lu Erlong accepted the soul bone, gracefully stating, "Today, I owe you a favor. Young master, should you require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to comply." "Any request at all?" Luo Yu inquired. The fiery, confident woman fixed him with a steadfast gaze, resolutely declaring, Luo Erlong never makes promises lightly. What I have said, I shall uphold without fail. Luo Yu displayed a peculiar expression, muttering to himself. Will he really keep his word? I find that hard to believe. If I casually present 10 demands, he would surely tell me to leave. Luo Yu inquired, I am perplexed by one matter. Why are you besieged by spirit beasts? At the mention of this, Luo Erlong gritted his teeth. I have ventured into the sunset forest on several occasions without incident. Yet today, all the spirit beasts from the inner region seem to be in a state of panic, simultaneously rushing towards the outskirts. Panic? Luo Yu pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, it is as if there exists some terrifying entity within that compels them to flee. Luo Yu wore a peculiar expression. Could it be that the aura of the Water and Fire Dragon King had inadvertently frightened these spirit beasts? Young master, the sudden hesitation of Luo Erlong caught his attention. What is it? Luo Yu inquired. Could you possibly refrain from separating from us for the time being? Luo Erlong's cheeks flushed slightly. I have exhausted all my spirit energy after vanquishing those 2 spirit beasts, and I fear that I may not be able to protect the 3 students should we encounter further danger. Ah, I see, Luo Yu teased. Are you suggesting that I assume the role of a bodyguard? No, it's just that Luo Erlong suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Luo Yu inquired. What does it truly mean? Luo Erlong earnestly pleaded. Please do not leave just yet. She was genuinely in a state of weakness. If Luo Yu were to depart, even the appearance of a mere 4,000-year-old soul beast could lead to their utter annihilation. Thus, she was fervently hoping for Luo Yu to remain. Luo Yu spoke. If you choose not to leave, then provide a reason. Luo Erlong found himself momentarily perplexed, but soon a glimmer of insight illuminated his eyes. We ought to consider ourselves friends, shouldn't we? Indeed, we should. Luo Yu nodded in agreement, choosing not to leave. Thank you. Luo Erlong, slightly blushing as he expressed his gratitude, felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the man had already saved him once, and yet he was reluctant to let him go. Huang Yuan and the others exchanged glances, seemingly astonished, for it appeared to be their first encounter with Dean Erlong in such a humble plea. As the 4 traversed the sunset-drenched forest, they engaged in lively conversation, their camaraderie blossoming. Suddenly, Luo Erlong spoke up. Young master Yu, might we pause here for a moment? What's the matter? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. Luo Erlong's demeanor shifted slightly as he gestured ahead. I wish to venture a short distance forward. Would you mind waiting for me here? Shall I accompany you? Luo Yu offered, but Luo Erlong shook his head firmly. No need for that. I can manage on my own. As Luo Erlong vanished into the thicket ahead, Luo Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that even the goddess-like figure needed a moment of privacy? After hastily covering several hundred steps, Luo Erlong pushed through the lush greenery and, upon spotting a crystalline stream, let out a sigh of relief. Her memory had not betrayed her. Indeed, this was the place. The experience of slaying the soul beast had left her drenched in blood, and the discomfort of the dried remnants was unbearable. Not only her torso but her legs felt unbearably sticky, a plight most intolerable for a woman with a penchant for cleanliness. She could hardly bear it for even a second. With a flush creeping to her cheeks, she glanced back towards the direction she had come from, pressing her lips together. They should not come this way. Yes, they wouldn't. After a moment of anxious deliberation, Luo Erlong disdainfully shed her bloodied leather attire, revealing her pale skin marred by crimson stains. She felt a sense of revulsion even towards herself. With a determined leap, she plunged into the stream, and the tension in her delicate features soon melted away, replaced by a sense of contentment. Why has she returned? Surely, it wouldn't take this long for a mere visit. What on earth could she be doing? Luo Yu felt a sense of curiosity. The 3 students, Huang Yuan and his companions, were leaning against a large tree, seemingly in a light slumber. Suddenly, a woman's startled cry echoed from afar. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened. It was the voice of Luo Erlong. Something had occurred. You 3 stay here. I shall investigate. Luo Yu uttered a brief admonition and vanished into the woods. Chapter 133. Performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation for Luo Erlong. Mother is no longer pure. Swish, swish. Luo Yu swiftly navigated through the forest, following the direction of the woman's startled cry. With a single arm, he pushed aside the lush green underbrush, and his vision suddenly expanded to reveal a clear spring stream. Within the crystalline waters, a massive patterned python, several meters in length, coiled around the alluring figure of Luo Erlong. Having exhausted her soul power, Luo Erlong was no match for the formidable serpent. The python's triangular head flicked out a crimson tongue, drawn in by the rich scent of blood. It had anticipated an easy meal. Believing it to be a weakened soul beast, only to discover a human woman instead. A glint of cruelty flashed in its eyes as it awaited the moment to constrict the life from her, relishing the thought of feasting upon her flesh and blood. Was this to be her end? After vanquishing the unicorn demon rhino and the bloodthirsty demon bear, would she ultimately meet her demise in the belly of a serpent? Despair clouded Luo Erlong's gaze. She had bathed in this very spot countless times without encountering any powerful soul beasts. Today, in her haste to cleanse herself of blood, she had forgotten that the soul beasts of the Sunset Forest had retreated to the outskirts. Now, devoid of soul power, she was left at the mercy of the python's predation. It was truly a case of a dragon falling into shallow waters, oppressed by a serpent. If only she were at her peak, a single punch would suffice to shatter this reptile. A bitter smile crossed Luo Erlong's lips as the python's coils tightened around her. The sound of her bones creaking echoed through her body. Oxygen dwindled in her chest, and the suffocating pressure surged from all directions. In this moment of impending death, the shadow of Yu Shaojiang flashed through her mind. Hiss!